Chapter 1, Prelude. The first year of the star calendar, which corresponds to the year 2055 AD, was when humans successfully established a new colony on the moon, the celestial body closest to Earth. From this moment onward, it marked the beginning of the star era. Under the auspices of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, the Earth Union replaced the United Nations as the new intergovernmental organization for humanity and gradually evolved into a powerful authority over time. The long era of the Earth Union stretched from the first year of the star era to the year 4454 of the star era, known as the Earth Union Age. In the vast star fields, the extensive use of psionic crystal ore became humanity's new energy source. Without any opposing forces, human influence expanded rapidly across the stars until it came into contact with other powers, the ethereal race and the insectoid race. This marked the first significant opposition to human development. The ethereals were the most powerful, subjugating the insectoids and forcing them into submission while launching attacks on human territories. The Earth Union's military suffered repeated defeats. The ethereals claimed dominion over psion crystals and began large-scale raids on crystals under human control. Humans in occupied areas were reduced to the lowest-ranking faction under ethereal rule. To force the Earth Union, the leader of human resistance, into submission, the ethereal army waged war on Earth, humanity's cradle planet, culminating in the Earth-Moon campaign led by Dai Hongda against the final resistance forces. In the year 4454 of the star era, the Earth-Moon campaign concluded with a death ray obliterating Earth, humanity's mother planet. The destruction of the Earth Union's headquarters heralded the end of the Earth Union era. However, buried beneath the lunar surface, millions of relics from humanity's ancient age, nuclear weapons, inflicted catastrophic damage on the ethereal main forces. Human resistance did not cease. Zhao Hong, successor to Dai Hongda, founded the Huaxia Republic at the edge of the former Chinese 32-star domains and continued the struggle against the ethereals. Persistent internal rebellions within human territories troubled the ethereals. Moreover, the ethereals faced a two-front war against both humans and the insectoids, which dragged on endlessly. After 40 years of resisting the ethereals, Huaxia engaged in a 4-year-long war against their main forces, known as the Mingzhou Campaign. This battle, alongside the Death Star campaign of the insect-ethereal conflict, marked the decline of the ethereals after heavy losses. The ethereals ultimately retreated from human territories and fell into endless rebellions within their borders, while the insectoids regained their strength. After the ethereals' retreat, human power was scattered. The post-war Huaxia lacked the strength to unify the 30-star domain of the old Chinese heartland. Instead, 7 independent factions formed the Zhonghua Federation, one of the 4 great federations along with the Petros Federation, Salasaga Federation, and Huaxia Federation. These fragmented powers gradually consolidated into several major forces, which would face further unification in the following eras. Among these, the most prominent conflicts included the Zhonghua Federation and the Huaxia Republic's war for unification of the Chinese homeland, and the Huaxia Federation's campaign to form a new human union against the Petros Federation and the Salasaga Federation. The era of ethereal-controlled colonial humans lasted from the year 4454 to 4498 of the Star Era. The 4 great federations emerged during the brief period of peace between 4498 and 4511 of the Star Era. The war between the Federation and Huaxia broke out in the year 4511, and it is here that our story begins. Chapter 2, the Fifth Army. In the star year 4524, after a war that had lasted 13 years, one side finally broke the deadlock. The powerful Federation suffered a defeat at the hands of Huaxia in the northwest, losing Hangzhou and Tongzhou to Huaxia. In order to consolidate and expand upon their victory, Huaxia established a new army corps in the captured Hangzhou and Tongzhou, the Fifth Army, also known as the Northern Army. The commander of the Fifth Army Corps was appointed by the Central Military Department with Dai Lingnan as its leader. By this point, the corps had been established for 4 months, and all personnel and troop deployments were completed. 4 months ago, after a military conference, General Dai Lingnan, this is a military proposal. Since you missed the Central Military meeting, it has been entrusted to me to deliver it to you. This proposal requires your Northern Army to accomplish its objectives within 5 years. On the opposite side of the holographic screen stood a lieutenant general dressed in the uniform of the Huaxia military. As this general did not belong to Dai Lingnan's corps, he addressed Dai Lingnan as general rather than commander. To complete the contents of this proposal within 5 years, Dai Lingnan glanced over the document, surprise evident in his tone. For a newly established corps, this may be asking too much. However, this is a task formulated by the Central Military Department based on your abilities, the lieutenant general stated. You do know it's asking too much, don't you? Huaxia only controlled the Jiuzhou star domain before, but we've since acquired the territories of Hangzhou and Tongzhou. Now, within 5 years, we are tasked to secure the 4 other star domains in the northwestern region, which covers nearly half of Huaxia's size. If I were handed a fully matured and seasoned corps, completing this mission would be no issue. But for the Fifth Army, this will be somewhat challenging, Dai Lingnan said. A few days later, Dai Lingnan arrived at the headquarters of the Fifth Army, the Hangluo Military Base Command Center. Upon arriving, he immediately turned on the communication system inside the command room. However, the person on the other end was not a soldier, but an official. Without any formalities, Dai Lingnan spoke directly. Good afternoon. I've heard the design of the new weapon is nearing completion. Can these 4 units be transferred to my corps when they're finished? The general must be referring to the Lingxiu class ships. Even if construction is nearing completion, At least 2 years of testing are required before they can be safely deployed. The official considered for a moment before replying. My next operation plans to make use of these 4 new ships. I trust the capabilities of the Central Research Department. I hope this 4-month period can help resolve the matter, Dai Lingnan stated. But isn't this rash? War is the ultimate testing ground for new weapons, Dai Lingnan said. Could it be that the general plans to? The best time for starting the war will be in a few months. I don't want to miss it. Ensure the matter of the new ships is handled properly. Do you understand? Dai Lingnan said firmly. Yes. The official stammered. At the Hengluo military base, the port where the 3rd Fleet of the 5th Army was stationed, a small transport ship docked at the pier. Its hatch opened, and 5 individuals stepped out. This is where our Tianjin team will be serving from now on, and apparently, we've been transferred to the 5th Army, also known as the Northern Army. A relatively tall man sighed as he spoke. This individual was none other than Yu Qian, the captain of the Tianjin team. The people accompanying him were Vice Captain Min Ling, Zhang Hengyue, Su Ming, and Lin Tian. The Tianjin team was among the first to arrive at the 5th Army due to early personnel reassignments, with even more individuals expected to join the nascent Army Corps soon. Currently, the Northern Army comprises only 4 fleets, but with Dai Lingnan leading it, there is great potential ahead. We should consider ourselves fortunate to have joined this rising force, so stop complaining, Min Ling commented. She then turned to the 3 others behind her and said, let's go register. Su Ming and the others agreed promptly. 4 months later, at the Hengluo military base, also several days prior to today, an urgent message came from the Central Forces. Dai Lingnan opened it to reveal it was a transmission from Yuan Shui, General Zai of the Huaxia Army. I've recently obtained some intelligence indicating that the Federation has readied additional fleets to defend what used to be neglected regions, such as Tiandi. General Dai Lingnan, I assume you requested this information because you're concerned about this development, Zai chuckled. Lord Marshal, it's beneficial that the Federation has given up trying to recapture the 2-star domains lost to us. However, once the enemy shifts to defense and strengthens the Tiandi system, it won't just take 5 years. It might take 15 or more before I can fulfill the operational requirements, Dai Lingnan responded. That's true. Nonetheless, this is something you need. With this piece of information, I imagine your upcoming combat operations will be easier, Zai laughed, then transmitted a set of data over, which Dai Lingnan copied onto a chip. After both men ended their communication, Dai Lingnan quickly opened another message, this time from a female general within the army. Could you come to the command center? Also, I heard that your fleet has someone who is skilled in electronic warfare. Have him come along as well. Chapter 3, Fluctuating Warships. Hengluo Military Base was the newly built base in Hangzhou, and also the command center of the 5th Army Group. It included a comprehensive reconnaissance system, defense system, large mech factory, and several starports, with supplies from Hangzhou's star domain. Following Hangzhou and Tongzhou's capture, Huaxia military bases sprang up like mushrooms after rain, building an increasingly sophisticated defense system on the front line. Through the transparent wall of the Tianjin Training Center attached to the base, one could see spaceport cargo transfers, warships docking and resting, and fully structured fleets and mechs docked within the base. In the distance, resource satellites released unmanned robots to collect necessary materials from celestial bodies, while various defensive and monitoring satellites orbited around the fortress base, constructing defenses. Small port satellites repaired damaged ships, and maintenance satellites specialized for mech and fighter aircraft repaired damaged planes and mechs. The multi-purpose satellites had core construction by the base itself and could be customized with different modules into various multifunctional satellite bodies. However, this day was different from the usual training sessions for Su Ming and his comrades. Beyond their normal drills, they observed 4 unexpected visitors through the transparent wall. 4 unprecedented super-large transport ships were slowly sailing from afar. This kind of novel transportation ship they had never seen clearly wasn't enemy vessels. Without any hesitation, they entered the base's defensive zone. The sight of these large, unknown ships visible to the naked eye could only mean either a breakthrough of the frontline defense net or allied forces. My God, it's a 6,500-meter class large transport ship, Lin Tian exclaimed, then added with slight disappointment. I've heard that the Central Research Department has been studying plans for large warships, but I didn't expect them to be transport ships. Do we even need large transport ships? Humanity made a division regarding the classifications of warships. Below 1,500 meters are small-sized warships. Between 1,500 and 1,500 meters are medium-sized warships. Those between 1,500 and 10,000 meters are large-sized warships, and those over 10,000 meters are classified as super warships. Don't be too disappointed. Large transport ships also hold considerable value for our army. Once mass production begins, it will greatly enhance our material reserve capacity, Yu Qian said while stroking his slightly growing goatee, then asked doubtfully. But it seems there isn't really a need for such large-level transport ships here. That's not right, you'll know soon. Min Ling stared at the giant ship quickly entering the main harbor and said. Not long after entering Hengluo base's defensive network, the massive ship soon reached the main base's large mother port. The arrival of the huge vessel caught the attention of many ground crew personnel, combat personnel, and commanding officers. Their reaction was similar to that of the Tianjin team watching through the partition. They knew nothing about the big ship's arrival, its model data, etc. For many people, the ship's sudden appearance was unforeseen. When the ship entered the mother port, the exterior of the transport vessel appeared before everyone, like dust covering a table being blown away, instantly shrinking. To everyone's amazement, the square-shaped exterior of the transport vessel transformed immediately, the length decreasing from 6,500 meters to 5,200 meters, yet still considered a large ship. My goodness, did that come out of the weird group at the research department? Yu Qian was shocked while stroking his chin, his hand stopping in disbelief, as he looked dumbfounded at the changed large ship. The others, including Su Ming, were so astonished that they couldn't speak. For battleships shaped like closed lotus lanterns revealed their true forms under the camouflage of the transport ships. The front resembled spindle-shaped hulls with petals folded shut. The central design linked the bow and stern, arranging the command bridge for the ship. Based on Huaxia warship layout conventions, the external bridge shown was merely a secondary bridge not used during wartime. The tail of the warship consisted of 8 large thrusters along with the power supply system. These 4 warships aren't ordinary large principal battle cruisers, Min Ling declared knowingly. Oh, why is that, Deputy Captain? Su Ming asked. They have no warship defense systems, whether close-range energy cannons or energy shields, and the physical armor's hardness is also not outstanding. The only defensive means they possess is the camouflaging system we just witnessed. Is it really that inferior? Lin Tian couldn't help but criticize, whereas Yu Qian's instant comprehension dawned. You mean this new warship was designed to fill gaps in our military system? Min Ling nodded and said, this is an assault ship that can launch attacks from outside defended areas, suitable for besieging and capturing fortresses. Speaking of fortress ships, everyone understood what type of warship this was, a ship that utilized most of its energy to launch attacks from outside defense zones, making it an excellent tool for siege warfare. While highly threatening, its fragile survivability on the battlefield would also make it a key target for protection by Huaxia forces and a prime focus for destruction by the enemy. But how do you know so much about it? Yu Qian asked curiously. Because the upcoming operation we're assigned to is related to this new experimental weapon. I was just notified beforehand. Min Ling explained. However, Lin Tian expressed disappointment. It's only an experimental weapon? An experimental weapon was not one put into mass production. In any nation, weapons designated as experimental were rarely in abundance, their main purpose being to undergo tests to prepare for standardization. This meant that the 4 warships currently in view were merely an experimental model used before Huaxia's military finalized designs for future large-scale fortress-class warships. It was possible that there were only these 4 across the whole of Huaxia. Though it's an experimental weapon with no guaranteed performance, it's genuinely a siege battleship, and such weaponry is secretly deployed to the 5th military zone. I don't think I need to tell you what the next objective of the 5th Army Group is. Isn't it just the prepositioned fortress system of Jingzhou? Yes, today's military conference discussed plans to attack Jingzhou and even strategic planning after capturing it. For the Huaxia military, taking down the fortress system comprised of 9 fortresses is necessary to open the gates to attacking Jingzhou. Federation, Zhonghua said coldly, eyes narrowing after keeping quiet for some time. Hengluo Fort, 5th Army Group Military Conference. All senior officers of the 5th Army Group gathered around the circular table. Similarly to the Tianjin training room, the wall facing the port provided a view of the starry landscape outside. The meeting was held strictly and solemnly. Judging by the medals worn by the attendees, they were at least brigadier generals, with the highest-ranking person being the young man sitting with crossed arms supporting his chin against the transparent wall in the center, General Dai Lingnan, the commander of the 5th Military Zone. Many of the officers had some understanding of the arrival of the large warships, but the arrival of the large ships did not affect this meeting as they had already become one of the main topics of discussion. Dai Lingnan manipulated the light brain for a while, and a 3D image of a large ship's design, along with its data, appeared in the center of the circle. Spirit Channel Fluctuation Ships, numbered 0104, for prototype vessels. Equipped with camouflage systems and energy systems, neither the command nor power systems stand out. They are used to test our new developed fluctuation cannons capable of attacking from outside defense zones. These are experimental weapons and wouldn't normally be directly put into war, but this toy will be very helpful for our next campaign, so I requested from Central Headquarters to deploy them to this theater. Dai Lingnan listed the specifications of the large ships and began explaining their deployment purpose. War. A major general immediately realized. Commander, are you planning to attack the 9 essential systems of the Jingzhou military zone? Major General Chun, whose assessment is correct. The 9 fortresses represent tough bones to chew. This kind of weapon will be of great assistance to our next offensive on Jingzhou. I think it's inappropriate. The 5th Army Group has just completed its preliminary construction. Resources and manpower aren't enough to sustain a full-blown siege battle. Even if we possess weapons capable of attacking from outside the defense zones, the opponent also has fleet clusters permanently stationed in the forts. With these factors, our advantages at the start of the war won't be significant. If given ample time, we could gather sufficient war supplies, then taking the fort system of Jingzhou would have been more certain. An opposing opinion came from a higher-ranked lieutenant general who seemed quite experienced. He evidently didn't support starting the war right away. General Li Xian made a good point, but I don't agree with your method. I have my own reasons. Hangzhou and Tongzhou have just been captured, and the 5th Army Group has been newly formed. Simultaneously, our opponents are reorganized. As Jingzhou has recently turned into the front line, old fortresses previously abandoned have been reactivated, fleets redeployed, and personnel reorganized. Everything is new for both sides. While we prepare and mobilize troops and resources to strengthen the 5th Army Group, we are not the only ones preparing for war. The enemy is also reinforcing their fortresses, replenishing resources, and building supply lines. By the time we complete our preparations, they will also have finished theirs. What awaits us, then, will be an impenetrable fortress barrier. Dai Lingnan paused briefly before continuing. I expect all of you understand the significance of the space location guarded by the Federation's fortress system of Jingzhou. Chapter 4, Fortress System. The strategic significance of the Federation's fortress system is very clear to those who have achieved the rank of general. Dai Lingnan activated the holographic brain, converting the original 3D projection of the Lingxiu Budong battleship into a star domain map. The map was divided into several zones with dotted lines and marked with star domain names. Lingnan then zoomed in on the star domain at the back where Huaxia and the Federation borders meet. To the north of Huaxia's territory lie the two provinces Hangzhou and Tongzhou, behind which stretches an endless vacuum zone at the edge of the star system. Adjacent to this region is Jingzhou, controlled by the Federation. At the intersection of the three regions, there lies a fortress system consisting of 9 fortresses, each controlling crucial channels of communication. All the generals immediately focused their attention on these 9 fortresses. If the newly developed 5th Corps of the Northern Forces wanted to complete its campaign against the Federation, it would inevitably need to conquer Jingzhou, the key region that serves as a connection between Huaxia, occupying Hangzhou and Tongzhou, and entering the central territories of the Federal Union. From a positional perspective, Jingzhou also connects the 4 major northwestern star domains of the Federation with its central areas. The commanders of the Huaxia army all see clearly that capturing Jingzhou would be equivalent to blocking the northwest route of the Federation and opening up another front to strike deep into the Federation's heartland. However, it depends on whether Huaxia can take and effectively control Jingzhou, or even more fundamentally, capture these 9 fortresses before any further strategic development of the 5th Army Group can proceed. Indeed, General Li's opinion emphasizes fighting a war only after thorough preparation, but I incline towards not missing an opportunity. I will not recklessly start an attack without assurance of success. Based on intelligence and military resources at my disposal, I am confident we can seize this fortress system through a low-intensity conflict before either side adds weight to their stakes. Otherwise, once they do so, what begins as a minor skirmish might escalate into a larger war. Originally, the fortresses could be captured with the current force alone, yet this could later result in many times the casualties, and perhaps still not secure victory. With such importance placed on the strategic channels guarded by these fortresses, the longer the delay, the greater the investment from both sides, making our cost for taking these fortresses higher. Does this make sense, Brigadier General Li Xian? Asked Dai Lingnan. It's my short-sightedness. If our leader feels so certain, there must be confidence in achieving success. I'll follow your orders. Dai Lingnan nodded and continued. Old General, you are correct. Opportunities belong to the prepared, and preparing for war isn't wrong. After taking the 9 major fortresses, I'm inclined to accept General Li's suggestion for preparation. The star domain map was again enlarged. When magnified, the 9 fortresses were situated along vital interstellar trade routes, controlling key strongholds and influencing surrounding strategic points, like checkpoints acting as barriers preventing Huaxia from advancing into Federation territory. The 9 fortresses, named Tian starting from numbers 1 to 9, have formed an initial defensive fortress system. I agree with the chief's view. The longer we wait, the more sophisticated the Federation's fortress defense systems become, said another major general named Zhou He, who has comparable seniority to General Li Xian in the army. Whoever holds this key node will gain an advantage. If the enemy controls it, our forces must break through here when engaging with them. Conversely, if the enemy wants to attack us, they can use the channels controlled by the 9 fortresses to advance directly into our area, leaving us strategically disadvantaged. However, if our army takes control of these locations, they must breach these fortress clusters to invade Hangzhou and Tongzhou, while we will achieve tactical flexibility. Upon hearing Dai Lingnan's statement, the generals nodded in agreement and thus moved on to the main topic. The Central Military Command has given our army instructions to invade the northwest of the Federation. Yet no matter how much we prepare, the fact remains that we first need to conquer this defensive system, just as General Li mentioned. I already have a plan, and the next step is action. Let's go step by step. Dai Lingnan smiled. Dai Lingnan looked around and noticed the generals awaiting his explanation. He manipulated the holographic brain, making the 3D projections of the 9 fortresses clearer in the center of the circular display. Our immediate objective is to occupy as many of these key positions as possible. If we cannot, destroying them suffices since we aim to establish passages. New fortresses can always be built later. However, there is one particular stronghold that we absolutely must seize, as it concerns the success or failure of this battle. Dai Lingnan enlarged the central position of the 9 fortresses, specifically the Tianwei No. 5 fortress, making it appear more vividly within the 3-dimensional projection. Tianwei numbers 1 to 4 form the left wing of the entire fortress complex. Tianwei numbers 6 to 9 constitute the right wing, whereas Tianwei No. 5 serves as the central hub connecting both wings. If the whole fortress system is likened to a gate, then numbers 1 to 4 and 6 to 9 represent the left and right panels of the door, respectively, while number 5 serves as the latch. Once you hold the latch, opening the gate becomes logical. The 5th Army Group has 4 fleets, and the 4 fleets can each be assigned an assault fleet. One fleet will attack and capture Fortress Tianwei No. 5, after which we can open a passage for 2 fleets to launch frontal attacks, while the other 2 fleets attack from the rear, thereby completing our final assault on the 9 key fortresses. Li Xian asked. According to reliable intelligence, the Federation has deployed 3 fleets along this defensive line, one on each of the left and right wings and another fleet in the central area, relying on the entire defensive perimeter. Their forces are not weaker than ours. All plans must first focus on capturing Fortress Tianwei No. 5. With only assault battleships, we could destroy Fortress Tianwei No. 5, but occupying it would be an entirely different level of difficulty. Generally, don't worry. I've arranged for that myself. We won't need brute force. Cunning is enough. Dai Lingnan said lightly, then named the only female officer participating in the meeting, who was also a major general. Then General Xiahao Ling, you will lead the 3rd Fleet of the 5th Army Group together with my 1st Fleet to accomplish this strategic maneuver. Then you will join with my 1st Fleet to go behind the enemy lines while Generals Li Xian and Zhou He command their respective fleets for frontal assaults against both flanks, completing a surrounding attack. This operation is codenamed Point Removal Action. Yes. The commanders of the Huaxia military all stood up and saluted. Dai Lingnan also stood up and returned the salute, saying, if there's no objection, the meeting is adjourned. After returning, everyone prepare accordingly. It won't be long before the 5th Army Group's first coordinated campaign begins. Make sure we show the strength of our army. As the generals gradually left the meeting room one by one, only Xiahao Ling and Dai Lingnan remained inside. General Xiahou, the crux of the strategy lies in the capture of Fortress Tianmu No. 5. You were among the first to understand my plan, and my scheme places significant reliance on your fleet. But neither of us plays the leading role in this war due to insufficient manpower. We'll have to depend on them. Whether or not they succeed determines the overall progress of the war. If they fail, I'll implement the alternative plan to strongly assault the fortress. Here, give this to her. If worst comes to worst, I'd rather take over the fortress than destroy it. Dai Lingnan took out a chip and handed it to General Xiahao Ling. I've already informed Team Leader Min Ling of the Tianjin team. Xiahao Ling accepted the chip preparedly. Her ability to carry out this mission will be key. The advantages she possesses aren't held by others. Dai Lingnan expressed his satisfaction. Understood. However, wouldn't sending her into battle make it easier? Why use a cannon to kill a chicken? Since we have cards to play, why reveal our own hand? Understood. Xiahao Ling nodded, leaving the meeting room afterward. Dai Lingnan leaned back in the conference chair, pulling out an old-style pocket watch from his chest, handling this antique slowly. Meanwhile, at the high levels of discussions, Yu Qian and the rest were training in the Tianjin team's exclusive training room. For them, when there was no war, they had to undergo both high-intensity training and simultaneously balance the study of knowledge-based theories. Different from other Federation-based countries where primary Power Stones were gathered by some dominant powers and competition for becoming a Power Stone user only happened within the confines of those groups. Even though those who ultimately gained Power Stones secured positions, such internal competitions didn't reach the intensity seen in Huaxia, where nationwide competition was focused on limited Power Stones. Therefore, in Huaxia, individuals who became Power Stone users not only needed to excel in spirit energy, but also had to possess additional knowledge. Even bodily attributes that weren't usually required for Power Stone users were rigorously exercised, naturally making Huaxia's Power Stone users stronger among the strong. However, Su Ming was an exception. Su Ming, as a capability bearer produced outside the competitive system, merely caught up to others in terms of mental force and initially lagged behind as well. General Xiahao called us to gather at her office. Min Ling told the other team members. Yu Qian casually agreed with an indifferent and continued. Did you say General Xiahao? Assignment briefing, plus asking me to pick up something. Min Ling nodded. Commander Zhongjiang, isn't that our superior? Lin Tian stated. The 5th Army Group currently has 4 fleets, commanded by 1 senior general and 3 major generals. 2 of the fleets were stationed at the Hengluo military base, the remaining 2 stationed in the main bases in Hangzhou and Tongzhou provinces respectively. The 2 fleets stationed at the Hengluo military base were the 1st and 3rd fleets, and the Tianjin team belonged to the 3rd fleet. Well then, let's go see our superior. But somehow, hearing Xiahao Ling sound strange, Yu Qian pondered aloud. The supreme commander of the Huaxia military also shares the surname Xiahao Jing, the commander of the 1st Army Group. Haha, they should be unrelated though, Su Ming thought for a moment, jokingly commented. There are 3 Xiahos in the upper echelons of the military. Besides the 2 you've heard of, there's also General Xiahoda from the 2nd Army Group. Yu Qian looked like he rarely encountered curiosities as he said. Naturally, since their father and siblings, they all share the same surname. General Xiahoda is a hero, but many who want to attack him are suspected of having connections through family ties. However, all 3 Xiahos in the military have risen through their abilities. That's enough gossip about our superiors. We have a mission to do. Chapter 5, The 5 Mechs. Xiahou Ling informed the Sky Sword team of the mission for the 5th Army Group to attack the 9 key fortresses in Jingzhou soon, and required that during this mission, Captain Min Ling would temporarily take over the command responsibilities and arrange the upcoming assault mission. I've heard much about Commander Xiahou Ling, a rare and brilliant female general. Meeting you is truly better than hearing 100 stories, Lin Tian sighed. So I've told you, you haven't seen enough to understand, Yu Qian smiled. Besides, she's still single. If you manage to charm her, it could really be. Really what? Min Ling asked with a sweet smile. But for some reason, Su Ming and the others had the distinct feeling that it carried an edge of danger. Terrible. Yu Qian quickly finished his incomplete sentence, though he had already changed its tone, leaving Lin Tian and Su Ming, the two regular team members, rather puzzled. Captain Min, what is that chip for? Su Ming was still curious about the chip Commander Xiaohou had handed to Min Ling, so he asked. Oh, this contains some important information. I'll copy it for all of you when we get back. You'll know then, Min Ling replied. It's the end of December 4524, the operation time is New Year's Day, so there's no need to delay. We'll discuss it after we return. At this point, they were on their way back. The hover lift was taking them to their training base. New Year's Day, why choose this day as the assault point? Su Ming asked. New Year's might indeed be a good time to launch a surprise attack for countries not currently at war, but for Huaxia and the Federation which were locked in combat, did soldiers even get holidays? This was Su Ming's question. New Year's is indeed a great assault point. Zhonghua, who rarely spoke up, responded to this question. There are indeed no New Year's holidays for the federal frontline officers during wartime, but for the ability users, it's a different story. Hunyue is right. During New Year's, federal ability users can go home and celebrate with their families. The Federation has no trouble doing this because their entire command system won't be affected by the absence of the ability users. For the 4 main attacking fleets, the pressure from the enemy's 3 fleets and the entire fortress line remains. But for us who have infiltration missions, wouldn't the departure of the ability users create an opportunity for us? Yu Qian patted Su Ming's shoulder to explain. Lin Tian, Su Ming, as new recruits in your branch of service, having not experienced many battles and lacking detailed intelligence on the Federation is understandable. However, since you've joined the Huaxia army and want to defeat the opponent, you must work hard to understand our adversary, the Federation army, Min Ling said seriously. In the Sky Sword team, both Lin Tian and Su Ming were rookies. They were later supplements to the Sky Sword team. From rank alone, the other 3 had reached the officer level, whereas Su Ming and Lin Tian were still at the non-commissioned officer stage. After returning to the dormitory, Min Ling transmitted the content of the chip via the light brain system, sending a copy to each member. Only after opening and reviewing it did they understand why they were assigned to execute this infiltration mission. This was comprehensive intelligence on the 5th fortress. It meticulously documented troop deployments, defensive installations, internal structures, and more. Whether the intelligence was entirely accurate or not wasn't clear, but it was extremely detailed. Ho ho, truly, never go into battle unprepared. What a pleasant surprise this is, Yu Qian exclaimed, understanding the importance of intelligence well as someone who'd already been through several battles. Damn, the Central Intelligence Bureau really churns out monsters. This spy is a real talent. If I ever get the chance, I'd like to meet him. With such detailed intelligence, it's probably not something a regular spy could acquire. But intelligence doesn't change. Enemy deployments vary daily. To obtain such complete intelligence makes sense why the chief wanted to act quickly. The more Yu Qian read, the more shocked he became. With such thorough intelligence, I believe the remaining part of the war should be relatively easy to resolve. Lin Tian also marveled. Even with excellent intelligence, it isn't enough. We must continue working hard. One thing you must bear in mind is, if our spies can infiltrate the enemy side, the same could be possible vice versa. This is your first time executing such an important task, right? Let me emphasize, for your own safety, and for the 5th Army's success, keeping secrets is crucial. There's no need for me to stress this further, right? After reviewing Min Ling's transmission and storing it, Yu Qian addressed Lin Tian and Su Ming. Understood, Captain Yu Qian. Did you forget? I'm the deputy leader now, Yu Qian said without much attention to his downgrade. The commander for this mission is Min Ling. We all have to follow her orders. So call me Deputy Leader Yu Qian now. Of course, I personally don't like these captain or deputy labels after my name. You can just call me Big Brother Yu in private. Calling Big Brother Yu feels a bit strange. So let's stick with Brother Yu Qian or Deputy Brother Yu Qian in private, Su Ming said. In that case, I'll also not shy away from calling you Brother Yu Qian, Lin Tian added modestly. Hee, mission accomplished. I'll treat everyone to a feast to celebrate, Yu Qian said cheerfully, but afterward, his mood suddenly became gloomy as if burdened by thoughts. Is there something troubling you, Brother Yu Qian? Lin Tian asked. The words I just spoke reminded me of some things from the past, Yu Qian replied, lighting a cigarette and sighing. It seemed as though Lin Tian had hit the nail on the head about his troubles. Despite both being curious, seeing Yu Qian's abruptly dampened spirits made them hesitant to inquire further. You're rookies, I'm an old soldier, and there's a familiar experience from the past, but it was indeed not a good one. Let me ask you a question. Why do you want to participate in this war? Yu Qian asked. Every person who joined the war between Huaxia and the Federation had their own reason for doing so. Lin Tian answered promptly. I am a citizen of Huaxia, and naturally, I fight for Huaxia. Besides, my dream since childhood has been to become a famous general, and stepping onto this battlefield is merely taking the first step toward achieving that dream. What about you? Yu Qian turned to Su Ming, who hadn't responded yet. Each person who joins the Huaxia army has their reasons. They don't want Huaxia to be destroyed by the Federation. As for me, joining the Huaxia military was partly voluntary and partly compulsory. Huaxia does not allow original stone ability users to stay out of its forces. Because of this, I had no choice. The government's treatment of ability users cannot be flawless. Some say that ability users lean more towards the Federation because the Federation ensures their status, while common people lean more towards Huaxia because Huaxia gives them opportunities. Nevertheless, you both have expressed clearly that you don't want Huaxia to perish. The war between Huaxia and the Federation is a unification war, deciding who will unify whom. Although the strong Federation initiated the war, it couldn't exterminate the weak Huaxia within 13 years, and countless casualties over the last 13 years are testaments that we do not wish to be ruled by the Federation. Similarly, my reason for enlisting includes not wanting Huaxia to lose the war. We share the same battle reasons, and since we're on the same team, I won't go back on my word. I'm not short on money, so when we return victorious, I'll be able to treat you. The next day, Su Ming arrived at the training room and saw transport mechs carrying 5 unfamiliar types of ammunition into the room. Not everyone had arrived yet, but Min Ling was already early and commanding the transport mechs to move these items. What kind of ammunition is this? Su Ming asked curiously. Pulse bombs. Each of us will carry one. How to use them will be detailed once everyone arrives, Min Ling said, still recording data on her light brain device, not even looking up. Didn't you rest last night? Su Ming noticed Min Ling's poor mental state and asked with concern. This isn't your concern. The New Year's offensive starts in 2 days, and there are plenty of people in the base who haven't slept all night. Su Ming fell silent. After the transport mech completed its task, it left the training room. The 5 large-shaped bombs lay quietly in a corner marked with serial numbers. Not long after, the Sky Sword team members gradually entered the training room, where another unexpected group of 5 arrived. Another Prime Stone assault squad stationed at the Hengluo military base called Yingling. I learned about the combat plan yesterday as well. Although I don't know why higher-ups entrusted such an important mission to the newly restructured Sky Sword team, I, Captain Xiang Xiaolong of Yingling Squad, wish you all success, a handsome man in Yingling team uniform said politely, introducing himself as Xiang Xiaolong, captain of the Yingling team. After saying this, Xiang Xiaolong extended his hand to Yu Qian politely, but Yu Qian didn't reciprocate, saying, currently, captain of the Sky Sword team is Min Ling. You should talk to her. Oh, Xiang Xiaolong still smiled, turning his outstretched hand toward Min Ling and courteously said, forgive me for not knowing. Since Min Ling is appointed as the captain, then Mr. Xiang wishes Min Captain a smooth mission. If this mission goes smoothly, it will also rely on all of you from Yingling team's external support, and I wish Captain Xiang success as well, Min Ling replied amiably, shaking hands with him. Yu Qian watched Xiang Xiaolong's smug smile and felt deeply annoyed. After Yingling team left, Min Ling began to assign combat tasks. 5 Prime Stone mechs were also released from the Prime Stones. The training room was spacious enough to accommodate these 5 Prime Stone mechs. Su Ming's Prime Stone belonged to the special category of Prime Stones, the Construction Stone. His mech, Feathers Wolf, was a beast-type mech. A black wolf-shaped mech with prominent steel-feathered wings and transformation devices that allowed switching between humanoid and beast mech forms. The beast form excelled at close combat and ambush tactics with first-rate mobility, but was weak in long-range attacks. The humanoid form had more balanced abilities, though it lacked the outstanding advantages of the beast form, compensating for deficiencies in long-distance attacks, while incorporating a certain degree of damage repair functionality into its Prime Stone ability. Yu Qian's Prime Stone belonged to the energy category, the Light Source Stone. His mech was God Warrior 2, a humanoid mech. It was a silver-white mech equipped with capabilities for both long-distance and close combat. In environments abundant with light sources, the God Warrior demonstrated greater endurance. One might say light constituted the main battlefield for the Light Source Stone spectrum. Emphasizing light energy weapons, the God Warrior mech carried all energy-based weapons. Min Ling's Prime Stone belonged to the energy category, the Electromagnetic Stone. Her mech was the Eye of Black Hole, a humanoid mech. Featuring advanced radar eyes as well as using radar as its detection method, under radar scanning, the Black Hole could achieve natural invisibility. It possessed formidable reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities, alongside network attack capabilities, making Min Ling's mech the eyes of the Sky Sword team, although it was not adept at close combat. Lin Tian's Prime Stone was the Energy Stone, Light Stone, and just like Captain Yu Qian, it belonged to the relatively common Prime Stones in the universe. His mech, Huey, was a beast-type mech modeled after an eagle hawk. Similar to Su Ming's mech, Huey also came with a transformation device that allowed it to convert into a humanoid mech. In its beast mode, Huey allocated more light energy into constructing an energy defense grid to enhance its own defensive capability. In star regions rich in light sources, Huey could provide energy to other team members. In its humanoid form, Huey improved ultra-long-range mech sniper capabilities, possessing standoff attack capabilities and fortification capabilities. Min Ling's Prime Stone was a Matter Prime Stone, a Hunter Prime Stone. Her Prime Stone mech was called Prohibition, a humanoid mech. Prohibition had a strong capacity for melee combat, physical defense, and mobility, yet long-distance attacks were her weak point. After the appearance of the 5 mechs, each installed the new pulse weapons onto their respective mechs. The skylight of the training room opened, and the 5 mechs flew out of the base heading toward 2 ports harboring the 3rd Fleet. The flagship of the 3rd Fleet stationed at the largest dock, the Stellar Mother Star Ocean, Star Zealot, opened its mech hangar bay, and the prepped mech troops entered the bay in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, the 5 mechs of the Sky Sword team entered the Stellar Mother through a more specialized position. Chapter 6. The Fleet Sets Sail. Level 1 Combat Readiness. All members of the Hengluo military base, please proceed to your posts and await further orders. The announcement from the Hengluo military base echoed loudly throughout the compound. In the command room below, Dai Lingnan silently stared at an old-fashioned pocket watch in his hand. 3 blue light screens appeared within the command room, displaying the faces of 3 individuals. Xiaoho Ling was seated inside the command room of her battleship, while the other two were located in a conference room at the Hangluo military base. These 3 individuals were the fleet admirals under the jurisdiction of the 5th Military Zone, commanding the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th fleets respectively, Xiahou Ling, Li Xian, and Zhou He. The 1st and 3rd fleets were stationed at the more forward-positioned Hangluo military base, whereas the 2nd and 4th fleets were deployed at the military bases of Hangzhou and Tongzhou. Xiahou Ling's 3rd fleet, already stationed at Hangluo base, was ready to respond first, while Admiral Li Xian and General Zhou He's fleets, positioned at the main bases in their respective star zones, were on standby within the Hangluo military base. Report, Chief. Yesterday we issued orders to the 2nd Fleet guarding Hangzhou for its transfer to Hangluo military base. After several hyperspace jumps, it will arrive at Hangluo military base in 3 days. Report, Chief. Yesterday we ordered the 4th Fleet guarding Tongzhou for its relocation to Hangluo military base. Through several hyperspace jumps, it should arrive within 3 days as well. After hearing reports from Li Xian and Zhou He, Dai Lingnan nodded with satisfaction before turning his attention to Xiahou Ling, whose 3rd Fleet had completed its preparations. The preliminary relay station at the front of Hangluo military base is constructed. The personnel of the 4 Lingxiu warships are fully equipped. The 3rd Fleet is essentially ready and can set off shortly. Excellent. My 1st Fleet is also fully prepared. I will have the 1st Fleet and General Xiao's 3rd Fleet depart ahead of the others to attack the Tianwei 5 fortress. Meanwhile, Generals Li and Zhou's fleets will launch slightly later. Once our 2 fleets begin attacking the Tianwei 5 fortress, it's very likely that enemy flanks will send reinforcements, or worse yet, attempt to encircle our rear lines. At that point, you 2 must intercept these incoming reinforcements along their route. Is that understood? Asked Dai Lingnan, tapping his fingers lightly against the table as he gave the order. Understood, Chief. Dai Lingnan nodded once again, closed the communication screen, donned his general's uniform over his chair, fastened his military cap, and stepped out of his office. A hover vehicle transported him to one of the 2 major ports of the Hangluo military base. Numerous docks lined with various sizes of warships stretched out into view, an immense scale. Among them rested a Lingxiu battleship. The large-scale warships exceeded 5 kilometers in length. Examples included the 8,200-meter class Huaxia flagship, Starlight mothership, of which 4 were moored at the port, opening their cargo bays for loading operations. Standard mechs steadily entered the mech compartments of the Starlight motherships, while numerous space fighters were arrayed on the internal airstrips. Of the 4 motherships, a particularly adorned vessel occupied the largest dock. Descending from the hover car at this dock, Dai Lingnan was drawn aboard the mothership via a light-speed tractor beam directly into the bridge. As he approached, rows of officers rendered formal salutes, to which Dai Lingnan responded before heading straight to the command center. Upon entering the command center, all the officers stood up to salute him. Dai Lingnan returned the gesture. Taking his place at the captain's station, he addressed a brigadier through the floating light screen connected to the base. With the army's departure, the base and rear support will be under your charge. Do not fail. Understood, sir. The brigadier saluted. Seated at the commander's station, Dai Lingnan reclined comfortably in his chair, while communications from each ship within the harbor linked into hundreds of glowing screens before him. The captains of all ships reported their readiness and were now awaiting orders. Among the many displays, one featured Xiang Xiaolong sitting in the cockpit of a Yinggu Ling-type mech, rendering a respectful salute and stating, "Report, Commander. I am Captain Xiang Xiaolong of the Shadow Spirit Team, reporting that my team has reached the specialized mech storage area on the flagship Star Origin of the 1st Fleet and stands ready." Dai Lingnan nodded after listening. After some time, once everything in the harbor was prepared, he commanded the communicator, "Issue the order to all ships. The 1st Fleet departs." "Understood," replied the female communications officer, broadcasting across selected channels. "This is the flagship Star Z channel communication. The Fleet Admiral has issued the order for all ships to depart." Depart. Hundreds of warships of varying sizes stationed in the harbor housing the 1st Fleet pulled away from the docks, forming a magnificent space armada that sailed into deep space. Similarly, from another port within the base, another fleet formed its formation and sailed forth into deep space. As the first jump was initiated, the 2 fleets disappeared in an instant. A jump is a form of faster-than-light travel requiring immense power, and only warships are capable of performing it. Aboard the Star Mothership Z, abilities users can shrink their mechs into the Prime Stone space. The Prime Stone mechs aren't stored in the mech hangars of the Star Mother, but only require supplies and maintenance for fleet or port fortresses. After boarding the Star Z, Su Ming and his team were summoned to the combat planning room on the bridge. At this moment, although the 3rd Fleet had just set out, all deployments were being carried out urgently. The door to the combat command room opened, and Su Ming and the other 4 entered. Xiahou Ling was discussing strategic plans with her advisors. Inside the combat planning room was a complete 3-dimensional star map. On the star map, the 2 fleets were marked moving in different positions. These 2 fleets were the 3rd Fleet and the 1st Fleet that had departed from the port area. The flight paths of the 2 fleets were clearly not traveling together, but were heading towards the same mission objective, Tianwei 5 Fortress. "You're all here now." Xiahou Ling stopped her discussions with the advisors and turned to the Tianjin team, who had just arrived at the combat command room. "Report to General Xiahou. The Tianjin team has arrived." Xiahou Ling nodded and then said, "You will be executing a more critical secret mission. Success or failure will be a crucial link in the Chief's plan. I've called you here so you can participate in the discussion of our next operational deployment." Su Ming and the other 4 immediately sat down in 5 designated spots around the circular table in the combat planning room. At the center of the circle was a complete star route map, with the First Fleet currently moving through the central route of the star map. Space navigation relies on both the full database of star route maps and radar ships scanning the surrounding environment comprehensively. For a fleet, a complete star route map forms its foundation, while the range scanned by different radar ships sets the basic limit of how far a fleet can see. These are hard indicators of a fleet's capability. In space warfare, obtaining broader intelligence depends on the fastest speed space reconnaissance aircraft, which serves as scouts. This operation will be executed in 3 waves of attacks. Chief Dai Lingnan's First Fleet will take the shortest star path and launch the first wave of attacks. Afterward, my Third Fleet will join in after reaching the combat zone. The time difference between the first and second waves must not exceed 2 hours, meaning we must quickly arrive at the battlefield once the First Fleet begins its attack. The remaining third wave of attack will be commanded by Generals Li Xian and Zhou He. Xiahou Ling continued. Our primary goal upon arriving at the battlefield is to drop infiltration forces and subsequently engage in the battle. This mission's most significant requirement is to annihilate the Second Fleet of the Chinese Federation stationed at the Tianwei 5 fortress, while the fortress itself will be occupied as the spoils of war. The occupation task will be handed over to the infiltrating Tianjin assault team to accomplish. Up to this point, Su Ming realized how important the task he was to execute would be. Undertaking such an important mission for the first time, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart. His teammates beside him, except for Lin Tian and Su Ming himself, showed no change in expression. Xiahou Ling then said, "War proceeds step by step, linking one phase to another. The task you must carry out is an important link in Chief Dai Lingnan's strategy. No matter how excellent the plans and strategies are, they still need execution. Accomplishing your tasks in this operation will naturally be a great achievement. If you fail, well, though the outcome of wars is unpredictable, I don't want you to fail." Lin Tian and Su Ming, I know this is the first time either of you have received such important assignments. Don't be nervous. These experiences are necessary for you. And in the future, there will be more similar missions like this. When you can face them calmly, you will become qualified members of the Huaxia Special Mech Assault Team. The requirements for you in this mission are very simple. Obey Min Ling's arrangements. She will be your temporary captain for this mission and also the core of this crucial phase. I understand, ma'am. Xiahou Ling nodded and then said to the Tianjin team and the advisors, "So let's discuss the upcoming deployment." The light flickered, and within an open expanse of the star system, the fleet jumped into this location. After completing the first jump, preparations began for the next one while relaying data in the vast empty space. According to the star map, after completing 3 jumps, the Third Fleet would need some navigation time before reaching the destination. Chapter 7, Xiaziliang. January 1st, year 4525, the 9 Great Fortresses Defense Line, Tianwei 5 Fortress. Jingzhou's 9 frontline fortresses are of vital importance to Huaxia. The Federation also recognizes the significance of the Tianwei 5 Fortress. As the owner of this fortress, the Federation has established a more complete satellite defense system for Tianwei 5, deployed more troops, and assigned the Second Fleet separately. However, the defense commander of the fortress and the commander of the Second Fleet are not the same person. Commander Qian He of the Second Fleet and Cheng Zhong, commander of the 9 Great Fortresses, are both lieutenant generals from Qi State, one of the Federation's allied states, responsible for maintaining stability along this battle line. The Chinese Federation consists of 7 duchies and 11 major merchant families. Duchies, connecting provinces and regions, form local powers, with Qi State being one of them. The 11 merchant dynasties monopolize capital within the Federation. Internally, the Chinese Federation looks like the old 7 duchies. Externally, the 11 merchant families form the cohesion that unifies the Chinese Federation. There are 2 types of armies in the Chinese Federation, the Central Army and the local armies. The Central Army is directly under the control of the central government, which was established by China, the most powerful of the 7 duchies, based on the influence of the merchants' parliament, politics, and economics, thus achieving control over other allied states of the Federation. Beyond soft control, hard control comes from the strongest Central Army among the 7 states. The local armies belong to the other 6 allied states outside of China. These local armies have some independence from their local governments, but must still obey dispatches from the Central Army. The 4 commanders defending the 9 Great Fortresses, including the other 2 fleets, belong to the local army forces under Qi State, an allied state of the Federation. On the top of Tianwei 5 Fortress at the Star Viewing Plaza, Commander Qian He of Qi State's local Second Fleet and General Qing Zhong in charge of the defense of the 9 fortresses were discussing issues with 2 representatives from the Central Army. Unlike the 2 seasoned veteran generals, these representatives sent by the Central Army, 1 male and 1 female, were extraordinarily young, though their youth matched their ranks, not outrageously jumping to the rank of general officers. However, the 2 host generals treated the 2 representatives from the Central Army as equals, or even somewhat subordinate to them. These 2 representatives were members of the Federation Central Army, Xia Ziliang and Zhang Yaiyue. Hangzhou and Tongzhou originally belonged to Qi State, but were seized by Huaxia. During the discussion about reorganizing the military force, the Central Army sent 2 intelligence operatives who were below their level, and this presumptuous arrogance might be an insult from the Central Army faction to Qi's forces. Gazing at the eloquent young man before her, Yi thought angrily. Qi State once controlled the 3-star domains of Hangzhou, Jingzhou, and Tongzhou, making it not insignificant within the Chinese Federation. However, After Huaxia annexed Tongzhou and Hangzhou belonging to Qi state, Qi was left with only Jingzhou, causing its power to decline drastically. Facing direct threats from Huaxia's army to the west and internal pressures, the major family tied to the Qi through the 11 commercial families, the Qian family, also weakened alongside Qi's fall. Both Qi state and the local financial tycoon Qian family hoped to reclaim Hangzhou and Jingzhou before the enemy could consolidate its foothold, yet Qi state's cause did not receive substantial support from many forces within the Chinese Federation, or rather, their support hinged solely on how much Qi could offer. Internally, only Wei state from the northwestern three-star domain regions, which shared mutual dependence with Qi state, dared to give any support. Yet, even before providing tangible assistance, Wei had already begun negotiating post-war profit-sharing with Qi's high-ranking officials. The central government was even worse, seeking to absorb Qi state into the core territories of the Chinese Federation instead of recognizing it as a regional ally. This move was intended as a condition to resist threats from Huaxia in the northwest. After several months, the Federation failed to retake Hangzhou and Tongzhou while Huaxia was steadily consolidating its control over those territories. Politicians, merchants, and military elites alike were focused on dismantling the waning power structure of Qi state, not aiding it. In this situation, merely 2 members from the Federation's Central Intelligence Bureau arrived on the military front lines, yet presumed authority over 2 Qi state generals. How much greater would be the storm stirred up by the capital city of Qi state itself in Jingzhou? The fall of Hangzhou and Tongzhou turned our extended feelers towards Huaxia into threats from the northwest. Recapturing these lost territories should naturally be the primary mission, but neither the central government nor other regional governments seem interested, merely sitting idly as spectators. Not only does the Federation seem incapable of reclaiming Hangzhou and Tongzhou, but I suspect it may not take long before the very defensive line I hold falls into enemy hands. Lieutenant General Qianhe sighed. Xia Ziyang, however, saw things differently. Those within the Federation understood well that regardless of any changes happening inside it, the fortress system, known as the Northwestern Gateway of the Federation, was a defense line that could not be lost. Guarding this line for the Federation was about resisting external enemies, but assembling a coalition army to reclaim lost territories was ultimately about recovering lands lost by which specific faction. Given such an extensive defensive system and backed by 3 fleets, I believe the Huaxia forces would find it impossible to capture this stronghold without going all out. Furthermore, since Qi state lost Hangzhou and Tongzhou in the last campaign, the Federation now places great emphasis on securing these 9 frontline fortresses, and it won't be long before they invest more resources into strengthening their defenses. General Qian, he doesn't need to worry too much. The fortress will only become stronger and more stable in the future, Xia Ziyang responded with a smile. Qian, he was deeply dissatisfied with this young subordinate. Since arriving at the fortress, the latter had displayed excessive authority over the command structure, almost as if mocking them. The Federation had sent Xia Ziyang as its advance envoy to the 9 great fortresses, yet in the past half-month, his behavior could be seen as nothing short of an insult to their ranks. Assigning a junior-ranking officer from the Central Army to intervene in his command chain was indeed an affront to him, but it was true that the Central Army would soon arrive and take up residence within the fortress complex. At that moment, Qianhe's light-brain communicator buzzed, leaving him puzzled. A message from the Fortress Intelligence Department. The screen opened to reveal an intelligence officer who immediately reported. General Qianhe, General Chengzhong. According to our intelligence network, a jump point reaction has been detected from the Western Star route, coordinates omitted. It indicates that the first fleet of Huaxia's 5th Army is currently en route to Tianwei 5 Fortress. What? Both Lieutenant Generals Yi and Chengzhong were taken aback. If the Huaxia forces are attacking this fortress, 1 fleet may not be sufficient to claim it. It's likely that Huaxia has deployed more than just this single fleet. Put the entire fortress on level 1 combat readiness, and send out more reconnaissance drones to locate any other possible Huaxia fleets. Ordered Qianhe. Acknowledged. The communicator responded briefly before the channel closed. I apologize, Xia Ziyang, but Chengzhong and I must take our leave. Qianhe and Chengzhong hurried away, leaving Xia Ziyang and Zhang Yaoyue, who had remained silent throughout the discussion. It seems that Huaxia plans to seize control before we can fully solidify our defense. Xia Ziyang grinned. Let us see how incompetent Commander Qian handles this attack. It's the first fleet of the 5th group under the command of Huaxia's General Dai Lingnan. Do you enjoy seeing them fail? Zhang Yaoyue questioned, perplexed. He sees me as an inexperienced youth, but I see him as an aged man grown useless and senile. Huh, Xia Ziyang said disdainfully. Should we stay here? The Huaxia forces have chosen this moment to attack, probably counting on the New Year festivities to draw away Federation's ability-enhanced soldiers. But fortunately, a team still remains garrisoned in this fortress. Perhaps even old incompetence doesn't need our help. I doubt any general reaching such a high rank could lack significant competence, let alone a seasoned battle-tested veteran like him. Zhang Yaoyue, clearly annoyed at Xia Ziyang's calling Qianhe an incompetent fool, retorted. Xia Ziyang chuckled, but said nothing in reply. Elsewhere, Qianhe and Chengzhong rushed towards the command room. The commander of the enemy's 1st fleet is Dai Lingnan, so this will be a fierce battle. They certainly wouldn't deploy just 1 fleet to attack such a critical stronghold. Tianwei 5 Fortress is of utmost importance, so I'm heading to the command center to oversee fortress defense while you direct the 2nd fleet to rely on the fortress's fortifications to hold our ground. If their aim is solely to capture Tianwei 5 Fortress, Then let us coordinate both flanks of our fleets to surround and destroy them. Qian, he said briskly as he walked. What if the enemy's primary objective is merely feigning an attack here, while their real goal is capturing other fortress points? In that case, assuming our adversary is their main force commander, if their intention is merely to divert our attention to Tianwei 5 Fortress and send other fleets to attack other strongholds, then I actually prefer that exchange. Thus, while Qian He headed toward the starport, Cheng Zhong made for the command room. As the Level 1 combat readiness alert sounded across Tianwei 5 Fortress, satellite orbital cannons began circling around the fortress. Mech suits of various types emerged from the fortress's hangars, defending every corner of the surrounding satellite defense systems. The Federal Army's numerous defensive mechanisms around the fortress slowly unfolded: reconnaissance satellites, energy satellites, defense satellites, all part of the fortress's robust defense grid. Squadrons of unmanned reconnaissance drones were already being launched. Tianwei 5 Fortress was a heavily armed stronghold, with its reconnaissance system extending to a radius of the size of 2 solar systems. Dense satellite defense systems formed layers of fortifications, making it an extremely renowned fortress. However, this grand fortress had fallen into disuse over time, and much of the technology it relied on was outdated. Qian He arrived at the command room of the fortress, where the radar screen showed the distant starry expanse. The vanguard of Huaxia's 5th Army 1st Fleet, the Canopy Fighter Squadrons, were moving as quickly as possible toward the front line, hunting down the unmanned reconnaissance drones of the Federal forces outside the fortress's defensive perimeter. Meanwhile, their own fleet stationed at the starport had completed its deployment. Chapter 8. The offensive and defensive battle begins. The command room of the bridge on the flagship star Origin of the 1st Fleet, the Space Mother Star. The fortress garrison has 3 mech divisions guarding various critical outposts. There are 3 airports and 2 ports, but the fighters and fleet have not reached saturation. Only 1 resident fleet is stationed at the 2 ports, and it's obvious that the 3 airports aren't fully occupied by fighters either. However, if we estimate the total number of troops, our side will only have an advantage once the 3rd Fleet joins the battle, analyzed Vice Admiral Li Min. Release the 4 mech divisions from the Mother Stars to ensure each ship is protected, with the Spiritual Channel -4 as the key defensive battleship. We will gradually advance and avoid getting too close to the enemy's defense line. Sir, with the range of the fluctuation battleships, our army can attack from a greater distance. Getting this close to the enemy instead increases uncertainty, questioned Li Min. I need to let them know about the new model of our navy, not its maximum range, but to tell them that we have a weapon that stays just outside your defensive perimeter and can still punch you. Dai Lingnan smiled kindly. On the other hand, in the command room of Fortress Tianwei 5, when the 1st Fleet appeared on the radar screen, the fleet was advancing slowly in a defensive formation. It seems that the enemy doesn't intend to attack upon arrival. Indeed, considering the situation, our side holds more advantages, and attacking would not bring victory. Qian He analyzed calmly. Should I deploy my fleet? Asked Cheng Zhong via optical communication from the flagship of the 2nd Fleet, which had arrived to guard Fortress Tianwei 5. If the 2nd Fleet leaves the defense circle, it won't have an advantage. And since the enemy has presented itself with a defensive posture, it's probably waiting for reinforcements, Qian He analyzed. I've already contacted the 2 flanking fleets stationed at the 9 major fortresses, and when reinforcements arrive, we can encircle and annihilate the enemy. But what? But surely the enemy must have come prepared. On what basis are they attacking the fortress? Furthermore, there's no guarantee that their reinforcements will reach us before ours do. According to intelligence, the enemy has deployed their 1st and 3rd Fleets at the Hung Luo military base, while the 2nd and 4th Fleets are stationed further back at the main bases of Hangzhou and Tongzhou. Given that the 1st Fleet is here on the front lines, it's highly likely that the 3rd Fleet will be the next to reinforce. General Qian He, high-energy reactions detected from enemy ships. One of the officers urgently reported to Qian He. At the same time, both generals received the reports of high-energy reactions from the front line. Beyond the defensive zone, they planned to launch an attack. Qian He looked astonished at the visual projection. Dai Lingnan's fleet opened a gap revealing a large warship, second only in size to a Space Mother Star. Its frontal petals unfolded, resembling a blossoming flower, with its muzzle pointed at a satellite cannon among the more advanced base defense systems. Intense light gathered at the core of the flower. Damn, could it be a siege ship? Cheng Zhong gritted his teeth and whispered anxiously. Possibly. It has a very short range, yet remains effective even outside the defensive perimeter. Cold sweat broke out on Qian He's forehead. This level of warship has never been seen on the battlefield before. It must be newly developed by Huaxia, which explains why the enemy dared to attack the fortress so confidently. As energy converged at the center point of the flower, powerful energy was released, sending a thick beam across the starry expanse, swiftly rushing toward the targeted satellite cannon. In the visuals, the beam pierced through the cannon, causing a brilliant explosion. The remaining energy continued through, sequentially piercing 3 additional defense installations. The mech squad stationed at all 4 satellites were wiped out entirely with the explosions. On board the flagship Xingzhe of the 3rd Huaxia Navy Fleet, the Star Void Mother Star. Through multiple hyperspace jumps, the 3rd Fleet got closer to its target. In the command chamber aboard the bridge, 5 antenna screens representing information feeds from mechs floated in front of Captain Xiahou Ling. General Xiahou Ling, Team Tianjin is ready. Leader Min Ling reporting complete. Understood. This is the farthest extent Tianwei 5 fortification can investigate. Proceed from here, Tianjin team. Affirmative. The specialized mech hangar of the Xing Zhe opened, revealing 5 launchers where 5 mechs stood at attention. Black Hole Eye launching. War God launching. Hinata launching. Featherwolf launching. Forbidden Guard launching. The 5 mechs were simultaneously launched into outer space by their respective launchers and hovered mid-air due to their propulsive mechanisms. Initiate radar interference field. Min Ling rapidly completed the internal programming inside the mech, deploying a black hole field around the 5 levitating mechs. Seeing the 5 floating mechs on the Tianxuan light transmission screen, Xiahou Ling nodded approvingly, then ordered B-5 mech transporter launch. At the airport on the Space Mother Star, 5 large-winged fighters with multiple propulsion devices were launched outwards. They soared at high speed toward the Tianjin team. Each fighter carried an Orstone mech and was mounted on the back of each of the 5 mechs. Equipped with the fighters' super high speed, the 5 mechs formed a squadron and quietly left the 3rd fleet, disappearing into the depths of space. The frontline 1st fleet has already made contact with the enemy. Then it's time for our force to join the battle, Xiahou Ling said. The 3rd fleet sailed rapidly toward the Tianwei 5 fortress. In the command post of the Tianwei 5 fortress. If the enemy only plans to rely on siege ships to break through the fortress, their numbers are too few. Still shocked by the first attack of Lingxiu-class battleships, Qian He quickly calmed down. What to do? There is no choice but to not hold the defense line till death. General Cheng Zhong, destroy at all costs the new ship that the enemy just used to launch an attack. This one goal must be fairly easy for the 2nd fleet. That's true. Under such circumstances, there is probably no reason for my fleet to solidly guard the fortress anymore. Cheng Zhong bitterly smiled. Though the enemy revealed their methods, it instead made me feel relieved. Qian He relaxed in her command chair. General, coordinates, omitted, west of the enemy 1st fleet, another fleet has appeared. The flagship is Xing Zhe, judged as the 3rd fleet of the 5th Army of Huaxia, also including one of Huaxia's latest siege warships. Just before Qian He could fully relax, she suddenly received a report from the communicator. Ho ho, looks like my task has become heavier. Cheng Zhong bitterly smiled. On the contrary, Qian He seemed rather relaxed. Both the 1st fleet and the 3rd fleet have appeared on the battlefield and carry siege weapons. As long as the reinforcement fleets from both wings cut off the retreat route, then half of the military strength of the 5th Army of Huaxia will be surrounded and annihilated. The famous defensive General Qian He of Qi State seems nothing special after all, probably borrowing the glory of the family name Qian. On the top plaza of the Tianwei 5 fortress, Xia Ziyang comfortably reclined in his chair, removed the eavesdropper, mocked, while Zhang Yaoyue was not around at this moment. The 1st fleet of Huaxia forces, the Star Origin flagship, in the bridge command room. Report to the commander. The 3rd fleet has arrived at the battlefield. Xiahou Ling Major General reported to Dai Ling Nan via Tianxuan light screen. Arriving at the perfect time, so has the Tianjin team started its infiltration? Dai Ling Nan asked. The Tianjin team has been deployed, starting the operation to infiltrate Tianwei 5 through another star route. Then your 1st fleet should dispatch a reconnaissance unit to probe the enemy forces coming from both wings for rescue. Once the information is obtained, transmit the information to Zhou He's incoming 4th fleet. Report to the commander. The 2nd fleet of the enemy has started to move and navigate towards us. The detection officer urgently communicated. Inform all captains to reorganize the fleet formations and engage in battle with the enemy's 2nd fleet. Also, Xiahou Ling, you lead the 3rd fleet together to surround and kill the 2nd fleet. Additionally, the 2 Lingxiu-level warships are designated as key protection targets. The 2nd fleet deserves credit for emerging from the satellite defense system's shell. Receive the order. The 1st fleet and the 3rd fleet orderly completed their deployment. On the other hand, in the command room of the Cloud-class Space Mother Star, 7,500 meters level, the flagship of the Federal Forces' 2nd fleet. Report. The siege weapon from Huaxia's 3rd fleet has launched an attack. Target is this ship, unable to avoid. The fire control operator of the flagship reported urgently. Activate the energy umbrella. Cheng Zhong ordered. Activate the energy umbrella. The 1st mate gave the command. On the other side of the battlefield, hidden behind the Huaxia 3rd fleet, the fluctuation warship unfolded its frontal large-scale attack weapon. The Lotus Blossom opening locked onto the flagship heading forward from the Federation army. The gathered high-energy beam was discharged. The high-energy beam made contact with the Cloud-class Sky Mothership. The Cloud-class Mothership activated its frontal energy defense shield, which resisted the impact of the high-energy beam. Cheng Zhong's command room was bathed in bright light as the originally abundant energy sharply decreased in an instant. Eventually, the first attack from the 3rd fleet was repelled. However, according to the assessment by the fire controller, this resistance against the fluctuation warship's attack consumed 40% of the energy from the Cloud-class warship. Damn, can you predict when they will launch this kind of attack next? Cheng Zhong gritted his teeth and asked. No, we can only speculate based on the timing of their next attack, the fire controller replied. It seems like you're encountering difficulties. The arrival times of the 1st fleet and the 2nd fleet from both flanks are approximately 2 hours away. We just need to withstand for 2 hours. By that time, we will conduct a pincer movement. For now, our task is merely to eliminate the siege weapon of the enemy's fleet. Qian He from the command room of the fortress said via Tianxuan. I am aware of this. The 2 warships are clearly heavily protected by the enemy, so how easy would it be to destroy them? I know this, Qian He said helplessly. Let Wang Qi's team move out. We can be certain that with such a show of force, the enemy's abilities must also be present on the battlefield, which might mean a fierce battle. If we can't quickly destroy the enemy's siege weapons, then the longer this drags on, the greater the losses we will incur. I understand, Cheng Zhong said. Communicator, issue the order for Wang Qi's team to prepare. Chapter 9, The Shadow Spirit and Wang Qi. Wang Qi team, a squad of ability users from the Qi State local military of the Federation, is also a direct emerging force under the Qian family, one of the 11 commercial families. All members are from the new generation of the Qian clan. Ability user assault teams are structured into large units, medium units, and small units. A large unit consists of 7 ability users, a medium unit has 5 ability users, and a small unit consists of 3 ability users. However, Wang Qi team is made up of 5 ability users as part of a small unit. The new year allows ability users in the Federation to freely choose whether to take leave. It was during this time that the 9 major fortresses, which usually housed more ability users, only retained Wang Qi team for use by the Second Fleet. Wang Qi team stands ready. Captain Qian Hu reports. Depart. Cheng Zhong commanded. Fierce Tiger, depart. Eagle Vulture, depart. Leopard Type, depart. Magic Bat, depart. Dragon Turtle, depart. The special mech cabin of the Yun-class Star Mother opened, and 5 launchers ejected 5 animal-type mechs into space. General, with only 5 ability users, it might be difficult to break through the enemy's defenses. Moreover, the enemy likely has ability users joining the battlefield as well, the deputy fleet captain asked. To sink an enemy siege vessel heavily protected requires either our military's willingness to sacrifice all to tear through their defenses and attack them without counting losses. This puts great demands on the speed of our naval fleet, making it very difficult for us. Indeed, as General Qian He imagined, if we destroy 2 of their battleships at any cost, the mission will be accomplished. But at the moment, the 2 fleets have combined forces. Perhaps they already know about our possible plan to recklessly destroy 2 siege vessels. Are they not preparing for something? Compared to General Qian He's strategy, I favor holding our ground and waiting for reinforcements. Siege weapons cannot perform high-frequency attacks. The fortress can withstand 2 hours of damage before reinforcements arrive and counterattack. Cheng Zhong said. I understand. The fleet will cease forward movement and rely on the fortress defense system for protection. Release mechs and carrier-based aircraft. Flagship of the First Fleet, Xing Yuan. Report, sir. The enemy ship has stopped moving forward, the detection officer reported. It has stopped. Li Min wondered. As seen on the optical imagery, countless mechs and carrier-based aircraft swarmed out from the opposing fleet heading towards their own. Dai Lingnan smiled and said, if this is the case, the enemy fleet doesn't need to intentionally move forward. On the contrary, after moving forward for some time, it can release mechs and fighters to defend the rear. Isn't it strange, Li Min? I thought the Second Fleet would attack our army without counting casualties in order to destroy our siege ships and eliminate potential threats. However, they've stopped and continue to hide within the base defense system, only willing to send out mechs and fighters to engage in combat. Our deployment must have shaken the confidence of the opposing general, Dai Lingnan chuckled. According to the enemy's configuration, fortresses and fleets collaborate to defend Tianwei 5. As expected, they are sending mobile fleets from both wings to reinforce, aiming at our encirclement plans. At first, their task was quite pleasant, only to withstand our strong attacks. Our army doesn't need relentless assaults on the fortress that don't count casualties. We can gradually wear down their defense systems within our defensive zone. This gives the Second Fleet a reason to set sail to remove the threat. Their fleet, weaker than ours, needs only to deal with our siege vessels, and such losses are acceptable. But now, their target has doubled in number, and we've laid traps ready to lure them into jumping if they dare. They don't wish to risk death themselves or for their fleet, but are given orders to accept certain death. I think this is the crux of why the enemy fleet wavers. Federal Tianwei 5 Fortress, Command Room. General Cheng Zhong, why has the Second Fleet stopped advancing? Qian He was shocked that Cheng Zhong's fleet had ceased advancement according to the original plan. The Second Fleet was supposed to eliminate the opposing side's siege fire threat at any cost. General Qian He, judging by the enemy fleet's deployment, they are ready to welcome our expedition. Under conditions where the enemy is strong and we are weak, an all-out effort may lead to the complete destruction of our Second Fleet. Rather than this, I suggest calling for support from the 2 flanking fleets of the fortresses. In 2 hours, I believe we can depend on the warships and fortress defense systems to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Even if the opponent continues to strongly attack the fortress, it won't fall within 2 hours. By the time the reinforcements arrive, our 3 fleets can completely surround the enemy and turn the tide of the battle. General Cheng Zhong analyzed. Qian He paused briefly, then said, I lack consideration. However, the fleet must ensure the safety of the fortress. I understand. The Chi-Bat mech possesses advanced detection functions, capable of predicting the enemy's attacks to a certain extent. Our fleet will prioritize the safety of the fortress. General Cheng Zhong, then I'll leave the defense at the edge of the fortress to you. Qian He said, I understand, but I hope that some mech forces and space fighters from the fortress can be diverted to assist our defensive efforts. As you wish. The communication via the celestial network ended. Cheng Zhong Qian He leaned back helplessly in the command chair. Although their previous conversation had been harmonious, Qian He already knew that an unavoidable rift was forming between them. Just now, she realized her request for allies to sacrifice everything implied asking Cheng Zhong and his Second Fleet to give up their lives. Unwillingly, so did Cheng Zhong. Despite both being lieutenant generals, fleets must follow fortress commands. Yet moments ago, Cheng Zhong turned around and made demands of Qianhe. On the other side, the bridge command room of the Yun-class Star Mother responsible for the front lines. After the Celestial Network call ended, Cheng Zhong remained disheartened yet still commanded the fleet. On the optical display, the joint fleet formed by the 1st and 3rd fleets of the Huaxia Army, 7-star Mother Mechs released aircraft and mechs, completing formation. With such a distance between the two fleets, only the Huaxia Army's 2 siege vessels could launch attacks. Large-scale fleet battles were not imminent, but confrontations involving mechs and fighter jets were about to begin. Huaxia Army, Xingyuan Command Room. It was indeed the most feasible choice to attack during New Year's. The enemy's ability users are mobilized. It's time for the Shadow Spirit team to act. From the special mech compartment on the Xingyuan, 5 mechs stood ready. Swift Shadow deploy. Dark Shadow deploy. Absolute Shadow deploy. Moon Shadow deploy. Shadow Emperor deploy. The 5 mechs plunged into the starry void. Instead of direct fleet combat, the 2 fleets chose to engage using dispatched frontline mechs and fighters. Reasonably speaking, isn't the Shadow Spirit team better suited for infiltration and covert missions? Assigning them to frontal battlefield operations might be inappropriate. Lehman asked. The Shadow Spirit team was not configured like the Heavenly Sword team for all-around tasks. Instead, its members specialized more in infiltration and surprise attacks rather than direct combat tactics. Their captain, Xiang Xiaolong, had even accomplished the assassination of a Central Army Brigadier General. Dai Lingnan's various decisions perplexed Li Min, like why he assigned the Shadow Spirit team, suitable for infiltration operations, to direct combat, while assigning penetration missions to the Heavenly Sword team, which is adept at frontal warfare. I've considered this question too, but this arrangement leaves me no choice. You can't have everything. The Shadow Spirit team's infiltration capabilities are indeed excellent, but none of them can complete the task I've planned. While among the Heavenly Sword team, Min Ling can execute my plans. In planning missions, we focus on results, not processes. The Shadow Spirit team may excel in processes, but they cannot achieve the intended results. Meanwhile, although the Heavenly Sword team's processes might not perform as well as the Shadow Spirit team's, they do deliver results. Why don't we assign Min Ling to the Shadow Spirit team? If I do that, I'd lose one of my key assets. The Shadow Spirit team and Min Ling need to work together, and the unnecessary time wasted in collaboration is what I can least afford. Dai Lingnan pulled out an old-fashioned pocket watch from his chest and said, many things can't be done perfectly, and this infiltration mission is not too difficult, thus doesn't require extreme specialization. Report, Commander. The opposing ability users have been confirmed to be a specialized mech unit composed entirely of animal-type mechs. Wang Qi team. The detector officer reported. He see that? We send a covert squad to confront the opponent's all-rounder squad directly. It's pretty funny, isn't it? Dai Lingnan laughed. But having something is always better than nothing. Second Fleet of the Huaxia Army, flagship of the 4th Fleet, Star Mother Xinghue, Xinghong Command Room. Xinghue. Report, Lieutenant General Li Xian. The joint force formed by the 1st and 3rd Fleets at the front line has started attacking Tianwei 5 Fortress. However, both fleets are in a cold conflict with large-scale mech wars erupting only on the front lines. The Deputy Commander reported. The decisive factor in war is the engagement between fleets. If there is no massive fleet engagement, it means neither side intends to decide the outcome. When the threat of siege weapons exists, if the enemy lacks determination for a decisive battle, then General Dai Lingnan's guess is correct. They are receiving reinforcements from the fortresses on either flank, intending to surround the combined fleet once support arrives. Li Xian said, then our army should proceed according to plan. Release reconnaissance drones, expand the scope of reconnaissance along possible enemy fleet routes, and simultaneously prepare an ambush to counterattack the assisting forces. Understood. Additionally, inform General Zhou He that I will be responsible for the left-wing fleet of the enemy, while he takes charge of the possible right-wing fleet. Xinghong, Bridge Command Room. A message was received from the 2nd Fleet. General Li Xian stated that our fleet should be responsible for attacking the enemy's right wing. The communicator reported. Understood. Announce an order throughout the ship to release reconnaissance aircraft, expand the search range for the enemy fleet, and simultaneously set up an ambush on the inevitable route of the enemy fleet. Chapter 10, The United Fleet. The Huaxia United Fleet versus the Qi country's Federal 2nd Fleet, plus the Tianwei 5 stronghold of the Federation. The mech suits of both sides clashed at the boundary of the stronghold's defensive line, initiating a mechanized war. In this vast battlefield, the Federations and Huaxia's mech suits were engaged in fierce combat. Huaxia's standardized mechs, the Wolfhound lightweight model, the Leopard medium-weight model, and the Xuanwu heavy-duty model faced off against the Federation's standardized mech lineup, the Viper light model, the Antelope mid-range model, and the Wild Beast heavyweight. These were the 4 pairs dominating the Huaxia Federation battlefields. Lightweight and mid-range mechs set the standard across all human nations' militaries, from which more specialized types of mechs developed, such as siege mechs, reconnaissance mechs, interference mechs, and combination mechs. The pinnacle of mech construction technology was known as the Primal Stone mech. The biggest difference between Primal Stone mechs and regular mechs lay in their power core. Primal Stone mechs used primal stones as their energy source, while normal mechs relied on spiritual energy crystals. On this battlefield, both sides had deployed Primal Stone mechs in combat, with the Federal Army's Wang Qi team's mechs particularly standing out. The 5 beast-type Primal Stone mechs rampaged through the Huaxia mech core like they were in no man's land. Qi, whose Tiger-type mech effortlessly tore through Huaxia's standardized mechs, its shoulder-mounted laser cannon decimating large numbers of enemy units with ease. This formidable mech belonged to the captain of Wang Qi's team, Qianhu. In front of his eyes, Huaxia's lightweight wolfhound mechs maneuvered quickly towards Qi, whose tiger mech, apparently dismissing them as insignificant. When about 4 Huaxia leopard mid-sized mechs opened fire with their laser cannons, the tiger nimbly dodged their attacks, retaliated, and destroyed all 4 leopards. Hunter approaching. The system warned, but Qianhu dismissed the incoming hunter as unimportant. The tiger's shoulder-mounted laser cannon fired upon the hunter. However, this hunter was not an ordinary one. It skillfully evaded Qianhu's attack and closed in at high speed. At that moment, Qianhu realized something was amiss. Just before contact between the 2 mechs, the hunter revealed its true identity, unveiling itself as the Shadow Spirit Team's Shadow Emperor mech. The Shadow Emperor swung its black laser sword toward the vulnerable waist of the tiger mech. In the nick of time, the tiger tilted away, narrowly avoiding critical damage, but Qianhu paid for his underestimation as the laser cannon on its shoulder was cut off by the Shadow Spirit mech. When Qianhu managed to stabilize the mech, the Primal Stone mech vanished from sight, blending into the ongoing attacks by other Huaxia mechs. Damn it! Activating transformation device. Switching to humanoid mech mode, Qianhu muttered grimly. The form of the tiger rapidly shifted. The fearsome tiger-type mech transformed into a towering humanoid mech. Its arms transformed into a pair of sharp claws glowing menacingly, while the remaining plasma cannons still remained on the shoulders, albeit only one now intact after being damaged earlier. With the experience of having been ambushed, the tiger became much more cautious. Meanwhile, other members of the Wang Qi team were also facing their respective opponents, making their previously seamless battles a little more difficult. Inside the command bridge of the Star Mother Xingyuan ship, a message came from the captain of Lingxiu warship. Captain, the Lingxiu warship has completed energy gathering again and is ready to fire. Then our target is the Federation's frontline mech satellite. Understood. Behind the United Fleet, the Lingxiu warship that had launched its first attack again spread its floral-like structure to gather immense energy. The opening aimed directly, allowing the second fleet to quickly make predictions. The closer Star Mother quickly moved in front of the mech satellites. An intense beam shot forth, obliterating any Federation mech along its path, while Huaxia mechs in its trajectory quickly evaded. Deploy energy shields. The Star Mother stationed ahead of the satellite erected its energy barrier, withstanding the impact of the pulse beam attack. Oh, the Federation uses the Star Mother to defend the stronghold. That makes sense, Dai Lingnan said. On the other side, in the command room of the Federation's Second Fleet and Taiwanese 5 Fortress, Qianhe and Shengzhong simultaneously concluded that the new Huaxia warship's attack interval was 15 minutes. With such high energy aggregation, only 3 motherships in the Second Fleet have enough shielding energy to withstand the attack. A single attack costs 40% of a mothership's energy. After withstanding 2 attacks, it needs to return to port for resupply. Using precious motherships as shields is quite extreme, Shengzhong complained unhappily. However, this also indicated a problem. The Federation possessed sufficient resources thanks to its fortress for replenishment. On the skirmish line, aware that their opponent could be hidden among the enemy forces, Qianhu instinctively ordered the other team members to gather together. I've encountered someone pretending to be a nobody sneaking up on me. Let's talk about what enemies each of you have encountered, Qianhu said. It was also a guy disguised as a nobody, moving incredibly fast. I could only react to his moves when faced with threats, said the pilot of the Eagle mech. It seems you also encountered a person pretending to be a minor player. But the opponent you met, Eagle, might not be the same as mine. Even with your remarkable reaction speed that surprised even me, it wasn't on the level of the one I faced, Qianhu remarked. Multiple enemies who looked like nobodies, but when they attacked, they were all illusions. Just as I was confused, one of them, appearing to be an illusion, launched a sneak attack on me, reported the pilot of the Leopard mech. Creating illusions and disguising oneself. What an amateur move. Qianhu commented disdainfully. He then asked the other 2 team members. The Bat mech is responsible for battlefield warnings, while the Dragon Turtle mech guards it. Have you 2 at the back been sneak attacked too? We mistakenly thought we were under attack by friendly Cobra mech sneaking around. Fortunately, thanks to the warning from Bat and its protection by Dragon Turtle, we were unharmed, calmly explained the Bat mech's pilot after narrowly escaping danger. So these 5 capable ones are adept at using stealth assassination tactics deemed amateurish. They're trash who excel in thievery. I can't fathom why the enemy deployed such a thieving group to a conventional battlefield. It's like their heads got squashed, Qianhu criticized sarcastically. Since there's already an assassin-type special squad infiltrating our area, we must ensure the safety of Bat no matter what. As for Bat, activate your wide area Bat I to make those who hide themselves exposed. Yes. On the other side, the concealment of Shadow Spirit Team's 5 Primal Stone mechs was broken as soon as the opposing wide area Bat I expanded. You didn't take out Bat, damn. Now things are bad, complained Xiang Xiaolong, piloting the Shadow Emperor mech while contacting the Shadow and Absence members of the Shadow Spirit Team responsible for eliminating Bat. Apologies, Captain. We were discovered in time, so we couldn't break through the defenses of the Dragon Turtle. Xiang Xiaolong shook his head regretfully. That's unfortunate. Without neutralizing that crucial Bat mech, they've become aware. It will be hard to strike again now. Luckily, the success or failure of our efforts won't affect the general situation much. Let's just restrain the Wang Qi squad. When we see an opportunity, let's take out Bat. Yes. Comrade leader, the other party has already become wary of our mech squad. Should we recall them? Frontal combat isn't Shadow Spirit Squad's forte, And if we mishandle this, the entire squad might end up losing badly, suggested Li Min. Not necessary. Our forces have other capable individuals available for deployment. Li Min, General, aren't you one of them? You will proceed to support the Shadow Spirit team, while I'll oversee the fleet completely, stated Dai Lingnan. Understood. Without further ado, Li Min left the deputy commander's seat and headed towards the special mech cabin. After a short while, the special mech cabin opened. Of the 5 ejector seats, only one had a silver-white humanoid mech mounted, indicating that this mech was designed for both long-distance and close-range battles, making it a balanced unit. Silver Dragon, depart. The silver-white humanoid mech was ejected from the special cabin of the Star Origin. Before joining the battle, Silver Dragon immediately contacted the Shadow Spirit team. Shadow Spirit team, I sincerely apologize for assigning you to such a battlefield where you can't perform optimally. Nevertheless, once we've stepped onto this battlefield, there's no retreating. Our leader wouldn't wish to sacrifice you so easily. Therefore, I've been drafted to come support you, Li Min explained helplessly. Deputy Commander, your support is greatly appreciated, responded Xiang Xiaolong. Alright then, from now on, the Shadow Spirit team will be under my command. Our mission is to stabilize the front line. Affirmative. With increasing numbers committed to the fight, the intensity between Federal and Huaxia mechs escalated. However, what the human world held as truth was that fleet engagements ultimately decided the outcome of a battle. Hence, fleets were stationed behind intense crossfires. In the command room of the Star Sea ship, report to General Xiaohaoshan. The Lingxiu warship has finished gathering energy and is ready for another round of attacks. Xiaohaoshan received the message from the captain of the Lingxiu oscillation ship. Wonderful. Judging from the previous attack by the First Fleet, it is evident they're using their mothership's energy shields to block our wave energy siege cannons. 3 shields were placed at 3 key locations on the front lines. Given this, let's set the core radar warship of the Second Fleet as our next target to annihilate it and disclose the range of our new weapon, Xiaohaoshan instructed. Understood. The connection with the Lingxiu warship was terminated. Behind the United Fleet, another large warship extended its forepart resembling a blooming flower, collecting immense energy within its center. Its aim target showed visible signs of unrest. The 6,600-meter class radar ship made an emergency evasive maneuver while deploying a weak energy shield. However, the high-energy beam was faster, and the thick-wave energy beam pierced through the radar ship's energy shield before penetrating its core. A brilliant explosion lit up the starry void, marking the destruction of the large vessel. The escort ships and mechs accompanying it were also obliterated in the massive detonation. On the display screen, the radiant explosion claimed the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers from Cheng Zhong's Second Fleet. Although this outcome had been anticipated by Cheng Zhong, he could do nothing but silently accept the bitter consequences. The mothership's energy shield had successfully withstood attacks on critical fortifications, yet at the same time, it signified that the Second Fleet had lost its toughest layer of protection. Moreover, the fact that the radar ship hiding at the rear had been targeted indicated that the enemy's fortress warship possessed a longer range than expected. The area once considered safe was no longer secure. Chapter 11. The Rescue Fleet. The radar ship is the eye of the fleet. Among all types of ships, only the radar ship does not carry weapons but high-precision detection and interference equipment. However, because of this, the radar ship has a wide-area radar coverage range that other warships do not possess. Naturally, as the eye of the fleet, it is placed in a key protected position. The loss of the radar ship was unprecedented for the Second Fleet, but it did not affect its combat effectiveness since there was an entire fortress radar network behind the Second Fleet. Command room of Fortress Tianwei 5. It seems the siege weapons of the Huaxia forces pose a greater threat than we originally estimated. I believe my prior plan to prioritize destroying enemy siege weapons was correct. Before the relief force arrives on the battlefield, our army still needs to withstand 10 attacks from their siege weapons, suffering losses accordingly. The energy shield defense of the mothership is merely passive. We can only know the location of the next attack when the enemy warship's cannon orifices are pointed toward us. General Qian He's palms were sweating. Huaxia Army's first deployment of siege weapons clearly brought him great pressure, and he could only pin his hopes on the arrival of reinforcements. I understand your concerns, but even their siege weapons will eventually run out of energy, said Cheng Zhong. However, it's clear now that the enemy brought more supply ships. There is no reason to hope they'll run out of energy, so only with the arrival of reinforcements from both flanks can we counterattack. I have already urged the 2 fleets not to dilly-dally and hurry here for rescue. The battle continued fiercely. On another front, the Federation's First Fleet and Third Fleet followed their prearranged plans, heading online, intending to surround the Huaxia allied fleet from the front, rear, and one side. Commander Fu Lin of the Federation Chi State First Fleet led the First Fleet sailing from the left flank of the fortress, while Wang Jin sailed from the right flank leading the Third Fleet. Without a doubt, both were heading straight for the vulnerable rear of the joint fleet engaging with Fortress Tianwei 5. The 9 fortresses spanned such a vast length that faster-than-light travel, FTL, to shorten the journey was impossible. Communication for both fleets relied on relay stations along the way and the fortress communication network system linked to Tianwei 5 fortress. For this reason, both navigating fleets could receive frontline information instantly, though with some delay. Command room of the Yuhao Star Mothership, flagship of the Chi State First Fleet under Federal Commander Fu Lin. Vice Admiral Fu Lin had just received news that the radar ship of the Second Fleet had been destroyed by Huaxia siege weapons, alongside urgent calls for reinforcement from Fortress Tianwei 5. The Huaxia forces have indeed developed extremely threatening weapons. We need to arrive at the battlefield promptly. From the frontline engagements, it appears that the Huaxia forces mainly rely on long-range attacks surpassing our defensive range. But on the bright side, this gives our army ample time. However, what awaits us upon reaching the battlefield will be 2 fully equipped fleets, Vice Admiral Fu Lin said seriously. Speed is of the essence. Adjust the formation and reach the battlefield at the fastest speed possible. Our support is needed at the front line. Yes, sir, replied the deputy ship commander. The Federal First Fleet quickly adjusted its formation and accelerated navigation. On the other side, in the command room of the Wuhao Star Mothership, the flagship of the Federal Third Fleet, Vice Admiral Wang Jian also received the urgent call for reinforcement and the report about the destruction of the Second Fleet's radar ship. General Qian he requests us to arrive at the battlefield as soon as possible for support. It seems the front lines are under significant pressure, and we cannot delay further. Adjust the fleet formation and head towards the front line at maximum speed, said Vice Admiral Wang Jian. Yes, sir, replied the deputy ship commander. The Federal Third Fleet swiftly adjusted its formation and increased speed. Meanwhile, the Huaxia Fifth Army's Second Fleet and Fourth Fleet navigated silently through deep space. Command room of the Xinghua Mothership. Report to Vice Admiral Li Xian. The reconnaissance aircraft has detected the target, the Qi State First Fleet of the Federation. The fleet is traveling at high speed. Estimated contact with our fleet in 10 minutes, reported the reconnaissance officer. The prey has arrived. The opponent is rushing for time. Let's ambush them here. Additionally, dispatch mecha units to capture the rear relay station of the enemy. Using electrical warfare mechas, take over the relay station to intercept the messages being transmitted between the enemy and the front line, modify, and redirect the information we want to transmit. After hearing the report, the seasoned General Li Xian took out a small bottle of liquor from his pocket and sipped a little before saying, Tianlong team, these missions fall into your hands. 5 replies came via intercoms installed inside the mechas. The mecha bays and special operations mecha bays, along with the carrier aircraft airports of the Xinghua Mothership, opened. Ironblood, depart. Dragon Shadow, depart. Yinglong, depart. Knife Edge, depart. Tianlong, depart. 5 Primestone mechas led a small-scale group of mechas launched at high speed via the mech carriers. The Huaxia Second Fleet ceased navigation and concealed its shape along the route. On another course, the Huaxia Fourth Fleet, flagship Xinghong. Report to General Zhou He. The frontline reconnaissance aircraft has detected the target, the Federation Qi State First Fleet. The fleet is traveling at high speed and is expected to make contact with our fleet in 10 minutes, reported the reconnaissance officer. Instruct all ships to set an ambush on the enemy's inevitable path, and have the Tiana team lead a batch of radar mechas to bypass the enemy's rear and occupy the relays they've set up. General Zhou He said. The Mecha Bay and Special Operations Mecha Bay, along with the carrier aircraft airport of the Xinghong Mothership, opened. Huayang, depart. Zhonghua, depart. Qingyang, depart. Tianxiu, depart. Zijing, depart. The Huaxia Allied Fleet, command room of the Xingyuan Bridge. Report to the commanding officer. We've explored the traces of enemy forces from the fortresses on both sides of the fortress system. They are navigating toward our rear, aiming to cut off our retreat, said the detection officer. And what about Li Xian and Zhou He? Dai Lingnan asked. General Li Xian and General Zhou He have completed their ambush on the enemy's arrival route according to the plan. Dai Lingnan nodded contentedly and then opened a telecommunication with the Xingza, asking Xiahou Ling. The basic preparations are done. The enemy's internal defense is basically vacated. It's just missing one final push by the Tianjin squad. I think most of the enemy's forces are restrained externally. Infiltration should be without major obstacle. If this really succeeds, it'll be a complete victory. Once we return, I'll report to the military committee for a good reward for them. Dai Lingnan laughed. However, commander's planning is meticulous. Every step of the battlefield connects closely, which makes me admire you, Xiahou Ling said. You're being modest. Only accurate intelligence can bring such planning. Isn't that so? As the ancients often say, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy ensures victory. We need only focus on achieving victory together, fully devoted to securing this win so that each of us can add to our merits, Dai Lingnan said. Understood. Also, my plan isn't foolproof. Even the best plans can't keep up with changes. Although the earlier steps were well executed, it all comes down to whether the Tianjin team can seize Tianwei 5. Dai Lingnan seriously said. So what if their mission fails? Xiahou Ling asked. All troops going out. If we cannot achieve a perfect victory, at least we must ensure victory by destroying the 9 fortresses, Dai Lingnan said. As for how you see the main opponent we face in this battle? About how I see it, as I said before, a rather easy to deal with character. How do you determine between difficult and easy to deal with opponents? Opponents who plot to secure victory first before engaging in combat are troublesome, while those seeking victory after opening fire are easily handled. Our opponents this time clearly belong to the latter, Dai Lingnan said. The telecommunication closed, concluding the dialogue between the 2 commanders responsible for this campaign. Led by acting General Li Min, the Yingling team engaged in a grueling fight with the enemy Wang Qi team, remaining evenly matched without a decisive victory. The Mecha War was merely appetizers for both parties. The key to federal military success lay in the arrival of reinforcements, whereas the Huaxia military staked its surefire victory on the never-before-seen Tianjin team on the battlefield. The federal threat forced Tianwei 5 fortress to shift more orbital satellite defense facilities towards the conflict zone. In the tranquil rear area, the black hole field successfully infiltrated into the fort's detection range, allowing stealth behind the stronghold. When the cloud data energy of the transport plane carrying the mechas was depleted, they could not discard it lightly, making the transporters a burden for the Tianjin team. The 5 mechas Yulang, Jinwei, Huey, Black Hole Eye, and War God stood still in the void behind the fortress, already within the defensive range of the fort, yet faced an eerily calm rear area. Damn, I don't know what to say. Before the fortress, when the unmanned transport ran out of energy, I just blasted off with a shot. Why bother with this trouble? Without question, it was Yu Qian who had temporarily lost his captain speaking. Though this was clearly a joke, let my war god carry the aircraft with one hand and a big bomb with the other. Damn, I don't even know what to say. For the Tianjin team, executing such an important mission made them tense enough to find no humor in Yu Qian's joke. Captain Minling, when do we start? I can hardly wait anymore, Lin Tian asked. Don't rush, we'll be ready to act soon. Everyone, load the fort internal map. I've copied you into your mech systems. Let me reiterate the original plan. We have 3 tasks. First, enter the enemy fort through the abandoned Channel 1. No problem with my black hole field leading the way from outside in, right? Second, place electromagnetic pulse bombs at 5 key internal locations to partially paralyze the base's operational systems. Third, take over the command center, Minling said. The electromagnetic pulse targets within the fortress include 4 sets of energy furnace units. Paralyzing them equals cutting off the base's power supply for 5 minutes. You'll each take responsibility for this task. The internal communication hub must be disabled first because after seizing the fort, its defense facilities will be ours to use, combining with our external fleet to annihilate the enemy's second fleet, which I'll handle since after the base is paralyzed. I will replace the fort's command room and establish contact with the enemy's second fleet inside the base. As for other internal facilities, ignore them. After completing the electromagnetic pulse deployment, immediately launch an attack on their command system. If possible, capture them alive. Pretty cool. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. For the Tianjin team, the operation had already begun. Chapter 12, Infiltration Operation. Xia Ziliang and Zhang Yaoyue did not directly intervene in the war. On the Stargazing Plaza, he still carried out his duties as a special agent of the Federal Intelligence Bureau, yet he could see 5 mechs infiltrating from the starry sky with his naked eyes, but the fortress's radar did not react. Xia Ziliang pretended not to see it, closing his eyes for a rest. However, the heavens communication sounded and the light screen unfolded. It was Zhang Yaoyue. Captain, I have detected federal power users infiltrating the fortress. Should I take action? How many? Xia Ziliang asked. 5 mechs, a small team. I can restrain one while reporting to the fortress command center, said Zhang Yaoyue. Can you handle it alone? My mech isn't strong in direct combat. Xia Ziliang paused, then questioned. I can restrain the mech closest to me, and at the same time, ensure that the fortress has enough reaction time, Zhang Yaoyue said. Xia Ziliang remained silent for a moment, then said, Our purpose here has already been achieved. The intelligence Central China wanted has already been collected. It's not our job to help Qian he resolve difficulties. Captain, I disagree with your opinion. Since they are allied forces, we should offer assistance. Please allow me to engage in battle, Zhang Yaoyue said firmly. Xia Ziliang chose to remain silent. Captain, the task assigned by Central China has been completed. The loss or retention of the 9 fortresses has nothing to do with my mission. I have the authority to ensure that this intelligence is safely conveyed back to the Federal Intelligence Bureau. Can we really ensure safety by not involving ourselves in the war? Moreover, the 9 fortresses are the barrier of the northwest of the Federation. Are they less important than a piece of intelligence? Zhang Yaoyue countered. Fine, I choose to bring the intelligence back. The rest is up to you, which also counts as giving Qi Bang a response, Xia Ziliang said with a sigh. Yes. Zhang Yaoyue's light screen closed. This girl is truly troublesome, Xia Ziliang said helplessly. Then he stood up. The ink-green raw stone embedded in his bracelet emitted a powerful spiritual energy, and a giant beast-shaped mech appeared on the terrace. Xia Ziliang sat on the mech and said, Electronic Phoenix, move out. The phoenix-shaped mech recklessly broke through the isolation layer of the terrace and disappeared into deep space. The situation is now very clear. The fall of the fortress is only a matter of time, but don't worry, the Federal will come to recapture it later. As for the Qi state, probably after this battle, Qi state, Qin family, what significance does it hold anymore? Even more so. Xia Ziliang gave an evil smile as the phoenix mech sped through the stars. At the fortress, the Tianjin team also realized that Minling's black hole stance interfered with radar detection, but couldn't affect the human eye. The huge mech burst into the abandoned passages of the fortress, possibly captured visually by someone since the main force of the Federation army had been dispatched outside, leaving the inside extremely vulnerable. The 5 mechs flew through the abandoned passage, passing one target after another until Su Mingyu's wolf claws tore through the metal door, officially entering the fortress's interior. Good. Next, everyone follow your designated routes. Meet at the fortress command room after achieving the objectives, Minling said. Understood. Su Ming and other members quickly responded. Thus separated, Yu Lang, Birdwolf, took his electromagnetic weapons toward his own assigned targets. With complete internal diagrams of the fortress and full recognition codes, the internal defensive installations were ineffective. As the mechs swiftly passed by, the Federal soldiers were left baffled. Thus, Birdwolf charged into the core of the power furnace amidst flashes of lightning. In the core area, after installing the pulse weapon, Birdwolf activated the energy shield. Su Ming's surprise attack carried a certain degree of suddenness. Equipped with identification codes, the base defense system classified him as a friendly unit. However, his reckless behavior left the personnel confused. When some frames attempted to stop his actions, the electromagnetic pulse arrived, paralyzing a large portion of electronic devices within the fortress's range momentarily. In an instant, a large part of the base became paralyzed. Su Ming, Zhonghua has encountered trouble. She's fighting enemy crystal mechs. Go support her. Our plan has slipped. Now, I, Yu Qian, and Lin Tian will use 3 mechs to attack the base. Su Ming received the message from Minling. Understood, Su Ming replied. In the fortress command room. What? The base has been intruded upon, and the communication system has been damaged? Qian He exclaimed in shock. Yes, just now, 3 of the fortress's power furnaces were simultaneously disrupted by pulse waves the communications tower interfered with. Currently, only 1 communication point connects us to the second fleet, the adjutant said. What? How is that possible? Wait, 3 power furnaces. There is still 1 power furnace left, right? Qian He brightened up and immediately said. Correct, the adjutant nodded. Good, bring up the internal base video footage. Qian He said. As the internal base video was brought up, Wei Yit, Huey, Dongzhian, Black Hole Eye, and Johnson, War God, mechs moved freely like they were in no man's land. Their destination pointed towards the fortress command room while Yulang headed to the last energy furnace of the fort. The final scene showed 2 mechs confronting each other right next to the last energy furnace. That is Zhang Yaoyue's mech, isn't it? If he weren't here, the fort's internal energy would have run out by now. Wait. Qian He said, panic-stricken. Their target is the command room. Why aren't the internal defensive installations working? Report, Commander. It seems like they have complete identification codes for our army, the adjutant said. Damn it, stop them. Switch the base defense facilities to manual control and fully block their access to the command room. Broadcast an order to the entire army requesting support for the command center. Qian He said nervously. General, we should assign some mechs to support Zhang Yaoyue. The energy furnace is also an important target, the adjutant said. What do you know? The command room is the key object to protect. Losing this place means surrendering the Tianwei No. 5 fortress. As for the energy furnace, let the Federal Intelligence Bureau's Zhang Yaoyue handle it. Qian He said. Understood. The base defense facilities were switched to manual mode, and the defense code was set up. The hatch doors closed. All entrances to the fortress command room were sealed. Defense systems activated, deploying more laser closed defense cannons, missiles, and other defensive equipment. Meanwhile, the limited number of mechs inside the fort that had not been affected by electromagnetic pulse quickly regrouped. There's trouble at Zhonghua position. The energy furnace hasn't been paralyzed on time. However, we must seize the command room at all costs. It seems we can only take a frontal assault approach now, Minling said. What the heck is going on with Zhonghua anyway? She claims to be intercepted by enemy crystal mechs. What nonsense? Weren't the Federation's crystal ability users supposed to be deployed externally? Lin Tian complained. I don't know the exact situation either, but Minling has been blocked by the Federation's crystal ability users. There's no choice but for us to resort to a frontal assault, Minling said. Lin Tian, don't look so dejected. Get your long-range beam cannon ready and snipe the enemy fortress doors from outside. The external defenses are strong, but internally, it's as fragile as bean curd residue, Yu Qian said. After hearing this, Lin Tian switched the Voyate, Huey, mech into humanoid mode and raised a large beam sniper rifle. Activating the mech's trigger, a powerful light beam shot out, melting and destroying 18 hatches along its way. Great attack. At Minling's command, 3 mechs surged forward at high speed, evading the attacks from the fortress defense mechanisms while engaging with the few gathered mech forces. Due to delays along the route, the arrival time to the command room was delayed. On the road to Energy Furnace No. 4, Zhang Yaoyue summoned her powerful close combat mechs Celian. It barred the path of the Jinwei, and without exchanging words, the 2 mechs started their battle. These 2 combat-oriented mechs found worthy opponents in their respective areas of expertise. The Jinwei's light sword intertwined countless times with the Fen's large scythe. Damn it, the Federation actually stationed a crystal mech here. Zhonghua bitterly resented this mech blocking her path. Her light sword swung ruthlessly, every move aiming for a fatal blow to eliminate her opponent. Is this what the Huaxia military does best, sneaking around like thieves? Zhang Yaoyue shared the same obsession as Zhonghua, except her focus was on Huaxia. Bang, bang, bang. Weapons moving rapidly. Zhonghua could not break through Zhang Yaoyue's defense anytime soon. Normally, she might enjoy such evenly matched close combat mech duels, but currently, an evenly matched opponent appeared at an inappropriate moment. Sulan calmly controlled the situation against Jinwei. Zhonghua's anxiety caused errors in her operations. Ancelin has seized an opening when Jinwei revealed a weakness. With a grand swing of its scythe, it executed a crosswise slash, intending to split Jinwei in 2. Danger! In a critical moment, Zhonghua received a transmission from Su Ming. The fast-advancing Mulang, Yulang, pushed Jinwei aside, and the scythe blade sliced across its shoulder, cutting off part of the metal plumes. What? Zhang Yaoyue exclaimed upon seeing the unexpected appearance of Wulang. A new opponent? Is this a Huaxia ability user? You interrupted my attack, so I'll make you die instead. With these words, Sun's scythe swung down toward Wulang, but was stopped by Jinwei's light blade. We don't need to worry about completing the mission anymore. The energy furnace under your responsibility wasn't timely paralyzed, so Minling decided on a direct attack. Now, Your task is to deal with her, Su Ming said as Wulong transformed into its humanoid form. For a mech pilot, there's no glory or disgrace in fighting 2 against 1. The key is how to take down the opponent. Zhang Yaiyue also knew that she was currently in an unfavorable situation, but that didn't mean she would back down from the fight. Chapter 13, Capturing the Fortress. The Federation Army, the local army of Qi State, and the First Fleet. Under the condition of ensuring that the whole fleet doesn't get separated, the First Fleet sailed at its fastest speed to support the frontline Tianwu Fortress. What Vice Admiral Fu Lin didn't know was that he was gradually sailing the fleet into an encirclement net, channeling energy wave for locking enemy radar ship. The warship hidden deep in the starry sky unfolded its lotus-shaped front section, gathering powerful energy with the target directly pointed at the radar ship of the First Fleet. Command room of the flagship Yuhao Star mothership of the First Fleet. A high-energy reaction has been detected. The energy is from the most commonly used wave weapon in the fortification satellite defense system of Huaxia, but it's extremely strong, said the detector. What? Huaxia? We have fallen into an ambush. Before Fu Lin could finish speaking, under his visible range, a dazzling beam of light shot over from far away. The powerful beam pierced through the radar ship in the middle of the Second Fleet, accompanied by a dazzling explosion. The destruction of the large ship brought terrible chain reactions, causing the 2 supply ships surrounding the radar ship to be destroyed as well in this explosion. But it wasn't over yet. The First Fleet, having lost its radar ship, now faced the attack of Huaxia's Second Fleet, which was fully prepared for battle. The Huaxia fleet arranged their combat sequence. Both fleets entered the position of mutual firing, and the First Fleet with improper arrangement quickly fell behind. Command room of the Xinghua flagship. Perfect, this is a perfect ambush. Pass on my orders. Open the main cannon of the mothership. Fire a Gauss cannon shell. Li Xian smiled and said, Understood, open the Gauss cannon. The deputy captain relayed the order. The large ship transformed its orientation, targeting the mothership of the First Fleet, the Yuhao-class star mothership, and its main cannon was unfolded. Lock on, Gauss cannon, fire. Fire, said the fire control operator. No less powerful than the wave ship's energy gathered together, the thick beams surged towards the Yuhao-class mothership. Inside the Yuhao-class mothership bridge. Report, detection of Gauss cannon, said the detection officer. What? Energy shield, deploy the energy shield. Fu Lin said anxiously. Report, Admiral, our ship's energy was largely consumed during travel and didn't receive timely replenishment from the supply ship. Unable to sustain the energy shield, we may be done for, reported the Vice Admiral. Are you kidding me? Fu Lin slumped onto the captain's chair as bright light approached, too late to evade. The Yuhao-class Star Sky Mother was completely pierced by a single shot. This steel giant of the sky and space met its end in a brilliant explosion. Command room of the Xinghua Star Mothership. It blew up? That's the flagship, just like that, it's been blown up. This explosion really made General Li Xian stunned. He had never imagined that the opponent would show no defense and simply withstand a big blast, coincidentally hitting through the bridge, leaving it more dead than anything else. Hell yeah, this Gauss cannon is a real treasure, one shot down the opponent's flagship. On the other hand, came the message from the Tiantong team. Report, completed occupation of the enemy relay station, blockaded the information of the First Fleet. Order the encirclement and annihilation of the enemy forces, spare those who surrender abandoning their ships. Li Xian felt exceptionally elated. Completely out of luck, the First Fleet, having lost its flagship, surrendered en masse, which made many aspects of Li Xian's original ambush plans turn out to be redundant. Meanwhile, on another route, the Third Fleet of the Federation, led by the Wuhao Star Mother, also encountered the ambush of the Fourth Fleet while traveling at high speed. After the Boidong ships sniped the enemy's radar ship and the Tiana team captured the enemy relay station, Zhou He clearly didn't have the good fortune Li Xian had. Admiral Wang Jian led the Third Fleet to counterattack against the Fourth Huaxia Fleet under extreme disadvantage conditions, and even the advantaged Huaxia Fourth Fleet suffered a significant number of casualties. Elsewhere, due to the capture of the communication systems in both flanks relay stations and the fortress itself, the Federal Navy's Second Fleet, led by General Cheng Yizhong, continued to rely on the fortress defenses to hold out. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yizhong, the war had already entered its final stage. Back inside the command room of the Tianwu 5 fortification, is there any way to contact the Second Fleet? Qian he asked worriedly. Report, the communication system has been taken over. The enemy is replacing us in contacting the Second Fleet, said the communicator. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Qian he angrily swung his sleeves. Report, the enemy's Origin Stone mech infiltrated the base has breached our 32nd gate. Only the door behind us is left, said the aide. What? Qian he stared wide-eyed. Mech, all the mechs are betting on me, fast. Report, since many mechs have been sent to the front line, there are not enough mechs left inside the fortress. The aide didn't finish when interrupted by a female voice. All of them have been taken down, haven't they? The last door was powerfully breached, and 3 mechs appeared directly in the command center. You know the tradition of my Huaxia military, right? Those who surrender won't be killed, Min Ling said through the mech's transmission system. All personnel inside the command center raised their hands. Prisoners are handed over to you for handling, Min Ling said to Lin Tian and Yu Qian. The task of capturing the stronghold is entrusted to me. It will take only 5 minutes before the stronghold changes hands. All right, Min Ling, it's up to you. Yu Qian immediately manipulated the mech like driving ducks, forcing the surrendering individuals, including Qian He, out of the command room. So, what I'm saying is that this infiltration mission is simply a free handout of military merit, Lin Tian commented. Haha, this is your feeling after completing the mission. Moreover, the difficulty of this mission lies with Min Ling, do you understand? Yu Qian said, none of us have such skills. Do you remember Su Ming and Zhang Hingyue? You stay here while I go support them. After finishing speaking, Yu Qian drove the war god mech out of the command room. Structure analysis, structure analysis. Inside the Yulang mech, the structure of the Death Scythe mech was being rapidly analyzed. In the combat between the two mechs, Zhang Yayue's Death Scythe gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Not to mention, the scanning magic light from the Yulang mech's eyes gave Zhang Yayue an uneasy feeling. Using the scythe to create distance from both mechs, the Death Scythe and the Yulang guard maintained a certain distance. Damn, has the third original stone mech arrived? A strong sense of unease made Zhang Yayue uncertain, but the third mech was indeed coming. Fighting 3 against 1, Zhang Yayue probably had no intention of letting herself be captured so easily. Thus, the previously fearless Death Scythe mech fled the battlefield under the astonished eyes of Su Ming and Zhang Hingyue. Zhang Yayue, who participated in this war solely based on her own wishes, could not be considered fleeing from battle. However, in her view as an original stone ability user, her behavior was a disgrace. Similarly, being captured was another disgrace, hence she chose retreat. Not long after she ran away, Yu Qian's war god mech reached the battlefield. It seems that there was no way the enemy could avoid running. Should we chase? Su Ming looked at the incomplete structure analysis of the mech, slightly frustrated. Structural analysis was one of the unique abilities of Su Ming's structural stone. In a certain sense, it wasn't much of a convenient skill, but once the structural analysis of the enemy's mech or fighter jets were completed, the wolf would practically obtain the blueprints of the enemy's mech, clearly knowing where the defense was strong, weak, its strengths, and weaknesses. There's no need. She appeared too abruptly, completely outside our combat mission scope. Moreover, since the opponent only wanted to retreat without more forces stopping her, it'd just waste time. Why didn't the Federation dispatch capable individuals to the front lines if they had any left? Yu Qian asked. The Federation is a loose, overall entity, divided internally by powers. The army we're fighting against belongs to one of the states within the Federation, the Qi State Military, whereas my opponent is from the central headquarters of the Federal Military, the Central China Faction. Zhang Hingyue explained. That's why. If the fortification system means nothing more than the northwest gate for the Federation, isn't it natural for Central China's people to lend a helping hand inside the fortress? Su Ming asked. I don't know about that either. But if the Federation chooses to play this way, isn't it better for Huaxia? If the Federation were united as one, it wouldn't be unusual for Huaxia to be swallowed up by the Federation in less than 13 years. Yu Qian remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, inside the command room of the fortification, Min Ling, who occupied the command room, connected the mech's black hole eye to the command core of the stronghold. The operational programs inside the fortification were constantly rewritten, making the change of ownership just a matter of time. Lin Tian, guarding the prisoners, upon receiving a piece of information, became excited and said to Qian He, an interesting message has just come in, advantageous to our army, but detrimental to yours. Would you like to hear it? Qian He nodded. From being a general commanding a front line earlier to now being reduced to a prisoner, he wouldn't care even if he received more bad news today. Messages came from the 2 front lines. The 2 wing fleets coming to your support walked right into our ambush. Among them, your first fleet suffered bad luck, as the flagship was destroyed outright, leading to the death of the fleet commander, and afterward, our army incorporated a batch of surrendered troops. On the other side, your 3rd fleet displayed more bravery, inflicting significant casualties on our army after entering the ambush. However, only a few ships managed to escape. Similarly, the flagship Wuhao Tianmu was annihilated, and Wang Jian, the commander of this battle, also perished. Upon hearing this, Qian He emitted a hoarse sound, took off his military cap, lowered his head, and remained silent. As the fortress's many systems restarted, it signified that Fortress Tianwei 5 was changing hands. However, General Cheng Zhong of the 2nd Fleet of the Federation, which was engaged in battle with the Huaxia Combined Fleet, clearly had not realized that the shield his fleet relied on, the fortress defense system, had become his enemy and continued to fight against it. Chapter 14. Cheng Zhong, the bridge command room of the Xingyuan flagship. A transmission came through from the 2nd and 3rd fleets of Huaxia. Comrade in command, our forces have successfully ambushed the enemy's 1st, 3rd fleet. General Li Xian said to General Zhou he through the holographic screen. Excellent. Next, lead your forces to attack the 2 flank fortress clusters. Surrender if possible. If not, launch a strong attack, said Dai Lingnan. Understood. After finishing, Li Xian and Zhou he closed the transmission. Dai Lingnan sighed and said, it's rare for this mission to go so smoothly. If we also get good news from the fortresses, it would be perfect. Time is running out. I'm afraid a strong attack will be necessary. Report, Comrade in command. We have received a transmission from Fortress Tianwei 5 using our military's code. Connect, Dai Lingnan said excitedly. Those who understood how valuable time was to Dai Lingnan knew that the slight deviation in timing from what he had expected made him once believe that the Tianjin team had failed their mission. The failure of the Tianjin team meant that a strong attack would begin, which implied that even if they captured the 5 major fortresses, it wouldn't be the perfect victory Dai Lingnan desired. Point capture action was just one trivial part of his numerous plans, but the successful realization of his plan undoubtedly affirmed his capabilities as the planner. Victory or complete victory. He much preferred the latter. Report, Comrade in Command. The fortress has been completely occupied. The satellite defense facilities of the fortress are now under our control, said Min Ling on the other side of the transmission. Very well, very well. Redirect the fortress defense system towards the enemy fleet and tell them their fortress has fallen to us. Only by abandoning ships and surrendering is the right way forward. As for me and General Xiaohou, we will surround the enemy's second fleet like making dumplings. If they launch an attack, destroy their attacking vessels, instructed Dai Lingnan. Understood, replied Min Ling. Subsequently, Dai Lingnan opened a transmission to the Xingzi flagship of the Third Fleet. General Xiaohou, our army has already taken over the fortress. Adjust the ship formations now. We are going to carry out the dumpling surround tactic against the enemy's second fleet. Understood. In the tense front line of the mech battle, Huaxia's fleet moved forward first, noticed by the mech pilots of the Federation. Han Xiao's army couldn't bear waiting anymore. Qianhu said excitedly, followed by another fierce ray cannon attack against Xiang Xiaolong. As could be foreseen, Huaxia's naval fleet was about to enter the defensive network of the fortress. Ships rushed toward the mechs in combat with the Federation mechs retreating accordingly. They understood that after Huaxia's ships arrived, under the firepower support of warships, the mech units couldn't maintain the front line and retreat was inevitable. In the bridge command room of the Yun-class space cruiser, Cheng Zhong, Vice Admiral, also noticed unusual moves by the enemy fleet. Contact Fort Commander Qian He. Initiate the fortress system advantage, said Cheng Zhong. Yes, sir, the communicator said. However, the response from the fort wasn't from the commander, but rather from the Huaxia mech pilot, causing Cheng Zhong to feel sudden dread. Min Ling then said, Are you the commander of the Federation's second fleet, Vice Admiral Cheng Zhong? The fortress has already been occupied by our Huaxia force, and Commander Qian He has become a prisoner. Your radar can detect it too. The defense installations are turning towards your fleet. Based on this, you shouldn't find it hard to understand why our Third Fleet and First Fleet changed their deployments and are heading toward the fortress. To put it simply, you've been surrounded. Huaxia can accept your surrender. I think there's no one foolhardy enough to continue resisting under such clear circumstances. Tightening his fists and sweating coldly, Cheng Zhong suddenly realized reinforcements seemed to be on their way. However, I know you want to wait for reinforcements to break through, but you've miscalculated. Fleets from both flanks around the fortress were ambushed and defeated by our second and fourth fleets along the way. Those who surrendered did, and those who resisted died. Currently, the fleets that set up ambushes for your reinforcements have begun attacking these flank fortresses. Cheng Zhong became speechless out of sheer frustration. Instantly, the Federation army began to panic. Two fleets had completed their encirclement of them. What were once their formidable satellite orbital defense systems had turned into blades pointed at them. Simply put, they were trapped in the web of Huaxia's military forces. Why don't you annihilate them instead of seeking their surrender? Li Min asked through the transmission. At this point, Wang Qi's squad detached itself from the skirmish with Li Min's mech unit and Ying Lei team behind the enemy's mech forces, but the Huaxia mechs didn't pursue further. Not permissible, Li Min. This war is over. Driving the enemy to the brink is not something the Huaxia army should do. Didn't ancient China say, do not chase defeated troops? It's better to leave them a path to survival. Dai Lingnan said. Moreover, converting the enemy's assets into ours is more practical than costing precious resources to obliterate them entirely. Understood. The weakening of the front line meant that the Federation army, being in a desperate situation, only put up sporadic resistance before starting to surrender. In the command room of the Yun-class space cruiser, Vice Admiral Cheng Zhonghui, the deputy ship commander was about to say something when he was interrupted by Vice Admiral Cheng Zhong, who had remained silent for a long time. I know. I won't make things difficult for you all. The Huaxia army will not mistreat prisoners of war. We lost this war from the very beginning. Cheng Zhong sighed as he said this. General, voices rippled within the command room. Don't say more. Under the current situation, surrendering is the only path to survival. I know you want to live, so go ahead, deputy ship commander. You relay to the Huaxia commander that the flagship of Qi's second fleet, the Yun-class space cruiser, is abandoning the ship and surrendering. Cheng Zhong spoke solemnly. What about you, General? The deputy ship commander asked. I would like to stay here. After all, I've spent half my life in the military, and this is my most glorious moment. As a soldier of the Federation army, I have never taken off this hat on my head. It's my honor. Cheng Zhong paused briefly before continuing. General, I wish to remain here with you. The deputy ship commander seemed to sense something and resolutely replied. Go, it's an order. Surrender the ship, and leave me to grieve alone. Cheng Zhong snapped. General, go. Cheng Zhong's nearly furious tone silenced everyone in the command room. Remember, I am still your superior. This is the final task I give you. Abandon the ship and surrender. Cheng Zhong commanded. Understood. Everyone in the command room choked back their tears in unison, then left for the escape pods. The equipment in the command room gradually shut down, leaving Cheng Zhong solemnly seated in the captain's chair under dim lighting. He pulled out a small particle gun from his pocket and murmured to himself. Cheng Zhong, do you have family? Yes. Do you have a lover? Yes. Is there something in this world that you can't let go of? Yes. So why have you made this choice? I have spent half my life in the military, carrying my childhood dreams, and this is probably the peak of my life. Here on the Yun, I have never taken off this hat on my head for the enemy, and I will never do so. It is my honor. Even though defeat is certain, I refuse to surrender. Cheng Zhong finished speaking, closed his eyes, and pressed the particle pistol to his temple. Bang! For the Huaxia army, the cessation of resistance from the Second Fleet signified the end of the war, while receiving the enemy's surrender became the remaining work for the 5th Army of Huaxia. Unexpectedly acquiring most of the 2nd Fleet's configuration turned out to be a pleasant surprise for the Huaxia Army. For the surrender ceremony of the members of the Yun flagship, Dai Lingnan and Xiahou Ling personally attended. Your rank is just at the level of a major general. By principle, leading a fleet requires at least the rank of a vice admiral both in Huaxia and the Federation. So how come you are handling the surrender? Dai Lingnan questioned discontentedly. General Cheng, he has no intention to surrender, said the deputy ship commander, his voice slightly choked. He refused to surrender. Dai Lingnan now understood what had happened, and together with Xiahou Ling, boarded the Yun-class space cruiser. The Federation's space cruiser certainly has endless uses, Dai Lingnan said contentedly. This time, the spoils of war gained from accepting the surrender of the Federation Army could form 2 fleets merely based on warships. Just the radar ships and corresponding supply ships need to be configured, Xiahou Ling stated. The two slowly walked towards the flagship command room of the Yun-class space cruiser. At this point, the Huaxia Army had already begun taking control of this vessel, making it much safer. An array of Huaxia soldiers had already secured the command room, and quickly saluted upon seeing Generals Dai Lingnan and Xiahou Ling. After returning the salute, Dai Lingnan and Xiahou Ling entered the command room. Inside the warship command room, several Huaxia soldiers were inspecting the instruments of the Federation fleet. In the captain's chair lay a corpse wearing military uniform, sporting a Federation military cap, one hand resting on his thigh, the other hanging limply with a fallen particle gun, and a hole drilled through its forehead. This corpse belongs to Vice Admiral Cheng Zhong of the Federation. He passed away not too long ago, likely committing suicide after dismissing others shortly beforehand, reported a military official to Dai Lingnan. Dai Lingnan stopped the officer from continuing and walked to the front of Cheng Zhong's corpse. It was clear that Cheng Zhong had committed suicide in a very dignified seated posture. He let his subordinates surrender while choosing suicide to preserve his honor. Surrendering is indeed more unbearable than committing suicide for some soldiers. Xiahou Ling also approached the body of Cheng Zhong. Although it's not praiseworthy, he is still an officer worth recognizing. Give him a proper burial, Dai Lingnan said. Yes, sir. Immediately after, 4 enlisted men came and placed Cheng Zhong's body into a capsule to carry away. Would I have made the same choice if I were in his situation? Who knows, perhaps. Dai Lingnan chuckled bitterly to himself. Among officers, some choose to surrender, while others opt for suicide to maintain their honor. Chapter 15, Military Council at Jingzhou. Victory was an inspiring piece of news, and the 5th Army's first offensive victory since its establishment was indeed beautifully executed. The remaining 8 fortresses became the subsequent targets for capture. Some were willingly surrendered to the Federal Army, while others who resisted fiercely eventually retreated back into Federal territory after being defeated. The final battle of the 9 fortresses ended with the victory of the Huaxia Army. As they returned to the Xingzhe spaceship, Su Ming noticed Zhang Hengyue's abnormality. Inside the mech cockpit, Zhang Hengyue wasn't carefully piloting her mech, but had switched to basic autopilot mode instead. The auto-guard mechs naturally fell far behind the rest of the team, while Zhang Hengyue herself was lost in deep thought. What's wrong with you? Su Ming communicated via the Tianquan system, but Zhang Hengyue did not respond. Inside the mech cabin, Zhang Hengyue was unexpectedly calm on the surface, but internally her emotions surged. Her thoughts went back to the moment before her fight with the Death Scythe mech began. Why does this feeling seem so familiar? Memories filled Zhang Hengyue's mind as thoughts of the Death Scythe mech dominated her brain. Her memory drifted back to a crisp morning several decades ago. In the bright afternoon, amidst a fresh mountain villa, 2 twin little girls were practicing swordsmanship in the woods. A thrust, another thrust, their steps, arm swings, and postures perfectly synchronized. Beside them sat a middle-aged man dressed in white horse-patterned robes, approvingly clapping his hands. The satisfaction of the middle-aged man was very gratifying to the twin sisters. Suddenly, her memories were interrupted. Dad? Dad? Zhang Hengyue screamed sharply, realizing immediately that she was inside the mech cockpit. Zhang Hengyue, is there something troubling your heart? This scene was witnessed by Su Ming through the connected Tianquan, who then asked with concern. Without any response, Zhang Hengyue directly cut off the connection of the Tianquan communication. Being abruptly disconnected made Su Ming feel utterly helpless, causing him to ponder through all he knew about Zhang Hengyue. Zhang Hengyue's father? Clearly, Zhang Hengyue was preoccupied with something personal. Su Ming also understood that it was inappropriate to pry too much. After Zhang Hengyue came back to her senses, her mech switched back to manual control and caught up with the speed of the Tianjin team, returning to the Xingzhe ship. Haha, Deputy Team Leader Yu Qian, don't forget to treat us to a big meal after completing the mission. Lin Tian received Yu Qian's Tianquan communication and said, I won't forget. What I say goes, so we'll definitely find a time to go, Yu Qian laughed. The Tianjin team's mechs flew back onto the mothership Xingzhe. The Huaxia army gradually moved into the fortress, with mech warships and other weapons slowly taking positions. According to the initial setup of the Huaxia army, the 1st and 3rd fleets were deployed at Tianwei 5 fortress, while the 2nd and 4th fleets were stationed on either side of the fortress. The surrendered enemy warships and mechs were sent to the rear Hengluo military base. The 3rd fleet slowly entered the port of Tianwei 5 fortress along with the 1st fleet and took up position. After the Tianjin team reached the mothership, they headed straight for the captain's room. Min Ling has earned quite some merits this time. They'll be noted down in the military committee records. A few promotions may be coming soon, Lin Tian envied. It's not that exaggerated, Min Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Tian, then led the team members into the captain's room. Two soldiers guarding outside saluted respectfully and opened the door to the captain's room. Xiao Ling was sitting beside a rotating chair, handling official documents with a light computer when the Tianjin team arrived. Reporting to Commander Xiao. Take a seat. Xiao Ling set aside the work at hand and allowed the Tianjin team to sit around the desk. Your accomplishments have been noted by the 3rd Fleet's military committee. This operation was without question Min Ling's greatest contribution. After the force has settled in, there will be a high-ranking military meeting where you distinguished participants can listen in. Xiao Ling explained. Understood. Additionally, due to the unique nature of the task, Min Ling served as acting leader of the Tianjin team during the mission. Now that the mission is complete, Yu Qian will resume his role as captain. During the break time, while resting, in the Xing Yuan's spaceship's command room, Dai Lingshan activated a light computer and opened a Tianxuan communication from a distant star region. On the other end of the Tianxuan was an older military officer, with silver streaks mixed in his eyebrows and hair. Although nearing retirement age, he still retained traces of the handsome appearance he had in his youth, wearing traditional Huaxia military clothing neatly. He was more severe than Dai Lingshan, holding the rank of marshal. This was the new supreme commander of the Huaxia army, successor to General Zhao Hong, Xiao Jing. Haha, General Dai. As soon as I stabilized my front, you sent me the news of victory, and now I'm quite envious. Since we've captured the northwest gateway of the Federation, their core is under threat, Xiao Jing said. Following our deployment plan, at this point, the city of Jingzhou has only one fleet left, so capturing it would be as easy as pie. To accomplish our original strategy, Jingzhou is a key location. By taking one of the 9 fortresses as a launch point, our army can gain initiative from the northwest corner, which was my initial war intention. Having this position gives us the flexibility to advance or retreat freely, fully controlling the war dynamics. But right now, while attacking Jingzhou seems like a good opportunity, I think we should wait for an even greater victory, Dai Lingshan said. Jingzhou is a strategically important place with 3 open routes. Capturing this area allows us to use it as a pivot for deploying forces into central federal territory from the northwest, but securing Jingzhou does not mean that your current military strength will be enough to hold it, Xiao Jing clearly stated. Yes, I need someone capable of defeating 2 fronts simultaneously. Only by capturing both Jingzhou and the northwest can the advantages of this strategic choke point become evident, Dai Lingshan replied. The 3 major star regions in the northwest. If you aim to annex the Jingzhou region, then perhaps you could also incorporate Yongzhou, Dengzhou, and Pingzhou star regions. Quite ambitious. Still, without seizing the northwest star regions along with Jingzhou, we'll always remain in a disadvantaged position, Xiao Jing thoughtfully remarked. I need an opportunity to break through this situation, but once we've taken all 9 fortresses, the timing will come, Dai Lingshan confidently responded. Oh, explain that further, Xiao Jing curiously asked. The battle over Jingzhou may seem on the surface as competition between the Federation and Huaxia, but in reality, the southern line of the Jingzhou region borders central China, the northern line adjoins the northwestern Federation's defensive provinces, and the west lies within our army's reach. As for the Jingzhou faction itself, they are merely helpless fish on a cutting board at this moment, Dai Lingshan explained. Haha, exactly. The Federation can't really be seen as a united entity after all, but what you're saying clears things up. I await your good news, Xiao Jing responded. Also, the gains from this operation have been very substantial. Through captured weapons, I've expanded my resources enough to now command 2 fleets. At this stage, the stronger our army grows, the more leverage we hold. So regarding issues concerning skilled crew members, radar ships, and supply ships, I respectfully request Marshal Xiao Jing to inform the military department. I urgently need to fill these ranks because with the ruling base established in Hangzhou and Tongzhou, it's difficult to quickly assemble sufficient talent for our army, Dai Lingshan added. I understand. They'll be allocated to you soon. The 2 men then closed the Tianxuan communication. Stellar calendar year 4525, January. In the northwest corner, the Huaxia Republic defeated the Federation army and seized the strategic stronghold of the northwest, the system of 9 Tianwei fortresses. On the far side of the human worlds, a faction advocating for a new human alliance took control of the Huaxia Federation. It was also involved in a prolonged war against 2 neighboring great powers, the Petros Federation and the Salasaga Federation. In the early stages, the Huaxia Federation had gained a crushing advantage through its strategies of divide and conquer, forcing the Petros and Salasaga Federations to form an alliance. As the war progressed, and the Huaxia forces occupied the 9 fortresses, their leaders convened a military conference of the 5th Army at Tianwei Fortress 5. The Tian Sword team participated in the meeting as observers. The Federation's Jingzhou region possesses only 4 fleets. Haha, with 3 already falling to us, isn't Jingzhou now only defended by a single fleet? Then what's the delay? Let's push ahead with full force and take Jingzhou. He slammed the table and loudly exclaimed. Jingzhou had deployed 3/4 of its forces along the line of the 9 fortresses. Now with only 1 fleet remaining to defend Jingzhou, most generals of the 5th Army held the idea of pursuing this victory to swiftly capture the entire Jingzhou Star region. However, there were those who opposed this notion. General Zhou He, this may not be wise. To the north of Jingzhou lie the Federation's 3 northwestern provinces, and to the south, it faces directly into the central Chinese territories of the Federation. Seizing Jingzhou would leave us with only a salient that's vulnerable to encirclement from both sides, placing us in an extremely unfavorable strategic position, Xiao Ling countered. General Xiao Ling, Before us were the 9 fortresses, which we inevitably needed to capture sooner or later. And now, Jingzhou blocks our way. We must inevitably seize it too. Do you think the Federation doesn't know the significance of gaining or losing Jingzhou? The longer we hesitate, the stronger Jingzhou's defenses will become. If we don't take it now, it will be much harder to do so in the future, Li Xian retorted. Subsequently, a round of applause broke out at the military conference. Dai Lingshan clapped his hands and said, Commander Li Xian is absolutely right. Jingzhou is a place our army must seize, and Commander Xiahou Ling's concerns are not unfounded as well. Jingzhou must be captured, but seizing it will put us in a position where we'll be constrained by the enemy from both the north and south, placing our army in an unfavorable situation. However, even so, this place is something we must take, no matter what. So what should we do, generals? This. The commanders glanced at each other nervously. Report, leader. If we want to capture Jingzhou but are concerned about being restrained by the enemy from the north and south, then perhaps we can only simultaneously attack Jingzhou in the northwest star domain. But with the military strength of the 5th Army, how incredibly difficult that would be. Major General Jiang Shang, transferred from the 1st Military Region of Huaxia Central Command, said, thanks to the spoils of war from 9 great campaigns, captured mecha warships and battleships among other weapons, the 5th Army had been able to build new fleets on top of the original 4 fleets. These were named the 5th Fleet and 6th Fleet. Major General Jiang Shang was captain of the 5th Fleet, whose flagship was the Yun-class Sky Mother. The 6th Fleet, led by Major General Jia Xian, used a Lei-class Sky Mother as its flagship. You're absolutely correct. The only way to reverse our disadvantageous position is to conquer the northwest star domain while capturing Jingzhou. Nevertheless, our primary consideration isn't about how to capture Jingzhou. In contrast, the Federation's main force is arriving soon, and we need to prepare for defensive combat. Chapter 16, Xingyang. The Tianjin team, as an observer, did not have the authority to participate in the military council. However, during the meeting, the star map in the circular diagram caught Su Ming's endless reverie regarding the strategic location of Jingzhou. Jingzhou was a critical transportation hub, connecting only minimally with Hangzhou and Tongzhou, the rest being a vacuum zone, making it one of the rare key fortresses in interstellar space among the 9 major strongholds. To the north were the Yongzhou, Dengzhou, and Pingzhou sectors of the northwest 3-star domain, which were part of the Wei Kingdom allied with the Chinese Federation. To the south, it connected directly to the central China region of the Federation. In the early stages of the war, the Federation poured massive troop resources into the Hangzhou and Tongzhou sectors in the north, posing a significant threat to northern Huaxia. 4 months ago, Huaxia captured Hangzhou and Tongzhou, and just days ago, they took control of the 9 major fortresses, making Jingzhou the next focal point for contention between Huaxia and the Federation. It was highly probable that the unsatisfied Federation would amass its forces for an attack on the fortress. Still, why did General Dai Lingshan give him such a familiar feeling? What are you thinking about so intently? Yu Qian interrupted his thoughts by slapping Su Ming on the shoulder. Nothing. Su Ming shook his head. He was only a 2nd lieutenant, yet he had been preoccupied with the thoughts of a commander, which made him feel rather awkward. I can guess. You must be dreaming up how to charm the dashing female superior officer, General Xiahou Ling. Yu Qian chuckled mischievously. No way, please don't impose your ideas on me, okay? Wait, don't you have Minling? This time it was Su Ming's turn to teasingly retort. Yu Qian suddenly panicked, looking around nervously before grabbing Su Ming and threatening him sternly. If you dare say anything, I'll kill you. Cough, cough, I know, let me go. Minling was walking ahead already, so Su Ming didn't have much choice but to concede. Yu Qian immediately let go. Do you remember when I said I'd treat you to a feast after we completed our mission? Yu Qian grinned. Yes, but it seems like there's no time for that, right? Su Ming asked dubiously. Indeed, the military conference was clear, there would be another war soon. Would they have any extra time? Are you stupid or something? Don't we have a day off? Yu Qian tapped Su Ming on the head and said, a day? Where could we possibly go? Haha, just follow me, and you'll see. Even in one day, there are plenty of places you can visit. Yu Qian laughed, pulling Su Ming along. Okay, inside the military meeting room at Tiangard 5 Fortress. That person is named Su Ming, but actually, the one who contributed the most to the task during this war was Minling. So why are you paying attention to this unheard-of lieutenant instead? Xiahou Ling asked curiously. At the moment, after the meeting dispersed, Xiahou Ling and General Dai Lingshan were still in the military meeting room. Oh, Su Ming, I haven't heard of him before, but strangely enough, bringing the Tianjin team here gave me a special feeling about this Su Ming, Dai Lingshan thoughtfully replied. Maybe you've met before? But, Xiahou Ling mockingly remarked, recalling how she clearly knew what state Dai Lingshan had been in before. It seemed almost impossible that Su Ming and General Dai Lingshan could have ever crossed paths. Leader, Xiahou Ling started to speak, but Dai Lingshan gently placed his index and middle finger against her lips. Don't talk, let me think calmly. I seem to remember something. Wait, these memories. How nostalgic, it's from a very long time ago, long ago. Unbeknownst to Dai Lingshan, when his fingers touched Xiahou Ling's lips, her cheeks flushed crimson. Instead of avoiding it, she indulged in the moment. The military meeting room fell eerily silent. Xingyang City was a space city within the Hangzhou territory, close to the 9 major fortresses, under the jurisdiction of the Huaxia Republic. People wandering endlessly through space often developed a natural aversion to the monotonous and unchanging environment of outer space. However, inside the space city where Earth's environment was completely replicated, The atmosphere felt refreshing and calming. Earth's plants and animals served as humanity's companions in the journey through space. Compared to the vast expanse of the universe, Earth's ecosystem represented a deep-rooted sense of belonging for humankind. There truly was a saying among humans: Earth is humanity's sole sanctuary. Without Earth, humanity would drift aimlessly like rootless grass throughout the universe. Thus, the simulated Earth ecosystem within the space cities became the sole source of solace for humanity. On the city streets, people moved about in harmony and peace. Hangzhou originally belonged to the Federal Star Domain, but was now ruled by Huaxia. The joy radiating from the citizens clearly showed that Huaxia had won the hearts of the people there. On the bustling streets with towering skyscrapers all around, an enormous holographic screen hung in the air. People gathered to watch as the anchor reported on the recent victory of Huaxia's forces capturing and occupying the 9 major fortresses. Cheers erupted as people celebrated this triumphant day. Capturing the 9 fortresses meant for these city dwellers that the oppressive rulers who once exploited them could no longer pose a threat. The very fortresses which used to intimidate them now stood as their protective barrier. In the thriving commercial street, crowds thronged the bustling area. With highly advanced logistics nowadays, shopping trips were only reserved for special holidays. Next to a display cabinet, a powerful miniature children's mech captivated a child's attention. "Mom, look, I want this." The child pointed excitedly at the mech model. "Good, Mom will buy it for you," said the woman as she picked up the child and purchased the toy from the store. "Mom, I'm going to be a pilot one day, fighting enemies while piloting a mech," the child declared, hugging the model enthusiastically and envisioning his future. The woman hesitated, unsure if buying such a thing for her child was appropriate. However, the boy grinned widely and proclaimed, "This way, I can protect Mom with my own hands." The woman paused, touched by his words. Just then, 5 casually dressed young adults approached her. Among them, the tallest man smiled as he affectionately patted the boy on the back of the head and said, "Kid, good ambition. The greatest value of soldiers in battle is to defend their homeland, but going into battle requires courage." "I'm not afraid," the child confidently replied. Their arrival surprised the woman slightly. There were 3 men and 2 women among them. The members of the Tianjin team taking advantage of their vacation to find a spot to enjoy a meal, with the tall man being Yu Qian. Yu Qian's amiable demeanor quickly set the woman at ease. After some small talk, the woman left with her child, disappearing into the crowd. "What interest did you have in chatting with a woman and child like that, Captain Yu?" Lin Tian asked curiously. "We're not in the military now, call me Brother Yu. Besides, don't underestimate this child's aspiration. It's entirely possible we might meet him in the military someday. Let me ask you, didn't every one of us enlist with a heart full of patriotism?" Yu Qian replied. "That's true," Su Ming agreed. "His enlistment may have been mandatory, but it was also voluntary. In the war between the Federation and Huaxia, many individuals pledged themselves to the cause of defending their homeland. Huaxia has always been engaged in warfare since its founding. During the Zhaohong era, they fought against the Ling race for 75 years and enjoyed only 11 years of peace before the conflict with the Federation erupted again over unification. Countless numbers have been buried across the star domains. Families torn apart by war are too numerous to count. No one wants the last moment they see their child departing for war to indeed be their final goodbye, including that woman," Min Ling remarked solemnly. "A fortunate mountain may honor loyal bones, an old saying indeed. Amidst the vast starry rivers, war is brutal, and countless heroes and loyal souls are lost within the sea of stars. But why does Huaxia still attract so many willing enlistments? I believe each of us holds our answer, and within each heart lies a unique reason," Yu Qian pondered aloud. "Well, captains, with such a rare holiday off, let's not brood over depressing topics anymore. Didn't we plan to eat out today?" Lin Tian interjected cheerfully. "Haha, Lin Tian, you've got your eye on my wallet, haven't you? All right, I'll deliver on what I promised. Let's eat until we're utterly satisfied and not return home until we're drunk." Yu Qian laughed heartily. Everyone carries their own answers in their hearts. What then is the answer in mine? Why have I not found a suitable one in my heart? Yu Qian's words made Su Ming deeply reflective, posing a question that plagued him incessantly. An orphan, with no family of his own. He grew up in an orphanage, neither excelling academically nor athletically. In society, Su Ming was someone who hardly drew any attention. The original stone and gene lock he carried initially gave him the recognition he craved, yet among those capable of utilizing the stone's powers, he was still easily overlooked. Is my goal simply to earn more recognition for my achievements in war? No, this wasn't a satisfying answer. Su Ming mentally rejected the idea that had arisen impulsively in his mind. Only Zhang Hengyue noticed Su Ming's unsettled demeanor and remained silent. The 5 made their way to an ancient flavor hot pot restaurant. After consuming nutritional fluids and supplements for thousands of years, humanity had not abandoned these traditional foods. While the nutritional agents and fluids were clean and healthy, they couldn't replace the status of traditional foods in people's hearts. Many would find time amidst their schedules to enjoy a traditional feast. Hot pot was one such demand that carried through a millennium of interstellar times. The 5 entered the hot pot restaurant, which presented its storefront in a retro style. The restaurant was operated by a bearded uncle, who incorporated modern payment methods and some unavoidable high-tech features, but otherwise strived for a vintage atmosphere. Stepping into the store, it felt as though those accustomed to the high-tech lifestyle outside were entering an entirely different world. "Boss, lamb hot pot, and also, a case of beer." Yu Qian slapped the table while ordering from the menu. Chapter 17, Bowen. Beer, lamb hot pot, the savory aroma, ancient cooking methods. This kind of retro dining was pure enjoyment for Su Ming and the others. Of course, this excluded Zhang Hengyue, who considered such food as trash. Haha, shove all those nutritional supplements and whatnot far away. Yu Qian held a supersized beer mug and loudly proclaimed, "There's nothing better than eating richly and spicily. Living as an ancient person must be great. You can eat lamb hot pot every day." How could anyone have lamb hot pot every day? Ancient people didn't even eat it daily, Lin Tian drunkenly said. They were munching on plain white rice day and night. Their staple wasn't lamb. Haha, let's toast again. Su Ming picked up his giant beer mug and clashed it with Yu Qian's, his face red like a lobster as he let out a dazed belch. Go on him. Focus on Yu Qian. Haha, take down Big Boss Yu Qian. A swaying Lin Tian, emboldened by the alcohol, arrogantly challenged Yu Qian. Alright, tell me, Yu Qian, big brother, when you collapse drunk, do you want to be tickled 100 times or simply knocked out? What? You'd rather die than endure humiliation? Su Ming, come on. Together we'll knock him down and tickle him 100 times, then knock him out. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. Galigulu. After chugging an entire bottle of beer, Su Ming and Yu Qian fell into a stupor. Only Yu Qian remained partially sober despite being tipsy. With just the two of them trying to take me down? Should I tickle their little bellies 100 times, or maybe 1,000,000 times? Ha ha ha. Yu Qian roared with laughter as he grabbed a piece of lamb from the hot pot and ate ravenously. So, shall we drink until we drop? Galigulu. Minling gulped down a full bottle in one breath, placing the empty bottle aside. Numerous bottles already surrounded her, yet there wasn't a trace of intoxication on her face. Yu Qian caught a glance at her and immediately froze. The slight buzz he had quickly dissipated as his facial muscles twitched. Minling, I'm scared. Leave my wallet alone and spare my stomach. Only two drunks slumped over the table. Meanwhile, Zhang Hengyue, refusing to partake in such trash food, along with these two alcohol tanks, still remained fully conscious. Outside the window, it was deep into the night. The night view of Xinjiang City remained beautiful. Do you remember the last time we gathered together for a hearty feast? Minling asked. After hearing this, Yu Qian set down his wine bottle, recalling an eerily familiar line. After completing the mission, I will pay out of pocket and invite everyone to a good meal. How about it? Thinking of Captain Xiaowen, aren't you, Yu Qian? Minling queried. Yeah, Yu Qian replied, taking a sip of his drink while feeling gloomy. That guy, he breaks promises. The mission was completed, the war was won. Yet his promise to treat us disappeared like a fart. Now he himself has vanished. 7 years ago during the Battle of Linxi, China achieved a Pyrrhic victory. The former captain of the Heavenly Sword team, Xiaowen, also perished then. Today, coincidentally, is that day again. Xiaowen, I believe you must be watching from heaven, seeing how our army has triumphed once more. With one hand on the windowsill, Minling sipped a small mouthful of alcohol and spoke toward the starlit sky outside the window. The cold stars, chilling the heart, countless heroes buried beneath the ground. Perhaps the star sea serves as an excellent resting place. Zhang Hengyue, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. Subsequently, she lifted the bottle, which she earlier dismissed as trash food, and gulped down a whole bottle in one go. After a brief pause to recover, her typically icy face turned slightly flushed as she staggered and succumbed. Yu Qian and Min Ling exchanged glances and let out a sigh of understanding. The two drinking tanks proceeded to continue their revelry. A day's vacation followed before the Heavenly Sword team would return to base, preparing for the next war. The loss of the 9 key fortresses had thrown the military morale of Jingzhou into turmoil. Especially for the rulers of this region, it was catastrophic. Qi State, originally having a weak foundation, now only retained one of its 4 fleets. Without the protection of the 9 fortresses, the exposed domain of the Jingzhou sector directly revealed its fragile core to the Western Chinese armies. Jingzhou Sector Headquarters, Jingzhou City, Central Military Intelligence Department. Didn't expect you to make it back. At the time, the situation seemed clear. Even with our interference, there was little we could have done. Xia Ziliang showed some surprise upon Zhang Yaoyue's return. After all, the 5 original stone mech king squads of the federal army stationed in the fortress areas had all become prisoners. The ambush by the Chinese forces on 2 rescue fleets from Qi State became known to us afterward. So, what reasonable grounds did you, Captain, have to judge the situation so clearly at the time? Zhang Yaoyue countered. To her, Xia Ziliang's premature departure from the battlefield remained a bone stuck in her throat, leaving her deeply dissatisfied. There was no reason. If I hadn't left early, I might have become a prisoner instead, Xia Ziliang explained. Since you could anticipate the defeat of Qi's local army, you must have known about the enemy's plan to defeat them. Then why did you just sit there and watch as the 9 key fortresses fell? Zhang Yaoyue continued her questioning. That wasn't in our best interest. Our mission was solely to gather data from the 9 fortresses, that's all. But aren't we both soldiers of the Federation? Aren't Qi State and Central China part of the Federal Alliance? Doesn't the Central Army and the local forces both belong to the federal military? Facing such a formidable threat, how can we afford to separate into you and me, to protect only our own interests? Captain Xia Houyang, your actions at the fortress truly left me speechless, Zhang Yaoyue said coldly before slamming the door shut behind her, leaving Xia Ziliang utterly dumbfounded. Why? For all its might, the Federation has waged war for 13 years now, 13 long years, and instead of achieving victory, it suffers continuous defeats. How is it that tiny China manages counterattacks? That sin-laden nation of China, why does it continue unvanquished? Why? China. Zhang Yaiyue herself hadn't noticed how her hatred for China twisted and deformed her otherwise pleasant appearance. Beneath her icy exterior, filled with memories of blood-soaked warfare, lay a memory more vivid than the rest: the guards. China's guard mecha gave her an uncanny sense of familiarity. She was intensely curious to pierce through the armor of the guard's mecha and see who inside felt so familiar and dear to her. If I have none of these memories, why do they feel so warm and familiar? Zhang Yaiyue hid in her dormitory, cherishing this warm and intimate recollection. In the radiant afternoon light among the clear mountain villa, two twin girls were practicing swordsmanship in the woods. Step after step, movement synchronized flawlessly as their blades swirled. Beside them sat a middle-aged man dressed in white horse leather, clapping his hands approvingly, while the twins basked in his satisfaction. The memory abruptly cut off. Dad? Dad, my father. This warm and nostalgic memory from the battle with the guard lingered on in her heart. She didn't want to let go of these beautiful recollections, though her earlier memories seemed obscured. Dad. Two streams of tears slid down Zhang Yaiyue's cheeks. But Zhang Yaiyue wasn't the only one dissatisfied with Xia Ziyang's handling of the situation. On the other end of the communication line, Federal President Bao and also expressed dissatisfaction. Xia Ziyang, your mission was completed quite successfully. You indeed managed to retrieve the raw data of the 9 fortresses along with the internal structure of the entire stronghold system, exactly as I had ordered. But let me remind you, under what circumstances did I assign you this task? Do you know? On the other end of the Tianxuan, a form of communication, was a middle-aged man clad in burgundy robes. The man sat in a room surrounded by floating light screens, one of which displayed Xia Ziyang's face. This man was none other than the current president of the Federation and concurrently Prime Minister of Central China. Bao, sitting comfortably in an expensive swivel chair, he questioned Xia Ziyang somewhat reproachfully. I understand. When the Central Army dispatched troops, they sent me as the vanguard officer to secure the stronghold. During my time there, I obtained the source codes of the fortresses, making it easier for the Central Army to gain control when entering the fortress, thus suppressing Qi's local forces, Xia Ziyang replied. What you've said isn't wrong. I assigned you the mission of retrieving the original data from the fortress, and you accomplished that excellently. However, alongside obtaining the original data, you also brought back the news that the 9 fortresses had fallen into enemy hands. Isn't it ironic that the Central Army received this news right as they were en route to reinforce the fortresses? Bao retorted angrily. The fall of the fortress wasn't your fault initially, but your actions on the battlefield raised serious concerns. Regardless of whether the central or local armies, both are members of the Federation's military. Watching your allies struggle while doing nothing is an issue I doubt Qi's state or any of the allied nations would accept easily. I understand, Mr. President. I will bear the responsibilities I should take on this matter. However, I wasn't well received by the local forces within the fortress. It's true that I kept myself distanced during the conflict. They also isolated me from their war plans. General Qian, he never liked me, and he regarded all my actions as interference, seeing my advice as condescending. Even my rank was perceived as disgraceful by them. As a result, once the war started, they treated me as an outsider, Xia Ziyang respectfully stated. This is your personal feud with the fortress commander. But the nature of the war where the Chinese army attacks the 9 fortresses is a war between China and the Federation, not a war between China and the state of Qi. You should understand that, Bao said. I do understand this, and I will make a profound self-examination, Xia Ziyang replied, fully comprehending. I will give the military of Qi a satisfactory explanation. I hope you can also satisfy me. The loss of the fortress is for our army to reclaim. After finishing, Bao closed the Tianxuan. Xia Ziyang was unimportant in this matter, yet his actions during the fortress defense warfare became a hot topic exploited by many factions within the Federation. Though Xia Ziyang was from the Federation Intelligence Bureau, his external identity was just an ordinary lieutenant. This lieutenant, belonging to the Federation Central Army, stood aside during the fortress defense battle, making it easy for ill-intentioned individuals to criticize him. Such hype mainly came from the Guard Nation. Xia Ziyang knew that what Bao needed was simply for him to actively suppress this possible rift that could become a conflict between the Central Army and the local armies into a mere conflict between him and the fortress garrison forces. Chapter 18, Schemes of All Parties. After closing the Tianxuan communication with Xia Ziyang, Bao opened another one, contacting General Song Yiming of the 4th Group Army, Central Military Federation. Song Yiming was a traditional federal officer. Officials who managed to reach the rank of general in the Federation relied on both competence and family background. There was no doubt about Song Yiming's personal abilities. He had more than enough for his role. Moreover, he came from the prestigious Song family within the Federation. Song Yiming and Bao had a connection. Song Yiming married Bao's younger sister, thus establishing an in-law relationship between the Song and Bao families. The 4th Group Army under Song Yiming's command comprised 4 fleets. Each front line in the battlefield between the Federation and Huaxia was fiercely contested. The 4th Fleet originally served as the Federation's reserve force, reassembled or patched together from other major war zones whenever needed. Not long after its formation under the leadership of Commander Song Yiming, following months of adjustment and coordination, it prepared to head to the 9 key fortresses in Jingzhou. However, during their journey, they received news that the fortresses had already fallen. In response, the Central Military Federation simply ordered the 4th Army to stand by at the main base cluster in Yongzhou, southern Jingzhou. Yiming, I will be assigning you a new mission soon. Originally, Our plan was to use Xia Ziliang's ability to secure core stone data from the fortress, and then take control once your troops were stationed there. Xia Ziliang has performed excellently, but the fortress fell. This isn't embarrassing for us, though. It's embarrassing for Qi State's local Federation forces. But this is good because the change in control means we can discard our original plan. Although seizing the fortress initially seemed easy, it carried risks of alienating allied states. Now, however, Qi has failed to hold the fortress, and it's time for the central military to reclaim it, Bowen said. On the other side of the Tiansun transmission, within the Yongzhou base, Song Yiming responded without hesitation. What you mean is, my 4th Group Army should attack the 9 fortresses? Their defending fleet is as strong as ours, so while I accept the task, I cannot guarantee success. Moreover, the garrison at these fortresses is led by Dai Lingnan, a renowned Huaxia general, a formidable opponent indeed. Dai Lingnan's fame in the Federation military is well known, even if he's a tough adversary we have to confront. You understand the implications if Huaxia secures a stronghold in those 9 fortresses. They pose a considerable threat to our northwestern region. It's an adversary we can't avoid, Bowen explained. I understand, but engaging in a war with poor prospects of victory is not wise. If we want to win, we need more assets, replied General Song Yiming. I see what you're saying. Huaxia has deployed newly developed siege weapons in the front line that put immense pressure on fortress defenders. However, now it's their turn to defend, which gives our attacking siege arsenal a chance to shine. Huaxia's experimental new siege weapons perform well in actual combat, but technically speaking, how could they match the maturity of our siege battlecruisers? Bowen stated. The Federation's siege battlecruisers were older developments that were long since completed and standardized. These ships were developed by the Central Chinese military-industrial complex controlled by the Bao family. The Hypercross-class ship is indispensable for attacking fortresses. Hypercross-class vessels were already in service during the war between the Federation and Huaxia, and became the Huaxia military's nightmare when it came to city fortifications. They could launch attacks from outside defensive zones, unlike the later developed Lingxiu-class vessels used by Huaxia. Due to their scarcity, all fleets didn't have them, and initially, as the Federation's reserve force, the 4th Army hadn't been equipped with such offensive weaponry. To make the 4th Army capable of carrying out fortress attacks, configuring it with these ships would be necessary. Though drawing troops from the central military right now is difficult, I believe our allied states may also harbor aspirations to capture the fortress. Following Qi's decline, Wei might still have disagreements with us, but also wishes to gain control over Jingzhou to grow stronger. Let's leverage this situation. Furthermore, the remaining armies from Qi will join the war. I'll get that approval through federal parliament. Your only job is to prepare for mobilization. I understand, Song Yiming replied, and both sides ended their transmission. After ending the Tiansun transmission, Bowen reclined on his lounge chair, closing his eyes to rest. In Dengzhou's Pingyang City, near Jingzhou, the Wei Kingdom, one of the 11 merchant families, the Sun family, had its own plans. Sun Shuwu was not only the head of the Sun family, but also the representative of the Sun family in the Federation's 11 Family Council. Like Bowen, he would soon have a seat in the upcoming federal parliament. The Wei Kingdom controlled the 3 northwestern star domains and was one of the member states of the Chinese Federation. Though ostensibly following orders from the central Chinese government, it retained a degree of independence. The 3 northwest provinces were far from the battlefield, with their southern neighbor being Qi State's Jingzhou region. Wei and Qi jointly managed the northwest suppression of Huaxia, with Qi as the frontline state and Wei as the rear support. Due to its geographic location, Wei couldn't expand significantly. On the other hand, Qi's expansion might make Qi stronger, but its successive failures actually gave Wei more opportunities. If Qi still possessed its assets protected by the 9 key fortresses, it proved that Qi could protect its resources. However, the loss of these fortresses made those controlling Qi's capital extremely worried, prompting massive asset sell-offs and causing prices to plummet quickly. Qi's weakening allowed 2 powers to seize the opportunity. Wei was one of them, while the other was the Central China faction of the Federation. Taking control of Jingzhou and the 9 fortresses would enable Wei to grow rapidly. This was the Sun family's plan following Qi's failure. Amidst the picturesque scenery of a lush garden, a middle-aged man dressed in a vintage fur cap and denim clothing strode leisurely, holding a compound bow as he walked through the garden. Spotting his prey, he swiftly fired an arrow that cleanly killed a deer drinking water nearby. His attendant followed respectfully at his side. This man was none other than Sun Shuwu, the patriarch of the Sun family. Your marksmanship is truly impressive, master, the attendant praised. Haha, stop flattering me for now, and tell me how the situation in Jingzhou is progressing, Sun Shuwu said as he lowered his compound bow. At present, we've successfully acquired 4 large spirit energy crystal mines and 8 smaller ones from Qi State in Jingzhou, along with 4 mech factories and 4 warship production facilities. We also bought 40% equity in the starports of Jingzhou and obtained 40% control over its star routes. The rest has mostly been snapped up by Central China, with only a small portion still under the control of the Qin family, the attendant reported. Qi's weakening benefits our Sun family in Wei immensely, but it's no surprise that Central China would intervene. President Bao and allowing Central China to aggressively buy out Qi's assets isn't good news, Sun Shuwu mused as he gazed upon the scenic landscape of the garden. As they strolled together, they headed toward a pavilion within the garden. This is inevitable since everyone wants a piece of the pie, the attendant added during their walk. Yes, I've heard that Central China intends to incorporate Jingzhou into its main territory. This isn't favorable for Wei. Arriving at the pavilion, Sun Shuwu placed his compound bow against a pillar and sat down in a chair, while workers off in the distance prepared to clean up the slain deer. After the recent war ended, Qi will likely cease to exist before long. Compared to central China, Wei needs Jingzhou much more desperately, Sun Shuwu remarked. It's not unlikely that after controlling Jingzhou, central China may attempt to control Wei next. If central China controls Jingzhou, Wei's options will be blocked again, worse still because central China already controls most of the Federation's critical transportation routes. Adding Jingzhou would allow them to take full command of all trade flows in and out of Wei, completely controlling Wei's economic lifeline. This outcome is what I wish to avoid. Conversely, if Wei controls Jingzhou and holds sway over 4 territories, our voice in the Federation will gain strength, which aligns with my desires. You're quite right, Master, the attendant agreed. Buying out Qi's assets now doesn't determine who owns Jingzhou. We need an external war. The fortresses lost by Qi should be recaptured by Wei. With no concerns about our rear, Wei can fully commit to battle, defeat the Huaxia forces, and reclaim both Jingzhou and the 9 key fortresses. I've heard that the Huaxia forces reorganized the fleets they captured from Qi, amassing 6 fleets under the 5th Army guarding the 9 fortresses. Even if we muster all our strength with 6 fleets, conquering them won't be easy, the attendant replied. That's where you're mistaken. Central China shares our sentiment, so the Allied forces will give us the edge. I suspect that during the upcoming federal meeting, the president will request that we deploy troops, Sun Shuwu said. Chapter 19, Federal Conference, Part 1. A few days later, in the capital of Jingzhou City, Qian family's residence. Once part of the Qi state, covering 3 provinces and a powerful state within the Federation, the Qian family had once been at the height of their power, but now they face ruin. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, when the wall collapses, all push against it. The once bustling Qian family, with the decline of Qi, has now become deserted. Losing Hangzhou and Tongzhou provinces, Qi was still able to defend itself against Huaxia's attacks through the 9 strongholds, making it a player in the chess game of politics. But now, having lost all the fortresses, Qi no longer holds any bargaining chips. The fall of the 9 strongholds left only one remaining star province under direct threat by the Huaxia military. Qi can no longer protect its domestic capital and assets, leading to asset holders becoming increasingly worried, capital fleeing, and asset prices collapsing. Presently, Qi has become nothing more than a delectable piece of meat, leaving its neighboring states Wei and central China eagerly taking advantage of its downfall. The decline of Qi, now left with only 1 fleet, leaves Qianming, the head of the Qian family, fully aware of the rules within the Federation. Once fallen, there is no way back up. Given that social status is determined by the amount of capital one controls, this federal conference will be the last one the Qian family will attend. After falling from this meeting, the Qian family will never rise again, and Qi as a nation will cease to exist. Even the ultimate fate of Jingzhou will not be something an old man like himself will know. The Qi state has declined in my hands. HMPF. The once spirited elder has grown visibly older over these few days. He may nominally still rule Qi, but who knows how long he can keep his position. Federal Conference? You're giving this old man a chance to attend indeed. Once surrounded by many servants, the elder now finds himself almost alone in the Qian household. Not only have outsiders abandoned him, even those of his own family have left. What he currently possesses is merely a fleet commanded by his nephew Qianrong and nominal sovereignty over Jingzhou. The Federal Conference is a political game manipulated by the 11 commercial families of the Federation. Many internal matters and bills are decided and passed by this parliamentary body. The Federal Constitution dictates that the more capital one owns and the more taxes one pays, the greater one's social status becomes. Hence, there are 11 such families, 6 belonging to individual states and 5 in central China. The Qi state's Qian family, Wei state's Sun family, Yan state's Zheng family, Qin state's Lu family, Song state's Gongsun family, Chu state's Ximen family, and central China's 5 families, Bao, Song, Ma, Yang, Gao Luo. Central China lies in a strategically advantageous location within Huaxia's heartland, which allowed these 5 families to rise with power equal to the 6 state families. The 6 families control the economic lifelines of their respective states, while the central region is controlled by the other 5. Currently, Qianming leads the Qian family, Sun Shuwu heads the Sun family, Baoan leads the Bao family, Song Ping the Song family, Ma Tong the Ma family, Yang Song the Yang family, Gao He the Gao family, Zheng Shuang the Zheng family, Lu Hong the Lu family, Gongsun Rang the Gongsun family, and Ximen Yong the Ximen family. This political landscape of elite families represents the full picture of the Chinese Federation today. Entering the dimly lit room in Qi's capital, Qianming steps into a pitch-black chamber. Inside, a U-shaped table awaits with only one chair at its end, and atop it lies the clearly marked emblem of the Qian family of Qi. Sitting in this darkened conference room, the setting seems rather simple, yet it is indeed the place for the federal parliament. Simultaneously, across the Federation, other family heads enter their own respective conference rooms. In each, a U-shaped table stands, bearing just a single chair facing a family's insignia. At the beginning of the conference, projections form around the U-shaped tables, linking all the major family conference rooms together through holographic technology. In Qianming's otherwise empty room, other seats are filled virtually, projecting images of the heads of the other 11 families. Simultaneously, Qianming's projection appears in the U-shaped rooms of the other families. On either side of the U-shape sit 5 individuals, 10 family leaders, with the current president of the Federation, Bao En, positioned centrally. Sitting among us this time might be the last time for you, Elder Qian. Before the meeting officially begins, Ma Tong sneers at Qianming. The influence held by the Qian family is about to vanish completely, and this truly is the final federal conference for the Qian family. Amongst this crowd, Qianming feels a level of attention never experienced before, though certainly not the kind he would prefer. The heads of the Sun family from Wei State, Sun Shiwu, and the Bao family, Baoan, the 2 main players behind Qi's downfall, were calm expressions. My old bones have indeed reached retirement age. Qianming blushes slightly, replying. Elder Qian may still be in his prime, but perhaps he won't get another chance after this. Ma Tong chuckles. Qianming's face turned red like a pig's liver, his veins bulged, and he looked angry but had no outlet for his rage. Retirement was merely the reason Qianming gave himself to step down gracefully, but since the other party wanted him utterly disgraced, he had no choice but to swallow this humiliation. Baoan coughed lightly twice, attempting to mediate. The present is one thing, the future another. Elder Qian is still a member of the federal parliament. This is a political meeting. Therefore, any personal grudges between Ma Tong and Elder Qian should not be resolved here. Bao En's words slightly dulled the deep red flush on Qianming's face that had resembled a pig's liver. There are several items for discussion. Let's start with something less critical. Bao En opened the prelude of the meeting. The war between the Victoria Alliance and the Petros Federation against Salasaga Federation has been ongoing for a few days now. The Salasaga and Petros Federations have been retreating continuously. I believe you understand the nature of the Victoria Federal Human Alliance. It is an organization aimed at reuniting all human governments. If unification is the goal, then they will undoubtedly bring the flames of war to our doorstep. Therefore, the Petros Federation and Salasaga Federation hope the Chinese Federation will join their alliance. What do you all think? Asked Bao En. Though it might seem minor, President Bao knows what he is talking about regarding whether this treaty is worth signing or not. Our army is already locked in stalemate with Huaxia and cannot disengage. Moreover, the neighboring Petros and Salasaga Federations are also retreating continuously in their war against the Victoria Federation. This alliance would ensure the safety of both our backsides. However, refusing to sign it means neither side can realistically intervene in another war due to being overextended. Song Ping mused after a while and added. Nevertheless, I suggest we sign it. If we look closely at the war happening behind us, we all know it is not a drawn-out battle, but rather one-sided. The 2 federations' armies being routed by the Victoria Federation explains why they harbor ambitions to unify humanity. What we need to do is give these 2 federations peace of mind, so they can focus fully on resisting the Victoria Federation. Otherwise, one day we may find ourselves attacked from both fronts. Agreed. Forming such an alliance will allow our army to operate more freely against the Huaxia army, Yang Song commented. What about you? What do you think? Seeing the situation, Bao En asked others, naturally including Qianming as well. This was not a crucial issue. The consensus of those present was to support and sign the alliance treaty. Not long after, the Chinese Federation signed an alliance with the Petros Federation and Salasaga Federation. Moving on to the next point for discussion. Although Song Ping mentioned earlier that our war with Huaxia has deteriorated into a messy stalemate, I disagree. That stage of messy warfare has passed. Huaxia has begun its counteroffensive. 2 states in the northwestern front have been captured, with key fortresses falling to them. This is the main focal point of their counteroffensive. As for the midline and southern line battles, you might call them deadlocked, but looking at how the situation develops, our troops have become significantly weakened. After 13 years, our forces have not only failed to defeat the enemy, but instead, the enemy has grown stronger, posing a severe challenge we must face right now. Bao En shifted his tone seriously. This point is evident from the new weapon types the enemy has developed. Bao En moved the hollow brain, and in the center of the U-shaped table appeared a display of Huaxia's new weapon active in fortress warfare, the Lynx U-class fluctuation warship. Like the Overcrossbow class warship, it's another siege weapon. Previously, during our defensive state, there was no need for such weapons. However, the fact that these are now appearing on the battlefield also serves as a warning that Huaxia is going on the offensive, not merely planning it, but actively engaging in it. A suffocating silence descended upon the meeting room for a while. When no one spoke up after a moment of silence, Bao En glanced around the circle and continued. I assume each of your families has some involvement in the arms industry, yes? War drives the explosive growth of the arms sector. Whether victories or defeats occur, as long as the war continues, capital will be invested into producing and utilizing weapons, creating vast profits for the arms dealers. Regardless of the outcome, the war benefits the arms trade. However, war is also an investment. Investing in a war yields profits if victorious, but losses if defeated. Through arms trading, we profit regardless of the war's outcome. Yet, who fills the bottomless pit of a failed war? Naturally, it is filled by the nation's strength. Let me give an example. What percentage of the annual income does the Federation need to allocate for military expenses in a war? Suppose producing 1 mech requires 1,000 mira, the unit of currency, and the Federation purchases our mechs for 1,200 mira, with us making a profit of 200 mira. When the Federation loses the war and the mech is destroyed, they lose 1,200 mira, of which 200 mira was our profit and 1,000 mira was lost during the war. Those seated showed no discomfort, instead paying close attention as they awaited Bao En's continuation. Seeing this, Bao En continued. Regardless of whether the war is won or lost, we make a profit. But if the war fails, who will pay the price for the loss? Of course, it's the Federation. The Federation invests new capital into the next war after losing the previous one. This new capital is divided into two parts. One part is our profit, and the other is spent on the war. What happens if they still lose? Our influence doesn't decrease. In fact, it can grow through the war, but the Federation's national strength diminishes. And who bears the brunt of the failure? Another segment of the Federation outside our control. This is why the longer the war lasts, the weaker the Federation becomes. Chapter 20, Federal Conference, Part 2. There was an awkward silence in the meeting room. As President Bao has said, but Ma Tong's words broke the awkwardness of the entire room. He asked, everyone knows that the biggest shipbuilding giant in the Federation is a company under the Bao family. Don't you feel uncomfortable saying that? Bao had anticipated that someone would say this, remaining unmoved as he replied. From the perspective of an arms dealer, no matter who wins or loses, as long as the war continues, we can earn enough from the arms pie to make us very wealthy. War, whether it's victory or defeat, is only needed to continue. The war just needs to continue, regardless of winning or losing. Perhaps this was the idea shared by all the arms-dealing families present. If I consider things from the perspective of the federal president, then it's a different concept altogether. A failure in war will weaken the Federation's national strength. If another war follows, it will create a vicious cycle. None of us seated here pay for the failures of war. It's the other group within society outside of us who pays the price. We are the rulers, and they are the ruled. The cost of failure falls on them. And the more they bear the cost, the more they dislike our rule, and they increasingly resent war. The threat posed by Huaxia, China, along with their resentment, presents a double threat to us if the war persists. When the nation weakens to its limit and no one pays for our failed wars anymore, what happens then? Bao looked at Qianming with deep meaning and said, in this regard, the Qian family has profound experience. Qianming's face flushed red, lowering his head in shame. He, being the first person to bear the cost. So who would be the next bearer among all of us here? Bao scanned the assembly with hidden intent. My point is clear. Elder Qian serves as a cautionary tale. The outcome of war isn't irrelevant to us. It deeply concerns us. The Qian family stands in the 3-star domains of Qi state. When Qi weakens, so does the Qian family. So, assuming the Federation were destroyed by Huaxia, would there still be any place left for our 10 great families to stand? Among the 10 great families, Qianming also understood that Bao considered the 10 great families excluding the Qian family. However, Qianming's words caused many clan leaders to ponder deeply. Viewed from the perspective of an arms dealer, no matter how the war turns out, profits can always be made. But I am not only an arms dealer. I am also the president of Central China and the president of the Zhonghua Federation. While I reap profits during a war's failure, the power of Central China and the Federation declines. My basis for profit is the Federation, the Constitution of the Federation, the 11 merchant meetings of the Federation itself. If the Federation fails, our foundation collapses. Do those sitting here now feel that the success or failure of the war has nothing to do with themselves? Bao stood up seriously and said, President Bao speaks reasonably, Sun Shui said, followed by others agreeing. What appears openly is the collapse of the northwest front line. The federal Qi state lost Hangzhou province and Jingzhou province, and then the fortresses. Engaged in combat with Xiahou Jing on the central front and Xiahou Da on the southern front, the front lines can barely hold, but it's merely a hard-pressed holding. Bao immediately opened the light brain computer. The center projection of the warships soon transformed into a three-dimensional star map, marking the boundaries. At the border between the Federation and Huaxia, there are 3 front lines. 2 vacuum storm areas in the north leave only special stellar corridors leading from Hangzhou province and Tongzhou province into Jingzhou province, making these 9 strongholds extremely rare stellar strongholds in space. The central and southern fronts consist of vast interstellar boundaries. Both the central and southern lines see the Federation locked in stalemate with Huaxia, while on the northwest line, Huaxia has already begun counterattacks. Despite having superior forces, the Federal Army struggles to maintain its positions. Additionally, take a look at this map. As the star map rotated, within the Federation's star domain, frequently blinking red dots rapidly flickered and disappeared one after another. What is this? Only Bao knew the purpose of this map, but he played a trick, not revealing its significance, prompting some people to ask. These are various armed conflicts against the Federation across the Federation over the past 13 years. They're dissatisfied with our rule, Bao said calmly. They're just unruly peasants. Haven't we successfully suppressed all of them? Ma Tong wasn't fazed, coldly stating. Opposing the government? These kinds of situations within the Federation happen almost daily, but do they have money, weapons, mecha fleets? Without us, they can't even leave outer space. Confined to space cities, what can they do? If they don't submit, force them. Although these rebellions have been effectively suppressed, while we can suppress their behavior, we cannot suppress their thoughts of resistance. They are exactly the ones bearing the costs of the Federation's defeats in recent years. And this trend within the Federation expands irreversibly like a malignant tumor. The reversal of power between Huaxia and the Federation, coupled with the rising tide of domestic resistance, all indicate that the foundation of our rule is crumbling. If we don't change our current attitude, our downfall won't come at the hands of the Huaxia military, but rather ourselves, Bao said. So what should we do about it? Song Ping asked. Do you all remember the Dawn Research Department incident 13 years ago? Our original rationale for launching this war was to achieve victory and unify Huaxia, growing our power along with our victories. We cannot let Huaxia unify us. Instead, we must unify Huaxia. We need to return to the original purpose of this war. Only through victory can we not only expand our influence, but also ensure the growth of each of our respective powers. What we truly need is the triumph of war. Only through continuous victory can we fundamentally resolve our current predicament. Bowen said calmly. Almost everyone in the room felt like laughing out loud. Indeed, as Bowen had pointed out, no matter the outcome, they would always benefit. However, who goes into a war without aiming for victory? Who wants to face such an embarrassing stalemate between the Federation and Huaxia? To talk about seeking victory, Bowen's words were essentially meaningless. Everyone knows that winning is preferable when starting a war. But I hope you all adjust your mindset. We fight to win, and we must work together as one force. With so much build-up thus far, I suspect many of you are growing impatient. Let's move on to our second topic, countering Huaxia and reclaiming lost territory. How do we defeat Huaxia's defenders on the central and southern fronts, with the ultimate goal being the elimination of the Huaxia forces and their annexation? I agree with the president's assessment. We now indeed need a great victory. After losing the northwest stronghold, our position has become increasingly precarious. I suggest using the northwest as our counteroffensive point, reclaim the stronghold, then take back Hangzhou and Jingzhou provinces, which will then allow us to pressurize Huaxia, Sun Shu stated. Bowen's meaning was crystal clear. We couldn't keep losing. We needed a string of victories until Huaxia was fully defeated. Sun Shu added his thoughts, proposing the first decisive victory should originate from the northwest. Bowen is correct. Once we recapture the stronghold, our northern front will be secure, allowing us to smoothly reclaim the lost star domains of Hangzhou and Tongzhou. Bowen adjusted the light brain computer, the holographic projection, transforming once again, returning to the image of the 9 critical strongholds. He said, the surprise attack on the fortress was carried out by Huaxia's newly formed 5th Army, commanded by General Dai Lingnan. This general boasts an impressive battle record, having been active from the wars between the Ling clan and Huaxia all the way to our current conflict. Undoubtedly, he is a formidable opponent. The 5th Army fleet comprises 4 divisions, though I've heard Huaxia has reorganized captured Qi state ships into 2 more fleets. If true, the Huaxia side consists of 6 fleets, the stronghold itself, and the supply chain behind them. The Central Army aims to retake the stronghold and has prepared accordingly. The 4th Fleet, comprising backup Central Army forces, has been mobilized for the offensive. 4 new Superbao-class battleships have also been allocated to the 4th Fleet. Nevertheless, Admiral Song Yiming of the 4th Fleet has explicitly stated that his fleet alone cannot capture the stronghold. Moreover, much of Central China's military strength is bogged down on the central and southern fronts, leaving little available beyond the 4th Army. Therefore, we require assistance from the local militaries of each vassal state. Preparations can't be delayed. The 4th Army has already moved into the nearest Yongzhou base cluster near Jingzhou province. Hence, I need the Wei state's support, given its proximity, as well as the participation of Qi state's remaining fleet. Sun Shu thought for a moment before saying, retaking the 9 strongholds is Wei state's undeniable duty. Given the Central Army's intent to reclaim these territories, the timing is perfect. Coincidentally, my top general, Sun Dingyuan, commanding 6 fleets, has just completed preparations at the Dengzhou base cluster on the border of Jingzhou province. Upon command, our forces will set out and retake the stronghold. It's rare for the Sun family to take the initiative. Both the Central Army and the local armies acting independently would find it difficult to conquer the stronghold. We must form a combined force. As the battlefield is in Jingzhou province, it would then fall to Qianlao and any remnants of Qi state's forces to assist in the operation. Bowen looked toward Qianming, who had remained silent throughout, and spoke. I understand. Qianming knew refusal was impossible and reluctantly committed himself. He held no interest in reclaiming the 9 strongholds. Even with a single fleet, he would hold no leverage during the war. Moreover, even if they succeeded in retaking the strongholds, the recaptured provinces of Tongzhou and Hangzhou would not belong to Qi state. To make matters worse, these 2 individuals before him had been the ones to exploit Qi state after its decline most ruthlessly. What choice did he have? Lieutenant Song Yiming may serve as commander-in-chief. Let him lead the campaign against the 9 strongholds. Unless there are objections, the discussion on this second point is concluded. Sun Shu saw the swift decision made regarding the commander, but harbored no opposition. Neither did his family leader. This Federal Council meeting will discuss 3 matters. The third matter concerns the Qi state. According to the Federal Constitution, starting now, the Qian family no longer has the qualifications to participate in the Federal Assembly. The 11 great families will be reduced to the 10 great families, and the Qi state will also be revoked as an independent vassal state. As for the jurisdiction of Jingzhou province, it will be determined after the war. Bowen knew that directly incorporating Jingzhou into central China would cross the Sun family's Gishan, so he followed the plan to decide post-war. Then, with that, the Federal Council meeting concludes. Chapter 21, Qi Family Qian. After the meeting ended, the room once again became empty, leaving only Qianming behind. The final decision of the meeting was to seal the fate of the Qian family in Qi country. Though such an outcome had long been expected, when the time came to face judgment, Qianming fainted at the last moment. Fortunately, the projection shut off, or else Qianming would have been embarrassed. The Federal Conference's decision to revoke the Qian family status in the 11th Parliament and eliminate Qi country as a member state meant casting the Qian family out of heaven into hell. The identity of the 11 great families was protected by federal law, with benefits skewed toward these families. Moreover, one critical function of the federal parliament was legislation. Canceling Qi country meant that the Qian family lost their foothold, leaving Jingzhou as a territory without an owner, awaiting post-war redistribution. This was outright plunder, though it had already begun. The division between upper and lower strata in the federal political structure was extremely severe. Policies favored the elite class, whose sphere of influence revolved around the 11 great families. Their hallmark was a downward-only trend. It was difficult for people from the lower classes to climb up. Once the Qian family fell into the lower class, they would never rise again. Don't be deceived. Though the Qian family was nominally the master of Qi country and still commanded a fleet, what difference did it make? Bowen was exceptionally cold toward the Qian family, demanding that their fleet also join the war effort, intending to wring every ounce of usable value from them before driving them to the very bottom. Qian Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness. The villa of the Qian family had become desolate. The middle-aged man who walked through the electronic door felt as if he'd entered another world. A familiar environment, but lacking its former glory, now presented a scene of decay. Perhaps the previous Qian family villa had thousands of servants and countless visitors, but now the vast villa lay empty, with no traces of human activity. The middle-aged man wandered aimlessly through the familiar villa when the electronic door to the living room opened, revealing Qian Ming's disheveled figure. When Qian Ming looked up and saw the uninvited guest's face clearly, his expression was complex and confused. He spoke weakly. You've come back. Uncle, I've returned. Do you blame me? It's because of me that the Qian family has become like this. The middle-aged man regretfully said. There's no need to criticize you. For the Qian family, there may be no brighter days ahead. The decline of the Qian family isn't solely your responsibility, Qian Ming replied. Now that things have come to this point, there's no use in blaming or shifting responsibility. The middle-aged man remained silent. You've come back. Has my grandson also returned? Asked Qian Ming. Yes, Qian Hu has also returned. This middle-aged man was none other than Qian He, who had been captured during the defense battle of the 9 major fortresses, and was also a member of the Qian family royal clan. Why were the captured Qian He and Wang Qi able to return to the Qian family? This required tracing back to the strategy planned by the Huaxia side. A few days ago, in the 9 major fortresses, after the 5th Army moved into the 9 fortresses, more and more war supplies were transported into the fortresses via cargo ships. Active spies within Hangzhou and Tongzhou mistook them all for military logistics, quietly recording the number of transport vessels going in and out, unaware that they lacked the ability to infiltrate the interior of the fortresses. Even the soldiers stationed within the fortresses regarded them simply as military supply transports, since most cargo ships indeed carried military equipment, making up part of the transportation process. Only a small portion of the Huaxia military command knew that these supplies bore a particular name, special military supplies. Securing Jingzhou is an essential step for the 5th Army's campaign. Not seizing it while the Qi sector within the Federation is vacant might mean losing a great opportunity. Besides, do you really think we should take Jingzhou along with the northwest tri-domains of the Federation? Zhou He was still keen on taking Jingzhou advantageously. General Zhou He, I brought you here today not for casual chatter. Forget how we're going to strike out for now. The real issue is that the Federation is about to launch an attack on us. Dai Lingnan said as they continued walking. The 2 commanders of Huaxia traveled down through levels inside the fortress via an elevator. Along the way, they passed rooms storing mechs, storage rooms stocked with ammunition, and hangars holding fighter jets. Hey, Chief, why exactly did you summon me? Zhou He questioned, perplexed. There are some tasks better suited for you. But before I delegate them, let's meet someone first, Dai Lingnan said. The elevator doors opened, revealing a specially designated area within the fortress where high-ranking prisoners of war were detained. Upon seeing this, Zhou He immediately understood why Dai Lingnan had brought him here and smiled. Interrogating prisoners? Leave it to me, old Zhou. If there's anything they should say but don't, I'll skin them alive, Zhou He said confidently. You torturing prisoners of war is something I trust even less. Dai Lingnan glanced at him disapprovingly. Torture of prisoners was impossible in Huaxia, even though it occurred elsewhere in the Federation. What Zhou He had said seemed more like an attempt to ingratiate himself. Dai Lingnan stepped out of the elevator first, with Zhou He close behind. Soldiers on either side respectfully saluted, and both Dai Lingnan and Zhou He returned their salutes. At this point, a respectful guard officer arrived to welcome Dai Lingnan and Zhou He to the high-ranking prisoner camp. Commander and General Zhou's presence is truly honored. Forgive us for not greeting you earlier. Each senior captive here has their own room. May I ask which one you'd like to visit? The guard officer asked politely. Take me to see Qian He, Dai Lingnan replied. Qian He was the highest-ranked prisoner in the camp, holding the rank of lieutenant general, so the guard officer immediately knew where he was located. Please follow me. Led by the guard officer, Dai Lingnan and Zhou He followed toward the prison area. Has Qian He been treated properly these past few days? How's his mental state? Dai Lingnan inquired. The food, clothing, and living standards are among the best available in the concentration camp. Moreover, Qian He enjoys a degree of freedom. Although his spirit doesn't seem to be in good shape, he appears somewhat listless, the guard officer replied. After all, the defeat in the war means everything for him and his forces, doesn't it? I think he understands clearly, Dai Lingnan added. The guard officer led Dai Lingnan to a large room within the concentration camp, and after scanning for access with recognition technology, the door opened. General Zhou He, this will be a private conversation between me and General Qian. You can listen through the audio recording later, but there's no need for you to come inside, Dai Lingnan said before entering the room alone. I understand. Zhou He responded and remained outside with the guard officer. This particular room in the prison was rather luxurious. Inside, Dai Lingnan saw a man sitting on the sofa in the living room, his face filled with fatigue. This was none other than General Qian, he who had been captured during the previous operation. Chapter 22. Qi Family Middle. Who are you? Qian he saw a person in the room where he was detained who he had never seen before, even in the concentration camp, so he asked. However, upon closer inspection of the man, he indeed was wearing a military uniform with rank insignia, a general's uniform, specifically an admiral. This admiral of the Fifth Army could only mean that Dai Lingnan himself had personally come to interrogate something, and Qian he nodded in understanding. Fortunately, Dai Lingnan didn't mind his identity being known by the other party. Instead, he sat across from him and asked kindly, "How have these past few days been? Haven't the people here treated you poorly, have they? I'm the general of a defeated army. Are you here just to mock me?" Qian he said, "Compared to the careful care I've received now, I'd rather be tortured. Besides knowing that I am a captive, here I feel like your soldiers treat me as if I were a lord. It seems they've taken good care of you so far," Dai Lingnan responded after observing the surroundings. "Severe torture isn't practiced in Huaxia. I apologize for that. The layout of this concentration camp hasn't changed much. We're just using the original one from your federation. We can only spare this small room for you. Once, I was the commander of this base. Now, I've become a prisoner, and it turns out I'm being held in your concentration camp." Qian he laughed bitterly, and then looked at Dai Lingnan. "If it wasn't just to casually inquire about how I'm doing, General Admiral, what is the real reason you came personally?" "Ha ha ha." Dai Lingnan laughed for a while, and then said directly, "I'll cut to the chase. My main purpose for coming this time is to release you back." "Release me?" Qian he was utterly confused. Releasing an enemy officer wasn't something to be joked about lightly. "Aren't you the commander-in-chief of Huaxia's Fifth Army? Jokes about releasing me shouldn't be made carelessly." "Of course, I always keep my word," Dai Lingnan solemnly promised. "Releasing you is natural. If you wish, starting right now, you won't be Huaxia's prisoner anymore. As long as you avoid seeing things you shouldn't, you can safely leave this base and board the Federation fighter jet we're returning to you. Furthermore, Wang Qi's team under your command will also be released. But naturally, before this happens, there are some things I'd like to discuss with you. Regardless of whether our discussion succeeds or not, you will no longer be our prisoner." Indeed, they still wanted to extract valuable intelligence from me, thought Qian he as his expression softened. "All right then, a promise made. Is a horse hard to pursue?" Dai Lingnan finished the phrase. "Fine, then what do you want to talk about, or what intelligence do you wish to ask about? Though I must tell you, there are some matters I intend to remain silent on." Qian he replied. "Qian he, known as the Guardian General, haven't we clashed recently?" Dai Lingnan sighed. "Do you remember your partner? General Cheng Zhong. It's truly tragic how his story ended. He dispersed his subordinate officers and surrendered to us, but then committed suicide in the command room of the Yun-class Sky Mother Carrier. Cheng Zhong's suicide was news Qian he hadn't known, or rather, Huaxia deliberately concealed this information from him. It wasn't until today that Qian he learned from Dai Lingnan about Cheng Zhong's death. Cheng Zhong he committed suicide? Qian he fell silent, sighing deeply. Indeed, he really knew how to choose self-destruction over surrender, unlike me who's afraid to die. What is Dai Lingnan's game by telling me this? Qian he pondered, unsure of his intentions. "I don't know much about Cheng Zhong," Dai Lingnan continued. "But during our assault on the fortress, I noticed something interesting. The Second Fleet, commanded by him, set out trying to destroy our newly introduced siege warships. But when our Third Fleet arrived at the battlefield, 2 siege fleets were deployed with their formations fully prepared, waiting for the Second Fleet to exit the fortress to annihilate them. Yet Cheng Zhong stopped advancing and instead used the fortress as a support to preserve his fleet. The Second Fleet destroyed our siege weapons at all costs, causing us to lose our ability to attack from a distance. In order for us to take the fortress, we had to pay a much higher price. But this process put the Second Fleet at significant risk of annihilation. If I recall correctly, as the fortress commander, your authority would have surpassed Cheng Zhong's. You issued an order to destroy our siege ships at all costs, but halfway through, you stopped it. After our Third Fleet reached the battlefield and completed its deployment, the Second Fleet ceased executing the order. Your order was disobeyed by Cheng Zhong, which indicates that there has been an issue with the command structure within your fortress defense system. How can you be certain that the order for the Second Fleet to target your siege ships was mine? The change in the Second Fleet's deployment midway wasn't my command, but rather Cheng Zhong's own decision." Qian he countered. "Because you prioritized the fortress while he prioritized the fleet. Your orders were issued with the aim of securing the fortress, which might have meant sacrificing the Second Fleet at all costs. However, Cheng Zhong did not wish to place his army in a disadvantageous position. If my guess is correct, a divergence had already appeared between you during the war, though it didn't erupt because both of you knew 2 support fleets were sailing from either flank. Their arrival could turn the tide, so you made a compromise. You allowed the Second Fleet to hold the fortress and wait for reinforcements while Cheng Zhong prioritized the preservation of the fortress," Dai Lingnan explained. "Do you want to mock us both? Cheng Zhong managed to save his fleet, only for you to capture them and reorganize them into your Second Fleet. And the 9 fortresses I safeguarded are now nothing more than checkpoints for Huaxia. What an ironic end it has come to." Qian he shook his head and sighed bitterly. Cheng Zhong was indeed a good general. His subordinates wanted to survive. He didn't drag them into a final, heroic counterattack, but let them choose to live while he embraced his own convictions and committed suicide. Therefore, it's not surprising that he disobeyed your orders. I've said before that he intended to preserve the fleet, and your orders might have led to the Second Fleet's annihilation. So why did he defy you? whereas you were willing to sacrifice the fleet to secure the fortress? Dai Lingnan asked. There were two options, two strategies, to either hold and await reinforcements or first eliminate our offensive siege weapons. It seems like the former option was better, but why did you choose the latter? And why issue a command that might send the second fleet to their graves? Dai Lingnan inquired curiously. Both plans were feasible simultaneously. One line involved reinforcements, and the other called for the second fleet to destroy the siege weapons. What I needed was a stronger guarantee for the preservation of the fortress I was defending. Only by securing the fortress. Qianhe began. This I understand quite well. You secured the 9 fortresses, willing to risk the complete destruction of the second fleet for it, Dai Lingnan said. Or it could also be said that the survival of the second fleet was not critical. What truly mattered to you was the gain or loss of the fortress. Because for you, the fall of the fortress means the decline of your nation and your Qi family's influence forever. Chapter 23. Qi Country, Qian Family Part 2. As for the outcome mentioned by Dai Lingnan, Qianhe was well aware of it. The loss of the stronghold would indeed leave the Qian family completely out of power, and Qi Country would also become entirely powerless. Since the worst result had already happened, Qianhe remained silent, waiting patiently for what Dai Lingnan would say next. Previously, the rivalry in the northwest seemed on the surface to be between our Huaxia and your federation, but it was merely a superficial competition. In reality, it was a four-cornered rivalry among the Wei, Qi, Central China Federations, and Huaxia. After losing access to Tongzhou and Hangzhou star domains, all that remained of Qi Country was Jingzhou, where they barely managed to hold their ground. 13 years of war have led to a decline in the Federation's national strength and resources. However, there's a peculiar phenomenon. Resources and capital within the Federation are converging into the hands of a few individuals while decreasing elsewhere. The Federation is weakening itself through these wars and funneling limited societal resources into the hands of a select few, the 11 commercial families, one of which you belong to, the Qian family. When the entire nation becomes a machine of war, continually waging conflicts while controlling energy, raw stones, and spiritual crystals, as well as regulating large amounts of social resources, the pulse of society is held firmly by these 11 commercial families. Their influence spans economics, politics, and military affairs. These families only seek profit for themselves, leading to a continuous influx of societal capital and assets into their hands. As the Federation weakens, economic disparity grows, class divisions expand, and yet these families only grow fatter. The Chinese Federation grants more speaking power to those who control more of its social and resource capital, which explains why there exist 11 monopolistic superfamilies that dominate across the entire Federation. The war between the Federation and Huaxia was originally meant to seize Huaxia's 9 provinces and expand their influence. But war has both victories and defeats. When victorious, the Federation grows strong, and the families reap great benefits. Even in defeat, these families can still gain small profits. Only another group within society bears the cost of these wars. War may end in either victory or defeat. Winning brings profit, while losing doesn't require them to pay. Hence, neither outcome truly matters. Yet, just as your failure means the fall of your Qi family, the Federation's failure would similarly mean the end of the 11 families. The Chinese Federation serves as the foundation for your standing, and Qi Country forms the base for the Qian family. Losing Hangzhou and Jingzhou followed by the loss of the 9 strongholds represents a fundamentally different kind of failure. It signifies the beginning of attacks against the fragile roots upon which your power stands. I suspect other parts of your society, those who tirelessly bear the costs of your wars and struggle at the bottom, will grow increasingly dissatisfied with your rule. Before, regardless of whether you won or lost, you were indifferent since Huaxia, being weaker than the Federation, lacked the capacity to counterattack and could only passively defend itself. Now let's talk about Qi Country. Being part of the Qian family, you must understand that there are numerous uprisings and anti-government groups within Qi Country. These people do not comply with the rule of your state government. To deal with this, you resort to constant forceful suppression, only resulting in even more frequent rebellions which worsen over time. However, after Huaxia took Hangzhou and Tongzhou, the rebellion subsided. Why is this? Qi Country fosters resistance, while Huaxia provides a way to resolve it. Yet, Hangzhou and Tongzhou are no longer part of Qi territory. Following their losses, Qi's influence weakened, becoming the weakest among the 11 families. Still, relying on the 9 strongholds, Qi maintained its position. Holding the 9 strongholds demonstrated Qi's ability to protect its own power. Furthermore, as Huaxia advanced into the northwest, threatening the Wei and Central China regions, Qi could still leverage the barrier formed by its strongholds to negotiate for its own interests, ensuring a balance in its bargaining chips. However, Qi can no longer endure further failures. The loss of the 9 strongholds now means that Qi no longer possesses the ability to protect itself. A vast amount of social capital accumulated by the Qian family will flee, seeking safer places to hide, thus weakening Qi's power. The assets controlled by Qi have become extremely unsafe, much like the stock sell-off in an old world scenario. Asset prices drop rapidly, allowing external forces to swiftly rush in and seize assets at low prices. Therefore, you surely understand what it means that shortly before this, the Qi Country gave up the stronghold to my army. Listening to this, Qianhe's face turned red then pale. She clenched her teeth and finally managed to say, "So you let me go because you think I'm no longer a threat, right? After all, my family, the Qian family, and Qi Country, as you said, I think we've already." After Qi Country's failure, it means the collapse of its foundation. When the Qian family can no longer ensure the safety of their assets and capital, the other Federation member states and other powerful families certainly won't kindly lend a helping hand to your Qian family. Seizing a vast amount of assets and capital from an entire territory like Jingzhou, I believe these nations will act without hesitation. Therefore, your Qian family has absolutely no chance to turn things around. Qian he nodded. He understood this outcome. But it doesn't necessarily mean that Qi country is out of the game yet. The Qian family still has options for playing a part in shaping the future, though there's only one choice left. No others, Dai Lingnan said. Really? Do go on. Qian he replied, suddenly interested. Qi country still holds control over the Jingzhou region, which borders Wei country and central China. After the fall of the 9 strongholds into our hands, Jingzhou has now become a juicy piece of meat. Both Wei and central China want to devour this piece of land, but with only one piece of meat and 2 hungry wolves, they must contend with each other. No matter how fiercely they compete, they cannot change the fact that we now control the 9 strongholds. Their ability to fully take over the Jingzhou region depends on whether either of them can recapture those strongholds from us, creating a barrier against my army. Whoever secures these fortresses will also naturally obtain the rights to Jingzhou. The current situation involves a triangular relationship in the Northwest Star Domain, Wei country, central China, and Huaxia. Although Wei country and central China are part of the Federation's forces, they belong to different federated states within it and remain rivals regarding the issue of Jingzhou's ownership. While the Qian family still retains a certain level of strength, there's no doubt that the Qian family has already become that piece of meat waiting to be devoured. But the Qian family does retain the right to choose allegiance. At this point, Qian he began to understand. What you're suggesting is that the Qian family should betray the Federation and align themselves with Huaxia. You're letting me return to the Qian family as a mole, so that when Wei country and central China fight over Jingzhou, both will require possession of the 9 strongholds, thus inevitably leading to renewed conflict soon enough. Clever indeed, Dai Lingnan applauded several times. If the Qian family were to switch sides to Huaxia, I'd love to hear your reasons for why we should do so. Chapter 24, Qi Kingdom, Qian Family, the end. Do I still need to explain the reason? In the Federation, if your family Qian could still be one of the 11 powerful families, I wouldn't bother talking to you so much. At most, I would use you as a bargaining chip and see if I could get some benefits from your family. But in the Qi Kingdom, the Qian family's decline is inevitable. Once it falls, can the Qian family return to its original position? Probably not. If the Qian family is no longer one of the 11 major families, there are 2 characteristics of the Federation's politics: polarization and downward trends with no upward reversal. Qian family. Dai Lingnan leaned closer to Qian He's ear and said, the Qian family's way out can only be found within the Huaxia territories. Qian He fell silent. Although he wasn't entirely clear about the current situation of the Qian family, he could foresee the family's outcome. The war that Huaxia waged against the 9 major strongholds was indeed, as Dai Lingnan had mentioned, a battle that the Qi Kingdom's Qian family could only win and never lose. If they were to fail, the present-day Qian family of Qi, Huaxia is different from the Federation. The Federation monopolizes opportunities while Huaxia opens up these chances for circulation. In the Federation, if your family Qian remains one of the prominent families, the Qian family will always have an opportunity. However, once you are no longer one of those elite families, you'll forever lack any opportunity. Therefore, I'm saying the only way out for the Qian family now is to defect to Huaxia. Dai Lingnan smiled. Subsequently, Dai Lingnan opened his light brain, and the light screen displayed a series of data which he showed to Qian He. This data illustrated the catastrophic fall in power parameters once the Qian family lost its stronghold in Qi. Qian, he looked at the data table with heartache. Because of his failure, the Qian family's current influence was no longer enough to stand on its own politically within the Federation. This data also pointed out one issue. When the Qian family lost its status, it was mercilessly devoured by other Federation powers. Do you see this? Once the Qian family loses power, the other factions in the Federation waste no time attacking. I think in a few days, the Federation Parliament will announce the abolition of the Qi Kingdom as an independent state, and the 11 leading families will soon become 10. The Qian family within the Federation will only face a destiny of being exploited, said Dai Lingnan, satisfied with Qian He's reaction, continuing. With a resolute tone, Qian He replied, I understand. Let me go back. I will persuade the head of the Qian family to bring the remaining forces to surrender to Huaxia. Since you've decided to surrender, we're all part of one country now. So instead of the Qian family immediately relocating with everyone, why not stay temporarily within the Federation first? Didn't I just say that the Wei Kingdom and Central China are plotting to attack the 9 major strongholds? Right now, the Qian family's influence within the enemy ranks is extremely valuable to us, explained Dai Lingnan as he stopped Qian He. Qian He understood what Dai Lingnan meant. I see. This light brain is exclusively used for single-line bidirectional communication. Its signal is so faint that even radars cannot detect it. Hand it over to the head of the Qian family, and once you've persuaded him, let him initiate contact with me, said Dai Lingnan as he pulled out a prepared light brain. I know, said Qian He before promptly taking the device. Excellent, my promise still stands. You are no longer a prisoner. You may return to the Federation, said Dai Lingnan before calling the guard officer to escort Qian He to the stronghold airport. After Qian He left the concentration camp, Zhou He approached and praised. Commander, that was quite something. A few words, and you flipped him over to our side. This isn't exactly my accomplishment. With the Qian family in a dead end, they would naturally come over voluntarily unless they're fools. We're just taking the initiative a bit earlier, which makes future deployments smoother, pondered Dai Lingnan. Haha, though old Zhou here remembers you bringing me along not just for this purpose, right? Isn't there another secret plan requiring my involvement? Zhou he laughed. Haha, General Zhou, indeed there is a secret plan, said Dai Lingnan mysteriously, and it truly can only be entrusted to you. From Qian Ming, he learned that the Qi kingdom had been revoked and the Qian family was no longer among the 11 families of the Federation. He also informed Qian Ming about the news of Huaxia wanting the Qian family to defect. So what about the light brain given to you by that Huaxia army general? He took out the light brain and handed it over to Qian Ming. After receiving the device, Qian Ming did not turn it on but carefully asked Qian He, how many people knew about your return? No one knows. Huaxia has done an excellent job ensuring my secrecy. Qian He replied. That's good, that's good. To everyone else, your identity is still that of a captive. There's no reason for them to let you go without cause. Thus, your return must remain a secret. Don't let others find out. I understand, Qian He nodded. However, regarding communication, I suggest calling Qian Rong back. He's the last reliance of the Qian family, commander of the 4th Fleet of Qi Kingdom. Previously, you said that Dai Lingnan mentioned that our Qian family would remain in the Federation army to be on standby for the upcoming war at the 9 major fortresses. Correct? Well, Qian Rong will command Qi's last fleet in this war. I am old and can't help much, but young Qian Rong is quite capable, Qian Ming said. I've contacted Qian Rong and asked him to come back. As a member of the Qian family, no one wants to see our current situation. Master, does the Federation plan to send our family's final fleet to participate in the battle against the 9 major fortresses? Qian He asked. Yes, it seems the Federation intends to squeeze out our final value. Qian Rong should be arriving soon. Qian He sighed helplessly. Indeed, just a few minutes later, the electronic door to the Qian family living room opened again, revealing a middle-aged officer dressed in a federal military uniform with a weary expression. This was Qian Rong, still commanding the final fleet of the Qian family. Upon entering, Qian Rong immediately spotted the family head, as well as Qian He. Without uttering a word, he strode forward, grabbed Qian He by the collar, and swung a punch which was fortunately intercepted by Qian Ming. How dare you return after disgracing us like that? Qian He, the Qian family entrusted such an important fortress to you. How could you defend it so poorly? What nonsense is this defense? Instead of throwing a punch, Qian Rong held Qian He's collar with one hand and pointed an accusing finger at his forehead while angrily speaking. Throughout this entire process, Qian He remained silent. He understood that he had lost the most crucial battle for the Qian family, and it was understandable that others would resent him. Qian Rong roughly shoved Qian He, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Then Qian He mocked back. By the way, didn't you become a prisoner of Huaxia? How did you manage to come back? And how dare you have the face to return to the Qian family? As Qian Rong was about to kick Qian He in anger, Qian Ming quickly pulled him back. That's enough. Enough, Qian Rong. At this point, blaming anyone won't help. The Qian family has hit rock bottom, and what we must focus on now is internal unity, finding a way out for the Qian family. I understand. I've received orders from the Federation Parliament to lead my fleet to assist Wei Kingdom's local army and Central China's 4th Army in capturing the fortresses. Damn it. The mere thought of it makes me furious. Qian Rong spat with resentment. Chapter 25. The Day of War. Qian Rong, you've returned just in time. Follow me inside. Qian He, you come too. Qian Ming said, then called the two into a basement of the Qian family residence. After entering the basement, Qian Ming activated that luminous computer. After connecting the light computer, the light screen appeared, and the at-a-loss Qian Rong saw that the connected opponent was in a command room, an officer of Huaxia. What? Huaxia's Dai Lingnan? Asked Qian Rong with a look of vigilance on his face. You are General Qian Rong, the commander of the 4th Fleet of Qi State Military, correct? It seems you haven't quite grasped the situation yet, Dai Lingnan replied. Let me confirm. We have here Qian Ming, the patriarch of the Qian family, as well as Qian He. All important figures have arrived. Excellent. Qian Rong shifted from alertness to confusion, obviously sensing something off about Qian Ming and Qian He. The supreme commander of Huaxia's 5th Army, General Dai Lingnan. I am Qian Ming, the head of the Qian family. The detailed circumstances I've already heard from Qian He. On behalf of the Qian family, we're willing to switch allegiance to Huaxia. Any task set for the Qian family will surely be accomplished, said Qian Ming respectfully. Following this was a long conversation process during which Qian Rong had also come to understand that the Qian family had secretly decided to turn against the Federation, but wasn't directly doing so because Huaxia suspected that the Federation would counterattack against the 9 major fortresses. Thus, they needed the Qian family to remain undercover within the Federation for now. The matter of the Qian family defecting from the Federation to Huaxia, once Qian Rong pondered it, made complete sense. Immediately, he expressed his willingness to serve Huaxia, revealing intelligence that indicated that the Federation intended to prepare fully for the war by April 28th. Following that, combat plans would gradually unfold, all of which Qian Rong relayed to Dai Lingnan. The result of the discussion ended with Dai Lingnan leaving a final message. A grand firework will be the signal. During the battle, Qi's 4th Fleet must change its stance to join Huaxia forces. The bilateral communication through the light screen was thus terminated. Federation, since you are not benevolent, don't blame us Qians for lacking righteousness, muttered Qian Ming bitterly. Meanwhile, in Yongzhou, amidst the Federation's Yongzhou base clusters, following the issuance of the war orders, Song Yiming's defensive duties were put into actual practice. He was appointed as the supreme commander leading a combined force of Central Army and Wei State Qi Army to attack a fortress. Within the Federal Jingzhou Intelligence Department, Xiahou Jing and Zhang Yaiyue of the Dawn team were directly assigned to the flagship of the Federation's 4th Army First Fleet, the Kashi Stellar Mothership. At the same time, the other 3 members of the Dawn team were also transferred to the Kashgar flagship, where they became part of the fleet's allocated original stone mech force. On one side, the Central Army was stationed in Dengzhou Base, while on the other, the Guard Nation's military was at Yongzhou Base. The top commanders of both armies were already in contact via holographic transmission links. At the command center of the Federal Yongzhou Base, what emerged in the network center was a huge light screen, showing the command center of another base on its other side. Calmly seated in the command seat was Song Yiming, and on the other side of the light screen sat a federal general facing him. This was Admiral Sun Dingyuan, the overall commander of the 6 fleets belonging to the Guard State military. So the supreme commander of this war on my end has basically completed pre-war preparations. How is your progress coming along? Asked Sun Dingyuan, whose behavior echoed the nature of his prominent nose. Hawkish, decisive, and rapid action. Although Guard country did not share a border with Huaxia, it did not mean Sun Dingyuan lacked combat experience. In fact, he was a well-recognized skilled commander within the Federation. Whether in Huaxia or the Federation, any general achieving the rank of admiral certainly held considerable capabilities. However, Sun Dingyuan's strong capabilities brought Song Yiming a small trouble. Being the chief commander of this operation, Sun Dingyuan bore resentment without openly expressing it. The key to this war, after all, is to capture the 9 major fortresses. How could it possibly proceed without the Superbao-class warships? But the 4 Superbao-level battleships the government planned to mobilize are still not in place, sighed Song Yiming helplessly. Superbao-class warships. One couldn't fail to notice the admiration laced in Sun Dingyuan's tone, knowing fully well that none of his 6 fleets were equipped with Superbao-class warships. However, it was only natural given that Superbao warships were exclusive to the Central Army, and their technology had not been transferred to other states within the Federation, including the Wei family. But you've told me already, right? This operation of ours will only have 4 siege ships available. Considering our combined military power, including the remnants of Qi State's forces, attacking the Huaxia army fortified by the fortress system will definitely come at a tremendous cost. Keep in mind, their remote firepower includes 4 siege ships of unknown parameters, Sun Dingyuan reflected thoughtfully. A direct assault isn't feasible. The Central Army could only spare 4 Superbao-level warships to be deployed to my forces, as the military deployment is already strained. These 4 warships were originally intended to support the battlefields in the central and southern lines, but unforeseen issues in the northwest led to their temporary assignment here, Song Yiming explained. I understand. However, if you're saying a direct assault won't work, then do you have any clever strategy instead? Sun Dingyuan asked curiously. I've already devised a plan. Its implementation requires coordination from your Wei State's army. There's nothing hidden, and I'll communicate this plan thoroughly so you know it well, Song Yiming confidently replied. I look forward to your plan, Sun Dingyuan smiled. The initial stages of the plan are crucial, and I'm currently making preparations. Through our full cooperation, we will ensure General Dai Lingnan of Huaxia meets his end in the Northwest Star region, Song Yiming said. Hearing that does make me rather eager to learn about the content of your plan. By the way, how is Jingzhou arranged? Sun Dingyuan questioned. As for the Qian family, they're agreeable. Their remaining forces are prepared for war. Moreover, the 3 bases ahead of Jingzhou can serve as our advancing base. Coincidentally, both Jingzhou's Chigawa base and Rongyang base form 2 wings. Your fleet will enter Chigawa base, which connects with your Dengzhou base cluster to establish a complete supply line. My fleet will use Rongyang base as our advancing base, forming an integrated system with the Dengzhou military base. Meanwhile, the main Jingzhou base behind Chigawa and Rongyang will function as our command headquarters, Song Yiming stated. But looking at General Song's deployment, this isn't meant for a swift and clever attack, but instead for a prolonged and costly war of attrition, isn't it? Sun Dingyuan inquired doubtfully after some thought. You'll find out when the time comes, Song Yiming replied evasively without directly answering Sun Dingyuan's question. Tianwei 5 Fortress Command Room. Report, we've received a signal from the Federation. Should we open it? Dai Lingnan stroked his smooth chin, pondering what mischief the Federation was plotting, and said, open it, and let's see. The signal was promptly opened, and it wasn't a video communication but a brief message transmitted via signal. I am Ru Lu, a quasi-general in the Federation Central Army who worked hard to reach this position. However, the military environment within the Federation appears dark to me. No matter how hard I try, I cannot surpass colleagues from noble families. I detest this Federation where birth dictates everything. On April 28th, the Federation's army will gather in Jingzhou. The Wei Country Army will garrison in the Chigala military base, while the Central Army will deploy at the Rongyang military base. If Huaxia Army can trust me, I hope to serve as a spy throughout the entire war process, transmitting valuable intelligence as a gesture of surrender. Chapter 26, The Federal Fleet. This intelligence. Dai Lingshan pondered and said, Is there any issue? Xiahou Ling asked. Counting this piece of intelligence, I have 3 sources telling me that the Federation will launch an attack on the fortress on April 28th, Dai Lingshan said. So, this intelligence should be accurate without a doubt, Xiahou Ling said. The transmitted intelligence won't be wrong. Let's observe for now. He doesn't want to be a spy within our Huaxia army during the war, does he? Respond with the same frequency wave, permitted. Dai Lingshan said to the communicator. Understood, the communicator said. If it's April 28th, there's not much time left. We need to prepare as well, Dai Lingshan said. However, the intelligence conveyed by that brigadier isn't really important. For now, we'll remain skeptical. One who has reached the rank of brigadier should acquire more than just a little intelligence. If he truly wants to defect, then he must show greater sincerity. But I received 3 reports pointing out that the Federation will complete its gathering on April 28th. I think this intelligence is likely correct, so we need to get ready for battle in this period. Dai Lingshan paused momentarily, and then continued. This intelligence didn't mention one point which is mentioned in my other intel. The Federation transferred the Overnu-class battleships, originally used for Central and Southern 2 fronts, to their 4th Fleet, which is mainly attacking our army. Overnu-class battleships, this is troublesome indeed. However, if the Federation only dispatches 4 warships, it seems far too insufficient, Xiahou Ling said. The Federation is already stretched thin, but this actually reduces the pressure on us defending the stronghold. Still, Qi Country, Wei Country, and Central China together are deploying 11 fleets, nearly double ours. This is quite a challenging problem, Dai Lingshan said. By relying on fortress defense, all we need to do is hold out. With 6 fleets holding off 11 fleets attacks, this isn't a problem for us, Xiahou Ling said. The Overnu-class battleship is familiar to us. After all, they have been our opponents for 13 years now. There's a person named Zhang Henyue in the Tianjin team of the 3rd Fleet who has deep ties with the Overnu-class battleships. She comes from the Federation's Dawn Research Department. The Overnu-class battleship was a new type of warship developed by the Federation 13 years ago, created by the Dawn Research Department. Ironically, before this infamous weapon was born, the Dawn Research Department was always known for civilian research, Xiahou Ling reflected. The Dawn Research Department was destroyed in the events 13 years ago. After the Dawn Society incident erupted, this weapon was officially put into use in the war. The war between the Federation and Huaxia also began in that year. Things probably aren't as simple as they seem. Just take Zhang Henyue for instance, Dai Lingshan continued. Our 4 experimental siege weapons, the Lingxiu wave ships, also have strong connections to the Dawn Society incident 13 years ago. After the outbreak of the Dawn Society event, Zhang Henyue betrayed the Federation and defected to Huaxia. The incomplete experimental data she brought over helped fill the technological gaps in the siege ships research within the science department. Many things are intertwined in this young woman's story. If you trace them carefully, it won't be as simple as it looks. However, for now, we should focus on solving immediate problems rather than worrying about long-term doubts. Dai Lingshan said. Let's work together, Xiahou Ling said. The military commission of the 5th Army will arrive shortly. War is about to break out. Remember to document these 2 battle merits properly. The jurisdiction of the military commission and officers differs. The military commission handles politics, while officers mainly deal with frontline warfare. In Huaxia, matters of military merit are overseen by the military commission. It is uncommon for records to be kept by generals and handed over to the military commission to decide rewards and punishments. Instead, the military commission usually follows wars directly, keeping their own records to determine the level of rewards and punishments. Like the ranks of officers, members of the military commission are divided hierarchically. Though normally the military commission determines merit-based rewards and punishments, appeals against unsatisfactory decisions can be made through different channels to the Central Military Department. When Huaxia's 5th Army was initially formed, no military commission was assigned, so recording combat achievements temporarily fell to the generals, an exception to the usual practice. Stellar Era 4525, April 24th, Dengzhou Base, Yongzhou Base. Magnificent federal spaceport clusters lie between the 2 star regions, hosting space fleets docked at starport terminals filled with mech fighters. Within the base, several starports each harbored 1 fleet. At the numerous starports of Yongzhou, 4 fleets had completed resupply and mobilization preparations. In the bridge command room of the Kashi flagship, belonging to the 1st Fleet, Song Yiming sat in the captain's seat. 3 floating holographic screens appeared at the front of the command tower, showing faces of 3 different federal officers. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The 2nd Fleet of the 4th Army of the Federal Central Military is ready and waiting for departure orders. 2nd Fleet Commander Bao Zhong reporting. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The 3rd Fleet of the 4th Army of the Federal Central Military is ready and waiting for departure orders. 3rd Fleet Commander Zhao Xin reporting. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The 4th Fleet of the 4th Army of the Federal Central Military is ready and waiting for departure orders. 4th Fleet Commander Wang Hong reporting. Song Yiming nodded and said, the 4 fleets of the 4th Army depart. After completing their preparations, the 4 fleets disengaged from the starports where they were stationed, departed from the heavily defended satellite base clusters, and navigated along star lanes. The goal for the 4 fleets was to reach Jingzhou. Massive warship clusters left imposing silhouettes in the starry sky, with each fleet containing a unique large battleship not found within the distant Dengzhou sector fleets, a total of 4 such vessels. At the numerous starports within the Dengzhou sector base clusters, 6 vast fleets were stationed. From the base's airfields and mech bays, countless mechs and aerospace fighters emerged from their previous positions and orderly boarded the warships. On the command deck of Taiyuan, the flagship of the Federation's 1st Defense Fleet, Sun Dingyuan sat in the captain's chair and received communications from other fleet commanders. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The 2nd Fleet of Qi Country is ready and awaiting departure orders. 2nd Fleet Commander Sun Chiheng reporting. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The 3rd Fleet of Qi Country is ready and awaiting departure orders. 3rd Fleet Commander Cheng Zhaizhong reporting. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The 4th Fleet of Qi Country is ready and awaiting departure orders. 4th Fleet Commander, Zhou Jin reporting. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The 5th Fleet of Qi Country is ready and awaiting departure orders. 5th Fleet Commander Sun Yishan reporting. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The 6th Fleet of Qi Country is ready and awaiting departure orders. 6th Fleet Commander Huang Jifeng reporting. Satisfied, Sun Dingyuan said, depart. Let's show both the Huaxia army and those central guys just what our defensive fleet under the Sun family can do. The countless warships stationed at the starports disengaged from their docks. The 6 fleets formed up into formations and left the Wei country's Dengzhou bases. Viewed from within the base, this massive fleet, framed against the backdrop of the stars, looked mighty yet ethereal. This was all the fleets of Wei country, and the very foundation upon which the Sun family had established itself within the Federation. Now, these fleets would bring new opportunities to Wei country as they sailed along the interstellar routes toward Jingzhou. Chapter 27. On the Eve of War. The 9 key fortresses, on the Huaxia side, war preparations were carried out in an orderly manner. Supported by 3 bases at Tongzhou, Hangzhou, and a network of 9 strongholds, they had formed a complete logistics system. Meanwhile, officers and soldiers stationed across these fortresses were preparing methodically for the coming battle. In the men's dormitory of the Tianjin team, the doorbell rang. It's not even time yet. Why are they waking us up so early? Lining Tian mumbled as he woke up from his slumber, grumbling aloud. Su Ming and Yu Qian also stirred awake. Stop complaining, Lin Tian. Today is the 25th. Our higher-ups have made it very clear. The Federal Army will gather on April 28th. The closer we get to the start of the war, the more vigilant we must be, said Yu Qian. I understand. Lin Tian replied reluctantly as he got out of bed and changed into his uniform. After completing their morning routines in the dorm, when the trio opened the electronic door of their room, Zhang Henyue and Min Ling were already dressed in their team uniforms, waiting outside. You can't keep dragging your feet like usual. Look at the schedule. We only have 10 minutes, Min Ling said. Really? The enemy hasn't even arrived yet. Why are we rushing so much? Lin Tian asked groggily, still half asleep. This early wake-up call is actually a sign of care from our commander towards those with abilities. It's a special treatment each of us receives. Besides, the closer the enemy gets, the more vigilant we need to be. How could you possibly expect to maintain your normal routine during such times? Min Ling shrugged and explained. I get it up. Lin Tian yawned and responded. Is this some kind of new mission again? Something like the infiltration task we handled last time? Captain Yu Qian? Su Ming asked. No, stop overthinking things. Missions like last time where we gained military honors easily don't just fall from the sky. Yu Qian rolled her eyes before explaining. Last war, we were on the offensive, which allowed us to plan many operations carefully in advance. However, now we're the defending side, and many operations will only be arranged after the war starts unless we somehow know the enemy's plans beforehand. Those with abilities have more responsibilities during the war. There is a saying I heard from a senior officer. With significant advantages come equally important responsibilities. The stronger one's ability, the heavier one's duty. Lin Tian, as ability-endowed members of the Huaxia army, while Huaxia does provide us with certain benefits, the expectations placed upon us are extremely strict. You and Su Ming are relatively new here. It would be best if you two discard any slack attitude. Min Ling remarked. I see. But wasn't our last mission rather easy? I wonder how much military merit I've earned this time. Lin Tian added. In the 5th Army, the military committees at all levels hadn't yet reached a final decision, and thus the merits from the last war were still recorded by the field commanders. Soldiers' promotions depended on these merits, naturally making Lin Tian curious about his share. Our accomplishments were temporarily recorded by our superior Xiahou Ling. Last time, Min Ling achieved the highest merit in that battle, possibly exceeding my own merits. As for us assistants, though we didn't achieve as much as Min Ling, it was undoubtedly easier than other teams led by people like Xiang Xiaolong who fought directly against the enemy, Yu Qian mentioned. However, this type of situation occurs only occasionally. Battles of life and death on the battlefield are more typical for us. After she finished speaking, the squad fell into a heavy silence. Fortress Tianwei No. 5. The frequency used previously for transmitting messages came alive again, this time relaying a similar concise notice on the light screen with clarity. Yesterday, the Central Military's 4th Fleet departed from the Yongzhou base group. Comprising 4 fleets under the commands of General Song Yiming, Bao Zhong, Zhao Xian, and Wang Hong, the target destination appears to be the Rongyang military base within the Yongzhou base region. They are expected to arrive after the 28th. Based on this estimation, it also suggests that the opposing Federation Guard fleet has departed from the Dengzhou base en route toward Jingzhou. Commander, what exactly does this mean? Li Min questioned, uncertain of this unnamed message. That's a message from Brigadier General Luo of the Federal Army. He previously sent messages intending to defect to the Huaxiao Army and reveal intelligence about the federal forces. Dai Lingnan grinned. What if the information isn't credible? Li Min raised a concern. Relax. Taking this information into account, I currently have 3 separate channels through which I obtain intelligence. Even if the most crucial channel goes silent, I still have 2 sources left. Although this intelligence source is unidentified, its content coincides with the other data I received. This information should be trustworthy, Dai Lingnan pondered thoughtfully. So then, what shall we do? Li Min inquired. We won't fight a war without a chance of victory. Let's strengthen the fortress defenses and wait for the right moment. From today onwards, all 9 fortresses shall enter level 1 alert status, Dai Lingnan decreed. Understood, Li Min responded. I'm really looking forward to what useful intelligence this spy might bring us. Perhaps it could even offer an opportunity to turn the situation around. Dai Lingnan chuckled. The Central Army of the Chinese Federation's 4th Army's 1st Fleet is undergoing a spatial jump, flagship Kashi, Sky Mother Bridge Command Room. 2 fleets were traveling from different star regions, and Song Yiming maintained steady contact with Sun Dingyuan within the subspace where radar ships played a critical role in connecting both sides. I reviewed General Song's plan. I truly can't help but admire it. Haha. If smoothly executed, I think recapturing the 9 key fortresses will be no problem. It might even result in the famed Huaxia general, Dai Lingnan, meeting his demise amidst the stars, Sun Dingyuan openly praised. Haha. Well, no matter how well the plan is laid out, it still requires our full cooperation. If this plan is perfectly executed, then the famed Huaxia general Dai Lingnan's journey will end here. Song Yiming chuckled confidently before adjusting his military cap resting on his forehead. I can't help but imagine, without the 5th Army, what would happen to the Northwest's Dai Lingnan? Perhaps Hangzhou and Tongzhou might even return under the Federation's control once again. Haha. Sun Dingyuan laughed. I hope so. If all goes according to the flawless plan, the main objective will be reclaiming the 9 key fortresses, while thoroughly crippling or even annihilating the 5th Army will be the perfect completion of the mission. Song Yiming, who had full confidence in his own plan, continued. Still, even the best laid plans cannot keep up with changes, and they also require our combined efforts. As I've been appointed by the central government as the supreme commander for this war, naturally, it falls to me to oversee everything. Implementing the plan steps will require the assistance of your Wei National Army. I understand. Your plan strategy is mutually beneficial for both parties. Currently, the priority of the Allied forces should focus on resolving the threat posed by Huaxia's military first. Naturally, my Wei fleet will do everything in its power to cooperate fully with General Song's plan. Moreover, there are no elements unfavorable to my Wei army in the plan. On the contrary, it brings great advantages. My Wei army has every reason to cooperate wholeheartedly, Sun Dingyuan stated. Song Yiming had foreseen this outcome. When carrying out the plan, it was the Wei army that reaped more benefits, and there was no reason for Sun Dingyuan to dispute with him over this arrangement. Chapter 28. Preparing for Battle. Stellar Era 45-25, April 28th. In the Qijua military base and Rongyang military base of Jingzhou in the Federation, 4 fleets from the Central Military Force of the Federation and 6 fleets from the Republic of Wei had respectively stationed in these 2 freed-up military bases. The last fleet of the Qian family in the Federation, led by Qian Rong, known as the 4th fleet of the Qian family from Qi country, was placed directly under the control of Song Yiming from the Central Army and also stationed at the Rongyang military base. The 2 military bases acted as forward bases for the 11 fleets' attack on the 9 major fortresses controlled by Huaxia. Behind the forward bases lay the main base of the Qian family in Yongzhou, which was used as headquarters by the combined forces of the Federation. In the main base of Jingzhou in the Federation, the leaders of the 2 main forces leading this attack by Song Yiming and Sun Dingyuan met here. Since the base officially belonged to the Qian family, Qian Ming and Qian Rong also participated in this meeting. 11 generals plus Qian Ming held a military conference inside this military base for the first time. And while the military meeting was deliberating how to wage war, news of their plans swiftly reached Huaxia. All of Huaxia's military knew that on April 28th, the fleets coming from the Federation would complete their assembly, soon after which Huaxia's military would face a series of attacks. Hence Dai Lingshan convened an urgent meeting with the 5th Army to discuss strategies to defend the fortress. Again, an espionage signal from the Federation transmitted into Tianwei 5 Fortress, received by the communicator in the command room. Report to Commander-in-Chief. We have just received a short message from the spy wave transmission. Should we relay it? Disturbances were usually not allowed during meetings, but Dai Lingshan had specifically instructed the communicator that if the same wave transmission came again, it should be prioritized. So the communicator quickly judged and informed Dai Lingshan, who was in the middle of the meeting. Yes, relay it to the computer system in the meeting room, said Dai Lingshan. Understood, the communicator responded. Soon, when Dai Lingshan opened his optical brain terminal, he found a new brief message. The Federation's fleet has stationed itself at the front line. The Federation's generals have arrived at the main rear base for their meeting. The discussed battle plan indicates the first wave of attacks is planned for early May. 9 fleets will launch fierce assaults on the fortress, with 5 of these feigning intense attacks, while 4 fleets equipped with the Federation's siege ships, super crossbow-class battleships, will serve as the main force. These 4 fleets will focus on Tianwei 2, Tianwei 4, Tianwei 6, Tianwei 8. After the brief message ended, all the generals let out a collective sigh. If the Federation proceeded according to this plan, they would coincidentally bypass the Federation's defense priorities, opting instead for weaker points. However, since they did not select Tianwei 5, the core fortress among the 9 major ones, as their primary assault target, this round of attacks would likely not be the main one. Do the Federation's 9 fleets mean to allocate 1 for each of our 9 fortresses? They are certainly taking a bold move. Zhou He sighed and said, if, according to intelligence, the 4 siege ships are the main attacking force, then our pressure won't be too great. Without siege vessels, relying solely on the defensive system of the fortresses and coordinated fighter mech units, other fortresses wouldn't fall easily. We can concentrate our defenses on the 4 attacked fortresses and Tianwei 5, the core of the 9 fortresses, so our pressure isn't too overwhelming. However, we must doubt the authenticity of this intelligence, Xiahou Ling analyzed. Captain Lu Lu, a lieutenant general of the Federation. He was introduced in the first message and revealed his own name, meaning that he had fully disclosed his identity. I immediately searched for Lu Li's information through our database after receiving the first message, and no discrepancies appeared. This intelligence can be trusted. Dai Lingshan thought for a moment and said, "But, Commander, what if this is a deliberately arranged false spy by the Federation transmitting false intelligence?" Li Xian asked with confusion. General Li means Captain Lu could be a fake spy intentionally planted by the Federation delivering false intelligence. If so, they might try using this false information to lure our fleets to the supposedly main attacked fortress mentioned in the report, then proceed to attack other fortresses where we've withdrawn our defenses. Even so, this false intelligence cannot determine a decisive victory for them. We still have room to maneuver. Whether we believe Lu Li's information or not, I personally consider this a reliable piece of intelligence because, as Dai Lingshan opened the optical brain, the screen displayed the converted message. After the Federation's troops completed assembly, they conducted a military conference. The result decided that the first round of attacks will begin in early May. The Federation's Navy will send out 9 fleets to fight against the 9 fortresses, among which the Federation Central Army fleets equipped with super crossbow warships will act as the main force attacking Tianwei 2, Tianwei 4, Tianwei 6, Tianwei 8. This is another piece of intelligence provided by my undercover planted inside the Federation. The conclusion of this intelligence obviously conveys the same message as well. With both pieces of intelligence stating the same fact, we must choose to believe the information conveyed by this spy. If the intelligence is true, it will be easy for us to repel the Federation's first wave of attacks. If it's not true, it still does not mean the complete failure of our forces. Besides, there is a general among the enemy who voluntarily acts as our undercover agent. Whether he is a genuine or fake spy, I believe the intelligence is authentic. By doubting whether he is a true or false spy, can't we confirm his loyalty through this war? Dai Lingshan chuckled. Since 2 different sources of intelligence both describe how the Federation plans to launch its first attack, then surely this intelligence must be correct. In that case, esteemed generals, we should also properly welcome the enemy with equal courtesy. Ha 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 ha, Zhou he remarked. After a brief moment of deep thought, Xiahou Ling stated, the reliability of the intelligence remains to be observed. However, Commander, if we proceed based on the contents of this intelligence, aren't we fully staking everything on its accuracy? If it's inaccurate, it could be fatal. I suggest, even if the intelligence is deemed reliable, we still need to prepare alternative plans in case it's wrong. Did you forget? According to the intelligence, if we deploy 6 fleets and use 4 for the main points of defense, we would still have 2 fleets available for flexible deployment. Moreover, while I may not trust this intelligence, I certainly trust my other source, so don't worry about this. Dai Lingshan's implication was clear. Can I trust a stranger more than one of my own people? This intelligence, I do believe it. For unverifiable intelligence and trusted information to align proves highly possible that General Lu Lu transmitting this intelligence is indeed a genuine spy. Jiang Sheng reflected after careful consideration. Dai Lingshan surveyed the entire room momentarily. Seeing that no one had objections, he declared, "That's excellent. The authenticity of this intelligence is very high, so we shall carry out relevant deployments according to it. The 1st through 4th fleets are equipped with long-range weapons and tasked with defending against 4 key points where the enemy initiates an offensive, while the remaining 2 fleets will defend the core fortress, Tianwei 5, among the 9 strongholds." Chapter 29, The First Wave of Assault. After the meeting ended, Xiahou Ling approached Dai Lingshan and asked, "Although the credibility of this intelligence is indeed quite high, it seems to me that you're trying to find proof for its accuracy. Leader Dai, it appears you believed in this information from the very beginning. I've never seen you trust something so blindly before. Could you tell me why?" "Reason?" Dai Lingshan paused momentarily and then replied, "Your intuition is wrong. I confirmed the authenticity of the intelligence received from the Federation multiple times through investigation. People can't rely on feelings." Seeing Xiahou Ling struggle to formulate a response, Dai Lingshan continued, "If there is nothing else you'd like to ask, I have some matters to attend to, so we'll conclude here." With that, Dai Lingshan walked away down the corridor, leaving Xiahou Ling at a loss as to what to do next. What does he mean about not relying on my gut feelings? Is my feeling wrong? Xiahou Ling finally slammed her fist into a hard wall as she stared at Dai Lingshan's retreating figure. Yet this doubt did not mean Xiahou Ling would let go easily, because Xiahou Ling was a woman who believed firmly in the accuracy of women's 6th sense. However, the party involved obviously didn't wish to disclose anything, and she was also his subordinate. Furthermore, she realized now she may have been too forward earlier, if Dai Lingshan chose to keep this matter private. Indeed, we haven't reached that level of relationship yet. Why am I thinking aimlessly? Xiahou Ling sighed. Despite the unresolved doubts lingering within her, Xiahou Ling decided to abandon further inquiry. To decide on the war deployment, 6 fleets of Huaxia stationed under the 9 fortress systems were reallocated. Fleets 1 through 4, possessing siege ships, were dispatched to the 4 fortresses indicated by the intelligence. Fleet 1 defended Fortress Tianwei. 4. Fleet 2 defended Fortress Tianwei. 2. Fleet 3 defended Fortress Tianwei. 6. And Fleet 4 guarded Fortress Tianwei. 8. As the strategy changed, the Tianjin team moved with the 3rd fleet towards the 3rd fortress. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining newly established fleets were deployed to secure Fortress Tianwei. 5. One of the key strongholds among the 9 fortresses. Based on Dai Lingshan's intent, a fleet without siege ships should be sent against regular fortresses. Although Fortress Tianwei 5 wasn't marked as a key target among the most important 9 fortresses, its defense still required priority to ensure. If the main point of attack could be successfully repelled, then the opponent's first wave of assault would lose all significance. In May, at Rongyang Military Base and Kijila Military Base of the Federation, following the predetermined plan, all 11 fleets of the Federation set sail, 9 as the main attacking forces, Federal Central Army's 4th Division's 5th Fleet, the former Qi Country Fleet temporarily incorporated into the Federal Central Army. The original 4 fleets under the command of the Federal Central Army's 4th Division, along with Qi Country's fleets number 1 through 4. The other 2 fleets functioned as safeguarding reserves. The 11 fleets formed up into massive squadrons and marched grandly toward the 9 fortresses of Huaxia. On the flagship Kashgar star cruiser of the Federal Central Army's 4th Division, 1st Fleet. I imagine perhaps the Huaxia general will feel immense pressure upon seeing our vast formation. The result of 9 fleets setting out might well trigger a decisive battle, but according to our plans, preventing an all-out final confrontation isn't exactly straightforward, Sun Dingyuan commented via the holographic screen. That's why we require those additional 2 fleets as backup reserves at the rear line. After all, mobilizing such a large scale of fleets, our objective is not necessarily for a final showdown, and it is very difficult to predict the opponent's side. Song Yiming responded. Not intending a final battle, but preparing for it is definitely challenging, Sun Dingyuan remarked. It depends on how the opposing commander Dai Lingshan will maneuver. Song Yiming concluded his statement, and both sides cut their communication link. Through continuous teleportations, the fleets advanced at their fastest speed toward the 9 fortresses. With the approach of these massive formations, the 9 fortresses entered an emergency state. First level alert status, Federation Army attack underway. Everyone remain vigilant. Through alerts across the entire fortress system, all combatants, staff, and security personnel stood by. The fortress first level defense activated. Satellite fortress Gauss cannons, satellite fortress laser cannons, satellite missile launch sequences, high-energy orbital cannons. Adjust angles. The grand fortresses surrounded by space cannons adjusted their angles in preparation for enemy forces advancing from Jingzhou direction. These track-fixed defense installations possessed terrifying capabilities against ships, demanding a great deal of effort for ordinary fleets to conquer. Even though the defensive infrastructure of the 9 fortresses was old, it sufficed to offset Huaxia's military disadvantage. As the many launch bays of the fortress opened, one by one mecha were launched into outer space. Huaxia's various types of mechas were deployed near the fortress's main defense facilities. Large-scale defense installations carried high-energy weapons that posed an extreme threat to fleets, but were, conversely, highly vulnerable to the Federation's small-target mecha fighters. Therefore, on the defensive side, mecha units were also stationed at these critical points. In a war of siege and capture, mecha forces took the lead for the offensive fleet, whereas for the defenders, the mecha's role was to counter enemy mecha. The configuration in Huaxia's military setup was such that the captain commanded the fleet, while the first officer oversaw the entire fortress. Other fortresses without fleet protection were guarded by other subordinate generals. Fortress Tianwei 6. Let's move out, Xiahou Ling ordered. The 3rd Fleet of Huaxia's 5th Army departed from the fortress starport, deploying around the fortress defensive facilities. Similar deployments were underway at the other major fortresses. Though no enemies were yet visible to the eye, the radar screens clearly showed 9 fleets approaching the 9 fortresses. Fortress Tianwei 4, 1st Fleet, flagship star source. To mobilize 9 fleets with such fanfare, are they here seeking a decisive battle? I doubt it. General Song Yiming of the Federation Coalition Forces, if this is how you want to play it, then so be it. Dai Lingshan folded his hands together as he contemplated deeply. On the radar map, 9 fleets approached the 9 fortresses with an intimidating air, akin to black clouds pressing down upon the city walls. Meanwhile, the Federal Central Army, which served as the main attacking force, had 4 fleets equipped with superbow-level battleships. The 1st Fleet appeared at Fortress Tianwei 6, the 2nd Fleet near Fortress Tianwei 4, the 3rd Fleet at Fortress Tianwei 2, and the 4th Fleet moving along the star route toward Fortress Tianwei 8. According to intelligence reports, the Federation possesses 4 siege fleets, each of their 4 siege weapons serving under the 4th Division of the Federal Central Army. Now, if these 4 large fleets have shown up according to the intelligence-specified directions for 5 armies, then the information is largely correct, Xiahou Ling stated. Dispatch the Yuan Stone team and the Tianjin team. Understood. From the Star Origin space mothership, special mecha bays opened, and 5 Yuan Stone mechas were launched. War God, Huey, Yulang, Black Hole Eye, and Jinwei. Chapter 30. Oath, Part 1. As time went on, the 9 fleets stopped their journey near the defensive circle of the 9 fortresses. Fortress Tianwei 1 faced the 2nd Fleet of the Federal Defense Army. Fortress Tianwei 2 encountered the 3rd Fleet of the 4th Army of the Federal Central Military. Fortress Tianwei 3 was met by the 4th Fleet of the Federal Defense Army. Fortress Tianwei 4 confronted the 2nd Fleet of the 4th Army of the Federal Central Military. Fortress Tianwei 5 engaged with the 5th Fleet of the 4th Army of the Federal Central Military. Fortress Tianwei 6 was under attack by the 1st Fleet of the 4th Army of the Federal Central Military. Fortress Tianwei 7 encountered the 1st Fleet of the Federal Defense Army. Fortress Tianwei 8 faced the 4th Fleet of the 4th Army of the Federal Central Military, and Fortress Tianwei 9 was attacked by the 3rd Fleet of the Federal Defense Army. The fortresses Tianwei 1, Tianwei 3, Tianwei 7, and Tianwei 9 without any fleet defense, were being assaulted by the National Guard forces, but managed to withstand through the use of mechas and fortress defenses. Although at a disadvantage against enemy fleet attacks, the four opposing fleets lacked siege vessels, making it difficult to break through the fortresses in the short term. The combination of mechas and defensive installations also added significant difficulty to the fleet's efforts to capture the fortresses. In the command room of the cache spaceship, Star Sky Mothership, please confirm the deployment of Huaxia's fleet across all fleets. Song Yiming commanded all fleet captains. Soon he received precise information about Huaxia's fleet's layout, which was exactly aligned with his offensive direction. How could this be? Did the other side know our attack plan beforehand? Was our military intelligence leaked? Song Yiming said, astonished and skeptical. Their deployment is clearly targeted specifically against our fleet configuration. Should we continue with the assault? Sun Dingyuan mused for a moment, and then asked. Someone has leaked our tactical information to the enemy. In that case, let's hold off on large-scale offensives for now. Inform all fleets to deploy super crossbow-class warships. Since the opponent has made preparations, we cannot allow this attack to be for naught. Large-scale offensives are unwise. Let's use the siege ships to gradually tear apart their defenses. Song Yiming reflected for a moment before speaking. Outside the fortifications in the four main assault directions, behind the fleets responsible for attacking each star fort, an enormous warship measuring 5,500 meters long emerged from the rear ranks. Notably prominent in its fleet formation was a colossal cannon located on the front section, which was especially conspicuous as it gathered energy. When this occurred, both flanking fleets dispersed, making way to clear space. The appearance of this massive ship immediately caught Huaxia's attention. A super crossbow-class warship, a weapon known all too well to the Huaxia military. Engaging with weapons of this grade in siege warfare had spanned decades, and consequently, the Huaxia army held a deeply hostile sentiment toward these super crossbow warships. This type of weapon specializes in breaking fortifications, and theoretically, poses a severe threat to every kind of fortress or space city. While all weapons are inherently created for the purpose of killing, none carry the infamy and hatred garnered by the super crossbow-class warship among enemies. While the primary function of siege ships is generally used to breach military fortifications like fortress lines, this model earned its notoriety during the Linzi Defense War 7 years prior. Its reckless rampage led to over 1 million civilian casualties within the Huaxia military ranks. Despite Linzi Space City still standing after the battle, that conflict left an indelible scar on the hearts of the Huaxia army. According to old human laws, using military weaponry to attack civilian cities that have no defenses and causing widespread civilian casualties constitutes a war crime, categorizing such armies as terrorists. Can we determine the target of the super crossbow class attack? Xiahou Ling asked. Report General, it's the 476th Military Gauss Cannon Satellite Orbit Station, and our fleet nearby does not possess any energy-resistant ships that can block it, a detection officer replied. So, have the mecha squadrons stationed there retreated? Mechas can't withstand an attack from the super crossbow class. We'll have to abandon it, Xiahou Ling said. Report to Colonel Xiahou. All the mech teams stationed there have withdrawn except one. The Royal Guard mecha hasn't retreated yet, the detection officer reported. What? Has Zhang Hengyue lost her mind? Xiahou Ling exclaimed with wide eyes. Quickly contact the nearby mecha team, and if necessary, bring her down by force. Understood. At the number 476 Gauss Cannon satellite position, the Royal Guard mecha floated near the defense cannon. Far away on the horizon, a lock-on signal from the super crossbow class ship was visible. Retreat. Have you lost your mind? In the cockpit of the Royal Guard mecha, an enraged voice from a regular mecha pilot rang out. Several nearby Leopard mechas quickly reacted, flying toward the Royal Guard mecha. The pilots of these mechas witnessed an unbelievable scene. This particular Leopard mecha was suspended in midair, as if its pilot had ceased all operations. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Hengyue stared blankly at the display screen, showing the super crossbow-class warship pointing its gun directly at her side. Decades ago, at Dawn Research Institute, a project named Skybow Plan, with a code name for ultra-long-range energy concentration technology, quietly initiated under the guise of civilian science. A scientist named Zhang Tong participated in this plan. 15 years ago, in the federal state of Chongzhou, the capital city of Chongzhou, the Zhang family. In a beautifully landscaped villa, a little girl played with a ball and a kitten in the courtyard. After some running and chasing, she came to the window beneath her father's room. Curiously, she leaned on the windowsill, listening to the faint voices inside. The curtains were drawn tight, so no one inside heard her. At that moment, Zhang Tong was conversing with an unfamiliar uncle. Director Zhang, the Skybow project claims to be a civilian tech development externally, but within the Federation, it can't possibly just be a simple civilian scientific research project, right? What do you mean, Professor Li? Zhang Tong asked. Don't ask me what I mean. For years, each time the Federation releases new weapons or equipment, many technologies claim they are civilian during their development stages. This gimmick has annoyed us professors endlessly, Professor Li said angrily, then looked at Zhang Tong with extreme disdain and stated, Professor Zhang, I am utterly disappointed in you. The Skybow project, huh? Zhang Tong sighed and continued. I know this plan might make our former classmates look down on us, but what? Do you have any reason to abandon your previous beliefs? Professor Li questioned heatedly. He then slammed his fist onto the table and yelled furiously, Don't talk to me about civilian or military purposes. Don't think I don't know. Your Dawn Science Research Institute claims that the Skybow project is for civilian use, huh? Through my channels, I've learned that the Federation also has a plan for the development of super crossbow-class warships. They need precisely the technology you're working on. Director Zhang, let me ask you again. Do you have any reason to conduct such research? Can you violate your own oath? Chapter 31, Vows, Part 2. Vows. Zhang Tong murmured, sighed and said, Vows? How ridiculous. I have already broken my former vows. You talk about the Federation's many war weapons and key technologies that are precisely claimed to be civilian technologies from Dawn Research Institute. My past vow was so laughable. Zhang Tong's expression was filled with such pain and regret. Breaking his vow was an unacceptable thing for him, yet he ultimately betrayed his promise. Science and technology are meant to make human life better, not to create more instruments of slaughter. You hope your future abilities will contribute more towards benefiting humanity, and you swear never to use your talents to create weapons of war. We were classmates in the same school. I once admired you so much for holding such noble ideals, a memory that remains vivid till today. But, Professor Lee said angrily, battle cruisers, mechas, space soldiers' equipment, fighters. After over a decade of peace, the Federation keeps unveiling new types of weapons, tools of slaughter. Do you know what this means? Over the years, the situation between the Federation and Huaxia has become increasingly tense. Do you understand what this signifies? With bulging eyes nearing hysteria, Professor Lee shouted. The Federation, those lunatics are going to start a war. After finishing, Professor Lee grabbed Zhang Tong by the collar, shaking him violently, saying, Do you hear me, Zhang Tong, Zhang Tong? I know. If you know, then why do you still work for those madmen? Their purpose in starting a war is merely to profit from it, disregarding how many people will lose their families because of it. The same goes for Huaxia and the Federation, even the Chinese of the past. Professor Lee lamented sorrowfully. There was a reason Zhang Tong worked for the Federation aristocracy, but at this moment, he didn't know how to express it. Even if he could, it would only make his good friend despise him even more. It wasn't that he didn't know how to explain, it was that he was too afraid to do so. Director Zhang, if you still remember your past vows, halt the research on the Heavenly Bow system. The birth of the Hyper-Cross-class battleship must be stopped. Without this weapon, those madmen in the Federation might think twice before starting a war, but now that this weapon has been created, they'll act without any hesitation. For over a decade, there has been a fragile peace between the Federation and Huaxia. Beneath this apparent calm lies a looming war. Once war begins, the outcome is clear to both of us. We've both experienced the suffering of war. The war between humans and the Ling clan may have been unavoidable, but if the Federation and Huaxia enter into a conflict, it would indeed be a tragedy. It's too late. The Heavenly Bow has already been developed. Maybe soon, ultra-long-range siege ships will appear, exactly as you said. The fortress-defended front lines between Huaxia and the Federation will no longer pose an obstacle, and the Federation will initiate war without hesitation. War? It uses. Most of the technology involved is related to my Dawn Research Institute. Huh? My promise, my once solemnly pledged vow. For me, it's nothing more than nonsense. Zhang Tong laughed wildly. Crazed, you've become just like them. Insane. If this is the case, I'll stop you with all my strength. Professor Lee pulled out a particle pistol from his pocket, aimed at Zhang Tong's head, glaring ferociously, and said, You've changed. What justification do you have for acting this way? In my view, it's mere greed. The bastards in the Federation love using inducements. Anyone who falls for it is just a money-grubbing scoundrel, including you. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first and let you repent in hell for the people of Huaxia and the Federation who suffer greatly in the coming wars. Zhang Tong did not resist. He closed his eyes, awaiting judgment. Bang, crack, splat. The loud shot rang out, followed by a sound of someone falling to the ground. Zhang Tong opened his eyes to see Professor Lee's corpse lying on the floor. The bullet pierced through the back of his skull, the particle pistol thrown to the side. The bullet came from one of the two windows in the room, piercing even the special glass, killing Professor Lee instantly. Whoever shot Professor Lee, Zhang Tong realized it quickly, and knelt down beside the professor's body, cradling the dead man's head in his arms as he wept bitterly. Meanwhile, the little girl peeking through the curtain slits let go of her grip, pale-faced as she fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. The Cheetah mech's machine gun started firing. As the Cheetah approached swiftly, it also fired at the hovering guard mech that remained inactive, trying to rouse Zhonghua. Captain Zhonghua, what on earth are you doing? You're going to die like this. The young mech pilot was approaching the guard rapidly, while continuously attacking Zhonghua. The Hyper-Cross-class battleship's beam attack came. When Zhonghua turned around, the powerful beam was already close to her side. At the brink of death, Zhonghua was at a loss, with fear written all over her pale face. Unconsciously, two streams of hot tears slid down. Death, for Zhonghua, was so near that when her mind went blank with no reaction. Bang! A violent collision sound came, and the mech experienced an intense shake in the anti-gravity mech cabin, which normally would not be felt. In a state of confusion, the giant beam from the Hyper-Cross-level siege ship passed by the mech. This was a scene that Zhonghua would never forget. The Leopard mech had just pushed her guard out of the line of fire. However, the young mech pilot driving the Leopard was destroyed together with the orbital satellites under the attack of the Hyper-Cross-level warship. No! Zhonghua screamed as she watched the Leopard mech, piloted by the pilot who sacrificed himself for her, turn into ashes under the powerful light energy beam. I killed him. It should have been me who died. Inside the guard mech cockpit, there erupted a sharp cry and sobbing from Zhonghua. On the Starzone mech flagship bridge command room. Take Zhonghua down. Her current state isn't fit for battle. Xiahou Ling ordered. I know, the communicator said. Upon receiving the order, the several mech pilots accompanying that one mech pilot promptly decided to return the non-combat-worthy guard mech back to the Star Cruiser. Spirit Channel Wave Vessel, target enemy siege ship hypercross level. Spiritual energy cannon, fire. Xiahou Ling ordered. The massive ship behind the fleet also revealed its capability. The high-energy beam of the Spirit Channel Wave fleet was no less powerful than the hypercross-level warships, piercing through the star field towards the hypercross-class warship. However, the defense shield deployed by the space carrier near the Federal Army's hypercross-class warship resisted the high-energy beam attack. As for the Huaxia military configuration, near the Spirit Channel-level warship, there were also star cruisers equipped with energy shields. Song Yiming frowned tightly, pondering if other battlefields were in the same situation, and he had obtained the intelligence he wanted. Chapter 32, Retreat. The intelligence report stated that all the Ultra Crossbow-class warships suitable for long-range attacks had encountered the Chinese military's long-range warships. The fleet would dismantle the defenses of the fortress outside its defense perimeter, but at the same time, the entire fleet would also face the threat of long-range siege ships. Adding to this, the fleet was facing a configuration of a fortress plus a fleet, clearly putting itself in an unfavorable position. In the command room of the Kashgar Star Mother warship, our deployment seems to have been met with a targeted counter-deployment from the enemy. I suspect there is a spy among us who has fully leaked our deployment to them, Sun Dingyuan said through a holographic screen connection. I know. Fortunately, we've planned an escape route. The enemy's attack on us appears to be well prepared. Song Yiming thought for a moment and said, it seems we can't gain any advantage on the battlefield, and with the existence of a spy exposing our secrets, let's retreat. I understand. Handling the spy issue is now our top priority. Sun Dingyuan thought for a bit and then replied. The 9 fleets arrived at the fortress only for a short while and then retreated, leaving the highly alert Chinese army completely confused. What's going on? They just come here as they please and leave whenever they want. Commander, should we leave the fortress and chase after them? Li Xian asked via the celestial communication system. Not feasible. The opposing fleet withdrew in a highly organized manner, without disorder, and we cannot rule out the possibility that the other 2 fleets, which did not appear, might still be deployed outside to ensure their retreat. In such a situation, if we step out of the fortress, it will put us in an unfavorable position, Dai Lingshan said. I agree. If we continue to deploy based on the information provided by the spy, I think the reason the enemy is retreating so hastily might be out of concern that the spy has exposed too much. However, such a deployment will likely alert the enemy to our spy operations, which will harm our intelligence work in the future, Xiahou Ling said. After contemplating, Dai Lingshan quickly instructed the communicator, monitor the frequency of that brief message for 24 hours. His information is very accurate, and we need more help from him in the future. We must prevent this spy from being discovered and removed inside the enemy ranks. Upon seeing Dai Lingshan's reaction, apparently, he intended to use this intelligence to confirm the truthfulness of the spy, and indeed it turned out to be genuine. Nevertheless, such a deployment nearly explicitly informed the enemies that there is a spy within their ranks. There were moments when General Dai Lingshan lost his composure. However, protecting the spy embedded deep inside the enemy camp is currently crucial. But I suspect the reason for losing composure may lie in the fact that once the enemy realizes there is a spy, they could trace back the spy's line and uproot all 3 intelligence channels that led to Dai Lingshan. This crossed Xiahou Ling's mind. On the battlefield, the invading fleet rapidly withdrew, leaving the disciplined Chinese soldiers utterly baffled. Such a fleeting engagement barely constituted a battle. The higher-ups understood the reasons behind this, but the lower ranks remained puzzled. What happened? They came in full force and just left like this. Am I dreaming? Don't be cowards, Federal forces. Let's fight again. Lin Tian's mech raised his middle finger towards the retreating fleet. It's strange that the Federation retreated so quickly. However, something went wrong on Zhang Hengyue's side, Su Ming said. Satellite number 470 SXS Gauss cannon was within Zhang Hengyue's defense zone and was just locked on and destroyed by the Ultra Crossbow level warship. Strangely enough, before the firing began, Zhang Hengyue didn't control her mech or avoid it. She was just waiting to die. Just now, the Federal Ultra Crossbow ship did launch an attack, and the satellite's Gauss cannon that was locked onto was destroyed. Don't tell me Zhang Hengyue is dead. Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. No, news from the front line says a pilot in a Leopard mech fired warning shots because Zhang Hengyue showed no signs of taking action or avoiding the fire. Seeing no effect, he decisively rammed Zhang Hengyue out of the firepower coverage range, but he sacrificed himself in the process. Min Ling sighed and said, "Oh, if all our lines experienced only some probing shots from the opposing fleet, it seems he will be the only casualty. Siege weapons are lethal against large defensive structures or fleets, but agile mechs like those piloted by Zhang Hengyue can easily evade. There's no idiot who would act like Zhang Hengyue, knowing they can avoid being targeted by the enemy, and yet choosing not to move and remain indifferent to the outcome of death." Yu Qian angrily tapped the console of the War God mech and said, "This matter is going to cause problems, but this isn't the first or second time Zhang Hengyue has shown such a response. After all, the enemy's Ultra Crossbow warship holds extraordinary significance to her," Min Ling said. "All right, let's head back. It's something Zhang Hengyue needs to explain properly to the family and friends of the fallen soldier," Yu Qian said. After confirming the departure of the enemy fleet, the mechs returned to their respective warships, and the fleet headed back to the fortress starport. Upon returning to the fortress, Tianjin team sought out Zhang Hengyue, who had already arrived at Xiahou Ling's office. Captain Zhonghua, I would like to ask you, why didn't you evade when the ultra-crossbow level warship locked onto you? Xiahou Ling asked. Zhonghua remained silent, her head down. Your combat records have always been impressive, but whenever you face an ultra-crossbow level warship, there's some degree of mental lapse. In the past, these lapses were not serious, but this time it almost cost you your life. I know that the ultra-crossbow class warship has a significant connection with the former director of the Dawn Research Institute, Zhang Tong, who is your father, and your father's death is deeply tied to the development of this weapon. But you cannot let this fact make you lose control every time you encounter such weapons, Xiahou Ling said. If not for that pilot, you probably would have lost your life due to your momentary lapse on the battlefield. He saved you from the brink of death at the cost of his own life. His name was Chen Dong, and you owe him and his family an explanation. Xiahou Ling brought up the pilot's record and continued. I'm sorry. It should have been me who died. Zhonghua murmured faintly. You're wrong. It wasn't your fault that he died, but rather your fault to yourself. When you were about to die, he had the choice to either rescue or abandon you. Ultimately, he chose to sacrifice himself to save you. It was his decision. It wasn't because of you that he perished, so don't take on too much psychological burden over this. However, he is your savior, and the best way to repay him is to live on and avoid making such mistakes again. Moreover, since he sacrificed himself for you, you need to provide his family with an account of what happened, Xiahou Ling said firmly. I understand. Zhonghua responded listlessly. All right then, that will be all. Xiahou Ling sighed as she leaned back in frustration. Without saying another word, Zhonghua left Xiahou Ling's office. That girl, she seems distracted and probably hasn't taken my words to heart. Hopefully, she won't bear too much guilt over this. Xiahou Ling sighed while looking at Zhonghua's retreating figure. Xiahou Ling was right. During their conversation, Zhonghua remained unresponsive, her mind absent elsewhere. Her brain only replayed one image, the massive beam fired by the ultra-crossbow warship swallowing up the leopard mech in its last moments. Chapter 33, Clone. The four returned to the fortress but did not find Zhonghua. I think Zhonghua was probably called by General Xiahou Ling for some ideological education, Lin Tian said. I think so too. Tallying our losses, there is only one casualty. Chen Dong, an ordinary mech pilot. Should we look for his mech squadron? Yu Qian said. This leopard mech squadron is responsible for the same line as Zhonghua, defending the Gauss cannon on satellite number 497. When the retreat order came, the mech group quickly reacted and withdrew to a safe area. However, when they looked back, they realized Zhonghua was still there. The final outcome you know as well. They rescued Zhonghua at all costs, with Chen Dong even sacrificing his own life. The other members followed the instructions and carried Zhonghua back to the mothership. They saved Zhonghua, and out of sentiment and duty, we should meet them. The other four nodded in agreement. With intelligence about the mech pilot information, Su Ming and his team quickly located the leopard mech squadron. Chen Dong's teammates were packing up his belongings, deeply struck by their teammate's death. This squad, consisting of comrades in arms who had faced countless battles together, now found themselves separated by life and death. The arrival of the Tianjin team did not come as a surprise to this squad. While other members continued tidying up his belongings, only the mech team captain walked over and said, I knew you would come here, but I wish that lady could also show up. Among you, I didn't see that lady piloting the Imperial Guard mech. Before Su Ming's team could respond, the electronic door opened, and a disoriented figure entered. It was Zhonghua. Zhonghua, right? We met once when we carried you back. You were then hastily summoned to the general's office after stepping out of your mech, and your demeanor was clearly disoriented. Even now, seeing you again, you are still in such a mental state. The mech captain frowned as he spoke. When you were controlling the mech, I could tell that you were in the exact same condition. I'm sorry, it's my fault that I've harmed you. Zhonghua murmured faintly. Her memory deepened to a villa window from more than 10 years ago, a pale-faced little girl watching her father sob uncontrollably inside. I'm sorry, it's my fault that I've harmed you. Even the Tianjin team members were astonished to witness this usually quiet, expressionless girl behaving as if deranged, her eyes vacant, repeating the two phrases endlessly. I'm sorry, it's my fault that I've harmed you. Zhonghua's lifeless gaze searched the surroundings until it finally settled on the bed where Chen Dong's belongings lay displayed, including that memorial photo. Just as Zhonghua was about to step forward, the mech team acted quickly and grabbed her arm, shouting angrily. It wasn't her you harmed, but yourself. Yet, it is true he died because of you. It's exactly due to your current state that we suffered such unnecessary sacrifices. No, it's me who harmed him. Zhonghua shook her head and muttered. Smack. A loud slap left 5 clear fingerprints on Zhonghua's fair cheek, strong enough to snap her dazed eyes into clarity. The mech team captain shouted furiously. You didn't harm him, but yourself. He sacrificed his life to save you. It's your present condition that led to his sacrifice. I can't bear the thought that he risked his life to save you, only for you to remain like this. The members of the Tianjin team and this mech squadron stopped everything in their hands, silently observing. In the Kashgar Sky mothership, Xiaze Liang and Song Yiming, members of the Dawn team, walked through the corridors of the resting room inside the warship. So, your operation this time was leaked by a spy. If there's anything I can do to help, I will spare no effort, Xiaze Liang said. This is unnecessary. The spy issue is under my control. I already know who the spy is, Song Yiming laughed. No need to bother you with cleaning up the spy. Haha, saying that makes us sound distant. Anyway, It's rare to have the chance to show off my skills, yet it all passed too quickly, Xia Ziliang sighed. As they kept walking, they arrived at the exclusive cabin assigned to the Dawn team. Before opening the door, Song Yiming smiled and said, "Don't worry, the war will start soon, and that's when I'll need you and your adorable team of girls." Xia Ziliang presented his identity information, and the electronic door opened, revealing a spacious and luxurious cabin inside the warship. However, among these luxurious rooms, only two existed. The others were messy compartments filled with wires and various electronic instruments. Zhang Yaoyue emerged from another dormitory, saluting Song Yiming upon seeing him, and Song Yiming nodded in acknowledgement. The original stone team consists of 5 members. Don't tell me there are only 2 people on your team. Song Yiming asked in surprise. General Song, you're joking. Our team also has 5 members. It's just that 3 of them are still sleeping. Xia Ziliang replied with a smile. Sleeping? Song Yiming said incredulously. At this time? As the captain, Xia Ziliang, you shouldn't indulge your members' laziness like this. That's where you're wrong, General Song. Xia Ziliang laughed, then walked to the compartment where no lamp was lit, relying only on the faint glow emitted by the electronic components. He turned on the light and said, "For them, sleeping is a necessity." As Song Yiming pondered these words, the lights flickered on, flooding the room with brightness. The most striking sight here was how the wires, electronic tanks, and various other components largely connected to 3 nutrient capsules. Inside the transparent nutrient capsules, one could see through the glass walls into tanks filled with nutrient fluid, where 3 female bodies floated nude. What? Song Yiming couldn't help but glance a few more times. Unseen at first, but upon looking closer, he realized all 3 girls looked identical. Suddenly, Song Yiming turned his gaze toward Zhang Yaoyue, who had been trailing behind them. Clearly, Song Yiming noticed the uncanny resemblance between the 3 women in the nutrient pods and Zhang Yaoyue. They appeared to have been carved from the same mold. The fact that the individuals in the capsule who were physically identical to Zhang Yaoyue were completely naked inside their nutrient pod did not make her appear uncomfortable. Clones? Song Yiming questioned in doubt. Clone technology violated natural ethics and led to a great war between humans and clones in the Middle Era of Earth Alliance, which the humans ultimately won. Afterward, while clone technology was preserved, the old laws declared human cloning taboo, causing clones to disappear from human history. Talking about cloning, we might as well say that too, though she's a more advanced version of a clone, Xia Ziliang said mysteriously. Original stone clones. They represent one person. Chapter 34, Offensive. Primordial stone clones. Song Yiming mused for a moment, then said, "I doubt there's any need for such a technology. There have always been more people with spiritual power qualifying than primordial stones available. Even if cloning technology could replicate a spiritually powerful individual into countless clones, without sufficient primordial stones, I imagine it wouldn't be of much use. But the 4 in front of you. Each of them possesses a primordial stone and are primordial stone users. Moreover, they're cold-blooded machines absolutely loyal to the Federation. There won't be any repeat of the old-era clone crises." Xia Ziliang said. "Haha, today has truly broadened my horizons. That's all for today, Lieutenant Xia Ziliang," Song Yiming said, then left the room. Xia Ziliang, this team with 4 identical girls. Frankly speaking, I'm curious too. What does President Bowen plan to do with so many cloned ability users? If achieving spiritual qualification through cloning also requires an abundant amount of primordial stones to form combat effectiveness, it might be better to use more resources on cultivating more primordial stone users, right? The only reason someone would do this is probably... Xia Ziliang stroked his chin as he thought. Tianwei 5 Fortress, Command Room. Long silent information came again. The Federation has become more vigilant during this operation. The Federal Army knows there's a spy passing intelligence to the Huaxia Army. Song Yiming first cast suspicion on the Qi State Fleet, but no concrete evidence was found. As for me, I had prepared when relaying that intelligence. Although the Federation has become alert to spies, their focus is already on the fake spy I arranged. For now, I'm fine. I believe I can confirm your intelligence is accurate and not disinformation sent by the Federal Army. Therefore, I need your private Tianxuan code, exclusively for communication between us. Since you've decided to join our army, follow my arrangements for now. Though you've preemptively arranged a fake spy as a shield, at present, you should enter a dormant state until I find the decisive turning point to flip the situation and inform me then. Dai Lingshan responded. I understand. When the Federation Army returned to Zijia and Rongyang military bases, they confirmed the presence of spies and quickly conducted large-scale purges with swift action. The most scrutinized target was the Qian family fleet, followed by progressively thorough investigations. With Sun Dingyuan's full cooperation, they eventually identified the spy. However, this spy wasn't Lu Lo. Following this trail, the Federation Army uprooted spies reaching even higher ranks, all the way to generals, showcasing their determination in counter-espionage. From May to June, the Federation Army remained under strict vigilance, staying firmly entrenched, while the Huaxia Army remained inactive, steadfastly guarding the fortress. For a month, the 2 armies maintained a state of cold peace. After the Federation believed their internal counter-espionage work was complete, finally, the second wave of attacks arrived. The Federation Army did not mobilize entirely, but launched symbolic assaults on the Huaxia stronghold with a slight numerical advantage, testing whether any spies within were still feeding information to the Huaxia Army. This second attack didn't lead to a decisive battle. It was merely a slightly stronger offensive compared to the first wave before withdrawing hastily. The third attack was similar. To the extent that the Huaxia Army understood, The Federation army wasn't here to conquer the fortress so much as to cautiously probe for internal spies through several symbolical attacks. That day, in Xiaoling's office. Why? I haven't been sent to the battlefield during the last 2 consecutive battles. Zhonghua asked. Since the start of the war, the Federation army and the Huaxia army had engaged in just 3 small-scale wars. But during the last 2 battles, Zhonghua hadn't received any deployment orders. By the time she realized, her teammates were already fighting fiercely on the battlefield. Your combat record is solid, but once you encounter the enemy's Superbao-class warships, you falter. I can't let you easily go to the battlefield unless you overcome this weakness. Xiaoling expected Zhonghua would come to her actively, and said so. I can. Zhonghua replied resolutely. Xiaoling knew Zhonghua was a qualified warrior, with commendable combat records apart from when facing the Federal Superbao-class warships. Without question, Zhonghua was an excellent non-commissioned officer except for this one issue. Precisely because of this point, in Xiaoling's eyes, Zhonghua could never be considered a fully competent warrior unless she overcame this limitation. This is what you said, and I won't treat your words as empty talk. If you believe you can overcome this in the next war, then I'll allow you back onto the battlefield. If you fail, it means you've lost your qualification to enter the battlefield. Xiaoling smiled. Overcoming a mental barrier doesn't come from constant avoidance. Only direct confrontation will work. If facing the enemy's Superbao-class warships is her psychological obstacle, then the solution lies in confronting them directly to overcome it. I understand, Zhonghua replied. However, compared to her previous decisiveness, this response seemed somewhat deflated. Xiaoling frowned and said, judging by your lackluster reply, it seems you doubt whether you can achieve this or not, lacking the determination you had earlier. Your records show that you're fully devoted to the battlefield, killing enemies without any hobbies mentioned outside of combat. It's hard to imagine. But since you enjoy going into battle so much, weren't you feeling restrained after being shut out for over a month? The reason I excluded you from the battles was due to this issue. I thought you couldn't overcome it, so I didn't allow you on the battlefield. You assured me you could handle it, so I agreed to let you return to the field. However, if you can't fulfill your promise, you know what the consequences would be. I understand, Zhonghua said, her eyes slightly dimming. Your situation is special. This issue wasn't obvious when I first reviewed your resume, but after placing you in the first wave of the attack, I gradually came to realize a few things. Still, whether the Federation or Huaxia army, the Superbao-level warships are an unavoidable element in the conflict between these 2 forces. Regardless of your reasons, I require you to overcome this point. Xiaoling stated. If you claim you can overcome it, then prove it to me with action. I understand, Zhonghua replied. The Federation has already launched 3 offensives, and judging from now, their 4th round of attacks is imminent. If you think you can overcome it, then show me. Xiaoling said. Chapter 35, Zhonghua. In the universe, there is no concept of day and night. Human schedules are uniformly defined. Su Ming, who got up during the rest period, left his dormitory and walked along the corridors of the fortress. The corridor was unusually quiet, with only a few on-duty personnel and robots moving about. Waking up halfway through rest time was normal for Su Ming. Often accompanied by inexplicable dreams, he would wake up in confusion, then head to the outer circle corridor of the fortress to gaze at the stars that others had long grown tired of, only returning to sleep when weary. Today, as usual, Su Ming found himself alone in the corridor, making it feel extraordinarily empty. The starry sky outside the transparent window remained clearly visible. Many people who fight constantly in space eventually grow tired of this ever-present scenery. For Su Ming, appreciating this view happens only in moments like these, when he's alone. For some unknown reason, from childhood onward, Su Ming had been missing something important. His memories started when he was rescued from the ruins of a city and later sent to an orphanage in Mingzhou City. Growing up there, his core stone awakened within him, and he was subsequently sent to the Mecha Academy before joining the Huaxia army. That was all he remembered. From childhood, he had always been someone who received little attention. Average grades, average looks, introverted personality. In the orphanage group he belonged to, he was never the most active. It wasn't until his core stone was discovered that others' indifference towards him turned into envy or even jealousy, giving him the attention he had always craved for the first time. Not long after, he left the orphanage where he had spent his childhood and entered the Mecha school. This Mecha Academy trained only the pre-selected talents for Huaxia's core stone-powered mechas, and even direct core stone ability users. All the elite forces of Huaxia were gathered here, striving desperately to enter this high-level Mecha Academy. Yu Qian had merely relied on his genetic code link with the core stone and sworn allegiance to the Huaxia army to take this shortcut into the academy that many in Huaxia could scarcely hope to reach in their lifetimes. However, this was a college filled with geniuses, and Su Ming, once again due to his averageness, became submerged among them. Unlike Su Ming, who took the easy route, everyone here had gone through brutal selection systems, their skill levels far beyond what Su Ming could reach, no matter how hard he tried. Throughout his academic life, Su Ming made only one friend, Lin Tian. It wasn't until he entered the battlefield that he realized that every war was his best stage to perform. Accumulating military merits, improving his rank, even if he wasn't the brightest star, the attention, praise, or even criticism he gained in wars was much more than what he experienced in his mundane life. Yu Lang and the constructed core stone became his closest companions because of numerous joint missions. The friends he could count on grew as well: Lin Tian, Min Ling, and Yu Qian. The trip to Xionyang made him realize that the reasons behind the wars he had participated in were so trivial. Everyone involved in the war had their own inner answer, but deep down, he did not possess the noble sentiment of defending home and country like other soldiers, nor did he have the common mindset of profiting from war. What he harbored were only such shameful, vulgar reasons. Or perhaps those didn't even qualify as reasons, nor as Su Ming's justification for participating in the war. Saying that he just went along with the flow might be more fitting. Su Ming, lost in his contemplation of the stars, felt a wave of drowsiness urging him to rest. But just then, he noticed that the dark, silent corridor already had an unexpected visitor. This uninvited guest apparently hadn't yet detected him either. A muffled sobbing sound came from the shadows. Su Ming approached cautiously and finally saw who this unexpected visitor was. To Su Ming's surprise, it was Zhonghua crouched in a corner, sobbing quietly. Usually a cold-faced girl, it was hard to imagine her in such a state. Since her first exposure to war last month, Zhonghua had not been dispatched to the battlefield, and since then she had rarely left the dormitory she shared with Min Ling couldn't offer much detail about the specifics, so seeing her figure now in this corridor was unexpected. Alerted by the sudden appearance of Su Ming's silhouette, Zhonghua quickly prepared for defense, but relaxed when she recognized him. An awkward silence settled between them. After a while, Su Ming pulled a pack of tissues out of his pocket and offered them to Zhonghua. Zhonghua didn't take the tissues, so Su Ming reluctantly returned them to his pocket. Is it about that thing from a month ago? Su Ming asked softly. Zhonghua remained silent. Does the Federal Army's hyper-crossbow-class battleship hold any significant meaning for you? This matter greatly puzzled Su Ming, as he only knew that in the past wars Zhonghua had participated in, whenever encountering the Federal hyper-crossbow-class battleships, she would exhibit a certain degree of disarray. There is. Zhonghua blurted out subconsciously. General Xiahou Ling requires me not to repeat the same mistakes in the upcoming war, otherwise. Her voice trailed off mid-sentence. Su Ming remained silent. He was very clear about what otherwise meant. I'm a traitor to the Federation, and I've witnessed firsthand how the Federation used Dawn Society technology to put the hyper-crossbow-class battleship into mass production. As the war progressed, due to the sudden emergence of this killing machine, so many people have died on the battlefield. If only I hadn't handed over that key technology to that person, fewer people would have died because of the war. The person who saved me a month ago also died in battle against the hypercrossbow. 7 years ago, the hypercrossbow once opened fire on a space city with minimal defense, destroying 7 living areas and causing millions of deaths. To some extent, the deaths of these people were my fault for handing over that technology to that person. It was me who doomed them. Zhonghua shook her head and said, I really don't know how to face him. If that's the case, then what you should be thinking about is not how to avoid him, but rather how to destroy him. Is there something you can't say? After reflecting for a moment, Su Ming asked. It's common knowledge that the origin of the hyper-crossbow-class battleship can be traced back to the last critical technology launched by the Dawn Technology Research Institute before the war began, Tiangong 2. This is also why some parts of the Huaxia military are not fond of Zhonghua. Zhonghua stayed quiet. But you also handed over that technology to Huaxia, which enabled Huaxia's research department to develop warships on par with the hyper-crossbow. They're all killing machines. But why do you blame yourself for the casualties caused by the Federal Army using them in war, while not feeling guilty about the potential future casualties brought by Huaxia's Lingxiu-class warships? Both the hypercrossbow and the Lingxiu are killing weapons, created solely to kill people. People control the weapons. Because you gave that technology to that person, the Federation manufactured the hypercrossbow-class warships, and because you gave the technology to Huaxia, Huaxia created the Lingxiu-class warships. Su Ming stated. Only at this point did Su Ming realize he had spoken too bluntly. Chapter 36, Lu Lo. I don't know either. I just know that I shouldn't have provided such technology to the Federation. I hate the Federation and everything about it. But when the Federation unveiled the Hyperbow-class warships in battle, I felt at a loss, Zhonghua said. My father least wanted his inventions to be used for creating weapons of death, yet his greatest achievement in life led to the emergence of a generation of long-range weapons, the Hyperbow-class warships. I vow to destroy the Federation, all of it, but I don't know how to face this weapon. Whenever I see it, it's like seeing my father again. I don't know what to do, which is why when General Xiahou asked me if I could overcome my emotions the next time I faced a Hyperbow-class warship, I didn't know if I could. If Zhonghua continues like this, he would likely falter again the next time he faced a Hyperbow-class warship. In the end, Su Ming handed the tissue to Zhonghua and said, Your father provided key technology for that warship, but he's not the same as the Federation. Regarding Zhang Tong, everyone, whether from Huaxia or the Federation, knew he was the spark that ignited the war between Huaxia and the Federation. The director of Dawnlight Research Institute who perished in the incident named by the Federation as the Huaxia terrorist attack event. They are the Federation army. Using the warship is their decision. Since the technology has fallen into the hands of the Federation with the appearance of the Hyperbow class, you can't expect the Federation army not to use it. When you encounter it, treat it as an enemy and either destroy or capture it. Thank you. Zhonghua wiped away her tears after taking the tissue and thanked him. Thank you. This was the first time in Su Ming's memory that he received gratitude from a female. Why did it feel so familiar, even though it had happened before? This feeling was so familiar. Only afterward did Su Ming realize that Zhonghua had said a lot, much of it difficult to share with others. She seemed to have found someone she could confide in, and thus poured out her feelings freely. At the same moment, in the command room of Tianwei 5 Fortress, Dai Lingnan was communicating with the spy. Song Yiming conducted 2 probing attacks. Has there been any change within the Federation forces? Dai Lingnan asked expectantly, while on the other end of the communication line stood a short Federation officer. Song Yiming chose to deploy for Federal Guard armies and 2 Central armies during the first attack, followed by positioning the Guard armies as the main attacking force during the second. Clearly, there were no plans for decisive battle, only preservation of his own strength. Besides, during both wars, the Guard armies seemed very disinterested. It was just a minor probe before hastily retreating. I suspect Sun Dingyuan must be dissatisfied as well. When I probed for intelligence among the Guard armies, the military leaders clearly showed great dissatisfaction towards Central Army General Song Yiming. On the surface, Sun Dingyuan obeys Song Yiming's orders, but secretly, he resents Song Yiming's intention to consume Qi's military power through counter-espionage actions. So does Song Yiming plan to continue doing this? Dai Lingnan asked. General Song Yiming has created chaos among the entire army due to his spy investigation, and he intends to carry out another reconnaissance operation. As for Sun Dingyuan, he outwardly complies with Song Yiming's commands but inwardly acts insincerely. Lulu responded. Can we ascertain Song Yiming's next move? How will his upcoming reconnaissance operation proceed? Dai Lingnan inquired. Although General Song Yiming's next strategy hasn't been fully unveiled, various signs indicate he leans toward pushing the Guard armies to fight Huaxia in a decisive battle, while gaining benefits without participating directly, Lulu stated. Ha. It seems Song Yiming is mediocre. Given that Sun Dingyuan and Song Yiming already harbor resentment, it won't be long before they turn against each other. Song Yiming wants to push Sun Dingyuan to the brink while reaping the rewards, but wouldn't Sun Dingyuan want the same thing? Since you've been gathering intelligence from Sun Dingyuan's side, focus more attention there. If I'm not mistaken, soon we'll find a turning point beneficial for our army, Dai Lingnan laughed. Yes, sir, General Dai Lingnan. Lulu replied respectfully. You're doing well, very well. If we win this war, I will surely recommend you for a great achievement to the military commission. If everything goes smoothly, promotions will be simple. You willingly joined us. Your rank as Major General shall remain intact, Dai Lingnan declared. Thank you, General Dai, for your guidance. I am willing to dedicate myself entirely to serve. Lulu expressed excitement. Good. That will be all. Dai Lingnan nodded. Then both sides closed the communication. Do you feel that our commander has a clear plan? A plan that guarantees victory? Asked Huang Long, the deputy general sitting beside Dai Lingnan. Li Min had been assigned by Dai Lingnan to guard the base, while Huang Long was temporarily transferred from headquarters to replace Li Min as the deputy general. Yes, I have 100% certainty in winning this war, said Dai Lingnan. Song Yiming and Sun Dingyuan represent different forces within the Federation. They both want to consume each other's strength while reaping benefits for themselves, and they don't get along. Can't we just use this to eliminate them one by one? If my calculations are correct, in the next round of warfare, Song Yiming will more likely use his jurisdiction authority to mobilize the armies of the Guard nations to fight against us. But Sun Dingyuan knows his situation. He won't follow Central Army's plans. Will he blindly obey orders to death? This presents an opportunity for us. I've been waiting for this moment. I understand. The armies of the Guard nations who supposedly follow Song Yiming's command clearly wouldn't obey his orders, thus creating tension between them. This would be where our army turns the tables, right? If future intelligence doesn't go against my predictions, the Guard armies will try their best to avoid decisive battles with our army and merely engage in superficial skirmishes. Hence, controlling the rear lines, the Central Army becomes our target. Dai Lingnan smiled. Our commander's strategic brilliance is unparalleled. Huang Long couldn't help but admire. You flatter too much. However, it's late now, and I still have some data to process here. General Huang can rest first, said Dai Lingnan. I know. Huang Long finished speaking and left the command room. Inside the command room, Dai Lingnan called up a string of Su Ming's files, pondering deeply. Outside the command room, through the surveillance system, Huang Long realized that what he was curious about had no value, so he put away the monitoring device. Entering his bedroom, he used a special tie-ins communication system to report back to Song Yiming at the Rongyang military base, accurately informing him of Dai Lingnan's condition. Upon receiving this short message at the Rongyang military base, Song Yiming smirked arrogantly. Dai Lingnan, seems like I misjudged you. A famous general? Merely a mediocre talent after all. He then turned to General Lulu, who stood respectfully by his side, saying, if this plan succeeds, your contributions will be the greatest. The commander exaggerates my worth, replied Lulu, unable to hide the excitement in his voice. Chapter 37, The Lure Operation, Part 1. In early July, at the 5th Tianwei fortress of the 9 great fortresses of the Huaxia army, 6 fleets had gathered, and all the generals were summoned. For us, the time has come. According to our spies' intelligence, the Federation army is planning a probing attack. For them, it's just a probe, but for us, it will be the decisive battle. At this critical moment, we must decisively defeat the enemy, Dai Lingnan said. The Federation army consists of 2 parts, the Weiguo army and the Central army. There's also a small part of Qi army, if you count carefully. Song Yimiao used his command position to let Sun Dingyuan lead as the vanguard army to engage with our forces. On the other side, according to the intelligence Sun Dingyuan obtained, he plans on continuing small-scale skirmishes and retreating afterward. Thus, the real force that our army needs to focus on combating is the Central army. Central army? The Federation army is probing our weaknesses, but at the same time, we are probing theirs. Since there is such a significant internal conflict within the Federation, why don't we exploit it? Asked Dai Lingnan. The commander is right, Zhou He said. I think what the commander means is to send our main force to strike in the rear and take down the Federation Central Army. Meanwhile, the Huaxia army doesn't want to participate in a decisive battle, so it would be wise for us to split our forces to handle the situation, right? Dai Lingnan nodded approvingly after hearing Zhou He's words. General Zhou is correct. The enemy fleet is heading our way, and we cannot sit back and do nothing. This is a great opportunity to turn the tide. Only by defeating the Central Army can we reverse the situation. So, Commander, do you have intelligence reports on the enemy's route? General Li Xian asked. Yes, the spies inside the enemy will accurately pass on their intelligence to us. All we need to do is to set up an ambush along their route, Dai Lingnan said. I don't think it's appropriate, Xiahou Ling said with a furrowed brow. Placing all our chances in the hands of a spy whose identity is unclear. If the spy is real, then we may succeed, but what if the spy is a false one? We might end up sacrificing our entire army. There's no need to worry about this. I've thoroughly investigated the source of information, Ru Lu, and his intelligence won't be wrong. His previous tips have already proven accurate concerning the Federation's deployments, Dai Lingnan responded. Xiahou Ling's concerns are reasonable, but he provides a key point that could help us reverse the situation. His information might not be 100% reliable, but using it offers a high probability of reversing our fortunes. Not adopting it means we will only keep defending the fortress, risking eventual loss. Instead of doing this, we should take a bold chance. Understood, Xiahou Ling said. If you can all understand, then I'll lay out our battle plan. This time, I've decided to send 4 fleets out of the fortress to ambush the enemy. In the central path leading to the battlefield, there's a small asteroid belt where we'll set our trap. This expedition will be led by Generals Li Xian, Xiahou Ling, Jiang Sheng, and myself, while Generals Zhou He and Jia Xian will stay behind to guard the fortress, Dai Lingnan said. What? How can you leave me old Zhou here to defend the fortress? Zhou He complained, flaring his nostrils and glaring. General Zhou, guarding the fortress is also a crucial responsibility. Do not let the Huaxia army know the actual conditions inside the fortress. It's important, Dai Lingnan said. But, Zhou He, a burly man, tried hard to show how aggrieved he felt. It's an order, Dai Lingnan said. The 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th fleets from among the 6 stationed at the 5th Tianwei fortress left the fortress, navigating toward the starry expanse along the route from the Rongyang military base to the fortress. At the Rongyang military base, the 5 fleets of the Federation Central Army also departed from the spaceport, heading toward the fortress. Sun Dingyuan, following our earlier deployment, it's time to close the net now. The fish has taken the bait, Song Yimiao laughed. To set up a fake spy in our own ranks to deceive the opponent while inserting a real spy into theirs. Haha, seeing how easily Dai Lingnan fell for it makes me wonder how famous a general he really is, Sun Dingyuan said. Our plan is proceeding step by step. According to my spy's intelligence, the Huaxia army already has 4 fleets sailing towards our army, aiming at the front asteroid belt. That place is ideal for setting up an ambush. Dai Lingnan thought he grasped the opportunity for victory and planned to ambush and destroy us there. However, he never realized that all his movements and actions were being fully monitored by our side. Song Yimiao chuckled. We have been acting this play with General Song for 2 months. First, you provided them with a spy, then followed the spy's intelligence meticulously with scripts designed to fool their commander, making him trust the reliability of the spy more and more. On one hand, we pass on false intelligence to the enemy, and on the other hand, we plant spies to monitor their generals' movements, amplifying our internal conflicts to give them a false impression that they can turn the tables. However, this false opportunity for turning the tide is what we have deliberately created for them, General Sun Dingyuan said with admiration. Yes, exactly. To win with fewer forces requires unconventional strategies, and the Huaxia army has been waiting for the moment when they could gain such an edge over us. We will create this decisive moment for them ourselves, Song Yimiao replied. General Song truly demonstrates great audacity by placing his own army in the role of bait to lure the Huaxia army into a trap, Sun Dingyuan laughed. Of course, my bait has successfully lured the main force of the Huaxia army. Now all that's left is for the Huaxia army to pull the net closed around them, Song Yimiao said. In this war, 11 fleets are already in position outside the domain, surrounding the main force of the Huaxia army. By then, even if Dai Lingnan sprouts wings, he won't be able to escape. On the star chart, a joint fleet left the fortress and moved in the opposite direction of Song Yimiao's fleet. This was none other than the recently departed main fleet of the Huaxia army. The target of the fleet was clearly visible. It aimed to reach the asteroid belt to set up an ambush, targeting Song Yimiao's fleet. Song Yimiao sneered, saying, Dai Lingnan's title as a famous general is overrated. He is nothing more than a charlatan, and the Star Sea will become his graveyard. After this battle, General Song's name will surely reverberate across the 32 star domains of Huaxia. It is my greatest honor, General Sun Dingyuan, to have had the privilege to fight alongside you in this campaign. Sun Dingyuan concluded, after which both sides disconnected the transmission. Ru Lu, Song Yimiao opened another transmission line. Send our fleet's exact route to the Huaxia army. On the other end of the transmission, Ru Lu respectfully responded, Understood. The Huaxia army plans to set an ambush along the central route for our fleets, but we can take advantage of this point as well. The Huaxia army has left the fortress to launch an attack, while the approaching Huaxia army has secretly changed its course, heading directly towards Rongyang base and the 9 great fortresses. By then, our forces will join hands with the Huaxia army to encircle and annihilate the Huaxia forces. With their main force lost, it will be equivalent to the total annihilation of the Northwest army. The remaining task will be for our forces to capture the 9 great fortresses, completing the final phase of this war. This is the plan known as the Lure Operation, Song Yimiao explained. Chapter 38, the Lure Operation Middle. The asteroid belt, a very common celestial cluster in the universe, has been the site of many wars throughout human history. The asteroid belt is the best star region in space for an ambush. On the outskirts of the asteroid belt, the subspace transmission gate opened after a series of jumps, and 4 fleets arrived at the battlefield, the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt is an extremely challenging place for fleets to operate. Only a few routes within the belt allow fleets to cross, but these are ideal areas for mecha operations. For the Huaxia military, knowing the movements of the enemy fleet, they can block the exits when the enemy fleet emerges from the asteroid belt, while the mecha units infiltrate the asteroid belt for a perfect ambush. Vessels like Lingxiu warships, which are siege weapons, are not suitable for open space fleet combat, but in such dense asteroid belts, they make excellent fleet snipers. Under the coordination of numerous radar mechas and various standardized mechas, for Lingxiu-class warships left the fleet to enter the asteroid belt and set up the ambush. Xingzi-class Star Mothership. Zhonghua, I'm allowing you to join this expedition. Remember the promise you made to me, Xiahou Ling said, then commanded, Heavenly Sword Team, depart. I understand. Imperial Guard, departing. Zhonghua nodded seriously. This war would determine his future, and only through this war could he bring down the Federation, so there must be no failure. Excellent. War God, let's go. Yu Qian said approvingly upon seeing Zhonghua's state, adding, Huey, depart. Black Hole Eye, depart. Yulang, depart. The special mecha bay of the Xingzi-class mothership opened, and 5 primordial stones mechas were ejected into space, forming a formation as they entered the asteroid belt. On the command bridge of the Xingyuan-class star mothership, Dai Lingnan gradually shifted his gaze to the light point fleet on the radar after the Ancient team's mecha had been launched into space. These were the routes taken by the Federal Army's 5 fleets moving along the asteroid belt. The early warning mecha flanking them dove into the asteroid belt. The Federal forces were advancing on 2-star routes that eventually converge, allowing their 5 fleets to spread out fully. However, once they approached the convergence point, it would become difficult for the Federal fleet to maneuver effectively. Dai General, I am the captain of the Federal escort ship number 422. Please hold back during the engagement, and I will seize the opportunity to surrender with my entire vessel, Luer said via communication. Great. If you can successfully assist our army in destroying the Federal fleet, I will ensure that the military commission records your great contribution, Dai Lingnan responded. Flagship cache of the 1st Fleet of the Federal Armada, Command Room. General, our fleet has now entered the intersection of the 2nd star route with the 1st one. We can now rendezvous with the 1st Fleet, the deputy ship captain reported. What about the movements of the main force of the Huaxia army? Song Yiming asked. According to the information we have received, the Huaxia combined fleet completed its secret deployment outside the star routes. I believe it won't be long before we encounter them, the deputy captain responded. That was indeed as expected. Our forces must pass through the star routes. This particular star route in the asteroid belt is the easiest one for deployment, and the Federal Army's optimal ambush position would be the exit. Though our fleet serves as bait, we still need to remain vigilant close to the exit, Song Yiming said as he watched the asteroids drifting through space. But I have concerns. Though our plan seems flawless, engaging here obviously disadvantages us. In such a hard-to-win area, if Weigua's army doesn't arrive in time, I fear we might sustain heavy losses, the deputy captain said. This plan is highly advantageous to Weigua's army. Whether or not they arrive is irrelevant. Once Weigua reaches the battle line, they'll be able to encircle the Huaxia forces and achieve ultimate victory. I'm the supreme commander of this war, and I've given Sun Dingyuan considerable benefits for the implementation of this strategy. Since it's beneficial to him, there's no need to worry about him backing out. Moreover, when it comes time to capture the stronghold, our forces, possessing the core codes of the fortress, can quickly control it. Without the core codes, Weigua's forces cannot swiftly seize the fort. In conclusion, even if we sacrifice small advantages, we ultimately gain greater ones and reap the final fruits of the war. Why wouldn't we want this? I devised the plan, led the entire campaign, seized the fortress. Will Jingzhou belong to Central China or Weigua after all? Brilliant planning, General, the deputy captain praised. The Federal fleet gathered at the convergence point of the star routes. 5 fleets formed a joint squadron, navigating through the narrow star route. In the asteroid belt, Huaxia mechas took advantageous positions among the planets to complete their deployment. Deep within the asteroid belt, a massive fleet entered the radar's field of vision. They're here. The moment the fleet was captured by the Huaxia army, it was quickly obtained by the entire Huaxia military force. On the Star Origin flagship's bridge command room, the 5 fleets of the Federation's 4th Army will enter our ambush zone in 4 minutes, Deputy Captain Huang Long reported. Suddenly, an urgent subspace transmission from the Star Radiance flagship came through, and Dai Lingnan connected with Li Xian. Captain, there is no sign of any super catapult-class ships in the enemy's fleet, Li Xian reported urgently. No sign of the super catapult-class warships, Dai Lingnan said in surprise. Wait. On the radar screen, the enemy fleet stopped entering the ambush zone and instead released a large-scale mecha formation into the asteroid belt. It seems they know we are waiting here in ambush. Since they know we are here, I'm afraid, Li Xian said. Don't panic. Fighting here is advantageous for our army. Even if the enemy knows we are lying in wait, coming to this terrain that benefits us but disadvantages them still makes us highly superior. Dai Lingnan calmly stated. But if they know we're laying an ambush here, yet intentionally passed through this place, it must be fishy, Li Xian said. Before the fleet could fully enter a state of combat readiness, the Federation's mecha formations had already engaged with the Huaxia army mecha formations inside the asteroid belt. The Huaxia mecha forces that were set to ambush turned and engaged with the Federal mecha formation. The Huaxia mecha formations quickly adjusted their postures to prepare for battle while the Federation's fleet remained stuck in the ambush circle. This prevented the trapped mecha formation from attacking the fleet. Lingxiu pulse cannon, fire. The captain of the Lingxiu ship hiding in the asteroid belt gave the attack order, and 4 thick beams of light attacked the Federation fleet. However, the prepared Federation Star Mothership erected a defense shield to protect the critical radar ship. You 4 captains and the escort mechas need to quickly change your positions. The enemy's siege weapons must be concealed somewhere in the cluster of asteroids. Dai Lingnan communicated via subspace transmission to the 4 Lingxiu ship captains. They reacted immediately, swiftly moving away from their original positions. Soon after, their original positions were struck by powerful high-energy beams. It was clear that the Federation's hidden super catapult-class warship had also launched its attack. Chapter 39, The Lure Operation, Part 2. At this moment, the Chinese army finally realized that the Federation's ambush was clearly well prepared, or perhaps they had already known in advance that the Chinese army would launch an attack. The commander gathered his thoughts. Was it the false intelligence provided by that federal spy Lu Lo? Or were we deceived by Lu Lo? Li Xian said angrily over the communication channel. Damn it. It turns out Xiahou Ling was right when she said before the expedition that we shouldn't entirely stake our victory on a spy of unknown origin. Dai Lingnan remained silent. At present, the star domain position is highly advantageous to our troops. The enemy fleet directly commanded by Song Yiming, the commander of the Federation's navy, knows about our planned ambush here. So why did they choose this star route? Jiang Sheng asked perplexedly. Do you still not understand? Xiahou Ling said. Our forces receiving intelligence to set up an ambush here appears to be something deliberately done by them. We've obviously fallen for their trap. The lure tactic isn't just a simple attempt to lead us into attacking the fortress. Instead, it is a plan to encircle and annihilate our forces here. The bait is none other than the main general of the Federal Army, Song Yiming, Li Xian said gravely. Regardless of what kind of lure strategy it is certainly no good news for our troops. Based on my speculation, if their deployment is correct, I imagine 6 fleets from the neighboring kingdom will soon appear behind our army. Or these 6 fleets might already be lurking behind us, watching the show. Xiahou Ling broke out in cold sweat as she spoke. This is our conjecture, but do not spread it throughout the army. Otherwise, it will affect our morale. Since we have reached this point, there's nothing left for us to do but fight with all our strength. Li Xian stated. The intership communication closed, and Xiahou Ling sat in her captain's seat pondering. If things really have come to this, why would General Dai Lingnan have so easily fallen into the trap? And why does it feel like it was intentional? The issue with the spy wasn't realized until now. At the start, many generals felt something was amiss, yet Dai Lingnan strongly insisted on trusting him against all arguments. Why? The Chinese and federal fleets engaged in combat. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce mecha war erupted in the starry sky, as both China's and the Federation's mechs clashed fiercely in the asteroid belt. Weren't we supposed to be lying in wait? These federal mechs sure don't know how to keep face. Here, they are charging straight at us. Lin Tian, while driving Huey, blew up one mech after another. If the other side knew or discovered our setup ambush, then naturally, they would react accordingly. Min Ling gave Lin Tian a withering look before continuing. What puzzles me is that the federal hypercannon-class ships are not in the main fleet, but instead hidden within the asteroid belt alongside us. Clearly, regarding our surprise attack, they're not merely taking precautions. They seem to have known in advance and prepared. That means our movements have been known beforehand by the enemy, don't they? Isn't this the recipe for disaster? Damn it, Yu Qian said. At this time, the Tianjian team's mecha received a transmission from the mothership. The hyper-cannon-class battleships of the Federation are hidden somewhere. Your Tianjian team is responsible for Area A. Our forces can detect the approximate location of the hyper-cannon-class ships, and the mission is to eliminate the ones in this region, Xiahou Ling said. Understood, the 5 responded. Apparently, Xiahou Ling's expression on the transmission wasn't good, and she had cut off the link. Why does our army have such clear coordinates of the enemy's ship deployment area? Yu Qian opened the 4 regional coordinate maps transmitted from the mothership. These maps had very distinct markings showing where the federal hypercannon-class battleships were positioned. Perhaps it's the work of the spy again. We're tasked with dealing with the hypercannons in Region A. Yu Qian, please give the orders, Min Ling said. Understood. Let's go. Yu Qian put aside his doubts for now and issued the command. Understood. Su Ming and the other 4 accepted the order, following Yu Qian quickly toward the target. In the command room of the Xing Zhe mothership, the radar screen showed the Tianjian team rapidly approaching their target. While we are strategizing how to take down the enemy's hypercannon-class ships, they too are plotting to deal with our Lingxiu-class cruisers. It's hard to imagine how you obtained this hypercannon-class ship deployment diagram from them. Xiahou Ling expressed her confusion. It can't be Lu Lu again, can it? Dai Lingnan still did not respond. Although the Chinese army had the advantageous position in the star domain, they failed to achieve the expected effect of setting an ambush and inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. The Federation's army was blocked inside the stellar corridor, where their fleet couldn't fully utilize its strength. However, the Chinese forces at the exit of the corridor leveraged their advantages to gradually suppress the Federation's forces. Between the two armies, battleships were bombarding each other with long-range artillery, while fighter jets engaged repeatedly, leaving the battlefield in a stalemate. Although the Chinese army had the advantageous position in the star domain, they failed to achieve the expected effect of setting an ambush and inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. The Federation's army was blocked inside the stellar corridor, where their fleet couldn't fully utilize its strength. However, the Chinese forces at the exit of the corridor leveraged their advantages to gradually suppress the Federation's forces. Between the two armies, battleships were bombarding each other with long-range artillery, while fighter jets engaged repeatedly, leaving the battlefield in a stalemate. However, for the two fleets that were directly confronting each other, the long-range weapons hidden within the asteroid belt represented the greatest threat that both sides feared. On the Kashgar Star mother ship, in the bridge command room, Xel'Naga, can your electronic phoenix locate the enemy's battlecruiser? Song Yiming asked. Nope, but I'm running into major trouble here. 5 bright dots are approaching Area A, which is defended by the Dawn team. They've already stormed to our doorstep. I probably won't be able to keep searching and need to prepare for combat, Xel'Naga said. Damn, have they located the hiding place of our ships first? Song Yiming frowned slightly, and then continued. In that case, you must prioritize protecting the hyper-cannon-class warships as your main task. Understood. Xel'Naga closed the communication after finishing his words. Captain, this downloaded map of the Star Corridor barely gives enough space for our two fleets to maneuver. Prolonging the fight this way would greatly disadvantage us, the first officer said. There's no choice. I've given them a point where they could think they could annihilate our forces. Only under such circumstances would they believe they can defeat us here, leading them out from their fortresses. The bait of this trap is just what they want. Song Yiming looked at the frontline warships screaming amid cannon fire and sighed. What we need to do now is wait for Huaxia's fleet to arrive and close the net. The second and third fleets are engaging in the front line. Our group consists of the third fleet and my own fleet. As for the last echelon, Song Yiming sensed something wasn't quite right. Our fifth fleet, the Chi State fleet, newly incorporated into ours. Is there any problem with it? The first officer questioned. Shouldn't these kinds of fleets take the lead? Song Yiming was shocked. At the junction of two corridors, the last Chi State fleet has always been behind our formation, the first officer stated. Well, so what if he wishes to preserve his final power? In the narrow corridor, even a large fleet cannot be turned around promptly. It's about time for Huaxia's fleet to come, Song Yiming said confidently. It's also high time to close the trap. No, you're mistaken. Sun Dingyuan's fleet won't come now. Instead, they will head towards our fortress. Song Yiming's private interstellar communication opened, yet the person shown on the screen was Dai Lingnan. Chapter 40, Pincer Attack, Part 1. As Huaxia's and the Federal Central Army's main fleets made contact, a powerful force loomed outside the battlefield. This was none other than the 6 fleets of the Federal Guard Army. Among the 3 armies, Huaxia, Federal Central, and Federal Guard, the Federal Central Army and Federal Guard Army both belonged to the Federal State. From the military strength deployed, the Guard fleet outnumbered the Central Fleet, even including the annexed Chi fleet. This large-scale fleet became an indispensable latent force in the Asteroid Belt War. Its absence continued to place pressure on the Huaxia Army, while the Central Army pinned its hopes on the rapid arrival of the Guard Army to the battlefield. However, the Guard Army clearly did not move directly to the battlefield as the Central Army expected, teaming up with them to surround the Huaxia Army. Instead, the 6 fleets sailed on another route straight towards the 9 undefended Huaxia fortresses. On board the Ladakha flagship of the 1st Fleet of the Guard Army, the Starlight Carrier, inside the bridge command room. Brother, isn't this route we're on different from the one leading to the Asteroid Belt battlefield? Asked Sun Qiang. Sun Qiheng is Sun Dingyuan's younger brother and the commander of the 2nd Fleet, communicating via Tianxuan, a communication system, with Sun Dingyuan. This indeed isn't the route to the Asteroid Belt, Sun Dingyuan laughed. Since just now, we've been receiving information that the Federal Central Army has already engaged with the Huaxia Army that fell for the bait. The 2 fleets are at war in that interstellar corridor. According to the plan, those guys from the Federal Central Army have placed themselves in an unfavorable interstellar position. From the perspective of military strategy, it's called dead ground. It's precisely because that area is dead ground that the Huaxia Army thought they had an opportunity, leading to the final hooking of the bait. This plan requires our army to cooperate. It's an operation proposed by Song Yiming, named the Lure Plan. According to the content of the plan, after the Huaxia Army takes the bait, our army will not directly attack the fortress, but head to the rear of the asteroid belt, ready for a pincer movement with the Central Army to encircle and destroy the Huaxia Army's main force emerging from there. This plan is extremely advantageous for us. We don't need to place ourselves like the Central Army does in dead ground to engage the enemy. Our final battle losses will undoubtedly be less severe than theirs. Sun Dingyuan explained. If so, brother, why doesn't our army go to the rescue of the Central Army? Asked Sun Qiang. Do you think the Central Army would be so good? So benevolent, frowned Sun Dingyuan. The Central Army took all the hard tasks, leaving the easy ones for us, the Guard Army. But, who is the supreme commander of this war? Song Yiming. He commands our army and uses his plans to achieve victory in this war. In the end, to whom will Jingzhou belong? Dai Lingnan in the northwest was defeated by Song Yiming, making him famous. But after the war, the territory of Jingzhou goes to the Central China faction. The Central Army reaps the fruits of victory in this war, whereas our 6 fleets sail magnificently into the battlefield without gaining anything. All benefits were scooped up by the Central Army. Who are we working hard and busy for? There is one thing I can't figure out. If our army continues to implement General Song Yiming's plan, shouldn't we also gain some advantages? According to the plan, ultimately the main force of the Huaxia army will be annihilated by our army, giving us credit comparable to that of the Federal Central Army. Furthermore, preserving our strength allows us to dominate control over the fortress. Based on intelligence I have, the entire code for the fortress is already in the hands of the Federal Central Army. If our two armies enter the fortress, it will take our army more than a month to convert it into our own, whereas they need only 5 minutes to secure it. They have exerted the most effort indeed, but the ultimate results are completely claimed by them, while our relatively easier efforts result in no tangible returns, said Sun Dingyuan angrily. So now I understand. Next, should we target the vulnerable fortresses within Huaxia? Asked Sun Qiang. Yes, Song Yiming's idea is great, and he has successfully lured the Huaxia army out of their fortresses, hoping to wipe out their main force with our assistance in the asteroid belt. But ultimately, he thinks too much of me. Does he believe throwing a few bones my way will suffice? Excessive confidence and arrogance will be your undoing. We'll execute his plan up to this point. Now it's time to carry out our own plan, attacking the fortresses. Our operation shall be named the Pincer Attack. Understood, said the commanders of the 5 fleets of the Federal Guard Army. Dai Lingnan seems no better than this, easily tricked into Song Yiming's trap. With Huaxia's main force redirected to the asteroid belt and held back by the Federal Central Army, the interior is empty, and the fortresses are unguarded. With such generous invitations from the Central Army to reap the rewards of victory, we won't hesitate any longer. The Guard Army will put all its efforts into attacking and capturing the fortresses, then sit back and watch the Huaxia Army and the Federal Army clash like 2 tigers in the asteroid belt, said Sun Dingyuan with a cold tone. Based on the geographical advantages of the asteroid belt, it will be difficult for the Federal Army to defeat the Huaxia Army. What is this called? It's called self-entrapment. Lao Yiming, no matter how brilliant your ideas are, one loss won't make you famous as a great general. Even if the Huaxia Army wins, after battling the Federal Army, our forces will have captured the 9 fortresses. This will be equivalent to 2 tigers fighting each other, only to face another fierce tiger at the end. Even if Dai Lingnan has extraordinary abilities, he will still meet his end in the starry seas. Commander, your foresight is remarkable, but doing this would effectively turn us against Central China. Although we indeed reap the fruits of war afterward, I worry about the future. Sun Qihing said with concern. You probably don't know, Bowen has always had ambitions to consolidate the federal state internally. His intentions to take control of the regional states are as obvious as everyone knows by now. For Central China, their next move after controlling Jingzhou is clear. They'll try to extend their reach into the Wei territory. What is destined to happen will come sooner or later. Rather than sitting idly and waiting for doom, we should act first. When Wei controls the 9 fortresses of Jingzhou and becomes an indomitable force in the northwest, it will be a time when Central China will need us even more. We may remain as one of the regional states within the Chinese Federation, but we will become a major state that cannot be overlooked in the Federation. Sun Dingyuan continued. By winning this war, our power will grow, becoming one of the largest powers within the Federation, second only to Central China. And when Bowen turns his attention to the smaller states, it will drive them toward Wei. Securing the 9 fortresses and obtaining control of Jingzhou is far more significant than simply gaining 1 fortress and strengthening our influence, said Sun Dingyuan. I understand, said Sun Qiang. As the Guard Army of the Wei approached the 9 fortresses controlled by Huaxia, radar data transmitted from the fortresses showed 6 fleets stationed inside. Huaxia's generals aren't so clever after all. Our intelligence already obtained news of their large-scale expedition. Do they really think such a trivial deception can fool our army? Asked Sun Dingyuan contemptuously. Guard Army, listen up. The 1st and 2nd fleets will mainly attack the 5th fortress. The 3rd and 4th fleets will move from the 9th fortress toward the 5th fortress. The 5th and 6th fleets will go from the 1st fortress towards the 5th fortress. In the 9 fortresses, there are only 2 Huaxia fleets stationed there. Understood. The 5 captains obeyed the orders. Chapter 41, Pincer Attack, Middle. Command room of Fort Tianwei 5. On the radar screen, the invading Wei fleet split into 3 groups. 2 groups moved to the flanks, and one was heading toward Fort Tianwei 5, immediately causing panic among the Huaxia forces. Wasn't it agreed that they would just come over, fire a few shots, and leave? Why are the Federation troops? Jia Xian said, looking at a loss. I think the other side may be serious this time. Our disguise has been detected. Zhou, he said gravely. We're in trouble. With only 2 fleets in our current force, it might be difficult to withstand this attack, Jia Xian replied. Zhou, he looked solemnly at the 6 invading Wei fleets of the Federation and said to Li Min, the fort is temporarily entrusted to you. The 2 fleets will go out to fight against 2 of their fleets. We can abandon the flanks for now and focus on defending Fort Tianwei 5, hoping we can hold out until Commander Dai Lingnan leads the fleet back. I understand, Li Min responded. At Fort Tianwei 5, the 2 stationed fleets completed combat formation with the help of the defensive facilities of the fort and set up defenses at Tianwei 5. Mechs and fighters were organized into teams and stationed within various defense systems of the fort. Soon, the 1st and 2nd fleets of the Wei arrived at the battlefield, while Commander Sun Dingyuan aboard the Ladaka-class Star Mother's Bridge command room scrutinized the fortified Tianwei 5. A message came from Admiral Sun Qiheng of the 2nd Fleet. Our troops have arrived on the battlefield. Should we launch an attack? Sun Dingyuan shook his head and said, no need. We don't have siege weapons. At present, the remaining 2 enemy fleets are all deployed here. If both sides have equal strength, relying solely on direct attacks wouldn't be advantageous for us given the fort's defense system. All we need to do here is to maintain readiness and wait until the other 4 fleets complete the capture of the forts on the flanks, forming a surrounding posture around Fort Tianwei 5. That will be the best moment to breach the fort. I understand, Sun Shiheng responded. When the Wei fleet arrived at the fortress, it formed up without launching a direct offensive but instead remained in standoff with the 2 fleets inside the fortress. Bridge Command Room of Xinghong. Report, General Zhou He. The enemy hasn't initiated an attack. Their whole fleet has assembled outside the fort's defensive network, the executive officer reported. That's... Sweat covered Zhou He's forehead as he sighed helplessly and said, if I'm not mistaken, the main thrust of the enemy will certainly target the flank fortresses. There's no defense there, and all this fleet needs to do here is suppress us. The deputy ship captain stayed silent. Sure enough, after several hours of tense standoff between the 2 fleets, a message came from Li Mian at the rear base. Our Tianwei 1 and Tianwei 2 forts are simultaneously under enemy attack. It seems that our disguises inside the forts didn't fool the enemy, Li Mian reported. Damn, are we just going to sit here waiting to die? Jia Xian clenched his teeth and asked. Then, the Wei forces can quickly assess our situation and decide their attack plans. What about our main expeditionary fleet? I think, if they know our bottom line, then they must also know the bottom line of the others. It's likely there's more misfortune than fortune, Zhou He lamented. Tianwei 9 fortress, Tianwei 1 fortress. The Federation fleet controlled the periphery of the fortress and attacked it, eventually breaching the fort. The commanders guarding these 2 forts retreated to others. News of the quick fall of the 2 forts reached both sides. For the Huaxia forces, it was ominous news, but for the Federation army, it was a morale boost. After capturing and controlling the 2 forts, the 2 joint fleets continued advancing towards Tianwei 8 and Tianwei 2. Xinghong Bridge Command Room. The Tianwei 1 and Tianwei 9 forts have already fallen. According to intelligence from the front lines, the 2nd and 8th forts are confirmed to be the next strategic points the enemy intends to take. Damn, General Dai Lingnan entrusted me well with the defense of these forts, yet. Li Min said regretfully. Don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. The goal of the enemy is clear. They want to capture the forts on the flanks, pushing forward step by step, eventually encircling us. With the strength we have now, there's no chance of victory. There's little hope for Chief Dai Lingnan's return. If we continue to defend this way, we'll inevitably end up surrounded by the enemy. General Zhou He sighed and said, Ladaka-class Star Mother Bridge Command Room. The Tianwei 1 and Tianwei 9 fortresses have been captured, which has shaken the Huaxia forces to a certain extent. Currently, their fleet is concentrated at the Tianwei 5 fortress stronghold with very weak control over other strongholds. Their main force that can be mobilized is being held down by our army, preventing them from acting rashly. With some time, once we capture the fortress, we will ultimately be the victors in this war, Sun Shiheng said excitedly. If my guess is correct, for the Huaxia garrison defending Tianwei 5 fortress, besides fighting to death, there are 2 more options, surrendering or retreating back to the Hengluo military base in Hangzhou and Tongzhou, thus voluntarily giving up the fortress, Sun Dingyuan pondered before speaking again. Surrendering is out of the question for the Huaxia forces if they have a way out. Thus, the choice remains between fighting to death or retreating. An hour later, the Tianwei 8 and Tianwei 2 fortresses were captured, and the fleets on both wings continued heading towards the Tianwei 7 and Tianwei 3 fortresses. Huaxia Command Level, Xinghong Bridge Command Room, Tianwei 5 Command Room, Lei-class Bridge Command Room. The more fortresses we lose on both wings, the higher the possibility of our forces being trapped. It's already extremely difficult to hold onto the fortress now. With General Dai Lingnan having no hope of returning, all our forces can do is retreat and preserve the remaining forces. Zhou He sighed as he said, how could that be? Handing over the fortress to the enemy would essentially trap leader Dai Lingnan inside the Federation's territory, placing him in a hopeless situation. Li Min exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Can we still hold the fortress? We face either fighting to death, surrendering, or retreating, Zhou He said. The result of fighting to death will ultimately lead to the fortress falling, and us all perishing in space. Surrendering isn't the best choice, it's an unwilling choice, but we currently have a way out. However, if we wait until the enemy captures all the fortresses and surrounds us from all sides, the only choices for our forces will be to surrender or fight to death, Zhou He said. But, Li Min began to say, only to be interrupted by Zhou He. Li Min, I know you have thoughts of sacrificing yourself to fight till the end, but leading the entire army to their deaths isn't a good decision, and the person making such a decision isn't you. Before leaving the fortress, the highest command authority was handed to me, Zhou He. I, old Zhou, also want to die honorably, but currently, I am responsible for the safety of the entire fortress garrison. General Dai Lingnan has no hope of returning. Staying to defend the fortress to the death will result in defeat. Surrendering is something I cannot accept. The only path that can preserve the entire army right now is to retreat. Li Min, I hope you can understand me, Zhou He said helplessly then. Order the entire army to prepare for retreat. Chapter 42, Pincer Attack, Part 2. On board the Radaka-class Starry Sky mother ship, in the bridge command room, the radar map showed signs of Dongyao within the opposing Chinese fleet. The rear ships, including the transport fleet, were gradually retreating. The Chinese defenders are beginning to waver. The forces behind the fortress have started withdrawing, the deputy captain reported. Evidently, the enemy also realizes that continued defense would put them at a great disadvantage if surrounded. However, By retreating now, aren't they leaving no retreat path for the main Chinese force? Sun Dingyuan said with a cold laugh. The commander is truly decisive. For Chinese fleets, abandoned without hesitation, I suspect the 5th Army of the Chinese Northwest Army will struggle to recover. Since the Chinese army is retreating, should we pursue them while victorious? The deputy captain asked. No, the enemy's retreat is orderly, not a chaotic rout. Our 2 flanking fleets haven't yet completed their encirclement, and the fortress defense systems remain under their control. They can still resist us. Thus, although we have momentum, pursuit wouldn't be wise right now, Sun Dingyuan explained. 1 hour later, Fortress Tianwei 3 and Tianwei 7 had fallen. The Chinese army was conducting an orderly retreat. In the command room of Fortress Tianwei 5. No, I cannot accept this decision. Losing the fortress means abandoning the Chinese main force. I imagine many soldiers in the Chinese army feel this way. Li Min observed the radar screen, which showed fortresses being captured one after another. General Li Min, stop being stubborn. Committing suicide won't help, and Zhou He is just following orders without any other options. If you want to stay, I'll carry you away by force, Zhou He said somewhat irritably, then sent an encrypted message to Li Min, saying, look at this. These are orders for the retreat. After Li Min received and opened the message on his personal light computer, he made a decision. Entire army retreat. Abandon the fortress. Subsequently, he transferred the fortress command mode to unmanned control mode and then left the fortress. Back on the Radaka-class Starry Sky mothership in the bridge command room. Within another hour, after taking fortresses Tianwei 4 and Tianwei 6, our army will seize Fortress Tianwei 5. Then, with the capture of all 9 fortresses, while the Chinese main force and the Central Army are locked in a life and death battle within the asteroid belt, it's evident that we'll be sitting pretty and able to claim the fruits of victory. Sun Dingyuan communicated through space communication to Sun Shuwu far away in Dengzhou. Your family's cultivation of you hasn't been wasted, Dingyuan. This battle has been fought extremely well. Sun Shuwu praised him. Thank you. Taking the fortresses shouldn't be an issue, but the Chinese garrison is quite astute. Before we fully encircle them, they've already evacuated the fortresses. Judging from their direction, they're returning to the Hengluo military base. While preserving themselves, they've completely abandoned the main force fighting on the other side of the small asteroid belt. Truly ironic, Sun Dingyuan scoffed. Given that the Chinese army is voluntarily retreating, I do not advise pursuing them. At present, ensuring the fortresses remain in our hands until the end of the war is critical. Only then will we be able to control these fortresses and attack Hangzhou and Tongzhou, further expanding the power of Wei country, Sun Shuwu said. I understand. This was exactly my intention, Sun Dingyuan replied. This is the best news I've heard since Wei country's large-scale expedition began. Earlier, I didn't know what you were up to, but only now does it make sense. Song Yiming from the Song family played a brilliant game, but ultimately it benefits our Sun family. I look forward to your better updates. Sun Shuwu closed the space communication. After finishing the communication, an hour later, Tianwei 4 and Tianwei 6 were declared taken. As the Chinese defensive forces withdrew, Fortress Tianwei 5, standing alone, became an empty city. Very good. So we'll humbly take possession of this place, Sun Shuwu stated. Subsequently, the fleet began attacking Fortress Tianwei 5. Given that it was essentially an empty city with no defensive personnel remaining, Fortress Tianwei 5 was quickly seized. At the start of the year, the 9 major strongholds that the Chinese had captured fell once again into the hands of Wei country's military. Wei country's fleet officially took over the entire fortress network in Fortress Tianwei 5's command center. The command seat previously occupied by Dai Lingnan was now taken by Sun Dingyuan. Personnel from Wei country swiftly took control of the fortresses. It will take another month to obtain the original data of the fortress, but time isn't a problem because we have the resources to sit back and watch others fight each other now, Sun Dingyuan said proudly. 6 fleets were dispatched to occupy different fortresses. On the fortress screens were images of the ongoing battles between the Federal Army's main force and the Chinese Army's main force in the distant planetary belts. Song Yiming still doesn't know that I've already abandoned him, still thinking that I will seriously execute his plan to attack the Huaxia Army's base? Ho ho, even Dai Lingshan is no different, abandoned by his own people, too. Ha ha ha. In such a clear situation now, let the Huaxia Army and the Central Army fight to the death. No matter who wins. It's just like the clam and the fisherman profiting. Hurrah! On the planetary belt battlefield, fierce combat raged on in the front lines, while the concealed battleships in the planetary belt, namely the Chao Nu class and Ling Chu class ships, were the most threatening presence to each other, both aiming to eliminate the other's warships to ensure safety. Space coordinates, planetary belt, a sector. We're here. 5 sets of mechs hid behind an asteroid. Even with the naked eye, they could see the targeted large battleship, a Chao Nu class vessel. With a black hole stance generated by Min Ling's mech disrupting enemy radar operations, the enemies couldn't detect the infiltrating Tianjin team via radar. The target's movements were swiftly ascertained. The Federal Army had deployed 3 mech squadrons around the battleship and installed jammers on surrounding asteroids to avoid detection. The intelligence was correct. We've located the target, and this current deployment will be easy for us to breach. Yu Qian quickly analyzed the battlefield situation and said, but we can't rule out the possibility that the enemy might have stationed a Yuan Shi mech squadron here to obstruct our path. The Chao Nu class battleship isn't much trouble. Its only strength lies in its extremely long range. However, that doesn't pose a threat to us because, like the Ling Chu class ship, it lacks substantial defensive weapons. Therefore, if we can break through the enemy mech squadrons or bypass the defensive network constituted by their fortifications set up within the asteroids, we'll be able to take out the target. But obviously, we have a more straightforward method. Lin Tian, does your Huey equip a high-ion sniper cannon? Min Ling asked analytically. Aim at the Chao news bridge and fire one shot to cripple their ship and achieve our short-term goal. I understand, Lin Tian replied. After speaking, Lin Tian's mech, Huey, pulled out an ultra-long sniper cannon, locking onto the Chao new-class battleship. Lin Tian, listen closely. I'll send you the exact position of their bridge via Tiance. This shot must hit the mark, Min Ling commanded. All right, Lin Tian replied and used the data received from Min Ling to adjust the sniper angle. Holding, firing, Lin Tian declared, and the Huey mech pressed the trigger of the sniper cannon. A fine stream of high-energy rays surged forward, rapidly heading toward the Chao new-class bridge. Facing this sudden assault, the Federal Army was thrown into confusion. However, the scenario unfolded differently than Min Ling expected. A swift shadow darted in front of the beam, using the mech body to block the high-energy ray. Chapter 43, A-Zone Strategy, Part 1. What? My attack didn't work, it missed the target and was intercepted by the enemy. Lin Tian said. Min Ling said. According to the information displayed on the mech's light screen, Lin Tian's beam indeed did not hit the target, but was stopped by one of the enemy's mechs. When the light dissipated, a mech holding an energy shield revealed itself. This mech had the same body as the previous Death Scythe mech, but with different weapon mounts. Lin Tian's tools did not work, but the mech that resisted the attack also had its energy shield dimmed somewhat. Primordial Stone Mech. Indeed, the enemy has deployed Primordial Stone Mechs here too. Yu Qian said, this failed strike has exposed us. It looks like all we can do now is launch a direct assault. What follows will be our biggest trouble. The quickly responding mech squadron retaliated and launched an attack on the Sky Sword team. The Sky Sword team reacted after their position was exposed and engaged in a firefight with the enemy's mech squadron. After the assassination attempt failed, Huey switched her weapon to a laser cannon with faster beams to hunt down the attacking mech squadron. The war god Yulang and Black Hole mechs also responded, pulling out their weapons to fight against the enemy squadron. Zhonghua, don't lose focus during battle. Su Ming, manipulating Yulang's dual light claws, tore apart a federal mech approaching the Sentinel. Previously, Zhonghua appeared fine, but evidently, she had fallen back into old habits. In many cases involving Zhonghua, there was a clear characteristic. When enemies did not deploy super bows onto the battlefield, Zhonghua performed admirably as a warrior. However, once super bow-level warships appeared within the enemy ranks, Zhonghua would become like a confused young girl. However, Su Ming's calls received no response from Zhonghua, and the Sentinel mech continued to drift aimlessly on the battlefield. Zhonghua's abnormal behavior was clearly noticed by the enemy as well. Soon, believing they saw an opportunity, the Federal mech squadron quickly unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the defenseless Sentinel. Min Ling reacted in time, activating an electromagnetic wave defense net to block the attack. Zhonghua, you should retreat. Let us handle this, Min Ling said. It seems General Xiahou made a wrong decision by having Zhonghua participate in this battle. At this rate, our entire team might be wiped out because the enemy's Primordial Stone mech team is advancing. What? Lin Tian stared in shock at his surroundings. Soon behind the mech squadrons, 4 mechs appeared. Clearly, these 4 mechs were part of the same team as the one that had resisted Lin Tian's attack atop the super bow-level warship. Among these 4 mechs, there was the Death Scythe mech Su Ming was relatively familiar with, and 3 others sharing the same body frame as the Death Scythe, but with different weapon mounts. Another captain-level mech among them was the Phoenix mech. The enemy made a large flanking maneuver, trying to encircle us from both front and rear. Yu Qian said gravely. Indeed, the current situation was that the Sky Sword team was being surrounded on 2 sides. Damn it, attack the regular mech squadrons with full force, tear through their mech defenses. Yu Qian decided immediately, then said to Su Ming, lift the Sentinel and let the 3 of us lead the way. You are responsible for the rear. Try to wake up Zhonghua. I understand, Su Ming said. In the critical moment, the Black Hole, Huey, and the War God launched fierce attacks on the mech squadrons, tearing open a seam from the weakest point. Breaking through, they moved at high speed toward the Federation's super bow-level warship, while Yulang carried the Sentinel along with the 3 mechs. What Xia Ziliang originally planned as a pincer movement transformed into a chase between 2 squadrons. When the Federal Army mobilized heavy forces to attack the Sky Sword team, the fleet became the weak spot in the Federal Army. Inside the electronic Phoenix mech, Xia Ziliang paused momentarily as he watched China's Primordial Stone mech squadron break through the defenses and fly toward the super bow-level warship. He then ordered the other 4, Zhonghua, fully intercept them. At this point, Xia Ziliang realized a significant flaw in his deployment. By concentrating all his heavy forces to suppress the Sky Sword team, he left the defense of the super bow-level warship extremely weak. Moreover, such warships lack close-range defensive capabilities. It was precisely because of this that Yu Qian could make an immediate decision. Good, we have broken out of the encirclement. The task of destroying the internal structure of the ship is relatively easier now. Now we change formation. Let us block the enemy while the task of destroying the warship falls to you. Su Ming, Yu Qian commanded. Understood. The formation changed rapidly, with Su Ming's mech carrying the Sentinel flying ahead while the War God, Huey, and Black Hole moved to the back, attacking the enemy's mech squadron while moving. Zhonghua, this is a battlefield. not a place for reminiscence. Su Ming continuously called through the telecommunications to Zhonghua, but still with no effect whatsoever. The super bow-level warship we're facing now belongs to the enemy, and it is not something for nostalgic affection. Losing focus will cost you your life. Finally, under duress, Su Ming launched a frenzied attack with the war god mech on the Sentinel, eventually snapping Zhonghua back to her senses. Seeing two streams of tears on her cheeks, Su Ming understood that she might have recalled many important memories associated with this type of warship. He said, Zhonghua, I know the super bow-level warship means a lot to you, but it's part of the Federal Army fleet and our enemy. Aren't you supposed to eliminate the Federal Army and destroy them? This is your last chance to prove yourself. If you remain in this state, remember your promise to General Xiao. You won't be able to enter the battlefield again. And if you cannot fight, how will you ever defeat the Federal Army? Seeing Zhonghua showing some reaction, Su Ming continued. Zhonghua, this is a battlefield, and the super bow-level warship is from the Federation fleet, one kind of warship used by the Federal Army. It's our enemy, and either we destroy or capture it. General Xiao Ling's attitude is very clear. She needs proof that you can perform on the battlefield during this war. If you keep acting like this, failing to provide any proof, how will you participate in future wars? And if you cannot join the wars, how do you plan to crush the Federal Army which you despise so much? So listen to me. The best proof you can give General Xiao Ling is to destroy what stands as an obstacle in your heart. Listen to me, don't think of it as something tied to reminiscing about your father, but rather as the Federal Army, our adversary. Remember, it is the Federal Army that you want to obliterate, and we must utterly annihilate it. It's the enemy, it's part of the Federal Army, it's my enemy that needs to be eradicated. Only by wiping it out can I further destroy more of the Federal Army. If I can't destroy it, I cannot destroy more Federal forces. Su Ming's words transformed into Zhonghua's understanding and echoed continuously in her mind. The Sentinel mech forcefully pushed off the Yulang mech that had been holding it, and over the telecommunications came Zhonghua's cold voice. I'll take care of the super bow-level warship. Chapter 44, Area A Strategy, Part 2. Su Ming could feel Zhonghua's restored fighting spirit. In Su Ming's eyes, this indeed held significant advantage for their current situation. But how could this not also be Zhonghua's sorrow? Su Ming had not truly resolved Zhonghua's heart knot, instead using her hatred. Though unclear as to why Zhonghua would set aside her hatred upon seeing the super crossbow-class battleship and indulge in memories. But if these memories could make her lay down her hatred for the Federation and fall into reminiscence, they must certainly be good memories. What's wrong with having such memories? And Su Ming amplifies Zhonghua's hatred to suppress the significance of the super crossbow-class battleship to her. What does this mean? Su Ming knew. He had manipulated her. Zhonghua's inner knots had not been cured root and branch. Hatred was an easy-to-addict potent drug. Using Zhonghua's hatred was far simpler than helping her resolve her inner knots. But a person immersed in personal hatred for a long time is just like a habitual drug addict. There were two ways to deal with the current situation. One was to exploit Zhonghua's hatred for the Federation, and the other was to help her free herself from her inner conflicts. However, the latter was clearly not feasible given the present situation. Zhonghua with eyes filled with hatred now, Su Ming didn't know how things would turn out in the future. Only knowing the root of the problem leads to a resolution. Taking advantage of the interception by three people, the guards and Yulang arrived in front of the super crossbow-class battleship. Seeing this, Xia Ziliang ordered the defense beside the fleet. When the original stone mecha previously blocked Lin Tian's attack, Kong Ming stopped them. Understood. Xia Ziliang received the response from Zhang Yaoyue inside the mecha. The Kong Ming mecha quickly blocked the way for the guards and Yulang. Seeing this, Su Ming said to Zhonghua, this will be handled by me to hold her here. The task of destroying the warship will fall to you. Indeed it shall. Zhonghua nodded, looking at the super crossbow-class battleship, then made a firm decision to veer off track, speeding towards the surface of the ship. The Kong Ming mecha tried to intercept, but its path was blocked by Su Ming. The high-speed flying guard mecha reached right in front of the huge super crossbow-class battleship, where the high-energy beam port was located. Seeing the giant figure of this battleship again, Zhonghua went momentarily blank, then shook her head and shifted her gaze to the Federal emblem on the hull, saying coldly, yes, you're the Federation Army, Federation Army, Federation Army. So as long as you're the Federation Army, you need to be eliminated. The guard calculated quickly while Zhonghua dispassionately operated the computer, saying, destroying the bridge only paralyzes the Federation Army's super crossbow-class battleship. To destroy it thoroughly, we have to dismantle the core system of this warship from within, the Tiangong 2 system. The only way to dismantle Tiangong 2 is through this point. With that, the guard plunged resolutely into the large main cannon of the super crossbow, without hesitation. Madness. Zhonghua, that's the main cannon mouth. With little time left until its next firing cycle, isn't attacking their suicide? Witnessing Zhonghua's unusual behavior, Yu Qian exclaimed angrily through the Sky-Link communication. Isn't attacking the bridge the fastest way? However, what Yu Qian saw was a Zhonghua who was scratching her face with sharp nails, cold and determined, the nails tearing her tender cheeks, blood streaming down her jawline, pain stimulating her determination. Zhonghua's attention was entirely focused on the increasingly visible core component of the super crossbow battleship, the Tiangong 2. The rapid aggregation of energy made Tiangong 2 shine brighter and brighter. In the super crossbow battleship bridge command, the enemy has infiltrated the interior of the super crossbow battlestar's main gun opening. Although there are only a few seconds left, gather all the remaining energy now and shoot. It's crucial to protect the warship under the current circumstances. The captain acted decisively, opening the main cannon launch box and pressing down. Zhonghua watched as the glow from the core of the cannon grew stronger and stronger. Blood continuously dripped from her chin, and her eyes were full of blood vessels. Her lips kept repeating two words, die, die. Instantaneously, the light blade of the guard became several times longer than the body of the mecha. The light blade split the imminent energy core of the cannon in two. The Super Crossbow-class Battlestar Bridge control room immediately rang with red alarms as various instrument data went chaotic. What? Oh no! The captain screamed in panic. Outside the Battlestar, strange light emanated from the cannon of the ship, prompting each mecha to come to a halt. Bad news. The ship is going to explode. Get out of the way. Yu Qian instinctively told Su Ming. Faking control of the Yulang, Su Ming hurriedly disengaged from Kong Ming. Soon, this region of space witnessed the ship's explosion accompanied by brilliant light, with the massive impact force causing both Kong Ming and Yu Lang to be jolted away. Under such explosive power, the Tianjin team immediately knew Zhonghunya's outcome. Damn it, wouldn't it be better to cripple the enemy by destroying the bridge? After staring at the explosion's center for a while, Yu Qian finally recovered, pounding the control panel with all his might, and said, "It's like this again." Yu Lang drifted in space as Su Ming blankly stared at the explosion point. His opponent didn't let this opportunity slip away. Kong Ming quickly reacted, swinging its light blade to stab swiftly toward Yu Lang's core. Just when everyone on the Tianjin team thought Zhonghua was about to die, the explosion's core released a massive energy wave that disrupted the operations of all mecha, including Kong Ming, which was about to kill Su Ming. "This is a field created by enhancing original stone and spiritual power," Xia Ziliang said in shock, then bitterly laughed. "What a coincidence, breaking through from A to S level. Is it that mecha?" From the wreckage of the explosion, the guard emerged, its terrifying red light locked onto the nearest mecha affected by the disruption, the Kong Ming mecha. Federation army? Die. Zhonghua rapidly controlled the guard mecha, its red light filling every part of the mech as the guard's light blade shone to its limit. At lightning speed, the guard reached in front of the Kong Ming and Yu Lang mechas. Chain hunt. Zhonghua spoke coldly. Inside the cockpit of Yu Lang, Su Ming saw the powerless Kong Ming being dissected into 4 pieces by the guard mecha in a cross-shaped slash, completely destroyed in the starry void. The death couldn't have been any more definitive, leaving only the drifting original stone behind. The guard then swiftly flashed to another federal mecha at an impossible speed, cutting through with its light blade, repeating the same action, stringing together explosions one after another like a killing chain across various mech units. Different from the other stunned and slaughtered federal mechas, 2 federal original stone mechas responded promptly and were annihilated after just 2 exchanges with Zhonghua. "Is that you?" Zhonghua saw this familiar figure and immediately swung her scythe to actively confront the approaching guard mecha. Zhonghua also recognized this familiar silhouette inside the guard mecha and instantly accelerated towards Si Lian, dead scythe, even faster. The figures of the 2 mechas collided head-on at top speed, the guard mecha effortlessly slicing past the cockpit of the Si Lian mecha, splitting the pilot inside in half. As the 2 figures passed each other, Zhonghua, eyes full of bloodshot veins, looked questioningly at the instant her familiar figure was cut by the light blade. When she turned back around, the bisected mech exploded violently and ultimately turned into cosmic dust. For some unknown reason, Zhonghua felt a twitch in her heart. Just who did that strike kill? Chapter 45, The Swallow Plan I. This issue did not trouble Zhonghua for long. She quickly shifted her focus to the final federal army target on the scene, Xia Ziliang's electronic phoenix. The berserkly red-glowing Forbidden One moved at top speed, flying straight toward the phoenix mech and slashing its light sword madly. However, before the attack fully landed, the light sword struck the electromagnetic wave defense shield erected by the electronic phoenix. What? Surprised to find her otherwise unstoppable strike halted, Zhonghua proceeded to direct the Forbidden One to wildly assault the electromagnetic wave shield. A storm of light blades rained down as if mountains were collapsing and seas were surging, yet the electronic phoenix remained completely steady. Truly reckless. First it's the original stone and enhanced vision upward stance, then there's berserker mode, and finally a decisive killing technique. "I certainly don't want to be sliced in half. That'd be unpleasant," Xia Ziliang remarked. The electromagnetic wave shield of the electronic phoenix emanated an overwhelming electromagnetic field, enveloping the frenzied Forbidden One mech entirely. The systems of the Forbidden One's mech were disrupted by the electromagnetism, causing all operations to fail, putting an end to its wild assaults. As the electromagnetic attack dissipated, the Forbidden One mech hovered beside the electronic phoenix, but its entire system had malfunctioned. Occasionally, streams of electricity wriggled across the mech's body. The other members of the Sky Sword Squad also regained their composure, swiftly setting up a defensive perimeter against the battlefield's final enemy. "The Forbidden One has been paralyzed. It's my mech's most commonly used electronic disturbance feature. He is a mech of the same type as mine, just much more powerful than me," Min Ling warned. "More powerful than you?" Lin Tian said, startled. "Yes. There's no way I could paralyze a mech powered by an original stone so effortlessly. Not even a close combat mech that just ascended into S level after the upgrade process could fall like that," Min Ling stated. "The mech hasn't updated with the original stone and the owner's mental strength. What got disabled was an A-class level original stone mech. The power of this original stone ability user should be at least around S level. Yu Qian commented. Doesn't that mean he held back when fighting us earlier? Lin Tian asked in surprise. Indeed, though we don't know why yet. For now, the most pressing matter is Zhonghua falling into his hands, with him possessing a powerful electromagnetic field capable of paralyzing us easily, Yu Qian pointed out. However, Xia Ziliang, piloting the electronic phoenix, wasn't particularly concerned about the upcoming battle. After glancing over the devastated battlefield, he let out a sigh helplessly and said, Under my watch, a supernuclear-level mech destroyed, along with 4 split original bodies, one of which was a perfect form. President Bao would surely scold me to death? But compared to this, the battlefield situation is now very clear. Without another word, the electronic phoenix left the battlefield, leaving behind the Vigilant Sky Sword Squad and the incapacitated Forbidden One mech due to the electromagnetic interference. The reason for Xia Ziliang's departure from the battlefield left many confused, yet the mission of the Sky Sword Squad had been accomplished smoothly, warranting excitement. Su Ming maneuvered his mech carrying the Forbidden One and set course for the mothership's return line. On the front lines where the Chinese army clashed with the federal forces, the Xingyuan space battleship. Dai Lingshan lightly placed his hand on Huang Long, the deputy captain's shoulder, connecting through the spy light-brain network linked to Song Yiming within the federal military. No, you've misunderstood. It's unlikely Sun Dingyuan's fleet will come here. Instead, they'll be attacking our fortresses. Huang Long, who had previously earned Dai Lingshan's full trust, understood his predicament now. His identity as a spy had been revealed. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he remained silent. For Song Yiming on the other side, he too knew that the most important spy he had planted within the Chinese military had been known to Dai Lingshan for quite some time, but still continued being used. However, the news from Dai Lingshan delivered something difficult for Song Yiming to accept. Sun Dingyuan's reinforcements would not come, but instead moved to attack the Chinese fortresses. How can he do this? During the execution of my plan, I gave so much leeway to Sun Dingyuan's group, and I am the commanding general. How dare he act on his own? Are you deceiving me? Do you seek to disrupt my troops' morale with this? It was clear the espionage case had been uncovered, but Song Yiming no longer cared, and instead questioned furiously. Here's an even worse piece of news for you. Just now, I received alarms that 6 fleets from the Federation have already begun attacking the 9 major fortresses we hold. Could the fleet that took advantage of our rear weakness to launch the counterattack possibly not be the Sun family fleet you relied on? Dai Lingshan remarked. Humph, his decision to attack the fortress is precisely what I fear the most. He used to obey my orders and plans without reservation. I thought Sun Dingyuan had a significant advantage in my plan. I lured your forces out of the fortress using my army as bait, so that he could reap the benefits. If he attacks the fortress, not only would he risk the collapse of our alliance, but also drag my central army into a war with Wei country. Tell me, what benefits does this have for him? Song Yiming roared furiously. The current situation was dire. Song Yiming's army was already in an extremely disadvantageous position due to his own strategy, engaging in combat with the enticed Huaxia army. Without Sun Dingyuan's fleet on the scene meant the battle outcome against the Huaxia army on this unfavorable battlefield would result in a lose-lose scenario. However, Sun Dingyuan, following his own tactics, had privately altered the plan. After capturing the fortress, he would sit back and watch Song Yiming's central army fight to the death with the main Huaxia forces, reaping the final fruits of victory. How Sun Dingyuan. Song Yiming gritted his teeth in anger. It became clear that he had been thoroughly exploited by Sun Dingyuan, successfully enticing the Huaxia army to engage on the asteroid battlefield, while Sun Dingyuan seized the opportunity to attack the fortress left Song Yiming longing for nothing more than killing this treacherous man. Do you really think that offering him enough profit will make him easily comply with your highly advantageous plan for his army when it clearly puts him at great disadvantage? Dai Lingshan asked mockingly. The plan you formulated couldn't possibly favor House Sun entirely. Your idea was simply to give up small advantages, letting Sun's army bear the brunt of your victories, huh? Shocked, Song Yiming exclaimed, do you know my plan? Dai Lingshan responded ambiguously. Given the current state of affairs, anyone standing where I am now would, unless being a mediocre general, have an excellent grasp of the situation. So there's no need for you to be overly surprised. In your ideal setup, after the war begins, 6 fleets from the Federal Guard would quickly appear behind my army, cooperating with you to exterminate us, right? But unexpectedly, you intended to trap me within your plan, only to find yourself manipulated by Sun Dingyuan instead. Truly, a case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits behind. How ironic. Chapter 46, The Sparrow Plan 2. Perhaps you think your plan offers great benefits to Sun Dingyuan, but is it better than seizing the 9 strongholds now and sitting back to watch our fight for complete war profits? Dai Lingnan said calmly. You're the commander. Both Wei and Central China belong to the Zhonghua Federation. The possibility that Sun Dingyuan might take the fortresses and abandon you was quickly removed because you calculated that Sun Dingyuan or Wei would not dare such an action as it would mean turning against Central China. Thus, you carried out your plan confidently. But the worst-case scenario you dismissed so quickly has already come true. In no time, Sun Dingyuan will seize the stronghold and observe our battle. Humph. Song Yiming snorted in anger, trying to maintain composure despite facing the enemy as he continued listening to Dai Lingnan. Do you have the original codes for the fortresses? Asked Dai Lingnan. Song Yiming remained silent on this matter. If he had them, he wouldn't divulge any information. If that's the case, have you considered how Sun Dingyuan would react? Regardless of the benefits your plan offers him, The ultimate goal for both of you commanding this war is to capture control of the 9 strongholds I control, and from there, control Jingzhou. So your thinking is quite straightforward. No matter how unfavorable your plan may seem to you, or how much advantage Sun's family gains, once you jointly invade the fortress with pre-existing data at your disposal, you can swiftly change the fortress control, a capability Sun Dingyuan lacks. Therefore, despite how wonderful your plan is, it cannot change your ultimate objective. However, Wei's military objectives are not entirely aligned with yours. Their war aim is to control the stronghold and Jingzhou. As Sun Dingyuan understands and executes your plan, he also maneuvers it towards his own favorable outcome. For both armies, the primary purpose is to lure my forces out of the stronghold. Once this shared objective is achieved, what happens next, whether Wei reinforcements join you or they attack the stronghold, is different. If Wei aids you, our entire force will indeed be wiped out. After we are defeated, based on your capabilities, you alone can reap all the post-war fruits, and Sun will leave empty-handed regardless of the effort invested. Isn't this like doing all the work for nothing? On the contrary, if Sun uses you to lure my army out and then seizes the stronghold while achieving his war aims, the final result could lead to the asteroid fleet failing to get reinforcement and ending in failure. My loss of the stronghold means losing retreat options, making defeat only a matter of time. Of course, this is what he sees as the best-case scenario. If you were him, which option would you choose? Dai Lingnan laughed. Song Yiming responded, "That's impossible. Such an action by Wei would equate to opposing the Central Chinese Army, even if capturing Jingzhou eventually leads to Sun's family facing Federation military sanctions. If such a situation occurs, perhaps Central China's situation would worsen more. Should Central China choose to declare war on Wei, the superficial unity among federal member states would crumble. Although Central China controls 7-star systems and Wei 4, with a war initiated between Central China and Wei, being weaker, could gain support internally from other Federation states. Why? Because if Central China triumphs, a massive force controlling 11-star systems would emerge, leading smaller factions under greater domination by Central China. This could isolate Central China externally while providing Wei with support from other members. And that's without considering external factors like us Huaxia forces. Taking these into account would make matters worse for Central China. Still, such a situation won't happen unless Central China acts foolishly. Fighting Wei on top of its dual-front wars with Huaxia would be suicide since it's impossible for Central China to simultaneously win wars against Wei and Huaxia. Instead, victory by Sun Dingyuan could mean Central China needing to cede more power to Wei to maintain federal stability and jointly resist Huaxia. In doing so, the federal structure shifts from Central China's sole dominance to one including another powerful faction led by Wei. Smaller nations would then rally behind Wei, creating 2 equally powerful camps within the Federation. As for our 5th Corps' total annihilation, it would leave Hangzhou and Tongzhou defenseless. Crossing over the 9 strongholds, Wei secures 2 new star systems, resulting in a 6-star domain for Wei and 7 for Central China. How weak could Wei truly be in that situation? Dai Lingnan concluded. The Sun family sure has a good plan, Song Yiming said through gritted teeth as he thought of Sun Dingyuan. Sir, while the Sun family is calculating their own benefits, isn't your Central Army also playing its own game? Dai Lingnan laughed and continued. With your victory, it creates an entirely different landscape. You are the main commander of this Federation coalition. You and the Sun family encircle my Huaxia forces here. Entering the stronghold leads to you swiftly taking control of it. So by winning the war and annihilating Huaxia forces, crossing over the stronghold, and seizing the vulnerable Tong and Hung states' star domains to establish your reputation in the northwest, reversing the declining momentum of the Federation army. This is the most underlying advantage of this war for you. A deeper calculation would be, with the Central Chinese military's victory in this war, absorbing the old Qi territories, star domains thoroughly suppresses Wei and strengthens Central China's domination and control over other smaller countries within the Federation, preparing a more consolidated and stronger front to wage war against Huaxia. Isn't this the ultimate benefit of the Central Army achieving war success? Indeed, Song Yimeng, or rather, Central China, had their plans accurately revealed by Dai Lingnan, leaving Song Yimeng convinced. He then asked, I do have ways to quickly control the fortress after capturing it, and I believe Sun Dingyuan is unaware of this point. With my plan, the Central Army holds a weaker position compared to Wei, where Wei's army appears stronger when entering the stronghold, giving them greater competitiveness relative to our forces. But I know, don't I? There are many channels through which I can let Sun Dingyuan know about your stakes, said Dai Lingnan. Song Yimeng felt a slight unease creeping in, yet forced himself to remain calm and sarcastically replied in a deep voice. Even if the current situation has been analyzed so thoroughly by you, still, the relationship among you, me, and Sun Dingyuan is like a mantis catching a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sun Dingyuan being the oriole, I am the mantis, and you are the cicada. The trap I set successfully lured you into the asteroid belt, but Sun Dingyuan used my plan to seize the fortress, watching us mutually exhaust each other. Even if you hold a highly advantageous position in this star domain, defeating me would only lead to heavy losses and loss of retreat routes. Now I see myself completely out of contention for victory, but what can you do? That's where you're wrong. The metaphor should be, I am the oriole, Sun Dingyuan is the mantis, and you are the cicada. Chapter 47, The Huang Ke Plan 3. If I were merely a rat trapped in a cage with no way out, how could I be so calm and talk leisurely about the situation we're in now? Dai Lingshan said. Indeed, This was precisely what Song Yiming found most perplexing. No matter if Sun Dingyuan triumphed or if Dai Lingshan did, the final result of the war would not reach his expectations, as he had already been eliminated from the three-way game. However, at present, the situation was that Dai Lingshan had fallen into his strategy, lured out of the stronghold while Sun Dingyuan took advantage of it to seize the empty fortress. The Central Army clashed with the Huaxia Army in the asteroid belt, but even though Huaxia held the upper hand, it didn't help their cause much. Even if the Wei country's fleet didn't attack from behind, but instead struck the fortresses, it wouldn't be good news for the Huaxia side. Yet, given these circumstances, Dai Lingshan remained composed and calm. Could he have other plans? Both the high-ranking officers of the Federal Army and the Huaxia Army wondered. At that moment, the quickly changing battlefield situation in the asteroid belt became known by both armies. For both fleets, there hung over them a double-edged sword, the 4 Lingxiu-class ships of the Huaxia Army and the Federal Army's 4 Chao Nu-class warships. It was imperative for both sides to deal with this hidden threat first. But Song Yiming had clearly lost any hope of solving the problem of the Lingxiu-class ships. His original plan relied on the spy Huang Long to obtain the coordinates of the Lingxiu-class ships, but it seemed Huang Long had already been discovered. And right then, the 2 supreme commanders, Song Yiming and Dai Lingshan, received a piece of information simultaneously. The ambush positions set up by the 4 Chao Nu-class warships all faced attacks from the Huaxia Army. 2 of the warships had their bridges destroyed and were captured. One ship, to prevent falling into Huaxia hands, self-destructed, while another was directly annihilated by the Huaxia forces. Just then, the Huaxia Army had dealt with the hidden threats lurking in the shadows, ensuring they had no more worries. The Central Army had completely lost the ability to cause significant damage to the Huaxia forces using the crucial Lingxiu-class battleships. Damn, if Sun Dingyuan followed my plan correctly, such losses would mean nothing. But now, this is fatal. Song Yiming gritted his teeth and said, "Clearly, the current situation favors my army." Dai Lingshan smiled. "I've just received word from the rear. The 9 key fortresses have already been taken by Sun Dingyuan. They've changed hands and are no longer under our control." "Humph, and yet you still find joy in this." Song Yiming coldly laughed, then realized something wasn't right and muttered, "If the fall of the 9 fortresses benefits you, it's like the mantis catching the cicada while the oriole waits behind." Dai Lingshan, "You're the oriole, and Sun Dingyuan is the mantis. Could it be that you planned from the start to sacrifice the fortresses to Sun Dingyuan?" "Haha, your guess is correct," Dai Lingshan laughed, then connected with the spy Lu Lu via the Tianshu communication system and linked both conversations together. "Lu Lu, Major General, my pre-battle promises still stand. You've established military merit for Huaxia. Whether or not your intentions to surrender are genuine, if you do surrender, I am a man of my word. Not only will I retain your rank, but the military command will also recognize your efforts with significant rewards." Suddenly called upon, General Lu Lu didn't understand the current situation, only knowing that the figures on the holographic screens before him were Dai Lingshan and Song Yiming. "I think I understand now. A clever calculation indeed. Between us 3, you've manipulated us tightly. Poor Sun Dingyuan. He'll never know until his dying breath." Song Yiming laughed wildly, speaking, "While I set up my own traps, you also laid yours. The 9 fortresses being your trap after all, huh?" Song Yiming nearly went berserk, saying, "I thought my plan was perfect, yet I failed to grasp Sun Dingyuan's true intent. Instead of manipulating him, I was used by him. And by you too. Isn't it because you needed an excuse to leave the fortress and create space for the Wei country fleet to enter?" This. An overwhelmed General Lu Lu saw his superior behaving crazily for the first time. "Don't you see? I needed a way to lure the Huaxia forces out of the fortress to set this stage, and Dai Lingshan needed the same reason to leave space for Wei's navy to advance," Song Yiming explained. "If my assumption is right, the 6 Sun family fleets are about to perish along with the fortresses." Dai Lingshan clapped repeatedly, laughing. "You're absolutely right. Unfortunately, by the time your mind cleared, you'd already run out of chances." At the Henglusi military base, the 2 retreating Huaxia fleets regrouped here. In the base command center, the main holographic screen displayed the current status of the 9 fortresses. As the Federal Weigua army further secured its control over the fortresses, the Federal Weigua fleet had entirely moved into the fortresses. "The Weigua fleet has completely moved into the 9 key fortresses, so we can proceed with the plan." Zhou He stood up from his command seat and walked over to the base holographic screen, admiring the displayed images of the fortified structures with folded arms. At this moment, he didn't appear like a defeated commander. "These will be 9 great fireworks blooming in the starry sky, transported in by cargo ships. Thousands of destroyers have been covertly placed inside the fortresses." Zhou He coldly laughed as he pulled out a box with a button and pressed it down. "Federal Weigua Army. Old Zhou here will take you all straight to heaven. Tianwei 5 Fortress. A large amount of energy is detected erupting within the fortress." "What kind of energy is this?" the adjutant said nervously. "What?" Sun Dingyuan was suddenly startled from his comfortable seated position. "Ding Dan, your Zhou Kongjian Lai, Huimerjira. This isn't good. It appears there are vast numbers of destroyer mines embedded inside the fortress that are detonating now. The reactor core, the mecha bay, the defense systems, the warship compartments, the spaceport, including our command center." The officer did not finish his sentence. Sun Dingyuan's face froze in shock and fear as he and his entire fleet, along with Tianwei 5 Fortress, were annihilated. At the same time, the other 8 fortresses of the Tianwei system also disintegrated into dust amidst fierce explosions, taking with them all of the fleets of Wei country. On the asteroid battlefield, the The current status of the 9 fortresses had not yet reached the knowledge of those present. The thing that confuses me most is, both of us initiated this war through an offensive approach. It makes sense that our goal was to capture the fortresses. Shouldn't your focus also be ensuring Huaxia keeps the 9 fortresses? But instead, you made the fortresses a trap. Hold on. Before the war started, both Sun Dingyuan and I misjudged you. According to our reasoning, since we are the attacking side, our aim is to reclaim the fortresses while yours should logically be to secure the fruits of the war already obtained. All 3 parties were contesting for these 9 fortresses. But what we never expected was that, during the course of the war, your choice wasn't about defense but offense. The 4 territories of Jingzhou, Pingzhou, Dengzhou, and Yuanzhou were your strategic goals. Your ambition is huge. Song Yiming said in astonishment. You're right. From the very beginning, you and Sun Dingyuan thought it was naturally my job to defend against your attack, but neither of you realized that I also planned for an offensive. I need a war capable of seizing the 4 territories of the northwestern region. This war represents an opportunity for you, and also for me, Dai Lingshan said. Chapter 48, The Yellow Sparrow Plan 4. Jingzhou is a pivotal location. To the north lies Dangzhou of Wei country, to the south is Yongzhou of central China, and to the west are Tong and Hangzhou of Huaxia. For Huaxia, capturing Jingzhou after advancing beyond the fortress is a simple task, but instead of taking Jingzhou and facing attacks from Wei country in the north and central China in the south, it might be better not to attack Jingzhou immediately, allowing both sides of you to covet it. Individually annexing Jingzhou brings no benefits to Huaxia, yet it offers indescribable advantages for both central China and Wei country's future. However, having a Jingzhou that constantly faces threats from our forces is a burden. The key lies in controlling the front line belonging to determine Jingzhou's ownership. That is when both Wei country and central China still harbor thoughts towards Jingzhou. The decision on who controls the front line will ultimately determine the ownership of Jingzhou. After Qi lost power, inevitably, both of your sides will fight over the strongholds to capture Jingzhou. So, as part of reclaiming the 9 fortresses, war becomes inevitable. On the surface, it appears to be a conflict between the Federation and Huaxia, but essentially, it is a tripartite battle among Huaxia, Wei country, and central China. You, I, and Sun Dingyuan each represent one side. The strategy Sun Dingyuan represents, as discussed earlier, mirrors Wei country's plans. Your representation of central China reflects your ideas, while we, the Huaxia army, have our own calculations, Dai Lingnan said. After seizing the stronghold, the next step, naturally, is to take your Jingzhou. It goes without saying, but the Huaxia army cannot secure Jingzhou while simultaneously holding against threats from both the north and the south. Therefore, we also need a war that can annihilate Wei country's main force while defeating the central army of the Federation. Thus, this war is necessary for us as well. To you, the 9 strongholds represent the ultimate fruits of your final contest. But for us, the Huaxia army, the objective of the war includes Jingzhou, Dangzhou, Pingzhou, and Yuanzhou. Once our objectives are achieved, the existence of the 9 fortresses means little. In short, you aim at recovering the fortresses, whereas we consider them pieces on the chessboard, Dai Lingnan continued. No matter how flawless your plan may seem, its essence ultimately boils down to luring my army away from the fortress, with the purpose being to execute a plan to seize the fortress for your side. Direct attacks fail to ensure success and come with a heavy cost. Direct assault fails, so cunning methods are required. How to cleverly acquire the fortress is your critical challenge. The intelligence of the first wave of attacks sent by an unknown spy Lul matches what I know, and you followed this script in executing your first offensive wave, but all aimed at directly attacking the fortress. How to cleverly take the fortress remains your crucial focus. My intelligence officers, unidentified spies pointing towards your military actions suggest a strategy dominated by forced attacks. Moreover, whether the intelligence is genuine or false holds no real meaning because you cannot win the fortress in this war anyway, and great costs would still be incurred. Without doubt, the first offensive was to offer me a spy that I believed could be used to my advantage. Through several counter-espionage operations and military offenses, you increased the spy's importance to carry out your subtle strategy. My army strongly holds the fortress, which makes frontal assaults very difficult. If you try to overpower us with your numerical superiority, you will not achieve the ultimate victory of the war, but will suffer significant losses. Thus, you must lure my army out of the fortress. But what valid reason do you have for making my army willingly leave the fortress? A trap without tempting bait is ineffective. You need to give me a point where I believe I can defeat the Federation army in one battle. As the commander of the Federation army, nothing is more enticing than the prospect of trapping and defeating the main general. So, through your spies, I learned that you intentionally maneuvered your own troops into a highly disadvantageous position, while simultaneously appearing to create friction with Wei country's forces, thereby persuading me to leave the fortress and enter your prepared trap. You've executed the early stages of your plan effectively, and Sun Dingyuan cooperated perfectly. Following your intentions, so did I. Both Sun Dingyuan and you aimed at taking the fortress, and figuring out how to lure my army out was something he considered too. He needed our army lured out, and I sought a legitimate reason to set up a trap for the prey. But once I am genuinely drawn out of the fortress, your relationship with Sun Dingyuan changes. Both your shared goal was to lead me out of the fortress. Now that I've emerged, battling you in a place advantageous to me leads to a change in Sun Dingyuan's choice. Previously, when Sun Dingyuan and you had a common goal, he collaborated with you. However, your ultimate aims differ. When you draw me toward the planetary belt to engage in combat with you, the Wei country army, led by Sun Dingyuan, becomes a potent force lingering outside the battlefield. You let him have the small advantage, allowing him to execute your battle plan and encircle my Huaxia army from both front and back. Meanwhile, I give up a much bigger advantage, handing over an unguarded key stronghold for Sun Dingyuan to occupy. Your claim that the Wei country will fear escalating conflict with you and subsequently provoke Central China is baseless because disputes were already embedded when your two countries began fighting for Jingzhou. Moreover, he knows that you have the means to quickly control the fortresses after entering them, meaning your talk of fair competition or his apparent competitive edge doesn't exist. Between the benefits we both offer, which will he choose? Besides, if he takes the 9 strongholds and watches your failure while I become the bird in a cage, naturally he would opt for a choice that is more advantageous for himself, wouldn't he? But this decision also aligns with my expectations. By devoting all his capabilities to seizing and controlling the fortress, it means he has placed all his stakes into the trap I've laid. As I mentioned earlier, this war presents an opportunity for me to completely annihilate Wei country's army and defeat Central China's forces. Wei country's army bet all their resources on this war. A loss here means the internal vulnerability of Wei country. Your crushing defeat ensures Central China's inability to advance north. And now, according to your plan, you actively confront me at a disadvantageous position, whereas Sun Dingyuan exploits your plan to make what he deems as the most beneficial choice and willingly falls into my trap. Of course, things are not over yet. There is one more force that both you and Sun Dingyuan overlooked, a power that evolved from being a pawn to becoming a player in the chess game, a suppressed faction within the Federation, Qi country's military. Although they've become pawns, while they still have energy, they remain valuable pieces rather than discarded ones. And this pawn now stands behind your army. You've arranged this setup where Wei country's army and Central China suppress Huaxia's forces, but today's situation is no longer just a confrontation between us two sides. Your army is caught between Huaxia's forces and Qi country's forces. Chapter 49, The Sparrow Plan Part 5, Qi Guojun. Song Yiming was shocked, breaking out in cold sweat. The Qi Guojun he referred to was the 5th Fleet that had been reorganized into the Central Army's 5th Army not long ago. Although there were personnel adjustments, the fleet still used talents from Qi Guojun, with Captain Qianrong as its commander. However, Song Yiming wasn't without his precautions against Qianrong. Using the spy incident, the Central Army conducted a thorough infiltration of the Qian family fleet, inserting their people into many important positions and transferring away many of Qianrong's original talents to further dilute the talent pool available to the Qian family. But most of these precautionary measures did not fully treat the Qian family as a force capable of rebelling against him. Many preventive measures were not fully implemented. When the Qian family had no other thoughts, Song Yiming also gave Qianrong many benefits during the war to gain his support. As an object of contention between the Central China and Wei Guo wanting to carve up, much of the Qian family's important assets had been plundered by both sides. Due to the war, Song Yiming also entertained the idea of consolidating the last Qian family fleet under his control. Since he gained overall command rights, the Qi fleet was not incorporated into the Wei Guo military, but rather into the Central Army, which leveled the military power difference with the Wei Guo forces during the conflict. Regarding this fleet, Song Yiming employed a combination of suppression and enticement, attacking by diluting the Qian family's influence while inserting his own trusted agents to split part of the command authority, yet also trying to win over high-ranking Qian family officers with incentives. Although not enough time had passed to completely transform the Qian family fleet into a Central Army fleet, it allowed them to be utilized effectively in the war. The Qian family fleet performed commendably during battles, obediently following his orders. Unlike Sun Dingyuan's pretense, Qianrong demonstrated complete compliance. Even in the first battle targeting the most difficult point at Tianwei 5, the Qian family showed no complaints. However, Dai Lingnan's current words now sparked Song Yiming's suspicion. With planetary battlefield scenarios involving Huaxia forces, the Central Army, and also a Qi force, it was only now that he realized a problem he hadn't noticed before the war. The Qian family fleet was behind him, guarding his retreat. If the fleet originally under his control were to be considered hostile now, even though conditions on the battlefield might be unfavorable, retreating backward would still be possible, despite immense losses. He believed he could withdraw the 4th Fleet from the disadvantageous battleground and return to Yongzhou. But, in the narrow star channels relative to fleets within the planetary routes, if his retreat is blocked, what does it mean? What do you mean? Song Yiming may have understood something, cold sweat dripping from his chin, yet he still asked. Although we encountered some mishaps in gathering intelligence, the battle for the 9 major fortresses has come to an end. As Dai Lingnan connected a telecommunication link with Qianrong and tied together communications among the 4 of them, he passed the intelligence received from the rear to Qianrong, saying, "Do you remember our pre-war agreement? The 9 fortresses are like 9 grand fireworks, serving as signals. Now you are a member of the Huaxia army, obeying my commands." "I understand." Qianrong decisively acted by swiftly removing those planted by Song Yiming within his fleet. Simultaneously, his fleet began disengaging from the federal forces, aiming the ship cannons at the federal forces. This action indicated the final defection of the Qian family fleet to the Huaxia army. Upon realizing the defection of the 5th Fleet, the federal forces were astonished, and Song Yiming immediately grasped the news of Qi Guojun's defection. Wei Guo and Central China have been brutally carving up Qi territory. Your petty favors cannot obscure Wei Guo and Central China's ambition to swallow Qi Guojun. How can Qianrong possibly serve you? Qianrong stated. Ha ha ha, wonderful. A justified betrayal mid-battle. Song Yiming laughed. Qi lost 2 provinces, Hengtong, Then the 9 fortresses fell. Who drove Qi to the brink of extinction? The Huaxia army. Don't your own reasons sound ridiculous? The unification war. Either the Federation will annihilate Huaxia or Huaxia will destroy the Federation. Capturing Qi is merely one step in Huaxia's war strategy. However, the ones forcing Qi to the brink are the Federation. In Huaxia, Qi can preserve its existing roots. But does Qi have a place to stand in the Federation? Naturally, Qi will make the correct choice between Huaxia and the Federation. Dai Lingnan responded. When facing a declining state, Qi and the Huaxia army still have a shred of alliance left as enemies on the battlefield, whereas Central China and Weiguo never thought to lend a helping hand, but instead placed it upon the chopping board, carving and swallowing it up. In war, more terrifying than a strong enemy is betrayal by friendly forces. Qianrong said. Just as our master said, Federation, since you are not benevolent to the Qian family, we can't blame the Qian family for being unrighteous towards you. Fine. The mighty one ahead, no retreat behind, betrayed by an ally. I never expected that my end would be like this. Song Yiming said. The situation was crystal clear. At this point, the Central Army was surrounded in the tunnels of the planetary belt from both the front and rear, in a dead-end position with attacks coming from all sides. During the engagement between fleets, each fleet's commander also came to understand their predicament. Stellar Ocean Carrier Star Da. So, I thought everything was fine at the time, but Xiahou Ling recalled Dai Lingnan's words in the corridor. Your intuition was wrong. Everything I thought was correct. It's obvious they didn't want me to know. Xia Zhelang angrily responded. General, are you all right? The deputy ship captain asked with concern. It's nothing. Xiahou Ling replied, but the current situation was now perfectly clear. Dai Lingnan's goal was Weiguo's star domain plus Jingzhou province of Qi state, aiming to create a foundation to sweep through the northwest in one battle. Unfortunately, this war made her, the operation commander, muddle-headedly arrive at the tail end of the conflict, only now realizing what had truly occurred. Dai Lingnan, someone who, ever since her childhood, had always been an adult figure in her eyes. In Huaxia, women mostly held roles as military committee communicators or other clerical positions, Xiahou Ling being one of the few female officers. She climbed step by step to reach her current position thanks to the influence of her family and the guidance her father found for teaching the Xiahou siblings without any bias, that guide being none other than Dai Lingnan. Report General, Tianjin team has returned. The communicator interrupted Xiahou Ling's brief reminiscence and spoke. Regaining focus, Xiahou Ling immediately connected via the Tiancom with the Tianjin team and praised them. This time, all of you performed very well, especially Zhang Hengyue. Is something wrong, Zhang Hengyue? Among the 5 light screens, only Zhang Hengyue's screen failed to project an image. Report General, just now the Royal Guard mech suffered from enemy electromagnetic pulse interference, causing the entire machine to shut down, unable to establish contact. Luckily, there's no immediate issue at the moment, Yu Qian explained. On the main screen, the projection showed the disabled Royal Guard mech being supported by the Featherwolf mech, the entire mech system paralyzed. Thankfully there's no harm. Return to base. Xiahou Ling sighed in relief and commanded. Chapter 50, The Oriole Plan 6. The entrapment plan was everything to Song Yiming and also the foundation of Sun Dingyuan and Dai Lingnan's strategy. Sun Dingyuan and Dai Lingnan worked together with Song Yiming to deceive the 2 armies. Only in the final stage did the participating generals figure it out. By then, the strategies of the 3 had already been clearly ranked, and the outcome of the war gradually became apparent. Oriole plan. When the mantis catches the cicada, the Oriole waits behind, said Li Xian. He didn't fully know the process of this plan until now. Perhaps some generals had already known about it long before. Grand fireworks, a large number of destroyer space mines are embedded in the fortress, then lure the guard fleet into the fortress and destroy them all at once. This part of the Oriole plan is executed by Zhou He. Song Yiming and Sun Dingyuan each had their own plans, while the luring operation gave Commander Dai Lingnan an excuse to leave the fortress. Sun Dingyuan's plan was still unclear, but the thought of reaping benefits from others' disputes ended up trapping himself into a prepared pitfall. On the battlefield of the asteroid belt, while Song used himself as bait to lure Commander Dai Lingnan, he himself was also in a very unfavorable situation, having lost 4 attack ships along with Qian family's fleet defecting. The situation on the battlefield flipped instantly. From the beginning, the goal of the Oriole plan was not just for guarding the fortress. Its ultimate purpose was to annihilate the Central Army and the guard fleets to decisively take over the Northwest Star region cluster with one battle. I was indeed kept completely in the dark. Am I getting old? Li Xian sighed. Star Source no. Sky Mother. Comrade in charge, if we consider that our army has effectively surrounded the Federation fleet, shouldn't we launch a full-scale offensive to thoroughly annihilate the enemy? Asked Jiang Shang. No. Placing the enemy in a desperate situation may inadvertently offer them an opportunity to be reborn from the dead, said Dai Lingnan. Federation fleet, Kashgar. With the communication system cut off, Song Yiming slumped heavily into his captain's chair, closing his eyes helplessly. Not long after, he opened his eyes with determination and a heart prepared for death, firmly saying, "No, the loss of the 4 fleets isn't something to accept easily. At least fight with all our might to severely damage the Huaxia forces so there might still be room for maneuver in the northwest. Communicate my orders to all fleets. We are surrounded in a desperate situation, encompassed front and back by the Huaxia forces. Only through fighting our hardest and breaking through the encirclement of the Huaxia forces do we have any chance of survival." However, Song Yiming's words were interrupted halfway. Through the communications systems possessed by the 5th surrendered fleet, the Huaxia forces had hacked into the entire Federation fleet's network, replacing Song Yiming's channel. Even on Kashgar's light screens, Dai Lingnan's voice was being transmitted. You don't need to fight desperately. You should be aware of the current situation. The Federation fleet has no possibility of victory. Now there are only two paths. Either fight to the death or surrender. Fighting to the death will result in the complete destruction of the Federation fleet, and Huaxia will also pay an enormous price. Perhaps you may harbor Zhaoxing's psyches regarding surviving through fierce battles, but as long as the war continues, how can anyone be sure of life or death? What's going on? Stop him immediately. Song Yiming quickly realized what Dai Lingnan was up to and issued an order to his communicator. Report General, Huaxia used the defected 5th fleet to rapidly invade the core networks of our 4 fleets, seizing some critical high points. Our technical personnel are handling it now, but we cannot counteract them within a short period of time. The communicator replied. Damn. Song Yiming clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Dai Lingnan on the light screen. Perhaps some of you in the Federation army hope to die fighting, but the majority of you don't wish for such an end. You joined the military as a way of making a living, but now your work puts your lives in danger, and your deaths would be meaningless. You all have families. Your family will receive only a compensation payment when you die, or perhaps nothing at all. In that case, are your deaths worth it? If you believe there's no way out, and that only through fighting to the death can you survive, you're wrong. Huaxia allows those willing to surrender to lay down their weapons as proof of sincerity, treating all prisoners well. After the war ends, you can choose whether to join the Federation or Huaxia. It's entirely up to you. What? Cold sweat trickled down Song Yiming's forehead as Dai Lingnan's words extinguished his hope of turning the tide with the full assault of the 4 fleets, reducing Huaxia's supposed victory into a Pyrrhic one. Within the fleet, the officer ranks were monopolized by factions cultivated by noble families, while the lower echelons were filled with ordinary citizens. The purpose of these common soldiers joining the military was merely to take advantage of the Federation's decent salaries for soldiers to support their families. Many officers did not wish to be captured and preferred to fight to the death. However, the vast number of enlisted personnel at the lower levels had no such burden. Sacrificing their lives for this kind of work would not be worthwhile. Moreover, it was well known that the Huaxia forces treated prisoners well. Under such circumstances, how many from the lower ranks would be willing to blindly follow orders and fight a hopeless battle? Moreover, General Dai Lingnan offered the officer class a good choice. They could choose to surrender and, after the war, decide freely whether to return to the Federation or join Huaxia. How many among the officer class would still be willing to follow him in a futile fight to the end? Originally, the 4 fleets could have become a cohesive whole, fighting to the last breath. But now, the officers were contemplating surrendering to save themselves, and the soldiers wondered if they should surrender to preserve their lives. With command chaos spreading throughout the 4 fleets, how could anyone talk about fighting to the end? As lousy Song Yiming had anticipated, a wave of uncontrollable surrender spread among the 4 fleets like a malignant disease, quickly dispersing through all ranks of the Central Army of the Federation. General Song Yiming, if I were to deal you a fatal blow in such a desperate situation, wouldn't I be playing right into your hands? No, I do not indulge in such strategies. As ancient strategists say, the highest form of warfare is to win without fighting. Capturing an entire nation is better than destroying it. Capturing an entire army is better than destroying it. Capturing an entire battalion is better than destroying it. Capturing an entire company is better than destroying it. Capturing an entire platoon is better than destroying it. Rather than incurring enormous costs to annihilate your army, isn't it far easier to turn your forces into mine without firing a shot? Dai Lingnan chuckled. You? Song Yiming's face turned purple with rage as he glanced at the control panel and said, Fine, I, Song Yiming, admit defeat completely. But don't expect me to surrender. I thank you for ensuring I die understanding the truth. He then stepped down from his captain's position. Seeing this, Dai Lingnan warned the others aboard. He intends to activate the ship's self-destruction program. Anyone who does not wish to perish with him had better stop him immediately. At once, everyone in the command room erupted in commotion, and those who realized the danger rushed forward to restrain Song Yiming. So what? Even you want to surrender? Song Yiming, furious, pulled out his particle gun and killed 2 officers trying to stop him before making his way towards the control panel. Everyone in the command room was shocked by Song Yiming's desperate actions. Just as Song Yiming was about to initiate the self-destruction sequence, someone reacted swiftly, drawing their weapon and firing a single shot that pierced through his heart. Song Yiming fell unwillingly beside the control panel. The one who killed him was his own adjutant. It seems even those close to you were misunderstood by you, Dai Lingnan sighed. Chapter 51, The End of the Oriole Plan. As the war drew to a close, the surrender calls overwhelmed the resistance within the Federal Army. Isolated pockets of defiance were eventually resolved, and the majority of the 4 fleets surrendered. Commander calculated well, keeping all of us completely in the dark, Xiahou Ling said. Dai Lingnan also detected Xiahou Ling's dissatisfaction, but unsure how to console her, blurted out. Even though I'm not someone who acts on feelings alone, your instincts were spot on. This bland compliment did little to lift Xiahou Ling's spirits. She thought inwardly, so you intentionally had to deceive us all at that moment, didn't you? Dai Lingnan cut off his transmission with Xiahou Ling. There was a small matter at hand. How to deal with these prisoners of war and spoils of war. The central forces of the Federation have mostly surrendered, leaving behind a fleet. Qianrong's 5th fleet remains intact, whereas the other 4 fleets have taken varying degrees of losses. Generally, we can reorganize them into 3 fleets, with the remaining vessels replenishing our battle-damaged forces, the statistician reported. The surrendering forces of the Federation cannot yet become our combat strength, and these current spoils of war we naturally cannot fully utilize. Command those in the rear to transfer these remaining ships to Hangzhou and Tongzhou, awaiting personnel to be filled in before they engage in combat again, Dai Lingnan ordered. Understood, the communicator replied. At this point, General Li Xian's communication came through. In this war, I, Li Xian, am sincerely convinced by Commander Dai's abilities. It seems the more manpower you gain under your command, the better, Li Xian praised. To win this war is not solely the result of my efforts, including General Li among all the officers and soldiers of the Huaxia army have contributed significantly, Dai Lingnan chuckled. Haha, though it may be so, Commander doesn't need to be too humble. While I focused all my thoughts on how to maintain the fortress line against the enemy's strong attacks, I never expected Commander Dai's objectives would be this vast, Li Xian remarked without hesitation. With this turn of events, the Qian family's defection will facilitate our swift control over Jingzhou. After securing Jingzhou, capturing Wei's 3-star domain, which has lost all its fleets, will be effortless. General Li is correct, thus making the northwestern regions within easy reach, Dai Lingnan agreed. Our 5th Army's strategic objective is to secure the northwest star domain. If accomplished swiftly, this goal might be achieved within 2 years under your command, leaving insufficient time for government officials to adjust properly, Li Xian laughed. You have touched upon a minor difficulty for us. We military men do not possess administrative powers. After taking the northwest, maintaining order will be the issue to worry about. Only after proper distribution of various level officials will we be able to put down our burdens. However, I will request early from the central government, Dai Lingnan explained. The separation of military and political power in Huaxia has a long history. The military divides between levels of officers and levels of military committees, military commissioners, while politics are divided between administrative officers and political commissioners, political commissars. At this unique juncture, the 5th Army lacks a military committee and faces an impending administrative vacuum after conquering territory. However, these problems are expected to be resolved quickly in the short term. Chongzhou, the capital of the Federation, Chongzhou Space City, the presidential palace. In Baoan's office, Baoan reclined in a swivel chair, smoking continuously. A newly placed ashtray on the desk was already full of ashes, yet Baoan kept smoking. He was already aware of the frontline battle situation, and the 5th fleet he sent over was considered gone. A severe blow to him in central China. I wonder what Sun Shua thinks upon learning that his dispatched fleet has been utterly destroyed. Baoan tossed the cigarette, but into the ashtray absent-mindedly. A transmission opened, connecting him with Xia Ziliang. Xia Ziliang, Baoan asked in surprise. In this war, the 5th fleet I sent either perished or captured, yet somehow, you survived? Later, I realized the situation went awry. We were betrayed by the defense forces of the Wei Kingdom. Seeing the unfavorable conditions, I withdrew, Xia Ziliang explained. Since you returned safely, where are my precious ones? Did they return as well? Baoan lit another cigarette and asked. No, they died in battle, Xia Ziliang reported. Agent 0072. Baoan frowned deeply. Facing an opponent with a superior melee mech after their recent upgrades, Zhang Yaiyue was defeated in combat, Xia Ziliang relayed. Baoan's facial muscles twitched violently. He forcefully jabbed the unfinished cigarette onto the ashtray, saying solemnly, "This is the second piece of bad news I've received since the failure at the front lines. The greatest responsibility does not lie with you. The Federation Army can tolerate your desertion given your status as an unpolished ability user. However, I entrusted them to your care, and the result is their destruction. Tell me, what should be done about that?" "I am willing to accept any punishment," Xia Ziliang said hastily. "Xia Ziliang, I haven't figured out how to punish you yet, but I'll keep this in mind for now. You can choose to make up for your crime, or wait for me to figure it out and settle the score with you later," Baoan said weakly. "But our losses are still bearable. However, the Sun family will suffer greatly," Baoan added. "The Sun family?" Xia Ziliang asked in surprise. "They betrayed us by attacking the fortress alone. Once they seized the fortress, what would be their loss?" "You didn't know?" Baoan asked curiously. "I really don't know," Xia Ziliang replied. "We all wanted the fortress so badly that the Huaxia army turned it into a bomb. Our allies willingly fell into the trap, only to be wiped out instantly," Baoan explained. "So you're saying the Huaxia army set a trap at the fortress to eliminate the Wei troops, then defeated our fleet in the asteroid belt? This is no good news. With this momentum, the Huaxia army will sweep through the entire northwest, while Wei has no strength to resist. We also lack the capacity to curb Huaxia's expansion in the northwest. Once Wei falls, Yongzhou in our northwestern region will forever lose its peace." Baoan finished speaking as he leaned back on his chair, closing his eyes, and said, "Wei is going to fall. There will never be a peaceful day for us in the northwest." Seeing Baoan's mood worsen, Xia Ziliang immediately shut down the communication. Dengzhou's Pingyang City, Sun Shiwu was still hunting with his steward in his natural estate. "I don't know why, but my heart keeps pounding. I feel something bad is about to happen," Sun Shiwu said. "It couldn't possibly be due to a war failure, right? Sun Dingyuan already informed me that the fortress had been taken, but it's been quite a while since I last received any updates. If we have captured the fortress, isn't that our victory? What kind of bad news could there be?" the steward asked. I must be overthinking this. Well, Sun Shiwu paused and opened a new message. Regrettably, it wasn't from Sun Shu's transmission but a short text from President Bowen. Glancing through the brief message, Sun Shu's eyes rolled up, and he fainted. Master, what's wrong with you? The steward quickly supported Sun Shu with one hand and contacted a doctor with the other. Unintentionally, the steward glanced at the brief message that made Sun Shu faint. Bowen was succinct and clear. He told Sun Shu that his entire army had been annihilated. Chapter 52, The Dawn Institute Terrorist Attack, Part 1. When the power of a core crystal and one's mental force rises from one level to the next, it places a strain on mecha units that remain at a lower level. Zhonghua enhancement created an urgent need for the guard mecha to upgrade its own class. This mission went smoothly, and Zhonghua indeed kept her word during the battle, Xiahou Ling said. However, afterward, rumors spread that Zhonghua lost control. Zhonghua's mental force was in utter chaos. After losing control, the guard mecha rampaged, attacking indiscriminately within the Federation before being disabled by the enemy's electronic Phoenix mecha. Only then did we manage to stop it. But as a result, Zhonghua lost consciousness and is now recuperating in the medical bay, Yu Qian explained. Electronic Phoenix? Xiahou Ling thought for a moment and said, you were lucky to survive this mission. His abilities are similar to Min Ling's, but he's ranked at a Dual S level. Dual S. Both Yu Qian and Min Ling were shocked. Initially, they had estimated the electronic Phoenix to be at least an S rank and treated him accordingly, never realizing they'd underestimated him so drastically. How else could he have stopped the guard mecha which had escalated its stance and gone berserk? Moreover, close combat isn't exactly Min Ling's forte, Xiahou Ling pointed out. That's where I'm confused. If he's Dual S, how did we manage to finish this mission so easily? It seems like he let us win intentionally, Yu Qian asked skeptically. Yes, that's why I said you were lucky, Xiahou Ling responded, opening her light brain terminal to pull up Xia Zhiliang's information. This individual is part of President Bao's direct subordinate forces and holds significant sway within the Federal Central Intelligence Bureau. However, he has violated one cardinal rule of intelligence operatives, being too well known. As you can see, I can effortlessly retrieve his information through the light brain. Naturally, the Chinese army wouldn't take him lightly. Nevertheless, his ability is what makes him such an effective spy. Still, these details aren't important. Based on your completed mission, you've both achieved great merit, and recognition of your accomplishments will come soon, which is certainly worth celebrating. Yu Qian and Min Ling remained silent. After a pause, Yu Qian finally spoke. I understand. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. All right. Xiahou Ling nodded briefly. After Su Ming, Yu Qian, and Lin Tian returned to their dormitory. Promotion and rewards may sound like good news, but for me, it's not necessarily a blessing, Lin Tian sighed. Why? Lin Tian questioned. You'll understand soon enough, Yu Qian said as he stripped off his combat gear, changed into casual clothing, and promptly fell asleep on the bed. Lin Tian didn't pursue the question further, clearly noticing the lack of joy when the two mentioned receiving commendations. What do you think, Su Ming? Lin Tian asked, unable to contain his curiosity. This should be exciting, yet Yu Qian looks so downcast. Yu Qian said we'll know soon enough, Su Ming replied casually while playing games on his light brain. Asking was a waste of time. Well, I'm heading to sleep now. You should get some rest too, Lin Tian said as he shed his combat outfit and immediately fell asleep. Once Lin Tian and Yu Qian were asleep, Su Ming quickly closed his game and started searching for the information he wanted, specifically about the Dawn Institute incident 14 years ago. He knew Zhonghua held animosity toward the Federation after the Belt Battle, but he hadn't anticipated just how deep-seated her hatred was. Especially her near self-destructive state after being removed from the cockpit chilled him to the bone. Her disordered mental waves had yet to settle down even now. A wave of guilt washed over him. He had not revealed to anyone the reason behind Zhonghua's breakdown, instead opting to investigate the pivotal event from 14 years ago surrounding her life, the Dawn Science Research Institute, Dawn Institute. The Dawn Institute enjoyed a stellar reputation during that peaceful era. After human factions split away from the Ling race, numerous powers emerged. Before the formation of the Chinese Federation, China alone comprised 32 star domains, each with 8 separate factions jostling for dominance. Many research facilities became involved in developing war weapons amid these factional struggles. However, only the Dawn Institute prioritized civil science technologies, promoting peace and stability in an otherwise volatile age. The earliest concept of federal unification across China was proposed by Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong harbored naive ideals, but found support among those hoping to preserve peace as tensions mounted. Despite the innocence of his proposal, it wasn't widely accepted by most factions back then. But the topic of unification has always been a historical issue in the continuation of Chinese civilization. In an era where various forces were intertwined, it was inevitable that there would be a move toward unification in the future. Would China be unified through force or by peaceful means? Advocating for peaceful unification, the Dawn Society gained significant influence in the hearts of people at the time. To the extent that Zhang Tong achieved results in preventing civil war from breaking out, a very strange period of peace existed between Huaxia and 7 other countries. Ultimately, Zhang Tong's influence reached a point where none of the major powers could ignore it. His concept of the Chinese Federation was embraced by Central China, led by Baoan, the second largest power in China at the time. The notion of a federalized China, which had originally been nothing more than a slogan, was placed on the agenda and rapidly incorporated surrounding smaller states under the federal system thanks to the powerful influence of the Chinese Federation. Finally, in the year 4498 of the star calendar, a massive power outside of Huaxia was born, the Chinese Federation. Huaxia refused to join the Chinese Federation dominated by central China, leading to failed negotiations. But soon after, the situation reversed dramatically. What was initially a structure where Huaxia controlled 9 star domains and was the largest among all factions with central China as the second largest, swiftly shifted into a binary pattern between two dominant powers, Federation versus Huaxia. The Federation possessed overwhelming advantages over Huaxia in terms of manpower, material resources, finances, and military equipment. For a brief time, the Federation and Huaxia maintained an uneasy but peaceful period. During this phase, the ongoing negotiations between early advocates of peaceful unification within the Federation attempting to persuade Huaxia to join the Chinese Federation were repeatedly delayed. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of an era marked by the promotion of peace, both the Federation and Huaxia secretly amassed strength, actively preparing for war. As the Chinese Federation government gradually exposed its hypocritical facade following the publication by the Huaxia government of evidence detailing Federation military preparation, it intensified its military efforts even further. The superficial peace maintained between Huaxia and the Federation, connected through the Dawn Science Research Institute, quickly disintegrated. Those who supported the Federation and advocated for the peaceful unification of China began to gradually distance themselves from Federation influences. Major divisions appeared within the Dawn organization. Contrary to his beliefs, Zhang Tong, the director of the Dawn Science Research Institute, secretly worked on critical technologies for new weapons for the Federation, inciting discontent among those united under the Dawn banner. When Professor Li, equally renowned as Zhang Tong, was assassinated during a private meeting with Zhang Tong by federal snipers hidden in the shadows, the Dawn split completely. It became increasingly clear that the Federation intended to use war to unify Huaxia. Supporters of forceful unification suppressed the faction that favored peaceful unification during this strange period of peace. The Dawn Society, which had made efforts for both peaceful unification and provided military technical support for the Federation's potential armed unification, found itself caught between these two factions, maintaining certain roots in each side. Until the year 4511 of the Mind calendar, when the Dawn Institute terrorist attack in Huaxia erupted, finally igniting the powder keg of war in Huaxia. Chapter 53, The Dawn Terror Attack Incident, Part 2. The Huaxia was concerned that the Dawn Society kept providing military technology to the Federation, which could pose a threat to it, thus launching a terrorist attack on the Dawn Research Institute of the Federation. In this terrorist attack, only one person from the Dawn Research Institute survived. All others, including Zhang Tong, lost their lives. The investigation results indicated that Huaxia had orchestrated this terrorist attack. Within moments, Huaxia's reputation plummeted to its lowest point. Although through our on-site investigation we can determine who the culprits are, we ultimately cannot prevent the occurrence of tragedy. The Dawn Research Institute has brought countless qualitative leaps in our scientific and technological research and contributed greatly to our welfare, showing us the way during an era of confusion and uncertainty. They helped unite our 8 states into a peaceful federation known as the Chinese Federation, avoiding countless wars soaked in blood and fire. But Huaxia let these people's efforts go to waste. Indeed, Huaxia is the terrorist force that planned this operation. They run completely counter to the peace and unity that we advocate. They refuse to join the Chinese Federation, militarizing themselves extensively and preparing for war, making the hope for our envisioned peaceful unification seem more distant than ever. They plotted this terrorist attack and mercilessly bombed great figures like Zhang Tong, who have made tremendous contributions to the development of science and technology and national reunification at the very lighthouse of peace that Dawn symbolizes in our hearts. Huaxia is an unreasonable terrorist force. They are the terrorists. We don't know who among us might be the next Dawn. They leave us no room for even a fleeting opportunity for peace, killing our ambassadors of peace. Ultimately, tragedy occurred. In the midst of our grief, let's not forget that the perpetrators must be punished. We cannot allow them to escape justice. Huaxia disregarded morality in orchestrating such a heinous act of terrorism. What should we do? We cannot remain silent. The true culprit will eventually be punished. I hereby announce. The Chinese Federation declares war on the Huaxia Republic. 14 years ago, Bowen declared passionately in the Federal Parliament building, igniting pro-war sentiment among the masses in the Federation. Following the terrorist attack, the Federation declared war on Huaxia. Simultaneously, the already prepared Federal Army swiftly invaded Huaxia's territory, thereby initiating a war that continues to this day without end. At the start, the Federation was strong while Huaxia was weak, leading to a defensive situation for Huaxia and an offensive stance by the Federation. The Federation even once advanced close to the capital of Huaxia, Mingzhou. Among the victims of the terror attack who survived was Zhonghua. At the moment Xiahou connected with Zhang Tong felt a sense of impending danger and decided to entrust Zhonghua to Huaxia's military. Through a series of covert operations masterminded by Xiahou, Zhonghua successfully returned to Huaxia. However, the Federation-planned terrorist attack against Huaxia was inevitable and soon unfolded. Nevertheless, after Zhonghua reached Huaxia, his presence provided the foundation for clearing Huaxia of charges regarding the terrorist attack incident. In the realm of public opinion, Zhonghua disclosed evidence left behind by Zhang Tong from the terrorist attack event. Gradually, Huaxia began gaining the upper hand in the battle of public discourse. The hypocritical nature of the Federation was unveiled, and it progressively lost its moral standing in the war, increasingly relying solely on force and exploitation to sustain the conflict. In Star Calendar Year 5415, a fervent speech by the former premier of the Huaxia Republic at the National Assembly in Mingzhou shifted the one-sided war toward a strategic stalemate. The greatest sorrow in human society is when high virtue serves as the pass card of the vile, and baseness becomes the epitaph of the noble. Nowadays, the banner of justice has been stolen and awarded to the base individuals, whereas those representing justice are labeled as terrorists. How could this not chill our hearts? Looking back over the 50 years since the founding of Huaxia up to the formation of its predecessor, Huaxia has always been the most resolute and direct force opposing the Ling tribe, from the Earth-Moon campaign to the Mingzhou campaign. Throughout, the righteousness of the campaigns waged by Huaxia remains indelible. In Star Year 4454, during the Earth-Moon campaign, Commander Dai Hongda became Earth's last barrier when he stepped forward to confront the Ling tribe. Even if now some attribute Earth's destruction to Dai Hongda's incompetence, in that era, he was still the only leader brave enough to stand up when Earth faced external invasion. Dai Hongda did not choose cowardice or surrender, but instead chose to deactivate his mech's defense system and died heroically under the lethal blast of death rays, becoming Earth's final shield. Afterward, General Zhao Heng inherited Dai Hongda's legacy, reorganized the National Congress, and founded the Huaxia Republic. For 75 years in the outer space zones, they fought against the Ling tribe, a war that lasted 44 years without any compromise, surrender, or retreat, driving out the Ling forces. The two campaigns that the world recognized as causing the rapid decline of the Ling tribe were the Bugling Death Star campaign and the final war between the Ling tribe and Huaxia, the Mingzhou campaign. During the Mingzhou campaign, the Ling tribe lost all its elite forces, and Huaxia also suffered heavy damage. Even General Zhao Heng, the previous commander-in-chief of Huaxia, died in the starry sky. Since its founding, Huaxia has continued the legal tradition of Old Age China, and all the wars it has waged have been morally justified. How could a mere self-staged farce deny Huaxia's historical contributions and completely reverse the morality that Huaxia represents? How could Huaxia be called a terrorist force? On the other hand, let's look at our Federation, the various sanctimonious member states. They are the beneficiaries propped up by Ling-controlled human forces. It can be said that while Huaxia fought against the Ling for 44 years, they kowtowed under the Ling's power for 44 years. As the Ling declined, these forces relied on their own strength and used the Ling as a shell to control the economic lifelines and national foundations, forming large powerful factions and financial empires. Eventually, they turned around and expelled the Ling, earning themselves a good reputation for being anti-Ling. Zhang Tong and others from the Dawn Research Institute represented the noble wish for the peaceful unification of China in a federal form, which is admirable. But ideals and reality cannot be equated. Huaxia ultimately cannot coexist with the 7 national states integrated into one, and the national states naturally will not allow the continuation of a government like Huaxia, which represents the interests of the people and continues the historical legality. The forces represented by Bao and used the influence of the Dawn Society to gradually advance the so-called Federal China Plan. Now, isn't this just using the influence of the Dawn Society to achieve the integration of their own national state power? Indeed, he achieved his goal. The 7 national states were integrated into an abnormal entity called the Chinese Federation. After completing internal integration, while claiming to strive for peace, they also trained and prepared for war. Chapter 54, The Dawn Terrorist Attack Incident, Part 2. With such an evident intent to start a war, their ambition to destroy Huaxia has become utterly clear. To such an extent that after staging this farcical tragedy themselves, they immediately picked up the pre-prepared speech to declare war on Huaxia, following which the long-prepared army swiftly launched an attack. The entire process was evidently an organized and planned conspiracy against Huaxia. They utilized Dawn's influence to consolidate their internal power structure. Even as their war ambitions were clear to all, they forced Dawn to develop weapons of war for the Federation and simultaneously orchestrated a terrorist attack event intended to destroy Dawn, suppressing supporters of peace and consolidating their forces in preparation for war. At the onset of the war, those who had created these terror events used them to tarnish Huaxia's reputation, deceiving those who were unaware of the truth. They masked their own ugliness with grandeur, dragging the entire Huaxia nation into the abyss of ultimate warfare. As I stated at the beginning, one of humanity's greatest tragedies is that nobility becomes the pass card of the ignoble, while ignobility becomes the epitaph of the noble. Now, the Chinese Federation attempts to use its unjust actions to defame Huaxia, disguising its intentions of enslaving people through war under the guise of greatness. Thus, what we now see is that Huaxia, which has always fought for righteousness, has been deceptively branded by the Federation as a terrorist organization. Yet it is the Chinese Federation, the tyrannical force that suppresses the populace, instigates terrorism, and acts against the tide of history, whose unjust war is seen by many as righteous. Still, truth cannot be forever concealed by deception. When the truth emerges to the world, the true face of the Federation will be exposed beneath the radiant light, showing the world its ugly nature. Indeed, the Federation is exactly what it claims in its declaration of war, a force of terrorism. We cannot undo the tragedies that have already happened, but we do have the right to know the truth. Through investigations, we understand who the real culprits are. For this reason, we must not remain silent. The real culprit must be punished. Thus, the Huaxia Republic shall liberate all 36 star domains of the main Chinese territory through war, eradicating the morally bankrupt regime of the Chinese Federation. Even though it lacks morality, the Federation can still rely on its formidable military might to continue warring with Huaxia. However, amidst sustained war efforts, the first signs of fatigue come from the Federation. The Dawn terrorist attack incident was engineered by the Federation to target Huaxia. Unfortunately, they ended up losing more than they gained, though many key details have been sealed away, making them inaccessible. To investigate, one would need the proper authority level. Su Ming sighed. Clearly, he had reviewed everything available on the public database, but lacked the clearance to delve further into the sealed files. Asking Zhonghua directly, one of the event's participants, might not be convenient. Suddenly, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the name Xiahou De within the text. Xiahou De holds an equal status to Dai Lingnan within the Huaxia military, commanding the 4th Army. At the time of realizing the Federation's conspiracy during his tenure in the Dawn Society, he was responsible for escorting Zhonghua back to Huaxia. The whole process was meticulously planned by him. He must surely know much about the inside story. But the 4th and 5th Armies are positioned miles apart. As someone embedded in the 5th Army, how could I ever get a chance to meet Xiahou De? And if I did, how could I broach the subject? Su Ming understood just how challenging it would be to learn the insider secrets from Xiahou De at this moment. It was still the same resting period when Su Ming arrived at the medical ward, carrying a bouquet of flowers. By this time, most of the staff had gone to rest, leaving robotic caretakers to look after the patients. Entering Zhonghua's room, Su Ming saw 2 robots attentively caring for the frail girl lying on the bed. The usual cold demeanor, carefully maintained to keep people at bay, disappeared here, revealing a peaceful and tranquil sleeping face. Su Ming quietly placed the bouquet of flowers on the table, sitting down beside her and saying, "Your father's latter years were manipulated by the Federation, even his value posthumously. The former Dawn Research Institute no longer exists. Perhaps that is why you harbor so much hatred toward the Federation. Hatred is a powerful poison. I never imagined your hatred could reach such terrifying levels. Yet, a Super Bao-class warship brings you comfort, allowing you to immerse yourself in happy memories. I believe there is something in your heart that you cherish even more than your hatred. What exactly is it? You shouldn't pry into other people's secrets like this," said Min Ling, who had somehow arrived in the room unnoticed. Min Ling's unexpected arrival startled Su Ming. "Isn't this supposed to be a resting time? At midnight, you're here. A man appearing here alone makes you seem stranger than me. Shouldn't I be the one finding this odd?" Min Ling laughed teasingly. "Could it be that you secretly admire her?" "I'm not sure," Su Ming said, his face turning red. "Being in love with someone yet too afraid to express it. Isn't that the case? Otherwise, why would you try to probe into her background?" Min Ling said, "You like the captain, don't you? But you haven't expressed it either." Su Ming said, "Yes, I like him. However, your answer implies you do not deny my guess. You like her too." Min Ling admitted without hesitation. "I don't know," Su Ming said, both unclear and unsure about whether you like her or not. "Then what reason do you have to inquire about her secrets?" Min Ling asked further. "Or could it be that you feel guilty? Because of that war? You?" Su Ming looked at Min Ling in surprise. "There's nothing strange about it. I understand her better than any of you since we've shared a dormitory for a long time. Back when she suddenly went berserk during the war and unleashed fury on the Federation army, it did confuse me for a bit, but later, I understood. Given how her old problems flared up back then, after the captain handed her over to you, she continued to ascend and go berserk. It's hard to figure out the reasons for her ascension, but her sudden outburst is easier to comprehend. Moreover, with the scars from her injuries now gradually healing, hatred has been one of the reasons for both her ascension and her going berserk. So you used that to spur her, which indeed resulted in unimaginable consequences. For her, what special significance does a Super Bao-class warship hold? It's something difficult for me to grasp, but it caused Zhonghua, who detests the Federation army, to lose her usual decisiveness. All I did was repeatedly emphasize that the Super Bao-class belongs to the Federation military," Su Ming said. "You? Is this where your guilt stems from?" Min Ling said. "Still, there's no need for you to bear such a burden. If you can manipulate her, doesn't it also indicate there's some unspoken hurdle in her heart that neither of us understands? And if you're not quite certain whether or not you like her, I advise you not to dig into her past anymore." Min Ling glanced at Zhonghua, pale in the hospital bed, and sighed. "However, I hope more deeply that your previous words were hypocritical. Her burdens are heavy. If someone was willing to share her load and help her walk through her mental knots, wouldn't that be a good thing?" "I see," Su Ming said. "And still, you claim uncertainty." Min Ling sighed, saying, "Before long, it will be time for me to leave. I wanted to look at her a few more times tonight. Unfortunately, by the time she wakes up, I may already have left the team." Chapter 55, Investigation. "Leave the team?" Su Ming asked in confusion. "Didn't Yu Qian tell you?" Min Ling said, surprised. He was just feeling down when he heard that merits would be calculated in the future. When he returned to the dormitory, he told us shortly after which we learned about it, Su Ming recalled and said. "However, your reaction to this news is quite similar to Su Ming's." "It's also," Min Ling sighed. "That guy always likes to hide things and doesn't like to show them. I will leave the Tianjin team soon to lead a new team. And the person who will fill my vacancy in the Tianjin team has already been prepared. It's also a rookie. Personnel reshuffle." "Haven't heard about this news," Su Ming said. Min Ling said. "This news was only notified to us too. After all, in our team, I am also someone qualified for the role of captain and can lead a team well. Perhaps this is good for both of us, but after leaving the team, we won't be in the same one anymore. For you, this is good news, though, with the captain," Su Ming mentioned. "Although I'm somewhat reluctant to go, This decision has already been agreed upon by both of us, so my departure is just a matter of time. But we've already established our relationship beforehand. Even if we cannot fight together in the future, we'll still be within the Fifth Army, not too far from each other. Min Ling laughed. Su Ming didn't know that there were also people trying to investigate his background. Stellar Source Ship, Captain's Office. Dai Lingnan looked at the screen showing Su Ming's file. The content inside was almost detailed to the point where it could specify what Su Ming did on a particular day, month, or year. Dai Lingnan, doing this kind of thing, truly deserved to be called unscrupulous. Interesting. Despite such a complete record, there's a perfect blank from birth until 7 years old. Likely the age of 7 was merely an inference. He grew up in an orphanage in Mingzhou City, gradually stepping into his own life trajectory. Dai Lingnan pulled up Su Ming's portrait and said solemnly, "No wonder I thought I recognized him instantly. A background like this can only become crystal clear once retrieved. Blank origins as if appearing out of nowhere. Sure enough, you're the person I've been searching for a long time. Unfortunately, a gem like this will never shine under me." Then, Dai Lingnan turned to Su Ming's resume in the document. Su Ming, 21 years old, member of the Tianjin team under the 4th Fleet of the 5th Army of Huaxia military rank, 2nd Lieutenant, primary material, construction element, spirit energy, class A, element mech, feathered wolf. It seems something went wrong during the process, and it differs from the original plan, unexpectedly weak, indeed unfortunate. However, construction element. Dai Lingnan scrutinized the entire document, confused. At this moment, General Xiahou Jing's message from the Central Front finally came through after the war ended, and the holographic screen appeared. Xiahou Jing was at that time in the command room of a base. "You've done well. I have just received this piece of news, and it seems my troops on the Central Front need to step up their game. The burden on the Central Front is extremely heavy. Both sides are heavily deploying forces there, constantly reinforcing it. Everyone is betting on whether they can hold their breath through this war. It's not easy to break through the Central Front. Once it does break, whoever breaks first will gain the upper hand. If we do, the war enters the final stage," said Dai Lingnan. "According to my planned strategy, first breakthroughs must be made on the northern and southern fronts to threaten federal forces. Once that happens, the central line will dissolve the federal defenses and total offense won't be hard to execute. Currently, the north has achieved its goals, but the south is stalled just like the center under my control," Xiahou Jing sighed. "The success in the north owes everything to good timing. If the southern battlefield is not yet ripe for action, stagnation is inevitable, but once the opportunity arises, it's possible to successfully overturn the federal force in the south," said Dai Lingnan. At that moment, another message arrived, this one being from Xiahou Da, leader of the 4th Army on the southern front. "Our mentor was right. Opportunities for victory come rarely and should not be easily sought. The beginning of war requires ensuring one's invincible position first, and then look for opportunities to crush the enemy. A decisive blow awaits its chance. I foresee, not too long from now, the chance will emerge. Then the South will deliver some good news, and Father C-type encirclement plan will enter the final stages. The Zheng family and Gongsun Song family in the South, in terms of troops, don't lack anything compared to the Northwest Qi Wei which Dai Lingnan faces, and they are more united. So winning won't be that simple for you," Xiahou Jing said curiously. "Gongsun Long and Zheng Dongping's Yinsong allied forces, we've had a series of engagements. Neither side has gained decisive advantage, but their foundational support is weakening. The backing Yin and Song are able to provide them is eroding. The scales of victory are tipping in my favor. Before long, the 5-star domains of these two countries will fall under the control of Huaxia," Xiahou Da said. "Excellent. I await your good news," Xiahou Jing replied. "I do have one matter though. I wish to transfer someone from my troops." Dai Lingnan spoke. At this moment, transferring him to Xiahou Da's 4th Army is the most suitable. "Oh," Xiahou Jing asked curiously. "Who?" "What?" "Su Ming," Dai Lingnan stated. "Currently, the mission for the 5th Army in the Northwest is quite light, merely securing the already powerless 3 Northwest star domains and maintaining stability. He won't get much improvement under me for quite some time. I suggest transferring him to the 4th Army where he can improve further." Xiahou Jing stroked his long beard and said, "I originally thought that you were annoyed with someone and wanted to send them packing, but from what you're saying, it seems like you intentionally want to cultivate this individual? I fear he'll be buried here without recognition. You know my judgment should not be questioned," Dai Lingnan responded. "Haha, in the past, my eldest son was rigid, while my third son was clever and intelligent. When I asked you to guide them, you told me my eldest had the talent of a supreme commander, and my third at best would only achieve generalship. Back then, I didn't believe you. But as it stands now, the one proving himself worthy against all odds is my often dismissed eldest son. Your vision is trustworthy," Xiahou Jing laughed. "Still, I'm curious. Mentor, how did you come across Su Ming?" Xiahou Da asked. "It's hard to explain clearly. There was a period when we knew each other well," Dai Lingnan mentioned. Clearly, Dai Lingnan did not wish to delve deeper into the reasons, and neither pressed further upon understanding this. Chapter 56, Xiahou Da. Su Ming. After ending the telepathic communication, Xiahou Da also used his authority to access Su Ming's file. However, he didn't scrutinize it as thoroughly as Dai Lingnan did. Instead, he simply glanced at Su Ming's basic information. Su Ming and the mentor have likely never met before. But if he lacks special talents, yet is someone the mentor hopes to cultivate, what are his unique qualities? Xiahou Da pondered aloud. Since he's about to be transferred to the 4th Army, there will be plenty of opportunities for us to meet. If he turns out to be a worthy talent, I might try promoting him. Hopefully, he won't disappoint me. Su Ming. What are you looking at? Who's this person? Suddenly, a young beautiful woman appeared behind Xiaohoda, placing her hands on his shoulders as her bright eyes fixed on the holographic screen in front of Xiaohoda. AI Qing. Xiaohoda was caught off guard by her sudden appearance. Normally, with just the fragrance unique to Zhao Qing, he could tell it was her. Zhao Qing. What are you looking at? It's not good to be too engrossed. You were once called a dummy because of this. Zhao Qing sighed and said, Su Ming, I haven't heard of this person before. How rare that he catches your attention. Zhao Qing asked. I hadn't heard of this person either until now, but he'll soon be transferred to my army. Xiaohoda said. I'm contemplating how to assign him. If that's the case, such a trivial matter obviously doesn't need to bother you much. Zhao Qing said. Indeed, it shouldn't trouble me too much. But since this is someone recommended by the mentor, although I've never met him, I'm unclear about his true abilities. However, anyone recommended by the mentor should presumably be competent. Xiaohoda said. If not for the mentor, I would still probably be considered a dummy. Haha. Zhao Qing laughed. The fame of Dumb Xiaoho continues to this day. Just imagining it makes me laugh. This title doesn't concern me, but it was during those times that I realized my own future. Back then, when my siblings and I were still young. Xiaohoda mused. Admittedly, maybe back then the mentor saw potential in me, but only he knew how far I could go. Neither the people around me nor even myself understood how far I could achieve. Since this person seems quite interesting if he's recommended by the mentor. Don't think so much. It's rare for me to come visit you, and you don't even react. Zhao Qing said dissatisfied. Xiaohoda quickly closed the telecommunication. Just now you didn't even know I was here, realizing only after I've been here for some time that you've neglected me. You're still the same after all these years, just as slow-witted. Zhao Qing sighed helplessly, saying, Sorry, I still see the same Dumb Xiaoho, no change. Whatever nickname you call me is fine, but the name Dumb Xiaoho feels more intimate when called by you. Xiaohoda said. Zhao Qing is the granddaughter of Zhao Hong, also the last surviving descendant of Zhao Hong and Xiaohoda's childhood sweetheart. Can you imagine the scenario of growing up with a so-called dullard? In the past, when Xiaohoda was disregarded by others as a dummy, among all the childhood playmates, it was only Zhao Qing who remained by Xiaohoda's side. During the Mingzhou campaign, Zhao Hong and his son Zhao Lin perished heroically in the Star Sea, leaving behind only Zhao Qing's mother to depend on each other. That was also the beginning of the era when Dull Xiaoho and the young Zhao Qing became acquainted. The surrender of the Qian family allowed the Huaxia military to swiftly control the Jingzhou region, bringing its liberation. Huaxia troops also stationed themselves in various military bases and fortresses across Jingzhou, awaiting further replenishment of supplies to launch an attack against the Weigua forces in the northwest and secure the 3 northwestern stellar domains. The members of the 5th Army's military committee and officials responsible for taking over Jingzhou arrived promptly, turning Jingzhou into a star domain under the actual control of Huaxia. Since the war began, the situation had already changed dramatically. Huaxia has advanced further to seize more star domains from the Federation, while the 3 star domains in the northwest have become the spoils of Huaxia. The power disparity between the Federation and Huaxia has continued to grow in favor of Huaxia. The arrival of the military committee has established a system of rewards and punishments for the 5th Army, making up for the oversight in rewards during the 2 previous campaigns. The Tianjin squad received appropriate commendations during the war. Min Ling was promoted to the rank of major due to his contributions in a crucial fortress battle, which placed him at the same level as Yu Qian, who was a captain. Zhang Hingyue was promoted to lieutenant colonel, while Su Minglin attained the rank of first lieutenant. Amidst the good news, there came 2 messages that brought mixed feelings of joy and worry. Min Ling will be the captain of a new team, leading a group of ability users to the 7th Fleet of the 5th Army. The 7th Fleet was formed from the spoils of last campaign. When this news came out, Lin Tian, who was still in the dark about the matter, felt somewhat surprised. However, it was only slightly surprising, and many had expected this. This was indeed good news for Min Ling, though the thought of the impending farewell brought mutual reluctance to part. The second piece of news came as a greater shock. If Min Ling's transfer was merely an internal personnel adjustment within the 5th Army, then Su Ming's transfer to the Southern 4th Army left everyone at a loss for words. No one understood why Su Ming was being transferred, not even Su Ming himself. This personnel adjustment spanned the vast expanse of Huaxia from north to south, crossing several star domains between the 5th and 4th Armies. Unsurprisingly, Su Ming was reluctant to go. He immediately approached his superior Xiahou Ling and asked, I don't want to leave the 5th Army, especially with such a large geographical span from north to south. I plan to apply for exemption from this transfer. Before I do so, I'd like to know why I'm being transferred. The decision for your transfer was made after consultation between our army commander and the commander of the 4th Army. However, rest assured that during the months-long journey, all expenses will be covered by public funds, allowing you to view this as a leisurely trip to rejuvenate your spirit. Of course, don't overindulge along the way. Xiahou Ling sighed and continued. If you want to find out why you're being transferred and wish to apply for exemption, you should talk to Commander Dai Lingnan. Such sudden transfers are as baffling to me as they are to you. As for Min Ling's transfer, I understand the reasons, but yours? You'll have to ask Commander Dai Lingnan directly. It seems he personally insisted on transferring you, and his stance appears resolute. Even I am curious as to the reason. How am I supposed to find him? Su Ming said. Dai Lingnan is a senior army commander, and Su Ming had only seen him once before at a military meeting where he attended as an observer. Now, seeking him out would present challenges. His contact information, schedule, rest periods, and how to book a meeting were all daunting tasks. You don't need to worry about that. There's no need for you to actively seek him out. He's been wanting to meet you, Xiaoholing said. Chapter 57. The Self in One's Heart. See me? Su Ming was taken aback. It's not strange that he would call you to explain since he personally requested your transfer. Xiaoholing said. I understand. After saying this, Su Ming left Xiaoholing's office. Watching Su Ming walk away, Xiaoholing thought carefully and said, I remember the commander mentioned having seen Su Ming somewhere before. To just take him out of my army like that makes me curious about the reason too. Su Ming walked through the metal corridor, feeling somewhat at a loss. However, the head of the 4th Army Group is Xiahou Da, isn't it? If there's a chance, I might ask him later, but is this something I should be worrying about? Su Ming thought, recalling that evening when Min Ling had asked him a question, do you actually like her? Moreover, leaving the Heavenly Sword team that I joined in the military, being transferred alone to the southern battlefield, Su Ming stopped in his tracks, memories flooding his mind as he recalled his 4 teammates with whom he had fought since joining the Huaxia army. So this is what reluctance feels like. To transfer or not to transfer. On the way, Su Ming repeatedly thought about this question, but it was also the issue that troubled him the most. He had the right to apply for exemption from the transfer, though the chances of rejection were high. If he didn't want to be transferred, he still had to try. But he didn't wish to stay in this environment forever. Just as a new recruit can't remain one indefinitely, the Heavenly Sword team was merely his starting point in the military. He must take the next step. Staying in the Heavenly Sword team could mean either replacing Yu Qian if he died and stepping into the next role as captain, a situation Su Ming didn't hope for, or accumulating enough battle merits to become the leader of a newly formed team like Min Ling, or following Yu Qian's promotion and taking over as captain after he leaves. Otherwise, remaining as just a member meant he would keep treading water. Yet the decision to transfer came too suddenly for Su Ming. Transfer did not necessarily mean promotion, and Su Ming wasn't sure what the future held. If the situation was similar to Min Ling's, making the choice would have been easier. The Heavenly Sword team was an environment familiar to him. The future of transferring to an unknown place awaited him. He neither wished to leave this familiar environment nor wanted to stay here forever. Transferring didn't guarantee a rank promotion. Remaining with the 5th Army's Heavenly Sword team wouldn't offer opportunities for a while, as the Northwest would soon be secured, leaving the army only with tasks of maintaining stability and defending against enemies on the Yongzhou line. However, the southern front where the 4th Army operated remained unresolved. A foreign environment could provide Su Ming more chances. At the crossroads, how could he make the choice that favored him? Don't you understand why you're being transferred? Yu Qian suddenly appeared before him and asked. No, I'm thinking whether I should apply to avoid the transfer. Su Ming said. Looking at you, you seem quite conflicted. Yu Qian laughed. If you don't want to transfer, you can directly apply, though the chance of rejection is significant. But it seems like you're really torn. Does it mean that being transferred is something you need? Su Ming nodded, and Yu Qian understood, bitterly smiling. I originally thought only Min Ling would be transferred, never expecting you'd be included as well. But, Yu Qian slung his arm over Su Ming's shoulder and said, I don't know what you think, but Min Ling is someone who will also be transferred out from under me. Our relationship, I believe you understand it. Even though we are both upset by this day's arrival, for her ideal is definitely not something that should be confined to my team. For her, leaving the Heavenly Sword team is like a fledgling bird spreading its wings and flying away. If you are also someone with aspirations, don't let your unwillingness to part bind your ambitions. Aspirations. Su Ming's heart trembled. At this point, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. I don't believe you're entirely without desires. Yu Qian patted Su Ming's shoulder and said, your hesitation between leaving and staying indicates that you're not someone without thoughts. You either want to stay with me, or if you're leaving, just be straightforward. Don't get too hung up on this issue. Yu Qian said, whether staying with me or being transferred, you have the right to make this choice. Of course, leaving might present you with an opportunity. If this is your choice, even if we fight together less frequently, we'll still be comrades in arms on the battlefield in the future. Yu Qian extended his large hand. I understand. Su Ming nodded, then firmly grasped Yu Qian's hand. After shaking hands, the two separated in the corridor. In Su Ming's ears resounded the fading footsteps of Yu Qian, while in his mind a word he had never considered before surfaced. Ideal. Ideal. If the previous Su Ming was someone living life aimlessly, then what did the concept of an ideal mean to him now? A soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier. Hadn't I started considering my choices for my own future just moments ago? Transfer, or not transfer? Stay out of attachment and apply to continue remaining in the Heavenly Sword team, or follow orders and be transferred to the front lines. How should one make this choice? Whatever choice you make, it will bring you gains. An unusual voice came from deep within him. What? Su Ming was startled by this foreign voice that didn't belong to him. You are not without resources. It's just that you do not realize what you already possess. The strange voice inside him continued. Fear emanated from Su Ming's inner depths, as these were words not born from his own thoughts. Is it my existence that makes you feel afraid? The internal strange voice appeared again. Having a conversation with one's own inner voice was such an inconceivable thing. Who are you? Su Ming asked. I come from your inner depths. I am the voice of your heart. The inner strange voice sounded once more. What? Su Ming questioned in bewilderment. When I awakened again, you had already lived alone for 14 years, and yet you remained completely unaware of my existence. The voice rang out again. 14 years of memories, so many precious memories. You don't understand what you have. You? Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment. No need to be surprised. After all, I am you. I am Su Ming, not merely sharing the same name, but I am truly you. Close your eyes and carefully recall your past. Perhaps deep within the memories, you'll see me. Su Ming followed this suggestion, closing his eyes and beginning to trace back through recent events he had experienced. The earlier memories, the ones further back, passed like flashes in a lantern over 14 years in the blink of an eye. The final image was of a lost youth standing on the ruins of Mingzhou City. The next moment, the memory scattered, revealing a blank scene. From the depths of this void, another Su Ming walked out, smiling at him and saying, "Yes, I am you." Chapter 58, Why Fight? In Jingzhou City, Su Ming came to the inn where Dai Lingnan was temporarily staying and walked into the room. Much to Su Ming's surprise, this was just an ordinary inn. Was Dai Lingnan, who was temporarily residing in Jingzhou, staying here? Or was he only here for a brief meeting? "Sir." Su Ming saluted as he saw Dai Lingnan sitting in the hall. Dai Lingnan had been waiting for Su Ming for a long time. Upon seeing Su Ming arrive, he nodded and indicated for Su Ming to sit on the chair opposite him. He said, "Previously, I heard Xiahou Ling say that you wanted to know the reason why you were reassigned, and also want to apply for an exemption from the reassignment?" Su Ming nodded. "The reason is as follows. The Fourth Army needs your talent, and the tasks I am handling have become relatively easier. Therefore, I decided to transfer you to the Fourth Army." Dai Lingnan explained. "Talent? If it's just because there's a lack of capable people over there, why me?" Su Ming asked curiously. "The Fourth Army needs your talent. Even if you write an application to stay with me, I would reject it." Dai Lingnan brewed 2 cups of black tea, pushing one towards Su Ming while saying, "You have the choice whether or not to apply to stay with the Fifth Army, but I have the right to veto it." Dai Lingnan took a sip of the tea and continued, "I've already arranged your transfer to the Fourth Army. No matter what choice you make, the result will be the same." "What kind of reason is this?" "But you're wavering between these 2 choices," Dai Lingnan remarked. "Doesn't this prove your own thoughts? The arrangement I gave you is very beneficial for you. I can assure you that you'll have more opportunities in the Fourth Army than with me." Dai Lingnan added, "Although your decision won't change the outcome, I still want to know what you think. If given a choice, which would you pick?" Su Ming laughed bitterly. Dai Lingnan's words completely sealed his second option. "I haven't thought it through, but for now, I can only prepare to head to the Fourth Army." Su Ming sighed and said, "This result isn't hard for me to accept. It's just too sudden." "That's good, but I called you here for another matter," Dai Lingnan mentioned. "What is it?" Su Ming wondered, only to find Dai Lingnan staring at him for a while. "Seeing your puzzled face, it's indeed as I expected." Dai Lingnan shook his head and sighed. Su Ming didn't know how to respond. "Didn't we meet just a few months ago?" Dai Lingnan said. Su Ming recalled. Dai Lingnan pondered for a moment and said, "Your background only records from age 7 to 21. All information before that is blank. But you are certainly yourself. Do you have no memory of anything before that?" "No impression," Su Ming replied. "I see." Dai Lingnan massaged his temples, having understood the conclusion, but choosing not to reveal it immediately. Instead, he moved to a different topic. "Your unexpected arrival is like a rootless blade of grass. Out of place here. After joining the army, you once felt quite lost about why you were fighting, didn't you?" Su Ming answered. "In that case, answer a few questions honestly for me," Dai Lingnan suggested. "All right," Su Ming responded. "In the war between humans and the spirit race or insectoids, which side do you hope will win?" Dai Lingnan asked. "Human," Su Ming replied. "Good. You being human first is unquestionable. Then let me ask you, if it were a campaign between the Chinese Federation and the Federal Alliance, which side would you hope wins?" Dai Lingnan poured himself another cup of tea and followed up. "China," Su Ming replied without hesitation. "It seems this question wouldn't trouble you for long. At least, you found your place. As a member of the Chinese army, it's natural to serve China. It's an identification with your own identity." Dai Lingnan then asked further, "If it's your squad versus the opposing squad in battle, which side would you hope wins?" "Of course my own side," Su Ming replied. "Naturally, speaking in smaller terms, the consideration you've had about whether or not to move is based on your reluctance to leave them. However, moving to the southern front will provide you with much more space for activity. There, you'll have more room for improvement. Given that the situation in Northwest has been determined, there won't be more opportunities for you in the short term. So from here on, you have already started to consider your own interests and find your place in the world you've come to," Dai Lingnan said after drinking a cup of black tea. "In this way, this question won't bother you for long, and you will gradually find the answers you want to know. The sudden arrival of your previous self here left you lost and at a loss, without any foundation, just like rootless grass. But when you begin to understand this world, gain recognition and a sense of belonging towards the force and group you are in, you start to take root in this era. And according to the times, situation, power, and group you are in, you have found your place. At that point, the rootless grass also has its roots and gradually takes root," Dai Lingnan said. "My race, the forces I belong to, the group I'm in myself. So are you still troubled by the questions that have been haunting you all along, Su Ming?" Dai Lingnan asked. Su Ming remained silent. "Even though you don't have the background, you are gradually becoming part of this era. Therefore, I believe you shouldn't be troubled by these questions. You aren't someone who appeared out of nowhere. You have a past. It's just buried deep in your memory, temporarily forgotten by you," Dai Lingnan said. "Deep in the memory?" Su Ming's pupils slightly contracted, then quickly returned to normal. "How do you know?" "I've read your file," Dai Lingnan replied. Su Ming nodded. "If there's nothing else, you may leave," Dai Lingnan said. When Su Ming was about to leave, he heard Dai Lingnan's voice from behind. "Also, if needed, I can transfer Zhonghua to the 4th Army as well, though any choice she makes will only lead to one result. Su Ming paused for a moment, then said, I'll ask her opinion first. On the way back to the military base in the hovercar, Su Ming's inner voice sounded again, teasingly saying, if he just simply skimmed through your profile, how could he infer so many conclusions? Of course, Su Ming himself was unaware of this voice. Chapter 59, Farewell. After leaving, Su Ming did not bother to consult Zhonghua's opinion. Since the transfer was inevitable, Su Ming began packing his belongings in preparation for serving on the southern front. Dai Lingshan subsequently made contact with Su Ming through the celestial communication system, but Su Ming had no way of knowing why he deserved such an honor. Though Dai Lingshan's suggestion of transferring Zhonghua together with him stirred some excitement within Su Ming, it was only momentary and not part of his consideration. Su Ming hadn't approached her as he had mentioned before leaving, but at the moment Zhonghua awoke, the order to transfer Zhonghua to the 4th Army in the south had already been transmitted internally to the Tianjin squad. As Dai Lingshan told Su Ming through the celestial communicator, to let you serve in the south with more peace of mind, I have already made this decision for you. Once the news reached the Tianjin team, it immediately caused a stir among its members. Upon learning of this information, Zhonghua did not express any opposition but instead accepted the decision silently. Are you kidding me? Min Ling is leaving. Then Su Ming will also be transferred, and now Zhonghua too. This personnel shuffle seems crazy. It makes sense with Min Ling, but what about Su Ming and Zhonghua? Lin Tian said, clearly upset. The time that needs to come, will come, Yu Qian replied. One day, Lin Tian, you might also receive an order to leave the team, or my promotion could lead to your taking over my position. It's all a matter of time. As for the specific reasons for Su Ming and Zhonghua's transfers, we don't know yet. However, since a farewell is inevitable, let's host a farewell banquet when they leave. Everyone could feel how downcast Yu Qian seemed. Lin Tian and Su Ming, both of you have just joined the army, so naturally, you cannot understand the word farewell. For us, farewell is something we inevitably must experience. Future reassignments simply mean that we will no longer work on the same team, but we can still see each other later. I have experienced farewells in life and death situations before. Life and death farewells. Su Ming repeated those 4 words. Back then, he was more senior, leading our team, while I was exactly like you, just a rookie. The early wars were the fiercest attacks launched by the Federation. The Chinese forces retreated continuously, finally losing even the last space city fortress. When the city of Linzi was exposed under the enemy's long-range attack weapons, it was only when they mercilessly attacked our space city without hesitation that we realized there was no place left to retreat. We had to destroy all the super crossbow-class battleships capable of reaching Linzi and fight desperately against the enemies to have a chance to survive. The old Tianjin team was once led by him. After reinforcements arrived, it greatly boosted our morale. When the Chinese army launched a counterattack and destroyed the warships bombarding the city one after another, he personally took charge of destroying the last ship. He piloted his mech into the heart of the warship, detonating the energy focused in the cannons inside. Unlike Zhonghua's situation last time, he wasn't as lucky and sacrificed himself directly. The members of the Tianjin team fell silent after listening. Min Ling said, Xia 1, the previous captain of the Tianjin team. Attacking defenseless cities is the most infamous act by the Federation forces. After the battle to defend Linzi, the Federation could only conquer a city or stronghold in China by wiping out all the Chinese armies completely, Su Ming stated. On the day of their departure, the 5 eventually held a farewell banquet. Even Zhonghua, who usually despised natural food, broke routine and attended the banquet. Their farewell was at the starport of Jingzhou City. Min Ling continued serving in the 5th Army Corps, while Su Ming and Zhonghua would be transferred far away to the southern star regions of China. They prepared their luggage to board the commercial spaceship. Upon saying goodbye to Lin Tian and Min Ling, they turned to Yu Qian, who delivered a strong punch to Su Ming's shoulder. My good buddy, give it your all. We'll meet again. Yu Qian then hugged Su Ming warmly around the shoulders and whispered, I suspect the reason behind Zhonghua's transfer has something to do with you. If so, treat her well. I understand, Su Ming said. With the reluctant farewell from the 3, Su Ming and Zhonghua boarded the commercial spacecraft heading towards the southern star regions. As the spaceship detached itself from the starport of Jingzhou City, the Tianjin team watched as the spacecraft disappeared into the starry seas. Unknown to them, there was one other person bidding farewell to Su Ming, Dai Lingshan, who stood silently at the starport command platform watching the spacecraft leave. You are the only one who can accomplish his plan, but you shouldn't remain so weak. Somehow, I sense his presence in you. From the end of star calendar 4525 to the beginning of star calendar 4526. While the Petros Federation was being beaten ruthlessly by the Huaxia Federation, the Salasaga Federation formed an alliance with the Chinese Federal Republic, which had been experiencing continuous failures against Huaxia, ensuring the stability of each other's strategic rear areas. The Chinese Federal Republic immediately transferred the bulk of its defensive forces on the Eastern Front to the Northwestern Front in Yong Province. The Jing Province campaign resulted in one of the member states within the Federation, Wei, losing all its military forces. Before Central China could react, Huaxia's 5th Army swiftly cleared out the 3-star domains in the northwest and moved the majority of its military forces to Jing Province, where it confronted the recently arrived federal fleet at Yong Province. The disadvantageous situation in the northwest placed the Federation in a passive state, with the Fifth Army of Huaxia hovering like a dagger over the northwest region of the Chinese Federal Republic, ready to strike into the Federation's core area at any moment. The fall of the Northwest Star Domain left the Chinese Federal Republic like a flying bird with one of its wings clipped. The Federation's situation suddenly became extremely passive, but its lines were still barely holding. For Huaxia, if it wanted to achieve further victory, it would need to break through the central line and crush the Federation's defenses there to bring the campaign to the final stages of the war. As for the fiercely contested central line battlefield, it was littered with fortified strongholds and swarmed with fleets. Neither side among all the corps on the central line could bear the enormous consequences of losing the battle line, so reinforcements continued to be sent to this critical sector. Neither side could achieve decisive victory on the central line in the near term, so the southern front, the second theater of the game between Huaxia and the Federation, became the key battleground for their competition. If the Federation could secure a victory in the south, it might offset the setbacks caused by its failure in the northwest and obtain a dagger to threaten Huaxia's central line. However, if Huaxia wins in the south, that would mean the Federation's vulnerable back on the central battlefield would be threatened from both north and south. Once Xiahou Jing's envisioned C-shaped encirclement network is completed, the Federation's central battlefield will be beyond redemption. Chapter 60. Zheng Shuang and Gongsun Rang. Chongzhou, Federal Parliament Building, Presidential Palace. In the office, 8 holographic screens floated directly in front of Baoan, each displaying the heads of major family groups. Including Baoan, there were a total of 9 families. The Qianming Qian family had surrendered to China, while the Sun Shui Sun family was wiped out by the Chinese military in the northwest, with their patriarch sent to a Chinese military court for trial. This meeting was particularly somber. After finishing his last cigarette, Baoan began his speech. Gentlemen, I believe you have all seen that our northwest is gone. The states of Qi and Wei have fallen under the control of China. The Qian family chose surrender, and the Sun family's defiance led to their downfall, Baoan said. Among the 9 star domains of China and the 23 star domains of the Federation, in less than a year, the situation has shifted to 15 star domains controlled by China and 16 by the Federation. On the surface, we still hold an advantage, but our ability to eliminate China grows increasingly remote. The situation continues to even out, and the Federation has already lost its edge. Therefore, the alliances previously signed with the Petros Federal Republic and the Victoria Federal Republic are still somewhat useful. We moved the defense forces from the eastern front to Yongzhou in the northwest, which helped stabilize the northwest defense line. Baoan paused momentarily, then said, but I am wondering, what would be the result if we hadn't lost this war? At this point, it doesn't matter whether Jingzhou belongs to central China or the state of Wei. Everyone would remain a member of the Chinese Federation. Such an outcome might even allow us to recover the 2 star domains of Tongzhou and Hangzhou that we previously lost, without needing to guard the eastern front. Moving these forces to either the southern, central, or northern battlefield could create tremendous pressure on China. But Baoan deliberately paused again before continuing. Any speculation about what has already happened is meaningless. The results of the war are the worst-case scenario for us. We couldn't even imagine that China would annex the 3 northwestern star domains, yet our enemies have indeed achieved this. The army that annexed our entire northwest region now lies in wait to the north of our forces, ready to attack like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Should we show any lapse in vigilance, the Chinese fleet will immediately attack from the north towards the south. By that time, if the Federation collapses, we will have nowhere left to stand. What should we do given the current severe situation? Ma Tong asked solemnly. Indeed, the previous war crisis did not directly impact the interests of these noble families. To them, victory or defeat was merely a game. Victory meant filling their coffers, while defeat only required the lower classes to pay the price for their failure. With the Federation's overwhelming national strength, how could they possibly lose to China, which only had control over 9 star domains? However, the recent war served as a wake-up call to these patriarchs of the noble families. Both the states of Qi and Wei, along with the Sun and Qian families, paid a heavy price for the failed war. War was no longer a simple game with guaranteed profits. It had evolved into something critical to their survival. The decline of the Sun and Qian families echoed like the prelude of a grand symphony performed by the ancestral bell of the nobles. Not the end, but merely the beginning. The crisis facing these noble families was just starting. The next war, should we face another defeat, the domino effect will begin. That will be the end for all of us. For now, the situation can still be maintained since China's northwestern army remains inactive. For China, their focus lies in another war that could bring them an even greater advantage. This war will be the key to the next campaign. If we win, we reverse our decline and keep the war at a stalemate. If we lose, we face irreparable ruin, Baoan thoughtfully stated. What kind of war? Gongsun Rang asked. It's the southern front where your Yin and Song forces are opposing the Chinese army, Baoan said. In an instant, all the patriarchs understood perfectly. Indeed, the central front of the Federation was holding steady, but if the southern front wavered, the final scenario would be both the north and south threatening the central force of the Federation. I understand China's strategic intent. Both sides invest heavily in the central battlefront, and a quick resolution seems impossible. However, victories on the northern and southern fronts may lead to the breaking of our central defenses, probably only a matter of time, Baoan remarked. Each patriarch looked shocked. Mr. President, you needn't worry. Our joint military forces from Song and Yin are stronger. Though it's a stalemate, we can still maintain the southern front, Zheng Shuang said. Oh, Do you think the southern front is advantageous to us now? Bowen asked. But do you know how we lost the northern star domain? China's army used deception tactics, Gongsun Rang said. Even so, while Huaxia's army was deceiving us, we were also using deception. Why did we lose the upper hand when everything seemed to favor our army? The reason is simple. The Sun family had ulterior motives and wasn't united with us, focusing on their private interests rather than the Federation's strength. Their disloyalty made our forces appear strong on the surface but internally divided, which Huaxia's army exploited. And if your Song and Yin armies can fully unite, I wouldn't be worried. However, if you fail to work together, the southern front of the Federation might collapse. The lessons from the downfalls of the Sun and Qin families should have given you some insights. Bowen said, our two families have a long-standing relationship. The two generals responsible for the southern front, Gongsun Long and Zheng Dongping, have been close friends since childhood. Now that they share a common goal of safeguarding our mutual interests, our two families will surely unite to face the enemies on the southern front. Gongsun Rang said. Gongsun Rang is correct. Our two families can definitely withstand the enemy together. Besides, regarding the southern battlefield, the opposing commander from Huaxia, Xiaoda, is no match for our generals Gongsun Long and Zheng Dongping, Zheng Shuang said. Our battles have resulted in mutual victories at times. Just because Huaxia's army achieved strategic success in the northwest doesn't mean they'll gain any advantage on the southern battlefield against our two families, Gongsun Rang added. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Seeing your two families unite, I no longer doubt your ability to hold the southern front. We may even reclaim what we lost in the northwest here in the south. Bowen said several good S in succession and then continued. However, isn't it time to deal decisively with the rebel factions within the territories of Song and Yin? Some of them are evolving into local armed forces. It's only a minor issue. The rebels lack the skills to produce mechs or combat aircraft, and most societal resources are still under our control. Even space resources belong to us. No matter how much they resist, they're nothing more than powerless ants. Crushing them is all that's needed, Zheng Shuang responded. For those peasants daring to resist, we must crush them mercilessly. They need to know that only by submitting to us can they survive. Gongsun Rang concluded. Chapter 61, The Duplicated Girl. A small ailment left untreated will ultimately become a serious illness. The counter-revolutionary education should not simply resort to oppression, making them fear us. Of course, you're right in part, but the so-called simple public order war you speak of isn't as effortless as you make it seem. Over the years, in the southern territories, Chun Province, Yi Province, Dai Province, Fang Province, and Ding Province, internal resistance forces have been emerging constantly. What should have been an easily resolved conflict drags on. I would like to know why it has lasted so long and even worsened. Bowen said, I don't want to hear your reports about how everything is going smoothly. I have my own sources. This. Gongsun Rang and Zheng Shuang were taken aback. In fact, this is a relatively easy problem to solve. Yet the type of situation that only required one fleet to handle ends up taking so much longer than necessary without any real solution. Bowen continued. We understand, replied Zheng Shuang and Gongsun Rang. Our main adversary is undoubtedly Huaxia, but the internal resistance has also been dragging down our operations, Bowen added. A stable rear is essential to ensuring the stability of the front lines. I do not want these counter-revolutionaries disrupting our grand plans. Various family leaders exchanged glances but revealed unmistakable expressions of disdain and contempt when hearing the words counter-revolutionary. I imagine each of your family-controlled domains has some level of counter-revolutionary presence. As these counter-revolutionaries grow from nothing to something substantial, this is no longer a simple issue. It's something we cannot fully resolve unless through victory. Constant winning in the war may be the only resolution, Bowen said. He didn't expect the family leaders to fully grasp the terrifying implications of increasing counter-revolutionaries within the Federation, so he concluded as such. Yes, the various family leaders answered. Well, that's all then. Bowen ended the communication by closing the Tianxin channel. After a brief silence, Bowen reopened the communication device. This time, the figure on the light screen was Xia Ziliang, located in a secret base communications room. With respect, Xia Ziliang asked. Afternoon, President Bowen. Is there anything I can assist with? Send a battleship from Chongzhou Harbor over here for me. I need to go to the headquarters of the Central Investigation Bureau at the Xian Dongqing Fortress, Bowen ordered. As you wish, Xia Ziliang replied respectfully, after which both parties disconnected their communications. Bowen closed the Tianxin and left the presidential palace, boarding a hover car to head towards the spaceport of Chongzhou City. Upon arrival, a standard Federation medium-sized military transport battleship was docked at a specific pier within the port. This Xia Ziliang is quite efficient. His work shows he's worth cultivating. But many things just don't live up to expectations. Bowen sighed bitterly, finally boarding the ship under the protection of bodyguards. The military transport departed the harbor and swiftly made its way towards a star domain where asteroid clusters gathered. Xian Dongqing Fortress stood in a concealed and well-defended location. Its size surpassed the Tianwei 5 fortress of the Federation's Northwest 9 fortress system. This was the official intelligence bureau's headquarters, though few knew of it. Despite its secretive nature, the fortress contained a spaceport where an entire fleet lay stationed. From afar in the starry expanse, a Federation medium-sized transport vessel approached and docked in one section of the port. Bowen stepped off the dock where Xia Ziliang, accompanied by his subordinates, welcomed him with respect. However, upon closer inspection, every single person accompanying Xia Ziliang resembled Zhang Yaoyue. The Central Intelligence Bureau wasn't known for practical operations. Out of the intelligence personnel, only 20% were carefully selected loyalists directly answerable to Bowen. The remaining 80% were all clones resembling Zhang Yaoyue. People familiar with the Central Intelligence Bureau could never understand why, despite its name, it kept producing clones instead of focusing on gathering intelligence. In short, those who understood realized that the true primary focus of this place wasn't intelligence collection. Such efforts were merely secondary tasks. This was a heavily armed fortress, yet without a resident general officer. The highest-ranking military member present was Xia Ziliang. Respectfully, Xia Ziliang led Bao into the entrance of a restricted zone that even he was prohibited from entering. Xia Ziliang knew that whenever Bao visited, his purpose always involved entering this core area, forbidden even to him, a core region that controlled the operation of the fortress. After leaving all others behind, Bao entered the core area alone via an electronic gate. Here was the heart of the fortress. The heart of the fortress was a massive, semicircular container. The door on the upper wall of the container opened, and Bao stepped onto the platform, looking down at the circular base below. A colossal mechanical tube extended from the top all the way down to the center of the object, placed at the bottom, a petri dish. With this central petri dish as its core, identical petri dish modules surrounded it in a fan-like arrangement. These modules were connected via lines of plates that linked them to the closed central petri dish. A huge robotic arm placed a platform in front of Bao and stepping onto it. The robotic arm transported him from his elevated position down to the core area on the ground. With the approach of Bao, what had been indiscernible before now revealed rows and columns of glass walls filled with nutritive fluids. Within each one floated naked women, each identical, all resembling Zhang Yaoyue. One by one, their eyes opened, staring at this unexpected visitor. When they saw Bao, their faces lit up with joy. They struggled to move themselves towards the glass walls of their petri dishes, touching them. After stepping off the robotic arm, Bao walked steadily toward the central core, without even sparing a glance at the girls reaching out to him. At the central core sat another petri dish containing a girl, also Zhang Yaoyue, but in a state of slumber. This petri dish was mounted on a round pedestal, integrated with it, while above it connected to the mechanical tube at the summit of Tongxiang. Around the pedestal were 4 host computer screens. Bao approached one of these screens and turned it on, examining the data displayed within. A total of 381 test subjects have been generated, 0 exhibiting synchronization with the original body, 380 possessing A-level psychic abilities, and 1 having mutated into an S-level psychic. Bao quickly operated the host screen, declaring, "Eliminate all A-level psychics. Retain the S-level psychic for standby use." Command executed. Immediate disposal, came the robotic voice in response. Somewhere among the densely arranged petri dishes, hundreds of containers contained girls who watched helplessly as their nutritive fluids began to spin rapidly around them. In an instant, their bodies swelled and exploded, turning the green fluid into blood red. The bloody water was sucked out from beneath the petri dishes and discarded, replaced by fresh nutritive fluid filling them anew. Girls visible in adjacent petri dishes looked on curiously at the process, not understanding its meaning. They simply observed silently until everything returned to stillness. Chapter 62, Bao's Fortress. I hope we can still make it. If this thing is truly completed, what fear would there be in accepting any kind of failure? Bao looked at the girl in the petri dish and said with great vigor. He then thought of Xia Ziliang outside and sighed. Unfortunately, he wasted a very good specimen last time. Gurgle gurgle. The girl immersed in the nutrient liquid opened her bright big eyes, saw Bao on the outside, and surprisingly drifted her body near the glass wall, wanting to make close contact with Bao. Uncle Bo, you've finally come to see me. A weak voice came from the nutrient tank, as the girl happily spoke. Yaoyue, Uncle Bo has come to see you. Seeing Zhang Yaoyue awakened, Bao smiled kindly and said, "That's wonderful. But just now, many of me disappeared silently, didn't they?" Zhang Yaoyue asked. "Yes, that's right. The Huaxia army clearly does not intend to let you go. They were all killed by the Huaxia army," said Bao. Huaxia army. The initially joyful face of Zhang Yaoyue turned fierce, wildly thrashing inside the petri dish. "Good girl." Bao softly comforted her, saying, "Rest assured, this is the safest place here. As long as your Uncle Bo doesn't die, I will not let the Huaxia army harm you. Moreover, I will help you take revenge on the Huaxia army." Zhang Yaoyue gradually calmed down, no longer causing trouble, softly saying, "Thank you, uncle." A strange smile crossed the corner of Bao's mouth. Xia Ziliang, accompanied by his bodyguards and replicas of Zhang Yaoyue, respectfully waited in the prohibited area's passage for Bao's exit. Not long after waiting, the figure who entered was indeed Bao, but this time, he exited with a woman. This woman was evidently another Zhang Yaoyue. As expected, Xia Ziliang had seen this scene multiple times. Curious about what was inside the forbidden place, he eventually only knew that it was a base for cloning humans. Since they mastered the replication technology for psychics, why would they repeatedly copy just one person? Bao would never give Xia Ziliang an answer. Then, Bao brought the new Zhang Yaoyue to Xia Ziliang's side and handed her over, saying, "After the previous incident, I really don't want to hand over a perfect body for your use, but she is an S-grade psychic. Include her in your team." "Understood," Xia Ziliang respectfully replied. After speaking, Bao was led by everyone to the starport and departed on that warship. Xia Ziliang watched the departing warship and turned back to look at this massive fortress. Although he was officially the head officer here, control of the fortress wasn't actually in his hands. For him, day after day, working alongside repeated faces of young girls. These girls may not necessarily obey him, but they absolutely obey Baoan. In reality, this fortress was nominally part of the Federal Intelligence Bureau, yet with its huge size and cloned girls. This included Xia Ziliang himself. All have rather peculiar origins. Lieutenant Xia Ziliang. In fact, Xia Ziliang's accumulated military merits within the Federation have already reached the rank of Major General, yet his achievements haven't resulted in any promotion. Including the last event which Boboan didn't settle accounts for afterward, his merits have gone unrewarded, his faults unpunished. Xia Ziliang knows it's all because Xia Ziliang shares another layer of connection with Baoan. Baoan is Xia Ziliang's adoptive father. This fortress contains 80% of absolute obedience to Baoan among the replicated girls. Xia Ziliang himself connected through his relationship with Baoan, and 20% of carefully selected agents. These people are capable, but more importantly, they absolutely obey Baoan. To put it more bluntly, the Federal Intelligence Bureau isn't a force belonging to the Federation. It's Baoan's private power. This force hasn't even been touched by their own elite families. And this is why Baoan chose Xia Ziliang, his adopted son, to enter the fortress rather than his biological son. On the transport warship, Baoan sat in a private cabin sipping tea and said, "It's very regrettable that not a single perfect form appeared this time. Many of those hedonists did not realize that their doom was approaching, nor could I count on them. I hope our plans catch up with the Federation when they can hold out. Only then does a counterattack have hope." Baoan looked at the rippling red tea and sarcastically said, "Old friend, haha, sorry, I'm still taking advantage of you." Fangzhou, the Zheng family residence. After ending communication, Zheng Shuang leaned on the table quietly pondering. Just then, Gongsun rang from the same front line connected with his celestial communication system and said, "The president is not wrong. It is also a difficult moment for us," Gongsun Rang said. "We cannot eliminate the chronic problems within the country because we have poured all our strength into the battlefields on the front lines. So what do you suggest we do, Brother Gongsun?" Zheng Shuang asked. "Only by ending the war quickly," Gongsun Rang replied. "Although Gong Sunlong and Zheng Dongping can secure victories, we need a conclusion." "Victory," Zheng Shuang murmured, then shook his head. If victory was so easy to achieve, this deadlock would have been broken long ago. As of now, while our forces still have the upper hand, we should prompt Zheng Dongping and Gong Sunlong to engage swiftly and determine the outcome of this war, Gongsun Rang stated. "A prolonged stalemate offers no benefit to us." "I agree with that. Currently, we cannot muster a fleet capable of effectively suppressing the rebels' resistance. Although their rebellion isn't targeting vital points, they do pose a threat to us," Zheng Shuang responded. "In the age of space, even if the rebels can resist, they cannot shake us, but it's like having a fishbone stuck in our throats," Gongsun Rang added. "However, only achieving victory on the southern front will change our current predicament. I'll urge my brother Gong Sunlong to conclude this struggle swiftly, and you should inform General Zheng Dongping on your side as well. I don't wish for them to remain locked within the defensive perimeter confronting the enemy." After pondering quietly, Zheng Shuang replied, "I believe it's best not to overly interfere with their judgment. Being in the battlefield, they understand the situation at the front more than we do, and their decisions are better suited for the battlefield. But I hope they won't exceed our tolerance levels. A prolonged stalemate is far from ideal news for us. We yearn for the best possible result." "Victory," Zheng Shuang muttered twice, saying, "Victory cannot be achieved through endless stalemates. How I wish the front lines could bring us news. Small victories if we win, small defeats if we lose. But when will the deadlock be broken?" Gongsun Rang sighed and turned off the celestial communication afterward. Chapter 63, The Situation on the Southern Front. Bingzhou Base, 4th Group Army Frontline Headquarters, Uzka Fortress System, Fort Number 8. Having traveled from the northern battlefield all the way down to the southern front, Su Ming finally arrived at his assigned location after multiple transfers. His current post was yet to be determined within the 1st Fleet of the 4th Legion, alongside fellow officer Zhang Henyue. The star domains providing military supplies to the 4th Army are 4 in total: Bingzhou, Qianzhou, Taizhou, and Lingzhou. Of these, Bingzhou and Taizhou border the Federation, which is composed of Dingzhou and Qinzhou. Both sides have constructed elaborate fortress systems along the front line, where the Uzka Fortress System represents a comprehensive system of 12 fortresses built by Huaxia. Unlike the Tianwei Fortress System covering the entire northwest border alone, the southern front's combat line is broader, making the Uzka Fortress System just one part of Huaxia's fortified defenses. The 4th Army differs from the 5th, as the latter is newly restructured with only 4 fleets initially, while the older 4th Army maintains 10 fleets despite constant pressure on their frontline operations due to continuous reinforcement from the rear war machine. Last year's decision to mass-produce the experimental weapon Lingxiu warships triggered full production within the Southern Star Domain shipyards. Although these vessels have not entered battle yet, they are expected to bolster the 4th Army in the near future. On the Federation side, 2 nations, Song and Yen, engage directly with Huaxia. Yen controls 3 star domains, Chun, Fong, and Yi, and is stronger, whereas Song oversees the weaker domains Dingzhou and Dai. Together, they form a defensive network for the southern front, committing a combined 11 fleets, 5 under the Federation Song fleet and 6 under the Yen fleet, to outclass Huaxia by a small margin. Similar to Huaxia, the Federation also constructed its own forts and base defense systems on the southern front. This region, suited for prolonged conflict, features fortresses embedded in the orbits around 3 stars each on both sides, harnessing stellar energy to sustain these systems. This layout creates an intricate standoff. Huaxia with 3 stellar clusters and their associated fortresses, Tianlong, Uzga, Pingdong, versus the Federation's 3 fortresses, Fenghuang, Palace, Sanghe. These structures dominate key areas, forcing any major engagement through these interstellar strongholds. Prolonged confrontation has turned the central space between them into a highly contested zone, smaller space stations erected and dismantled repeatedly in a constant struggle. For both armies' commanders, this tit-for-tat warfare over these minor positions lacks strategic importance, as neither victory nor defeat here affects the overall outcome. Each side understands well, only a decisive showdown can bring a conclusive victory, but risking everything for a single win remains unwise for both parties. Xiahou Da of Huaxia prefers waiting rather than initiating a decisive battle, just as Gongsun Long and Zheng Dongping of the Federation prefer avoiding such risk. Thus, stalemate prevails. Xiahou Da is a very famous general, Su Ming remarked, stepping off his battleship to take in the impressive sight of the fortress and recalling the accomplishments of his soon-to-be superior. Xiahou Da. Zhang Henyue quietly repeated the name. Thinking a moment, Su Ming asked, "Is something wrong?" Zhang Henyue remained silent. At the spaceport terminal, someone immediately came to greet them. Their initial reception wasn't rest or adjustment. Instead, they were quickly led deep inside the fortress complex directly to the office of the Legion commander. Here in the South Army headquarters, headed by Xiahou Da, the brother of Su Ming's previous superior Xiahou Ling, and contrasted with the North Army led by Dai Lingshan, representatives of Huaxia's 4th and 5th Corps respectively, significant decisions awaited. When the electronic door opened and the soldiers guided them to the entrance, Su Ming and Zhang Henyue proceeded inside independently. There was only one man in the office, dressed in a Huaxia military uniform. This unremarkable-looking man was an army general. As they had arrived, they naturally met the head of this legion, Xiahou Da. Xiahou Da, seeing the two men enter his office, gestured for them to sit down. Xiahou Da looked first at Zhang Henyue and said, "You were both transferred over from the 5th Army, and have not yet been assigned specific posts. The only way I can gauge your capabilities is by reviewing your records, so let's start with the person who will be easiest to arrange a position for. Zhang Henyue, you're an S-Class ability holder and also possess an S-Class primal stone, specifically designed for hunting other primal stones. However, your mech remains at A-level standards, but that's no problem as upgrading it based on your primal stone isn't difficult. Your performance in previous campaigns deserves commendation. Theoretically, your accumulated combat record qualifies you to lead a new team, but given your track record, you're clearly not suited to be a captain. It seems you still haven't let go of certain personal grudges. Therefore, commanding at this level wouldn't be ideal." Xiahou Da shook his head while saying this. "I know," Zhang Henyue replied. "What puzzles me is why, during the last war, when you performed so well and personally overcame a major psychological obstacle, the defeat of a super giga warship. Can you tell me why that happened?" Xiahou Da asked. "They were Federation forces." Zhang Henyue paused briefly before replying. "Su Ming reminded me." He then pointed towards Su Ming. Xiahou Da glanced at Su Ming for a moment before saying, "If that's the reason, then my expectations may have been misplaced. If you could overcome your personal hurdles and treat the Federation's super giga warships as proper adversaries to defeat, that would be the outcome I most look forward to. He entrusted you into my care, surely hoping not to see this kind of relapse. Since transferring from the 5th to the 4th Army, I'll reinstate you to your previous rank first. The military committee's records of your merits won't change," Xiahou Da added after reflecting a moment. "I understand," Zhang Henyue replied. Still, there was a subtle flicker of emotion when Xiahou Da mentioned it. Chapter 64, Fishing Plan, Part 1. Even if Su Ming didn't intentionally check the past Dawn terrorist attack, he knew that Xiahou Da and Zhang Henyue had a certain connection. Xiahou Da could be considered Zhang Henyue's savior. As the only survivor of that terrorist attack, Zhang Henyue was saved due to Xiahou Da's plan. For Su Ming, there were many topics he wanted to ask Xiahou Da about regarding this matter, but clearly it wasn't appropriate to bring it up in the current setting. After confirming Zhang Henyue's position, Xiahou Da immediately turned to Su Ming and said, "You are the talent recommended to me by your corps commander. I don't know much about your abilities, which makes it hard to give you an appropriate role. Moreover, as someone personally designated for training by the mentor, you need to prove your capability even more to me. If your ability falls short of the expectations placed on you by the mentor, then I don't need to waste a lot of resources and opportunities deliberately cultivating you." Xiahou Da thought, while looking at Su Ming. Upon hearing those words, Su Ming recalled something Dai Lingshan had told him before he left. The 4th Army needs talent like you. If Corps Commander Xiahou Da doesn't even know what you're capable of, how can there be any talk of need? Clearly, Dai Lingshan hadn't bothered to think up a reason, just directly transferring him over. Su Ming chuckled bitterly at the thought. "Your positioning is difficult for me to decide. At the moment, there's no good opportunity for me to determine what you're suitable for. If we were to form a Yuanshi squad, my team here is pretty much a full-strength unit. Right now, I can only compile you two into a smaller squad with fewer members and place you within the fleet I lead," Xiahou Da said. "Understood," Su Ming replied. "If you are transferring from one battlefield to another, the most straightforward way for me to understand your capabilities is for you to familiarize yourself with the situation of this southern front line and have your own views and opinions. For instance, our army's strengths and weaknesses, the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, and how our army can achieve victory. If your answer to these satisfies me, you won't lack opportunities for advancement. Theoretically, you've had months since traveling long distances to understand the warfare situation of this front line, But today I don't need you to provide an immediate answer, Xiaoda said. After their brief meeting ended, Su Ming left Xiaoda's office and followed his guide to his new dormitory under the direction of a pathfinder. I think Xiaoda's meaning is clear enough. He's telling you, I have a back door here, and if you perform well, I won't hesitate to open that back door for you. The inner voice resurfaced and teased. For some reason, the part of himself deep inside gave Su Ming a very strange feeling. The logic made sense to Su Ming, and during the journey to the 4th Army battlefield, exactly as Xiaoda had mentioned, he'd taken months not merely indulging in sightseeing funded by public funds, but also gaining a degree of understanding of the battlefield where the 4th Army was stationed. Inadvertently, you've done some preparation in this aspect, so there's no need to worry about his concerns. However, since a back door has been opened for you, it's a rare opportunity. There's an old saying that goes, opportunities seldom come again once missed, the inner voice remarked. I know. Su Ming nodded and proceeded to follow the person guiding him towards his new dormitory. The living conditions of the new dormitory were excellent, and currently, only Su Ming was residing there. After arranging his luggage properly, Su Ming began learning about the war situation that the 4th Army dealt with. The comparison of military strength between both sides, their respective advantages and disadvantages, the prowess of commanding officers. Simply mastering these details probably wouldn't be sufficient to meet Xiahou Da's test either. Another Su Ming appeared next to him and spoke. However, you can rest assured. Just leave it to me. This kind of examination would be utterly effortless for the former you. The other Su Ming smiled slightly with evident pride. There's no need. Since this is a deliberate test for me, it should be completed by myself, Su Ming rejected without hesitation. Humph. Palace Fortress System, Fort Number 8, Federal Yin State Army Headquarters. Zheng Dongping helplessly received another prompt from the rear national capital to expedite military action. The prolonged stalemate had resulted in such messages arriving frequently, growing ever more persistent. Zheng Dongping understood that his country needed a victory rather than the ongoing deadlock. But isn't victory also something the other side yearns for? You don't win just because you want to. Both the Federation and Huaxia have poured immense military forces into this battle. It's truly hard to predict who will ultimately triumph or fail. General Dongping, I just want to ask, how confident are you that you can end this war soon? What I want to hear the most right now is a result. Zheng Shuang asked. If it's just about quickly ending the war with one outcome, Dongping is 100% certain of it. But the more likely outcome would be the defeat of Dongping's frontline corps, Zheng Dongping said helplessly. In that case, I don't want to put you through too much difficulty. However, I hope you will end this war as soon as possible within the range of my tolerance, Zheng Shuang said helplessly. Head of the family, you have become restless for the result of the war, and I am no longer as composed as before the start of the war. This is not a good omen. At present, if we're willing to take a risk and the other side is also willing to bite, I believe I can achieve victory, Zheng Dongping said. Fine, no matter what kind of risk you take, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I support your gamble because it's better than waiting endlessly, isn't it? Zheng Shuang replied. Thank you for your full support. After Zheng Dongping finished speaking, the communication link closed. At this moment, another connection was established, and the screen lit up, revealing Gongsun Long, the commander of the Song State Army of the Federation in this war, who was also a close friend of Zheng Dongping. You've also received pressure from the rear to hasten the military action, haven't you? Gongsun Long said helplessly. What could I possibly do? Fundamentally speaking, victory isn't something we can immediately obtain unless the other side makes a mistake. Zheng Dongping said. We cannot launch an attack ourselves. We must let the enemy attack us first. Gongsun Long sighed and continued. The other army, like ours, remains hidden and watchful for any vulnerabilities on our part. The desire for victory is mutual. It's hard for us in this deadlock, but it must be equally tough for Huaxia over there, Zheng Dongping remarked. We currently cannot initiate attacks. The only way is to make the enemy take the first move and launch an assault on us. Only in this way can the current situation be changed. Do you remember the plan I proposed before that got rejected? The fishing plan, Zheng Dongping added. Chapter 65, The Fishing Plan, Part 2. Remember, the plan is too risky for us. If it fails, it will put us at a disadvantage. Gongsun Long sighed and said, You are still too cautious. There has never been a war with a 100% chance of victory. As long as there's a slim chance to win, we must act decisively. Zheng Dongping sighed and said, We need the enemy to come out and fight a decisive battle to achieve victory. If you don't give them what they perceive as an opportunity to win, how will they easily fall into the trap you set? But this could cost us so much in terms of intelligence loss. What if the plan fails? Gongsun Long said. If the plan fails, our basic intelligence deployment will be exposed to the enemy, and with our current war resources, we cannot change that. You're using yourself as bait. This move is too risky. Steady progress toward victory is what I hope for, but how much room do we have now for steady advancement? The more tempting the bait, the more effective the trap. If we don't do this, how can the enemy willingly walk into our trap? Zheng Dongping sighed and said, If we keep seeking stability, the request from our rear for results will become more frequent. Using ourselves as bait, success means survival, failure means sacrifice. This is my reluctant resolution. I understand, but the opposing commander, Xiahou Da, isn't someone who just sits back. Will he fall for this? Gongsun Long said. I don't know either. How large is their appetite? How tempting must the bait be for them to take it? But if you want to go fishing, you need to lure your fish with juicy bait first. Zheng Dongping said. Long, do you agree with my point of view? I see, Dongping. Indeed, this is the moment to take a bold step. If we don't do this, what strategy could we possibly use to lure the enemy from their advantageous position to an unfavorable one? And what method do we have to achieve quick victory? I agree with your plan. It's time to gamble on the outcome. Gongsun Long took a breath and said, the Song army will assist you fully in executing the plan. So let's work together then. Zheng Dongping said. Tianlong Fortress System, Command Room of Tianlong 9 Fortress. Report, General Xiao Feng. Our special radar has detected the enemy's stealth warships. Model 045 Stealth Reconnaissance Warship. Stealth warships are space vessels undetectable by ordinary radars, mostly used for reconnaissance missions to detect enemy details, though some also perform stealth harassment tasks, akin to old Earth-era black hole submarines. Xiao Feng, a lieutenant general of the 7th Fleet of the 4th Army of Huaxia, and the commander-in-chief of the Tianlong Fortress System in the southern battlefield, was a seasoned military leader trusted by Xiaoda. General Xiao Feng, who was drinking tea at the time, nearly sprayed the tea he had sipped. Setting down his cup, he pondered and said, the Federation doesn't respect us enough. They're becoming increasingly arrogant, gathering intelligence right under my nose. What should we do? The adjutant asked. No rush, no rush. Let's not alarm them yet. After deep thought, Xiao Feng told the detection officer, are there any other fortifications where this type of ship has appeared? Other fortresses have also recently detected the presence of these ships, the detector reported. What is the Federation up to? But then again, our specialized radar satellites have just been deployed, so how would the Federation know about them? Xiao Feng laughed, then told his adjutant, order all fortresses to begin capture operations. For these rats who appear and disappear without a trace, we need to capture them alive. Understood. The adjutant replied. From the starport of the fortress, several escort-type warships quietly moved out, guarded by prismatic mechs equipped with electronic warfare capabilities. Quietly, they approached their target, the stealthy little rat hiding silently within the asteroid belt. The escort ships surrounded the rat. The prismatic mech led the warships into the bridge command room, and the federal troops responsible for reconnaissance were quickly captured. Report to General Xiao Feng. All rats have been captured successfully. The adjutant said. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Xiao Feng exclaimed repeatedly, then left the command room, leading a group of technical personnel toward the starport. The reconnaissance warship was escorted by several patrol ships into the starport and docked at the pier. Huaxia soldiers lined up neatly at the pier. When they saw Xiao Feng arrive at the pier, they saluted. Xiao Feng returned the salute. At this moment, under the escort of soldiers, all the officers of the federal reconnaissance ship were gradually escorted down from the captured fleet. Xiao Feng approached the officer in a captain's uniform and pulled out a titanium alloy knife from his pocket, pressing it against the officer's neck while smiling and saying, during this time period, why don't you rest properly instead of engaging in sneaky activities? How did you discover our actions? The officer asked with an ashen face. I can tell you that your intelligence has become outdated. We have already installed special radar satellites on our side. Coming this close to us is like looking for death. I regretfully inform you that all of you rats have been fully captured by my army. You're just one among them. Xiao Feng said. Humph. The officer gave a hard snort and then closed his mouth. Having delivered such a grand gift to me, I wonder how I should thank you. Xiao Feng grinned as he leaned his face closer to the officers and added, tightening the blade around his neck. Surely this whole spaceship must be full of good stuff, right? Dealing with these items using my people would be tough, if only you could. However, much to Xiao Feng's disappointment, the other person looked resolute and spat straight on Xiao Feng's face. Let me make this clear. I would rather die than compromise after being captured by you. This spit landed squarely on Xiao Feng's face, which infuriated not only him, but also the surrounding soldier officers who became annoyed at this federal officer's insolence. Xiao Feng moved the alloy knife away from the federal officer's neck, pulling out a tissue from his sleeve to wipe off the disgusting saliva, and laughed. What an ungrateful fellow. There are plenty of ways for me to deal with you, though I will only handle you once my men lose their edge. Then, he ordered, escort him back to the fortress concentration camp. Understood. The soldiers subsequently led the captives into the fortress interior. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng turned to the officer responsible for this operation and asked, how well was the internal command system of the warship preserved? Our raid went very smoothly, and the command system has been preserved in excellent condition, the officer reported. Great. If the Federal Army feels compelled to rush over and present such a grand gift to me, then I'll happily accept it, Xiao Feng said, and then turned to the technical staff accompanying him, stating, now is the prime opportunity to gather intelligence on the Federal Army. Let's give it our best shot. Understood. After hearing his words, the group of technicians quickly boarded the captured warship. In addition, ensure personnel from other fortresses extract intelligence from the captured ships as well. If we're lucky, we might even catch a big fish, Xiao Feng chuckled. Understood. Chapter 66, Fishing Plan, Part 2. Huaxia Number 8 Fortress, Command Room. In the command room, there was only Xiaoda present. Most of the light sources were not connected except for the distant Tianlong Fortress screen, which cast its illumination into this dimly lit command room. This time we caught a few sneaky little rats, Type 045 stealth reconnaissance warships. The Federation really dared to send them, Xiao Feng remarked with a sigh. If you say it that way, then those little rats must have been dealt with by your team, right? Asked Xiaoda. It seems installing the special radar was very timely. As for this matter, it's actually not crucial. What is important is that through the systems of the captured ships, we successfully hacked into their database and fully retrieved details regarding their fortresses, troop deployments, and more, said Xiao Feng excitedly. If we make use of it well, victory would be no problem. Complete intelligence. Xiahou mused, then responded, interesting. We infiltrated their system without them realizing it at all. But such comprehensive intelligence has a time limit. Now, given the thorough nature of this intel, we could launch a targeted offensive on their defensive arrangements, said Xiaofeng. Oh, explain. Xiahou Da's eyes suddenly became sharp. This intelligence was delivered to us quite conveniently. I've compared our local recon data, and everything matches perfectly with their actual layout. Based on this information, if accurate, we could initiate a three-pronged attack to capture their star energy supply system supporting the fortresses, stated Xiaofeng. Of course, the current intel won't hold true indefinitely. Knowing where they are vulnerable makes things easier. Opportunity knocks but once, Xiaofeng added. Xiahou Da pondered and replied, if possible, send me a copy of this intelligence. Also, has it been verified? Is it truly the Federation's database? Regarding such critical intelligence, I dare not take any chances. After multiple verifications, it is indeed a real gift from the Federation, replied Xiaofeng. That means we currently have a chance to leverage their defense vulnerabilities for a final assault and bring an end to the southern front, Xiahou Da suggested. I feel the same. The Federation hasn't yet realized their intel breach, so this presents an opportunity. Seize it, and we will crush the enemy swiftly, Xiaofeng grinned. In that case, let's call for a military conference to decide how best to exploit this potential moment of triumph, Xiahou Da smiled. That's excellent. Xiaofeng ended the transmission after saying this. Not long after, a set of intelligence was transmitted over. Xiahou Da read it for some time, and then murmured thoughtfully. This intelligence appears correct. The Federation has lost such critical information. Thus, the day of defeating the Federation isn't far away. Xiahou Da stroked his bald chin, looked again at the intelligence, and thought about Su Ming who had just transferred from the 5th Army, chuckling. It's interesting, very interesting indeed. They sent me this before even thinking up the plan, haha. Afterward, Xiahou Da opened the celestial communication linked to Su Ming and said, Su Ming, report promptly to the command room at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Palace Fortress System, 8th Fortress, command room. The Chinese hackers conducted several covert attacks on our databases, but as they came, they naturally left traces behind. If we didn't already know that the Chinese army would attack the database, it would have been extremely hard for us to notice, said the adjutant. Indeed, the Chinese hackers are formidable. Yet, isn't that exactly what we need? Asked Zheng Dongping. But in doing so, haven't our entire strategic arrangements been revealed to the Chinese army? Moreover, it's not just limited to that. They attacked the entire database. The adjutant worriedly continued. If the plan fails, the consequences would be disastrous for us. I understand this, but since we have decided to stake everything, we may as well go all in and hope for success, said Zheng Dongping. Just then, Gong Sun Long's holographic image appeared in front of him, looking somewhat helpless and stating, it seems like we have gambled the key to success or failure on whether the opponent falls for our deception. Yes, there's nothing else we can do. Since the intelligence is authentic, we can only wait and see if the opponent will seize this chance to launch a large-scale attack against us, said Zheng Dongping. This tactic is too risky. Success will undoubtedly help us secure victory in the war, but what if it fails? Have you planned for that possibility? Questioned Gong Sun Long. Failure. The result of failure would be no different from our current situation. Even if we fail, our army can still hold this fortress system. But it will be difficult for us to make the opponent believe and take the initiative to attack. Zheng Dongping paused for a moment, and then said, even if our army leaks a lot of key intelligence, at least in the short term, China cannot change the current situation based on that intelligence. The only thing that can change the current situation and achieve victory in the war is that one tactic. If the Chinese army uses that tactic and stakes its winning chances there, then we will win. Otherwise, the war will remain a stalemate. I am clear about the consequences of implementing my strategy. Fishing requires bait. Only by making the enemy launch an offensive against us can we gain benefits. Why would they launch an attack? Because they think they can achieve victory through that particular attack. Therefore, they break the deadlock first and attack our army. A smart person won't willingly walk into a trap, just as regular fish won't go near a hook without any bait. By creating an opportunity for them to win, aren't we putting bait on a trap? If General Xiahou Da gives up rational thinking and falls into the trap we set, wouldn't this require the bait to become bigger and bigger? What reason does a big fish have to fall for your bait? Zheng Dongping asked. Fear not. Xiahou Da might not see what he desires. We know nothing about him. So the question remains whether this bait could tempt him or not. That remains uncertain. Gong Sun Long stated. Since the plan has been put into action, we have no other choice but to wait patiently for the big fish to bite. And this big fish is none other than the Chinese army. Once the big fish is tempted by the bait, this place becomes his hook. Think from their perspective. If I were in his position and an opportunity came along to win the war, how could I let it slip? So I believe the Chinese army will take the bait. This gamble has a high probability of success. In light of our current situation, why not take a bold bet for victory? Zheng Dongping concluded. Chapter 67, Su Ming Strategy, Part 1. The next day, Su Ming arrived at the fortress command room on time to meet with Xiahou Da. At this point, Xiahou Da was the only person in the command room. When he entered the command room, he saw Xiahou Da using a holographic screen connection to discuss an issue with the commanders of the other 9 fleets. Upon seeing Su Ming, Xiahou Da gestured for him to sit nearby. During the lengthy deliberation process, Su Ming also learned what they were discussing. 7th Fleet Admiral Xiaofeng stationed at the Tianlong Fortress took the opportunity to capture several reconnaissance warships from the Federation and use them to penetrate the Federation Army's database, acquiring a wealth of enemy intelligence. The most useful and valuable piece of intelligence concerned the enemy's current military deployment, making it crystal clear where their forces were weak and where they were strong. With this information, Xiao Feng hastily drafted an attack plan aimed at surprising the Federation's forces to secure a decisive victory. The majority of the 9 admirals favored this strategy, while a few remained deep in thought. Opportunities must be seized, or they may never come again. For our forces, now is the time to break the deadlock. Dragging this out indefinitely leaves it uncertain who will collapse first, said Xiao Feng. The knowledge we have now about the Federation's force deployments might not last forever. Seizing this chance, we can early open up the southern front and enter the C-shaped encirclement envisioned by the General-in-Chief, completing the annihilation of the Federation's central army. Both nations' armies stood in stalemate, a protracted conflict pressuring both sides equally. As mentioned before, the Federation army hoped to break the status quo quickly, and so did the Huaxia army, as prolonged indecision burdened both sides heavily. For both armies, the question was how to break the impasse. Each side wished to triumph, but feared defeat more than anything else. War, like gambling, involves progressively higher stakes until failure becomes unacceptable. Both parties wanted victory over defeat, yet the limit of endurance under this state of deadlock diminished steadily. Therefore, how to break the deadlock had become an increasingly pressing matter. Now there was a rare opportunity to help Huaxia's Fourth Army completely change the situation on the southern front and decisively defeat the Federation army. This war is one neither side can afford to lose. A great win for one means certain doom for the other. The intelligence gathered, as Admiral Xiao Feng has stated, is genuine, and I verified it personally. A surprise assault could leave the enemy off guard and lead us to a great victory. But deploying all available military power equates to betting everything on a successful war effort. Failure would mean the Southern Army losing badly, negating any advantages created by the Northern forces. Additionally, this plan is excessively perilous and requires more consideration. Commander, as the old saying goes, opportunities lost are rarely recovered. Whether or not we embark on this expedition, I hope the commander makes a decision sooner rather than later. Admiral Xiao Feng concluded his message to all participating commanders and cut the teleconference link. Make a decision? Allow me to deliberate further. Su Ming glanced at Xiahou Da's slightly tired face, wondering if he'd rested much last night. After concluding the conference, Xiahou Da turned to Su Ming, who'd been waiting quietly. Do you know what we just discussed? I do. Using the intelligence obtained from the Federation, we have the chance to launch an attack that could determine the outcome of the war. Su Ming replied. So what do you think should be done? A decisive battle relying on a surprise attack, but should we deploy the troops or not? I'd like to hear your thoughts. Xiahou Da asked intently. After a pause, Su Ming realized the question was directed at him. Confusion etched on his face. Me? Yes, I want to hear your opinion. Xiahou Da smiled gently. In my view, when facing superior forces, one must resort to unconventional strategies to succeed. Weaker armies must act cleverly to gain victories, whereas stronger armies need only maintain solid tactics step by step to achieve success. Su Ming reflected carefully before replying. But currently, both sides appear evenly matched. How do you distinguish between a strong army and a weak one? Though Su Ming had shifted the topic slightly, Xiahou Da continued along those lines smoothly. Our present situation closely resembles an ancient battle involving our own forces against the enemy. Su Ming commented. Oh, which battle? Xiahou Da asked curiously. The Battle of Chongping. Su Ming continued along the same lines. In the Battle of Chongping, both sides invested forces that were evenly matched in terms of strength, yet there was still a distinction between a stronger army and a weaker one. Qin being the strong force, Zhao the weaker. So your point is that while the enemy and we appear equally matched, it's similar to the armies of Qin and Zhao where strong and weak are also differentiated? Xiahou Da questioned. Yes, our army represents the stronger side, while the enemy represents the weaker. From the perspective of how victory can be achieved, our side has two options for triumph. One being wearing down the opponent, the other leveraging the current opportunity with unconventional warfare. The enemy only has one viable choice to win, for us to initiate an attack on them. As stated in Sun Tzu's Art of War, use direct methods combined with indirect tactics, using normal means as the mainstay and the extraordinary as auxiliary support. For the weaker army, they lack conventional strategies, relying only on unconventional approaches to achieve victory over a much stronger adversary. On the other hand, a stronger army possesses both the direct and indirect means to succeed, with normal methods as primary and unusual ones as supplementary. Based on this principle, these two modes of achieving victory seem appropriate for our forces. In the first option, we could apply both orthodox and unconventional tactics. The second option would abandon all our advantages gained from the orthodox strategy in favor of utilizing the unexpected maneuver to decide the outcome. The first path leads to slow engagement and slow triumph, while the second leads to quick battle and rapid success. However, the second plan does have a critical vulnerability. When making this choice, doesn't it inadvertently give the enemy their one and only condition to win? When we use our surprise troops to attack the enemy, aren't we giving them exactly the chance to triumph by having our side launch the initial offensive? Su Ming questioned. Between these two strategies, one offers steady but slower success, the other delivers swifter results but at the expense of granting the enemy opportunities for victory. If I were forced to choose, I would not recommend adopting the latter tactic. Xiahou Da paused thoughtfully before responding. Our forces have two avenues leading to victory, while the enemy only has one. We may opt either for combining standard tactics with surprises or rely solely on outsmarting the enemy with unusual maneuvers. The enemy, however, can only win if they manage a surprise attack against us. Since our side has the power to determine how to secure victory, choosing the first option guarantees the enemy's defeat. However, opting for the second approach would paradoxically provide the enemy a pathway toward victory. In that case, elaborate on the two strategies you propose for our army's success and their relation to the Battle of Chongping you mentioned earlier, Xiahou queried. Chapter 68. Su Ming's Treatise, Part 2. In the Battle of Chongping, Zhao forces and Qin forces engaged in small-scale skirmishes. These wins and losses had no impact on the overall situation. Both sides fortified their respective positions with fortresses and strongholds. Lian Po's strategy of avoiding direct combat, and Bai Qi's continuous efforts to lure the Zhao army into battle were based on a shared understanding. Whichever side initiated an offensive first would lose the advantage of terrain, while the one that waited would gain it. This is precisely why Zhao Kuo's army was outmaneuvered by Bai Qi later. If the powerful Qin army had launched the first attack, the roles would have been reversed, with the Zhao army surrounding the Qin instead. The initial clash escalated into a war of attrition because neither side wanted to lose the geographical advantage. For the Zhao army to win, it could not abandon its advantageous position to launch an active offensive against the Qin, but needed to compel the Qin army to relinquish their advantageous terrain and initiate an offensive. The Qin army, aiming for victory, required the Zhao army to abandon their advantage and take the initiative to attack. The result of the Battle of Chongping does not require further elaboration. From the onset of combat, both sides continuously increased their stakes on the battlefield until this became a decisive battle where neither the Qin nor Zhao could afford to lose. Both states were great powers. A Qin victory at Chongping meant eliminating the last barrier to the east of the Hangou Pass, setting the stage for unification under Qin. A Zhao victory would have secured the Shandong region for Zhao, restoring the balance among the three Jin states and confining Qin within the Hangou Pass, delaying the time frame for Qin's conquest of the world. A Qin triumph cleared the way for Emperor Qin Shi Huang's eventual subjugation of the six states. The significance of the outcome was clear to both warring parties. Why then did General Lian Po, who adhered to the defensive strategy of fortifying camps and avoiding battle, eventually get replaced by Zhao Kuo, known for his theoretical knowledge but lack of practical experience? As a result, the Zhao army fought. 40,000 of them were killed or buried alive, leading to the Qin army's victory in the Battle of Chongping and marking the final chapter of the Warring States era. The reason is simple. Both frontline commanders understood that whoever engaged first would be at a disadvantage, thus each hoped the other would initiate the decisive battle, granting themselves the advantage of terrain. However, the monarchs thought differently. With hundreds of thousands of troops deployed at the front, the national resources drained significantly. Who would bear the cost of such warfare? Both Qin and Zhao bore colossal daily expenditures from this prolonged conflict. On the surface, this was a life-or-death showdown involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers between the Qin and Zhao armies. But in reality, it was a contest of national strength between Qin and Zhao, testing which side could endure longer and emerge victorious. Both Qin and Zhao were major powers at the time. Qin underwent fundamental institutional reforms following the Xiangyang reforms, while Zhao grew powerful after King Wuling's adoption of Hu clothing and cavalry tactics. Nonetheless, Zhao ultimately could not match Qin. Firstly, Qin possessed harmony. After the Xiangyang reforms, those who initiated wars, supported wars, and sustained them stood to benefit. Slaves, while people and lower-class citizens could rise through military achievements. Bai Qi, the renowned general, rose from the ranks. Qin soldiers found direction and purpose in warfare, fighting for their own interests. Even those involved in agriculture or weapons production, providing endless supplies for the war effort, profited from it. The entire state of Qin functioned like a well-oiled war machine. Conversely, Zhao's army and those of other states remained detached from the outcomes of wars. The nobility gained from victories, and the nation bore the brunt of defeats. The ordinary soldiers could not benefit materially from the war and hence lacked enthusiasm, resulting in far lower morale compared to Qin's forces. Secondly, Qin's and Zhao's strengths differed. Qin leaned heavily towards agriculture, whereas Zhao emphasized commerce and trade. War mobilized most able-bodied young men in Zhao for combat. After the massacre at Chongping, Zhao suffered a significant loss in its male population. The war of attrition weakened Zhao's foundation of commercial power. Prolonged resource consumption made it difficult for Zhao's agricultural output to sustain the war effort since profits from commerce and trade dwindled during wartime. Countries oriented towards commerce relied on repeated military victories to maintain their war capabilities. However, once they experienced defeat, their decline was rapid. Qin, despite also suffering losses, maintained its advantage due to the natural granary of Bashu, acquired during the reign of King Huiyuan. This supplied the front line consistently, allowing Qin to continue pouring resources into the war even as Zhao reached its limits. Thirdly, the Qin system was the prototype of the later Chinese central dynasties. It differed from the enfeoffment system since the Zhou dynasty, as the state of Qin functioned as a unified whole while the state of Zhao resembled the Zhou among the vassal states. For the battles between Qin and Zhao on the front lines, the Qin system provided an advantage to the king of Qin. Once war was initiated, all Qin citizens would support their king. With the army under Bai Qi's command, should Bai Qi refuse to engage in war, but instead choose to accumulate military power for his own purposes, then the relationship between Bai Qi, the Qin army, and the king of Qin would become adversarial. Thus, The Qin king had no worries about continuing the Battle of Chongping indefinitely. It was different for Zhao. Lianpo was a key minister during the reign of King Huiwen of Zhao, and King Xiaoqing of Zhao had just ascended the throne several years before the Battle of Chongping. The Zhao king handed over all national troops and supplies to Lianpo. Yet, Lianpo failed to achieve victory, leading some to suspect that he might accumulate military power for personal use, which wouldn't seem strange to the Zhao king. In this war of attrition, Qin could endure the losses, but Zhao could not. Eventually, the prolonged war would drag down Zhao. They needed an outcome, requiring the swift conclusion of this energy-depleting war. When replacing Lianpo with Zhao Kuo, how could Zhao Kuo not understand that Lianpo's choices were correct given the geography? But whether Zhao Kuo possessed genuine talent or was merely good at theorizing, the reality left him with only one option: to fight. Faced with the sole choice of going into battle, the final chapter of the Battle of Chongping also concluded. Both General Lianpo and Zhao Kuo's decisions ended in defeat, one a slow failure, the other a rapid one. The only way Zhao could triumph was if the Qin army actively attacked the Zhao encampments. In such a case, the results of the Battle of Chongping might have reversed. However, the Qin army wasn't foolish, Su Ming said. Indeed, your words clarified many matters for me. However, given this excellent opportunity, how do you analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both sides? Xiahou laughed. The battlefield we're currently in is one where the probability of who strikes first ends up losing heavily increases. Therefore, both sides need to consider strategies aimed at making the opponent strike first. Whoever attacks first loses strategic flexibility, Su Ming said. You're right. So what you're implying is, regardless of whether this intelligence is intentionally provided by them or unintentionally obtained by us, once we launch an attack against them, it equals us initiating the move, becoming the away team while they gain home field advantage. If they intentionally allowed our army to know this intelligence, then it means we've taken exactly the step they most wanted us to take, Xiahou said. Chapter 69, Su Ming's Strategy Discourse, Part 2. Indeed, I believe this to be true. The enemy can only defeat our forces through this point. If the enemy had anticipated our attack on them early, then our surprise attack will have turned into a direct assault. If the intelligence is deliberately provided by the enemy to us, we will attack based on the information given, which the enemy would have already foreseen and set traps for a decisive battle at their fortress against our troops. In this way, it would become extremely difficult for us to win, Su Ming said. Similarly, relying on the defensive system built with 6-star systems and numerous small asteroid belts forming 3 sets of 3-3 fortresses that mutually block each other's channels. Fighting here makes it impossible to bypass the defensive line constructed by the enemy. Neither side wants to lose this defensive line, so both sides continuously pour in war resources to sustain this war of attrition. But currently, under the condition of equal strength, whoever launches a full-scale offensive will give the defensive side an advantage. We divide our defense into 3 segments, each with 3 fortress systems. Without city siege warships, if our individual fleet attacks their isolated fortress system in a 3-3 situation, it becomes disadvantageous for us. The defensive forces are similar to ours, supported by the fortress defenses. To break through the defensive line set up by the enemy, the only way is to concentrate all our efforts on a single front breakthrough. But even that kind of breakthrough won't happen quickly. With 2 points of the enemy's presence, they could cut off our retreat, severing our withdrawal routes. No matter how you look at it, initiating an offensive is highly disadvantageous. This is why the situation has evolved into mutual reinforcement of forces and mutual inactivity, waiting for the opponent to attack first. Both sides continue to send resources to the front lines to maintain a long-term war of attrition. The Federation and Huaxia have thus turned the southern front into a protracted war of attrition, with battles that do not influence the course of the war resulting in exchanges where neither side dares to launch a decisive battle. Each side waits for the other to attack its defensive lines. That's why the southern battlefield has dragged on for so long without resolution. Su Ming said, I think that this opportunity for a swift victory offered to our forces now might actually be created by the enemy for their own benefit. If we make this decision, our next attack will be an ambush campaign initiated by us actively attacking the enemy. The enemy knows the significance of victory in the southern theater for Huaxia's military and how beneficial it would be for Huaxia's southern forces to determine the war outcome early. They provide us with many critical pieces of intelligence to sway our judgment, making us act as they wish. My basis for judging this is, they will gain victory only if we choose to attack them. And when we believe we can swiftly secure victory by attacking them, we fall into their trap. But instead of choosing an option that gives the enemy a chance to win, we should consider another one, an option that completely eliminates any possibility of the enemy winning. We don't need to attack them. We let them take the initiative to attack us. Su Ming said. Xiahou twitched his lips slightly, looking at Su Ming, who maintained a stoic expression while delivering his long discourse, feeling an intense sense of incongruity. Explain. Just like the ancient battlefield at Chongping, the battle between our forces and the Federation army, we have time to breathe whereas the Federation army does not. We can either relax or intensify pressure, but the Federation can only push forward urgently. For them to win, the only way is through an unexpected strategy. Su Ming said. In other words, you think maintaining the status quo and continuing to wear down the enemy will eventually make them crack before us? Explain. Xiahou asked. Firstly, every war won by Huaxia's military sees the Federation's rank-and-file soldiers accepting surrender terms, while only a few officers choose death. In contrast, after victories by the Federation's army, few of Huaxia's forces opt for surrender. most are captured or sacrifice themselves heroically. This explains several things. From top to bottom, Huaxia's military shares benefits for the good of Huaxia, while in the Federation's military, only the upper-ranking officers show willingness to die for the nation. Rank-and-file soldiers prefer to surrender once defeat seems likely because their interests are tied to those of the Federation's upper leadership. War profits belong to the Federation, yet the Federation doesn't guarantee benefits for these lower ranks. In contrast, Huaxia from top to bottom is willing to defend the country, while in the Federation, only the higher-ups protect the nation while lower-level soldiers fight just for themselves. A great example is the 4th Central Army of the Federation trapped in the asteroid belt. Why can't a determined federal commander achieve a desperate final stand? Because his men, including his officers, refuse to join him in that last stand. Clearly, this marks our first advantage. The Federation army cannot form a cohesive unit, whereas Huaxia's army can. Second, during the early stages of the war when Huaxia was at a disadvantage against invading powerful enemies, large countries displayed two tendencies: unity and virtue, or division and immorality. Historical examples of unity and virtue include China after the Resistance War and the Soviet Union during the Soviet-German War. Examples of division and immorality include Russia during World War I invaded by Germany, Ming Dynasty before the Qing troops crossed through the Shanhai Pass, and the mutual protection in the southeast during Empress Dowager Cixi's declaration of war on the Eight-Nation Alliance. In cases of division and immorality, people nationwide don't benefit from the old system. They no longer need it, and external forces become an opportunity to break this old system. Unity and virtue are different. External forces invade to plunder your interests, but this system protects your interests. As such, as the war escalates, all internal forces rally under this system to resist external invasion. Even though Huaxia started off at a disadvantage, the core power in Huaxia revolved around the National Assembly, where all citizens of Huaxia benefited. The core power of the Federation, however, revolved around the federal parliament, and societal wealth centered on aristocratic families. Huaxia people do not want Huaxia to be replaced by the Federation, and the lower classes in the Federation also do not wish for Huaxia's defeat. On the contrary, they hope that Huaxia replaces the Federation, while only the aristocratic class in the Federation is willing to sustain this system. The former concerns army unity, while the latter discusses national class unity. Thirdly, following the Second Fortress Offensive-Defensive Battle, the entire Northwest was swept by Huaxia. After Huaxia's administrative system quickly took effect, effective control was established over the Northwest Star Domain. On paper, the Federation and Huaxia were at a ratio of 15-17, which made the Federation appear slightly stronger. However, the Federation was overturned from a situation of 23-9 to reach this current state. This is due to the reasons previously mentioned, as well as the fact that the factions willing to maintain the federal system are unstable and lack cohesion. The Chinese Federation might just be a fragile contract with Ling clan power retreating and 7 vassal states loosely held together. Do not view the Federation as a cohesive entity. Thus, if our army has a complete Huaxia behind us, then the Liansong armies backing the Federation represent 2 much weaker vassal states. Although we in Huaxia need to maintain all fronts, Huaxia's resource allocation is smooth. War resources can be transferred from one star domain to the next, but the Federation finds it difficult to allocate resources from one vassal state to another. First, our entire army is united, while the Federation army harbors dissent within its ranks. Second, our nation's vertical hierarchy coheres together, whereas the enemy's hierarchy divides. Third, our country functions as a complete entity, whereas the enemy's supposed unified force experiences significant horizontal divisions internally. Comparatively speaking, the force behind our army is Huaxia, while the force behind the enemy consists merely of the 2 vassal states, Song and Yin. So who can bear this war of attrition better? Su Ming asked. Chapter 70, Su Ming's Strategy Discourse, Final. Moreover, our army's expenditures are borne by the entire nation, but what about the Federation army? As more resources are invested in the war, the consumption becomes greater, requiring more capital and resources to be continuously fed into this bottomless pit of war. Who will bear these costs? Naturally, it will be the people of the 2 provinces who have to shoulder them. The Federation, having lost its moral integrity, no longer hesitates in using its overwhelming military strength on one hand, and its constitution on the other, enslaving its people into being their inexhaustible ATM for sustaining this endless war. For a time, those in power within the Federation were indifferent to the outcomes of the war since they did not need to pay for its failure. They enjoyed the spoils of victory while forcing the populace to bear the consequences of defeat. While perpetual wars indeed enriched some powerful families within the Federation, there is, however, the Chinese Federation grew stronger due to its victories in war, but it also weakened because of its defeats. Can the hearts and minds of the people endure a war that offers them no benefit? Would the people willingly foot the bill for such a war? The Federation faces external warfare with Huaxia while grappling internally with various resistance movements. From the moment it lost its sense of morality, the Chinese Federation has been losing public support, whereas Huaxia continues to gain the hearts and minds from the Federation. The roots of the aristocratic families lie in the Chinese Federation and its major provinces, but this foundation is crumbling. Time is on our side. The longer the war drags on, the more advantageous it is for our army. Both Huaxia and the Federation continue to pour resources into the war, but there is a limit to how much either can withstand this protracted conflict. The Federation's threshold is lower than Huaxia's, and this threshold is changing, declining. The closer we get to this breaking point, the more the Federation must make a choice. Either collapse without fighting, or risk everything in an all-out battle hoping for victory. Regardless of their decision, it serves us well. This is our path to achieving righteous victory. Winning in this manner makes us invincible. If so, why do we need to seek a quick, decisive victory through one single battle? This intelligence provides us with 3 pieces of information, yet the information that draws our attention may in fact mislead us. It could provide precision for bypassing enemy strengths and attacking weaknesses, leading to victory over the opponent. However, if our army sets out on a large scale, and the intelligence was deliberately leaked to us by the enemy, then this intelligence becomes bait. When we fall for the trap and engage in battle on the enemy's home turf, we forsake all our advantages and fight at a disadvantage in a foreign land. This may very well be exactly what the enemy needs, as only under such circumstances would conditions arise for defeating us. The second piece of information concerns the fortress fleet, mecha, and other data that we've obtained. To some extent, it places us in a favorable position and the enemy in a weaker one, but it is not a decisive factor in ensuring our victory. If the enemy does indeed have a lure plan which fails, it will be even more disadvantageous for them in the subsequent wars. The third piece of information suggests that if the enemy truly intends to execute a scheme to draw us out and engage in a decisive battle, the bait is significant and tempting. The purpose of throwing out this bait is to achieve 2 results: ending the war and securing victory. But what level of determination has the enemy shown in giving up such critical intelligence to our forces? Clearly, they're no longer composed. Their limit is near. In order to hasten the conclusion of the war and ensure it ends with their victory, they've thrown out tempting baits, none of which should be considered strange. My opinion is simply to accept this intelligence and await the Federation army's move. Either they crumble without engaging or they actively attack, choosing a battlefield where we hold the advantage. Su Ming said, "Clap, clap, 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 clap." Excellent. You're absolutely right. Why should we give them the chance to turn things around? They entice us, but we refuse. Moreover, from this we can see that they are almost unable to sustain themselves. Xiahou De clapped repeatedly. No wonder. You truly live up to his recommendation. Xiahou De smiled and said, I am quite satisfied. Why? Second Su Ming looked at Su Ming somewhat surprisedly and asked, if it were in the past, I'd understand, but why now? What Second Su Ming said went unnoticed by Su Ming. At the time Su Ming was eloquently speaking, behind him stood the shadow of Second Su Ming looking astonishment towards Su Ming. Interesting, Xiahou De laughed. Your chosen solution is exactly the answer I want. The enemy tempts us into making a choice beneficial to them, but we have a better option. Come with me. Xiahou De stood up, taking Su Ming away from the command room and heading deeper into the fortress. Victory can be foreseen, but not forced. Warfare is about combining orthodox strategies with unorthodox ones to win. In times of war, one must first ensure they stand in a position where defeat is impossible, and then either wait or create the conditions necessary to decisively defeat the enemy. Our army's victory will primarily rely on orthodox methods while employing unconventional ones as support. The orthodox method involves constantly establishing a foundation that prevents the enemy from defeating us, while the unconventional method exploits factors unfavorable to the enemy to place them at a disadvantage before crushing them. Indeed, as you have said, both our forces and the enemy are locked in prolonged battles, and eventually, the enemy will collapse because their endurance for such battles is lower than ours. But a better plan would be finding ways to further reduce the enemy's threshold so that they become increasingly unable to withstand the pressures brought by these drawn-out engagements. This is what constitutes the unconventional strategy, and this is the task I wish to assign to you. Xiahou De said. The two walked through the interior corridors of the fortress and arrived at a door, where Xiahou De keyed in a password to unlock it, opening an electronic door. Inside was another command room, though slightly smaller. Without the glow emanating from screens and instruments, the interior would be dimly lit. However, every member of staff for their respective roles was present inside this command room. What immediately caught the eye was a colossal display screen showing a star map. The star maps of the Federation's Song and Yin regions depicted various fortresses, cities, and other points. On this map were numerous red dots flickering incessantly. Xiahou De led Su Ming to the main console screen, where they stood side by side in front of the massive monitor. What is this? Su Ming asked, gazing at the red spots scattered densely across the screen, causing discomfort. Exactly right. This is the mission I'm about to assign to you. These are the frequencies and data of rebellions erupting within the enemy's territory. Xiahou De smiled. In theory, during the space warfare era, such internal rebellions seem meaningless. As many officials in the Federation believe, suppression suffices. But both countries' military strength is almost entirely focused on the battlefield against our army, thus leading to such pervasive and relentless resistance wars internally. Chapter 71, The Strangulation Plan, Part 1. A fertile ground for citizens to rise against the government will always exist. And with our forces and the enemies locked in direct combat, the Federal Army has concentrated all its military power here, allowing these resistances to spread uncontrollably like cancer, growing worse with time. They are gradually forming unified forces. Although they can't be compared with the Federation or Huaxia yet, the ongoing war provides them a chance to survive and grow after their resistance. Therefore, within the Federation's 5-continent star domain, several resistance zones have formed, becoming liabilities for the Federal Army. With the support of their controlled areas, they keep developing their strength as the prolonged conflict between the Federal Army and us yields no results. But there will be an eventual conclusion to this war. If we win, while Huaxia won't allow them to maintain control over their territories. Solving the root cause of their rebellion means liberating them from further problems. But their biggest fear is, what happens if the Federal Army wins? Clearly, the Federal Army could quickly eliminate these resistance groups. Their fate would become sealed. Xiahou looked at the map showing the areas of Chinese federated territory, where a few red-marked resistance zones were visible. Su Ming listened silently. The best outcome of this war for them would obviously be the victory of the Huaxia army. We share a common interest. Are you thinking? Su Ming seemed to understand. Yes, our forces may not be able to cross the enemy line defenses and deploy surprise troops behind the enemy, but these insignificant small powers happen to be perfectly positioned at the enemy's throat. Why not take advantage of them? Through this, we might secure a covert force in the enemy's rear line. Although their united strength is still relatively small, under the backdrop of the ongoing warfare between both sides, their location coincides with the vital positions equivalent to the enemy's throat. In the past, they were merely persistent headaches for the Federation. However, by effectively leveraging these forces, they can now become a powerful arm, choking the enemy on behalf of our army. Xiahou explained. The strangulation plan was drafted months ago. Over the past several months, a large number of spies from our side infiltrated behind the enemy lines, establishing contact with these groups. Our generals and I recognized this potential force long ago and intended to use it for our own benefit. As of today, the influence we've been able to connect with in the resistance areas continues to grow. The first phase of the strangulation action has already been accomplished. Our army has quietly extended a hand into the enemy's throat, Xiahou declared. If you had such an arrangement earlier, why were you wavering between suspected bait and the right choice? So, you pretended to fall for their traps. Su Ming was taken aback. Perhaps the Federation doesn't yet realize that the external enemies and internal enemies are converging, providing us some opportunities for action. Under the cooperation of these resistance zones, we have successfully established a stable link hub both behind the enemy and at the front line. Currently, just as you said, the Federal Army's limit is nearly reached. We aren't just idly waiting for victory. We're pushing the limits of what the Federal Army can endure in this war, thereby shortening the time it takes for us to claim victory, Xiahou stated. So, are you asking me to consolidate these scattered forces and threaten them from behind? Su Ming asked. Exactly. The enemy's main force is being tied down by us, leaving no time for them to look back. I need you to unify these weaker forces, threatening the Federal Army from behind, cutting off their supply lines, occupying their warship fields, spirit energy mines, and other critical facilities, Xiahou explained. To summarize, leader, your aim is for me to sever the connections between the enemy's front and rear, turning the Federal Army's front line into an isolated island standing against us. Su Ming restated. Correct, Xiahou grinned. We've known for a long time now, the longer the war drags on, the more these rebellions behind the enemy grow. Using them wisely can certainly provide great assistance. Why me? Since the strangulation plan is so important, shouldn't it be assigned to someone suitable? Su Ming questioned. You should know the significance of the strangulation plan. Xiahou replied. So, you understand what needs to be done. This is a task I've arranged specifically for you, also a test. Of course, I hope you succeed in this mission. But what if you fail? Even if you do, it will merely delay our army's victory, Xiahou sighed and placed his hand on Su Ming's shoulder, saying, But if you fail, what does that mean for you? This is a dangerous mission for you. I understand, Su Ming replied. Haha, Huaxia soldiers, even generals commanding regional legions, have long entrusted their lives to their nation. Dangerous challenges are the greatest challenges for you, Xiahou said. Su Ming nodded. So you can return now, Xiahou said. Just as Su Ming was about to walk back, he suddenly thought of something and turned around, saying, Is there something wrong? Xiahou asked. Su Ming nodded and spoke. Is it personal or official? Xiahou asked. Personal, Su Ming answered. If it's personal, you can come to the main command room tonight, Xiahou said. With that, Su Ming left the command room. The question Su Ming wanted to ask pertained to the content of the Dawnlight Society terrorist attack incident from several decades ago that Xiahou might know about. As Xiahou watched Su Ming leave, once the electronic door of the command room closed, a teasing female voice came from behind. The strangulation plan, cutting off the enemy's throat to sever the link between the enemy core and the rear, such an important task, yet you assign it to someone newly arrived. This certainly isn't like your style, is it? Xiahou turned around to see Jiang Liyuan, seated in front of the surveillance screen, looking at him with playful eyes. Jiang Liyuan, the military committee director of the 4th Army Corps of the Federation. Director Jiang, how the battle is conducted is my decision, within my jurisdiction, Xiahou said. The failure would be on you to bear, correct? Jiang Liyuan laughed. He just transferred from the Northern Army to the Southern Army, yet you hastily give him such an important task. Could it be that you and the senior Dai from the Northern Army have secretly reached some secret deal? Xiahou remained silent. Indeed so, but I won't pursue this rash decision for now. I'll wait for the results. I'm curious what kind of abilities this young man you and the senior Dai value possesses. I assume you've watched enough surveillance by now. You surely haven't been completely oblivious to Su Ming, Xiahou countered. Even so, I'm still looking forward to it, Jiang Liyuan laughed. Chapter 72, The Strangle Plan, Part 2. The current southern front between the Chinese army and the Federation army resembles two heavyweight boxers, where on the surface they seem evenly matched. However, one is frail and weak internally while the other is in perfect health and fully prepared to engage with the weaker boxer. Needless to say, the boxer representing the Federation army who is weak and sickly, will fall first. The strangle plan clearly refers to choking the opponent's neck to make them fall faster. Seated confidently in victory, China's plans, whether successful or not, would have little effect on the overall war situation. Yet there was no denying that this operation would expedite victory and sway the momentum of the battlefield to some extent. In a sense, the mission Xiaoda had entrusted to Su Ming was crucial. As Xiaoda put it, the success or failure of the strangle plan could indeed affect the main battlefield. More importantly, its success or failure would influence Su Ming's situation behind enemy lines. Do you even know what level Su Ming is at? He joined the army only a few months ago and didn't achieve anything remarkable in the 5th Army, but was recommended by Old Dai. You entrusted such an important task to him merely for his trial? And if he isn't up to the task, then wouldn't it be like you've abandoned this plan and missed an opportunity to accelerate the progress of the war? Your father wouldn't be pleased to hear this kind of news, Zhang Liyuan said with a smirk. You are quite eager, aren't you? Then let's wait and see. If Su Ming ultimately fails in his mission, I will bear the responsibility for the failure, Xiaoda said. But if he succeeds, perhaps we can consider promoting him as my assistant. Besides, the failure of the mission doesn't necessarily mean that I'll fail in the campaign, Xiaoda added. He then took out a copied chip and tossed it to Zhang Liyuan, smiling. This intelligence, I can guarantee, has been intentionally leaked by the enemy. Their purpose is to lure our troops, but the information itself is true. They'll only disclose this when things get desperate. This mission, you and I both understand, determines the timeline of our victory, not the outcome of the battle itself. And of course, if the mission fails, after the fact, you're free to criticize me here, Xiaoda said. It's good that you've made that clear. After Zhang Liyuan finished speaking, she shifted the topic and asked, by the way, dummy, how's your relationship progressing with Xiaoqing? Now isn't the time to talk about this. At least we must finish the war against the Federation first, Xiaoda replied thoughtfully. Dummy, do you even realize how rare it is to see her? You can meet her less than a couple days a year. When I visited her before, there were countless men pursuing her, and many talented individuals from all walks of life. Zhang Liyuan chuckled. Do they know who I am? Xiaoda frowned slightly and asked. No, most of them know about you. But their usual retort is, can someone who sees her only twice a year really make her happy? Zhang Liyuan looked amused as she watched Xiaoda frown deeply. She picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip, and smiled. So, how did Xiaoqing respond? Xiaoda asked. Rest assured, Xiaoqing hasn't let you down. She rejected every suitor. You can trust that, Zhang Liyuan replied, then continued. However, remember, you see her just once or twice a year. There are plenty of guys who take advantage of the time you're away to move in on her. Isn't that why they've done so? Well then, don't worry, this war won't last much longer. Once it ends, I'll teach those opportunists a lesson they won't soon forget, Xiaoda pondered and responded. Haha, dummy, on the battlefield, you're no weaker than the enemy, yet in matters of the heart, aren't you still that same old fool? Zhang Liyuan laughed, looking at Xiaoda. After all these years, if it were any other girl, she'd have run off long ago. Huh, alright, stop thinking about all these trivialities. Let's focus on ending this war first, Xiaoda muttered irritably. Foolish man, haven't you realized that the very few times you see her each year are precisely the moments when she is most at peace? Do you honestly think you'd have the chance to deal with her pursuers when you finally return? Zhang Liyuan understood this well, but chose not to say it aloud. Su Ming returned to his dormitory, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His thoughts weren't focused on how to execute the strangle plan. Rather, they revolved around how to ask Xiaoda about the inside story of the Dawn terrorist attack that happened decades ago. To Su Ming, the incident, which seemed ordinary on the surface, actually provided a valuable clue that gave him direction where previously he felt completely lost. The Dawn terrorist attack incident marked the beginning of the war, and when it was concluded, both the Federation and Huaxia classified it as the highest level of secrecy, concealing its inner workings from the public, showing only surface indications. The Dawn Science Research Institute embodied the brief period of peace from the end of the ruling era of the Ling clan to the start of the war between Huaxia and the Federation. Perhaps what Xiaoda had said earlier, that if it was a private matter he could be informed later, was just a casual statement. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming decided to find Xiaoda at that time to inquire about the details. In the command room of Fort Wuska No. 8, Xiaoda was chatting with Xiao Feng, who had obtained intelligence from the previous Tianlong fort. Thus, I understand. Regardless of whether the enemy's intentions were deliberate or not, if we launch a surprise attack, we will still fall into the trap set by the enemy, Xiao Feng stated after understanding the situation. We are not in a desperate situation where we need to fight for one last victory, Xiaoda said. Besides, if we require a swift victory, the strangle plan is already underway. At that time, as long as we cut off their vital strategic routes, there's no need to take this risk. I see. Haha. Well, if they really had such thoughts to set a trap for us, then indeed I, Xiao Feng, would have walked right into it. Xiao Feng laughed sarcastically. So what about our intelligence? This intelligence will be very helpful for the final phase of the war when we seize their fortress. Since it's a gift given by them, how can we refuse to accept it? Xiaoda replied. Haha, sweet bullets, we'll take the sweetness and leave the bullets for him. Xiao Feng laughed, then thought for a moment and said, I was too excited before, almost forgetting about our strangle plan. However, since it's a plan directly managed by the commander, I don't want to interfere too much. What's the progress on this plan? The basic arrangements have been completed. All that's left is to wait for the results, Xiaoda said. That's good. Xiao Feng looks forward to the commander's announcement of decisive battle news. With these words, Xiao Feng ended the communication. At this moment, the electronic door of the command room opened, and Su Ming walked in. Chapter 73, Night Talk. When Xiao De saw Su Ming arrive, he said, I remember during the day you mentioned there was something private to discuss with me. Now that you've really come, it seems you truly have something on your mind. Please sit down and tell me what's up. After saying this, Xiao De gestured for Su Ming to take a seat. I would like to ask you about the Dawn terrorist attack incident in the past, Su Ming inquired after sitting down. Xiao Da's expression slightly changed, and then he said, you can search online for details about this event. I did search before, and I browsed through it, Su Ming replied. But the reason I'm asking you is because I want to understand it further. If you're seeking more in-depth knowledge, then this has surpassed just being a personal matter. Do you know that? After contemplating for a while, Xiao Da continued. The deeper information hasn't been made accessible on the internet because both the Federation and Huaxia have kept it confidential. Without sufficient clearance, you don't have the authority to learn these things. I understand, which is why I'm trying to learn about this matter from you, Su Ming reflected and said. Since you were the planner of that operation, I think you might know more about it. Listening to this, Xiao Da grew somewhat impatient and snapped. Su Ming, are you pushing your luck? You haven't been granted access to those intelligence files, and I have no right to leak such core secrets to you. Do you understand? Even if it's something I know well, I cannot casually divulge it to someone who lacks authorization. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that question. Su Ming realized his error and apologized. Since it's classified, it can't be easily disclosed to others. I know many things but can't talk about them recklessly. The extent of what you can know is already available online. Xiao Da paused thoughtfully and stated. As Su Ming was about to leave after standing up, Xiao Da asked, why do you want to know about this? Su Ming remained silent for a moment, hesitated, and didn't reply. Is it because of her? Xiao Da asked after pondering. Su Ming turned around and nodded. In short, you currently don't meet the criteria to obtain this kind of information, Xiao Da said. And you shouldn't be asking me this at this point. This goes beyond a mere personal inquiry. Beyond a personal inquiry? Su Ming questioned perplexedly. Yes. If you brilliantly complete the mission I assigned to you, then some things might become clear to you. Xiao Da looked intently at Su Ming and explained, regardless, even without asking me, when you acquire enough clearance, all these will be found in the central network of Huaxia. Although certain inside information, such as things known only to me, cannot be obtained via web searches, you aren't authorized yet to understand them, Xiao Da pointed out. I see. Su Ming nodded in understanding. Instead of focusing on things beyond your reach now, focus more on your mission. For example, if you execute the task exceptionally well, your clearance level could be high enough to allow partial understanding of the details. That's what you should concentrate on, Xiao Da suggested. You were transferred here by your former superior, Dai Ling Nan, precisely to promote you. Assigning you this mission represents my maximum compromise, Xiao Da added. This mission, though carrying some danger due to its location behind enemy lines, also presents an opportunity that many people envy. Many suitable candidates within my ranks covet this opportunity. Opportunity. Su Ming repeated these two words. Yes, exactly. The detailed plan, I will arrange separately. But let me be clear. This represents my biggest concession. For you, this is a chance. Complete the mission well, and not only will you gain merits from this achievement, but in the future, I will also promote you unstintingly, Xiao Da said. Your ideas this morning demonstrated your capability, and I was quite satisfied. Now, you need to show me the same satisfaction through action. I understand, Su Ming said. Well then, you may go, Xiao Da concluded. After listening, Su Ming opened the electronic door and left the command room. The Dawn terrorist attack incident, huh? Xiao Da murmured as he watched Su Ming leave. This incident could indeed be a good starting point to understand the root causes of the disasters years ago. But this isn't what you should be discussing now, Su Ming. Su Ming exited the command room and moved through the corridor. A mature beauty was leaning against the metallic wall of the passage. Seeing him approach, she walked over to stand before him. This morning, Xiao Da made you go to him on your own, and this evening, it was you who proactively sought out Xiao Da surely. The two of you haven't come to some sort of deal behind the scenes? The mature beauty standing before Su Ming was none other than Zhang Liyuan, her presence throwing Su Ming into a state of confusion. Who are you? Su Ming asked with bewilderment. I'm Zhang Liyuan. In the Fourth Army, you can't possibly have never heard of me, Zhang Liyuan smiled. Upon hearing this name, Su Ming immediately recalled who she was, the highest-ranking military commissioner in the Fourth Army. Commissioner Zhang, greetings. I and Commander Xiaoho didn't make any deals. This morning, Commander Xiaoho instructed me regarding a planned operation and wanted to hear my thoughts. This evening, I approached Commander Xiaoho because I had questions that I wanted to ask him, so I initiated the meeting, Su Ming respectfully explained. I understand. The throat lock operation, many people would envy the chance to be part of such an assignment. Zhang Liyuan smiled. You knew about it? Su Ming responded in surprise. In the morning, I was actually present during your transaction with Xiao Da. You want to know how I found out? Zhang Liyuan grinned as she continued. The long-planned mission has several suitable candidates waiting for confirmation, but they don't know you've already been secretly chosen. Do you realize that carrying out this action is equivalent to being granted the authority of a lieutenant general? It's also commanding a hidden elite force operating behind enemy lines. Therefore, it requires a person of certain capabilities, so you should understand just how rash Xiao Da's decision was in assigning this task to you. Recalling something Xiao Da had said earlier that morning, your ideas today demonstrated your capability, and I was quite satisfied. Now, you need to show me the same satisfaction through action. Su Ming pieced the puzzle together. If you don't mind, take some time to think if your skills truly match up to the requirements for this task. If you feel like you're not ready for it, I suggest you don't push yourself too hard. Doing so will put you in danger and may drag Xiaoda down with you. After delivering this advice, Jiang Liyuan looked at Su Ming expectantly, awaiting his reaction. Chapter 74, The Rear Battlefield. Su Ming thought for a moment and said, I learned from my superior that I was recommended to the 4th Army by my former superior. Although I don't know what in my past actions made me worthy of the trust of 2 superiors, but undoubtedly, my abilities are trusted by 3 people. How can I possibly betray all 3 of them? Su Ming said. 3 people? Jiang Liyuan asked in confusion. Dai Lingshan, Xiaoda, Su Ming. 3 people, Su Ming replied. That's interesting. You trust yourself, meaning you also believe that you can accomplish this task. Jiang Liyuan said. Yes. Su Ming said earnestly. Since they're willing to trust me, and have given me such a good opportunity, how could I not seize it? Su Ming counterasked. You can say that, but whether you possess the ability is not about trust, but action. Your actions will prove if you indeed have the required ability, Jiang Liyuan said. So, I must demonstrate through action that my capabilities are worth their expectations, Su Ming said. Interesting. This morning, Xiaoda's unexpected behavior left me surprised, and it has made me somewhat curious about you. However, war isn't a game, especially when the execution personnel for the crucial throat action were so easily decided, which makes me question Xiaoda's decision. But now, I look forward to what achievements you might make. After all, you're someone both Old Dai and Xiaoda pay attention to simultaneously. Jiang Liyuan laughed. Old Dai. Su Ming thought about the still young Dai Lingshan, puzzled, because he couldn't quite associate him with old. This is something you don't need to know, Jiang Liyuan said. In short, your name is Su Ming, right? I hope that the grand words you've spoken today aren't just empty talk. You can rest assured on that, Su Ming replied. That's good. Jiang Liyuan placed her hand on Su Ming's shoulder, gave it 2 pats, and then left. Su Ming paused for a moment before heading back to his dormitory. At the same time, another Su Ming appeared in front of him and said, If you think that merely understanding the internal problems of the Zhonghua Federation means success, you are wrong. Based on experience, even though the enemy's frontline main force has been held up, that doesn't mean they won't be prepared against a possible convergence between 2 hostile forces inside and outside. Moreover, how do you plan to control the resistance force that currently does not belong to the Huaxia army? That's an issue as well. Xiaoda mentioned that this mission carries certain risks for us. The task entrusted to me is to cut off their lifeline. Once we begin systematically cutting off their lifeline, will the enemy choose to attack the frontline forces first or turn around to hit the rear auxiliary troops? That's a very hard decision to predict. Su Ming reflected and continued. In the face of a great enemy and instability at the rear, if you were caught in the middle, what would you choose? Su Ming asked. I'd have to divide my troops. The majority should defend key fortresses, while a small part should secure the rear, the second Su Ming considered and replied. But ultimately, the situation cannot be reversed. My side will eventually lose. Our goal is to force the enemy into an early showdown with the frontline forces, not directly confront their main force. We represent a surprise team, strangling the opponent's lifeline. To the enemy, the threat from behind will far outweigh the one at the frontline battlefield. Once forced to act, after they strike, annihilating our surprise team will actually be counterproductive. Although fighting with them may create advantages for the frontline, we are, after all, just surprise troops. I want to know why you have such confidence. The second Su Ming said. To consider doing this thing from now on. If there is no consideration at all, then there is no grasp. Su Ming responded. Interesting, the second Su Ming commented. The resistance operating within the Federation's influence is beneficial to us and threatening to the Federation. I don't believe the Federation doesn't know about our possible convergence. Even if they don't, they surely would have precautions. This way, didn't you feel like Xiaoda giving you this assignment while digging 2 pits for you? One telling you that they haven't realized yet our alliance with their internal resistance force, and the other telling you to sever the throat route of the Federation's forces to force the Federation's army into a swift decision to engage in battle? That's not exactly it. Xiaoda told me that the Federation army is unaware of our convergence with their resistance force, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't take precautions against such an alliance. Moreover, even if the main force is stuck at the front line and unable to exterminate the resistance, it doesn't mean they lack other ways to deal with this scattered resistance force, Su Ming said. Commander Xiaoda didn't set any traps for me. He just told me that this task is both an opportunity and a high-risk challenge. High risk comes with high reward, so I'm willing to give it my all. Do you have any more questions? Su Ming asked. Besides, you wouldn't want me to be taken out so easily, would you? Su Ming thought as he looked at the second Su Ming. If you're willing to take on such a high-risk mission, then what questions could I possibly have? The second Su Ming replied. Not long after Su Ming left, another person arrived at Xiaoda's command room. Xiaoda liked to sit alone in dimly lit places. When he was alone in the fortress's command room, all glowing electronic instruments were turned off, leaving only starlight streaming through the transparent wall behind him, illuminating the space. Though the figure entering could only be faintly seen under the dim starlight, Xiaoda knew who it was immediately. Is there something you need? The newcomer spoke with a voice slightly softened but still cold, hesitatingly saying, Xiao, uncle, that title is what your father wanted you to call me. We haven't seen each other in a long time, so I won't push you on this. Xiaoda paused briefly before continuing. Do you know Su Ming well? Xiaoda questioned. I have a task that I'd like Su Ming to carry out. If possible, I carefully reconsidered it, and I intend for you to assist him. What do you think? I'll follow whatever arrangement you make, Zhonghua responded. Good that you agree. Additionally, since your last promotion where your strength stabilized at S level, we've also upgraded your guardian mech accordingly to S class, Xiaohoda said. But, Zhonghua, your power stems from hatred, which can easily become addictive, a poison for you. Your father, I believe, wouldn't wish to see you continue down this path. If you can, I hope you lay down this burden. Would you consider it? The shadow in the darkness trembled slightly. Xiaohoda saw her faint outline tightening her fists fiercely, causing cracking sounds. After a long pause, a choked response came. How could I? Chapter 75. Increasing and decreasing troops. Several days later, past La Fortress, Command Room Number 8. Has the Huaxia army made any moves recently? Zheng Dongping anxiously asked repeatedly over the past few days. Report to the commander. The Huaxia army hasn't made any significant moves in recent days, the frontline reconnaissance officer reported via the Tianxuan screen. Zheng Dongping twitched slightly, then leaned back into his chair, slumping there helplessly. After a long pause, he clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and saying, Are the Huaxia soldiers all fools? Our army has set up such a grand diversion, presenting such an enormous opportunity to the Huaxia army. How could they just give up such a good chance for nothing? Apparently, the intelligence had indeed been delivered to the Huaxia army. Regarding the question of whether or not to launch a surprise attack on the federal forces, differing opinions appeared within the opposing Huaxia army. However, after several days, these disputes were settled, and ultimately, the Huaxia army chose to remain inactive. Clearly, Zheng Dongping's baiting plan aimed at securing a victory was now futile. The fish didn't take the bait and ended up eating it instead. This thought caused Zheng Dongping to grip his fist tightly, sharp nails piercing through the skin on his arm. No, brother Dongping, you're being overly extreme. Gongsun Long sighed helplessly. If the enemy were led by an eager general, falling into our trap would have been inevitable. However, we've clearly encountered a more cautious commander. They have their own way to secure victory, executing their own strategies without falling into the trap we set. That's not foolishness, that's cleverness. It seems we've met a difficult opponent. That's true. After pondering in silence for a while, Zheng Dongping let out a sigh and said, In this case, we've already used our last resort, but still couldn't succeed. The outcome is quite obvious. War of attrition, Gongsun Long remarked. Yes, the inability to engage in decisive combat between both armies will be a test for the rear fields of both sides. The force capable of enduring the protracted battle will secure the victory. Zheng Dongping responded. This is precisely what we hope to avoid, prolonged warfare. Our home base's urging for swift victories only signifies that the time for us to endure this protracted war is running out. Gongsun Long paused in thought before speaking again. Perhaps the other side values exploiting this weakness of ours, aiming to exhaust us with a prolonged conflict? Zheng Dongping suggested. Compared to this, the opportunities we offer them seem less valued. So what do we do next? Gongsun Long sighed and asked. Attrition. Zheng Dongping's gaze grew sharp as he replied. We'll create the illusion of constantly deploying more troops to the battlefield to see if the Huaxia army will commit more resources to this war. Obviously, the previous plan failed to deceive the opponent. So how could the fake deployment plan entice additional reinforcements from them? Gongsun Long questioned. This plan serves another purpose, independent of whether the opponent falls for it. Zheng Dongping paused and thought carefully before continuing. While increasing pressure on the other side, we reduce the strain on ourselves. You intend to simulate a mobilization effort while gradually withdrawing various fleets from the front lines, maintaining sufficient forces for fortress defense only. We pretend to exert more pressure on our foes while relieving some burden on our own side. Gongsun Long considered it for a moment and responded. Correct. If they fall for it, great. Since we're heading toward a war of attrition, let's increase their cost while decreasing ours. Ultimately, who can sustain the war longer? Zheng Dongping explained. But carrying out withdrawals during attrition won't be easy, Gongsun Long stated. We don't aim to deceive the opponent. Let's instill confidence among our own troops regarding victory, Zheng Dongping elaborated. Meanwhile, a few fleets struggle to maintain the front line as we withdraw a few others. This frees them to deal with rebel forces in the rear and ensure security at home. If the Huaxia army intends to defeat us through attrition, and since they've chosen attrition to decide the outcome, our army must devise ways to win this type of war, Zheng Dongping declared. Understood, Gongsun Long affirmed. Months later, minor conflicts erupted continuously in the central battlefield between the Huaxia and Federation armies. This confirmed to Zheng Dongping that his baiting plan had failed. The stalemate continued. The failure also indicated a crucial issue to the Federation command. The most effective plan to lure the Huaxia army into action hadn't succeeded. Clearly, the Huaxia army aimed to push mutual exhaustion tactics to its ultimate extent. Hence, both sides adjusted their strategies, devising new plans to sustain the attrition warfare. The Huaxia army's chokehold operation aimed to utilize the resistance forces in the five-continent star region of the enemy's rear to disrupt their backlands, consuming the enemy's war endurance capability, and thereby exhausting the opponent in prolonged battles. Meanwhile, the Federal Army began its own operation. On the day that Su Ming traveled through a special star domain toward the enemy's rear as the final arrangements for the chokehold operation were completed, Xel'Naga brought Su Ming to a mech cockpit. Standing next to a massive primestone mech, Xel'Naga said to Su Ming, Lieutenant, I will introduce you to an assistant for your mission. Look, after saying this, Xel'Naga raised his hand, gesturing toward the large mech in front of them. Imperial Guard. No, it's the upgraded version of the Imperial Guard. Su Ming interrupted himself as he spoke. You mean Zhonghua is my assistant? Su Ming asked. Yes, don't worry. When we haven't encountered Hyperbo-class warships, she is a ruthless warrior. The federal military consists only of national armies. Hyperbo-class warships are only assigned to the federal central army, so there's no need to worry about her issues. Xel'Naga paused and added. She is the best aide, S-level prime stone mech, which is very different from A-level prime stone mechs. Her power must have been evident to you during the last war. Understood. Su Ming nodded and said. The chokehold operation has been modified several times based on your suggestions. You have full command over all spies stationed in the enemy's territory. Your task is to destabilize the enemy's rear, forcing them to make decisions on whether to engage in battle, Xel'Naga explained. I understand, Su Ming replied. Right. Just as Xel'Naga was about to say something, a call from the command room opened, with the commander reporting a situation. A message from our frontline spy reports that the Song and Yin states of the Federation reached an agreement with the Qin state of the Federation. The Qin state dispatched 3 fleets domestically and sent them to the front line, the officer stated. Upon hearing this, Su Ming exchanged glances with Xel'Naga, and they both said simultaneously, It seems your task is going to become more complicated. Chapter 76. False Increase, True Decrease. In the past planning, our opponent focused more on how to lead our army into a proactive attack. If it was also their strategy of luring us out like enticing a snake from its hole, then clearly they have already known that they could not lure our army out to fight a decisive battle with them. Xiaoda reflected and said, The fierce battle between both sides has been determined. Now it just remains to be seen how they will last until the end. This is obviously what the Federal Army does not want to see, but cannot avoid. Therefore, our opponent is not an enemy who would sit and wait for death. They are also considering how to increase their own advantages in the battle and reduce ours. Xiaoda smiled. In such a situation, given the disparity in national strength, we can only reduce the cost of what we invest for war while increasing the burden of the costs on the other side, Su Ming said. Our planned chokehold operation focuses exactly on weakening the adversary's advantages in the battle so that they crumble under the strain of the prolonged combat, Xiaoda said. While we're playing our game, they're playing theirs as well. However, they've shifted strategies. Instead of trying to get us to take the initiative to attack, they're now figuring out how to make us fall apart last in the prolonged conflict. Xiaoda continued. So they've started creating advantages for themselves in the protracted battle. Since it's going to be a sustained war, evidently adding more troops makes no sense. It would only exacerbate the burdens they face in this prolonged war and consume their potential for sustaining the war. Given the fact that the prolonged war between two countries can't be changed, the strategy used should focus on how to lower their own expenditures for the war and raise their adversaries' costs. Either their plan is to reduce our country's strength, or to add to our troop deployment which increases our burden, or to suppress negative assets within their own nation, decrease troops to reduce their own war expenditures, Su Ming explained. In a prolonged war, reducing troops could somewhat destabilize their front lines, but first they falsely increased the naval fleet stationed at the front line, and then reduced their forces. This creates a buffer period when troops are withdrawn, stabilizing the front line using 8 fleets without any disruption appearing. The withdrawn fleets can then be used to suppress internal dissenting forces and undergo recuperation, Xiaoda added. If all they aimed for was to prevent our attacks and maintain their front lines, merely defending against our offensives, indeed, 8 fleets are enough, Su Ming considered and replied. Thus, by maintaining 3 fleets in the rear, the expenditures incurred by the country for the front lines significantly decrease, creating an advantage for future battles, Xiaoda pondered and remarked. Through false increases and true reductions, although the Federal Army's base isn't very strong, our opponents Zheng Dongping and Gongsun Long are commendable generals. Clearly, even in an unfavorable war situation, they have not given up striving for victory. Yes, they haven't abandoned seeking success even up until the point of failure. Su Ming saw the fervent passion in Xiaoda's eyes, followed by a remark from him that left a deep impression on Su Ming. Until the moment of our victory, we must not relax vigilance and eliminate every condition that might let them beat us. Recognition of their abilities will be expressed by completely defeating them. However, through inference, 2 to 3 of their warships may be reassigned to the rear, which will increase your task load. Do you understand? Xiaoda asked. I understand, Su Ming responded. Since the opposing side is willing to take only the responsibility of defense, surrendering so many advantageous star domains on the main battlefield, I will seize them mercilessly. We hold the advantage on the main battlefield, even though changes occur in the rear. Nevertheless, I hope you'll smoothly complete the task, Xiaoda stated. It is said that the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. Clearly, the opportunities before you come with increasing risks that need to be addressed. If you can handle the mission capably and brilliantly, then the military merit General Jiang records for you will be more abundant in the future, and the things you wish to learn from me will also multiply. I understand, Su Ming said. You have comprehended the detailed plans. The plans for tomorrow will remain unchanged, and the military department will transport you through special channels to the selected rebel area. Prepare accordingly today, Xiaoda instructed. Su Ming agreed. After saying this, Xiaoda placed his hand on Su Ming's shoulder, patted it twice, and then left the mech cabin alone. The main battlefield is what influences the entire situation. It's just that the time for results to appear varies. Su Ming paused thoughtfully and said, Perhaps the Federal Army doesn't want to give up on victory, but their efforts are futile. A war of attrition is now their weak point, yet they are engaging us in a battle of endurance right where they are at a disadvantage. Su Ming fell silent, without speaking further, and instead turned to look at the mech in front of him, the Imperial Guard, as he deeply contemplated. The second Su Ming appeared before Su Ming with a mysterious smile. Clearly, you're not concerned about your own predicament at the moment. My predicament? Aren't you me? You can take care of thinking about that. Su Ming replied. What? The second Su Ming was taken aback, feeling that he was being used as his brain. He started to say something, but stopped himself. 3 fully reorganized fleets sailed along the route from the heart of the Federation toward the front lines. For the Federation's army, the arrival of these 3 fleets was undoubtedly a morale boost. Lower-ranking officers believed that this would increase the already advantageous troop ratio the Federation had over Huaxia. Meanwhile, those in command who conspired with the administrators of Yin and Song countries understood each other well. Palace Fortress, Number 8 Fortress. Our increase of forces at the front line has seemingly not moved the Huaxia forces, Gongsun Long said. It's really too bad we couldn't entice them into matching our escalation. Zheng Dongping sighed and said, but I don't expect such an obvious trap to fool the Huaxia forces. But if we only leave the fleets necessary for defending the fortress system, then it is as if we have ceded all other favorable star domains in the middle field. Gongsun Long reflected and said, what if the kind of assault ships that appeared on Huaxia's northern front suddenly show up on our southern front? At that time, the threat Huaxia poses to our army will be much greater. I'm aware of this. Zheng Dongping wiped cold sweat from his forehead and said, 8 fleets. If the sole purpose is simply to defend the fortress line, it is defendable. The outdated Tianwei 9 fortresses could still form a defensive line, let alone our 3 modern fortresses in the south. With 8 fleets working in conjunction with the 3 fortresses, if Huaxia's army were bold enough to launch an active attack, wouldn't they walk right into our trap? Zheng Dongping laughed. That's true. Since we've decided to see who can endure longer in this prolonged battle, our army has no choice but to grit our teeth through this. Gongsun Long stated. Chapter 77, The Federal Resistance Army. Zheng Yuming, Gongsun Ing, Guang. This time the 3 of you generals will lead 3 fleets back to the country to suppress the rebellious regions. Zheng Dongping ordered the 3 generals. Understood. Zheng Yuming, Gongsun Ing, and Guang agreed, and after finishing, they closed their celestial communication links. At this moment, Zheng Dongping connected with Zheng Shuang via celestial communication and said, I am reducing troops at the front line, withdrawing the armies for domestic rebellion suppression within our territory. Could you give me a little more time? Master of the household, Dongping believes that after enduring this difficult period, Dongping will surely win the war. Zheng Dongping's near-begging tone made Zheng Shuang hesitate for a moment before replying. Fine. As long as we can quell the domestic rebellion, everything is left to your judgment for now. But with only 8 fleets left on the front lines, how do you intend to win? Dongping still has resolve. Even if there are only 8 fleets, we can defeat the enemy. Zheng Dongping declared firmly. In that case, I'll sit and wait for your results. I hope you won't disappoint me. Zheng Shuang said. Dongping understands, Zheng Dongping replied. The defense systems of the 3 major fortresses of the Federation simultaneously welcomed 3 returning fleets, as 3 other fleets retreated to the rear. They were the 3rd fleet of the Yin province of the Federation, the 5th fleet of the Song province of the Federation, and the 5th fleet of the Yin province of the Federation. Meanwhile, the frontline fleet of the Federation maintained an equal 1-to-1 ratio between the armies of Yin and Song, with 4 fleets each holding the entire defensive line. Though no reinforcements were truly sent to the Federation's army, the withdrawal of forces was undeniable. The frontline situation saw the Federation's forces actively retreating, consolidating their defenses around the 3 key fortress systems. Meanwhile, at the same time, at Fort Wuzga System, the 8th Fortress Air Base, the first day of the Stranglehold operation had begun. A group of officers from Hoda-class fortresses arrived at the base alongside Su Ming and Zhang Henyue. There were always people questioning the choice of sending someone as unknown as Su Ming on such a crucial mission, but under the guarantees provided by Jiang Liyuan and Hoda, the officers who doubted Su Ming's capabilities did not press further. The aircraft traveling at incredible speed transported Su Ming to his destination, using the fastest and most advanced model in the country, the Sanxiong fighter jet. Lieutenant Su Ming, just moments ago, I received news that 3 fleets of the Federal Army have begun a retreat operation. Clearly, both sides' missions are synchronized. Let me be clear. When you arrive at the front, the resistance army you'll command will face the threat of 3 Federal fleets, Hoda informed him. Understood. Thank you for the warning, Su Ming replied. The advice I can offer you is this. Do not confront the enemy directly. In the Federal battlefield, all resources, technologies, and talents come from the upper echelons of Federal society. Any rebellion against reorganized Federal fleets is powerless and fragile, Jiang Liyuan stated. To be sure, the tyranny of the Federation has led to the rise of countless rebel forces, but compared to the Federal military, these rebels are like infants facing adults. They have the heart to resist, but lack the ability, Hoda added. According to the plan, there's no need for you to engage the fleets head-on. Instead, focus on how to avoid direct confrontation with the 3 fleets, Jiang Liyuan continued. Remember my advice, don't attempt to fight the enemy fleets. I understand, Su Ming nodded, saluting Hoda together with the accompanying officers. In return, the neatly aligned officers saluted under the leadership of Hoda and Jiang Liyuan. After the salute, Su Ming and Zhang Henyue boarded the Sanxiong fighter. An elevator platform raised the aircraft to the fort's airbase. Once Su Ming and Zhonghua prepared themselves, the fighter jet finished pre-flight preparations. Sanxiong fighter, prepped and awaiting departure orders. From the control console came a mechanical voice. Sanxiong fighter ready, track completed adjustments, ejection mechanism set, cockpit doors open, ready for departure. With the robotic announcements, the ejection mechanism took position, the doors opened, revealing the vast starry sea outside. Sanxiong fighter, let's depart. Su Ming and Zhonghua declared as they pushed the flight controls. Like a streak of light, the fighter sped through the track and entered the starry expanse. Through the transparent windows of the fortress, Hoda watched the departing silhouette of the aircraft as it streaked away into the distance, and he turned to Zhang Liyuan beside him, saying, "Thus begins the stranglehold operation. I know nothing about him, yet his success or failure has some impact on you. Are you really so confident?" Zhang Liyuan gave a mysterious smile and said, "There's a saying, the greater the expectations, the bigger the disappointment." "I expect him to give me a satisfactory answer," Hoda responded. "Your phrase doesn't apply to everyone. Since you trust him so much, I have nothing else to say. I just hope your decision isn't made rashly," Zhang Liyuan said. "This is something you can rest assured about," Xiaohoda replied. As the federal army withdrew, the seemingly increase and decrease in military forces didn't escape the attention of Huaxia's army. The adjustment of the federal army's strength on the battlefield forced them into a purely defensive stance. At the same time, Huaxia extended its influence to the central region contested by both armies. The battlefield situation reflected an offensive strategy by the Huaxia forces, while the federal army remained on defense. However, this reversal of roles didn't signify a breakthrough in the frontline wars but redirected their focus to another battlefield. The fleets withdrawn from the federal side were aimed at clearing out various rebellions that kept emerging within their territory. Meanwhile, Huaxia, maintaining dominance over the front lines, also turned its eyes toward exploiting these resistant factions behind the federal army's backs. Due to massive investment in battlefront operations, the federal rear had grown weaker, exacerbating their oppressive rule on civilians as they continuously poured resources into the war effort, allowing numerous seeds of rebellion to sprout without timely suppression. Thus, within the 5 major star domains under the jurisdiction of Yin and Song within the 2 federal states, countless rebel forces emerged. Among hundreds of such insurgent factions, some gained power significant enough not to be ignored even by the 2 dominant countries, even going so far as to seize control over several federal space cities. Among these varying rebel groups, 8 had risen to considerable prominence. Longyang Brotherhood, Moon Force, Red Dragon Brotherhood, Kruger Pirate Gang, Anti-Huaxia United Federation Alliance, Gaiyang Pirates, 13 Righteous Brotherhood, and Huaxia Unification Promotion Association. Among these 8 factions, the most closely aligned with Huaxia was undoubtedly the Huaxia Unification Promotion Association, which openly supported the unification led by Huaxia. The most radical faction was the anti-Chinese Federal Progressive Union, whose goal was the total annihilation of federal forces. For them, Huaxia represented the strongest force capable of overthrowing federal tyranny, making Huaxia indispensable allies for their cause. Likewise, Huaxia found them valuable assets in their own struggle. Both organizations originated from regions spanning the entire southern line, though Huaxia Unification Promotion Association and Anti-Chinese Federal Progressive Union grew particularly prominent across all provinces controlled by the Chinese Federation. While the first 2 groups strongly favored Huaxia replacing the Federation, the other factions were more inclined to take advantage of the current state of affairs to grow their own power. Chapter 78. Annihilating the Rebel Army. Flagship of the 3rd Fleet of the Yin State Navy of the Federation, command bridge of the flagship Danyang Star Mother warship. The adjutant took a glance at the scanned radar map and said, "After the 3rd Fleet separates from the other 2 fleets, it won't be long before we can reach our first target." "Oh." Captain Zheng Yuming lazily leaned back in the captain's chair and said, "The first rat's nest, huh?" "Yes, there are dozens of resistance forces united under one major power. This faction is called the 13 Brotherhood. Originally, they were 13 miners that we had sent to the planet to mine for spirit energy crystals. Due to our oversight, these 13 miners gathered all the miners together, commandeering prospecting mechs and forming a rebellion. They've grown their strength continuously, and until now have taken advantage of the internal weakness of our army, seizing the Fanyang Energy City in Qinzhou. With this force, they've been expanding into the surrounding areas." The adjutant explained. "Humph, the front lines will become tense." Zheng Yuming clenched his fist in anger and said, "Isn't it just because these peasants are creating chaos behind our backs? Peasants should behave like peasants and obediently follow the rule of the federal army. They should keep their place and not always daydream. They shouldn't create trouble for the federal army. Sly and cunning peasants take advantage of the internal emptiness of our army and stir up trouble. You peasants should prepare to die." Zheng Dongping looked at the star domain range controlled by Fanyang City, as shown on the radar screen, with extreme disdain. "Attack!" Zheng Dongping made a cutting-the-neck gesture after finishing speaking. "Leave none alive except those 13 miners. Execute them all." Within the territory controlled by the 13 Brotherhood, as the star domains drew closer together, the instant contact was made. Planetary belt scouts of the 13 Brotherhood immediately detected the approaching fleet and notified their affiliated base at the Spirit Energy Crystal Mine. A federal fleet has appeared at the front line. A mech soldier trembled as he spoke. After receiving this news, the commander at the base panicked. A federal fleet? Aren't they supposed to be at the front line? How could? However, the imperfect base faced attacks from a complete federal fleet, and its few warships, as well as the fragile defense lines, were swiftly obliterated by the Federal Army's battle mechs and cruisers. In disarray, the base commander rushed to the control center, watching on the main computer screen as numerous resistance mechs were destroyed. Some chose to drop their weapons and signal surrender, but were mercilessly attacked and killed. No, we cannot surrender. They will not give us the opportunity to surrender. Surrendering equals giving up our lives. And what is the difference between that and suicide? Watching more and more of his soldiers being ruthlessly slaughtered by the Federal Army, most when they were facing absolute superiority, the commander began to shed tears, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, on the main screen appeared an unprecedented colossal battleship, a star mothership. It opened its colossal cannon toward the planetary base where the commander stood, gathering terrifying amounts of energy. No, the commander stared in terror as a thick beam of energy shot directly toward the base. Boom. The Gauss ray utterly annihilated the command base. Those still resisting within the 13 Brotherhood transitioned from fear to despair. They had no choice, either fight back or flee. Just like the base commander predicted, the enemy didn't accept captives. Surrender meant death. Under the massive disparity in strength, some members of the 13 Brotherhood Council chose death fights. Others attempted to escape. The determination to resist against overwhelming odds crumbled into ashes, and those who tried to flee couldn't escape and were hunted down and exterminated by the Federal Army. On board the Star Mothership, the captain watched as the battlefield gradually cleared up, then connected to the space communication network of the fleet flagship Danyang, reporting. Report to General Zheng Yuming. Sector 4 has been cleared. Meanwhile, inside the bridge command room of the Danyang vessel, Zheng Dongping looked contentedly at the good reports coming from each subfleet captain. Report to the captain, Sector 2 cleared. Report to the captain, Sector 3 cleared. Wonderful, our ambush on the 13 Brothers Assembly was very successful. Next, we will encircle this rebel group successfully around the city of Fanyang. Zheng Yuming looked at various regional reports contentedly, while branch fleets gradually converged towards Fanyang City nearby. Fanyang City, 13 Brotherhood headquarters. The Federal Fleet has launched its attack. Upon receiving reports from various regions, the 13 Righteous Brothers couldn't stay seated any longer. Arriving at Fanyang Starport and entering the command room, through the glass window of the command room, a fleet not far off was heading directly towards them. How could it be possible? Was my army completely annihilated? The leader panicked as he looked at that fleet. Without a doubt, the Federal Fleet had completely blockaded the starport of this city. That is, the Federal Fleet. Shouldn't the entire Federal Fleet be pressing in the frontline battle? The second brother trembled as he spoke. Suddenly, a mech appeared outside the command room, holding a ray gun aimed at the glass walls inside, though he did not immediately fire. His intention was clear, to force the 13 brothers to surrender. Immediately, the 13 Righteous Brothers raised their hands in surrender and were subsequently tied up by the Federal Army rushing into the command room. The resistance in Fanyang City didn't last long. The Federal Army swiftly captured the city. Upon entering the city, the Federal Army quickly launched a frenzied manhunt, capturing everyone connected with the resistors, families, friends, anyone relevant. All those related to resistance against the Federation were taken captive. For a very long period of time, an ominous shadow loomed over Fanyang City. The Federal Army did not execute these resistors, but instead herded them onto a large open space surrounded by towering metal walls. On the day of execution, the Federal Army dragged the 13 Righteous Brothers from the 13 Brotherhood along with the remaining unslain rebels onto the top of the wall, confining them in metallic cages. They were bare-chested, covered in wounds, looking dispirited. Clearly, within the few days since their capture, they had suffered cruel torture from the Federal Army. Zheng Yuming sat in the main seat on the city tower with flanking admirals from his fleet, smirking as he looked down at these ragged prisoners, and said, "You all, take a look behind you. Among the people encircled below, who do you see?" The captured rebels unintentionally glanced down at the foot of the wall. Upon seeing familiar faces, they all felt a jolt of shock. There were parents and relatives, there were wives and children, and close friends. The vast empty space stood filled with people, including friends and family of their slain comrades in arms. After being captured, to be able to see acquaintances, loved ones, and family naturally stirred their emotions. Although these people appeared undamaged by physical torment, they looked dispirited, evoking an immediate sense of foreboding among the captives. "What do you plan to do?" the third brother asked in terror. "You lot just don't learn your lessons. I am helping you to review what price you will pay for rebelling against the Federation." Zheng Yuming chuckled, then clapped his hands. Hundreds of mechs descended from the sky and landed on the four sides of the wall, raising their ray guns. Cold muzzles pointed downward at the people below. The crowd erupted in chaos below. Chapter 79. The Brave Men at the Execution Ground. The prisoners, witnessing this situation, felt a chill in their hearts. They could foresee what was about to happen next. Some of them clenched their fists tightly and tried to remain resolute, while others immediately dropped to their knees before Zheng Dongping, begging for mercy. "General, please spare my family. I would rather be your slave forever if only you would let them live." With one prisoner kneeling down, many more voices joined in with pleas for mercy. More and more people followed the first man's example, frantically bowing down to Zheng Dongping and asking for forgiveness, not only for themselves, but also for their families, friends, and lovers. Even some of the core members of the rebel group, the 13 Sworn Brothers, were among those who knelt. Zheng Yuming looked upon all those who had knelt before him with satisfaction. He knew he held the lives of their loved ones in his hands. With just a word from him, these people's fates, whether life or death, would be decided. This feeling of wielding control over another's destiny filled him with pleasure. But there were still those standing firm, refusing to bend. Among them stood one man with a determined face, unafraid even within the confines of the prison. He was none other than the leader of the rebels, the head of the 13 Brothers Association, the eldest of the sworn brothers. Zheng Yuming approached the leader and curiously asked, "Could it be that your family, your wife, and your friends are not among these captives? It seems my men have failed in their duty to capture every relevant person related to such an important figure as yourself." The leader sneered coldly in response. "If you already know I am the leader of this rebellion, and your entire army is aware of my importance, how could anyone connected to me possibly be missed? There's no need to look further. All those related to me, my children, my friends, my lover, and even the comrades who fought by my side, they are all here." Having said this, the leader scanned the panicked crowd below the city wall, glancing at both his few standing comrades and those who had already fallen to their knees. After hearing this, Zheng Yuming laughed and said, "So, with your capture, all people tied to you now become my prisoners, and yet you seem completely indifferent. Aren't you afraid I might execute you and everyone connected to you? No, my fate has always been in my own hands. Since I swore allegiance alongside my 12 brothers to oppose the Federation, our failure was inevitable. For me, death is the only outcome. My friends, family, and lover have all chosen to support my cause, willingly accepting whatever fate comes from that decision, even if it means defeat," the leader replied coldly. "You think that after your defeat, your only choice is death, but what about your subordinates?" Haha. After Zheng Yuming finished speaking, he burst into wild laughter, then continued arrogantly, "They've knelt before me. Did you know they're pleading for mercy? Why? Because if they kneel and beg me, maybe I'll choose to spare your relatives, your friends, your lover, and your fellow warriors. My belief is unwavering. I refuse to kneel and plead with an enemy. To a man, gold lies beneath our knees. That is my personal conviction. Justice outweighs life itself. As for the others, I don't compel them. If they believe surrendering and pleading can save them, that is their choice. It doesn't mean you've controlled their destinies." The leader narrowed his eyes, saying sharply, "Besides, I don't believe that even if I lowered my knees, you would truly forgive us." "Humph," angrily grunting, Zheng Yuming retorted. "Then what if I told them that the only way I'll spare you and your allies is if you kneel before me and beg for mercy?" Convenience indeed. But aren't you the one choosing to violate the federal constitution or to act without honor?" The leader said calmly. Zheng Yuming's expression changed slightly as he asked, "What do you mean?" "The reason I assumed I'd face certain death was because I studied the federal constitution thoroughly. When I declared war against the Federation, the outcome, if captured, was already predetermined. So, there's nothing more to say on my part. However, suppose you make this promise. Would you break the federal constitution to keep your word, or break your word to uphold the constitution?" the leader questioned. Zheng Yuming seemed lost in thought. Observing this, the leader turned to address everyone around him. "The result we faced today was foreseeable from the start. It is my regret as your leader. But I have a question for all of you. The federal constitution has already predetermined our fate as resistance fighters once we are captured by the Federation. No matter how much we grovel and beg for mercy, it only becomes a mockery of us who are doomed to die. Before we rose up, both you and I had prepared ourselves for this worst possible outcome. We gathered here fearlessly under the banner of enmity against the Federation with such valor. How can it be that today all of this is gone? Our lives were decided at the moment we were captured. The Federation army will not spare us. So if death is unavoidable, why lower our knees and beg the enemy for mercy?" The leader's words filled those who had knelt with shame, while those who had remained standing stood even straighter. Zheng Yuming didn't say much. Instead, he moved away from the metal prison cage holding the captives and ascended the steps, making a chilling gesture. As soon as the gesture was made, the mecha units positioned all around the city walls began firing their laser beams fiercely. An indiscriminate barrage of firepower swept across the entire area, causing panic and cries of anguish among the crowd. Those struck by the laser beams vaporized instantly where they were hit. Some met their end swiftly, others struggled in agony until the next wave of fire extinguished their suffering. Seeing this scene, the prisoners reacted immediately, entwining themselves, screaming in despair, wailing, and cursing. Even the leader closed his eyes in pain. When the mecha formations stopped their slaughter, there was no longer a single living human being below. Some embraced their heads and wept, some panicked helplessly, and some tried to stand and curse the Federation army, only to find the Federation soldiers aiming directly at these prisoners. The leader opened his tear-soaked eyes to see a Gauss particle rifle pointing directly at his head, wielded by Zheng Yuming. At this moment, his earlier mocking demeanor was replaced with an expression of cruel severity. "You're a man of great courage. I respect you as a righteous individual. Allow me to send you off personally." "May I say a word before I die?" asked the leader. "Speak freely," replied Zheng Yuming. "We knew full well that failure would bring such an end, yet so many people still chose to risk life and limb to rise against the Federation. Why? Because even without resistance, we'd still die. The Federation army would never give us a chance to live. By opposing them, perhaps we could survive. If not, then we fought for survival. Though I've failed now, the number of people within the Federation who seek to overthrow it continues to grow. In your eyes, these lowly commoners have their own hope for surviving. They fight for survival, regardless of the odds. You may suppress me today, him tomorrow, but how will you crush the endless hearts determined to rebel against you?" This resolve cannot be suppressed, no matter how powerful your weapons become. Are you finished? Zheng Yuming asked, his face expressionless. I am done. The leader answered resolutely. Bang! Zheng Yuming fired first, followed by a series of gunshots. Chapter 80, Change of Plans. Fanyang City. The Federal Army has retaken this place. Subsequently, after days of manhunt operations, all those with ties to the rebel forces were captured. In the city square, the Federal Army erected a massive wall with 4 sides. No one understood the purpose of this wall. They only knew that everyone who was captured was thrown inside it. For several days, people lived in constant fear until 1 noon. At the center of the city, a large light screen unfolded, broadcasting the execution video live. First came the captives' desperate pleas for mercy, followed by the firing of the federal mechas, and finally, the footage of their executions was shown to everyone in the city. People looked on in terror. Only the more perceptive noticed that the leader of the 13 Righteousness Society was not present in the video. Immediately afterward, Zheng Yuming, the commander of the federal fleet that had captured the city, reaffirmed their occupation here and informed the world of the rebels' punishment as a warning to anyone who dared to rebel. The bloody scene struck fear into everyone's hearts. Children cried, and women embraced each other. None of the people, including the captured rebels, survived within the walls. It ended in death for all. Among the crowd, a man dressed in black pushed his way through the throng and into an alley. He took out a pack of cigarettes from under his cloak, lit one, and began to smoke. After some time, when the cigarette was finished, the man sighed. A light screen appeared from the cigarette pack. Commander, the Federal Army has started their actions. As for my side, the 13 Righteousness Society has been completely wiped out. The Federal Army is still using its old methods, suppression. I've received your report, Zhao, said the person on the other side of the light screen. It's just unfortunate that the Federal Army's surprise attack was too sudden. Many of our liaisons were captured as suspects. According to this situation, they have sacrificed themselves. Zhao sighed and continued. I managed to escape thanks to this cigarette pack. I see, replied the figure on the light screen. The good news amidst all this tragedy is that we found out ahead of time about the Federal Army's 3 fleets retreating later. We timely concealed the contact information. Moreover, the Federal Army did not interrogate the captured liaison personnel, but instead directly executed them by throwing them into the wall. That reminds me, Zhao continued. While I'm heading towards the rear line, the Federal Army's 3 fleets are also withdrawing. Their battle against the resistance isn't limited to your location alone, but this was the first major anti-federal force I heard being destroyed. What should we do next? Zhao asked. The plan must change. Change? Zhao questioned, confused. Far away in the starry expanse, a twin-seat canopy fighter flew at high speed. Inside the fighter cockpit, Su Ming and Zhonghua were advancing. During the long journey, Su Ming gradually grasped the intelligence network built behind the Federation by Huaxia military. Change? Hearing Zhao puzzled question, Su Ming replied, yes, circumstances change faster than plans. Originally, I planned to head to 2 large friendly Huaxia resistance groups, the United Promoters Association of Huaxia and the Anti-Federation Progressive Association. But now, I intend to alter my course. Alter course? Zhao asked again, bewildered. Give me more field intelligence. I need it. Without further explanation, Su Ming said. I understand, Zhao confirmed. Soon, a file transmitted to the main computer aboard the canopy fighter, which Su Ming smoothly received. The next resupply station will be reached shortly. A voice announced mechanically. Head to the next resupply station. Su Ming stated. The canopy fighter darted forward at high speed toward a small asteroid drifting in the asteroid belt. The surface layer of the asteroid moved aside to reveal a hidden miniature hangar inside. The fighter smoothly entered the hangar. After safely landing, Su Ming and Zhonghua stepped out. This base carved out from the asteroid served as a supply station for along-the-way stops. Due to its short range, the canopy fighter flown by Su Ming had already visited several similar bases along the route. These bases weren't very large, nor fully functional. This particular one could only support the parking and refueling of up to 10 canopy fighters. Su Ming descended from the plane, whereupon the commander of the base naturally came forth to greet him. All resources in the rear lines were allocated under Su Ming's control during Operation Lockthroat, including Huaxia's well-established Pearl Chain, planetary base supply stations. I'll immediately contact the officer at the next supply station. After replenishing supplies here, I wish you smooth sailing. Commander, said the base officer. Hold on a moment. We will maintain contact, but not along the original planned route. Here, I'm going to alter my course, Su Ming said. Alter the course? The base officer asked in surprise. Aren't we supposed to follow the original plan and head to the General Liaison Department of the Huaxia United Promoters Association and the Anti-Huaxia Federation Progressive Association? Those places can be contacted directly through Sky Telecom. I don't necessarily need to go there. There are more urgent matters I must attend to now. Take note of my next objective, then contact the planetary supply stations along the way, Su Ming said. Go ahead, the base commander said. Great. The convergence point of Fangzhou, Azhou, and Dingzhou sectors, Su Ming said. What? That is the sector where 2 pirate groups coexist, located at the intersection of interstellar routes. If it were other resistance forces, things would be easier, but they are no ordinary resistance fighters, the base commander said with surprise. Yes, they aren't ordinary resistance fighters, they're interstellar pirates. And precisely because of this, I have the necessity to meet them, Su Ming explained. The base commander thought for a moment before saying, they may not necessarily serve Huaxia. The situation has changed as my plans dictated. They didn't serve Huaxia before, but now they can, Su Ming said. Another thing is that we can establish connections within other resistance groups, but these two pirate bands must be dealt with by me personally. All right, I understand. The base commander replied, and then went to the command room to change the communication routes. Changing the plan. How do you intend to proceed? Zhonghua asked. With the federal army now involved, though it adds to my burden, it solves one problem that was bothering me, Su Ming mused aloud. Interstellar pirate gangs are not like other resistance armies. They possess their own power base and small fleets, which is exactly what I most wanted to use behind enemy lines. How can I utilize the federal army's involvement to help solve my problem? Very soon, the fighter completed its refueling and left little time for Zhonghua to clear up his confusion. Su Ming immediately headed toward the replenished canopy fighter. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 81, Pirate Revolution. The Skyzhonji continued its voyage into the depths of the Starry Sea. Following the original plan isn't my style. Logically, I should rally forces with the two pro-Huaxia resistance factions, but I have my own methods, Su Ming said. These two interstellar pirate groups have grown into notable forces within the resistance for a reason. What reason? Zhonghua asked while maneuvering the fighter. They differ from other insurgent forces. They control the intersection of three states' star domains between the Federation and Songyan, governing four medium-sized space cities. Do you know what this means? Su Ming asked. Not really, Zhonghua replied. Historically, traffic routes represent unending wealth. This is the critical juncture where over half of the Federation's Songyan interstellar trade routes pass through. It's not only an important location but also the vulnerable spot in the Federation and Songyan. These days, those routes and communications are controlled by two interstellar pirate groups. Under normal circumstances, the Federation military would be the first to destroy these pirates. However, today's situation is vastly different. All Federation military resources are concentrated on the front lines, leaving the rear guard unable to suppress large-scale uprisings. The reason why we at Huaxia haven't extended our influence into these two pirate groups is because it is the exclusive domain of the Federation. Both the Federation and Songyan are unable to fully suppress the current situation and can only adopt strategies of courting one side while suppressing another. And their main courtship target has been these two pirate groups. Unable to stabilize the situation otherwise, the Federation must rely on these pirate teams to maintain stability. Due to the Federation's focus on infiltration within these pirate groups, Huaxia hasn't paid too much attention to them. Su Ming said, if these pirates oppose the Federation army out of righteousness, why do they accept courting from the Federation? Zhonghua was deeply repelled by the Federation and therefore despised these pirates' behavior. They're pirates who've established themselves as a force, so ensuring their survival and development is their top priority. There are many different kinds of resistors inside the Federation, and they each choose rebellion for various reasons, not necessarily to fight to the death against the Federation. The same goes for these two pirate groups. If I were the leader of the pirate group, I'd make the same choice. Using the Federation's core interests as a bargaining chip to ensure your survival sounds pretty thrilling, doesn't it? In order to safeguard their lifelines, the Federation must continue to cater to you, even wooing you. Who wouldn't jump at such a golden opportunity once placed on the head of these pirates? Su Ming said. So why do we want to approach two pirate groups already bought off by the Federation? Zhonghua asked. Bought off? I suspect the relationship between them and the Federation isn't one of simple bribery, but more about mutual exploitation. Two pirate groups have taken root and developed deep within the heartland of the Federation. Coincidentally, the Federation army is locked down on the front lines, rendering it powerless to reach back far enough to deal with them. Therefore, when the federal government couldn't defeat the pirates, all they could do was court them instead. The pirates used the Federation's choke points to their advantage, receiving comfort and assurances from the Federation while growing their forces. The Federation needs stability from the pirate groups and avoids trouble, while the pirate groups hold the critical points of the Federation but don't wish to escalate the conflict immediately. Instead, they expand under the Federation's tolerance limits. Surely, every day the Federation probably thinks about eliminating these two pirate groups. How can you merely call it buying them off? I see. The pirates have seized control of vital areas, making it impossible for the Federation to eliminate them quickly, thus choosing to placate these two pirate forces. So Gaoyang pirates and Kruger pirates have utilized this chance to expand and develop their power, Zhonghua remarked, the tone softening slightly when mentioning the names of the Gaoyang and Kruger pirate groups. That's correct. However, the Federation's tolerance toward these two pirate groups is limited. As soon as the Federation regains the capacity to act, it will undoubtedly launch an attack against these two factions. Su Ming said, I reviewed the Resistance's strategic layout diagram, and the positioning of these two pirate groups is quite delicate. To summarize, they're using the Federation's crucial assets as their meal ticket. An ancient saying goes, how could one allow others to sleep soundly next to one's bed? Even more applicable to their current situation. Su Ming commented. And once the Federation regains the upper hand, although these two pirate groups may not be the first targets eliminated, they will certainly be prime candidates for annihilation. So then, with the return of 3 fleets of the Federation's navy, Zhonghua's words trailed off, but Su Ming took over seamlessly. You're exactly right. The Federation is shifting its war strategy. Abandoning advantages that could have been gained on the front line, the Federation completely shifts to a defensive posture and redirects its released capabilities inward. The reason why rebel pirate groups and others have emerged within the Federation is because the Federation continuously sustains the war, and the cost of the war mostly comes from its own citizens, thus creating a fertile ground for resistance. This is the main reason. The direct reason for the rampant growth of resistance forces in the Songyang regions lies in the Federation's decision to commit all military power to the front lines, leading to an inability to suppress these insurgent forces. Additionally, the inability to achieve decisive victories on the front has provided these forces with fundamental space for growth. The growth and strength of the two pirate groups are due to a third factor, controlling key traffic hubs and using the Federation's choke points to expand their influence. Indeed, as previously mentioned, the Federation concentrated all its military might on the front line battling Huaxia, giving them room to grow. But now the Federation has changed its strategy, shifting to a defensive stance against Huaxia and freeing up resources to deal with them. What will happen then? Su Ming said. They will no longer have the space to grow. They must face the Federation Army's punitive expeditions. With their strength, fighting against the Federation's military would be like a child trying to match arms with an adult, Su Ming continued. Their only possible outcome if defeated by the Federation Army would be dictated by the Federation Constitution. Not only will they die, but everyone associated with them will die too. The Federation is extremely ruthless toward those who dare oppose them. They rose amidst the interwoven conflict between the Federation and Huaxia, but this war must eventually come to an end. Even without that conclusion, when the Federation Army turns to attack them, they will no longer have room to grow. They must face the battle against the Federation Army. In the future, they will face only two possible outcomes, both depending on the result of this war. If the Federation wins, they are doomed. If Huaxia wins, they have a way out. So now it is my time to use their power to turn the Federation's belly upside down, while they also desperately need to establish ties with Huaxia. Their fragile little force hangs by a thread. Only Huaxia's victory can save them. Our relationship with them is one of mutual necessity, but they need us more than we need them. Chapter 82, A Tripartite Struggle. Cruise Pirate Group Territory, Sanghi City. In a corner of the city, a man wearing sunglasses walked into an inconspicuous little shop. This was a contact station established by the Song Yanbang Joint Investigation Bureau in this city. While the Federation was at a loss about these two pirate groups and offered favors as a form of appeasement, they also stepped up their efforts to suppress the pirate territories. Naturally, the pirates rooted here were not to be trifled with. They conducted multiple strikes against federal investigators, ultimately making this location one of the few remaining yet tight-knit contact points within the Federation. Shirkuan has recently become restless and uneasy. Clearly, he has sensed that something is off, the man said as he opened the private communicator in the inner room of the shop. The person appearing on the screen was Zheng Shuang, the head of the Zheng family. The news about the Federation fleet pulling back should have been locked down, right? Zheng Shuang said. Then how could Shirkuan be so restless? It's hard to completely lock down the return of such a massive fleet. Shirkuan probably caught wind of it. The man with sunglasses replied. In that case, Zheng Shuang thought for a moment and then continued. We need to stabilize these two pirate groups. I'll hurry Zheng Yuming and his team over. I understand, but there's something I want to ask. The man with sunglasses paused a moment and asked, with all these rebels behind us, amidst this chaos, I don't believe that there isn't a presence of Chinese military forces. You're right. Chinese military must be present among them, but we haven't managed to catch them yet. This does remind me of something. Zheng Shuang pondered and responded. Pay attention to whether any connections are made from your side to the pirate groups. I hope that Chinese forces won't reach too far. I understand, the man with sunglasses said. Fangzhou City, Zheng family. After Zheng Shuang closed the communication link with the man in sunglasses, she connected with the communications from three fleets led by General Zheng Yuming, Gong Suning, and He Deguang. At the moment, other factions aren't what we need to concern ourselves with. However, the two extremely harmful forces to us now, Gaiyang Pirate Group and Cruise Pirate Group, are wary of your arrival, Zheng Shuang stated. Even though we've worked hard to lock down information, the movement of a large army can never be entirely unnoticed. What do you mean? Zheng Yuming asked. It's time to settle accounts with the two pirate groups who have brought us so much trouble, Zheng Shuang thought for a while and said. Understood, the three generals said. Remember, I believe there are shadows of Chinese military forces within our territory. Before they establish connections with them, wipe out these two pirate groups. Other rebel forces cannot threaten us, but these two pirate groups are an exception. These two pirate groups I've heard of, situated at crucial junctions, collecting tolls from our forces, exploiting the chaos to extort us. Even long ago when I was fighting at the front lines, I had intended to eliminate them once and for all, Zheng Yuming said furiously. A famous general, please contain your aggression. Moreover, the Central Chinese Navy dispatched a transport ship carrying a primitive power user to Olide Port in Ezhou for reinforcements to us. You can send detachments to meet them, as she might be quite beneficial, Zheng Shuang said. If the Central Army doesn't send over a fleet to support us, just a squad of mech warriors? They're too stingy, Gong Suning angrily retorted. With an S-level ability user leading the detachment, this operation isn't overly stingy by the Central Army's standards, Zheng Shuang explained. Upon hearing the words S-level ability user, Gong Suning calmed her grudges. The Zhangqiang fighter jet entered a new planetary supply station, which was already the closest supply station near the two pirate groups belonging to China. Su Ming and Zhang Henyue directly arrived at the base command center. After the connection through the celestial communicator, a worried liaison officer of the Federal Star Domain stationed at the front line urgently reported. Commander, the Federation fleet has changed course and is sailing towards your direction. I received intelligence showing the same from all three fleets. My position, isn't that within the territory of both pirate groups? Su Ming reflected for a moment before saying, It seems the Federation is eager to make its move against the pirate groups. Yeah, indeed the situation is as you see it, the liaison confirmed. We don't have much time left, said the officer at the base. Yes, we truly don't have much time, but one party has even less time than we do. They're even more anxious than us, Su Ming said. You mean the pirate groups? That's indeed the case. Their situation is terrible, the base commander remarked. Just like a piece of meat awaiting slaughter, trying desperately to save itself, Su Ming added. Since that's the case, I'll go and establish contact with them, the base commander said. No, don't. We don't have a deep understanding of the internal workings of these two forces. It's easy to get noticed by the Federation army if we intervene too easily. Once we're exposed, everything that Huaxia has been operating behind the Federation's back will be at risk, such as the chain-type planetary belt base and the entire intelligence network. That would be counterproductive, wouldn't it? Su Ming said. In the Stranglehold operation, Xiaohuda gave Su Ming 3 resources for the covert battlefield. First, an extensive planetary base network along the route. Second, espionage organizations spread throughout the Federation. Third, anti-Federation forces such as the United Progress Society against the Chinese Federal Union and the Huaxia Unification Promotion Association. Should we just sit here and watch as the pirate groups are wiped out? Asked the base commander. No, we have no idea how deep their situation is, but the pirate groups right in the middle understand their own predicament best. If we actively seek them out, we might expose ourselves, but they can always come find us first, Su Ming said. Huh. The base commander thought about it for a moment and then said, I see, meaning if they know the Federation fleet is coming to annihilate them, they will take the initiative to find us. Yes, something on a sticky board, as long as it's alive and realizes its situation, will still struggle. A drowning man will cling to any straw that might save him. The Federation army has put these 2 pirate groups on the chopping block. When facing their impending doom, what the pirates must do falls into 3 possibilities. 1. Fight desperately. 2. Flee their bases. 3. Make contact with us. These 3 options, the first one won't happen unless absolutely necessary. The second happens when they realize they can't win as enemies approach their base. And the third is what they're striving for now, Su Ming said. We don't need to actively search for them. We just need someone to connect with them. Chapter 83, The Pirate Gang. In the past few years, the Cruise Pirate Gang and the Gaoyang Pirate Gang have both headed in a direction that the Federation does not desire. These 2 pirate gangs have united as one. They control important intersecting areas of the Fangzhou, Azhou, and Dingzhou star regions of the Songyan and Liang states. Their sphere of influence covers 4 space cities under the Federation: Sanghaiqing, Shizheqing, Jingyanqing, and Helenqing. These areas house significant interstellar ports within the Federation, serving as critical transfer stations for the Federation's frontline military corps and rear battlefields. Numerous interstellar routes and communication relay stations inevitably pass through here. This is a vital point for the Federation, now controlled by pirates who, with this advantageous geographical location and the appeasement of the Federation, amass wealth and recklessly develop their own power. The star domains controlled by the Cruise Pirate Gang include Sanghaiqing and Jingyanqing. The Gaoyang Pirate Gang controls the stars of Shizheqing and Helenqing. The reason these 2 powers are so close lies in 2 reasons. Along this route, the interests of both parties have already been allocated. Secondly, their ambiguous relationship with the Federation makes them akin to being on the same rope. Shirkuan is the leader of the Cruise Pirate Gang, and Miling is the leader of the Gaoyang Pirate Gang. In an attempt to court these 2 pirate gangs, the Federation's other more significant move, to instigate rivalry between the 2, was nullified at the wedding ceremony of the leaders of the 2 gangs. After Shirkuan married Miling several years ago, the development and integration of the 2 pirate gangs increased significantly. This led the Federation to abandon its plans to pit the 2 pirate gangs against each other and instead focus on courting and appeasing them. Recently, this appeasement has intensified, even going so far as offering cities and promising greater benefits to satisfy the 2 pirate gangs. Actually, both gang leaders know well that the Federation is writing empty checks, and the better the promises sound, the greater the future danger will be. Sanghaiqing, headquarters of the Cruise Pirate Gang. Why do we only learn about the return of the Federation fleet through channels? For such a major event, it takes all our efforts just to gather a bit of intelligence. And yet, the Federation keeps making promises of empty checks. Shirkuan bared his bronze-colored muscular arms, a long scar running down his face, looking fierce as he sat on the bed talking to his wife, Miling far away in Jingyanqing. On the light screen appeared a seemingly gentle and elegant mature woman. Her frail exterior could easily deceive others unaware of her identity. She is the leader of the Gaoyang Pirate Gang, Miling. Unlike Shirkuan, who built his influence through sheer might, this beauty excels at using her charm to consolidate her forces. Husband, do you think it's strange that the Federation army would want to move against us? Miling countered. It's not strange at all. They've never stopped playing small tricks on us when things were friendly, let alone now, when they can free up their hands to target us. Shirkuan laughed coldly and said, to them, we're like fish bones stuck in their throats, causing discomfort. Ha! The Federation army blocks news from reaching us, while also offering numerous illusory benefits to confuse us. What do you think they're trying to do? I doubt there's much need for me to elaborate further. Miling smiled nonchalantly. Ha ha ha! The government of the Federation. Their hearts are clear to everyone, wanting to eliminate us sooner rather than later. Shirkuan sneered. It's true. Since we began to rise, we've been on an irreversible path against the Federation. How could there ever be a chance for reconciliation? I love hearing you say that, husband. The very reason I rose was fundamentally to oppose the Federation fully. Myling smirked and said, our harmony with the Federation over the past few years was merely because they could profit from us. Huh, yet didn't we pay the price of becoming distinct from other resistance forces because of that? Shirkuin shook his head and sighed. There's no such thing as a free lunch when it comes to the Federation's benefits. Husband, on the outside, the Federation acts as if they're getting friendlier with us, but they're secretly making empty promises and, Myling gave a charming smile, paused, then calmly said, if my guess is correct, the Federation's fleet will soon approach our cities with war. Shirkuin fell silent for a moment, then said, let our brothers prepare. We're about to face a brutal battle. Do you plan on going down in flames with them, my husband? Myling asked. How else should we act if not fight until the bitter end? Shirkuin questioned. The Huaxia Empire won't pay attention to the internal resistance forces within the Federation. The main battlefield, where victory or defeat is decided, will determine our fate. Our reputation has been tarnished by our ambiguous relationship with the Federation, preventing us from integrating all resistance forces. However, the Huaxia Empire is different. If my guess is correct, the Huaxia Empire has already dipped its hands into this chaotic soup. Myling thought for a moment and said, do you mean we should cooperate with the Huaxia Empire? Shirkuin thought for a moment and said, exactly. The main battlefield between the Federation and the Huaxia Empire cannot be decisively concluded in a short time. Therefore, it's possible that the Huaxia Empire may manipulate behind the scenes. More obvious resistance forces such as the Anti-Sino Federation Progressive Association and the Huaxia Unification Promotion Association have traces of the Huaxia military, Myling said. I understand. We need to shift our position towards the Huaxia Empire, Shirkuin said. That's right. Fundamentally speaking, on the main battlefield, only the victory of the Huaxia Empire can provide a place for us here. Isn't that so? Myling laughed. If so, why did you advise me to accept the Federation's olive branch before? Shirkuin thought for a moment and asked. That's different, my husband. Think about it. Our position is a key route for the Federation. If we completely break ties with the Federation, what would the Federation do? Myling laughed. Of course, they would spare no effort to annihilate us. Shirkuin thought for a moment and said. Therefore, rather than breaking ties so quickly with the Federation, shouldn't we accept their olive branch and enjoy this period of peaceful development that the Federation allows? Myling said. You're absolutely right about that, Shirkuin smiled and said. But now, the Federation has already planned to confront us. My husband, even though we are isolated among the resistance forces now, we still have the strongest power among them, thanks to our recent developments. The Federation views us as a thorn in their throat, but how does the Huaxia military regard us? Myling laughed. Chapter 84, Stance. The best support. Shirkuin paused to think before continuing. There is no mistake. The Federation's fleet can dominate between the stars. Under its vast armada, other resistance forces simply don't have the power to fight back. Only we, after years of development, still possess enough strength to challenge the Federation fleet. We have adequate pilots, spaceship drivers, and ample war resources. I can unreservedly say that if Huaxia merely intends to create a bit of chaos within the Federation, perhaps it might not need our two factions so much. However, on the contrary, if Huaxia army wishes to stir up major turmoil within the Federation, it would be difficult without us. Myling laughed. You're right, Shirkuin said after pondering for a moment. So was this also your consideration back then? Even though we aren't favored within the resistance movement, currently our strength qualifies us to let the two main large factions evaluate us directly. This is the greatest value of our development until now, isn't it? From the very beginning, when we raised our flag in rebellion, there was never any possibility of reconciling with the Federation. Back then, if it weren't for the fact that we just happened to hit the Federation military where it hurts, would they have chosen to placate us? But how long will this ambiguous relationship between us and the Federation last? If the Federation achieves victory in the war, we will end up with no place to bury our bodies. If the war between the Federation and Huaxia becomes deadlocked, then our past development ensures survival. If Huaxia triumphs, we exist. But now, before the outcome of the war becomes apparent, the Federation has preemptively changed the rules of the game, freeing its hands to deal with us. What shall we do? The Federation's victory was never the result we were hoping for. A Federation defeat is what we expect. However, the battles on the front lines are rather special. Neither the Federation nor Huaxia can achieve quick victories. Thus, all I consider is taking advantage of the Federation's shell to strengthen ourselves. Once we reach the point where we can reveal our true intentions, we will do so. Myling said disdainfully. In the space age, resources, education, and power are all controlled by the Federation. Ordinary resistance forces mean nothing to the Federation army, because they simply cannot form an opposing force strong enough to threaten it. Even in the recent situation, when the entire Federation army was bogged down on the front lines, the resistance couldn't effectively respond. We, however, are different. The resources we need can be extorted from the key routes of the Federation, or we can swindle them from within the Federation's domain. Moreover, the Federation government must extend olive branches towards us because, even if they hate us, they must ensure their vital arteries remain stable and smooth. When they lack the power to eliminate us, but must secure their supply routes, they have no choice but to fund and appease us, allowing our growth and swindling. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Shirkuin laughed. Deep planning and foresight, truly worthy of being my Binga's woman. If the Federation doesn't change its strategy, we could continue developing. However, the Federation has altered things, so we too must adapt, Myling said with a grin. So you mean, should we proactively reach out to the Huaxia army? Shirkuan asked. But if you think about it, since they need us as well, why are they staying far away from us? Logically speaking, if they truly plan to disrupt the Federation internally, they should already be making contact with us, shouldn't they? You're mistaken. The reason they dare not approach us is that for quite a long time, we've had reciprocal relations with the Federation. It's likely that the Federation has infiltrated our organization to some extent. In such a situation where our stance is unclear, easily initiating contact could expose one's secrets to the Federation, Mi Ling explained. With no clear statement from us, outsiders wouldn't know if we've been bought off by the Federation. Oh, Shirkuan chuckled. Some people may believe we've been bought off by the Federation. That makes sense, since the Federation is aggressively proclaiming its friendship with us, making us increasingly isolated. Years have passed, and the world has forgotten why we revolted. No matter, without endurance and patience, how could we have achieved the current level of influence? Mi Ling laughed. Then her tone turned cold. I certainly won't forget the pain the Federation has brought me. So at present, how shall we make our decision? Shirkuan asked. Just as I previously mentioned, we lack a clear statement. Whether toward the Federation, Huaxia, or other resistance forces, a clear statement is lacking. And now, the Federation has already given us the response we needed from them. As expected, the dropping of this hypocritical facade is only a matter of who acts first. Mi Ling sat on a wooden chair, her long legs crossed as she spoke. For years, what we've done and the Federation's public pretense have made it clear to the world that we act for profit and are easily recruited by the Federation. Acting for profit is the result of our long-term restraint, and it's also the false impression that the Federation has carefully crafted over the years. After carrying this burden for so long, it's now time to show all the forces resisting the Federation where our stance lies. Mi Ling said. As for Huaxia, we need them, and they need us too. However, to establish a connection between the two parties, we must take the first step to make a clear statement, which is also a sign of our change in position, shifting from a force once aligned with the Federation into one allied with Huaxia. Mi Ling continued. How should we make this statement? Shirkuan asked. Whether Huaxia knows how deep the waters around us are doesn't matter, but shouldn't we understand given our current environment? What Huaxia fears are not just the federal negotiators coming in and out of our territory, but also various covert pawns that the Federation has embedded in our organization and the many people the Federation has bribed within our ranks. There is an ancient saying, clean your house before inviting guests. So, my husband, Mi Ling suddenly pulled out a fiery red folding fan from somewhere, unfolded it, and flames erupted around her, surrounding the entire setting in a sea of crimson. The fan covered half of her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. Eyes that were both alluring, yet carried a chilling intent. What do you think? How should we make this statement? Shirkuan pondered for a moment. His gaze turned cold, and the atmosphere around him suddenly became freezing. A glass of water next to him started shaking violently, freezing solid instantly. In no time at all, everything nearby was locked in ice. Cold chills continued seeping out from the scars on Shirkuan's face. Seeing this, Mi Ling smiled even more and went on. It must be done like lightning. Mi Ling didn't finish her sentence, pausing instead to gauge her husband's reaction. She didn't have to wait long. A single icy word filled with lethal intent followed. Kill. Chapter 85. The Flag Behind, Part 1. In a corner of Sanghi City, a small shop. Report to the family master. We have acted against these two pirate teams, the man said in a panic. What? Zheng Shuang exclaimed. Pirate teams aren't stupid. They've reacted fast. Our moles planted within the pirates and our liaison officers have all been captured by the pirates and imprisoned, the man said anxiously. The pirates moved against us too suddenly. It seems our deception has raised their suspicions. Zheng Shuang thought for a moment and continued. But it's fine. There is nothing to worry about. 3 fleets are heading towards the location of the pirate team from different directions. Soon they will eliminate the pirate group and remove this constant source of anxiety from our hearts. But, the black-clothed man asked nervously, what should I do? You? Zheng Shuang asked with suspicion. Is this contact point not concealed enough? Before Zheng Shuang could finish, a large group of pirates had already rushed into the small shop, arresting everyone inside. Anyone who showed the slightest resistance was killed. Through his conversation with the man, Zheng Shuang saw what was behind him as the metal door was forcibly blown open. The man looked back in a panic, finding himself surrounded by a large number of pirates. Without any hesitation, the man raised his hands in surrender. At this moment, a scar-faced man stepped out from among the pirates. This was Shirkuan from the crew's pirate team. Shirkuan gestured for his men to tie up the man, then took the communicator and stared fiercely at Zheng Shuang on the other side of the screen. Seems like you guys aren't dumb. Zheng Shuang also understood the situation from this point, laughing madly, and said, arrogant pirates, even if you manage to destroy all our hidden pawns, so what? You must realize now that I've decided to act against you. To deal with your bunch of lowlifes, there's nothing that can't be solved by 1 fleet. If there is, I'll send 3 fleets. That's great. Family head of House Shung really thinks highly of me. As you say, you have 3 fleets sailing here, right? Shirkuan laughed heartily. But it's also good that we're finally showing our true colors. Do you think my crew's pirates and Gaiyang pirates would fear your Federation army? From the beginning of the uprising, our belief was always to dismantle the political machine of the Federation that extracts wealth from its people. Since then, we have long disregarded life and death. We have nothing to fear. All right, Captain Shirkuan, those were your words. Zheng Shuang pointed at Shirkuan and said, if calamity doesn't fall upon you, you can say anything you want. But once you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. It looks like Chief Zheng really harbors hatred towards me. Shirkuan, isn't it, because I've extorted money from you for years? Shirkuan laughed wildly. Isn't it funny that the mighty Yin state has been helplessly blackmailed for years by two pirate teams? Haha, indeed so, but, Zheng Shuang burst into laughter, his expression cold. I'll still say it. Until calamity strikes, you can say whatever you want. After saying that, Zheng Shuang hung up the communicator proactively. We'll see if you can catch me first. Shirkuan grinned and crushed the communicator, which froze into an ice block instantly. That day, the pirate groups moved with lightning speed, arresting every figure associated with the Federation within their territory, destroying all things connected to the Federation, and removing every infiltration point established by the Federation. Captured Federation officials and spies were dragged together to the Grand Plaza in Sanghi City. The faces of the captured Federation prisoners, encircled by mech units on all sides, were filled with panic. Some had even lost control of their bladders. They didn't know when they surrendered that the pirate group intended to exterminate them completely. Both the Gaoyang pirates and the cruise pirates had constructed a grand sacrificial square within Sanghi City where pirate rules were established and all executions took place. Shirkuan walked alongside a refined-looking man fanning himself with an elegant feather fan. Together with the higher-ups from their crew, they ascended the altar steps from one side. On the opposite side, Mi Ling led the high-ranking members of the Gaoyang pirate team climbing the steps. After meeting at the top of the altar, both pirate teams gathered at the edge to overlook below. Mech suits, space soldiers, and fighter corps banners covered the sky. Members of Gaoyang and crews stood disciplined on either flank, military-style formation impeccable. If one did not know they belonged to pirate groups, anyone seeing them would firmly believe they constituted a regular army. Satisfied with their respective armies, Shirkuan and Mi Ling then said to their left and right, "Raise the flag." Upon the command, two flags symbolizing the two pirate groups rose, one with a tiger representing Shirkuan's side, the other with a dragon for Mi Ling's. After the flags were raised, Shirkuan nodded and said, "Good. Next, raise the anti-flag." The anti-flag symbolized formal resistance against the Federation, serving as a totem for various rebellious forces. The crews and Gaoyang pirate teams had their own unique anti-flags. However, for the pirate legions, the last time they had seen the anti-flag was years ago. Its last lowering marked the start of the honeymoon period between the Federation and the pirates, leading many staunchly rebellious military figures to leave the pirate teams. For the pirate members present, the rise of the anti-flag that fell years ago carried profound implications. The inevitability of the rise of these two anti-flags could be foreseen from the moment the pirate team swiftly acted against characters from the Federal Song and Yin states. Once raised, it meant the complete severance of relations between the Federation and the Gaoyang Cruise pirate group. Federal captives watched grimly as the two anti-flags were raised, disheartened by their predicament. They realized that both the Federation and the pirates had reached a breaking point. And once the pirates crossed this line, the captives would be among the first to be dealt with. Shirkuan stepped forward onto the platform, standing in front of the microphone, and began his lengthy speech. Today, everyone from our pirate groups has gathered here. I thank you all for being present. Whether from the Gaoyang or cruise pirate teams, no matter who, you are all my brothers. And today, I have a word for you all. Please listen quietly. Over the past few years, our pirate groups have maintained an ambiguous relationship with the Federal Army, causing many of us to lose sight of the original purpose of our pirate teams, or perhaps forgotten it altogether. Just like the two anti-flags behind me, old pirates forgot the majesty of raising them, while new pirates have never witnessed their rise. Nevertheless, our two pirate teams will never forget our purpose. The flag was not discarded but concealed, and today, when it is raised again, it is time to proclaim the values of our two rebel armies. Whether it's the Gaoyang pirates or the cruise pirates, our rise has always been aimed at resisting federal power. This is our original intention. Shirkuan turned around to look at the two flags flapping in the wind and continued. Years ago, when it was lowered, our two factions were not yet powerful enough. Now, with its raising once more, I can proudly say without reservation that our two factions have grown into the strongest rebellion forces. Chapter 86, The Flag Behind Us, Part 2. Yes, over the past few years, we've maintained a fairly good relationship with the Federation forces. We have continued to develop our own strength through the support of the Federation. However, this situation is only temporary, just a phase in our process. Our uprising's essence is to overthrow the tyranny of the Zhonghua Federation. The government of the Zhonghua Federation also plans how to suppress us after their war with Huaxia ends. The relationship between us is one of life and death. Any brief amicable relations are merely mutual exploitation. The Federation fears that we might block shipping routes, which would cut off the resources they've siphoned from the populace and prevent them from continuing their wars. Meanwhile, our power is very weak. It makes more sense for us to use the Federation as cover while growing our influence rather than fight them directly now. But even when the relationship was supposedly good, the Federation never ceased employing numerous underhanded tactics, whether by sowing discord between our two pirate groups, buying off members within our ranks, or spreading false rumors about our connection with them to distinguish us from other resistance factions. Today, the group we've subdued on the plaza includes some familiar faces, those who were bought off by the Federation, undercover intelligence agents placed among us, and malicious negotiators sent by them. Why do I say these negotiators were malicious? Aren't they great? For days, they've been offering money, promising to hand over prime regions of the Federal Star Domain, along with city fortresses to us. They have brought countless favorable treaties for us. These treaties benefit us, but are unequal for the federal government. So why do I say these excellent negotiators harbor ill intentions? Shirkuin took a stack of treaties from his assistant. We don't have the strength to force the other side to sign these unfair treaties. On the contrary, the other side voluntarily offers these treaties that are unfavorable to them. Unusual events must have strange reasons. Shirkuin said, look at the flag behind me. Its raising signifies that our ties with the Federation's forces have completely unraveled, and it was initiated by the Federation's forces. You may be aware of changes happening on the front lines of the Federation's battlefields, but many cannot articulate what exactly has changed. Today, I can inform all of you. The Federation's war against Huaxia has shifted from offensive to defensive actions. 3 fleets have been withdrawn from the front line and are now targeting internal resistance movements. Just moments ago, an important rebel faction, the 13 Righteousness Group, Xel'Naga, was wiped out, with every member and their families killed. Such a major event came to my attention only through external intelligence personnel. This incident has become a hot topic elsewhere, yet inside our territory, there's complete silence. Let me make it simple. The despicable Federation has quietly blocked us from receiving outside information, making us drop our guard. Shirkuin finished speaking as 3 holographic screens appeared above him. Each screen displayed the 3 fleets emerging from subspace into normal space. He continued, while lulling us into complacency, the Federation's 3 fleets are heading toward our location. Their aim is to eliminate us. By now, I think everyone understands the purpose of those sinister negotiators, right? To paralyze us before wiping us out by handing us a pile of blank checks, making us unaware of the upcoming slaughter by the Federation. As soon as his words ended, all pirates present erupted in uproar, the atmosphere growing tense. The looks directed at the captured Federals at the center of the scene were hostile. Breaking through the Federation's information blockade network, we learned something crucial. The 13 Council became the first group of rebels eradicated by the Federation. Everyone connected to that resistance movement, everyone who had any ties with them, was killed. This is the fate of resisting under the cruel laws of the Federation. Now, the Federation blocks our news, hands us blank checks to soothe us, and promotes our so-called friendly relationship with them to isolate us. Meanwhile, they send 3 fleets towards us with unknown intentions. Their goal is to secretly annihilate our force, eliminating us while we sleep. The tragedy of the 13 Council was caused by one of those 3 fleets, and now all 3 are headed here. When the sparrow's nest is overturned, can there be whole eggs? Why did we rise up in the first place? In order to sustain the war and maintain their political family's dominance, the Federation continuously extracts profits from people like us. If we didn't resist, we'd die. If we did, maybe we could find a way to survive. Several years ago, it was the Federation army that drove us to a dead end and made us raise the banner of rebellion. And now, the Federation again pushes us to a dead end. So when our flag rises again, what does it signify? It symbolizes our unwavering determination to resist. When the enemy seeks to drive us into death, we must fight for our own survival. Only by picking up our weapons and rekindling our beliefs can we transform into an unstoppable fighting force determined to overthrow the tyranny of the Federation. Only when we completely defeat the Federation can we secure our right to survival and lifelong rights. As this flag rises again, it marks our total enmity with the Federation. To the death. To the death. Below, a roar of fervor erupted, as the 2 pirate corps shouted in unison over and over again, each wave louder than the last. Shirkuin watched the scene below with satisfaction. As he stepped down, and Mi Ling rose to ascend the platform, their paths crossed briefly. Truly remarkable, my dear. Shirkuin turned to look at Mi Ling as she passed him a coy glance under her fan before ascending to the stage. Mi Ling did not indulge in lengthy rhetoric like Shirkuin had. Once on the platform, she scanned the entire crowd, including the captives, then spoke plainly. Today, here is where we first formed our bond, and also where that bond stands now. It's time to slaughter some animals as sacrifices. With that, Mi Ling snapped her red fan shut and made a swift motion across her throat, saying coldly, execute. Prepared on both sides, the mechs aimed their laser rifles toward the center of the captives. Fear spread throughout the prisoners as they desperately tried to retreat, with cries of mercy echoing among them. However, the execution order had already been issued, and amidst the continuous cheers from the pirates, the mech troops pressed their triggers. The middle ranks of the captives were quickly obliterated by light beams, leaving no time for screams or wails as they were swiftly executed. After the execution, the center of the plaza transformed into a vast pool of blood, a massacre just as brutal as the tragedy of Fanyang City days ago. Everyone, once the flag is raised, we stand firmly against the Federation. The weapons we have stored away are finally free to spill blood. Now that the mask has been torn off, prepare yourselves to take up these arms and battle the Federation. A great roar went up from all present. At this moment, Mi Ling's eyes swept past, catching a flicker of uncertain gaze from someone in the distance, causing her to smile faintly. Chapter 87, Reactions from All Sides. At the asteroid base, Su Ming was sitting in the command room, staring at the main screen while an officer of this base stood beside him. Su Ming turned his face towards the base commander and said, "It seems these pirates are fully prepared. Once they move, there's no hesitation." "So, Commander, shall we initiate contact with them?" asked the officer. "This matter, I believe they're already handling it." Su Ming paused to think, and then continued. "Before the pirates did all their preparations, they had already laid groundwork to establish contact with us. We just need to connect through these lines." "In that case, it may take some time," remarked the officer. "The Federation fleet is already on its way. If the Federation engages in battle with the pirates, our plan will no longer work. You're right, but this matter is urgent for both sides, and even more so for them, Su Ming replied calmly. A clash between the Federation and the pirates will determine our success or failure, whereas for the pirates, it's a matter of life and death. Though they've accumulated wealth over the years, it won't be enough to face the Federation's fleet. It won't take too long, Su Ming said as he took out his space communicator, opened it, and saw a new message. He relaxed after reading it, and said, "Look, isn't it here already?" Zhao Pu's message came through, and when the screen opened, Zhao Pu reported, "Our liaison with Gaoyang pirates has been established and proven reliable. They need direct contact with our leaders." "Oh, tell him yes," Su Ming said. "Understood." Zhao Pu finished and closed the communication. So after removing the Federation's obstacles, their next step will be to urgently seek allies, probably more urgently than us. Su Ming explained. Thus, we don't have to worry much as they will reach out to us eventually. I see. The officer nodded. Soon we'll meet them face to face, and it looks promising using the strength of two pirate groups. But obviously, relying solely on the pirates' power, we cannot match our enemies. Get me a team capable of manning the main warships, Su Ming thoughtfully suggested. I believe among the supervisors in this chain of bases, there must be people with such abilities. That's true. While we do have talent, without a star mothership capable of crossing enemy lines to reach here, assembling enough personnel will mean nothing if we lack functional ships, the officer noted. At least I can be reassured that the talents are available. As for the star mothership, you don't need to worry, Su Ming reflected. Before coming here, I didn't know. Now I'm aware of the many opportunities within the Federation that could be utilized. Yen Country Army, 3rd Fleet of the Federation, Flagship Danyang, Bridge Command Room. The information indicates Gaoyang pirate gang and Kruger pirate ships have realized we deceived them and cut off all our internal operatives, the liaison officer reported. It appears concealing our army's return would be nearly impossible anyway. Fleets attract attention wherever they go, so deceiving them thoroughly isn't easy, Zhang Yuming remarked. But still, if not for this pretense by the head, would it provoke their awareness? Someone wondered aloud. Why not just confront them directly? Isn't this just making things harder on ourselves? He directed to the adjutant. Pull up detailed profiles of these two pirate gangs. Let's see what kind of scum we're going to slaughter. Understood, the adjutant responded. Instantly, intelligence regarding the Gaoyang pirates and Kruger pirates appeared on the light screens before Zhang Yuming. The first thing Zhang Yuming focused on was the leader of the Gaoyang pirates, Mi Ling. Just from a half-body photograph, she already caught his attention. Unconsciously, it seemed he felt a vague sense of familiarity about this beautiful woman who stirred something deep inside him, although he couldn't pinpoint why exactly. Not bad, not bad. Such a beauty is worthy of my entertainment for some time. General, she got married to another pirate gang leader named Shirkuan a few years ago, the adjutant informed. Zhang Yuming stroked his chin indifferently and said, such exquisite beauty shouldn't be underestimated, and it's understandable if she's experienced already. In fact, marriage suits her. He swallowed audibly and continued. Moreover, wouldn't seducing his wife right in front of her husband make it even more thrilling? The adjutant remained silent. Not bad. The more I look, the more pleased I am. Zhang Yuming crossed his legs and kept stroking his chin as he said, I can't wait to head to the battlefield. General, weren't you planning to gather some intelligence on the pirates before the battle? Asked the adjutant. This brought Zhang Yuming back down to earth. He shook his head and gathered his thoughts, then said, you're right. Let's learn more about the pirate gangs for now. Also, we need to split off a task force to meet the squad of psychics from the Central Army here. Understood, the adjutant replied. Then Zhang Yuming shifted his gaze toward Shirkuan's file, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. After waiting patiently, the Sky NG detached from the small asteroid station and sailed into the starry void, adhering to the agreement. Su Ming was meeting the pirate gang at an arranged location. This time, the pirate gangs showed great sincerity, with both captains participating in this meeting. In return, Su Ming, appointed by Xiahou De to have full command of the rear lines, also attended this conference. Su Ming still rode in the same Skygenji that had brought him across all these distances. The space station we've left is at the final extension of our chain bases. Soon, we will reach the rendezvous point they've indicated. However, if only 3 of us and 1 Skygenji were to go, what happens if something unforeseen occurs? You are the chief commander of the current stranglehold operation assigned by the commander-in-chief, the officer worriedly pointed out while adjusting the computer. Fear not. We are going to meet current friends, future comrades in arms, Su Ming stated calmly. We don't even know the ins and outs of these 2 pirates. How can they be friends? I do not recommend you meet them so directly, the officer advised. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we want to meet friends, we must present enough sincerity. Without presenting such sincerity, how could we make them serve us? Su Ming argued. Rest assured, even if anything unforeseen happens, we have 2 elemental power users amongst us. Moreover, Zhang Henyue is an S-class elementalist. With that kind of strength, wouldn't we be able to protect ourselves? After speaking, Su Ming gestured toward Zhang Henyue, sitting in the rear seat. Chapter 88. Meeting, Part 1. The Zhangxiong fighter entered the pirates' territory and was quickly captured by the radar set up by the pirates. Su Ming's arrival was swiftly known by Mi Ling and Shirkuan. Confirmed, this aircraft model is a Huaxia standard fighter, Zhangxiong. In Sanghi City's starport, the detection officer informed Shirkuan and Mi Ling. Beside the 2 commanders stood an elegant man with a feather fan, Wu Jing. Swinging his fan in a thoughtful manner, he asked, this is deep within the Federation Army's territory. Yet Huaxia fighters can arrive here so easily. How is this possible? Wu, military strategist. Bringing the Zhangqiang fighter into the heart of the Federation is due to Huaxia's methods, something we shouldn't overly concern ourselves with. But now that they've revealed their identity, we should offer our best hospitality, Shikuan said. Agreed, Wu Jing replied. Several pirate fighters flew toward the Zhangqiang fighter to welcome them. Under the escort of the pirate fighters, the Zhangqiang fighter entered the starport of Sangyi City. Su Ming, Zhang Hengyue, and the officers disembarked from the fighter, greeted by Mi Ling, Shikuan, and other senior members of the pirate gang. Seeing the three people disembarking from the aircraft, Shikuan furrowed his brow slightly, as none of them appeared to be high-ranking officers in terms of military rank. Su Ming, observing Shikuan's expression, quickly stated, I know what you're thinking, but I am indeed the overall commander of Huaxia's enemy rear operations. My apologies, my apologies. Though your rank is only a lieutenant, being assigned such an important battlefield must indicate some exceptional qualities, Mi Ling diplomatically said, though he himself found it hard to believe that such a junior officer could be the total responsible leader of this campaign. Perhaps Huaxia had some reservations. I wouldn't dare claim any extraordinary talents, and furthermore, Huaxia's mission inside the Federation hasn't yet been accomplished, so there isn't much to talk about, Su Ming modestly responded. Shikuan visibly relaxed his demeanor, grabbing Su Ming's hand tightly and warmly saying, It's disrespectful of me to doubt you since visitors from afar are guests. We interstellar pirates have prepared a unique pirate banquet for you, esteemed three. Come along. In that case, we would be remiss not to accept your invitation, Su Ming said. Subsequently, led by Mi Ling and Shikuan, the group headed towards Sangyi City. On the way, they boarded several floating cars, with Mi Ling and Shikuan sitting in the lead vehicle. What do you think of this delegation from Huaxia? Shikuan casually asked Mi Ling beside him while driving. It's too early to say. After all, we've just met, Mi Ling replied. We'll see after the banquet ends. Not long after, the group arrived at a large hotel in Sangyi City, where Shikuan guided Su Ming and his team to the most luxurious private room. At the feast, various dishes were served and both sides exchanged warm greetings. During the banquet, Mi Ling and Wu Jing cautiously tested Su Ming, who throughout the event spoke only polite words. Only after the meeting ended, did Shikuan, Su Ming, and Mi Ling enter a secluded chamber to speak frankly. Apologies, but some things are inconvenient to discuss at a banquet. Also, you seem to question my identity. Yes, I am the executor of this operation named Throttle Action on behalf of Huaxia, Su Ming explained. As mentioned before, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Su Ming, a lieutenant under the 1st Fleet of the 4th Army of Huaxia. The Throttle Action? Mi Ling smiled. Just the name suggests that Huaxia has deep intentions. With you having full control over this operation, there must be something remarkable about you. Su Ming's lips twitched momentarily. It was also a point he wanted to understand, but he didn't intend to elaborate further on the subject. Your efforts in striking the Federation Army's forces alongside us provide a solid foundation for our alliance. Allow me to share some intelligence I possess. Su Ming then activated the communication device, showing details about the Federation Army's crackdowns on rebel forces and that 3 fleets were heading toward the Cluster Pirates Group and the Gaoyang Pirates Group. Our gathered information may not be as detailed as yours, but these messages have also been heard by our spies, Shikuan added. Then if that's the case, do you know where the Federation fleet is at this moment? Su Ming chuckled. I arrived here by flying the shortest route with my Zhangqiang fighter, whereas the Federation fleet is following the regular route. There's no doubt, they won't be far away. They'll be here in less than 2 days, Shikuan confirmed. It seems that you two leaders have a good grasp of the situation. So, what plans do you have moving forward? Su Ming narrowed his eyes and questioned. Mi Ling suddenly unfolded a bright red folding fan, fanning himself while laughing. We are ready to fight to the death. There's no other choice for us. Not so fast. The decision you have made must not have been based solely on readiness to die in battle, Su Ming countered. Oh, Mi Ling questioned curiously. What do you mean? If it's a fight to the death, you wouldn't be so anxious to seek contact with my Huaxia army. A fight to the death means exactly that. Why not go all in? Su Ming asked. When I arrived, there was indeed an atmosphere of tension due to a major enemy approaching within your pirate gang. But no preparations for a fierce battle were evident. Instead, efforts were focused on how to. Su Ming paused, and under the curious gazes of Mi Ling and Shikuan, continued. Flee. The expressions of Mi Ling and Shikuan slightly changed. Mi Ling quickly recovered and said, Are you joking? We would abandon our painstakingly built stronghold and flee at the first sign of trouble? Moreover, the Federation hasn't even arrived yet. We still have 2 days to prepare for this fight to the death. The current situation doesn't define what will happen in 2 days, does it? Because there are only 2 days, your time is running out, isn't it? Su Ming said. If from the beginning you had decided to fight the Federation forces here until none of you remain standing, why the rush to establish contact with us? Any actions taken after making such a decision would be unnecessary. What you should have been doing is preparing for the fight to the death. In fact, it's our side, Huaxia army, that needs to urgently build ties. Oh, well done, well done. I see now, Mi Ling laughed. I understand why the throttle action would be entrusted to you. However, you've also pointed out something important. That Huaxia has as much need to establish connections with us as we do with you, correct? Yes. After saying this, Su Ming turned toward Shikuan who had remained silent, and said, Both leaders, since it's just the 3 of us here, any probing or testing only harms the emotional foundation between us. Why don't we lay our cards on the table instead? And anyway, we don't have much time left to react, do we? Alright then, let's speak openly. Shirkuan replied. Chapter 89, Meeting, Part 2. Anyone who can see the situation clearly understands that the only question is when the frontline federal army will fail. I imagine there are also many among you talented enough to understand the current situation. For every force opposing the Federation, this moment is akin to the time just before dawn. Victory is merely a matter of time. At such a time, would you choose to be the last one to fall just before dawn, or to witness the moment of triumph over the Federation's defeat? Su Ming asked. Of course, it's witnessing victory, Mi Ling replied indifferently. It makes me feel good watching the two of you eliminate the Federation Army's agents. But your choice to stay and fight to the death is selecting to fall as the last ones just before dawn, Su Ming said. This is the least wise decision and not the outcome either side wants. The Federation's goal is to eradicate the pirate bands under your command in order to remove a serious threat from their hearts. Isn't staying for a suicidal battle exactly what the enemy wants? Su Ming continued. We both consider the Federation Army our mortal enemy. While your bravery in choosing death against them may seem heroic, personally, I believe it's unworthy. This result is a less than ideal choice for you, and neither do the Huaxia forces wish for you to have a meaningless struggle with the Federation. We have better options, Su Ming said. The resistance cannot be restricted within its own range of influence, simply waiting for enemies to exterminate us one by one. Shirkuan sighed, helplessly saying, our plan was never about sitting and waiting for the other side to come and wipe us out. Frankly speaking, we intended to escape. If the circumstances were as they were before, with internal weaknesses within the Federation forces, territorial expansion could work, but now the Federation's situation has changed. They're taking action to effectively remove resistance forces group by group. I'm sorry to say, I arrived too late, and one of the allies we might have gathered, the 13 righteous groups, was destroyed prematurely. When the Federation fleet arrives and we stubbornly defend isolated power points, fighting tough battles against enemies, will only play right into their hands, Su Ming sighed and said, then followed up. In light of these present conditions, I don't think the retreat plan you prepared is wrong. In fact, it's correct. Isn't there a saying? As long as the green hills remain, one needn't fear for firewood. Indeed, being fixed in one power point allows us to be annihilated one after another, which is precisely what the enemy wants most and what is most advantageous to them. Mi Ling's eyes narrowed, her voice becoming icy cold. This was how Su Ming had once witnessed Zhonghua react to the Federation replicated in another person. Mi Ling continued, if so, why should we engage the Federation in a battlefield where they want nothing more than our decisive defeat? It's laughable. You're absolutely right. What we should contemplate is engaging them on a battlefield that fills them with despair, Su Ming smiled. Ha! Suddenly, Mi Ling began laughing uncontrollably, pausing halfway and saying, exactly. The Federation should experience the taste of despair as well. This seemed to be someone with a history indeed, and it showed the many grievances the Federation had created. Su Ming inwardly mocked silently, but said aloud, given this, you've already made the correct preparations even before we established contact. Truly admirable. My plans would be flawless if supported by the Huaxia army. Mi Ling grinned. Yes, both Shirkuan and I originally planned to abandon the base and flee. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands together and said, that's right. Without your full cooperation, where would the Huaxia forces find a fine rope to strangle the Federation army? If you possess capabilities to threaten the Federation further, wouldn't it be wiser to preserve your strength instead of wasting it on a defensive war? Collaborating closely and stirring up chaos inside the Federation sounds much better, doesn't it? Looks like you had these plans all along, coinciding quite nicely with my view. Mi Ling laughed. Since that's settled, Shirkuan retrieved a bottle of red wine and 3 glasses from the secret room, pouring a glass for each person. Since we've reached an agreement, let's toast. To smooth cooperation, Su Ming raised his glass and toasted. Not bad at all. This wine's red color is bright, resembling blood. Mi Ling took a sip and said, however, it's not as sweet as the blood of our enemies. The private discussion didn't last long. Both parties talked about retreating before the Federation army attacked. Su Ming emerged from the secret room with a sense of relief, heading toward the hotel arranged for him by the pirates. So, did the negotiation succeed? The officer asked. It wasn't a negotiation. Just a brief exchange of views between both sides since our goals align anyway. There's no need for formal negotiations, Su Ming explained. The real negotiation is just beginning, Su Ming sighed. Their willingness to cooperate with us doesn't mean they share our views entirely. Transforming them into ours is the essence of negotiation. Into ours. The officer pondered for a moment. Yes, it's easier to use someone who's already on our side, Su Ming said. They think I'm just a low-ranking officer. It won't matter much to them. But I'll give them something significant. They all have one commonality. Their powers shaped by the warfront conditions. But that's not much of a problem, Su Ming thought aloud. After all, these forces emerged due to the deadlock in frontline battles. Once there's clarity regarding the outcome of the war, none of these groups can exist independently. If the Federation wins, their annihilation is certain, and if Huaxia triumphs, we wouldn't tolerate their independence either. Transforming them into our allies depends on the offer our commander Xiahou presents. Su Ming said. With this group secured, the 3 ropes of my rear battlefield strategy can finally hold firm. Su Ming continued. If we plan to strangle the Federation, we must establish how best to do so. We currently have 2 ropes, but now we need to form the 3rd. Late at night, Su Ming relayed his plans through Skycom. transmitting via planetary chain bases along the route back to the Huaxia 4th Army at the front lines. He informed Xiahou De and Jiang Liyuan, overseeing the front battlefields. Having received their support, Su Ming quickly contacted all the intelligence networks, using them to connect with the leaders of various resistance forces. Huaxia military's Uzca Fortress System, Fort 8, command room. Xiahou De sat alone in the middle of the command room, as holographic screens appeared around him. Various figures rapidly materialized on the screens, including Mi Ling and Shi Kuan. Chapter 90, Integration of Forces, Part 1. Xiahou De sat in a swivel chair, hands clasped together, waiting quietly for everyone to take their positions. These individuals were the leaders of various resistance forces within the Federation, 7 of which were relatively larger. After everyone had taken their positions, Xiahou De began to speak. Each of you are friends of the Chinese military. The reason I've gathered all of you today is to discuss one matter. The leader of China's 4th Army, whose rank is a general, had earned a certain level of goodwill from those contacted via the Heavens communication system. After all, because the Chinese military was able to hold back the majority of the Federation's military strength on the main battlefield, it provided them with the opportunity to grow into influential forces. General Xiahou De, is there anything that requires discussion? Let's talk about it, said the president of the Red Dragon Brotherhood Association. Others followed suit, agreeing with his words. However, Xiahou De clearly did not plan to disclose the topic right from the start. I believe each of you understands the situation. Not long ago, the Federation's military altered its combat strategy and stopped focusing on gaining advantage over our forces on the main battlefield. Instead, they shifted into a defensive state, utilizing their spare military power to deal with you. Based on intelligence gathered from behind enemy lines, 3 fleets, though their main forces remain at the front line confronting our army, are now posing fatal threats to you. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though there may be no apparent ties between your forces and ours, many factions have friendly exchanges with us in private. Since a friend is in trouble, how could the Chinese army just stand idly by? Xiahou De asked, continuing. Today, I would like to discuss matters related to this. The current situation is extremely urgent. Not long ago, after the federal military eliminated the 13 councils, the outcome, as all of you might have seen, shows the Federation plans to completely wipe out each of you. They won't leave any survivors. Xiahou De explained. Since we've risen up against him, why should I fear the federal military? Isn't it just a matter of death? Angrily retorted the leader of the Moon faction. Relax, it's not yet time to sacrifice yourself, Xiahou De cautioned, then looked at Mi Ling and Shi Kuan, saying, according to the intelligence report Su Ming brought me, it is obvious that the next target of the Federation will be your 2 forces, and 3 fleets have been dispatched to handle the task. Yes, even before the federal military decided to completely sever ties with us, they had already targeted us, said Shi Kuan. I believe everyone knows the reason why things are calm for you right now, because the federal military has listed Kruger pirates and Gaiyang pirates as their next targets. If the Federation succeeds, the next faction to be crushed will be one among you, sweeping continuously until all of you are annihilated. An angry response came from one of the resistance force leaders. The Federation is tyrannical, obsessed with warfare, oppressing the people, and everyone ought to be able to rise against them. But alas, our forces are not sufficient to counter them. Xiahou De suddenly stood up, spreading his arms wide, and said, what if we gather the forces of all factions? Gathering factions? A faction chief asked. Exactly, gathering, Xiahou De responded. If you remain separate entities, you'll be easily taken down one by the federal military. However, if all of you can unite to form a cohesive force, the situation could change dramatically. Gathering forces, this isn't something easily achieved. Various factions are spread across all domains of the Federation's 5 continents. It's spatially challenging to unite. Also, who among the different factions has the capability to unify everyone? Questioned a muscular faction leader. Xiahou De returned to his seat silently, when Mi Ling, who hadn't spoken until now, said, everyone, General Xiahou has made it very clear how we can unify all factions into one force. Think about it. How do we conduct meetings across different spaces? Mi Ling's single sentence also made everyone understand Xiahou De's intention. General Xiahou, what you mean is? Questioned the president of the Red Dragon Brotherhood, surprised. This needs no further questioning. The head of the Moon faction responded. The general's suggestion is for all of us to fully comply with the overall coordination of the Chinese military, isn't it? Everyone fell into deep thought at once. At this moment, Xiahou De spoke. Have any of you considered where your forces will go after forming yourselves into independent factions? We have considered, but most of our thoughts revolve around how we intend to fight to the bitter end against the federal military, the Red Dragon Brotherhood replied without hesitation. We made that decision ever since we started resisting the federal military. Other members of the resistance had the same thought process as the Red Dragon Brotherhood. However, your forces were not wiped out by the federal military at the first opportunity, but have continuously developed your powers, big or small. I'm asking where your forces will end up eventually. Have you considered this? Xiahou De asked. From the start, I had this intention in mind. I believe my thoughts mirror the calculations of General Xiahou. Mi Ling blinked and smiled. Oh, Xiahou De turned to Mi Ling with a smile. My calculations. Yes, isn't what General Xiahou is going to say next that we emerged because the stalemate on the main battlefield provided us with a nurturing environment for development? Many factions from the outset intended to fight the federal military to the death without considering much about subsequent development. But as the federal void within their territory grew exposed due to the failure to suppress one or two revolts, a widespread uprising spread throughout their realm. However, many of the rising factions did not overly contemplate their future direction. Miling continued. Since our factions emerged rapidly due to the Federation's failure to resolve their conflict with the Chinese military, but given that the main battlefield situation won't last forever, when the decisive outcome between the Federation and China emerges, what then shall become of the forces we've built? All the heads of the various factions looked at each other uneasily. Xiahou stared intently at Miling without saying a word, as she had already voiced his intended words. The outcome of both sides' war will result in one victory and one defeat. If the Federation wins, it will be exactly as all of you initially thought. We will battle the federal military to the death. But what if the Chinese army wins? Clearly, I don't think the Chinese military would allow independent forces outside their system to exist. Our ability to form factions arose due to the uncertainty on the main battlefield. Once the results of the war are determined, regardless of which side wins, there is no reason for them to let our factions survive. On the surface, our enemy is the Federation, but if anyone underestimates their strength and attempts to sustain their own faction, they will find themselves facing enemies in both the Federation and China. Miling smiled lightly and said, "Tell me, who among you harbors such foolish ideas?" Chapter 91, Power Consolidation, Part 2. Everyone realized the significance of today's meeting. Ha ha ha. Xiahou laughed harshly and looked at Miling, saying, "All right, well done, you've said everything I wanted to say." Miling smiled faintly in response. "I have long planned to defect. Rather than being forced into it, isn't it better to take the initiative?" "Good." Xiahou agreed repeatedly, then said to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, as this young lady has said, she indeed expressed what I intended to convey. Moreover, let me clarify something for all of you. There is no longer any chance of the Federation winning this war. Without maintaining their rear lines, the Fourth Army can crush the Federation forces within 6 months. With your cooperation, China can wipe out the Federation forces within 2 months, Xiahou declared. "Do you wish to know why the Federation changed its strategy?" Xiahou asked. "The Federation abandoned its plan to end the war as quickly as possible and instead engaged us in an ongoing war of attrition. Although shifting to a war of attrition allows the Federation forces to prolong the conflict, they have also given up their opportunity to swiftly defeat us. No matter how much they try to shore up their advantages in this type of warfare, it cannot change the fact that the Federation forces simply cannot outlast our Chinese army in this domain. Thus, the Federation has forfeited their chances of victory. For us, achieving victory is merely a matter of time. Therefore, when I ask you about where you stand, continuing to fight the Federation to the death is not an option," Xiahou stated. "The outcome is still undecided. So General, aren't you being too overconfident?" Miling questioned. "Opportunities for victory cannot be forced, but we can ensure conditions that make defeat impossible. The Federation forces cannot defeat the Chinese army, meaning victory will never tilt towards them. And the numerous vulnerabilities in the Federation's rear are precisely the key to my success. This war between the Federation and China has already been decided," Xiahou remarked. "If so, where do all of you stand now? You face 3 outcomes. 1. As this young lady suggests, actively join our Chinese army. 2nd, dissolve your forces after the war. 3rd, naturally make the foolish choice that you mentioned," Xiahou added. "The Federation has its constitution, and China has its own constitution, but neither side will allow small factions like yours to exist indefinitely. Since the situation on the front lines has become clear, I ask you, what will be your decision?" Xiahou questioned. This decision was not difficult to make, and after recognizing the situation, the leaders quickly made their choices. "Now let me explain the purpose of holding this conference today," Xiahou solemnly announced. "Many of you will choose to join the Chinese army. Some may not wish to remain in the military and will want to voluntarily disband your groups, and none will choose the stupid option. I intend to incorporate most of your forces under my command. This is the purpose of holding this meeting. As I previously explained, with your help, China could bring the war to an end within 2 months. Even though we can't dispatch our fleet behind the Federation's defensive line, by consolidating all of your forces, China can establish a surprise force right behind the Federation. If you join our Chinese army now, this is what I expect, and China will offer high positions accordingly," Xiahou continued. "Of course, if you don't have that intention, our forces won't force anyone against their will. Whatever your choice may be, as long as you do not oppose China after the war, you will always remain friends with the Chinese army. The Gaoyang pirate gang, cruiser pirates, is willing to join the Chinese army." Miling and Shikuan respectfully bowed. Other pirate gangs also subsequently made their decisions. For them, the immediate threat of the Federation fleet compelled them to unite together. How to consolidate all these forces into a single entity could only be achieved by China. All those present shared a common awareness: defeating the Federation forces. There would be no forces waiting until after the war ends to join the Chinese army, because only now does the resistance hold its greatest value. Just as Xiahou said, those who wish to join the Chinese army now will be treated with high ranks and generous rewards. No matter how the war turns out, the forces they have established will not endure. It wasn't so much a matter of free choice as it was a lack of any real choice at all, especially for Miling and Shikuan. It was common knowledge that the Federation's 3 fleets were closing in on the 2 pirate groups, and time was running out for them. Xiahou nodded satisfactorily and said, "Those who have decided to join the Huaxia army, there is a plan within the Huaxia forces called Operation Chokehold. The overall commander of this operation is Lieutenant Su Ming. Since you've joined Huaxia, I hope you can follow his command. Only in this way can the entire system be coordinated. Xiaohoda explained. Understood, the resistance leaders replied. As the holographic screens closed one by one, the command room gradually dimmed until Xiaohoda was left alone. At this moment, the door to the command room opened, and Zhang Liyuan walked in, sitting down opposite Xiaohoda. I've heard the specifics, but it seems different from the operation chokehold you originally planned, Zhang Liyuan remarked. Su Ming made adjustments to my plan. But then again, he's the field commander. He knows what needs to be done, Xiaohoda reflected after a brief pause. But looking at it now, the various factions involved are too complex. Whether or not there are Federation spy personnel among them is uncertain, Zhang Liyuan mused. What if the Federation traces back and uncovers all of our Huaxia arrangements? That's not something we need to worry about. We're close to reaching the stage where all cards will be revealed. It's our turn to show our hand. Even if they know what we're going to play, will they have enough time to respond? Besides, knowing that Huaxia's influence has reached their rear lines, what kind of impact would that have on them? It would unsettle them, Xiaohoda replied. The adjusted plan introduces a powerful ally, an element I hadn't considered when formulating Operation Chokehold. Plans always change faster than reality. The revised Operation Chokehold is more brilliant and effective, so we'll let him handle it, Xiaohoda stated. Though I don't understand why you took such an interest in Su Ming from the start, Zhang Liyuan said noncommittally. Regardless, it's undeniable that Su Ming proves worthy of the special attention you and Old Dai gave him. Zhang Liyuan had also reviewed Su Ming's revised plan. Chapter 92, 3 Ropes. Sanghi City, Starport. Extremely busy, the pirates loaded all the mechs, fighters, and important strategic supplies they intended to take onto their warships. After yesterday's meeting, Shikuan and Mi Ling had tacitly accepted Su Ming's authority to command them. However, Su Ming also understood that these pirates wouldn't obey him directly, but would follow Mi Ling and Shikuan's commands. Therefore, Su Ming realized that the best thing he could do was to maintain a friendly relationship with the couple, using them to achieve his goal of commanding the pirate fleet. However, through several interactions, Su Ming also came to understand that, although the two pirate groups outwardly acknowledged Shikuan as their leader, their actual core figure was his wife. Inside the Federation mech warehouse occupied by the Kluga pirate group, rows of Federation mechs were lined up neatly. At the starport, countless warships were docked, and at the airfield, massive numbers of fighters sat ready. Around Sanghi City, transport ships continuously shuttled back and forth, ferrying resources mined from the resource planets to the starport. The place was supported by a complete space industrial system. Naturally, the advancement of mechs, warships, fighter jets, and weapons couldn't solely determine the effectiveness of an army. The pirates, well trained like regular troops, each took on their respective roles, having competent leadership, as well as skilled personnel capable of operating fighters, warships, and mechs. These were what Su Ming valued most. The reason why rebel forces often failed against regular armies was simple. Advanced educational resources were controlled by the upper classes. Apart from the federal army's recruited regular troops, ordinary people didn't have access to such education. Hence, even if determined rebels managed to seize Federation weapons, they lacked the ability to use them, and even if they could, their skill levels were far below those of the Federation regulars. There was one type of resistance group that possessed this kind of ability: anti-Federation organizations in contact with China and its Unification Conference. They maintained close ties with China, obtaining many educational and talent resources monopolized by the Federation through China's support. Backed fully by China, these two resistance forces gradually became significant opposition groups within the Federation, forming part of Xiaohoda's original plan for Su Ming. Yet, even under such favorable conditions, these two forces still lagged behind Su Ming's alliance with the Kluga Pirate Group and the Gaoyang Pirate Group on the southern battlefield. If the China Unification Promotion Association and the Anti-Chinese Federation Cooperation Association were carefully nurtured and raised powers under China's planning, then the Kluga Pirate Group and the Gaoyang Pirate Group were two forces fostered by the Federation itself. At the start of the war, the Federation placed all its focus on the front lines, leaving Liao and Yin with no means to suppress the increasing number of rebellious forces. Among them, the pirates seized key nodes in the Federation's interstellar trade routes. Due to a lack of sufficient power to control pirate groups, the Federation feared the pirates blocking their trade routes, and so chose instead to appease and co-opt them. When the Federation's frontline plans hadn't shifted, it treated these two pirate groups rather generously, tolerating their continuous extortion under certain limits. The Federation's shipping routes for maintaining the frontline battle zone remained constantly under threat from the extortions of these two pirates. To keep this route operational, the Federation paid a heavy price to meet the pirates' demands. But due to the ambiguous relations between the pirates and the Federation, they formed a rift with other resistance movements. Nevertheless, over years of development, the pirate groups had grown significantly strong. Combined, the two pirate groups could form a formal fleet, though without large warships. The Gaoyang Pirate Group and the Kluga Pirate Group were forces that the Federation wanted to deal with urgently and that China also viewed with importance. All the developments until now stemmed from the ingenious planning of the female captain of the Gaoyang Pirate Group. She had greater foresight than the average pirate, smarter, not just cunning, and truly wise, knowing clearly what she should and shouldn't do, planning every move carefully. It was precisely because of this that Su Ming's cooperation with the two pirate groups went so smoothly. But after yesterday's meeting, Su Ming realized this woman had a very obvious flaw. He briefly glanced sideways at Zhang Hengyue, who followed behind him. Zhang Hengyue gave Su Ming the impression of being cold on the outside but warm on the inside. while Mi Ling was hot-headed but cold-hearted. Though different, both women left Su Ming with a similar feeling, hatred. Yet, what puzzled Su Ming most was how someone who had endured and developed under Federation control for so long could fail to conceal her hatred. The other resistance forces were simply not a match for the Federal Army when engaging them head-on. At best, they could only cause some unrest. Only 4 major forces, the 2 great powers cultivated separately by China and the Federation, could become the noose Su Ming needed to use. According to the original plan, only the 2 conference forces were available for Su Ming's use. But now with the joining of the 2 pirate groups, the mission completion was undoubtedly more assured. The main noose was in place, while the second rope was the underground intelligence network well developed by Xiaoda. This intelligence network could provide contact and remote command guidance for the 2 forces that Su Ming remotely controlled. And at all times, they could provide Su Ming with various intelligence reports from across the Federation. The third noose was the planetary base chain Su Ming had established along his journey, extending out from the 3 major fortresses of the main battlefield, China. Its primary function was to connect Xiaoda's main and secondary battlefields. Forming one's own power in the enemy's rear is already a destabilization to the enemy's frontline troops. The second Su Ming appeared in front of Su Ming, saying, "No matter how large your power is or what kind of threat you can pose, as long as it makes them realize that enemies have appeared behind us, this constitutes what we call a threat." Because the time for pushing the cards has come, Su Ming and his group arrived at the starport where the largest warship of the interstellar pirates and the flagship of the fleet, the cruiser Li Long, lay ready. Pirates wouldn't stay here for long. This easily accessible area indicated that this star region was difficult to defend but easy to attack. The result of 3 fleets rushing over would be nothing less than a suicidal charge. If the pirates perished here, it would surely fulfill the Federal Army's wish of conquering territory step by step and annihilating each one. It would be like using fine material in a place of no value at all. When gathered together, this pirate group could form an entire fleet, thus possessing the strength to rival the Federation fleet in space. Although this fleet lacked similar main force fleets like the Sky Mother Star fleet, this defect could soon be rectified. Thinking about this, a strange smile curved on Su Ming's lips. After boarding the Li Long cruiser, Su Ming was immediately greeted by neatly aligned officers dressed in Chinese military uniforms, which contrasted sharply with the attire of the space pirates. Under the escort of pirate team members, Su Ming arrived at the bridge where the electronic door of the command room opened, and Shi Kuan actively came out to greet him, shaking hands tightly with Su Ming. "So, next, we will abandon defensive battles and instead start a guerrilla warfare strategy." Chapter 93, Operation begins. Su Ming entered the command room and sat beside Shi Kuan's position. Once all fleets at the starport were ready, they set out to rendezvous with the garrisoned fleets of the 4 space cities. The various fleets completed their formations along the star routes. Despite lacking a presence of capital ships, the massive fleet had already taken on an initial structure of military scale. All supplies within the city that can be used should be brought along as much as possible. "All warships must finish construction," said the adjutant. "All obsolete low-speed warships will be destroyed. The fleet will adopt a high-speed mode standardized for cruising speed," said the communicator. "Command chain established. Please assign a designation to the fleet," said the commander. Su Ming took out his commanding officer credentials, scanned it on the warship console, then declared, "Fleet designation. Huaxia Army 4th Army, 11th Fleet." "Fleet designation recorded," responded a mechanical voice. "Anything left over, take what we can carry, and give what remains or is in excess to the civilians for autonomous distribution. Furthermore, destroy the starports and mines of the 4 cities, including satellites in various forms. However, remember not to bombard the cities indiscriminately. Any fleet that fires on a city will be sunk immediately. If this ship itself fires upon a city, those responsible will be executed. Set space mines along major interstellar routes to block Federation channels." Understood. The fleet destroyed any significant military facilities in the space starport that could fall into enemy hands and secretly laid space mines along interstellar routes. After completing these tasks, the 11th Fleet altered its course and began heading in one direction. "So where are we heading next, Commander?" "Also, our supplies are limited, so obtaining provisions en route is also a key issue," Shi Kuan asked. "Captain, the area we plan to navigate toward is the Federation's Katar Large Starport. With limited supplies, how do we replenish them within the Federation star territory? There are many places we could draw from, but ultimately the resources will come from our enemies. We can capture cities along the way and use the resources controlled by the dominant families there to supply ourselves. We can then distribute any surplus back to the city's civilian population. We may also target Federal transport warships moving between the front lines and rear areas for strategic materials. There are many ways to obtain supplies. Societal resources tend to lean towards larger forces, and our goal has always been to suppress these powerful entities. Therefore, we can continuously plunder these resources from major powers without ever targeting the civilians." "Haha. Yes, your insight is well taken, Commander," Wu Jing responded. "But what steps do we need to take next? For example, if you say we're going to the Federation's Katar Starport, why exactly are we going there?" "To Katar Starport?" Su Ming furrowed his brow and questioned with some puzzlement. "Haven't my previous explanations made clear what we need to do there?" Oh, Wu Jing seemed to suddenly realize, and nodded. "So, Shi Kuan activated the Tianxuan communication system aboard every ship and announced, 'Depart. Fangzhou City, Zheng family residence.' Master, radar shows that all resistance groups within our jurisdiction have performed a single action. They uniformly abandoned their bases and fled into the starry void using their respective fleets, reported the light screen communicator, leaving Zheng Shuang restless. Zheng Shuang hurriedly reached the command center and quickly moved inside. Far away in Dingzhou, Gongsun Rang arrived at his own command center and linked communications instantly with Zheng Shuang. Looking solemnly at the radar screen showing alerts rising in all 5-star regions, every resistance group had started moving. Amongst these, the most threatening 3 factions, the 2 pirate federations and the 2 conferences, left their territories behind. The latter swiftly approached the former, attempting to form an alliance akin to the union of the 2 pirate factions. Both pirate organizations capable of threatening the Federation army acted simultaneously, and smaller forces also displayed tendencies to converge and join forces. What's happening? Aren't the resistance just a rabble? There's no way such unified actions could be possible unless it was orchestrated by a highly organized entity. Zheng Shuang panicked. It must be the Huaxia army. They've acted alongside us, Gongsun Rang replied. What about Zheng Yuming? Didn't we tell him that these 2 pirates posed the biggest threat and needed to be eradicated before Huaxia allied with them? Zheng Shuang stared wide-eyed as pirate fleets departed from their nests without staying to defend, as expected. This isn't their fault. Zheng Yuming's fleet didn't delay along the way. It's just that the Huaxia army has acted ahead of us, Gongsun Rang said. In that case, it's not their fault, Zheng Shuang said. If the rebel forces had chosen to defend their nests to the death, it would have made it easier for us to eliminate them one by one. But from this, it seems the rebel forces have been utilized by the Huaxia army. This is not something to worry about. We still have 3 fleets under our command. Let's notify them to primarily target and destroy the fleets formed by the 2 conferences and the 2 pirate factions. Once these 2 forces are eliminated, the other resistance groups will be no cause for concern, Gongsun Rang said. You're correct in saying that, but I fear the Huaxia army, having orchestrated such a grand strategy and gathered all the rebel forces to act together. Zheng Shuang said with a hint of worry. Yen State Military of the Federation, 3rd Fleet, Flagship Danyang Star Battleship, Bridge Command Room. Report, General, Headquarters has communicated a change in targets, the communicator said. Why the change? Zheng Yuming asked. The pirates we were targeting have already left their nests, thus the attack plan has been cancelled, the communicator said. We will instead focus on restoring the trade routes to the 4 cities of Sangyi first, then proceed to annihilate the fleeing pirate forces. Oh, those pirates are truly cowards knowing I'm coming. Haha. Zheng Yuming couldn't help but mock, saying, running away like frightened rabbits. General, it's not quite like that, the communicator said. According to reports from various regions, all rebel forces within both our states have mobilized. So they've all fled, haha. Wait a moment. Zheng Yuming's laughter came to an abrupt stop, his face stiffening as he said, You mean all the rebel forces have moved out? Yes, the communicator confirmed. The situation has worsened. We're in trouble now, Zheng Yuming said. Contact the front lines, Fortress Palace 8, Commander Zheng Dongming. Understood. Chapter 94, Federal Spy. Palace Fortress, Fort Number 8, Command Room. According to the messages from our rear, the Huaxia army has apparently already extended their hand into our country. They have united with the resistance force and created a power that can threaten us, Zheng Dongping said. I also received messages from the Song Combat Command Room. I had felt before that the Huaxia army may extend their reach towards our internal affairs, Gongsun Long sighed. What you were saying is right. While we infiltrated Huaxia, they were also infiltrating us. It's just that we didn't gain much. Zheng Dongping replied. The rebels we've cultivated domestically have conveniently become an aid for the Huaxia army. It's hard to imagine how worse the situation could be if we hadn't moved Ying and others back home to suppress the situation earlier. Gongsun Long stated. It's already pretty bad now. Keep this news sealed off and reduce the number of people who know about it. If this information spreads between our 2 armies, the consequences could be a complete breakdown across all fronts, Zheng Dongping emphasized. We are already in an unfavorable position. The Huaxia army has opened another battlefield deep within our territory. We cannot afford to lose on either front. Losing on the main battlefield will mean we completely lose the war. Failure at the rear means our army will be caught in a pincer attack. Let Zheng Yuming deal with the mess in our rear. The sooner, the better. At this point, we can only heavily guard the 3 major fortresses, blocking the Huaxia army from advancing further into our land, and wait for the mess inside to resolve itself, Gongsun Long helplessly said. That's all we can do. The fleet composed of 2 teams of space pirates was officially renamed as the 11th Fleet of the Huaxia army, and this fleet was moving towards its goal. Huaxia 11th Fleet, Flagship, Lulong Cruiser, Restroom. While preparing for rest, Su Ming received a message from Mi Ling. After opening the transmission, an image appeared on the screen. She lazily leaned back in her captain's chair in the ship's command room, looking at Su Ming. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Su Ming asked, What's up at this hour? Don't overthink it, Commander. I really need something from you, Mi Ling explained. I remember you brought along a team capable of managing a whole fleet's command system, and given your designated destination being the Qatar starport, you must be eyeing something there, right? You guessed correctly. This is why I prepared to attack the Qatar starport, Su Ming said. Still, the objective is rather obvious. Anyone who knows where we're heading should easily guess our purpose. Playing pirate, eh? And here I thought you were an honorable soldier. Mi Ling laughed. There is something, though, I need to warn you about. I suggest revising your plan. There might be a federal army spy hidden among us. Our upper levels used to be your managerial hierarchy. If there was a spy, they would have been dealt with long ago. Don't joke like that. Su Ming spread his hands, sighing. Then his eyes narrowed, asking, "You're requesting a change of plan without confirming there's a spy in our high ranks? Or perhaps, you know a spy exists within our command layer? You worry too much. Isn't it true that all federal spies were already cleared out? Even if one or two remain among the lower ranks, they probably wouldn't know where we're headed or our objectives. Only my command structure knows, so rest assured. And what if a federal mole lurks within our command personnel? Wouldn't leaking the plan be even worse?" Meiling asked. "You jest. If there are spies in our command system, both you and Shirkuan would know, right? Haven't you already cut off all the federal connections? Why bring up such questions now? Or do you think why I chose this moment to talk to you?" Meiling chuckled. "Does Shirkuan know about this?" Su Ming asked. "My husband isn't aware," Meiling smiled. "What? Who is this person? Tell me so I can take care of them." Su Ming exclaimed unbelievably. Meiling stayed silent, but kept smiling. Su Ming calmed himself down and looked at Meiling. "You haven't acted immediately. Knowing a federal spy has infiltrated our command level, don't you realize the potential losses this could cause us?" "I know," Meiling answered. "If you know, why keep him around?" Su Ming paused momentarily and then questioned after pondering. "Do you have a strategy in mind?" "What do you think?" Meiling countered. "Are you kidding me? I don't care about your personal plans. That's your own agenda, right?" Su Ming said. "Exactly, that's why I kept him around." Meiling laughed and continued. "By the way, I also hope you can help me with something. I'm the commander of this mission. Now I demand, using my authority, that you reveal who it is immediately. As for your request, if it's a personal favor, I might help you. But if it's using our public resources to serve your private goals, I reject your intention." Su Ming said. "Haha, indeed. All I want to achieve using your united forces is just a personal matter. Don't rush to refuse," Meiling said. "I know your considerations do not include annihilating the federal fleet, but I merely wish to use this strength to eliminate one of their fleets. This is precisely why I left him behind. Think about it. If we destroy one of their fleets, it would undoubtedly facilitate our task execution, right?" Meiling said. "Though it's my personal business, altering the plan would be a good idea too, and then it becomes an official duty, accomplishing my personal goal along the way as well. 3 federal fleets exist. You specifically want to annihilate one. It's clearly a personal matter," Su Ming stated. "If the commander wants to, changing the plan could potentially destroy all 3 fleets, couldn't it?" Meiling smiled. "No need. We lack the power. If you have a plan to destroy one fleet, you should try. Destroying all 3 fleets is out of the question," Su Ming replied. "That means you agree." Meiling opened her red fan with a radiant smile. "Yeah, on the condition that you tell me your plan and which person in our upper echelon is the spy," Su Ming said. "Agreed." In one of the cargo holds of the ship, dim light illuminated the stacked goods. A flickering glow emerged, revealing a holographic screen where shadows moved, whispering faintly. "Report to the master, the pirate fleet has been absorbed into the Federal Army, designated as the Huaxia 11th Fleet. Here among them, the rear command officer of the Huaxia Army is Su Ming. Shirkuan's next target will be Qatar Starport. Their objective is obvious. It's our location, the yet-to-be-commissioned new warship, Starlight Heavenly Mother." Chapter 95, The Battle for the Starship. The fleet continued its journey. Comprised of 2 pirate fleets, known as the 11th Fleet, their destination was the Qatar Starport. The objective of the combined forces was simple, to attack the starport, sever shipping routes, and disrupt federal transport vessels. At the Federal Oriad Starport, a small transport ship was docked at the pier, with a federal officer quickly leading troops to welcome the officers disembarking from the warship. "I am Lieutenant Moody of the Federal Central Army. The support formation dispatched by the Central Army has arrived here. Please accept it." The officer saluted and said. The receiving officer returned the salute, showing his identity, and said, "I am Lieutenant Li Mei, captain of the 076 escort ship of the 3rd Fleet of the Federal Yanguo Navy. I have been specially sent here to welcome the arrival of reinforcements." Moody made a gesture, and the hatch opened. 5 meticulously arranged mechs walked out. All 5 were Yuanstone mechs, neatly lining up on the pier. These 5 mechs are indeed Yuanstone mechs, but why do their mechs appear identical except for the differences in weapons they carry? Li Mei asked curiously. "Sorry, I'm only responsible for bringing them over to assist you. I can't answer any other questions," Moody replied. "If so, I won't inquire further. By the way, I remember that there is an S-class Yuanstone ability user among this reinforcement. Could you tell me who it is?" Li Mei asked. "Sure." Moody raised his finger, pointing to the mech carrying the most weaponry among the 5, saying, "That's her. She's the leader of this mech squad, her strength beyond doubt." "Oh, indeed, this mech stands out," Li Mei commented. "If so, my mission is complete. After finishing my task, I must return. These mech teams will be under your command for the battlefield," Moody concluded before signaling his troops to return to the transport ship, which then departed. After Li Mei bid farewell to Moody, she turned to look at the 5 mechs. Just as she was about to speak, a space call came through, sent by Zheng Yuming. "Li Mei, have the reinforcements arrived?" Zheng Yuming asked. "Yes, they've arrived. Next, I'll take them back to the fleet." Li Mei responded. "There's no need. We just received urgent intelligence. The former pirate fleet that has recently joined the Huaxia Navy. Their target is Qatar Starport." Zheng Yuming informed her. "Qatar Starport?" Li Mei questioned suspiciously. "Could the Huaxia Navy want to seize the warships?" "Exactly. This is the intention of the Federal Army. There's a newly built 8,500-meter class large warship docked there, the Stellar Mother. It was completed recently and has yet to undergo its trial voyage. Clearly, Huaxia's navy has set its sights on our newly constructed battleship. Our defenses are extremely thin there, making it easy for their fleet to capture it. Our fleet hasn't caught up to theirs, but you're closer to Catal Starport. It doesn't matter if Catal Starport falls, but the new battleship must not be lost. Therefore, you must get to the front lines as fast as possible and take the ship away. Under no circumstances should you let the opponent approach our newly built warship, Zheng Dongping stated firmly. But, to pilot such a large warship, the manpower I currently have isn't sufficient. Li Mei pointed out. It seems you haven't fully understood my meaning. The issue of manpower can be resolved later. The critical task now is to move the battleship. Absolutely prevent the new battleship from falling into the hands of the Huaxia Navy, understand? Zheng Yuming explained. All we ask of you is to move the warship. Understood, General. Li Mei respectfully said. Your plan seems feasible, and I accept it. However, it is likely that the Federal Center has already been tipped off by spies about our intent to steal the Federal Stellar Mother. They must have prepared beforehand for this operation. So, what alternative plans do you have to help us seize the Federal Stellar Mother? Su Mingwen inquired. If the Federation knows our plan is to launch a fleet assault on Catal Starport and forcibly seize the Stellar Mother dock there, then they would certainly prepare for a strong defense against us, Mi Ling replied. That's true, Su Ming confirmed. But since our seizing plan has been discovered by the enemy, why don't we try to steal their mothership instead? Mi Ling questioned. Stealing, that makes sense. If they expect us to storm, then we switch to stealth, Su Ming asked following. Then how do you plan to steal it? Of course, act ahead of time. The elite Yuanstone team infiltrates Catal Starport and pilots the warship out of the port before anyone notices, Mi Ling suggested. Without a doubt, the opposing side's military strength capable of responding to our fleet consists of the three major fleets. However, these three fleets cannot alleviate our urgent need to attack Catal Starport. As a rear port, Catal Starport has few defensive facilities, which means it will fall easily once we attack, Mi Ling reflected and said. The fall of Catal Starport is inevitable, but they could transfer the most valuable warships within the starport. Even if they can't assemble full complements for all the ships, as long as they sail away or destroy them before we seize Catal Starport, it would be an easy task, Mi Ling continued. However, since the enemy might already know our intentions, they will prioritize moving their ships early. Indeed. So it seems you're suggesting I reach the starport first to take their warship? Su Ming questioned. Yes, they've received intelligence that we're leading a fleet to attack their starport and seize large warships. Therefore, the main focus of the enemy will be on our fleet. Hence, you could dispatch a small-scale fleet to arrive at the starport ahead of time and sail away with the Stellar Mother, achieving a surprising effect, isn't that right? Mi Ling asked. However, keep in mind that the spy you left behind is close to me, monitoring my actions. In such a case, how can I possibly escape his notice? Su Ming responded. No need to hide from him. The entire fleet will be under Shi Kuan's command, while you oversee the overall battle. It wouldn't be strange for you to direct operations aboard any particular warship, Mi Ling reasoned. So you can proactively leave his range of surveillance, right? Understood. Then I will proceed as per your suggestion. Su Ming concluded. But there is one thing you must remember, Mi Ling emphasized. The talents aboard the ship you intend to fully operate are already within the spy's sight. Your departure along with theirs might not seem unusual, but it could easily draw his attention. So, I suggest you disembark the ship and come here to me. Use the backup personnel here instead, and don't activate your prepared team. Wouldn't this make for an effective smokescreen to deceive the spy? Mi Ling proposed. Alright then, let's follow your suggestion initially. Su Ming agreed. Chapter 96, heading to the Cardell Starport. On that day, Su Ming made the decision to transfer to the Yuhuang cruiser where Mi Ling was located. Apart from Shi Kuan, who felt slightly uneasy, no one found this decision strange. The Chinese talents needed for planning and activating the mothership remained on the Li Long warship. Su Ming left the Li Long with Zhang Hengyue and an accompanying officer aboard the Tsangxiong fighter he had arrived in, heading towards the Yuhuang. Shi Kuan did not know that the pirate group hadn't cultivated an environment suitable for operating large warships either. Where did Mi Ling find the talents capable of activating these large warships? Su Ming operated the Tsangxiong fighter, deep in thought. On the surface, he and this woman were in a superior subordinate relationship. However, it was evident that she wanted to lay out a plan using some advantage she could leverage. The resources and influence that the Chinese army had invested behind enemy lines were also within her exploitable range. She possessed spies and talents who could operate warships even without a large vessel. What exactly was this woman plotting? Su Ming knew he had been used by Mi Ling, deviating from his original plans and advancing according to hers. The existence of spies and pre-prepared talents who could activate the warships all indicated that she had meticulously planned everything ahead of time. Her plan diverged significantly from the Chinese armies, which didn't need to confront the enemy fleet head-on. She, however, intended to completely annihilate the Federation's fleet, among which there was one particularly important one. Thinking about this, Su Ming looked back at Zhang Hengyue sitting behind him. The reason Su Ming accepted her plan was because the original plan only required mobile strikes targeting the Federation's lifeline, making the frontline battlefield isolating the Federation army achievable. Mi Ling's plan not only achieved this effect but also defeated the fleets at the Federation's rear, making it both feasible and risky. The most critical reason Su Ming accepted her plan was his reliance on the strongest combat strength, the 11th Fleet, formed from the pirates' base. He had not yet reached the point of fully controlling the pirate fleet. After descending from the fighter upon entering the cockpit of the Yuhuang cruiser, Su Ming saw Mi Ling had already waited for quite some time below. Su Ming, the talents you asked for are already prepared. Mi Ling gestured toward a row of fighters behind her, saying, "They are the people I have prepared. All are experts at flying fighters. Although there is a distance from here to the Cardal starport, the fighter's speed can cover it quickly. Fully utilizing the warship's performance allows a battle jump once or direct arrival at the Cardal starport when pushed to its limit. A fighter has a smaller target compared to a warship, and with the enemy unprepared, its speed makes it ideal for current urgent needs. You are really well prepared." Su Ming smiled sarcastically, then handed over the Tianquan, used for contacting planetary base chains and intelligence networks, to Mi Ling, saying, "It seems unavoidable to follow your planned route. I hope, while plotting to resolve personal grudges, you will also handle the significant tasks we require." "Ho ho, Commander, why do you hand this thing over to me?" Mi Ling looked at the Tianquan in Su Ming's hand and asked, "I trust your capabilities. Since my special forces are busy seizing benefits elsewhere, I naturally won't have time to oversee everything. So, I'll temporarily entrust you with command-level intelligence," said Su Ming. Then, Su Ming leaned close to Mi Ling's ear and whispered quietly, "Also, isn't this what you need the most?" "Oh, if I've gained the trust of the commander, then leave it to me to handle it," Mi Ling smiled, subsequently taking the Tianquan from Su Ming's hand. "Remember, if you focus on the present, you'll only accomplish immediate matters. But if you think long-term, the Chinese army will always be your support," Su Ming said. "Clever as you are, you know what to do, right?" "Yes, I understand perfectly." Mi Ling gazed deeply into Su Ming's eyes and said, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Then next is our move. Regarding the spies, I believe you know how to proceed," Su Ming said. "Do you think too lightly of me?" Mi Ling scoffed, saying, "I deliberately kept him around. How to deal with him, do I not know?" "That's good," Su Ming replied. "Our time is near, and I suggest you start covertly from the dark hold. After all, others shouldn't know about our actions," Mi Ling said. "All right," Su Ming finished, continuing to bring along the baffled accompanying officer and Zhonghua onto the fighter. After the Tsangxiong fighter completed the establishment of a communication network with the fleet prepared by Mi Ling, it sailed towards the deeper part of the flagship. Soon, the dark hangar of the Yuhuang cruiser opened, and 7 fighters flew out in formation from the dark hangar, activating stealth fields before leaving the fleet. Once separated from the fleet, the fighters headed directly towards the Cardal starport on a course that was too close for the main fleet to follow. "What's going on? Weren't we supposed to head to the Yuhuang to command the entire army? What's happening?" Zhonghua had realized what was going on, but the accompanying officer was still confused and hurriedly asked. "Of course, we are heading there to seize control of more warships." Su Ming adjusted the fighter's controls, leading the 2 flanking 6 fighters into an asteroid belt. This is too sudden, isn't it? And besides, aren't we just too few people?" the officer asked in astonishment. "We're stealing ships. If we march boldly, that wouldn't be called stealing, it would be robbing," Su Ming said. "Are you scared?" "No, it's just that things have happened so suddenly." "Wait," the accompanying officer asked. "Does this mean you're giving her, Mi Ling, temporary command authority through the Tianquan, which is why?" "You got it. I let her take temporary command, so even if I die in this risky operation, we won't lose overall command," Su Ming explained. "But, this isn't right," the officer protested. "In theft actions like these, Origin Stone mechs are most effective, but we lack them. So, Zhonghua and I don't mind participating directly," Su Ming added. "Moreover, battlefield command wasn't my role to begin with. Why find trouble when all we do is leave in jet fighters and come back driving warships? Isn't that good?" Su Ming asked. "Is she planning to retaliate against the Federation army?" As Su Ming was talking with the officer, Zhonghua, seated at the rear, suddenly spoke up. Su Ming turned around, puzzled, looking at Zhonghua. "There's discord between you two, but both of you compromised," Zhonghua stated. "I think I roughly understand her intentions." Chapter 97, Cardal Starport. The fighter formation quickly sailed towards the Cardal Starport. "So, we're about to enter the jump," Su Ming said to all the squadron leaders. "Understood," the various aircraft captains replied. The engines of the 7 fighters were fully activated. The surrounding environment sped by, stretching into long lines. Soon, the 7 fighters were pulled into subspace. The advantage of a fighter over a battleship is its speed. Fighters have the fastest cruising speed among the 3 branches of human military forces and good agility. Due to their small size, they encounter fewer obstacles and can easily maneuver through high-density asteroid belts or space graveyards where larger ships cannot easily venture. However, the weak point of fighters is their short range, with a single subspace jump often being their limit. A pilot who plans to jump has usually already decided that this will be a one-way trip for the aircraft. Similarly, this time Su Ming and his team would only make a one-way trip, reaching the destination before the main fleet. "Subspace. You handed over command to her," Zhonghua said. "Yeah, let her use the resources I control to do what she wants," Su Ming said. "Commander, don't you think that's inappropriate?" an accompanying officer asked. "Li Ming, the reason Zhonghua and I have differences is because I want to focus entirely on the Federation Army's disruption missions, whereas she is more inclined towards annihilating one of the 3 fleets attacking us. Different goals, but the same enemy, the Federation. Therefore, our agreement is, according to her plan, we will destroy the Federation fleet while carrying out our disruption mission. As for whether it's appropriate or not, giving her free rein to accomplish what she wants in return for her wholehearted assistance benefits our mission," Su Ming explained. "But, Li Ming was about to say something when Su Ming interrupted him. Don't worry. She understands well that she needs our strength, not just this once, but continuously. Moreover, a federal defeat on the front lines is something she hopes to see, which aligns with her intentions. The disagreement between us simply stems from how the Federation shifted its tactics, leading one of the returning fleets to coincidentally include someone she has a grudge against. Since her original intention is to join us and defeat the Federation army, under these circumstances where we depend on the power she cultivated, satisfying her needs and letting her take a bold move wouldn't harm anything. Su Ming said, I understand. Li Ming fell silent. Su Ming turned to look at Zhonghua and asked, how did you know there are differences between me and her? She has personal enmity. Zhonghua replied briefly. Su Ming remained silent. Very soon. Report to the commander, we can exit subspace now. The captain of Fighter 6 said. Great, exit subspace. Su Ming pushed the joystick. The surroundings rapidly slowed down, gradually decreasing speed. Finally, the view outside the window changed, revealing the reappearing starfield. The canopy fighter along with the 6 other fighters flew into a predetermined asteroid belt. Su Ming glanced at the energy reserve of the canopy fighter, noticing it had reached a dangerous level indicated by a red warning signal. Prepare to abandon the fighter. Use the remaining energy for self-destruction. After Su Ming donned his spacesuit, he informed all crew members. Understood. All the fighter squad members responded. The 6 fighters docked within a cratered asteroid, placing the fighters inside. Everyone, equipped with jetpacks, left the fighters. From afar, they could see a massive starport in the distance. This starport, both a large docking station for ships and a major warship construction site, served as an important base for the Federation. Small transport vessels and civilian freighters frequently moved around here. Although not on the front lines, the area was still protected by a satellite defense system. Despite the lack of visible military ships, mechanical warriors still patrolled the area. For heavily armed fleets, the defenses seemed sparse. For just a few people like them, the defenses felt impenetrable. What should we do next? Li Ming asked. We can't conduct a frontal assault, and we don't have equipment similar to the Black Hole Guardian mech suits to interfere with their radar detection capabilities, Su Ming said. Commander, the fighter we're using is equipped with a radar jamming device that can be disassembled and used to deal with ordinary radar systems, one member stated. Although that's true, it still doesn't match the powerful interference capabilities of Min Ling's Black Hole mecha in the past. It would be difficult to fool military satellite radars. Su Ming shook his head and then lit up with an idea. However, let's dismantle them and log into the port through the military transport ship. They can't guarantee deceiving military radar satellites, but they can deceive the scanning radar of the transport ship. We just need to get on their transport warship. Understood, the team members said. After dismantling the radar disturbance device from the fighter jets, Su Ming and his team went to a transport warship heading to the starport with jetpacks. Crouching on the hull of the Federation warship, Su Ming roughly scanned the entire transport ship with the power of constructing primal stones. After finding an appropriate cargo hatch, Su Ming signaled Zhonghua. Understanding what was needed, Zhonghua formed a purple light blade with the power of hunter primal stones on her arm, cutting at the location pointed out by Su Ming. After creating an opening, the air inside was completely evacuated. Su Ming and the others in their spacesuits entered through the hatch into the now empty cargo hold which, being isolated from other compartments, had also lost all its air. So next, let's eliminate a few federal soldiers and use their identity recognition. Su Ming said. Understood. Since the start of the conflict, countless transport ships have been continuously carrying military supplies to the front lines. Large, medium, and small transport ships each play their roles accordingly. These transport ships ferry between the various waypoints on the routes and starports for resupply. Cardal Starport is one among these ports. Cardal Starport serves as both a civilian and military starport, and is capable of manufacturing large warships. Within this resource-rich environment, the Federation has not developed it into a space city, but instead designated it as a major military base for warship construction. A massive space battle mothership has long been under construction here. The build is nearing completion and once equipped, will be ready to join combat. The Federal fleet, upon receiving intelligence that the rebel army might attack this site, vigilantly awaited the arrival of the newly formed Huaxia fleet, tightening up security measures. Deciding to prioritize preserving the fully constructed space mothership if they lack the ability to ensure the safety of the starport, plans were also made at the construction yard to swiftly move away the space mothership upon Lieutenant Li Mei's arrival. Clearly, the space mothership remains moored at the Cardal Starport. Chapter 98, The Battle for the Warship. The small transport ship was docked at the pier of the Cattler spaceport. A neat line of soldiers stood on both sides as the captain disembarked with his personal troops. After everyone had left, the pier began maintenance and resupply operations for this fighter. Let's rest at the military lodge in Cattler spaceport first. After the supply operation for the transport ship is completed tomorrow, we'll head to the next destination. The officer gathered his soldiers and said. Understood, the enlisted men replied. Dismissed, the officer said. The neatly arranged enlisted men then broke formation and dispersed. Not long after, at the Cattler spaceport docks, a squad of federal soldiers was about to enter when they were stopped by the gate guard. Halt, this is a restricted military area. You're not authorized to enter. Leave now, the guard said. Among them, a young soldier wearing a federal cap pulled down low smirked subtly, giving a signal to the female officer beside him, also with her hat pulled down low, as well as to the other soldiers. Understanding the cue, the other soldiers swiftly drew their energy rifles and killed these guards. As the soldiers fell, the Cattler spaceport sounded the alarm. At the scene of the incident, 3 rings of light rose from the spot where the bodies lay. When the rings dissipated, 3 Origin stone mechs appeared. All 3 bore the insignia of Huaxia mechs, named Forbidden Guard, Feathered Wolf, and Javelin. Javelin was the mech piloted by Li Ming, rated at Class A. The 3 mechs lowered their rear cabins, and the remaining soldiers climbed aboard. Immediately after, the 3 mechs took off toward the targeted shipyard. Intrusion alert! Intrusion alert! An alarm sound blared, causing all Federal soldiers to respond quickly. Mech squads rushed toward the incident site. In the Cattler Spaceport command room, Huaxia Army invasion, the communicator urgently reported. Their target is the satellite module at Dock 6. Dock 6. Isn't that where the Tianmu is? The base commander said, sweat beading on his forehead. I was informed that the enemy fleet would soon attack our port with the goal of capturing this warship. How could it happen so fast, and with a different strategy? On the display screen, the 3 mechs advancing rapidly into the spaceport docks easily decimated wave after wave of Federal mechs, as if slicing through melons. Damn it, stop them, the commander ordered hurriedly. It's too late. They've entered the interior of the spaceport docks, the aide replied. What? The commander stared in shock at the breached Federal docks as the 3 Huaxia mechs infiltrated inside. Behind the breached metal walls, the sudden change caught everyone inside unprepared. One mech after another was quickly destroyed by the Forbidden Guard mech. From inside the Feathered Wolf mech, Su Ming looked through the main console at the massive and advanced warship in the center of the dock. It looked like it was fully armed, measuring 8 kilometers in length with an intimidating Gauss cannon, mech bays, and aircraft hangars. This warship, like an unsheathed sword that has yet to taste blood, filled Su Ming with excitement. He said, the infiltration was very successful. The Federation poured enormous resources into building this warship, but now Huaxia will put it to use. After speaking, he swiftly operated the Feathered Wolf mech to scan the type of warship. Begin scanning, scan level. Basic, confirm the primary structure of this vessel, determine cabin locations. The menacing red eyes of the Feathered Wolf mech continued to operate. Without doubt, the focus of this surprise assault relied heavily on the capabilities of the Origin stone structures. Bridge position confirmed. There are 2 bridges, the outer bridge and the inner bridge. We must capture the inner bridge, Su Ming finished, transmitting the scanned information to the skilled pilot stationed within the 3 mechs. Understood. Excellent. Let's board the ship, Su Ming said. Forbidden Guard and Javelin nodded. The mech propulsion systems carried them up onto the warship, opening the rear hatches so the squad members could descend and quickly run towards the ship's interior. Javelin, escort them all the way. I'll handle the external Federation forces with Zhonghua, Su Ming said. Understood, Li Ming responded. Subsequently, the Javelin mech also entered the warship, while Su Ming and Zhonghua remained outside, using their mechs to clear incoming hostile Federal forces. The offensive defense battle didn't last long before the internal squad transmitted via the heavenly communication system. We've already reached the inner bridge. The Federation set up data locks here, but this isn't a problem for us. We can crack it, and it will only take 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Good. Speed is essential. Quickly transfer control of the warship to us, Su Ming said. Understood. In the Cattler Spaceport command room. Your meaning is that the Federation has already attacked the Star Mother of the Sky, right? Lieutenant Li Mei aboard a destroyer asked with furrowed brows. Apparently, just as she was about to arrive at the spaceport, it seems someone had beaten her to the punch. That's correct. The internal base intelligence indicates so. The spaceport commander promptly sent over a video to Li Mei. Li Mei watched the video intently. Clearly, the Huaxia army had already gained control of the Federation's warship, with 2 Origin stone mechs guarding outside. The Star Mother of the Sky was on the verge of changing hands. Damn it, we're too late. Did Huaxia conduct a surprise attack? Li Mei said angrily, then turned to the base commander and said furiously, you lot of fools, what are you still standing there for? Blow up the shipyard quickly. But, should we really destroy it? The base commander hesitated. Are you stupid? It's better to blow it up than let the Star Mother be controlled by the Huaxia army. General Li Mei said with disappointment in their incompetence. Oh, I understand. The base commander replied, and then addressed the base members. Destroy Satellite Factory Number 6 within the Cattler Spaceport. Commander, there are officers and soldiers inside Factory Number 6, and according to our previous orders, all our port soldiers are rushing toward Dock Number 6. Wouldn't this result in? The deputy commander hesitated. This. The base commander also hesitated. They die for the country. Remember one thing. If we can't hold on to this warship, neither will Huaxia obtain it, understood? Li Mei stated. Understood. The base commander responded. Satellite Factory Number 6. Report, Commander. The warship is under our complete control, the squad member reported. Erect an energy shield immediately. The Federation intends to destroy us, Su Ming urgently said. Affirmative, energize the defense shields. The squad member passed the order. Beep, beep, boom, boom. The satellite exploded entirely, a sea of fire swallowing all the rescue troops from the Federation. The dazzling explosion made one side of Cattler Spaceport unusually bright. Escort ship number 076 swiftly came from a distant star domain to Cattler Spaceport. After witnessing the explosion at Dock Number 6, Li Mei quickly connected with the flagship Danyang of the 3rd Fleet of the Federal Army. Report, Commander-in-General, we deeply regret that Huaxia acted before us, but before they obtained control of the warship, we've already preemptively destroyed it. No sooner had Li Mei spoken these words when on the main screen of the escort ship, a massive vessel emerged through the fiery inferno, its energy shield shimmering. Chapter 99, Subspace Battle, Part 1. Li Mei, what's wrong? Li Mei's sudden silence made Zheng Yuming extremely impatient. Li Mei regained her composure and said, "Report to General. The large warship was actually being operated by Huaxia forces and wasn't destroyed in the massive explosion. Are you an idiot or what? I could somewhat accept your previous decision to destroy our own battleship without waiting for orders. But now you're telling me that we've been destroying our own stuff, while Huaxia has managed to take over our warship intact. Are you trying to make a joke of me?" Zheng Yuming said furiously. "I'm willing to accept any punishment from the general." Li Mei replied, "This is not the time to decide what to do with you. The Huaxia forces seized the warship unexpectedly and will surely be unable to fully exploit its power yet. You've taken command of a squadron of crystal mech warriors. Lead them either to destroy the warship or reclaim it. In short, before the captured warship meets up with the Huaxia fleet, I want you to resolve this issue en route." Zheng Yuming said, "Understood, General." Li Mei responded. Subsequently, Li Mei contacted the command room of the Cardal starport and said, "Activate all defensive facilities at your starport. All weapons must fire upon that warship." "Understood," the base commander responded. "Also, how many warships are available within the base?" Li Mei asked. 3 escort ships, the base commander responded. "All of them should be dispatched. Cooperate fully to either neutralize or capture this warship." Li Mei commanded. "Understood," the base commander responded. The warships emerging from the barrage quickly came under attack by the Federation satellite cannons, as all Federation defense systems simultaneously fired on the warship. "Li Ming, temporarily you will command this warship, while Zhang Hengyue and I provide escort," Su Ming said. "Understood," Li Ming said. Then the warship adjusted its course, heading towards the starway where the 11th Fleet was heading, while the Imperial Guard and Yu Lang continued along the path, removing satellite defense systems, firing nonstop. Once the warship escaped the range of the starport's defenses, Su Ming received an urgent communication from Li Ming. "Report, Commander. There are 4 enemy escort ships appearing behind us, pursuing us closely. How can escort ships possibly stand against us?" After scanning the rear via radar, Su Ming saw 4 escort ships formed into a group approaching them. "Initiate hyperspace jump. Let's handle whatever happens in subspace." Finishing his sentence, Su Ming and Zhang Henyue's mech stood on the surface of the warship, their mech arms tightly gripping onto it. "Understood," Li Ming said. "Federation Navy Escort Ship 076 Bridge Command Room. Report ensign. They've entered subspace," the adjutant said. "Pursue," Li Mei ordered. The space mothership ahead rapidly displaced into the subspace under immense velocity, immediately followed by 4 Federation escort ships. In the very moment before entering subspace, Su Ming pressed the detonation button, causing 7 fighter jets stationed on the asteroid to explode inconspicuously within the asteroid belt. Within subspace, 5 warships chased each other. "Dawn Team, it's handed over to you now. Retrieve this warship for me. If you cannot retrieve it, then destroy it," Li Mei said. "Understood." On Li Mei's interface appeared 5 holographic screens, with 5 identical-looking girls speaking. "Perfect, set off," Li Mei said. On the elongated body of the escort ship, 5 hatches opened, elevators delivering 5 stone mechs outside the warship. 5 original stone mechs flew out of the escort ship, fully armed, heading toward the hijacked main ship. "Warning! Federation original stone mech squadron detected." An alarm went off simultaneously in the main bridge command room, and among the guards and Yu Lang's mech cabins. Far behind them, 5 mechs were flying swiftly towards them, forming a whole Federation mech squadron. "It makes sense why the Federation army pursued us so fearlessly," Su Ming said seriously. "This Federation mech team, it's led by an S-class mech," Zhang Hengyue informed Su Ming through Sky Communications. "What?" Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. "This makes things more complicated. Why? Why do these mech squadrons?" Zhang Hengyue thought back to when she encountered those 5 Federation's original stone mechs in the asteroid belt near Jingzhou. "What's wrong, Zhang Hengyue?" Su Ming asked. "Nothing. Let me handle the S-class original stone mech," Zhang Hengyue said calmly. Immediately after, her guard mech separated from the large ship, flying toward the most powerful mech among the Federation mechs. "What is this strange feeling?" Zhang Hengyue gazed at the increasingly close target mech. The feeling of déjà vu grew stronger. Although this didn't affect her combat capability, the question still lingered in her mind. Only through combat could she learn more. The light blade of the Imperial Guard mecha swung out, engaging in battle with the leader of the Federation's original stone mechas. The rapid view of light blades against light blades wove a close-quarters mecha art within the subspace. Su Ming looked at Zhang Hengyue battling the enemy, unsure of what to say. "This is troublesome. 1 versus 4? Analysis mode activated." Following Su Ming's usual tactics, he initiated analysis mode to completely dissect the enemy's mecha. When the analysis reaches 100%, it's akin to having the blueprint of the enemy's mecha. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. The degree of analysis depends on the strength of the opposing mecha. Later on, its advantages and disadvantages become clear at a glance. However, what's going on? 80%? An analysis level of 80%. Su Ming said in surprise. "What's so strange about that?" A second Su Ming suddenly appeared by his side and said, "You saved an incomplete analysis of the previous enemies. Since the data was not fully parsed, it remains in the database." "How could that be?" Su Ming recalled and said, "I only analyzed 1 mecha before, named Death Scythe. Didn't the Death Scythe mecha get destroyed by Zhang Hengyue in the last battle? Perhaps it's the same mecha." Take a closer look at the 5 mechas over there. Except for their weapon installations, the rest of their bodies are basically identical, said the second Su Ming. Now that you mention it, it does seem like that. Apparently, the other mechas outside the scanned ones also have scanning levels around 80%, seemingly confirming Su Ming's guess. Then Su Ming scanned towards the most powerful S-class mecha among the 5, with only 40% scanning rate. These mechas originate from the same source. Why did the Federation manufacture so many homologous original stone mechas? Su Ming wondered aloud. I advise you not to lose focus during battle. The second Su Ming quickly reminded him. Soon, an attack from one of the 4 mechas came quickly. She mercilessly swung her light blade. Su Ming, regaining consciousness, hastily sidestepped to dodge this attack. Chapter 100, Subspace Battle, Part 2. If they're all homologous mechas, then the issue becomes rather simple. We just need to completely analyze one mecha, and we'll understand the rest. Su Ming said as he swiftly began operating the mecha, locking onto one of the enemy mechas. In the cockpit of the locked-on mecha, Zhonghua faced this unnerving gaze with an unsettling premonition. He immediately instructed Zhonghua piloting another mecha. Let's combine our forces and eliminate him. The other 3 mechas nodded, then launched their attacks on Su Ming. Among these 4 mechas, one was more inclined toward close combat, another an electric warfare mecha, another a long-range attack mecha, and the last one an ultra-long-range sniper mecha. Meanwhile, the S-class mecha in this team was designed for versatility. Therefore, if these 4 A-class mechas could work well together, they would form an almost flawless squad. Unfortunately, this worst-case scenario did indeed happen. The 4 mechas cooperated flawlessly, utilizing close combat, long-range attacks, electronic interference, and sniping techniques without end. Their coordination was so seamless that it was as if a single person were controlling the whole battle remotely. At once, the 4 mechas had overwhelmed Su Ming's Yulong mecha. The close combat mecha cut off the steel feathers of Yulong, while the sniper mecha's long-range attack locked onto Yulong's vital points, only for Su Ming to narrowly evade in response. However, the rear leg of the mecha was pierced by a beam. While Zhonghua was still exchanging blows with the S-class mecha, Su Ming was completely overpowered on his side. Fighting 4-1, this is just too far-fetched, Su Ming muttered while controlling the mecha into a purely defensive stance, dodging wave after wave of attacks. As he spoke, Su Ming observed the progress bar, showing a 98% completion mark. Hurry up, or I'm really going to be killed, Su Ming exclaimed. Su Ming pulled the control stick again, sidestepping another sniper shot. The Yulong reverted to its humanoid state, retreating from the enemies, while simultaneously firing its energy weapon in resistance. Why not let me take over? What do you think? Asked second Su Ming. Not necessary. I can still handle this situation. Besides, once the analysis is complete, I'll catch them off guard, Su Ming responded. Given your Yulong mecha's current damaged state, how do you expect to fight 4 enemies and emerge victorious? Asked second Su Ming further. Thank you for your concern, but, Su Ming said to second Su Ming, why should I engage in battle? Second Su Ming looked at him with confusion. Even when knowing everything about them, how could anyone manage to win against 4 enemies? Su Ming asked. What was the point of everything you did before then? Second Su Ming questioned. No choice, 100% now, I can go rest. After finishing his sentence, Su Ming transferred all retrieved data to Zhonghua, who was actively battling the opponents, then disengaged from the battlefield using maximum thrust. You intend to run away like that? Second Su Ming questioned. Should I stay and get myself killed instead? Su Ming retorted. Driving the mecha quickly away from the battlefield left the 4 opposing mechas momentarily perplexed. Coward, pursue, scoffed Zhonghua within the sniper mecha, instructing the others. With that, he raised his sniper cannon, aimed at the fleeing Su Ming, locked the target, and fired. 4 against 1? Of course, my choice is to flee. Do you have any problems with that? Su Ming scornfully asked second Su Ming as his fingers moved faster than ever. On the monitor screen, one side of the mecha suddenly disconnected, causing the leg and torso to detach. While the detached legs were penetrated by the beam and exploded in subspace, the torso of the mecha continued to fly forward. Head separation, tail separation. Su Ming rapidly issued orders while continuously shedding parts of the mecha's body, which made the course speed of the flight increase significantly. The discarded mecha components fell right in front of the pursuing enemies, triggering a series of devastating explosions. The pursuing enemy force was forced to withstand the aftermath of this explosion. By the time the mecha team broke through the explosion circle, Su Ming had already entered the containment bay of the Star Mother battleship. Although I didn't kill the opponent instantly, since the other side chose to escape, we will now execute the mission to reclaim the spaceship. As the sniper mecha withdrew its hand, the words echoed, but then the alarm rang inside the cockpit. What's happening? Chain hunting sequence initiated, came the reply. Suddenly, the Guardian mecha appeared beside the sniper mecha, slicing it cleanly in half with a blade of light. In the split second before the mecha exploded, Zhonghua turned around incredulously looking back at the battleground where the leader returned with severely injured units. How could such an evenly matched war turn so dramatically? The mecha emitted a brilliant explosion, while the Guardian mecha swiftly disengaged from the explosion radius. The combo strikes hadn't ceased yet, as it immediately attacked the remaining 3 mechas. Every spot cut by the 3 strikes was a vital point of this type of mecha, without a single deviation. After the last strike passed, Zhonghua looked on in horror as a blade of light pierced through the cockpit of his mecha, slicing it in one swift motion. What? Zhonghua stared in disbelief as the light blade scraped open the opposing mecha's cockpit, revealing a vulnerable spot inside where a girl sat in terror. This girl? Zhonghua instinctively reached out to touch this girl who looked almost identical to herself, but the thick smoke obscured the view. Rescue her? Zhonghua instinctively wanted to take this action, but a massive explosion erased that thought. The Guardian mecha was engulfed in the explosion at this moment. After the explosion, the severely damaged Guardian mecha returned to the battleship in a daze. Command room of Escort Ship 076. Lieutenant, should we pursue further? Asked the captain of another destroyer. We can't chase any longer. The lieutenant paused for thought before saying, I don't understand either how our squad leader could be fighting back and forth with the enemy, and then get completely reversed. Given the current situation, we have heavily injured an S-class primal mecha, and relying on 4 escort ships isn't enough to complete the mission. Therefore, the mission is deemed a failure, Li Mei said. However, we should continue tracking the target, also calculate the area defense once they exit subspace, and contact the Federation military at that position, gathering all available forces. Understood, the captain replied. Li Mei nodded, then left the command chair and exited the bridge. She passed through several corridors and arrived at the logistics bay. The severely wounded mecha was beginning to undergo temporary repairs aboard the ship. Zhonghua, who sustained minor injuries, had already been treated by medical staff and bandaged up. Though physically unharmed, he looked bewildered, staring at the badly damaged mecha in front of him. Winning or losing is a common occurrence. In this operation, I could see you displaying your capabilities, so don't feel overly apologetic. Li Mei placed her broad hand on Zhonghua's shoulder insignia and said, I didn't lose to her. It's just that I don't know why she could suddenly. Zhonghua sighed and continued. In the early stages, both sides were testing each other, exchanging blows. Then suddenly, every move of hers targeted my vital points, leaving me only able to defend myself. And why? Why does she give me a sense of familiarity? Chapter 101, Zhonghua. Su Ming stumbled down from the mecha core, addressing Second Su Ming. What else could I do but run? Sit and wait to die. You have a point, but that's not the kind of behavior I'm used to seeing from you, Second Su Ming said. The style I'm familiar with? Su Ming frowned silently, repeating these words in his mind before saying, True, initially, I wouldn't have planned it like this. However, Zhonghua told me an S-class ability user was on the way. Without giving me much time to think, she went straight into battle, leaving me wondering who would take care of the 4 other mechas. I was truly at my wit's end. Just like Mi Ling. Su Ming said irritably. I don't understand her thinking. Normally, shouldn't we adopt a strategy similar to Tianji's horse racing by letting her quickly deal with the 4 easier targets first? If Zhonghua had chosen to eliminate the easiest targets first, wouldn't you be facing their S-class mecha? Second Su Ming asked. Surely, you might buy some time, but there's no doubt you'd get killed faster, right? After Second Su Ming finished speaking, Su Ming looked at him sharply. After a while, his expression softened slightly as he said, My choice was correct, but fortunately, we had the data from the previous scan. Otherwise, both of us would be done for. The last time, before I fell asleep. Second Su Ming mentioned. Right, among the 9 fortresses in the Northwest Star Domain, during one mission where we fought them, I activated the scanning mode back then, analyzing the structural data of the opponent's mecha. But it wasn't complete when they managed to escape. We encountered them again during the battle within the planetary belt of Jingzhou. Zhonghua broke through and wiped out all the enemies. Counting today's 5, I've encountered 9 mechas of the same type. Although I'm unclear about the Federation's intentions, why produce so many identical Origin Stone mechas? Mass production of Origin Stone mechas is just a joke anyway. It makes no sense to mass produce such mechas. There simply aren't enough Origin Stones to sustain it, Second Su Ming said. And also, if they are the same model, they'd need the same kind of Origin Stone along with pilots with similar mental energies. You're spot on. So it's still hard to figure out what the Federation intended with so many identical mechas, Su Ming said. No matter what, their plan to create so many Origin Stone mechas must serve some purpose, though for you, isn't it better? Now that you've obtained the control over A-level Federation mechas, handling future similar enemies will be a breeze, Second Su Ming remarked. Not before my mecha gets fixed up. Su Ming turned around, looking at the remnant core of the Featherwolf mecha helplessly. There are no repair facilities here, so it might only be possible to restore it after the war. At that moment, the severely damaged Guardian mecha entered the repair bay. Seeing its wretched condition made Su Ming quite shocked. Su Ming sighed. It can still be repaired without losing any combat capability, but it shouldn't be like this. The charred cockpit of the Guardian opened. Zhonghua stepped down from the cockpit via a lift platform, eyes bloodshot and streaked with tears that rolled down her cheeks. After disembarking from the mecha, she blankly walked to a corner, burying her head dejectedly. A young girl crying? Such a peculiar sight actually happening to Zhonghua? The two Su Mings exchanged glances. Ultimately, Su Ming said, Seems like the problem isn't with the mecha, but rather with her. Do you intend to comfort her? Second Su Ming asked. I'm bad at comforting people, Su Ming said, then walked away from the mecha cabin without looking back, boarding the floating car to head towards the bridge command room. When Su Ming arrived at the command room, Li Ming immediately got up to greet him. However, the atmosphere inside the command room was somewhat strange. Isn't it weird how I fled in disarray? Su Ming smiled, but none of those present in the command room admitted it. Immediately, Li Ming responded, How could it be? With the situation being 4 against 1 and clearly overpowered, running was the logical choice, wasn't it? Su Ming glanced at the others in the command room, The problem was with them. They admired the strong, and in their view, their direct superior fleeing in the heat of battle was disgraceful. But Su Ming didn't really care. I want to review the video of Zhang Hengyue's previous battle, Su Ming said. Understood, the pirates replied, extracting the earlier recorded footage and displaying it on the light screen in front of Su Ming. The entire video documented Zhang Hengyue's battle. After the Guardian mecha discarded Su Ming's Featherwolf and engaged alone with the enemy's S-class mecha, when the two S-class mechas were locked in an intense struggle, something perplexing happened. The Guardian suddenly overpowered its opponent, suppressing what had been an evenly matched foe to the point of utter helplessness. After inflicting heavy damage, Zhang Hengyue quickly disengaged from the battlefield and headed towards the four mechas chasing Su Ming. Her mecha's damage wasn't caused by the opponent's main force, Su Ming said in confusion, as the video continued to play. The Guardian mecha executed a series of linked fatal techniques that left a deep impression on Su Ming, the chain kill technique. When the sniper mecha was entirely focused on Su Ming, the Guardian's light blade swiftly slashed through its waist before speeding toward the next target before the explosion could even occur, leaving no room for delay or hesitation. One after another, the second and third targets were eliminated until finally reaching the last one. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as the video showed the Guardian cutting open the cockpit of the enemy mecha and then stopping, as if the mech's arm reached out trying to grab something. Precisely at that moment, the explosion enveloped the Guardian. Emerging from the blast radius, the Guardian lacked its previous ferocity and hesitantly flew back towards the Star Mother. Stop it, Su Ming quickly instructed. Slow this part down, enlarge it, make it clearer. Yes, exactly here. After repeatedly enlarging, slowing, and refreshing the footage, what appeared before Su Ming's eyes was the cockpit cover being sliced open by the light blade, revealing a young girl wearing the mech suit of the Federal Central Military, her last glance at the Guardian mech amid the Martian electric smoke just before the decisive moment. It was at this exact instant that the Guardian stopped its actions until the explosion consumed everything. Replay, enlarge. Su Ming ordered. At Li Ming's indication, the video was enlarged again, and then an image appeared that startled everyone present. Su Ming's voice choked as he asked, "Is this Zhang Hengyue?" Chapter 102, Starfall. Thinking of Zhang Hengyue, sobbing in a corner of the maintenance bay, Su Ming grew silent, and then said, "It probably wasn't Zhang Hengyue herself, but someone related to her. After all, she escaped from the Federation. But that girl is already dead. She just passed away," Li Ming said. Su Ming nodded and replied, "She was killed by Zhang Hengyue within the subspace, which is why Zhang reacted the way she did, but it's too late now. In that case, perhaps Director Xiahou De will know something." Su Ming sighed. "Commander, for destroyers are still trailing us," the detection officer reported. On the radar screen, in one corner behind them, for warships were still quietly following their hijacked vessel, which brought Su Ming back to the situation. "Clearly, our mission failed, and they aren't satisfied with this result yet. The only combat-ready force we have left is you, Li Ming." Su Ming continued. "In this battle, they've suffered greater losses than us. Relying on Zhang Hengyue's abilities isn't an option anymore. They can't attack directly because ships without complete command teams aren't much of a threat, and they must be afraid of the elite guard mechs as well. They're not willing to give up and probably have forces or weapons set up ahead to intercept us. So what should we do?" Li Ming asked. "How much longer until we exit subspace?" Su Ming questioned. 3 more minutes, Li Ming answered. "They don't know the details of our condition. Even when we emerge from subspace, there will still be some distance before we meet with the main fleet. But they don't have many forces available to intercept us. Their biggest reliance might be the Central Army of the Federation. The reason for this is that the Federation has very few resources left behind, but these forces were heavily damaged by Zhang Hengyue. They've probably already calculated our exit coordinates from subspace. To concentrate all dispersed forces at one point and make every effort to sink us. Stubborn bastards. Can they calculate our landing position?" Li Ming asked. "Yes, estimated general range. That'll be enough," Su Ming responded. "Anyway, our goal is to safely escort this warship to the main fleet. We need to change the originally set jump coordinates. But if we change jump coordinates inside subspace recklessly, the emergence location will become uncertain," Li Ming noted. "Still better than running straight into an ambush set up by them," Su Ming said. "I understand," Li Ming replied. "Command room of Warship 076. Is the deployment in the current star sector complete?" Li Mei asked. "Yes, we've assembled a fleet comprising of 3 destroyers, 8 frigates, plus the 4 here. Even though the ships are small, using Wolfpack tactics, we could take down a Tiger-sized enemy force, especially since that Tiger cannot unleash its full strength anyway," the adjutant affirmed confidently. "Good. However, this ship we're pursuing should actually be part of our side. It's quite heartbreaking that we need to sink it now, isn't it?" Li Mei said regretfully. "The enemy ship is about to begin its jump," the adjutant reported. "Perfect. Let's lure their Tiger into our wolf pack hunting grounds, and we shall start our jump as well," Li Mei ordered. "Report, Lieutenant Commander. The enemy has altered its jump data. It's a random jump," the detector operator exclaimed. "What?" Li Mei was surprised. Both sides entered jump mode, pulling 5 ships out of subspace. In the alert star zone where over a dozen small warships gathered, a vortex appeared in the void, causing extreme vigilance among the federal forces present. However, only 4 small ships emerged, and they were friendly. "Midshipman Li Mei, why did you have us sit here waiting like rabbits for a rabbit hunt? Where are our targets?" One of the captains immediately asked upon seeing Midshipman Li Mei appear out of the vortex. "Sorry, sir. I lost track of the target. They made a last-minute shift in their jump location and used a random coordinate system. Although hastily modified, the coordinate differences shouldn't be too great. We should search the surrounding star regions and locate them soon enough, Li Mei replied. There is no need, Li Mei. You planned for our small ships to battle the large ones using wolfpack tactics. Thus combining our ships would yield greater combat effectiveness. However, with the target lost under your watch, we would have a better chance of finding them if we dispersed. But how can a lone wolf overpower a tiger? Together, let's head out to search. In space, how can you be certain which direction offers the greatest probability of finding the enemy? The captain said. I will take full responsibility for losing the warship. Li Mei said. You mustn't say that. The main responsibility for losing the ship does not necessarily lie with you, understand? If it does, you're done, the captain said. Do you realize the importance of a Star Mother warship to the Yen Kingdom within the Federation? Even if the Kaldar starport were abandoned by Yen, this vessel must be protected at all costs. I consider your conduct in this operation commendable, so I'll remind you of one thing. You must not take on this major responsibility. Instead, wait for an opportunity to make up for the mistake. Thank you for the advice, sir. But making up for it? Yes, making up for it. The captain said. I understand, sir. Li Mei said. Not far from this star domain, a vortex appeared, and a colossal warship emerged from it. After leaving the vortex, Su Ming immediately confirmed the coordinates of their warship. Not far from the star domain of the 11th Fleet. Our random jump this time did not result in any mishaps. Li Ming said excitedly. Full speed ahead towards our main force, Su Ming said cheerfully. Our biggest gain from this operation is this warship. Ha ha ha. The Federation spent a fortune building this huge warship, which we now possess. They must be furious. Li Ming laughed. Isn't there plenty more that the Federation has handed over to us? Su Ming immediately thought of the Federated Fleet that had been incorporated on the northwestern front line, saying instinctively, if they could die of anger because of this, I reckon they wouldn't have enough lives to last. Having spoken, Su Ming sat in the captain's chair, while Li Ming took his seat as the adjutant. Su Ming gave the order. Then next, full speed ahead towards our main force. Understood. For those who originated from piracy, despite having undergone the strict training of the Gaoyang pirate group, their excitement was unmistakable when first handling such a massive vessel. After successfully escaping pursuit by the Federal Army, this sentiment erupted. An operator asked, Commander, what should we name our warship? You must remember, you are no longer pirates from the past. You are regular soldiers of Huaxia. There are protocols you need to understand. Naming big ships is ceremonial, especially for vessels of this size. Since we temporarily operate this Star Mother, without a formal naming ceremony, why don't we give it a nickname? So privately, we call it Starfall. How about that? Chapter 103, The Plan to Unite Forces. The Huaxia Army finally seized a federal battleship, which would rendezvous with the newly formed 11th Fleet. On the Yu Huang and Li Long flagships, radar screens showed an unidentified large warship. Report to the captain, our forward detection indicates a warship approaching us while sending friendly signals, said the detector operator. Large warship, could it be a federal vessel? Shikuan said. Wu Jing looked at the radar image of the warship, narrowed his eyes, and said, it's indeed the federally made Star Sky mothership. It seems they're not coming in good faith. I request permission to attack. Wu strategist, don't mistakenly harm our allies. That's our commander's prize captured from the Federation. Tian Sun said as he opened communication. Mi Ling added, husband, since they are approaching with a friendly signal, shouldn't we verify first? In that case, however, Captain's wife, I have a question. As far as I know, our goal here is to attack the Kadal starport, and the Star Sky mothership moored inside by the Federation will be a valuable trophy for our army. However, before the battle even began, the Star Sky mothership of the Federation has approached us voluntarily. This must be a deception, Wu Jing said. Wu strategist needn't worry, I am currently on this ship, Su Ming replied through the connected interstellar communicator linked to the Li Long. The Kadal starport is our mandatory target, and this mothership I am sitting on is also a target for my army. But these two objectives do not necessarily have to be completed simultaneously. Now, taking advantage of the Federation Army's lack of vigilance, we've obtained the Star Sky mothership. Isn't this a good thing? Su Ming said. This sounds excellent, but both attacking the Kadal starport and seizing the mothership can be done together. Why does the commander risk going after the Federation's warship? Wu Jing asked. Mi Ling reminded me, enemies shift their focus onto our fleet's movements, so the more we approach our target, the more evident it becomes. Consequently, when we go to attack the Kadal starport, the battleship I dream about might vanish. So Mi Ling suggested taking advantage of the Federal Army focusing on our fleet and entering the Kadal starport instead to steal their fleet out, Su Ming explained. Haha, Mi Ling's calculations are wonderful. Then what should we do next? Shikuan laughed. Of course, still the Kadal starport. Destroy the Federation military port, Su Ming said. Destroy the military port? Why only the military port? If we don't dismantle all star ports, the Federation's rear supply line could still be sustained, Shikuan questioned. Captain Shikuan, there's something I need to mention. Keep control of our entire army. We are aiming exclusively at military facilities. We will only attack military vessels. If anyone attacks civilian ships or damages civilian infrastructure, severe penalties will be applied. I trust you understand what I mean, Su Ming emphasized. I understand. I will maintain control over the whole army, Shikuan responded. Good, well done. Moreover, our forces are scattered across various parts of the Federation territory, dispersing our strength, which isn't beneficial for us. Thus, I intend to consolidate our troops, unite all our power, and launch significant assaults deep within Federation territory. What opinions do everyone have? Su Ming inquired. Consolidate forces? Mi Ling responded. Uniting forces under one banner isn't feasible. Though resistance forces have joined under our command, most are just undisciplined mobs. If dispersed, they would require the Federation to chase them around different areas, but if gathered together, they'll remain undisciplined mobs, and thus make it easier for the Federation to annihilate them entirely. Indeed. Su Ming paused in deep thought, then continued. Thank you for the reminder. Without your advice, I almost made a grave mistake. No, though we cannot consolidate all these undisciplined forces, we can unify our main force and combine with another fleet. Mi Ling proposed. The 12th Fleet of the Huaxia Army, formed by the alliance of two powers. They have been trained by the Huaxia Army and are a significantly larger faction than mere mobs. Combining our two army strengths, even if we encounter the Federation fleet, we'll have enough strength for victory. Yes, exactly right, Su Ming excitedly exclaimed. Gather the elite forces, concentrate on mobilizing all the capable soldiers we can assemble. Gathering undisciplined mobs results in just a pile of undisciplined mobs, whereas assembling elites leads to a powerful force. If that's the case, when should we contact the two factions? Shirkuan heartily laughed. In my pirate days, I admired their presence greatly. However, we have Federation pursuers at our backs. Perhaps this isn't a prudent move, Wu Jing remarked. Military advisor Wu, it's easy for the Allied forces to shake off pursuit, Su Ming said. So you don't need to worry about this point. Once we've captured the Cadal Starport, we'll be prepared to consolidate our troops. Su Ming explained. Very well then, Wu Jing replied. After the Xingyun mothership returned to the fleet, the Huaxia fleet continued its voyage toward the Cadal Starport. They broke through several satellite defense lines set up by the Yen military along the way and successfully invaded the Cadal Starport. Following the loss of the Starry Sky mothership, the Federal Army realized further defense was meaningless and voluntarily abandoned the port. After destroying the military installations at the Cadal Starport and looting all military supplies from the harbor, the fleet departed and headed towards the radar blind zones of the Federal military. The three major Federal fleets, during their pursuit and passing two abandoned space cities left by the pirate armies, retook control of 4 cities and cleared the space mines that Su Ming's group had placed to hinder their progress. Restoring everything back under Federal control, the Federal fleet resumed its course chasing after the Huaxia army. The three fleets once again regrouped at the Cadal Starport. However, this time they lost sight of their target. Despite the headquarters of the three nations, Federation, Yin, and Song, having several wide-area radar stations covering the entire territory, there were still radar blind spots, which were being continuously disrupted by the resistance forces. As a result, these blind spots grew larger, and relying on wide-area radars to track the Huaxia fleet caused them to lose the target when they entered areas not covered by these radar scans. The Huaxia army initiated its choke point operation, with the first phase involving the internal wide-area radar system of the Federation, expanding the radar blind zones for the Federal Army. After dismantling multiple Federal wide-area radars initially, the Federal Army focused on protecting these radars in an attempt to counteract the guerrilla tactics of the Huaxia army. Nonetheless, the known blind zones reported to the headquarters inevitably expanded. Chapter 104 Her. After the Huaxia fleet departed from the Catalar spaceport, it entered a blind spot in the Federation's radar scanning area. For the time being, they sailed peacefully among the stars. The personnel were all present, allowing the Starfall battleship to unleash most of its combat power. Additionally, the Starfall replaced the Lelong as the flagship of the fleet. After finishing everything, Su Ming left the bridge and went to the maintenance bay. All parts of his Featherwolf mecha were missing, leaving it unable to fight. In the repair bay, only one mecha was parked, the Imperial Guard mecha. Compared to the Featherwolf, the damage sustained by the Imperial Guard was within the repair capabilities of the ship. At this moment, the Imperial Guard had been restored so that it no longer looked like it had been scorched black, but rather appeared like a new mecha. The mecha's combat capability could be restored as before, but Su Ming knew that the person who once operated the mecha in some corner of the ship was gone for good. It had been more than a day, yet she still squatted in that corner, her eyes losing focus. She repeatedly muttered, "It was me who killed her." Su Ming came to Zhang Hengyue and asked, "Who is she to you?" "It was me who killed her. It was me who killed her." Zhang Hengyue mumbled, She is my sister." Zhang Hengyue shook her head wildly, her neatly styled hair becoming disheveled. "So, do you think it was you who killed her?" Su Ming asked. "But, do you remember?" "It was my order that led to her death," Su Ming softly said. Zhang Hengyue looked at Su Ming incredulously. Only then did she recall the message she received with Su Ming's intelligence update, where she was instructed to prioritize dealing with the 4 A-level pristine mechas of the Federation. That's why the S-class mecha managed to escape after sustaining severe damage. "You?" Zhang Hengyue said incredulously, then shook her head and said, "No, that's not right. I killed her with my own hands." "But, neither you nor I knew who was inside the mecha. I just found out now that she is your sister." "But, she joined the Federal Army, making her an enemy of our forces." "Why would your sister join the Federal Army?" Su Ming asked. "I don't know. I just remember, I only know." Zhang Hengyue painfully recalled, finally saying in horror, "Isn't my sister already dead? Isn't she already dead? Isn't my sister already dead? Then how come?" Zhang Hengyue asked. "Are you saying your sister died long ago?" Su Ming asked. "Why?" Zhang Hengyue said blankly. "Why would she appear in the Federal Army?" Su Ming asked. "Why does it feel so familiar?" At the 9 major fortresses, in the Jingzhou planet belt, even in subspace. Scenes from the battle at the 9 major fortresses, scenes from the engagement in the Jingzhou planet belt, and moments from within subspace. The woman who disappeared in flames before her eyes, the 3 mechas destroyed in subspace, the severely damaged mecha inflicted by her own hands, the mecha shot down in the Jingzhou star domain. All these recollections drifted through Zhang Hengyue's mind. Could it be? Zhang Hengyue continued muttering words incomprehensible to Su Ming. However, seeing her condition, Su Ming didn't want to disturb her excessively, so he left the compartment. Fangzhou Command Center. The Huaxia army has formed several converging streams. Over several days, they've carried out attacks on our wide-area radar. Zheng Shuang told Zheng Dongming. As our radar scan blind spots continue to expand, the situation will become increasingly unfavorable for us. I returned originally to deal with these issues, but the problems are getting bigger and bigger, Zheng Yuming said sheepishly. You came back to solve problems, but the Huaxia army appearing behind us was actually to create more trouble, understand? Zheng Shuang sighed and said, first, they destroy our military spaceports. Second, they disrupt our wide-area radars. Third, they harass our transport warships. Their goal is very clear, to cut off our rear support lines, depriving the frontline battlefield of resources. The trouble wasn't brought by you. If you hadn't returned, the situation I faced would have been even more difficult. This time, although the Huaxia fleet slipped away from you, it doesn't matter. We just need to use our hidden agent well, and the enemy will always be under our watchful eyes, Zheng Shuang said. Although the pirates showed no hesitation when exposing their true colors, leading to heavy losses for our embedded intelligence operatives, years of infiltration cannot possibly be uprooted overnight by the enemy. However, a pawn must be used in a useful place. If our army goes to capture the enemies at the location he provided, it will instead alert them, Zheng Yuming said. Indeed, using the intelligence he provided on such an inconclusive chase is too wasteful. We should not act unless with a thunderous strike. If we do not move, then so be it. But once we do, we must completely crush the enemy, Zheng Shuang said. But if we don't move, how can we utterly annihilate the opponent? Zheng Yuming asked. In my view, among all the resistance forces that the Huaxia army has gathered, only 2 are capable of challenging us. The rest are just rabble who may cause us some trouble at most, Zheng Shuang said. So, Zheng Yuming asked. So, if we eliminate these 2 leading fleets, it will solve the great concern in our hearts, Zheng Shuang said. Do you just sit and wait for the opportunity to annihilate the resistance forces absorbed as the 11th and 12th fleets of the Huaxia army? Zheng Yuming asked. No, we cannot afford to wait. The opportunity has already come, Zheng Shuang said with a mysterious smile. The opportunity has come, Zheng Yuming said in surprise. Yes, the Huaxia army plans to merge the 2 fleets into one elite joint fleet, Zheng Shuang said. The one who oversees everything on the Huaxia side is a lieutenant named Su Ming. Uft, I can't understand how they could think that a mere lieutenant could oversee everything, Zheng Shuang said disdainfully. But here's the thing. If this fool acted alone dictating matters beyond his capability and rank, that would actually favor us. However, this fool listens entirely to Gao Yang's pirate chief. Haha, now we're in trouble. Gao Yang's pirate chief? A vivid image immediately came to Zhang Yoming's mind, and he said, to listen entirely to a woman. What trouble could we possibly face? That's something you wouldn't know. Compared to Shikuan from Cruiser, Mi Ling from the Gao Yang pirate gang is a major threat to our forces. For years, we have suffered countless losses because of her. Rare among the resistance fighters, she excels in strategy. It's ironically fitting that the plan to merge the 2 elite armies comes precisely from her. So much the better, we'll settle both old and new accounts together. Zheng Shuang chuckled coldly. Chapter 105. Discussing the merging of forces. Su Ming, through the Tianxuan system, engaged in discussions with high-ranking individuals of the 2 pirate fleets formed by the 2 conferences and 2 pirates to formulate a plan. Commander, I believe splitting our forces is more efficient. If our goal is merely to destroy the enemy's rear battlefield, splitting our forces would be more effective. Even if the Federation fleet eliminates part of us, we still have another corps that can disrupt the enemy's rear, said Cheng Tao, the president of one of the 2 conferences, the Huaxia Unity Association. No, if we unite our forces, the energy we gather will make the Federation army fear us. Both fleets united as one force means unless the other side has 3 fleets united together, they would stand no chance against us. Furthermore, if only one fleet comes to search for us, with our developed intelligence network already destroying the enemy's long-range radar network, how could they find us over such an extensive star domain? Said Zhu Hui, the president of the Anti-Federation Association. I agree with President Zhu. Our combined force can resist the search of any single Federation fleet. If their combined fleets come out, with our intelligence network, we can easily avoid direct confrontation, said Mi Ling. Everyone, do you remember what our purpose is? Our target is to damage the internal star routes of the Federation, affect the enemy's logistics supply lines, plunder government treasuries, military supplies, raid transport fleets, and ensure that they cannot continue the war. So, would uniting our forces complete the mission faster or splitting them achieve it better? Cheng Tao asked. Su Ming looked at the 4 major forces, where 3 had expressed their opinions, and only 1 remained silent. However, Shikuan would not deviate from Mi Ling's expectations. Everyone looked at him when Shikuan said, I only support uniting our forces. Only then can we add more targets to our hunting list. Cheng Tao frowned. Among the 4 people, he was the only one holding a different opinion. It seemed inevitable that the merging would happen. Cheng Tao looked at Shikuan and asked, Director Captain Shur, besides this, what else do you intend to hunt? Hunting fleets. Shikuan responded coldly. Captain Shur, are you joking? There's no need for us to confront the Federation fleet head-on. As long as we make the frontline enemy army incapable of sustaining the war, isn't our task accomplished? Cheng Tao questioned. President Cheng. Wu Jing smiled and said, Are you simply satisfied with just completing the task? But if we not only complete the task, but also annihilate the Federation fleet, wouldn't that be even better? Consultant Wu is right. Wouldn't the task be perfectly completed then? Mi Ling laughed and said, Think carefully. If we unite our forces, won't we possess the capability to fight the Federation fleet? Why worry about our fleet being chased around like rats by the enemy? Since everyone thinks the unification of forces is feasible, what else is there for Mi Cheng to say? Let's merge our forces. I am known for being cautious, so I just thought unifying wasn't appropriate, Cheng Tao said. General Cheng, war does not allow decisions based on absolute certainty to win. Being overly cautious and overly concerned with gains and losses is undesirable, Shikuan said. Su Ming glanced around and said, Since 3 out of all of you support the merging of forces, and I also agree with it, let's go ahead with the unification. Next, we will discuss the detailed plans for combining our 2 fleets. In a dark corner of the storage room on the longship, the only light came from a flickering spot, shadows moving about. The Huaxia forces have deployed a dense spy network within our territory, gathering intelligence about us. All movements of our large ships are known to the enemy, the shadow said to the person on the screen. The Huaxia forces' plan to unify has been determined. We can indeed use this opportunity to capture them all, but I'm worried that the movement of large ships might alarm them prematurely. You're correct on this point. Since Huaxia has established a complex intelligence network within our territory, it's impossible for the departure of the large fleet to go unnoticed by the Huaxia forces, Zhang Shuang said. So what suggestions do you have? The intelligence network is controlled by one individual, Su Ming. If I seize the Tianxuan system he uses to contact all intelligence personnel, then we can effortlessly dismantle the entire Huaxia intelligence network within the Federation, the Shadow said. Hold on. Do you think I would let you do it this way? Zhang Shuang interrupted the Shadow and said, Of course we need to dismantle this intelligence network, but at present, how our 3 fleets can ambush at the enemy's convergence point without being detected and annihilate them in one fell swoop is the top priority. If we move too soon and alert the enemy prematurely, we will miss a golden opportunity. Your suggestion is not bad, but it should be carried out only after the enemy has entered our Balway net. Do you understand? Understood. But Master, although I know little about the spies of Huaxia forces, I can infer a couple of points. First, they hide among the crowd, moving around space cities. Some of them even travel aboard civilian vessels. If we act carelessly, they can gather our intelligence through regular channels. However, if we block their information-gathering routes and have the 3 fleets bypass populated areas by traveling on rarely used interstellar routes, the Huaxia forces cannot possibly set up wide-area radar systems like ours everywhere. Then, our 3 fleets could remain hidden from their intelligence network. What do you think, Master? Excellent, Zhang Shuang said. However, those rarely used interstellar routes are not suitable for fleet navigation. Only a few routes are navigable by warships. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Shuang continued. These routes are short but narrow, preventing warp jumps. A several light-year-long sprint through these uninhabited zones wouldn't be easy for our fleets. This path, though dangerous, is also much closer, isn't it? The Shadow chuckled. Moreover, Master, as long as I'm here, all the movements of Huaxia's fleet will be known to us. So this route may be perilous by nature, but there will be no human error. Once we reach the destination, we can eliminate 2 major threats to our army. How splendid is that? You make a good point, but it seems that according to the route provided by you, we can summarize that both sides, aiming for a quick merge, take unconventional paths to achieve the same goal. Choosing risky roads just like us, but to ambush them, we would need to go even riskier, Zhang Shuang asked hesitantly. What exactly does the Huaxia army aim to accomplish by uniting at such peril? The Huaxia forces must have an urgent purpose for wanting to unite quickly, surely having a plan that bodes ill for us, the Shadow said. Chapter 106, The Ambush Plan. Fangzhou City, Command Center, an operation plan was being negotiated. In front of Zhang Shuang were 4 huge holographic screens showing the admirals of the 3 fleets and Gongsun Rang, the head of the Gongsun family of Song Kingdom. My spy has brought me some news. It appears that the Huaxiao army is planning a military consolidation. The combined forces consist of 2 fleets from alliances and 2 fleets from pirates. These are exactly the fleets we want to get rid of urgently. Do all of you understand why I've gathered all of you here? Zhang Shuang said. Of course, sir. Are you planning to use this consolidation movement to eliminate all these rebel forces at once? Zheng Yuming asked. You're right. Since the Huaxiao army is so brainless as to combine all their forces for a head-on clash with our army, this will work perfectly in our favor. Consolidating both armies together would make it easier for us to wipe them out, Zhang Shuang said. In that case, Master Zhang, I have one thing unclear. If they are consolidating, and we have spies placed within their ranks, then there will be countless opportunities to eliminate them anytime. So why do we choose to destroy them specifically at the moment of their consolidation? Gongsun questioned. General, it is true that we can annihilate them anytime, but we need to do it as soon as possible. Understand? Because this is not the main battlefield. This is the rear of our forces. The Huaxiao army is causing chaos behind our lines. The more unstable our rear is, the less effective we become at supporting the frontline corps. Also, the timing for this attack is because they're making things easy for us themselves. Zheng Shuang replied. Making things easy for themselves? Gong Suning asked in confusion. How exactly are the Huaxia forces doing this? Ho ho, Master Gong Sun. Watch and you'll see, Zheng Yuming grinned. Immediately, he instructed his staff behind him to project a 3D star map using the computer system. It showed a territorial map of Song Kingdom and Yin Kingdom, with 5 stellar regions included. 3 points were yellow, 2 were red. One of the red points was inside Yin territory, the other within Song territory. These 3 yellow points represent our 3 operational fleets. Commanders, you are our most important support in wiping out the enemy. The 2 red points represent the already well-structured enemy fleets. The 11th Fleet of Huaxia's 4th Army within Yin territory, and the 12th Fleet of Huaxia's 4th Army within Song territory, which are serious threats to both our nations. Zheng Shuang said. Sir Gongsun, take a good look, Zheng Shuang said. On the stellar domain map, the 2 red points began moving, traveling towards each other on the shortest available star route, leaving trails marked by red lines until they eventually converged into 1 point. With a smug expression, Zheng Shuang looked at the red line displayed on the star chart and explained. The Huaxia army plans to consolidate their forces here. This intelligence is from the reports of my operatives infiltrated within the Huaxia army. They even provided the planned interstellar routes. Gongsun Rang observed the star chart carefully and stated, this star route isn't an official route. Meteoroids and asteroids are densely scattered along the way, and there are narrow channels and several no-go zones for warships. If not under special circumstances, wanting to consolidate forces, the Huaxia army would never choose such a side path. Let's call this the 076 route temporarily. Although it isn't the best path, it is the closest one to consolidate. Given how urgent Huaxia seems about consolidation, I suspect they must be plotting something. But choosing this route, doesn't it make it easier for us to devise a plan against them? Zheng Shuang said. You're correct. Knowing the enemy's objectives and movement route makes it convenient for us to launch an ambush mid-journey, Gongsun Rang agreed. We could catch them all off guard, Zheng Shuang asserted. Following this, 2 sections of the red line on the star map were highlighted while the yellow dots began their movements. Taking even smaller paths, the yellow points split into 2 teams, each taking a shortcut and converging separately with the Huaxia fleet routes at the designated key red segments. Red Segment A, the densest field of meteors, is a must-pass area for the enemy's 11th fleet. It's perfect for interception and annihilation. Red Segment B is the narrowest corridor across the entire route, which the 12th fleet must pass through, offering a very convenient spot to intercept them. Zheng Shuang explained. However, looking at the 2 divided red routes of our troops, those passages seem even more perilous, Gongsun Long noted cautiously. It is indeed the easiest route for us to travel quickly to reach the enemy in time, Zheng Shuang said. You're absolutely right. We hope the plan proceeds smoothly, eliminating these rebels to stabilize the rear lines, Gongsun Long responded. However, Sir Zheng, you only have 1 informant in the 11th fleet, so it's understandable to track its movement accurately. But regarding the 12th fleet, how do we ascertain its exact movement trajectory? Gong Suning asked. We can monitor the movements of the 12th fleet through our spies embedded in the 11th fleet. Regardless, this does not impede our initial battle plans. Understanding the advantage of striking first is key. By preparing ahead and setting an ambush along the enemy's route, we can wait for them to tire themselves out while we stay fresh. Speed has always been crucial in warfare. A principle as ancient as time itself, Zheng Shuang said. The master's point is that we should set off immediately, Zheng Yuming responded. In any case, this suits us warriors well. Fighting a foe who constantly hides their moves feels frustrating. But now that the rats are walking into our trap willingly, it leaves no room for blame against us. Zheng Yuming laughed. However, what is your plan regarding splitting our forces? Gongsun Rang asked. The strongest fleet among the 2 enemy forces is the 11th fleet. Therefore, to intercept and annihilate them, we'll dispatch 2 fleets. The weakest of the 2 enemy fleets is the 12th fleet, so only 1 fleet will be sufficient to confront them, Zheng Shuang said. Understood. Then, Master, please issue the orders, Zheng Yuming replied. Very well. General Yuming and General Hua Deguang will head to Red Segment A to ambush the opponent, while General Gongsun Ing will proceed to Red Segment B to deal with the major threat within Song territory, Zheng Shuang said. As you command, the generals replied in unison. Additionally, the Huaxia army has established an extensive intelligence network within our borders. To avoid alarming them prematurely, I do not intend to dismantle it now. Once this operation succeeds, we'll then eliminate their network, Zheng Shuang explained. I see now why the Huaxia army has proven so cunning. Indeed, such an arrangement would be necessary to mobilize the rebel forces within our territory. Zheng Yuming mused after a moment of thought. But leaving this potential menace unresolved may hinder your actions. Fortunately, all their intelligence operations originate from space cities and interstellar routes. They haven't yet placed any resources within the 5 people zones, which works in our favor. This way, the fleets can operate far from the city fortifications, using hidden paths along legitimate routes, Zheng Shuang said. Understood, the generals acknowledged. Chapter 107, Uninhabited Star Region. On the command bridge of the Xingyun warship, Su Ming had become the temporary captain of the ship. So our next goal is to quickly rendezvous with the 12th fleet within Song territory, Su Ming said. Understood, Commander, Li Ming replied. After speaking, Li Ming relayed the order to the captains of all ships. The 11th Fleet then changed course and began navigation toward the uninhabited star region within Federation territory. Report, Commander, we've just received news that the 12th Fleet inside Song territory has also begun moving, Li Ming reported. Su Ming nodded and said, Good, good. Commander, why have we chosen this route for this operation? Li Ming asked. Because it's faster, Su Ming replied. The fleet navigated through narrow star routes. The reason the uninhabited region was called such was due to its immense difficulty in development. Often, areas like these contain black holes or dense meteor showers, phenomena that humanity still struggles to overcome. In the space age, humans officially controlled vast interstellar territories, but their actual influence mostly remained confined to space cities. These cities were points, connected by lines representing the established shipping routes. Together, they formed the boundaries of human-controlled territories. For instance, one reason why the 9 great fortresses to the northwest were so crucial was that they guarded the only passageway between 2 major human no-go zones. Any fortresses constructed at such nodes became rare strategic choke points in outer space. Between the 5-star regions shared by the borders of Song and Yin, a vast stretch of the uninhabited star zone existed. This star area was highly complex, and humanity had not yet developed the capability to exploit this region sustainably. Additionally, the channels here were not suitable for long-term use by passing spacecraft. Pirate factions dominated the critical points on the border between Song and Yin, while the long and desolate expanse of the unmanned zone formed another boundary. The supply ships of Song and Yin preferred to detour via a distant route, passing through the 4-city node where they'd be extorted by pirates rather than risk traveling through this dangerous corridor. The federal government had never assigned an official name to any star routes capable of accommodating battle fleets within this region because every known passage there was perilous. Why did the Huaxia military choose such a dangerous path? Though uncertain and risky, these routes could still accommodate a fleet. It was the shortest distance between the domains of Song and Yin. The Huaxia army had done some preliminary exploration of these uninhabited regions. Building a chain of bases akin to an asteroid belt here would be incredibly difficult. Their base network extended only to the outer edges of this region. In a cabin aboard the Lylon warship, a dark figure quietly watched a light screen as someone named Zheng Shuang spoke from the other side. The Huaxia military indeed entered this uninhabited area. Yesterday's discussion decided on the path to cross it, and both armies are traversing it from different points. This leaves me puzzled. The uninhabited zone is notoriously unpredictable. To travel safely through it, the Huaxia military must accept the risks along the way and proceed cautiously. Is this merely for the purpose of joining forces? The reason for this is unclear to me, but after the forces join, I wonder, Commander, what will they do next? The Shadow asked. This place is perilous, yet it avoids the areas we vigilantly guard. It's an excellent route for movement back and forth within our 2 nations' territories. If the Huaxia military plans to take this route, they likely have some knowledge of the channels within. Although the uninhabited zone is a dangerous domain, it extends deep into our rear areas, the Shadow explained. So you think the Huaxia military wants to enter the uninhabited zone and find a route leading directly into the heart of our defense to launch a direct invasion? Zheng Shuang asked. Although the Huaxia military hasn't clarified their intentions post-consolidation, bringing together the 2 main fleets in Song and Yin territories, whether attacking another fleet or assaulting a fortress, it's clear that such a large-scale deployment could support either a siege or a full naval engagement, the Shadow responded. Though the changes in the uninhabited zone are extreme and difficult to traverse by fleets, it's nearly impossible for humans to establish permanent presence there. How do you explain attacking another fleet or besieging a fortress? Zheng Shuang questioned. There was some mention during deliberations about how Stone Kuan suggested that the combined forces wouldn't fear conflict with our forces and might attempt a concentrated offensive once united. Undoubtedly, the goal of merging Huaxia's armies is for a large-scale operation. But why choose to consolidate forces in the uninhabited zone? Please review the star map, Master, the Shadow suggested. Zheng Shuang turned and opened the central headquarters star map for close inspection. Lord, the rarely traveled routes within the uninhabited star regions are uncertain, yet the channels there are as abundant as capillaries. There are several passages capable of accommodating fleets. Once they enter the uninhabited zones, they'll no longer be monitored by our forces and can choose any direction to advance. Could you tell us what routes these passages connect to and how far they are from our key outposts or important cities? The Shadow reminded. Zheng Shuang immediately signaled the technicians, and the star map changed instantly. Several crisscrossing lines were drawn in the uninhabited zones, all labeled as Manchang passable for fleets. Among them were paths that the Huaxia army had previously traversed and others required for their fleet interception missions. Some exits could directly point to Fangzhou City, while others could lead straight to the Federation's rear arsenal or emerge near vital choke points. When Zheng Shuang saw this, his sweat involuntarily began to trickle down. The reason we don't pay much attention to this area is simple. It's entirely within our territory. However, if a war breaks out here and the enemy dares to use this zone, it will become the hub connecting multiple crucial points in our region. If the enemy takes control of this hub and chooses to attack any of our vital areas, we should not be surprised, said the Shadow. Zheng Shuang couldn't believe what he was seeing on the star map, his pupils slightly trembling with cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Why does the Huaxia military place such importance in a mere lieutenant's hands? This person might only appear to be the surface-level leader, but the Huaxia army has coordinated all the resistance movements inside our territory, an action clearly beyond a lieutenant's capacity. Yet, This lieutenant truly holds command authority and listens attentively to the head of the Gao Yang pirate gang. Mi Ling isn't like Stone Kuan, who only knows brute force. She is our greatest concern internally. My subordinates have tried repeatedly to break up the pirates' unity, but have always been thwarted by her. The development of pirate power to its current scale cannot be questioned. She has orchestrated everything. Now that the Huaxia army commands her so obediently, why did she formulate Plan 1 to consolidate troops in the uninhabited zones? I think this means enemies always show up where we least expect them. Chapter 108, The Hunting Ground. In Fanyang City, at the hotel, while Zhao Pu was resting in the shop, the sky communicator turned on at this moment. Report to the officer. According to all our intelligence, the 3 fleets of the Federation have disappeared without a trace, said the communicator. What's the situation? Zhao Pu calmed himself and replied. Leaving the range we can monitor, there are many places the 3 fleets of the Federation could go. But within the scope we can monitor, these are all key supply locations of the Federation. The fact that the Federation has disappeared does not mean they won't return for supplies. Let others continue to stay alert. Yes, I understand, said the communicator. Zhao Pu suddenly thought of something, then asked, did the 3 fleets of the Federation vanish into the uninhabited star zone? According to the last piece of information we gathered, the Federation's fleet did not appear in the uninhabited star zone, replied the communicator. Not, ha. Zhao Pu shook his head, opened a bottle of champagne, poured it full into his glass, took a sip, and said, that's right, the uninhabited zone shouldn't have drawn the attention of the Federation so quickly. Flagship Danyang of the Federal Third Fleet. The principle of openly repairing a Zhang path while secretly marching elsewhere is as such. Zheng Yuming chuckled lightly as he watched the host's screen showing the unmanned star domain getting closer. 2 fleets combined into one massive joint fleet entered a road in the unmanned star domain. On the other side, the radar displayed the map of the no man's land. One green that was also slowly penetrating deeper into the edge of the no man's area. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Yuming smiled slightly and said, so our next step will be entering the hunting ground. He immediately opened the celestial communication channel with Lieutenant Li Mei and said, I gave you 2 tasks, to receive 1 squad from Central Military Assistance, but among 5 people, for were lost, and to transfer the Stellar Mother spacecraft, which you didn't accomplish. Neither did you destroy the Stellar Mother that fell into the hands of Huaxia army. I'm willing to accept any punishment General Zheng sees fit, Li Mei said. I'll note this for now, awaiting appropriate decisions after the campaign concludes, Zheng Yuming said. Additionally, hand over the remaining S-Class Primal Stone ability wielder to me. Understood, General, said Li Mei. That is indeed a great general. Zheng Yuming thought for a moment and said. Subsequently, the hatch door of the escort vessel number 076 in the fleet sequence opened, and a mech blasted out of it, flying toward the largest ship in the fleet, the Stellar Mother. After entering the mech bay of the Stellar Mother, Zhang Yaiyue received a message from Zheng Yuming. Colonel Zhang Yaiyue, this Danyang Stellar Mother where you are currently stationed. Regarding your team members' deaths, I deeply regret it. Also, I hope you can go to the bridge command room once, said Zheng Yuming. Understood, Zhang Yaiyue nodded and replied. However, Zhang Yaiyue's reaction made Zheng Yuming curious because it seemed like she wasn't bothered by her team members' deaths. After storing her mech away, Zhang Yaiyue headed straight for the bridge command room. After ending the communication, Zheng Yuming said with profound meaning, Zhang Yaiyue, seems like a lot of the frontline fallen primal stone users of the Central Army share this name. Central China, no. Our President Bao and has produced quite a number of clones for unknown purposes. Haha, President Bao and's intentions remain unclear, yet there is a serious lack of spirit stones domestically despite ample spiritual energy practitioners. Still, President Bao and willingly gathers a multitude of spirit stones to supply his cloned spiritual energy practitioners. How extravagant, Hua Deguang mocked. It was no secret among the upper echelons of the Federation that President Bao and of Central China had created a group of primal stone clones early on. As time went on, this information became more exposed, and even among the generals, some knew about it. Hua Deguang was one of them. Because of what? Clones are obedient, that's why, laughed Zheng Yuming. President Bao and secretly prepared clones of primal stone wielders for us, supplying them with rare spirit stones. Haha. This huge move isn't for personal benefit, right? Could it be for the public good? Zheng General speaks the truth. Additionally, the Bao family has been intermarried with the Song family through generations. Do you know what the Song family means to us in the Federation? Hua Deguang chuckled. Haha. General Hua, I have no interest in what President Bao wants to do. For now, killing those prey who have drilled themselves into our nets is what I want. But, Zheng Yuming glanced sideways at Zhang Yaiyue's profile and leered, I imagine President Bao wouldn't mind. Even though it's a clone, it counts as top quality nonetheless, haha. If General Zheng finds pleasure in this, then I shall not disturb further. Hua Deguang understood what Zheng Yuming intended and closed the celestial communicator immediately. Su Ming of the 11th Fleet of the 4th Army of Huaxia had long entered the star domain route of the uninhabited belt, carefully navigating along the route. Meteorites had already begun to streak by during the voyage. This was an unstable area. The captain's room aboard the long vessel was closed tightly, and all comers were denied entry. After some time passed, inside the captain's room. Oh ho ho ho. Shi Kuan let out a long sigh of relief, and the room returned to calm. After a long period of quiet, Shi Kuan looked at the beauty nestled in his arms and asked, I somewhat know your intentions. I know that in the past you've been enduring silently, using other excuses to kill those you wanted dead. But this time it seems like the big fish you're determined to kill is going to appear. Can you tell me who he is? Husband, thank you for always supporting me. Mi Ling snuggled closer in Shikuan's arms and said with a seductive smile, it's been so long since we've enjoyed each other's company like this. Why don't we leave the identity of that person as a cliffhanger? Fine, I will support you, Shikuan said. Husband, do you know where we are? Mi Ling said as she flipped over, put on her clothes after covering her nudity, fixed her disheveled hair, and smiled. This is the hunting ground. Here, danger can lurk everywhere. It's the best place to lay traps and hunt prey, the uninhabited zone. You're full of bad ideas when you get serious, Shikuan chuckled wryly. So, has your target walked into your trap? Mi Ling leaned close to Shikuan's ear and giggled. Of course. Our goal here is supposed to be to rendezvous. If this place is a natural trap, how could the enemy walk right into it voluntarily? Shikuan asked. In our eyes, this is a natural hunting ground. Isn't it a natural hunting ground for the enemy too? Mi Ling laughed. You mean, the enemy knows our plan and uses it to lure us into this no-man's land? Shikuan said with concern. Yes, but, Mi Ling smiled mysteriously and said, but the shift between hunter and prey can happen overnight. Come on, I'll show you someone we both know well, said Mi Ling. Chapter 109, The Hunter and the Prey. In the captain's quarters of the Danyang, Zhonghua sat uneasily on the edge of the bed. She absolutely followed her superior's orders, but she didn't understand why the general would issue a command that seemed so unreasonable to her. Zhang Yuming watched Zhonghua with great interest, her face flushed red with discomfort as he scanned her fine figure with a glint in his eyes. He lightly stroked her chin and laughed, saying, the clones of the Central Army are truly lifelike. Expressions, actions, even physiological and psychological functions are almost identical to real humans. They're far better than the stiff clones out there. No wonder they're known as pristine clones. General, please do not issue orders unrelated to combat. Zhonghua declines to comply. Zhonghua angrily replied. Oh, I thought clones were designed for absolute obedience. But this makes it more interesting. Zhang Yuming grinned. Just as he was about to take things further, the intercom buzzed. With some frustration, Zhang Yuming opened the channel and grew solemn upon seeing who had called. He straightened up and took the call. I've just been in communication with General Gong Sunang. I've given him the coordinates for the 12 fleets of Huaxia. Meanwhile, you can use my current location to lock down our next target, right? The shadowy figure said. Yeah, that's correct, Zhang Yuming responded. Well then, there's a meteorite belt ahead of your position. Pass through it, and you'll enter the ambush point, where we can lie in wait for the 11th fleet of Huaxia's military. Before then, I'll try to board the only star mother battleship of Huaxia's forces. Once war begins, I'll aim to secure intelligence from their network. After annihilating Huaxia's main force, it will be easier to root out every last trace of Huaxia's arrangement behind our lines, the shadowy figure explained. Ha, splendid. It's a pity the risk is enormous. At this point, you're our only remaining asset within the enemy ranks. I leave this mission in your capable hands, Zhang Yuming replied. Still, General, please exercise caution. Your upcoming route passes through a highly dangerous planetary channel, the shadow reminded. This really is bothersome. Zhang Yuming gave Zhonghua an irritated glance, sighing helplessly. This whole trip has been nothing but stress, preventing me from resting properly. Listen carefully, General. This is a high-risk star zone where dangers lurk everywhere. Failing to stay vigilant means certain doom, not just by the enemy's hand. Hasn't there already been enough ships lost in this star domain? The shadow remarked grimly. I know. Zhang Yuming casually grabbed a hat off a rack, put it on, and slipped into his military uniform. But once the enemies are eliminated, I'll have no distractions left. Then we can play as we wish. Afterward, Zhang Yuming cut off the intercom, turned to Zhonghua, and said, our prey is nearly here. Let's prepare to head to the hunting grounds. Our targets today will be those Huaxia forces you hate most. Naturally, if all goes according to plan, that particular mech responsible for your previous injury will also fall within our scope of elimination. Yes, understood. I won't fail this time. I will make sure they pay dearly for their failure too. Zhonghua's eyes burned fiercely as she added, as for the Huaxia army, those who killed my father and thwarted uncle must perish. Humph. Zhang Yuming glanced at Zhonghua disdainfully, thinking silently, father? Uncle? Aren't you just a clone? No wonder. I almost forgot you were implanted with the memories and emotions of the original host. Zhang Yuming mused aloud. Then let this be the time you clear away the obstacles. Perform well, and there shall be rewards. This is a military order. Having said that, Zhang Yuming left the cabin first and headed toward the bridge control room alongside Zhonghua. Back in the storage room of the lone vessel, after closing the intercom connection, the chamber fell into darkness. Just as the shadow was about to pocket the device, a chilling cold swept in before it could be fully concealed, causing the shadow's arm holding the intercom to freeze, leaving it numb. Who is that? The shadow cried out in agony. My strategist. Is this how you repay the life I saved? Shi Kuan roared furiously, examining the intercom in his grasp with icy sarcasm. How ironic. It turns out the one secretly colluding with the enemy is the person I trusted most. Shi Kuan shook his head despondently, raising the intercom to destroy it when it was intercepted by a dark crimson figure beside him. Calm down. This thing is crucial, Mi Ling said. The dim compartment was suddenly lit up, with the light emanating from the fire source in Mi Ling's hand. Mi Ling held the Tian Sun communicator in one hand while using flames to illuminate the entire cabin. The shadow figure turned bright red under the firelight. It was Wu Jing, the strategist of the Kruger pirate crew. Now confronted by two people standing beside him, Wu Jing was momentarily at a loss. Your strategist has apparently been hiding here all along, lurking secretly and quietly plotting things no one should know. Mi Ling smirked as she said to Shikuan. Shikuan glared at Wu Jing, his expression shifting unpredictably. In anger, he roared, I saved you from the Federation army, and you've been secretly colluding with them. Is this how you repay me for saving your life? Ha ha ha, Shikuan, my dear Captain Shur, it seems like there really are stones inside your head. You saved me from the Federation army, and I've followed you step by step until today. And now you're accusing me of secretly working with the Allied forces. Can't you see what's going on? Wu Jing, realizing his dire predicament, went ahead and taunted Shikuan wildly. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to your reminder, I finally realized what kind of person you truly are. But I can tell you this. It doesn't matter what's in my brain. The only important thing is that I have fists to beat you. Shikuan walked over to Wu Jing and without hesitation delivered a devastating rising punch right under Wu Jing's chin, sending a gush of blood spraying out of his mouth. Before Wu Jing had time to recover, Shikuan drove his knee into Wu Jing's abdomen. Crimson blood spurted out, and Wu Jing stumbled back several steps, glaring furiously at Shikuan. Crack, crack, crack. Shikuan clutched his fists, causing his knuckles to crack as he slowly approached Wu Jing. I am a member of Huaxia's military now, but don't forget that I've long been a pirate. Do you know the consequences of betraying a pirate? Having finished speaking, Shikuan seized Wu Jing's frozen arm and squeezed tightly. Under Wu Jing's look of terror, the arm that had lost sensation due to being frozen shattered like fragile ice, and Shikuan tore it off. There was no pain, even at the site where the arm was severed, which remained frozen solid. Drip, drip. At that moment, Mi Ling's voice drew Wu Jing's attention from behind. As expected, the Federation army splitting their forces into two routes is indeed exactly what I predicted. Chapter 110, Hunter and Prey, Part 2. What do you mean? Asked Wu Jing, disregarding his missing arm with an urgent tone. The red line represents the path my army will take, and the yellow line is the route the Federal army uses to intercept us, right? Mi Ling said with a smile. Wu Jing felt a ripple in his heart, staring at the holographic screen of his Tiansun communicator while trying to maintain composure despite his trembling lips. Humph. So what if it is? And so what if it isn't? It is, or it isn't. You don't need to tell me. Your Tiansun can record information after all. Mi Ling responded. You managed to decrypt. Wu Jing was about to challenge Mi Ling but stopped halfway, realizing that Mi Ling had already decrypted his Tiansun. Otherwise, how could he have accessed the map? Haha, you're joking, our strategist Wu. Why would I show this if I couldn't decrypt it? Mi Ling laughed. Humph. If that's the case, since your army has delved deep into the uninhabited regions to chase us rebels, are you not afraid? Wu Jing chuckled. Then what do you think about this? Mi Ling tapped twice, and the image on the holographic screen immediately changed. The yellow line continued along its course, but the red line no longer proceeded straight ahead. Instead, it turned mid-process, altering its path to intersect the yellow line midway. A new blue line branched off from the original red line. Wu Jing's pupils contracted slightly as beads of cold sweat appeared, and his voice trembled. If this happens, my army will be in grave danger. Almost immediately, Wu Jing regained his composure, sneering coldly. Huh, now you've figured it out. But do you really have the time for such arrangements? Moreover, the Red B route has already passed through the channel where it could turn to ambush the Yellow B route. Too bad, too bad. You discovered our plan far too late. Mi Ling smiled faintly, raising flames from one hand until they danced gracefully away from her pale white palm. Then she pulled out another Tiansun, activating its holographic screen, which revealed the Red B path was currently traveling through the interception channel targeting the Yellow B line. How is that possible? What a joke. Wu Jing scoffed dismissively. The intelligence I gathered states that the fleet of the Red B line is en route to rendezvous with you guys. There's no way they could deter so easily. What a laugh. Mi Ling stepped close to Wu Jing, lightly touching the wound on his severed arm. Do you still remember? Didn't I just say something? How quickly you forgot. Both routes taken by the Federation forces were entirely within my expectations. Wu Jing's eyes narrowed sharply, and he twitched at the corners of his mouth, retorting, Humph, mere sophistry. The Red B route had already passed that channel long ago. Hee hee. With a sigh, Mi Ling shook her head. It seems your brain is full of stones. Do you really believe that star map we specifically prepared for you? Huh. Ho. How could that possibly be? Wu Jing exclaimed in disbelief. If that's the case, then wouldn't that mean? Mi Ling leaned closer to Wu Jing's ear, teasingly whispering. You thought your luck was through the roof? During that last purge of federal spies, if I hadn't been quick-witted enough, you'd have ended up nothing more than a puddle of blood in that square. Aren't you grateful to me for allowing you to live so long? After finishing her words, Mi Ling casually glanced at Wu Jing's Tiansun. Oh my, what a great achievement. I see I've removed some of your pawns. It looks like the Federation entrusts you with quite a lot of dirty work. Mi Ling smirked at Wu Jing, saying, even during missions, you requested to transfer to a flagship to assassinate Su Ming, intending to eliminate the network of spies embedded in the Federation by the Huaxia military. ZZZZ. Incredible indeed. But your target has been misdirected. To completely destroy this intelligence network, you need to obtain the correct data. The Tiansun device containing the necessary data is with me, not with Su Ming. Mi Ling grinned. It seems everything is part of your calculations, Wu Jing bitterly said. I assume you spared me because you have your own plans. You were able to deduce what we'd aim to accomplish once our forces unite, It overlooked what we intend to do before uniting them. The bait must be tethered by fishing lines to draw in prey. After the massive cleansing operation, you became the only crucial spy the Federation planted inside our ranks. Such precious intel shouldn't be wasted recklessly. It needs to be used effectively when it can guarantee fatal damage. Mi Ling smiled. Of course, Wu Jing nodded. Even without you, they should be able to see his geopolitical value on the battlefield, right? You could deduce the purpose of our troops entering the uninhabited area to consolidate forces. With the freedom to strike at any time, we can attack your vital points whenever we please. It's not a regular battlefield, one that has been long ignored by you, but once it turns into one, its threat will immediately manifest. However, within this uninhabited zone are natural traps everywhere. There are too many unexpected situations here. Given the specific intelligence about our army, corresponding plans can be formulated to use the advantageous geography within the uninhabited zone and intercept and annihilate us there, striking a decisive blow to completely defeat our main force. This is where the greatest value of you as a spy would be evident. But for us, you hold an even greater value. We need you to convey that our army will enter the uninhabited star region via a revealed interstellar route to join forces. According to this intelligence and the threat posed by our entry into the uninhabited star region to the Federation is bound to react, and this reaction is exactly what I want. Our interception in the uninhabited star belt. Mi Ling smiled. I have roughly figured it out. Your purpose for keeping me alive is to have me pass on to the Federation the intention to fully follow the red line, so as to take the blue line midway to ambush us, isn't it? Wu Jing struggled to calm his turbulent heart as he said, yes, the red line is the bait, the yellow line is the fish, and the blue line is the killing blow. We use the red line as bait to lure the Federation army onto the yellow line and switch to the blue line to complete the deadly ambush. The way to release this red line bait to the Federation army and make them take the yellow line successfully is where your role comes in. This is the biggest reason I kept you around. Originally, your plan was for us to take the red line while you took the yellow line, meeting halfway to intercept our troops. If that were true, in this uninhabited star region where the red and yellow lines intersect, your army would be the hunter, ours the prey. But when our red line switches to the blue line, and where the blue and yellow lines intersect, our army becomes the hunter and yours the prey. Mi Ling gestured with her hands as she explained. So now, the situation stands that our army is the hunter and yours the prey in this hunting ground. No matter how powerful your army may be, our army moves to advantageous positions while yours advances through star regions unfavorable to you. Ultimately, it will lead to our army delivering the final blow against yours. After speaking, a trace of a sinister smile flickered across Mi Ling's lips. Chapter 111, Hunting Operation Part 1. It was my oversight. Wu Jing glanced sideways at Mi Ling and said, I didn't expect that your goal was directly aimed at the main force of our army. You're right. But actually, what you guessed before wasn't wrong either. It's an extra bonus prize in my plan. Mi Ling ran her red tongue over her crimson lips as she recalled with relish. Wu Jing suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, saying, if your target is to eliminate my forces, then you've made a mistake. Your plan is perfect, yet there's a final flaw. The situation of blue and yellow intersecting won't happen, absolutely not. In this way, even if my army can't annihilate you here, it won't be a total loss. The three fleets are still intact. Therefore, you will forever be hunted by us, the hunters. I know you won't tell me why the last step of my plan doesn't work, right? After saying that, do you intend to commit suicide, Wu Jing? Mi Ling laughed. Relax, don't rush to die just yet, dear husband. Kuan understood her intention, grabbing Wu Jing's mouth with one slap, freezing his mouth instantly. In the next moment, Wu Jing's hands and feet were also frozen in ice. Wanna die? Mi Ling looked at Wu Jing, who was now immobilized, and smiled. I'm a good person. At least I won't let you die without understanding. Would you like to depart more clearly? At this point, Wu Jing could no longer make a sound. He had lost the right to commit suicide and was struggling fiercely. The last step you mentioned, isn't it something like this? Mi Ling held up the Sky Messenger device in her hand and asked, how exactly did the Federation determine the positioning signal of our army? By relying on the signal transmitted from this Sky Messenger in your possession. Therefore, as long as this Sky Messenger's signal remains active, the Federation can always track the direction and movement of our forces. That's why when our army suddenly changed course and went through the blue line to ambush the Federation army, we would immediately be aware. Thus, once our army has already changed course, without your reminder, the Federation's army would promptly detect our position and take precautions, wouldn't they? Mi Ling stared intently at Wu Jing. If there are location transmitters scattered throughout the ship, it might have been harder for our forces to deal with them. But obviously, you only have one. Do you secretly hope I'll bring this along to ambush the Federation fleet and think I'd make such a simple mistake? Mi Ling leaned close to Wu Jing's ear and whispered, don't attribute your victory to others' mistakes. Wu Jing's eyes flickered uncertainly, suddenly catching sight of the Sky Messenger in Mi Ling's hand. His eyes brightened. With all his strength, he swung his frozen arms, which instantly dissolved into flames, leaving him armless once again. Though in intense pain, Wu Jing could not scream, and his ice-frozen mouth struggled to move awkwardly. Clearly, he wanted to convey the meaning of killing him. Instantaneously, a great fire blazed in the dark cabin. When the flames dissipated, only a pile of ash remained where Wu Jing had stood. Mi Ling turned and looked at Kuan. The hunting operation starts next. I've come here to take this thing away. All right. Shirkuan nodded, his gaze turning cold as he said, go and deal with the person you want to deal with. I will always support you. Mi Ling understood his meaning. The two left the cabin, with Mi Ling boarding a transport aircraft to leave the Lialong battleship and enter the Yuhuang flagship. Upon arriving at the airport, Mi Ling handed the sky messenger to a member of a transport aircraft squadron, instructing, take this and follow the original planned route straight ahead, advancing at the standard speed of our military fleet. Moreover, I need constant updates regarding the internal status of this sky messenger and the enemy fleet's movements. Mi Ling stated, understood. The flight crew responded, after which one transport aircraft led a complete flying formation including cargo planes, radar aircraft, and fighter jets, setting out slowly. This mission was devised by Mi Ling herself. Controversy existed within the Huaxia military because it carried a certain level of risk compared to previous mobile operations or simple missions like disrupting the Federation's starport routes. It was a concept of winning big or losing everything. For the rear core of the Huaxia military, the original plan seemed much safer. But Su Ming fully supported Mi Ling's strategy, temporarily handing over the command of the rear operations to her, allowing her to utilize all resources for executing her plans in the background. The reason was quite straightforward. Although he had recruited 2 pirate forces, he needed their full commitment to carry out the following tasks satisfactorily. For the Huaxia army, annihilating the Federation's 3 fleets was not a necessary task. Thus, opting for a regular and effortless approach seemed good and reliable. However, Su Ming would fail to gain the full support of the 2 recruited pirate forces. On the other hand, letting Mi Ling carry out her plan could lead to total victory or complete defeat. But even if Huaxia lost in the rear operations, it wouldn't mean that Huaxia couldn't continue fighting on the front lines. For the Federation, even if they manage to clear out Huaxia's arrangements in their rear, all they can do is catch their breath and prolong the time they can hold out on the front line. But if successful, this will be a total victory across the board. The Federation has committed all available forces from the rear to this campaign. Once this force is lost, the Federation will lose their rear. In Su Ming's view, the result of this war was already decided. For Huaxia, the war could be won swiftly if victorious, or slowly if not. For the Federation, a win meant a slow defeat, while a loss would bring a swift end. This war is one that Huaxia can afford to lose, but one that the Federation cannot risk losing. If these 3 fleets capable of maneuvering in the rear were lost, the Federation would lose its rear, leaving the frontline units facing encirclement by the Huaxia army in both fronts. The defensive line composed of the 3 fortress systems would ultimately become isolated islands incapable of supplying the massive fleets of the Federal Army and Songyan Alliance. In this situation, the only options for Zheng Dongping and Gong Sun Long, the 2 commanders of the Federation's frontline army, would either be an all-out battle, self-collapse without a fight, or surrender. Moreover, if Mi Ling's plan succeeds, the Huaxia army would secure the full support of the reorganized pirate fleet, both morally and logically making sense for Su Ming to take this risk. As the fleet proceeded along a certain route, it arrived at a crossing point between several channels. The enormous fleet no longer continued on the main path, but chose another channel instead. Meanwhile, the flying formation dispatched from the Yuhuang battleship broke away from the fleet and flew independently towards another course. This plan of Mi Ling's was named the Hunting Operation. Chapter 112, Operation Hunting 2. The 3rd Fleet of the Federation sailed slowly. On the radar map of the Danyang battleship, the star domain ahead was a thorny checkpoint for everyone. The flowing asteroid belt, densely populated with asteroids inside the star domain, saw meteorite asteroids moving like water currents at will. The star channels that warships could pass through kept changing from time to time, sometimes covered by meteors, and sometimes showing up as channels. For the Federal Army to which the fleet belonged, this was also one of the changeable passages in the unmanned belt. But for their fleet, they had to cross here to reach the ambush circle where the Huaxia fleet would be ambushed. Report to the officer. The Huaxia army continues to move forward according to plan, said the adjutant. Good. We also need to get to the front line before the Huaxia army, said Zheng Yuming. General, at present this meteor stream is blocking our way. In the next 2 minutes, it is predicted that a narrow channel will appear. This channel is temporary and variable, and it will change again after maintaining for at most 3 hours. Moreover, it cannot accommodate 2 fleets side by side. If we want to get to the battlefield earlier, this channel is obviously a necessary choice, the adjutant said. You're right. 3 hours is enough for us to leave here, said Zheng Yuming. But what if we can't leave here within 3 hours? Report, General, the meteor shower will flood the fleet. It's hard for any fleet to survive the high-speed impact of meteors, said the adjutant. Risky strategy, only for profit. Passing through the asteroid belt within 3 hours is more than enough for our army, said Zheng Yuming. After saying that, Zheng Yuming connected to Tianquan, space communication, with Hua Daguang, and said, let my 3rd fleet take the lead, and your 5th fleet follow behind. Understood, Hua Daguang replied. Zheng Yuming nodded and said, very good, set out. The reorganized 2 fleets of the Federal Army formed a long fleet one before the other. When a clear fracture appeared in the meteor belt, the fleet plunged into it headlong. Starfall Star Mothership Command Room. Report, Commander. The fleet is smoothly moving forward along the narrow path, and soon we will be at the exit of the meteor belt, said the adjutant. Good, Su Ming nodded and said. At this moment, the Tianquan from the Yuhuang ship connected, and the light screen showed the scene inside the command room of the Yuhuang ship. Mi Ling sat on the captain's seat and smiled. Commander Su Ming, I'm not wrong. The other party has already entered the meteor belt. The meteor belt will occasionally form a channel that can accommodate the fleet, but the existence of this channel is short-lived. Mi Ling smiled. So as long as we block them at the exit of the channel, sooner or later, their fleet will be swallowed by the meteor tide, Su Ming said. Indeed, said Mi Ling. This channel can last for 3 hours, and it will take the enemy at least 2 hours and 45 minutes to pass through the channel, said Mi Ling. So when they reach the exit, it will be their doom. The 12th Fleet of the 4th Army of the Huaxia Army slowly sailed along the blue line. As the star map became closer, there was an asteroid belt ahead, and a channel between the meteor streams leading to the road after exiting the meteor belt. After reaching the destination, Mi Ling, who temporarily held the command, informed all captains via Tianquan. All fleets should ambush according to the original plan. Then all ships should remain silent, waiting for the enemy to emerge from the meteor belt. The 5th Fleet of Song State's military forces, the flagship Guanza number, inside the bridge command room. Our army lacks accurate intelligence about another fleet of the enemy, making it hard to grasp the opponent's movements. To gain advantage, we must quickly reach the frontline battlefield, said Gong Suning. According to the Yin spies, the Huaxia military forces have yet to pass through the location where our forces plan to ambush. They are about to reach the frontline ambush point. Everyone, prepare yourself. Although our numbers aren't as many as Yin forces, our performance in this battle must not fall short compared to theirs. This uninhabited star region is really perilous, said the adjutant. Our journey has overcome threats from asteroid belts, electromagnetic disturbances, space cemeteries, and other dangerous environments. And this is just the peripheral area of the uninhabited star region. Umph. Don't you know that the uninhabited star region has another alias, Death Star region, said Gong Suning. Indeed, everywhere is full of traps. Even normal traveling requires extreme caution here. Fighting a battle here is unimaginable, let alone a fleet war. Gong Suning shook his head and sighed. General, there is a narrow interstellar corridor ahead of us. It is predicted that there will be a very strong electromagnetic field in this area, and our Tianquan signals may fail. Although the loss of Tianquan will disrupt our communications, other functions can still operate normally. Thus, we need to issue all commands before entering the corridor, said the adjutant. Humph, this is yet another challenging environment. Gong Suning sighed and said, we're getting exhausted even before encountering the enemy. The 12th Fleet of the 4th Army of Huaxia, flagship Hera cruiser, inside the bridge command room. According to the flight formations deployed by the 4th Army, the signal of the 5th Fleet of the Song State military forces has disappeared again, said the adjutant. It seems the Federal Army has entered an area with extremely strong interference, Zhu Hui said. At this moment, the Tianquan opened. It was Cheng Tao's communication from the United Huaxia Council. Once connected, Cheng Tao directly spoke. There is an interference zone, but our side has prepared an alternative communication system to replace the Tianquan, a relatively outdated form for fleet connectivity within such areas. Zhu Hui chuckled. I assume the Federal Army thinks we are still on the way to rendezvous. Zhu Hui lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, but we changed our course not long ago. That's right. In not too long, we'll be able to deal a huge blow to the Federal Army, which excites me, Cheng Tao said. Interference zone, huh? Areas that can be traversed here can be predicted. We are preparing an ancient means of communication to replace the Tianquan calls, though this doesn't mean the Federal Army won't also make similar preparations. Zhu Hui smoked, took another puff, and then sighed. Moreover, their fleets have a main battle force. It cannot be ruled out, but the interference itself isn't really affecting much. Besides, you forgot something. It's an interstellar corridor as well, a narrow passage between planetary belts where the enemy hopes to ambush us halfway across these star domains. But they do not know we will turn their own trick against them. Cheng Tao smiled. Breath. Holding his cigarette in both hands, Zhu Hui flicked it and said, prepare for a big fight. We'll launch an interception on both sides of their corridor pathways and cut them off through crossroads along the center line, making sure their head and tail cannot connect. Chapter 113, The Hun Operation 3. The flagship of the 3rd Fleet of the Yin Kingdom Army of the Federation, command bridge of the Danyang warship. Why do I always have a premonition of impending doom? Zheng Yuming stared at the green dot on the radar screen that continued along its planned route. The Federation had confirmed the dynamics of the Huaxia Army through a spy embedded within their fleet. The Huaxia Army advanced as expected along the anticipated path. According to the current situation, after leaving the meteor belt, it would not be long before the 3rd and 5th Fleets arrived at the ambush site ahead of the Huaxia Army, ready to launch an attack. Commander, we are less than 3 light seconds away from the exit of the meteor belt, the detection officer reported. Excellent, Zheng Yuming said. We're about to leave this hellhole. Yeah, Tianqin communication from Hua Daguang opened, and he sighed. We must leave this cursed place quickly. Progressing in this terrible environment feels like walking a tightrope over a sea of molten lava, and it's nerve-wracking. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. After our entire army leaves the meteor belt, there will still be 15 minutes before this passage changes, so we have ample time, Zheng Yuming said. All right, Hua Daguang smiled. The exit is 2 light seconds away, the reconnaissance officer reported. After several minutes, one by one, the warships of the Federation's 3rd Fleet started navigating out of the meteor belt. First came a few, followed by the main fleet, then the radar ship. Suddenly, the detection officer urgently spoke up. Report to the general. We have detected high-energy reactions located around our 4 sides, among which there were also Gauss cannon reactions. What? What did you say? Say that again. The sudden change startled Zheng Yuming somewhat, but he didn't need any explanation from the detector. Cannons from all directions were already firing towards the third fleet of the Federation. In an instant, several unprepared Federation escort ships and destroyers were destroyed. The brilliant, thick beams drew everyone's attention, Gauss cannons, and those were Federation standard Gauss cannons firing. General, report. Our radar ship was destroyed by a Gauss cannon. The detection officer trembled as he spoke. The holographic screen appeared, showing thick beams piercing through the radar ship surrounded protectively by escort frigates. A fierce explosion ensued from the radar ship, taking down several escort ships nearby. General Zheng Yuming, what happened ahead? Huaxia urgently connected his communications link and asked, we've been ambushed. Have you been attacked yet? Is your radar ship still operational? Inform General Gong Suning. We've been ambushed, roared Zheng Yuming. Yes. Oh my. Huaxia, startled by Zheng Yuming's unusual behavior, quickly ordered his subordinates to contact the Song Kingdom fleet on another route. A while later, can't establish contact with them, including General Gong Sunying's location, which we can't detect, Huaxia said. What? Zheng Yuming widened his eyes in surprise, then suddenly realized something. I remember the yellow line they crossed. Part of it has interference fields where the Tianxin, heavenly signal, communication fails. Could it be that they were ambushed too? Ambush? Knowing that there was battle fire ahead, Huaxia hurriedly asked, what's going on up ahead? When our first fleet just poked its head out, a squadron of ships immediately blocked our advance route. The sudden attack even wiped out the radar ship configured in our fleet. Zheng Yuming said. Among them was the star carrier whose presence we identified recently, the one that was stolen from us. What? Huaxia exclaimed. You mean the Huaxia military fleet that we were originally assigned to intercept now appears on our path and attempts to ambush us? Yes. Obviously the Huaxia army was prepared for this. Zheng Yuming angrily said. We've been fooled. We've been fooled. Do you understand? Report General, 045 cruiser destroyed. Report Sir, 042 cruiser destroyed. Report Sir, Chilfeng star carrier heavily damaged. As continuous bad news poured in, within less than an hour since the engagement began, the federal fleets leading the way had suffered heavy damage. Zheng Yuming nearly fainted. Through the screen behind Zheng Yuming, Huaxia could see the fierce frontline battles. General Huaxia, let me tell you the situation on the front lines. The Huaxia army has taken control of the advantageous positions near the exit, sealing off our forward routes and laying an ambush for us, Zheng Yuming cursed. General, I hope that the third fleet can break through the encirclement as soon as possible. At least within 15 minutes, the fifth fleet of the Federal Army should leave this meteor belt. Otherwise, once the star domain behind changes, the fifth fleet of the Federal Army will be completely lost in this star sea, General Zheng, Huaxia said with a pale face. What? Zheng Yuming said in alarm. At this moment, he realized that the just exposed third fleet of the Federal Army had been surrounded by the Huaxia fleet and was trapped at the exit of the meteor belt. The idle fifth fleet of the Federal Army behind faced even more dangerous circumstances. They were blocked by the third fleet, unable to exit this channel, sealed inside the meteor belt. Once the next wave of meteors came, it would take away all of the fleet behind him. Calm down, calm down. Zheng Yuming regained his composure and said to Huaxia, our fleet will do its utmost to break through the defense line set up by the Huaxia army. And you? Our radar ship has already been destroyed. I suspect General Gong Sunying's fleet also encountered an ambush upon entering the interference zone. However, report to our headquarters. We've encountered an ambush by the Huaxia army. Given that we cannot advance or retreat here, let them prepare for the contingency in case our forces fail. All right, Huaxia said. If things don't work out, being blocked doesn't mean people can't transfer. The personnel from your fleet could evacuate onto my third fleet. This way, at least everyone won't perish instantly when the meteor tide hits. Zheng Yuming said. General, why are you saying such disheartening words? Could it be because you have no confidence in breaking through the frontline defenses established by the Huaxia army? Huaxia asked. If so, I will tell my crew that the third fleet won't lose on the front lines. They can tear through the Huaxia army's blockade, and once they do, our forces will break out of the meteor belt. By then, both fleets combined will be able to suppress the Huaxia military fleet. And if my third fleet fails to break through? Zheng Yuming stared intently at Huaxia and asked. I am fully aware of my current situation. I will live and die with the fleet. Huaxia answered firmly. Through the light screen, Zheng Yuming's attempt to organize his words got stuck in his throat, preventing him from speaking. Chapter 114, Hunting Operation Part 4. What do you mean? Zheng Yuming asked. If the fleet behind me abandons their ships and escapes to the third fleet, doesn't that tell our entire army that we are unable to fight? This would shake the entire battle line, Huaxia said. When the fifth fleet abandons their ship and escapes to the position of the third fleet lacks radar vessels. A fleet without a radar ship is doomed in the unmanned zone. Even if they aren't defeated by the Huaxia army, they will still perish in this star sea. At present, the only way out is placing ourselves in a desperate situation so we can survive later. In 15 minutes, only the third fleet can break through the Huaxia army's defenses, creating an escape route for the fifth fleet. If the fifth fleet survives, there's hope. We must make the opponent understand that when prey is cornered, it fights back before dying. When people are pushed to the brink, they fight with their backs against the water. We cannot let our soldiers know we're incapable of fighting, but must instead let them understand that the only option now is to fight. Victory through combat means survival. Being placed in a desperate situation allows us the opportunity to fight courageously. I am entrusting the survival of the fifth fleet to the third fleet under your command. Success leads to survival. Failure results in mutual destruction. Although my fleet is trapped in such a situation where it can neither advance nor retreat, within these 15 minutes, the 5th Fleet represents the greatest support for the 3rd Fleet. The existence of the 5th Fleet depends on the efforts of the 3rd Fleet, Huadeguang explained. Good. What a pledge to share the same fate as the fleet. Zheng Yuming exclaimed proudly. The 3rd Fleet won't betray your trust. Then, it's time to fight with our backs against the water. After speaking, Zheng Yuming immediately issued orders to the beleaguered captains of the 3rd Fleet. Since our army has fallen into a trap, with formidable enemies ahead and no retreat behind us, we must fight to the end and carve out our own path of survival. Yes. All the captains responded boldly. Our soldiers' morale is usable. I've never led a fleet with such high spirits. Zheng Yuming nodded and said, if that's the case then. After finishing his speech, Zheng Yuming quickly moved with Zhang Yaoyue to the nearest hatch. Suddenly, 2 primal stone mechs appeared before the 3rd Fleet. Zheng Yuming controlled his mech and said, let your commander lead the charge. As the 3rd Fleet adjusted its formation once again, the 5th Fleet continuously dispatched mech fighters from behind. Instantly, the 3rd Fleet transformed from a heavily battered and dispirited fleet into one brimming with vigor and spirit. Inside the bridge of the Xingyun warship, Su Ming watched as the Federated Fleet rallied and immediately felt something wasn't right. Just as he was about to act, he realized that command authority rested in Mi Ling's hands. There is an ancient principle: do not chase a defeated enemy. Now that we've driven the opponent into a dead end, what we should be doing is attempting to offer surrender terms to our opponents, at least giving them a way out. But it seems clear Mi Ling intends to annihilate this entire fleet. Isn't this just giving the enemy the chance to fight desperately after being driven into a corner? Even if we manage to overcome them, the cost required to achieve victory. Su Ming sighed and said. Su Ming opened Mi Ling's communication channel and said, at the moment, the opponent's morale is ready for a fight, but our army's morale isn't inferior either. Since you plan to wipe out the enemy entirely, take full advantage of the situation and completely block the enemy for 15 minutes under all favorable conditions. Ensure no gaps are left for them to break through, and squeeze them towards the exit. Holding off the enemy counterattack for those 15 minutes will suffice. Su Ming said. I naturally understand the principle of not chasing a defeated foe, but this leading faction of the 3rd Fleet must be flattened no matter what. Mi Ling replied bitterly, calming herself down slightly before addressing Su Ming. Thank you for transferring the command authority. I will take full advantage of this opportunity. Even the pirates at the scene were filled with a surging sense of morale, having pushed the federal army to a dead end, and they had already sharpened their weapons, eagerly awaiting the harvest of the lives of those who had exploited and harmed them so much. Report Commander, detected high-energy reactions from Primal Stone ability users, both S-Class users, 2 individuals, including the adversary we fought last time in subspace, the detection officer reported. 2 S-Class mechs, Su Ming questioned. They're coming. On the light screen, Mi Ling responded excitedly. In another flight path, aboard the Guanzhou flagship of Zhonghua's 5th Fleet, inside the command bridge, through the narrow star domain, the 5th Fleet gradually navigated along this corridor. With the main star channels too narrow for complete deployment, after many key communication devices were disrupted, the fleet became increasingly reliant on old-style command tools for coordination. Interstellar corridors stretched long like blind intestines, yet this passage did have alternative paths. Being cut off from the outside world is simply terrible. Gong Suning sat down helplessly inside. We should leave this star domain as soon as possible. We can't know the real-time movements of the Yen army like they do with the Huaxia army. There's a double-forked star domain ahead. Both forks lead to the main channel our army must pass through. This star domain bears some resemblance to the one where we will surround and attack the Huaxia forces, the adjutant said. What do you mean by that? Gong Suning asked. You're filtering too much, the adjutant said. What I mean is that the interstellar path ahead has some resemblance to the one we plan to use to ambush our opponent. Rarely seen. Overly surprised, Gong Suning picked up a bottle of nutritional liquid, drank it all at once, and said, this kind of star domain is a classic terrain in many battlefields. You've been through too few wars. The general is right, the adjutant chuckled apologetically. Ha ha. Gong Suning suddenly laughed loudly and said, our opponent this time, the 12th Fleet of the Huaxia army, will pay for such a star domain. The 5th Fleet of the Song army slowly passed through the first fork of the star domain ahead, then navigated through the second fork. The fleet stretched out due to the corridor and moved slowly. Suddenly, continuous high-energy reactions appeared around the 2 forks. Unknown fleets launched attacks on the Song fleet from the 2 forks. High-energy beams destroyed ship after ship in waves before the Song fleet could even react. Warning, warning. Our fleet is under attack by an unknown fleet, the detection officer said. What's going on? The originally lazy General Gong Suning was startled, immediately became energetic, and quickly asked. The Huaxia fleet ambushed our fleet along the main passage. Currently, our fleet has been divided into 3 segments, the detection officer reported. Huaxia fleet? How could that be? Where did they come from? Gong Suning sat up straight, astonished. Could it be that the Huaxia fleet didn't join forces, but instead changed their course specifically to ambush us here? Wait a moment. Gong Suning looked at the star domain map, filled with doubt, and said, I remember when our spy reported intelligence to our army, saying that the Huaxia fleet had already passed the fork long ago. When would they have time to navigate back through the channel and set an ambush for us? Could the spy have deceived us? Chapter 115, Operation Hunt 5. On the radar map, The deployment of the fleet in the stellar corridor resembled a long snake, thin and extended. The direction of the attack came from enemy forces on two forks targeting the central two squadrons of the fleet, leaving the Federation army unable to coordinate between its head and tail. The main force of the Federation fleet was deployed at both the front and rear segments, with only a few cruisers among the middle fleet and more destroyers and frigates. However, the central abdomen was indeed the vital area of the Federation fleet. This region housed supply ships, radar ships, maintenance ships, and other key warships of the Federation army. Certainly, in terms of strength, the Federation fleet, which possessed flagship-grade battleships, was stronger than the Chinese fleet led by cruisers. But the powerful Federation fleet was distributed mainly at both ends, leaving the middle as the weakest part of the Federation army. Taking advantage of their regional superiority, the Chinese fleet attacked the critical and weak point of the Federation army with their strongest fleet cluster. Restricted by the narrow channel of the stellar corridor, the Federation fleet could not coordinate between the head and the tail, making it impossible for them to rescue the weak and critical core of the central fleet. Thus, the battle situation continued under the advantageous condition of the Chinese military fleet from the very beginning. Although the Federation fleet was strong, they were unable to perform effectively here. Constant reports of destroyed and exploded fleets streamed from the rear to the front flagship. These included supply ships, frigates, destroyers. The sudden outbreak of war left the officers of the Guangzhou warship perplexed, until, "Report to the general, our radar ship has been destroyed," said the detection officer. "What?" General Gong Suning slumped helplessly into the captain's chair, muttering incessantly, "It's over, it's over." A radar ship, though perhaps useless in a disrupted environment, provided the Federation army with ultra-long-range telecommunication, navigation command, and high-end equipment of the fleet, all located on the radar ship. The data link was also on the radar ship. The destruction of the radar ship would mean that even if the Federation fleet survived this ordeal, the entire fleet would be lost in this expanse of starry seas. Bridge Command Room of Hula, the flagship cruiser of the 4th Army 12th Fleet of the Chinese Navy. Just now, we destroyed the enemy's radar ship, and up to now, they still can't organize an effective counterattack, said the adjutant. Good, let's press on with full momentum and completely empty out the enemy's weak spots. Huh, Zhu Hui laughed. Understood, said the adjutant. This Federation fleet is utterly ruined, said Zhu Hui. But we must still proceed cautiously. After annihilating the supply ships and radar ships within the Federation fleet, we will retreat in good order. Since this is an incomplete fleet, it would be better to leave them lost forever in this unmanned star sea, wouldn't it? Zhu Hui laughed. Haha, attempting to scheme against us, yet instead being outmaneuvered by us. The Federation army truly is a joke, hee. Zhu Hui then asked the detection officer, "How is Cheng Tao's mission progressing at the rear?" "Our rear battlefield is proceeding smoothly. Cheng Tao has successfully reaped the majority of the Federation fleet," replied the adjutant. Zhu Hui nodded, then told the communicator, "Tell Cheng Tao not to linger in battle. We only need to eliminate the Federation's supply ships and radar ships. There is no need to fight unnecessarily against their main rear fleet. Letting them perish aimlessly in this barren star sea will suffice." Understood. In the Meteor Field battleground, the 11th Fleet of the Chinese Navy fiercely tangled with the 3rd Fleet of the Federation Navy. The primary conflict occurred during the fleet's fire exchanges, where the Federation fleet bore attacks from all sides. The Chinese Navy remained vigilant about the Federation concentrating all its efforts to break through one point of the Chinese Navy, tear open the encirclement net of the Chinese Navy, and free the 5th Fleet from the Meteor Field. 15 minutes of time quickly passed, and inside the meteor belt, the next wave of meteor showers was brewing. Zheng Yuming, piloting the original stone mecha, slaughtered pirate mechas that had joined the Chinese Navy in an overwhelming manner akin to cutting through 1,000 enemies effortlessly within the formation of Chinese military mechas. Inside the cockpit of the mecha, Zheng Yuming excitedly exclaimed, "Since taking the helm as captain, I've never experienced such an exhilarating slaughter." Perhaps in the eyes of General Zheng Yuming, this war was merely a space game played inside a sturdy mecha cabin. The intense struggle between the two fleets placed the Federation fleet in a perilous situation, with only 15 minutes to reverse the situation. How to turn defeat into victory intrigued General Zheng Yuming as one of the most stimulating games he'd ever noticed. He and Zhang Yaoyue each led a mecha squadron at the forefront of the fleet to break through the encirclement. Zheng Yuming's mecha squadron pierced into the Chinese Navy's mecha formation like a sharp point, and Zheng Yuming, who was valiant and unmatched, gradually regained the feeling of being a mighty general as in the past. He couldn't help but gently pat his mount, the Dragon Slayer mech, and said, Dragon Slayer, it has been so long since we last went out together." The dragon-slaying light blade that has been thirsty for years finally unleashed its wild nature. Zheng Yuming's mecha was named Dragon Slayer, a humanoid S-class original stone mech designed for close combat, with its main weapon being a giant light blade larger than the mecha itself. Since Zheng Yuming set out, countless enemy mechas had fallen under this blade. Leading his loyal soldiers' mecha force, Zheng Yuming slaughtered all the way, but he gradually realized that he was losing touch with the main force of the Federal Army's mecha force. When he looked back, the passage he had cut was already sealed off by the Chinese Navy's mecha formation. "It's my own fault for going too far, haha." Zheng Yuming laughed wildly. "I almost forgot our real mission. We came here to bite through the Chinese Army's defense line. Now that the wound is open, how can we let it heal?" Then Zheng Yuming commanded his loyal soldiers mecha, "All of you, Let's enjoy cutting through these traitors' mecha forces again and widen this gap. We will tear apart the Chinese army's defensive line at this spot, allowing our fleet trapped in the meteor belt to come out. This will teach these traitors who surrendered to the enemy a bitter lesson of failure. Long live the Federation Army! Long live the Yin State Army! Cried the loyal soldier mecha excitedly. Just as the mecha squadrons were about to take action, a hateful female voice suddenly echoed inside their mecha cockpits. You actually still hope to return? No. You don't have such an opportunity. Die now. A high-risk warning sounded suddenly, followed by a sudden attack. Zheng Yuming quickly adjusted the direction of the Dragon Slayer mech and swiftly moved away. A thick red beam, carrying the searing heat capable of vaporizing everything around, surged toward them. All the loyal soldiers reacted, but due to the inferior performance of their mechas compared to Zheng Yuming's, he managed to escape while his soldiers were completely annihilated under the assault. This kind of power, an S-class mech ultimate technique. Zheng Yuming felt shivers down his spine as he stared at the gradually fading beam. An incessant buzzing alarm sounded in the mech cockpit, indicating that there was an enemy S-class mech nearby. Chapter 116, Operation Hunt, Part 6. Killing Technique. Zheng Yuming looked at his fallen bodyguard with lingering fear, his anger indescribable. As the mecha turned, it revealed a fiery red mecha standing on a small asteroid. It was the beast-type mecha fire dragon woman. However, this fire dragon had already transformed into a humanoid mech through its transformation system. It stood gracefully atop the asteroid, holding a massive fiery dragon head at the forefront of its red arms. The dragon mouth still bore traces of its breath after the recent attack, clearly indicating that this mecha had just launched the ambush, and the pilot inside was a woman. Oomph, your mecha certainly doesn't look like it belongs to some sneaky rat specializing in covert assassinations. Yet, you dared to launch such a despicable sneak attack on me and kill my guard. Truly disrespectful, said Zheng Yuming dismissively. A despicable act, indeed, but you seem to have forgotten how much more heinous your actions were years ago compared to this paltry event, retorted the female fire dragon mecha pilot with resentment. You've come here willingly, excellent. Let's settle our accounts once and for all. Hold on a moment. I wonder which of my past deeds you're referring to, asked Zheng Yuming curiously. Those who inflict pain do not care about these things, but those who suffer remember them forever. Inside the fire dragon's cockpit, Mi-Ling suddenly looked towards the meteor belt and then spoke to Zheng Yuming. Since you want to die understanding why, so be it. I'll explain before killing you. Not necessary, I'm pressed for time. Aren't you the captain of the Gaiyang pirate group? Would you prefer being captured by me before explaining yourself? Laughed Zheng Yuming. Looks like you're not stupid either. You know we don't have much time left. But sorry, I'm married already. This isn't one-on-one, it's 2 against 1, said Mi-Ling. What? Zheng Yuming's heart raced upon hearing her words. However, when Mi-Ling spoke, it wasn't a warning. It signaled the start of an attack from behind. The alarm in the S-class mecha sounded as the White Tiger mechanized unit leapt toward the Dragon Slayer mecha in beast form. Caught off guard, Zheng Yuming immediately found himself at a disadvantage under the ferocious assault. The Ice Tiger's attacks carried a chilling low temperature that eroded the performance of his entire mecha. Meanwhile, the Fire Dragon Woman mecha wasn't idle either. Compared to the Ice Tiger, it provided more strategic flank support rather than direct engagement. In the blink of an eye, 3 S-class mechas engaged in fierce combat in the rear area of the Federal and Chinese forces clash. Damn it, she plays dirty every move. Being 2-on-1 is clearly unfavorable, Zheng Yuming gritted his teeth. Then he glanced far away where Zhang Yaoyue led the mechanized fleet formation in battle. Sighing, he murmured, I didn't expect that, ultimately, I'd have to rely on this clone whom I look down upon. The Chinese army deployed 2 S-class mechas to pin me down here. Likewise, their 2 S-class mechas are also held here. It seems they must be the leaders of 2 pirate groups. Now we can only hope that she breaks through the line and helps our forces break free. Divided attention in combat is unwise, said Mi-Ling. Instantly, another powerful beam fired towards him. After a fierce exchange of blows, he fell back into an unfavorable position once again. On the Starfall flagship bridge, Su Ming gazed at the screen showing the 3 mechas locked in battle. He commented, so it appears Mi-Ling wants to eliminate the enemy commander. Her methods are brutal enough, but apparently her personal grudges take precedence. Our main goal right now is to surround the opponent and squeeze their living space. If Mi-Ling and Shikuan could split up to each contain one side. Afterward, Su Ming glanced at Zhang Yaoyue's mech, the one unmatched in single combat, and helplessly added, the key issue now is how to plug the potential gaps she might tear open. If she leads her fleet through the line and progresses further with the 3rd fleet, letting the 5th fleet exit the interstellar channel ahead of the meteoric tide, the situation will become extremely disadvantageous for us. Su Ming, let me handle this. Is she here? Qianxin suddenly connected, with Zhang Hengyue speaking. Weren't you unable to fight? Asked Su Ming suspiciously. Who says I can't fight? Countered Zhang Hengyue. Let me go this time. I hope you allow me to capture her. I want to see who she is. Sensing a hint of anticipation in Zhang Hengyue's tone, Su Ming nodded understandingly and said, all right, capture her then. Naturally, intercepting the enemy for 8 minutes remains the primary goal. Understood, replied Zhang Hengyue. Finally, Zhang Yaoyue leading the mech squadron broke through the defenses set by the Chinese military and encountered her opponent. Is that you? Zhang Yaoyue stared coldly at the Imperial mecha blocking her path and said, perfect, this time I won't lose. Thus, the 2 S-class mechas once again engaged in fierce battle. On another battlefield, Mi-Ling looked intently at the Dragon Slayer mecha that was being continuously suppressed, distant memories flooding back into her mind and driving her to even greater madness. Before the truth of the Dawn Society's terrorist attack was revealed, hearts between the Federation and Huaxia leaned towards different sides, and it was difficult to say whose side justice lay on in this war. However, back then, the Federation was still an early version of its powerful self. The Chinese Federation had completely overpowered Huaxia's forces. One by one Huaxia space fortresses were eliminated, and one after another space cities were captured. The Chinese Federation's regulations and laws all favored aristocratic class interests. To satisfy the demands of their nobility while also addressing internal conflicts caused by deep-rooted class divisions within their own population, the early Federation resorted to launching wars. By raiding Huaxia's forces to seize wealth and resources, they met both their upper-class families' needs and their lower classes' expectations. Thus, during the earlier conflict between the Chinese Federation and the Huaxia Republic, the Federation managed to appease the factions supporting them, as well as safeguard the interests of these aristocratic families. But who would pay for the wars initiated by the Federation? It was the Huaxia citizens forced to bear the costs after their defeat due to the Federation's victory. This made it so the early Federation could never win the hearts of the people in the Huaxia Star regions they occupied. Later on, when the Federation could no longer profit from war and instead faced failure in warfare, the only solution was to impose the burden of war on those citizens within the Federation who once supported them. Though this was something that happened much later. 12 years ago, during the earlier campaigns between Huaxia and the Federation army dominated over the Huaxia forces, constantly attacking territories. Within this phase where the Federation wielded its most significant power, a crucial Southern Front campaign occurred, the Bingzhou Star Domain, Fengheng City Battle. The Federation gathered a mighty fleet and ultimately conquered Huaxia's well-defended city, Fengheng. One of the generals leading the charge during this operation back then was Zheng Yuming, who held the rank of Brigadier General at that time. Chapter 117, The Hunt 7. At the Fengheng City Government Building, after the Chinese army retreated, the Federal Army quickly occupied it. As this area was only used as an occupied zone without effective governance, military control was inevitable. Brigadier General Zheng Yuming sat in the city government's council hall, receiving the heads of 5 large civilian groups in the region. After the leaders of the 5 civilian groups rushed away, Zheng Yuming remained in the council hall, his expression uncertain as he thought deeply. Yuming, the effective control of Fengheng City requires winning over the larger forces within the city. Although we can control this place militarily, control is not governance. Therefore, how to win over these 5 major forces is urgent. A communication flashed by, and Zheng Dongming said, I understand this. Indeed, China has no conditions for forming families of power. The more prominent local capital and reputation belong to these 5 forces. How do we make them dependent on our Zheng family? I've already drafted a contract that allows them mining rights to key resources in the energy and minerals that were unreachable during the Chinese government's rule, while possession belongs to us, the Zheng family. They will be dependent on us, forming small families here to effectively rule the area, Zheng Yuming said. However, Dongping such a big benefit would have even one force turned down completely. It's the old man from the Mi family, Zheng Yuming sighed and said, I am an officer and commander. My tongue isn't persuasive. I only specialize in actions. For this stubborn old man who refuses any offer, my only idea is to pull the trigger. Mi family, Zheng Dongping pondered for a moment and said, how could there be such a good thing that the Mi family would not accept? I cannot understand that either. However, Yuming, everything should be handled both ways, favor and authority. We raised the 5 major forces with the purpose of controlling them in order to govern here, but it doesn't necessarily have to be all 5 forces. It could also be 4 forces. Haha, now that you say that, I get it. Honestly speaking, I've been thinking about doing this for quite a long time, Zheng Yuming laughed and said. It's good that you understand, Zheng Dongping said. A few days later, the 4 other powers agreed to our contract, except for the Mi family. The adjutant reported in the council hall to Zheng Yuming. Not yet, hold on, Zheng Yuming said. Firstly, it's crucial to stabilize the order here. I heard after a victorious battle, many soldiers eagerly awaited rewards. The army must distinguish between commendation and punishment clearly. Unfortunately, after this fight, our military supplies are depleted, leaving us unable to reward or punish our army. So what should we do? Zheng Yuming asked the adjutant. General, your kindness towards your own men is like a brother, while your feelings towards those who are not yours is exceptionally repulsed. Soldiers fight for you across the land because you love your soldiers as if they are your children. As for those who refuse our recruitment, they aren't ours. I believe, General, you should adopt past practices and extract funds from those unwilling to obey us. The reason the Mi family managed to become a great power is due to their abundant wealth sources. Since they belong to our territory, taking funds from them is justified. Moreover, in Fengheng City, not just the Mi family, but there are several other forces unwilling to submit to us. Thus, our financial extraction sources are plentiful enough, the adjutant said. Great. I enjoy hearing that. It's also good to let those people who don't know the value of cooperation understand what refusing submission to our Zheng National Army means. Let's start from the Mi family power, Zheng Yuming coldly said. Understood, the adjutant said. 2 months later, the Mi family refused to cooperate, lost influence, and became the object of division among the remaining 4 powers that had turned into small families, along with the Federal Army. Within several months, all of their wealth and resources were split entirely. Not only the Mi family, but other forces whose wealth got divided, under the coercion of federal military force, dared not oppose silently. Fengheng City Council Hall. Ha ha ha. Frankly speaking, I wonder if the Mi family regrets it in the end. Zheng Yuming laughed. The current situation for the Mi family is like this because they didn't comply with us. Even if they regret it now, it's too late. Master, the power of the Mi family is negligible. But according to intelligence reports from the front line, General Zheng Dongping encountered failure at the front line, and the Chinese army is about to reach Fengheng City. Please prepare. Don't worry. I've set a trap so that the Chinese army will come and never return. General Zheng Yuming smiled. Yet, General Dongping's unexpected failure on the front lines is truly surprising, Zheng Yuming mused. Master, victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare. A small victory of the Chinese army is no problem. That's right. Haha. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the Chinese army gets puffed up after a minor victory? Let's soon give them a taste of failure, Zheng Yuming cruelly said. Afterward, the Huaxia army attacked Fengheng City, and Zheng Yuming attempted to lure them into his trap. However, the Huaxia army had already discovered this trap beforehand, which led to a prolonged and arduous battle for Zheng Yuming until reinforcements arrived to relieve the crisis in Fengheng City. Yet, due to this war, Zheng Yuming's forces were severely weakened, though Fengheng City was not captured. Once Zheng Yuming recovered, he immediately imposed martial law across the city and cracked down on the spy who leaked his plans. The Mi family, a force that had been forgotten, re-emerged because of this incident. The Mi family, Zheng Yuming said furiously, excellent. As citizens of my federation, they secretly conspired with Huaxia and maintained close ties with the Huaxia army in secret. It seems they desired death. General, calm down. General, calm down. We didn't lose Fengheng City, and the intentions of the Mi family did not succeed. Now it's up to us to decide how to handle these people, the adjutant said. How should we deal with the Mi family? Zheng Yuming looked at the adjutant in confusion, glaring as he spoke. I'm telling you, from now on, the Mi family will no longer exist. General, I understand clearly, the adjutant replied. This battle suffered a hard-fought victory due to the intelligence leak, and the loss of our soldiers will be honored by the blood of these despicable traitors. Zheng Yuming's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face, as if reminiscing or filled with righteous anger. In the end, the Mi family was wiped out under the military force of the Federation, and Zheng Yuming also managed to eliminate several Huaxia intelligence points, making this battle highly fruitful. In the prison where the Mi family was detained, Zheng Yuming strutted arrogantly as he scrutinized these forces that refused to submit to him, calculating the means by which he would execute them. Every member of the Mi family glared at him with hatred, wishing they could tear him apart. In Zheng Yuming's view, the Mi family was an obstinate force that could not be easily subdued. Taming them would be exhausting, so it was better to eradicate them entirely to avoid future trouble. During his inspection of all the prisoners, a gaze caught his attention. A little girl among all the captives looked at him with fear, rather than hatred. Chapter 118, Operation Hun 8. Mi Ling, the daughter of the head of the Mi family, had her peaceful life disrupted by the arrival of the Federal Army over the past few months. Today, she has been reduced from a pampered young lady to a prisoner. In her eyes, the Federal soldiers are akin to tigers and wolves, unlike the once friendly and approachable Huaxia army. Conquest and plunder have become the cruel methods imposed on the Mi family since the Federal forces arrived in Fengheng City. Standing above the Mis, the Federal soldiers' thievery over these months has left the Mi family suffering endlessly. The Mis are officially recognized as subjects under Federal control, but in reality, they are targets of their complete oppression. Fear of this powerful authority is inherent in the young girl. Yet, this fear precisely aligns with Zheng Yuming's plans. Within the prison, there are no shortages of brutal punishments. Though emaciated, scarred, and weakened, her beauty as a youthful maiden remains undeniable. Do you fear death? Asked Zheng Yuming. The girl nodded. Ha ha, fearing death is a human instinct, and it's not your fault, laughed Zheng Yuming. But today, Uncle will tell you, if you agree to one thing for me, I won't kill you. What do you say? Before the girl could speak, her father angrily shouted. What you plan to do? I know well enough what wicked intentions you harbor. Child, don't agree with him. Zheng Yuming looked at the patriarch of the Mi family and leered. I can clearly tell you that your suspicion is correct. He then turned toward the young girl and said with a grin, your parents, your relatives, your friends, they're all here. Unfortunate news, they've committed offenses and will be dragged to the execution ground tomorrow. Don't please let my family go, sobbed Mi Ling. Of course, but there's a condition. Tonight, all you need to do is take care of me well, and I'll forgive their sins. How does that sound? Said Zheng Yuming outright, immediately sparking varying reactions among the imprisoned members of the Mi family. You? Spare my daughter. You may punish or execute me, but don't resort to such despicable means, protested the Mi patriarch. Lord of the family, we may have no other choice. We've already committed capital offenses against the Federation. If your daughter can earn the mercy of the Federal troops, then why not? Sacrificing one person to save us all is worth it. Besides, wouldn't it save your life too? Someone spoke up. You? The Mi patriarch was so infuriated he couldn't respond. Good. You know your place, smiled Zheng Yuming as he looked down at the young girl who didn't fully grasp his meaning and immediately nodded. Don't. The Mi patriarch's hands trembled as he watched helplessly as his daughter was taken away by General Zheng. She glanced back at the patriarch once, whose hand reached out through the bars of the cell in a futile attempt to pull her back. Alas, the distance was too great, marking their final meeting before their lives would forever part. After some time, the sorrowful patriarch reluctantly retracted his hand. He wanted to beat the clan member who had agreed to the deal, but they were separated by their respective cells. Do you think they'll forgive our crimes simply like this? Huh. What crime have we committed? The Federation perpetrates great evil, abandoning righteousness, acting like pirates. Would our family ever submit to them? If captured, death is all we deserve. And me? Do you think this thief Xing can let us off easily? You're too naive. Poor child, oh how pitiful, cried and raged the me patriarch. The person criticized fell silent in shame, but muttered resentfully, reality outweighs stubbornness. Isn't it because of your obstinacy that we ended up like this? Why not choose to accept the Federation's recruitment from the start instead of resisting? Look at the other 4 major groups once comparable to us. They now live comfortably. If only you'd embraced their advances in the beginning, we would be one of the 5 prominent families, benefiting even more by aligning ourselves with the Xing family. Wouldn't we then avoid today's disaster? Humph. The Federation does not hold long-term advantage, focusing merely on short-term gains without greater righteousness. They might flourish temporarily, but repeated injustice will inevitably lead to their downfall. Why should we consort with tigers and wolves, serving as their dogs, helping them oppress the people? Roared the me patriarch. No, all I see is the Huaxia army retreating in defeat. The Huaxia Republic will surely be annihilated by the Zhonghua Federation. All I understand is that circumstances outweigh individual strength. All I know is that those who adapt to the situation are true heroes. What rubbish righteousness. What nonsense about being an accomplice to tigers and wolves. I only know why we have become prisoners now. It's because of the inflexible obstinacy of our family head. If only we could secure safety by offering up his daughter, what could possibly stop us? This person furiously rebutted. You? The patriarch of the me family was so angered that blood rushed to his heart, nearly causing him to faint. The people around them began reflecting deeply on their own futures, for the situation had come to this point. If General Xing Yoming's promise could indeed be fulfilled, perhaps this would be their chance to turn things around. Naturally, a good number within the me family shared the same thoughts as this person. The next morning, at the municipal hall, the adjutant saw that Xing Yoming looked fatigued and asked, General, did you not rest last night? No, last night the me family presented their women to me for enjoyment. I accepted it with pleasure, but never imagined it was such a surprise, Xing Yoming said as he took out a bloody red handkerchief from his sleeve and leered. A flower yet to bloom. Such an experience has been rare for me recently, so I got carried away. I see. No wonder, yesterday, many prisoners from the me family wanted to surrender, the adjutant commented. Yes, yesterday was when I told them that if I were given the girl, I would pardon their offenses, Xing Yoming laughed. Does this mean, General, that you plan to let them go? The adjutant asked. What do you think? Xing Yoming glanced sideways at the adjutant and grinned wickedly. If these kinds of things can be forgiven simply by offering a few women, then the area under our jurisdiction might become the most rampant region for Huaxia intelligence operatives. So what exactly did you mean yesterday? The adjutant asked. I deceived them, Xing Yoming said. Today just happens to be the day of execution. Once the time comes, my declaration that there will no longer be a me family in the world will remain unaltered. It is proper that you see it this way, General, the adjutant responded. However, I hope that all of you merely block her off from information, making sure she remains unaware. Xing Yoming paused slightly and said, such an enjoyable toy. It would be a pity to ruin her after just one playtime. Could it be, General, that you wish to use this excuse to deceive the girl again? The adjutant asked. What do you think? Xing Yoming chuckled. Chapter 119, Hunting Operation 9. There is no wall that doesn't leak. In the end, Fengheng City was recaptured by Huaxia's forces, and Meiling was forcibly brought back to the country by Zheng Yuming. It was only when she left Fengheng City that this long-concealed piece of information came to her attention. She had been used as nothing more than a plaything by Zheng Yuming, but she did not immediately expose the truth. Instead, she continued to serve him. However, the seeds of hatred had already been planted. It wasn't until Zheng Yuming grew tired of her and gifted her to one of his subordinates, Zhang Kuan, that she finally managed to distance herself from her enemy. Zhang Kuan, as Zheng Yuming's subordinate, began to harbor resentment against Zheng due to disputes over rewards and distributions after being manipulated by Meiling. Over time, Zhang Kuan truly fell in love with Meiling and sympathized with her plight. During one mission at a spirit stone mine, Zhang Kuan secretly confiscated 2 A-grade primal stones, an ice tiger stone and a flame dragon stone, which should have been submitted to the Federation, and fled from the Federal Army. After becoming deserters, Meiling changed her surname to Mi, and Zhang Kuan changed his to Shur. The two traveled quietly to Sanghe City and Helen City, gradually building their own influence. They waited for years until the southern line of Huaxia forces began pushing the federal troops back. Eventually, both sides formed relatively defensive lines near the border, continually deploying armies and supplies to maintain their positions along the front. The decline of the Federation meant it could no longer profit from the war. Unable to sustain the war within its internal systems, the heavy burden of losses was increasingly imposed on the common people under federal control through heavier taxes. Gradually, a few rebellious armies emerged, but they were easily suppressed by the federal troops. However, given the lack of decisive progress on the front lines and the pressure of a war neither side could afford to lose, Huaxia continued to pour manpower into the battlefronts, while the Federation matched them. This constant commitment weakened the force the Federation relied on to suppress rebel groups. Taxes grew heavier, and the momentum of the rebellion intensified, making it increasingly difficult for the Federal Army to control the insurgent groups. In response, 2 pirate forces rose, capturing crucial hubs of federal control. Using their slight strength, they effectively cut off most federal supply routes. As the Federal Army could no longer fully suppress these rebel armies, it decided to ally with some rebel factions, particularly the two pirate groups holding key strategic locations. The pirates capitalized on their leverage, collecting passage fees from the federal forces while continuously extorting them to strengthen their own power. Over time, these two pirate groups evolved from minor forces into the largest among all rebels. Now, after 15 long years of waiting, it was the federal forces and her enemy, Zheng Yuming, who were driven into a desperate situation. I wonder why I felt this inexplicable familiarity upon seeing you. Zheng Yuming leered. Yes, you're the woman I've already tired of, aren't you? I'm impressed how good you've hidden all these years under arrestment. Thank you for reminding me of our past sweet memories together. But now that you've reminded me, I just lost any interest in you. This, I don't care about. However, do you really think you can so easily forget a woman who has hated you for decades? Miling laughed. Oh ho ho, hatred spanning decades. What a terrifying woman. So you continued pretending to be fooled by me even after knowing that I massacred your entire family. Zheng Yuming smirked, then looked down at the Baihu mech fighting alongside him and said, Come to think of it, Captain Shirkuin of the crew's pirate group, you couldn't possibly be the simple junior officer I once had under my command, right? Zhang Kuan. So what if I am, or if I'm not? Shirkuin responded. Exactly what I thought. Zheng Yuming narrowed his eyes and grinned. The way you talk makes it clear that you're likely Shirkuin, a former federal traitor and one of my former subordinates. Your taste is terrible. You're mesmerized by a woman I discarded. Truly pitiful. That's natural. Unlike you, who manipulates women and uses them casually, throwing them away at will, I thank you for granting Miling to me initially. Because of you, I found true love. True love? That joke is amusing. Your role is merely a tool used by this woman who has hated me for decades to get revenge on me. Besides, do you actually believe in true love? Zheng Yuming chuckled and asked. I feel it is so. If I like her, I am willing to give up everything for her, including shouldering her grudge. Moreover, she didn't hide from me the fact that she wanted to use me for revenge. Since it's something I willingly do, you don't need to meddle in our relationship. Shirkuin said. But what confuses me is that I don't think I've treated you unfairly at all. If you distinguished yourself in battle, I would reward you accordingly. Wealth, beauty, and even Mi Ling of the Mi family. All were given by me. Why did you betray my federal army? Zheng Yuming asked. I can tell you the reason. All the things you bestowed were only meant to ensure that your soldiers and low-ranking officers would serve you loyally, but your rewards could never satisfy their needs, or the needs of many lower-ranking officers in the Federation. No matter how hard they fought, no matter how much you rewarded them, you could never grant them recognition of status. The high-ranking commanders of the Federal Army will never open the door to outsiders. Mi Ling said. I see now. So you sought higher status. Zheng Yuming glanced sideways at the Baihu mech and continued. Within the Federation, there are more than just you who yearn for a higher position, yet they all know one thing clearly. This door is forever closed to them. But in my army, this doesn't happen. You are the only one who betrayed me. Zheng Yuming said with a tinge of regret. Zhang Kuan, I'm not sure if the primal stones you and her have originated from the two primal stones produced during the reaction at the spirit energy crystal mine back then, but it's almost certain that from that moment on, you abandoned the Federal Army. Zheng Yuming continued. To be honest, the reason only you among my subordinates betrayed me is because I always value my subordinates. When it was time to reward them, I was never stingy, and when it came to punishment, I never hesitated. I've never thought anyone in my army would betray me. Zhang Kuan's betrayal once left me unforgettable. Chapter 120, Hunting Operation 10. This, Zheng Yuming's moral accusation left Shirkuin at a loss for words. You boast of fair rewards and punishments, but to me, it is nothing more than hypocrisy. Money and women are always your tools. Your purpose is to make your subordinates willingly sacrifice themselves for you. There's nothing wrong with this, but can you give your subordinates what they truly need? The three mechs continued to wrestle together, but Shirkuin became hesitant. Seeing this, Mi Ling smiled and said, Great accomplishments are rewarded with large sums of money, minor ones with smaller sums. For your soldiers, there is a clear hierarchy. High-ranking commanders are treated as part of your inner circle, while low-ranking soldiers are merely seen as dogs that can be easily controlled by throwing them a few bones. Although you may continuously reward these dogs with bones, you will never give them the opportunity to change their fate. In the Federation, it's only about which of your dogs gets better treatment. Furthermore, the wealth and beauties you use for rewards are unjustly gained through war. Betraying the Federation is no big deal, as the Federation doesn't even consider those below the noble families as human beings, treating them merely as ATMs to finance wars and livestock from whom they extract wealth. Resistance against the Federation army is countless. Who would tolerate a country that regards him as an animal? The Federation safeguards the interests of noble families, but not the interests of all people, instead exploiting them. So I ask you, why should these oppressed people continue to obey the rule of the Federation? The Federation being unjust, naturally its downfall shouldn't surprise anyone. If you speak of something most repulsive to me, said Zheng Yuming in extreme distaste. Within the Federation, commoners refuse to follow the order of the Federation and do not ensure the interest of their motherland. Instead, they have absurd aspirations for sudden promotion. Beyond redemption, they deserve death. They have no reason to rebel against the Federation. They must obey its rule. Those daring to resist, even those with mere thoughts of resistance, shall be eradicated without leniency. I only safeguard the interests of the Federation, showing kindness to my warriors under the premise of abiding by the Federation's rules. Where's the mistake in that? And questioning someone ungrateful who betrays the Federation, where's the fault in that? What did you say? Zheng Yoming's loud voice was like a sharp needle piercing the softest part of Shikuan's heart. If he had any remaining good feelings toward Zheng Yuming because of past favors, now they were completely gone. In Zheng Yoming's army, no matter how hard Shikuan worked, he knew he would never see a way out. Although Zheng Yuming had treated him well until today, Shikuan realized his position in Zheng Yoming's eyes was exactly as Mi Ling had said, just a dog. This was the thing he found hardest to endure. Shikuan's attacks grew fiercer. As the three mech forces contended, Mi Ling gradually withdrew from the battlefield and jumped onto an asteroid, saying, I didn't know General Zheng Yuming could talk so much nonsense. But when you're busy talking nonsense, have you noticed the time slipping away? While struggling embarrassingly against the Ice Tiger mech, Zheng Yuming just then remembered this. His eyes darted to the 15-minute countdown timer he'd set earlier, leaving only over a minute. But this minute was the arrival time of the meteor shower. Looking at the battle radar map again, Zheng Yuming realized the Third Fleet hadn't broken out of the encirclement yet and was still trapped here. The Fifth Fleet remained closed off within the meteorite belt. It was absolutely impossible to break through the Chinese army's defense line within just over a minute to allow the Fifth Fleet to retreat from the meteorite belt. Where's Zhang Yaoue? Zhang Yaoue. Zheng Yuming suddenly panicked, glancing at one corner of the radar image. Zhang Yaoue's mech was fighting against another mech, but not only was Zhang unable to defeat the enemy, but Zhang was also overwhelmed. And the Third Fleet, during the battle with the Chinese military, was gradually losing its advantage and falling into a disadvantageous position. At such a moment, it wasn't even about breaking the situation. Dying here was the most realistic outcome. More than a minute. No, it was already less than a minute, and time was passing. Drip, a space message sounded. Inside Zheng Yoming's mech cockpit, a familiar space message sounded, coming from the flagship of the Fifth Fleet. General Zheng hurriedly opened it. Hua Deguang stood resolutely on the bridge control room, surrounded by no one else, and said, This is not your fault. I know you've done your best. People always have things they can and cannot achieve, right? I hope you don't take it to heart. I once said, live and die with the fleet. If the ship survives, I live. If the ship sinks, I perish. Farewell, General Yuming. No, Zheng Yuming said with a tearing effort. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring the Fifth Fleet out. The communication was cut off. Zheng Yuming knew this would be their last conversation because the meteor shower arrived. In the starry sea, planets rolled over like waves. Countless meteors and asteroids began to impact the natural passage. The fleets within the channel faced the impact of the meteor shower. At the position of the Fifth Fleet, continuous planetary streams were striking the fleet. Small ships exploded instantly, turning into space debris moving away with the meteoric tide, while large ships could only resist 1 or 2 attacks before being declared destroyed. General Hua Deguang turned to look at the incoming meteor swarm that was rushing into the command room and murmured, This is where I will meet my end. 3 massive meteors collided with the flagship of the Fifth Fleet. Under the brilliant explosion, the already heavily damaged flagship of the Fifth Fleet was completely destroyed and disintegrated into space junk that drifted far away. Within a short period, under the shockwave of the meteor stream, the whole reorganized Fifth Fleet of the Federation's Yin Kingdom was utterly annihilated. Several warships from the Third Fleet also perished in the meteor belt. I'm sorry, I have failed your expectations, General Hua Deguang. Zheng Yuming trembled as he stared at the overwhelming meteor tide and the horrifying explosions in the distance. It symbolized the complete destruction of the Fifth Fleet. Zheng Yuming screamed in anguish as he saw the resistance from the remaining remnants of the Third Fleet becoming increasingly weaker. You all, it's me who has failed your trust. The Fifth Fleet, you entrusted your lives to me, but I was incapable of saving you. Zheng Yuming spoke shakily. He could not live up to Hua Deguang's expectations, and this moment had dealt him a devastating blow. Yes, you are useless, and soon you'll be able to see him in hell. In battle, losing focus while engaging with enemies is the biggest mistake. But during his moment of distraction, his opponent wouldn't give him any chances. Soon, the fatal strike came. Chapter 121, The Hunting Operation, Finale. The close combat weapons of the End Dragon and Ice Tiger crisscrossed through the Slay Dragon ship, dismembering the mecha. As it exploded, the core of the mecha was pulled out by the female End Dragon mech pilot and thrown into a small asteroid belt. The distraction in the battlefield led to a complete failure for Zheng Yuming, who was already at a disadvantage. The Slay Dragon mech exploded brilliantly in midair. Its cockpit was placed on a small asteroid by the female End Dragon mech. Zheng Yuming stumbled out of the mech cockpit in his spacesuit, looking up at the towering red mech before him with a face full of bitterness. When Mi Ling also donned her spacesuit and stepped down from her mech cockpit, they stood facing each other. Years have passed, and you've become even more charming. If only we weren't sworn enemies, Zheng Yuming sighed slightly. All this I owe to you, and now is the time to settle the grudge between us. In Mi Ling's hand, a fire-red beam coalesced into a light blade as she walked slowly toward Zheng Yuming. In fact, you should have killed me inside your mech. You shouldn't be doing this, Zheng Yuming said regretfully after realizing Mi Ling's intention. Then he formed a light blade in his own hand and walked toward Mi Ling. How would we know without fighting? Mi Ling said coldly. Your comrades whom you cherished were all planned and killed by me. With such a good opportunity, would you give up? One-on-one duel, uncertain victory or defeat. If you win, wouldn't that let you avenge your brothers? Since you say so, then I'll tell you plainly. Having deceived you for so long, I actually had all your family executed. Such deep hatred exists between us. Since you offer one-on-one combat, here I declare, if I lose, I deserve my fate. and I'll let you take revenge on me. As the two drew nearer during the final stage of the hunting operation, they stopped when they were 1 meter apart and immediately engaged in a fierce close-range battle. Contrary to Zheng Yoming's prediction of himself fully overwhelming the opponent, the woman before him exhibited martial arts skills not inferior to his own. Moreover, she was familiar with his techniques and clearly understood their weaknesses, completely suppressing him. Mi Ling seized the opportunity and slashed the sword held by Zheng Yuming, instantly evaporating his arm with high temperature. The light blade dissipated, leaving Zheng Yuming clutching his wound painfully, while a warm sensation around his neck indicated Mi Ling's blade pressing against his throat. No wonder, you dared challenge me to a one-on-one duel, Zheng Yuming exhaled. I will do as promised and leave it to your discretion, but before this, I have one question. What question? Mi Ling asked icily. If you knew about my secrets back then, and given the length of time we interacted, you should have had plenty of opportunities to act. Just needing a sharp weapon to strike when I'm not paying attention. Why didn't you just kill me and avenge yourself without so much trouble? Zheng Yuming questioned. Killing you is merely the first step in my revenge, and besides, a helpless girl like me back then using crude plans would have little success rate, Mi Ling explained. Hee, there are many women who hated me to death after being played and forced to be my property. Their usual methods involved assassination or poisoning, etc., trying to kill me. I enjoyed it thoroughly, but you're far more terrifying than them, Zheng Yuming stated. If killing me is your first step, then what is the next step? The Federation, I will participate and witness its downfall. The power you adhere to will cease to exist in the distant future, Mi Ling declared. Zheng Yuming twitched his lips, saying, It won't be that easy, I fear. This battle determines the conclusion of the federal battlefield along the southern line of Huaxia. Once the southern front succumbs to Huaxia's pressure, the end of the Federation is near. At that time, I shall watch and participate in destroying the Federation, Mi Ling proclaimed. You're right, I have nothing more to say. I will keep my promise. I only ask that you grant me a swift end. At least before my death, the Yin state under the Chinese Federation still stands tall in the world forest, Zheng Yuming stated. The light blade sliced across Zheng Yuming's neck, vaporizing it entirely with high heat. Mi Ling lifted the head of this archenemy who once defiled her and killed her family, calmly saying, You may see the continuation of the Federation and the Yin state while alive, but your defeat will lead to the downfall of the Yin state and the weakening of the Federation. I have no taste for letting you live to know the future development of events. All my achievements today owe to your failures. Now that personal disgrace and family enmity have been avenged, the rest will fade with time into the mists of the past. On the other side of the battlefield, two S-class mechs clashed. The Federation mech ultimately could not hold its ground, and when Zhonghua once again sliced through the physical armor of the mech with her light blade, she found within the cockpit the person she had been searching for. Zhonghua. As expected, it's you. Zhonghua, prepared in advance, quickly captured the pilot before the mech was destroyed. Another S-class pristine stone mech fell into ruin. Having captured her desired target, Zhonghua was filled with countless unanswered questions. She did not participate further in the battle, but instead piloted her guard mech back to the Starfall flagship. The Fifth Fleet met its demise in the Starry Sea. Of the Third Fleet's two S-class pristine stone mechs, one perished, and the other was captured. Additionally, Admiral Zheng Yuming, commander of the Third Fleet, lost his life, causing the Federated forces, already in an unfavorable position, to lose all morale. But the ambushers, whether they were from the Huaxia military or pirate groups, were not about to let them go. Under the leadership of Mi Ling and Shi Kuan, the 11th Fleet began an annihilation operation against this demoralized fleet. By the time these troops realized that death was inevitable and attempted to consolidate their strength for a desperate fight, it was already too late for them to make any meaningful impact. In the end, the Third Fleet of the Yin State military of the Federation also perished in the Starry Sea. What remained was nothing more than a complete massacre. On board the Starfall battleship, communications from Mi Ling and Shi Kuan arrived. They say the Huaxia military gives a way out to federal forces who have lost their will to resist, not killing prisoners of war, and their good name spreads far and wide, Shi Kuan said. If today's events remain unknown to the world, we can pretend as if nothing happened. If they come to light, then let it be the nature of our two pirate groups that caused it, not the doing of the Huaxia military. Su Ming, thank you for letting me resolve the matters I sought to understand. Now, free of all ties, there is no longer the Cruiser Pirate Group or the Gaoyang Pirate Group. Only the 11th Fleet newly incorporated into the Huaxia military remains. In the rear battlefield of the federal forces, all fleets will fully obey your commands, Commander, Mi Ling said. So be it. Su Ming gazed at the heart-rending wreckage of the fleet and paused in thought before saying, Today's matter must be thoroughly sealed off, with absolutely no publicizing. The rest shall be handled by me directing the overall situation. Our next plan is Chapter 122, Mi Ling and Shi Kuan. The end of the war saw both the 11th Fleet and the 12th Fleet achieving great victories in their respective campaigns, making the next phase of the conflict much clearer. The desperate resistance from the Federation's 3 fleets indeed caused considerable losses to the 2 fleets, but the scale of the fleets remained intact. On the Yu Huang cruiser, after the war, Mi Ling and Shi Kuan boarded this warship. The two came to a residence on Mi Ling's ship, where there was a secret room known only to Mi Ling. Inside this chamber was an ancient-style shrine. On the table of the shrine were dozens of plaques, all for the vengeful spirits of the Mi family wronged by the Yi clan. Mi Ling then took out from a large black bag, she carried the severed head of Zheng Yuming, placing it on the table. Both kneeling in the shrine, Mi Ling couldn't contain her sorrow and anger, choking back tears as she said, "Father, mother, uncle, uncle-in-law, to all the souls who met a cruel death in the Mi family. Today, Mi Ling finally places the head of our enemy before you. Rest assured, I am doing well. The blood of the Mi family will not be shed in vain. Mi Ling has more important matters to accomplish, and I will exact vengeance for our past grievances. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, elders, Shirkuan pledges that I will never betray Mi Ling," said Shirkuan. When Mi Ling turned to look at Shirkuan saw Mi Ling with tears streaming down her face, her eyes red and swollen. Shirkuan immediately pulled her into his arms, softly comforting her. Over decades of interaction, Mi Ling gave Shirkuan the impression of always succeeding in her plans and strategies, but she was, after all, a woman, shouldering decades of hatred and humiliation alone. Her loneliness meant she most needed a shoulder to lean on. Throughout history, marriage and love have often been used as common strategies or means. When Mi Ling and Shirkuan first met, they had not yet reached the point of mutual understanding. How could Shirkuan not know that Mi Ling intended to use him to escape the federal military? Before Zhonghuan changed his name to Shirkuan, his parents had passed away early. He yearned for achievements, fame, and glory. After years of striving within the federal military, when his military rank rose to that of a junior officer, he found further promotion forever out of reach. The accomplishments he had made only brought him money and goods, none of which satisfied his desires. These things would never be what he truly longed for. Unwilling to be constrained by the invisible barrier ahead, he hoped that through continued efforts and greater results in battle, he could gain the advancements he desired. Until one accidental event during a war between the Federation and Huaxia, he became the turning point that allowed the originally disadvantaged federal military to triumph over Huaxia. For this feat, the rewards he earned surpassed anything that could be measured by mere wealth. Yet, the higher-level command authority he had eagerly awaited failed to come. That's right. The reward Zheng Yuming offered him was nothing more than additional wealth and a beautiful woman. To the young Zhonghuan who danced like a blade on the edge of the battlefield, no amount of wealth mattered if it couldn't give him the recognition he so desired. Perhaps in the federal military, birth determined everything. But it was in that year that he met her. Treated as goods handed over from one man to another, Mi Ling became a piece of merchandise rewarded and appeased to Zhonghuan by Zheng Yuming. Mi Ling's grudge against Zheng Yuming was unknown to Zhonghuan at the time, but throwing his own woman at him as a prize certainly signaled that no matter how hard he tried, he would never reach the edges of power. Zheng Yuming's gift was not merely something trivial. It revealed deep resentment toward Mi Ling that did not go unnoticed by her. Realizing the hopelessness of his future, Shirkuan began to lose enthusiasm, becoming increasingly negative and starting to harbor personal intentions. Ultimately, during the faint primal stone reaction at the spirit energy crystal mine, 2 primordial stones fell into Zhonghuan's hands. Unknown to others, Zhonghuan secretly kept these 2 stones, thereby betraying the federal military, though the act went unnoticed. Due to his act of betrayal, Zhonghuan was constantly fearful during every rumor or unrest within the federal military, leading to a growing resolve to leave the federal military. In it, the 2 primal stones he had privately taken were useless to him. Continuing his service in the federal military had become meaningless. Eventually, he followed Mi Ling's suggestion and fled from the federal military, causing Zhonghuan to become a wanted fugitive of the federal military. Both understood that their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. Mi Ling needed Zhonghuan to help her escape from the federal military, while Zhonghuan needed Mi Ling's assistance to break free from the federal military and evade capture. As they spent prolonged time fleeing, they grew to understand each other and pledged their lives together. Shirkuan gave Mi Ling one of the 2 primal stones, the Flame Dragon Primal Stone, as a token of engagement. Each of them separately arrived at Sanghi City and Helen City to begin cultivating their respective forces, until the stalemate between Huaxia and the Federation led to internal rebellions springing up everywhere. Among those who rose with the rebels were the pirate forces they had each established, cruiser pirates and Gaiyang pirates. Under the momentum of the pirates, the federal military's shipping routes were swiftly seized, leaving them in a precarious situation. You're right, Huaxia is our ultimate destination. Shirkuan looked at Zheng Yuming's severed head placed on the altar and said, I was once from Huaxia. Mi Ling, lying in Shirkuan's arms, said, in the chaotic times, I was originally the daughter of a wealthy local merchant, but war changed my fate, plunging my life into darkness. Fortunately, you came along. Now, I have emerged from the shadows of my life. Thank you for your constant support, my husband. Next, the position you couldn't obtain in the federal military can be achieved within Huaxia's military ranks. Though Huaxia's military is also full of capable individuals, and it won't be easy to establish ourselves there. Husband, do you have confidence that we too can make a name for ourselves in this tumultuous era? Mi Ling asked. Of course, as long as I have the chance, I won't give it up. Shirkuan said. The former Zhonghuan, now Shirkuan, has always been a man chasing fame and fortune. Such an excellent opportunity cannot be missed. Starfall-class stellar carrier. On the radar screen, another battlefield showed the reappearance of the fleet emerging from the interference zone. It was the 12th fleet of Huaxia's 4th Army. The plan is proceeding smoothly. Zhonghua's fleet from the Federation has suffered heavy losses in the corridor. The remaining main battleships, deprived of supplies and radar ships, surrendered willingly to our forces and destroyed themselves within the interference zone, Zhu Hui reported. It seems like your operation went well. What about Admiral Gong Sun Ing? Su Ming inquired. General Gong Sun Ing surrendered voluntarily and is currently a captive of our army. Zhu Hui responded. Very good. Then follow this route and converge with our forces along the way. Su Ming concluded, transmitting the newly planned convergence route map to General Zhu Hui. Understood. Chapter 123. They are all her. After this battle, for our army, the next action will undoubtedly be smoother sailing, Su Ming said. Commander, what is your next target domain? Li Ming asked. Su Ming's purpose of regrouping his troops was naturally to prepare for the next tough battle. The next target for the offensive could be several areas: Song and Yin countries' energy zones, Song and Yin countries' main bases, Song and Yin countries' transportation hubs. These relatively valuable targets, although they have lost the support of the fleet, still maintain a powerful defense system. After all, they are the vital points of the Federation army. Hold on, let's not define this here just yet. We'll make plans when the 12th fleet joins us, Su Ming said. Also, in this completed plan, I am not the overall commander, do you understand? Commander you? Li Ming didn't quite understand what Su Ming meant, so he asked. The results of the hunting operation were very fruitful. The 3 fleets capable of mobile combat within the borders of the Federation, Song, and Yin have been completely wiped out. The planner of this scheme, Mi Ling temporary command, has also been temporarily handed over to her. But since it's a private deal between the two of us, the officially recognized commander of the 4th Army's rear battlefield is me. Following the usual records, the person who deserves the most war merit is me, but I simply don't have the face to privately take credit for others' achievements, Su Ming explained. I think I understand General's meaning, Li Ming responded. But Commander, why tell me about this matter? Pretending you don't know? Su Ming laughed, casually flipping open Li Ming's collar, pulling out an ID card inside, and after glancing at it, said, You're part of the 4th Army Military Commission, right? You found me out, but Commander, you're pretty generous, Li Ming remarked. You're mistaken, this isn't something I deserve, Su Ming replied. But remember clearly the upcoming battles, Su Ming continued. Next will be the conclusion of the Southern Frontline campaign. No reason to argue over merits with those who have earned them from other battlefields. I've understood, Li Ming said. In that case, the next move, you shall command this ship, Su Ming said. All right, I've got it. Then go rest, Commander, Li Ming replied. Su Ming nodded and walked out of the bridge command room. Su Ming knew, no matter how spectacular the following campaign might be, it wouldn't match the significance of the one they had just experienced. Nevertheless, Su Ming believed that the results of the war would exceed expectations. Xiaohuda's information gave him some anticipation, but also because Su Ming had another campaign drawing his attention instead of the light screen depicting Mi Ling battling Shi Kuan and Zheng Yuming. In the video, the S-class mech was torn open, revealing a woman identical to Zhang Hengyue, now captured. According to Zhang Hengyue, this person was her younger sister. But could Zhang Hengyue possibly have 2 identical sisters? Or perhaps everyone sitting inside similar original stone mechs within the Central Army of the Federation looked exactly the same. Su Ming made his way to the medical bay aboard the Starfall ship. It was well equipped, but only a few medical staff remained, all originally trained by pirates. The Starfall had no casualties in this war, thus in the medical bay, only a girl entirely restrained received treatment. Medical personnel were attending to her, while Zhang Hengyue sat worriedly beside the bed. The resemblance between these two was truly uncanny. The person on the bed lay unconscious, bound tightly for fear she would resist once awake. Su Ming approached Zhang Hengyue, sitting down beside her. Zhang Hengyue looked exhausted, her full attention fixed on the woman lying on the bed who resembled her. She hadn't noticed Su Ming's arrival. Is this your younger sister? Su Ming asked. Yes, and no. Zhang Hengyue shook her head, slowly uttering a few words. I had a twin sister, but not 2, 3. Recently, the one I killed included, and now the one lying here. When I realized my sister had died by my own hand last time, it left me unable to regain vitality for a period, but it also piqued my curiosity. Every time I encountered the same model mech within the Federation, there was this peculiar feeling. I couldn't wait to know who the pilot of the remaining mech was after the previous skirmish. And indeed, as expected. What's your sister's name? Su Ming asked. Zhang Yaiyue, Zhang Hengyue said. I defected from the Federation, but my sister should have gone missing long before my father passed away. I remember you said every time you encountered a similar original stone mech within the Federation, there was a special feeling. Among the mechs we've encountered, this time there were 5, and last year on the Planetary Belt battlefield, there were 4. Your point is, Su Ming said. Su Ming, Zhang Hengyue turned to him with a sad expression as she spoke. I think, the pilots of these mechs, they should all be. 8 have already died at my hands. In the Federation's Central Army, it's rumored that there are batches of homologous mechs appearing in different battlefields, in the Central Line, Southern Line, Northern Line. If the people who drive them are all her, shouldn't she not be your sister? Su Ming glanced at the woman lying on the bed and said, After all, you mentioned your twins, and you only have one sister. No, she is. Zhang Hengyue shook her head and said, That's why I don't know what to do. 8 of her have already died at my hands. The 8 Federation mechs whose blades she once swung, without hesitation flashed back in Zhang Henyue's mind, the scenes turning into cosmic dust once again overwhelming her thoughts. 8 have already died at your hands. Su Ming asked in confusion. I've only seen 2 people inside the mech capsules, but they give me the same feeling. They are all her, Zhang Hengyue said. Could they be clones? Su Ming thought for a moment, and then asked. Not exactly, it's not that simple. Zhang Hengyue shook her head and said, They are all her. They are all her. Su Ming frowned and said, Yes, they are all her, Zhang Hengyue repeated. The instruments showed positive signs, and the injured person was gradually recovering. The bound individual's fingers trembled slightly, clearly beginning to regain consciousness. After some time, she opened her eyes and looked around the scene. Chapter 124, Opposite Enemies. Zhonghua slowly opened her eyes and looked around. When her consciousness fully returned, she tried to move her body slightly, only to realize that she was completely restrained. She made a sudden movement, frantically shaking her body in an attempt to break free from the bonds, but stopped this behavior when she realized it was futile and began to observe the people around her. When she scanned through and saw Su Ming, she suddenly noticed the Chinese military uniform he was wearing, and instantly, the emotional values shown on the instrument began to fluctuate violently. Are you a member of the Chinese military? Su Ming glanced at the machine and then said, I am Lieutenant Su Ming of the 4th Army under the Chinese military. I've been captured. Zhonghua quickly recognized her situation and went mad, trying to escape from the bonds that restrained her. Zhonghua's struggle proved obviously useless, but she persisted, wasting her strength trying to break free. Don't bother, you can't escape, Su Ming said. You? Zhonghua looked at Su Ming with an almost murderous gaze. Is it because you see me in my military uniform that you bear enmity towards me? Su Ming asked. The people in the medical room were originally talents cultivated by the pirate group. Although they had now submitted to China, under special circumstances, they did not possess Chinese military uniforms. When Zhonghua's gaze reached Su Ming and noticed his military attire, her emotions began to surge. Zhonghua didn't answer Su Ming's question, but instead continued to struggle fruitlessly until Zhonghua restrained her. Upon seeing Zhonghua, her turbulent emotions gradually calmed down, though her expression remained complex as she stared at Zhonghua. In that case, I suppose I shouldn't stay here, Su Ming helplessly said to Zhonghua, after which he gestured for the other medical personnel to leave the medical room together. The two locked gazes, staring silently for a long time before Zhonghua broke the silence and said, Are you me? No. Are you my sister? Zhonghua questioned. Zhonghua nodded, tears streaming down both cheeks, clearly indicating that her feelings about this person were correct. She was undoubtedly Zhonghua, her younger sister. Sister. Upon confirmation, Zhonghua wanted to touch Zhonghua's face but found her hands bound. Understanding her intent, Zhonghua loosened the ropes binding her hands. Ecstatic, Zhonghua stretched out her hand, intending to caress Zhonghua's face. But her arm froze mid-air as her gaze finally settled on Zhonghua's attire, the uniform of the Chinese military. Why, sister, did you join the Chinese military? Zhonghua asked, filled with panic and confusion. Zhonghua stared back at her quizzically, upon which Zhonghua turned her hand into a claw, gripping Zhonghua's neck tightly and shaking her furiously. Why did you join the Chinese military? Zhonghua shouted angrily. For what reason? The sudden attack left Zhonghua flustered, experiencing a choking sensation, realizing her newly recognized younger sister had no mercy. Tell me why. Zhonghua yanked Zhonghua forward, their faces inches apart. She slightly loosened her grip on Zhonghua's throat, allowing her to breathe temporarily. You must be a spy disguised as a Chinese soldier. Speak up, is that right? This was the answer Zhonghua hoped for the most, so she desperately shook Zhonghua while clutching her neck. Cough cough. After several coughs, Zhonghua took advantage of Zhonghua's loosening grip and managed to break free, stating, I am Zhonghua of the 4th Army of the Chinese military. It's impossible. You should not forget that 15 years ago, a horrifying event orchestrated by the Chinese military led to the death of our father, Zhonghua seethed. What are you talking about? Zhonghua shook her head and said, You have it wrong. The terrorist attack decades ago was part of a poorly orchestrated scheme by Bowen. Zhonghua continued. It was the People's Republic of China that truly caused the deaths of everyone at the Dawn Institute, including our father. Ho 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 ho, ha 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 ha. Never thought it, sister of mine, that even you would betray the Federation. You should not have betrayed it. It seems like you have forgotten your grudge. You have been bought off by China, not recognizing who your real enemy is. Zhonghua laughed maniacally and said. With a loud slap, Zhonghua's face bore the imprint of a fierce slap, leaving her bewildered as she stared at the weeping Zhonghua. How could she know that her perception was exactly opposite to her sister's? While Zhonghua believed her sister had surrendered to their enemy, Zhonghua similarly knew her sister had abetted their foes. The only difference was that Zhonghua was slightly more rational. At the end of father's death, I witnessed it with my own eyes. How much more real could it be compared to what you've heard? The results of the Dawn Institute terrorist attack have long been overturned by the outside world. It was nothing more than a scam, Zhonghua said. You probably didn't know that, did you? Humph. Zhonghua glanced sideways at Zhonghua and finally said, Impossible. Uncle Bowen told me that the Chinese army was the murderer of our father. He wouldn't lie to me, and yet you've joined the Chinese army? Bowen. Zhonghua's gaze sharpened as she said, Bowen is the mastermind behind everything. How could he possibly tell you the truth? He wanted to use you. No, Uncle Bowen knows everything. He can't possibly deceive me, Zhonghua said. She then reached out to grab Zhonghua's sleeve, imploringly saying, Sister, don't stay here anymore, alright? Come back with me to the Federation army. I believe Uncle Bao and will surely forgive your sins. This is the Chinese army. They are despicable and they merely wish to exploit you. How could that be possible? Zhonghua shook her head and said, I swear to kill Bao and to avenge our family. How could I return to serve under him? Enough, sister. I won't allow you to repeatedly insult Uncle Bowen, Zhonghua retorted, unrelenting. China, I pledge to destroy it. I do not want my sister to become my enemy. If you refuse to be my comrade, then please leave the Chinese army. Otherwise, when I meet you again, I will kill you without hesitation just as I would any other enemy. You? Zhang Hengyue said, shocked. Zhang Yaiyue continued. This must surely be a warship stolen by the Chinese army through despicable means from our forces. No doubt, I am captured by the Chinese army. Sister, thank you for untangling my ropes, Zhang Yaiyue said, moving her hands and feet. What do you plan to do? Zhang Hengyue asked uneasily. Of course. Zhang Yaiyue turned around, wearing an eerie smile as she looked at Zhang Hengyue, and said, Sister, I hope you remember this. I don't wish for you to become my enemy. So please leave the Chinese army. I hope the next time we meet, you won't be in this military uniform. After speaking, she pulled out a scalpel from somewhere before Zhang Hengyue could react, and committed suicide. Chapter 125, The Lost Past. Zhang Yaiyue committed suicide right in front of Zhang Hengyue. Her neck was slashed by a sharp knife, and the spilling blood dyed the white hospital bed red, appearing exceptionally vivid, much like a blossoming crimson rose. Little sister, wail, 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 wail. Zhang Hengyue leaned helplessly on the hospital bed, sobbing loudly. We will meet again. Next time we meet, you and I will be enemies. Yao Yue's final words echoed deeply within Hengyue's mind. After so many years of separation, the sisters had finally met once more, but it ended this way. I'm sorry, I won't leave Huaxia army. After crying for half a day, Zhang Hengyue sat beside the hospital bed, her tear-stained eyes lifting as she gently closed Yao Yue's eyes with her hands and said, even if next time we meet, you see me as an enemy. I won't. On the contrary, I must save you out, and I won't let that despicable person manipulate my family anymore. Zhang Hengyue firmly stated. At this moment, Su Ming pushed the door open and, upon seeing the scene, remained silent for a while before sitting down on another chair and saying, Suicide? Yeah. Zhang Hengyue nodded and said, if he is your biological sister, she should be very similar to you. Su Ming sighed as he looked at the lifeless figure on the bed and said, I also wonder, even when our father wasn't dead yet, my sister was already missing. Zhang Hengyue shook her head and said, I've checked the files. The reason why there were so many of your sister on the battlefield was because they were clones. Reports showed that recently on the battlefield, there have been active batches of identical original stone mechas, and naturally, rumors of federal original stone clones emerged. Su Ming said, they aren't clones. No, they're not just simple clones. Zhang Hengyue shook her head and said, for us, their actions mean nothing. They may achieve insane cloning of original stone ability holders, but they can't clone the corresponding original stones. Su Ming picked up a bloody red crystal from the stained bed. Cultivating a batch of original stone clones would demand the same resources needed for cultivating actual original stone ability holders. The Federation's doing this is simply because they can make them extremely obedient, doing whatever they want without defiance. Su Ming explained. Right. Zhang Hengyue nodded after looking at Zhang Yaiyue's gradually cooling body and said, I know who did this. There's no doubt that your sister is a government-made clone. Su Ming said, when I went out, I asked the medical staff, and they said that your sister's mental field had been tampered with, possibly encrypted too. Therefore, willingly, she was being controlled by the Federation, becoming war machines who do not know fatigue or fear death on the battlefield. Su Ming explained. How? How can we change it? Zhang Hengyue clenched her fists tightly, earnestly asking. Su Ming shook his head, replying, hard to say. At least first, you need to obtain the original of the clone, which is your real sister. Only then will there be a possibility to revert her back. Then, Zhang Hengyue gazed at Zhang Yaiyue's corpse for a long time, sighed, and said, now I know what I must do next. Su Ming silently observed Zhang Hengyue and said, since the Federal Army altered your sister's memory, logically speaking, all potential enemies could become her enemies. But why you specifically? Why did the Federal Army not change your position in her mind? Or perhaps they cannot do that? Su Ming, Zhang Hengyue asked. Yeah, it's nothing. The technology of the Federation hasn't reached that high level yet. Su Ming replied. They can only utilize or tamper with existing memories, not completely erase or rewrite them. So, the Federal Army cannot remove or replace your place in her heart. Erasing and rewriting memory at that level probably only he can accomplish. Su Ming naturally added. He. Zhang Hengyue frowned and repeated the word, prompting Su Ming. Yes, who is he? Su Ming realized that his memory didn't contain him. Yet how did the impression of he linger? He. Yes, me. How could it be possible? Damn my memory. Su Ming rambled aimlessly. After a while, Su Ming came back to his senses, organized his thoughts, and told Zhang Hengyue, the abilities of the Federal Army haven't reached that level yet, so there's still a chance for reversal. You will encounter them again later. Finishing, Su Ming looked toward Zhang Yaiyue's corpse and said, the Federal Army has cloned so many direct original stone ability holders. Your sister must have been part of their own plans. Only by knowing their purpose can we rescue your sister, Su Ming said. Will you help me? Zhang Hengyue said, I know on the battlefield, she will be our enemy as well as everyone else's. Many will be her enemies too, but I don't want to be against her. Can you help me? Zhang Hengyue repeated it again, saying, knowing that the driver inside the standard original stone mech was her own sister, even if just one among the Federation clones, obviously made Zhang Hengyue unable to be as decisive as in the past. Su Ming nodded and said, I will. Thank you. Zhang Hengyue said, thank you. In Su Ming's life, his memory contained only 2 instances where he heard these words from a woman, but each time, they left an incredibly deep impression. Another thing with an impression, but no memory? Su Ming's expression turned uncomfortable. Some people very much wish to forget their past, while others yearn for their past intensely. Su Ming belonged to the latter group. For Su Ming, the memories he once possessed were precious, yet it seemed as though legally, at the age of 7, everything before that point wasn't his real memories, but rather something that had replaced them. Su Ming could only acknowledge this tacitly. But he couldn't live without those earlier memories. Without the past, a person is like rootless grass. What's wrong? Zhonghua noticed Su Ming's unnatural demeanor and immediately asked. Nothing. I just remembered being thanked similarly in my past. Su Ming scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. It was important, but I can't recall it. A memory that concerns you so much must be significant, Zhonghua said. I think, if possible, I'd like to let go of all this, but I cannot. Hatred. Su Ming looked at Zhonghua and asked. Yes, Zhonghua nodded. Su Ming didn't press further right away. The strangle operation was drawing to a close. The mission had been completed, and Su Ming had learned what he needed to know. Chapter 126. Revisiting the battle situation. At the intersection of a lifeless planetary belt, 2 fleets of the Huaxia army completed their rendezvous. Key figures from each fleet gathered once again to establish the next steps in their war plan. Starfall Battleship Conference Center. This operation was very successful, and the credit for this plan of hunting goes to Mi Ling. Su Ming pointed at Mi Ling and said, to lure the enemy into a trap proves her excellence, which is also why the plan went smoothly. The 3 great fleets that stood before us are now gone. Next, we can fight however we want, until the enemy gives up. Currently, we have several directions in which to approach the nodal points, leading out from the Lifeless Star region. There are several choices: Song's capital, Yan's capital, their rear battlefield, crucial traffic nodes. With our combined fleets, we can do one thing, but there are many tasks before us to choose from. What do all of you think? Su Ming said. Don't let your guard down just yet. Mi Ling reflected for a moment and said, in the Lifeless Star domain, the 3 great fleets, the 3 radar ships, were involved. Song's fleet couldn't use radar ships because they were in the interference zone. Yan's fleet lost its 3rd radar ship when it left the meteorite zone due to an attack by our forces. But the Federation's 5th fleet radar ship wasn't taken out immediately. It only perished 15 minutes later during the meteor swarm. That's plenty of time for Yin and Song headquarters to know about their ambush. So it comes down to what tactics the enemy uses against us. Su Ming chuckled and said, knowing won't help them much. They only know about the entrapment within the Lifeless Star zone and the total annihilation of their fleets. What we intend to do afterward remains unknown to them. Mi Ling's concern is not baseless, but both Song and Yin State's military power is now reduced to only 8 frontline fleets. Moreover, outside our operations, other resistance forces continue to pressure the Federation army. Meanwhile, any action by the Federation military largely falls within the grasp of Huaxia intelligence networks. Even if they learn about their dispatched armies being wiped out by us, what can they do? Zhu Hui said. Not true. People won't just sit around waiting for defeat, Su Ming responded. Even if Song and Yin states may lack the ability to completely wipe us out, it doesn't mean that the Federation will watch idly as the Song and Yin armies fail, does it? The central battlefield where the Federation and Huaxia fight is key. After losing control of the 6-star region in the northern line, the Federation transferred troops from the front line against the Petros Salasaga Federation to cover the northern defense gap. If the southern line is also compromised, where would the Federation army find reinforcements to fill that southern gap? In terms of the Chinese Federation, the best course is to stabilize the southern front. Naturally, this means the defense lines led by Zheng Dongping and Gongsun Long must not falter to threaten their southern front most effectively. Our presence leads me to believe that while Liao Yin might mobilize sufficient military forces to eliminate us, this won't imply additional Federation resources to directly oppose our armies, Su Ming continued. In that case, timing becomes critically pressing. We need swift and decisive actions to strike at our opponent. Closest to the lifeless zone, the Federated Yin Kingdom set up its headquarters in Fangzhou City. I suggest an assault on Fangzhou City could force our opponents into submission. A swift break through Yan's defenses would lead them to surrender, inevitably causing unrest among the Yin forces in the front line. Consequently, how long could the remaining Song forces hold? Zhu Hui suggested. President Zhu's method indeed has merit. However, doing this under circumstances unknown to the enemy would be preferable. Now that the enemy knows our fleet was obliterated, acting similarly could result in, Mi Ling interrupted with a smile. If I were the enemy, it wouldn't matter delaying you here for some time, then setting traps as we go. High-value targets like these, easiest to breach, would pose problems if the enemy waits for our critical move, right? After pausing for a moment, Mi Ling continued. Certainly, capturing the capital of Yin State signifies great strategic importance. Yet, the command structure of the Federation cannot solely be limited to here. Our victory here is significant, but what if the enemy relocates elsewhere? We conquer here, certainly, but what if it fails to compel our opponent? It seems that either the Song or Yin capitals could be used by the Federation as bait to lure us into their snare. Additionally, given the enemy learned their fleet was eliminated in the Lifeless Star Zone, assuming they act proactively, they wouldn't remain idle. Su Ming reflected and concluded. However, Commander, are we forgetting something? Cheng Tao said. Our goal is to force our opponents into a corner. We shouldn't limit ourselves to the troops we have at present. They can transfer their base if they wish, but that requires warships or direct fleet command. Since our intelligence network is still operational, I reckon if they do their jobs properly, tracking the movements of the Federation army shouldn't be that hard. Not hard, but rather extremely hard. Mi Ling reflected for a moment and said, the Federation army won't be so ostentatious about transferring their bases. We haven't infiltrated deeply enough for such information. Commander Su must be clearer on this matter than all of us. Su Ming shook his head and said, if what Mi Ling just said is true, the Federation army could be planning to relocate one part of their base while turning their current headquarters into a trap. Their actions won't be so obvious. They'll deliberately conceal their tracks. It's normal for my men not to have found any trace of the enemy. I have an idea. What do you all think? Su Ming continued. Ultimately, our goal is to make the enemy's 8 frontline fleets either surrender or actively engage in battle. Once the main fleet breaks through the defense line and enters the 5 star domain, that will be considered victory. How do we force the enemies on the front lines? All of us naturally consider defeating the opponent until they surrender, which would leave the frontline enemy isolated. Originally, this is a simple question, but if we factor in some of Mi Ling's speculations, it adds some complexity. Forcing them to surrender may indeed be complicated. However, phrasing it differently, what if we let the entire frontline know that they're about to surrender? It's only necessary for this point to reach the frontline foes. Facing the failure from the rear will show these soldiers the deteriorating situation of this war, making success increasingly unlikely. This is a blow to the commanders and a destabilization of the military ranks. Therefore, we simply need to let the enemy know about the impending failure from their rear lines. Making them surrender, I believe, will ultimately become inevitable once our frontline fleet tears through their defenses. Chapter 127. Seeking Help, Part 1. The enemy's command center is a critical target, and one strike there could eliminate them. However, this choice is easily exploitable by the enemy, Su Ming remarked. To destroy their key areas, such as the space military-industrial complex, might not be our best option either. Su Ming went on to say, victory is within reach. The question now is how we ensure that these resources are handed over to our army after the war for the next battle. This is the crucial point. Operation Lockthroat aims at the enemy's throat, not the heart. Thus, our options naturally lie in controlling the vital interstellar trade routes of the enemy and cutting off all resources required for their next phase of warfare. The dividends from this war, on the other hand, belong to us hunting them down. Su Ming concluded. The Central Army of the Federation does not want to see the failure of Song and Yin, so it is not surprising that they provide support. But distant water can't solve immediate thirst. They need time, which we must not allow them. Our rear battlefield is proceeding in an orderly manner. Once the 4th Army of Huaxia breaks through their defenses, the outcome of the war will become clear. Not long ago, at the Fangzhou Combat Command Center, the 3 fleets infiltrating to ambush Huaxia's forces were instead ambushed by them. The final outcome was something the Federation couldn't accept. Damn it, Gongsun Long hasn't responded to me in a while, said Gongsun Rang. Our country's fleet has been out of contact since entering the interference zone. There's no need to wait, Lord Gongsun, Zheng Shuang replied with a pale face. My 2 Yin fleets encountered enemies exactly where they shouldn't have. Do you think your Song army would escape this fate? What do you mean? Asked Gongsun Rang. It's simple. The situation inside the interference zone is unknown to both of us. However, according to intelligence from our 5th fleet, my 2 Yin fleets met an enemy force at the front line. One of our fleets is trapped at the exit of the meteorite belt, while the other remains stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. The moment we set out to ambush the Huaxia fleet, reports showed them following the planned movement route, but then we were ambushed. It's obvious that we fell into Huaxia's trap. So, don't count on General Gongsun in being safe. We need to consider what comes next. Zheng Shuang explained. Do you mean your spy? Gongsun Rang asked doubtfully. It couldn't be. My spies have no problem. They might already have been identified by the Huaxia army and left to pass along misleading information, leading our troops straight into the trap. Zheng Shuang sighed and continued. Our goal is simple moving forward. There are 2 things both our armies need to do. What are the 2 things? Asked Gongsun Rang. The first thing is that we leave this place quietly, planting space mines here. Yes, around the capitals of our 2 countries, said Zheng Shuang. Are you crazy? What are you planning? Asked Gongsun Rang, surprised. No, you misunderstand. We only need to plant space mines in the star ports, Zheng Shuang clarified. Wu Jing's last message to me mentioned the threat posed by unmanned drones to us, indirectly pointing to the security of our 2 capitals. If the capitals fall, Huaxia could swiftly end this war. Let them take the bait, leading themselves into the trap that we've laid for them and making them return all the fruits of their deceit, Zheng Shuang added. This plan sounds good, but won't such a large-scale operation attract attention? Gongsun Rang asked. My team has already started acting, Zheng Shuang responded. If we don't do this, once Huaxia seizes our capitals, we're finished. If you want to continue this fight, this is what we must do. You make sense, reflected Gongsun Long after some consideration. But remember, Wu Jing warned that numerous informants from Huaxia are embedded in our territories, so we need to be cautious. Once this task is completed, we'll secretly transfer our command centers to the ships, Zheng Shuang reminded. All right, and what about the second thing? Asked Gongsun Rang. The second thing is to seek help from the Federation's Central Army, Zheng Shuang replied. The Central Army is stretched thin as well. Without the prior 9 strongholds offensive, there would have been spare divisions available, like the 4th Army of the Federation. But now, the Central Army lacks any extra manpower. How can they possibly assist us? Asked Gongsun Rang, puzzled. Humph, the North Line has already failed. And if our South Line here also fails, do you think that even if the Central Army had miraculous powers, they could turn the situation around? Zheng Shuang said. They must do everything possible to support our forces. Otherwise, if our South Line fails, it isn't just us who will be ruined. For those people in the Central Army, it will mean their total defeat. Help from afar can't solve immediate needs. Now we are facing the threat of rebels united by the Huaxia army, which is our greatest concern right now. We could rely on the Central Army to help cover our retreat, but should the prior plan not succeed, then we'll have no more chances. Zheng Shuang added helplessly. We still have 8 fleets, but what good does that do? Once we pull any fleet away from the front lines, the collapse of the defenses will only be a matter of time. Gongsun Rang sighed as he spoke. We cannot seek their assistance, Zheng Shuang declared. Also, news about the failure of the unmanned campaign must be completely suppressed within the defense fleets. Facing this current crisis, we can only hope that the enemy falls for the trap we've laid. I will personally contact the Central Army for coordination. Bianzhou City, the presidential palace. The sound of the telemessage rang out. Baoan opened it, lighting up a cigarette at the same time, looking at Zheng Shuang on the screen as he asked, Lord Zheng, you seem preoccupied with heavy thoughts. Is there something you want to discuss with me? I'm asking you to lend us troops. Zheng Shuang came straight to the point. Lend troops. Baoan echoed. Has the Southern Front encountered some problems? Yes, you're correct, Zheng Shuang admitted. Baoan frowned slightly, inhaling another puff of smoke, then asked, has your defensive line been breached by the 4th Army of Huaxia? The situation hasn't deteriorated to such a dire extent yet, President. I believe while you've focused on the central battlefield, you surely also have an understanding of the situation on the Southern Front, Zheng Shuang replied. Indeed. Though my recent intelligence suggests that your plight hasn't reached the point where you need to appeal to the Central Army for reinforcements yet, Baoan countered. Then, President, since you have some knowledge of the Southern battlefront, let me tell you this. Just a short while ago, 3 fleets we relied on to annihilate the rebels were lured into an unmanned star region by the Huaxia army, where they were ambushed and annihilated. All 3 fleets, just moments ago, were completely wiped out, Zheng Shuang reported grimly. Baoan's eyebrows knitted together as he responded. So it's come to this. Chapter 128, Request for Aid, Part 2. Fortunately, our southern defense line is still holding and keeping the Huaxia army at bay. However, once the Huaxia army breaks through, the outcome in the south will be no different from that of the northern battlefield, Zheng Shuang said. You mean, you want me to withdraw central forces to help suppress the southern rebel army in order to maintain the frontline defenses? Baoan frowned as he said. Yes, apart from this, I have no other way. Zheng Shuang sighed. I imagine the president doesn't want the southern front lines breached by the Huaxia army. This is indeed something I don't want to see. But can simply holding out provide a breakthrough opportunity for the southern front? Baoan helplessly pressed the cigarette but into the ashtray and continued. You state the worst result I least want to hear, but shy away from declaring the best result I long to hear. Is there no hope for victory? Mr. President, this. Zheng Shuang's voice faltered. I do not intend for the southern front to collapse so quickly. I will deploy my fleet to support you, Baoan said. But the question remains, how long can you hold on? One more fight is possible, Zheng Shuang replied. My reinforcements are limited. I can only send 2 fleets your way. After all, this is like squeezing water out of a sponge. My ability to offer more is exhausted. The rest depends on your strategizing, Baoan said. Thank you. With that, Zheng Shuang closed the communication link. Baoan sat on the couch. A mix of resignation and relief etched on his face. Haven't I received enough bad news already? How is it that the longer this war drags on, the harder it becomes to see victory? 15 years. Still, given that thing is almost ready, we should just tolerate it for now. All we need is some time. Once that thing is complete, let the Huaxia spew back twice what they've consumed. Our Federation also no longer needs these family clans full of useless people. Humph, a pile of garbage. After finishing his statement, Baoan opened a transmission channel where the holograms of 2 generals appeared. He addressed them. There are some problems on the southern battlefield that require your emergency assistance. What has happened? Are you pulling us from the central front to reinforce the southern front? One general asked. Let's hope we're not too late. The southern front must not fall, Baoan replied. What exactly happened on the southern front? Another general asked. A riot within their ranks. Baoan said. That's no small matter. Surely the armies of Yin and Song couldn't fail at handling such a trivial issue. The general scoffed. Do they require us to travel all this way to save them? Aren't they bumbling fools? Just moments ago, the resistance forces completely annihilated 3 fleets of Yin and Song. What do you think about that? Baoan asked calmly. Oh, ha. This is hilarious. They are definitely bumbling fools. Both generals burst out laughing, then added, being destroyed by rebels, truly. No, that's not the key point here, Baoan interjected after a pause. Are these rebellious forces simple uprisings? No, the rebellion inside Yin and Song territories has been manipulated by our enemy, the Huaxia army. Therefore, are these still ordinary rebels? What do you think? Upon hearing this, the 2 generals fell silent. One of them eventually responded, if that's the case, it's a big problem. Moving us from the central front to the southern front would be an arduous journey. As far as I know, the Southern Federal Army has already recalled 3 fleets. If these fleets fail, can they withstand until we arrive? Since those requesting aid have considered this question, perhaps they already have solutions, Baoan said. That's good. I'd prefer not to hear about our destination falling while we're halfway there, another general remarked. Of course, that's the worst-case scenario which cannot be ruled out, Baoan stated calmly. This being the most unfavorable news you've mentioned. President, with this situation, the 2 generals exchanged glances nervously. So you understand your mission? Head to the southern front to stabilize the situation. If you haven't yet reached the southern battlefield when you hear that the Huaxia army has broken through the defenses, then secure these 2-star systems for me. Bowen instructed as he pulled up a star map, highlighting crucial points along the boundaries with central China. Capture these locations. Of course, this is the worst-case plan. What I hope to hear is that you successfully reach the southern front, clear out the rebels exploited by the Huaxia army, and keep the south stable so the Huaxia army does not breach further. We need a bit of time for the counteroffensive. Before it comes, this base must remain steady. Yes, though, counteroffensive. The general mulled over. Soon, you will know how the federal army achieves this stunning reversal. Bowen smiled confidently and said, Oh. The two generals then nodded, though they didn't hold out much hope for Bao and so-called counteroffensive. After the transmission with the two generals was cut off, Bowen's smile immediately froze. He turned to look at the star map he had just opened and said, Approximately, how long can the southern front line hold? If it can't hold, what about the central line next? Huaxia. After the Mingzhou campaign, Huaxia lost its elite forces. I originally thought it would be easy to defeat this country, but unexpectedly, after 15 years, it is we who are being forced into a dead end. Victory or defeat no longer matters. I only seek time, sufficient time. All I need is enough time. Bowen said, It's almost time. Just like the domino effect, ever since 2 years ago when Huaxia attacked Hangzhou and Tongzhou, followed by Jingzhou, Weigua's 3 provinces, now the southern front line is in imminent danger. Once the southern front line falls, then the central line will fail, and if the central line fails, will there be a complete rout? Old friend, Bowen asked himself and answered, Where exactly did our army fail? Perhaps our army has reached the limit of failure it can endure. Bowen said, Victory. This is what we who have come to the end of our resources desire most. Victory. I hope a decisive battle will determine the final outcome of the war. I wonder, Xiahou Jing, will you accompany me in this game? Bowen laughed. In the already strained central front battlefield, 2 fleets disengaged from the federal army's arrangement, returning to the rear, navigating along the route heading to the 5-state star region in the southern front. They couldn't join the battlefield quickly. How could the federal army, having lost its main force, deal with the Huaxia army's invasion? The focus for both sides was the exit of the uninhabited star domain. Would it be attacking the capital of the federal government, controlling the vital routes of the federal army, or destroying the deep rear of the federal army? Perhaps for ordinary people, the most valuable location would be Fangzhou City, the capital of Yan, the largest kingdom among the 2 nations. Chapter 129, Contacting the Enemy. Fangzhou City, cargo spaceships shuttle back and forth. The Chinese informants planted here did not know that an important official of the Federation army had quickly evacuated via one of these civilian spaceships. To the outside world, it still appeared to be the main command center of the Federation's Yan State Army. What they didn't realize was that this place had been set up as a crucial trap by the Federation army. One of the cargo spaceships successfully docked at a certain Federation military base, where Zheng Shuang also resumed command over the entire Federation army. Upon arriving at this backup command room, the long-dormant base was restarted. This massive asteroid harbored the standby combat command center reserved by Yan State. Sitting in the command seat, Zheng Shuang silently watched the radar screen reactivated before her and said, Calculate how much time it would take for the Huaxia army to leave the uninhabited star region and attack Fangzhou City. Report to the head of the household. If the Huaxia army travels along the nearest navigation line out of the uninhabited zone at its fastest speed, they will emerge in half an hour, reported the communications officer. However, all looked at Zheng Shuang strangely. Those in the know understood that Zheng Shuang intended to destroy more than just the military starport. It was a further step of inviting them into the trap, though those who were aware of this plan shuddered inwardly. By annihilating the entire Fangzhou City with this tactic, it would allow for a more effective strike against the Huaxia army, ensuring their complete destruction. I will no longer give these barbarians any chance. Barbarians, your victory is within reach. Take Fangzhou City. That's where victory awaits. Holding up his wine glass, Zheng Shuang cheerfully toasted. Let me congratulate you on your final victory in advance. Report to the head of the household. The barbarians spread across the territories of both our nations have begun their actions, the detection officer said. Oh, tell me what their actions are. Zheng Shuang smiled. Their objective is clear. Attacking and occupying our interstellar routes while hunting down our transport warships heading to the front lines, the detection officer said. Bowen's face paled. This confirmed his greatest concern. He immediately asked, How many of our military transport ships, newly built warships, have made it to the front lines? Ever since organized attacks began, the number of our transport ships reaching the front has drastically decreased. By now, having 100 ships make it is already considered quite good, the aide-de-camp replied. How can I explain this situation to General Zheng Dongming? While they maintain the entire defensive line at the front, problems like this appear behind our lines, and we can only block the news from them, Zheng Shuang said helplessly. General, I believe concealing this intelligence is meaningless, the aide-de-camp said. It may be easy for us to conceal this information from our own people, but will the enemy cooperate with us to hide our failures? You can't wrap fire in paper, and there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. But this is precisely the message that the federal army led by Zheng Dongping must not know, Zheng Shuang said. Dying with fame is painful for me too. Would General Dongping remain rational upon hearing this? After finishing his words, Zheng Shuang stared quietly at Fangzhou City on the radar map and murmured, Informing General Zheng Dongping when the Huaxia army takes our capital isn't too late, is it? The aide-de-camp nodded. The fourth combined fleet of the Huaxia army carefully maneuvered through the uninhabited star regions. Su Ming sat in the command room. Just now, he communicated with Xiahou De via celestial transmission, informing him of the annihilation of the Federation's 3 major fleets. The destruction of the 3 fleets is such good news. Why not share this with our opponents? Xiahou De laughed. Given their decreasing supplies from their rear, and then hearing such good news, how might they react? The outcome is predictable, Su Ming said. Yes, but this time I heard that this brilliant plan was devised by a woman in the resistance army, right? Xiahou De said. That's correct. Though I don't agree with this risky approach, I need her support, Su Ming said. Her perfect success gives me advantages that conservative approaches could never achieve. She truly is an extraordinary woman. Speaking of which, I'm actually quite curious about her, Xiahou De said with interest. Though she's already spoken for, Su Ming added. I am too, she's married. Xiahou De couldn't help but joke. Leader's wife? Jiang. Su Ming started to imagine in his mind. Not that. Stop making assumptions, Xiahou De interrupted Su Ming's random thoughts, saying. There's another task for you. To figure out how to convey this good news to the enemy. Can't you do the job of telling the enemy? Su Ming asked. Yes, once the enemy shifts to a defensive posture, they are like turtles refusing all contact with our forces. So, this is where I need your help, Xiahou De continued, and said. Didn't you capture a spy named Wu Jing? His celestial transmission system can already connect with the Federation Army's front line. So, you know what needs to be done, right? But after making the connection, please link it to my celestial transmission system as well. This way, I can also prepare for any reaction from the enemy. Understood, Su Ming replied. I can smell the taste of victory, Xiahou De said. A war lasting for years requires a conclusion for both sides. It's high time for the 2 commanders on their side to settle matters once and for all. Su Ming gestured for his subordinates to fetch the celestial transmission system used by Wu Jing. After some time, the subordinates brought the device. Su Ming nodded towards Xiahou De on the light screen, and then connected to Zheng Dongping's celestial transmission system. The other side didn't make Su Ming and Xiahou De wait long, quickly connecting to the system. After confirming identities with each other, Zheng Dongping across the light screen immediately expressed surprise. Who are you? Before Su Ming finished speaking, Zheng Dongping had already glanced at the military uniform he was wearing and exclaimed, Huaxia Army. General Zheng Dongping of Yen State's Army, nice to meet you. I am Su Ming from the Huaxia Army's 4th Division 1st Fleet, currently appointed as the commander for the rear battlefield. Su Ming introduced himself politely. Lieutenant. Zheng Dongping squinted at the insignia on Su Ming's shoulders, expressing disbelief. General Zheng Dongping. Su Ming is indeed the commander of the rear battle line that I assigned, Xiahou De said. That's your affair, and I'm not interested. However, the fact that this thing has fallen into your hands means. Zheng Dongping furrowed his brow. You're correct. He is one of the last remaining pawns you planted inside my 11th fleet. But now, his celestial transmission system is in my possession, Su Ming said. Chapter 130, A Gamble. You're just noticing him now? No, how are you still here? Zheng Dongping asked in astonishment. If things went according to your earlier plan, my army should have been wiped out by your ambush long ago. But on the contrary, you understand why I'm still here, don't you? Su Ming said. Similarly speaking, your 3 great fleets have been ambushed and destroyed by us. Does that mean Zheng Yuming? Zheng Dongping questioned in surprise. Yes, he has already died a heroic death in battle. Su Ming said. The 3 great fleets you sent to the rear have all perished. Zheng Dongping's eyes glazed over for a moment as he lost consciousness, but regained his composure shortly thereafter, then said, Such news does not need to be delivered by you. Wouldn't my own people tell me? They blocked this information from reaching you. Su Ming said. With the failure of the 3 great fleets, telling you would essentially mean informing you that there is no hope from behind your lines, right? So they didn't want to tell you that. Whereas you people wish to let me know there's no salvation behind my lines. Zheng Dongping said. Yes, exactly like that. The reason they didn't tell you, when we set up our plan initially, it was foreseeable that they were preparing a trap, waiting for our main force to get lured into it, Su Ming explained. The location for their trap is set at your capital. The fall of the capital is of great significance to our forces. If our forces achieved a great victory and then rushed to attack the trap they had laid, only afterward could they have told you. Su Ming added. The intelligence I received from my operatives confirms the assumptions made in our original plans, with no activities observed around your capital, which validates our initial assumptions. After your Federation's military suffered defeat, I can understand why they'd want to regain the upper hand, Su Ming said. But given such circumstances, I imagine you wouldn't take such bait easily, Zheng Dongping responded gravely. That's right. Instead of risking a quick victory, I prefer to continue carrying out the mission originally entrusted to me by our commanding officer, Su Ming stated. Humph, Zheng Dongping replied calmly. You're having such an open conversation with your enemy. It seems you've already concluded that you are destined to win. Whether we are certain to win or not does not depend on my actions, but rather on who among our respective rear forces can support the front lines until the very end. Su Ming said, my actions merely stirred up the already unstable situation in your rear. Also, let me clarify one more point. My goal isn't about seizing your capital to force you into surrendering. So any elaborate tactics aimed at doing so by your capital staff would amount to wasted effort. I prefer to control your routes and curb the supply chain to your front lines, Su Ming elaborated. To try to starve out our troops. Haha, that really hits at the core of our problem. It makes sense now why, over these dozens of days, our strategic resources have been so scarce, Zheng Dongping sighed. This war, if prolonged, may possibly drag you down. However, we seek a faster victory, Xiahou said. A faster victory, Zheng Dongping laughed. Then why not act? No, if anyone needs to act, it should be you first, Xiahou replied. How cunning. Since even offering such a large bait hasn't succeeded in luring you, I stopped hoping for it. But don't count on me taking action either. With fortress provisions still available, I can hold out for quite some time, Zheng Dongping sighed and said. We'll wait and see then, Xiahou replied. Zheng Dongping finished before shutting off the communication. It seems a battle awaits me here, Xiahou said. Now, whether his supplies are sufficient doesn't matter much. But he mentioned his energy reserves are abundant, and he won't make a move. What is his next plan? Just stating this fact has little effect. He indeed plans to send out a large fleet, but might face being cut off midway by our forces, making his position as the attacker highly disadvantageous. Both sides remain vigilant against each other without concealing anything, Su Ming explained. On the contrary, carefully planning a strategy for dealing with his main offensive differs greatly from passively defending while he takes the initiative. Besides, this timing couldn't be better, Xiahou chuckled. What timing? Su Ming asked. It's nothing, just that I've acquired the toy I needed, Xiahou said. So be it then, Su Ming replied, and subsequently ended both parties' communications. When the combined fleet emerged from the uninhabited star domain, they did not attack their capital as Zheng Dongping had anticipated. In fact, from the moment they emerged, the exit wasn't the one they had planned. In the temporary combat command center of the Federal Yen State, on the radar screen, when the Huaxia combined fleet entered the wide area radar coverage of the Federation, it did not appear in the anticipated range. How is that possible? Zheng Shuang immediately threw the wine glass he had used to toast earlier onto the ground. The enemy's target is our interstellar air routes. Currently, hundreds of space cities have turned against us, becoming areas of ineffective rule, said the aide. Damn, could this be the end? Zheng Shuang angrily stated. The rebel army led by Huaxia is more inclined to cut off our traffic lines with the frontline troops. Their goal must be to force a decision from our frontline troops, the aide said. Zheng Shuang nervously tapped on the table as his fingers trembled. A huge light screen appeared in front of him, showing Gongsun Rang. Our internal situation has become very unstable. We've lost the main forces capable of suppressing the rebels within our ranks. Central China's reinforcements are coming, but far water doesn't quench near thirst. What should we do now? This question troubles me too. Tracing back to the root cause, isn't it because the front battlefield cannot bring a decisive victory? If the front battlefield wins, wouldn't we have no reason to worry so much? Zheng Shuang said. At present, the only thing we can do is for Zheng Dongping and others to swiftly give us a decisive battle and win. Zheng Shuang anxiously said. Victory cannot be forced. Years of stalemate have shown that our army has no method to defeat the enemy. Why would we expect a victory now? Gongsun Rang said. It's better than just dragging along half-dead, as we are now. Moreover, given the current situation, we can no longer provide any resources to the front lines. The longer it drags on, the weaker the front becomes, and the more we need a decisive battle. A decisive battle. Remember, I only seek a result, Zheng Shuang said. Gongsun Rang looked at Zheng Shuang in astonishment, pondered for a while, then immediately replied. I understand. I agree with Master Zheng's point of view. At the time of life or death, I'm willing to risk everything. A victory at the front will allow us some respite. If the front falls, then we fail. If that is the case, why fear taking this gamble? Chapter 131, The War Begins. After speaking, Bowen connected the celestial communication with Zheng Dongming at the front line. The Zheng Dongming on the other side seemed unusually relaxed, which made Zheng Shuang feel somewhat uneasy. General Dongming, judging by your relaxed appearance, has the war situation at the front been going smoothly, and are we in a favorable position? Asked Zheng Shuang. Not exactly. Does the head of the family need anything from me? Asked Zheng Dongming. There is indeed something I need to inform you about, General Zheng Dongming. Zheng Shuang paused for a moment, and then said, Can the frontline corps engage in battle? Yes, Zheng Dongming nodded firmly and replied. An excellent battle. Zheng Shuang's eyes brightened as he said, Can the frontline army swiftly resolve this decisive battle against Huaxia forces? Yes, my lord. Zheng Dongping responded leisurely. My lord wouldn't be asking again if you want us to fight the decisive battle with Huaxia's forces? Fortunately, my generals and I have already prepared our case for the upcoming decisive battle. All that remains now is some brief preparation work for the war, and I don't think it will take long before we can confront Huaxia forces in the southern region. Given how calm you appear, I am reassured, Zheng Shuang said. Still, let me ask you, do you have confidence in winning this war? The battlefields are not defined yet, so it's difficult to predict victory or defeat, Zheng Dongping replied. However what? Zheng Shuang questioned. Our chances of winning are slim. Zheng Dongping slowly uttered these 4 words. After hearing that, Zheng Shuang helplessly slumped onto the sofa. After a while, he said to Zheng Dongping, Then can you spare no effort for the sake of the family and make one final attempt? Exactly my thoughts. Zheng Dongping agreed. Good, I'll be waiting for your good news, said Zheng Shuang. After saying that, the two-way celestial communication between them was closed. In the 8th Fortress command room of the Paulus system, after closing the celestial communication, Zheng Dongping closed his eyes for a long time. The reason why this war felt easy for him was quite simple. He only needed to fight. The beginning of war meant everything would commence. Zheng Dongping was not a person who waited for death passively. For the frontline army, being cut off from the rear lines resulted in either waiting to die or putting up a last fierce battle. Zheng Dongping no longer had the chance to patiently endure the calm state with the Huaxia forces like before. In the past, Zheng Shuang wanted him to quickly end this war, but this time, even he himself had to resort to an all-out effort to bring this war to a close. Drip, the celestial communication opened, revealing Gong Sun Long's figure in front of Zheng Dongping. He said, "General, our army has been assembled, and now we just need to determine which fortification to attack. Massive troop deployment, focusing on a single point and breaking through it is our only chance for success," said Zheng Dongping. "Therefore, our 8 fleets must gather together and rapidly assault one of their fortresses." "But, no matter how you look at it, aren't we already out of any chance of winning?" asked Gong Sun Long. "From the very start, we've been inexorably led towards a disadvantageous situation," sighed Zheng Dongping helplessly. "Initially, we could exchange blows equally. Our goal was to lure the enemy into a decisive battle with us. But after problems emerged in our rear support, the enemy preferred to drag us into a war of attrition. Eventually, we were forced into a decisive battle initiated by ourselves. Sometimes many desperate actions are taken because there's no choice left." Gong Sun Long paused for a moment and then said, "Both you and I have undertaken this great responsibility, and it's time we should relax a bit." "Long, do you believe in miracles?" asked Zheng Dongping. "I don't, but if there truly were any miracles, I'd wish for one to occur in the upcoming war," Gong Sun Long replied. The light screen flickered and showed 7 commanding generals, including Gong Sun Long, standing in formation in front of General Zheng Dongping. "Our target according to the established plan is none other than Xiahou Da's guarded Huaxia fortress system," Zheng Dongping stated gravely. "Let's set out." "Understood." Having spoken, Zheng Dongping tidied up the traces he left behind, then under the escort of guards, reached the spaceport. "Haven't the Huaxia forces made any moves?" asked Zheng Dongping. "The current movements of Huaxia forces remain unclear, but our military changes have likely come to their knowledge," reported the adjutant. Since that's the case," gazing at the colossal flagship before him, Dragon Banner Sky Mothership, Zheng Dongping mused, "Perhaps this will be our last operation together, old buddy." Having said that, Zheng Dongping led his subordinates aboard the ship and entered the bridge command room where he was so familiar, sitting in the captain's seat, issuing orders to the ships of the fleet. "The first fleet of Yen State, let's set sail." "Understood." The massive fleet detached from the fortress, navigating through a distant western route, where it encountered and merged with 7 other fleets of equal scale, forming an enormous armada. In the Huaxia fortress system, Command Room 8, this time the command room was not solely occupied by Xiahou Da, but was fully staffed. A communicator connected a celestial communication, and on the light screen appeared a female official. Upon seeing Xiahou Da, she immediately reported, "For Lingqiu-class warships have been successfully outfitted. Assign them to the armies at the northern and southern fortresses. Our forces do not require these yet." Xiahou Da replied, "Understood." The female official then disconnected the celestial communication. "Report, the 8 fleets of the Federal Army have completed their assembly and are advancing toward our forces," the detection officer stated. "Those who come from afar deserve our finest hospitality," Xiahou Da said coolly as he watched the radar chart, showing the joint fleet composed of 8 enemy fleets approaching like a tide sweeping everything in its path. "Understood," those in the command room echoed. "I think it's quite clear that the enemy's target is this fortress system of mine." Henceforth, Xiahou Da opened the celestial communication, and the images of Xiao Feng and Wang Lian, the 2 other total commanders of the other fortresses, appeared on the light screen. "I'm placing 2 Lingqiu-class warships under your control. The federal forces will likely aim directly for my central army seeking decisive combat. But you know what they should give us first," Xiahou Da said. "Seize their fortresses, cut off their rear lines, and complete the encirclement and ambush of the enemies together with our army. It will be the end of this war, everyone," Xiahou Da stated. "Understood," Xiao Feng and Wang Lian responded. "As for our side, we only need to firmly defend the fortress and curb the enemy's attack," Xiahou Da continued. "Understood. To plot victory before engaging in battle leads easily to success, while engaging in battle with hopes of achieving victory leads easily to failure. There aren't many miracles in this world," Xiahou Da declared. "At least, I won't give you the opportunity to seek such a victory." Chapter 132, The Final Battle in the South, Part 1. The Longqi Battleship, Bridge Command Room. Huaxiao Army's bases set up along the central field have been captured by our army. "Is there any movement from Huaxia's side?" asked Zheng Dongping. "General, there is no significant movement from Huaxia's side. The bases we have captured along the way were already abandoned by Huaxia," reported the adjutant. "This is not the place for a decisive battle," said Zheng Dongping. "The defending side, with the fortress defenses, can withstand our offensive. The true battlefield lies ahead at the Huaxia fortress system." "But won't the 2 wing fleets of Huaxia's army take action?" asked the adjutant. "They will. There's no doubt about that. If we cannot capture the fortress before being surrounded by the enemy or before supplies run out, then the result will be our failure," said Zheng Dongping. The Allied fleet gathered an unprecedentedly large fleet, attacking Huaxia's bases laid along the path and drawing closer to the fortresses set up by Huaxia's forces. Meanwhile, the fleets on both flanks of Huaxia's forces began to move. The fleets of the Tianglong and Pingdong fortress systems left their positions, each sending 1 fleet to the 3 rear fortresses of the Federal Army, while the other 2 fleets surged toward the central battlefield. Longqi Ship Bridge Command Room. The Huaxia fortress system of the Huaxiao Army lies ahead. Only 4 fleets are stationed here to defend it, but our force is twice as strong as theirs. If we could quickly complete the decisive battle with them, this would certainly be optimal for us. However, capturing this fortress will be quite difficult at present, said the adjutant. General, we've detected a large-scale fleet coming forward, exclaimed the detection officer. Zheng Dongping stared at the radar image of the Huaxia fortress where the 4 Huaxia fleets had all entered the state of alertness, relying on the fortress defense line, ready to guard against the long-distance invasion by the federal fleet. Attack. Now, the only option was to attack, so Zheng Dongping decisively ordered the task. In response to Zheng Dongping's orders, the allied fleet swiftly moved forward to attack the Huaxia army's fortress, but halfway through. Warning. Our fleet has encountered destroyer-type space mines pre-laid by the Huaxia army. Urgently warned the radar officer, while the detection operator reported immediately. Damn it. It seems the Huaxia army has prepared for our attack well ahead of time, growled Zheng Dongping angrily. Before the battle commenced, the allied fleet unknowingly entered the minefield placed by the Huaxia army, causing an unavoidable loss of a significant number of warships due to the devastating power of these space mines. Even before the actual battle, the federal forces were already unable to advance further due to the space mines placed by the Huaxia army. It appears Huaxia's forces have made full preparation for our attack with this space minefield, said Gongsun Long gravely. Order each fleet to deploy mech squadrons and start mine-clearing operations, decided Zheng Dongping without hesitation. As the federal fleet smoothly cruising suddenly encountered the minefield, they found themselves surrounded by space mines on all sides. Intelligent mines rapidly targeted surrounding ships, continuing losses. Artillery fire from the fleet initially targeted the clusters of mines, while smaller units such as mech fighters detached from the fleet to begin clearing the mine areas in space. The bridge command room of the Xingming Star Sky Carrier of Huaxia's 4th Army, 1st Fleet. The federal fleet enters the minefield. Though the minefield can stall the enemy for some time, a decisive battle is still far off. After passing through the minefield, there will still be many traps ahead, Xiaohou chuckled. With the data of the federal forts handed over to us, the 3rd and 6th fleets carrying out operations behind the federal lines should go rather smoothly, shouldn't they? Xiaohou inquired. Commander, with the federal army advancing en masse, coupled with the advantages they lost during previous engagements, our military operation to capture the 3 main federal fortresses proceeds very smoothly, replied the communicator. Good. Our rear force has beautifully annihilated the 3 fleets of the federal forces. We'll crush these 8 fleets with our might, said Xiaohou. While the federal fleet deployed units to clear mines while progressing slowly, satellite orbit cannons began firing. High-energy beams took down several federal warships. With an iron countenance, Zheng Dongping said, when we gave up midfield advantages, the Huaxia army indeed set many traps like this for us. Why fight a battle with no obvious chance of winning? Questioned the adjutant. Because if we don't fight, victory is impossible, replied Zheng Dongping. After speaking, Zheng Dongping pulled up the radar image of the satellites deployed in this area. The Huaxia army had established a belt-like defense using an expansive space minefield to protect these critical strategic installations. Satellite orbit cannons were quite common within fortress defense networks. However, these orbit cannons weren't arranged around the fortresses but had been advanced to the front line. Zheng Dongping then addressed all the pilots of the Yuanshi Mech stationed outside. Everyone, please prioritize taking out the satellite orbit cannons set up by the Huaxia army. They pose a great threat to our fleet. On the radar screen, the massive targets of the 8 fleets occasionally saw ships destroyed either by space mines or by the beams of the satellite orbit cannons. The attack range of the satellite orbit cannons was similar to that of the Gauss cannons on the Xingkong Tianmu carriers. The only effective counter against the orbit cannons was with Gauss cannons, but the defensive measures taken with the Gauss cannons were limited. Upon receiving the orders, the mechs disengaged and began destroying approaching space mines as they surged toward the satellite orbit cannons. From the side of the satellite orbit cannon, a group of Yuanshi mechs emerged after waiting for a long time. A formation of Yuanshi mechs flew out to meet the incoming federal Yuanshi mech formation. The cocky pilot remarked, "We've waited here for you for a long time now. Die, Federal Army." The sudden appearance of the Huaxia Yuanshi mech formation startled the federal mech somewhat, forcing them to abandon their objectives as the 2 formations clashed fiercely. In the Longxi command room, the radar images showed that all the Yuanshi mech sent to eliminate the Huaxia army's forces were intercepted by Yuanshi mech formations stationed near the satellite orbit cannons. Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do, said Zheng Dongping calmly. Prepare to use the Gauss cannons. Understood, the adjutant responded. Within the fleet, every Xingkong Tianmu carrier opened its main cannon and aimed it at the distant satellite orbit cannons. Fire. With the order given, from the fleet, thick energy beams shot out towards the satellite orbit cannons. Satellite orbit cannons that couldn't evade in time were covered by the Gauss cannons and turned into cosmic dust in brilliant explosions. Still, many satellite orbit cannons continued to pose a severe threat to the fleet. Chapter 133, The Final Battle of the Southern Front, Part 2. The combined fleets of the Federal Songyan Alliance had placed all their stakes on this war, and thus the decisive battle in the Southern Front had begun. For Zheng Dongping, this war was no doubt quite easy. He put aside all previous concerns and needed only to start the war and engage in the decisive battle. The federal forces that first attacked the opposing defense were already at a disadvantage in the war. To secure victory, they needed the Huaxia army to make critical mistakes. But up until now, the Huaxia army still hadn't given him that opportunity. On the contrary, the Huaxia army appeared prepared for his all-out attack. The desperate federal forces looking for a decisive battle didn't find it as a satisfying showdown, but fell into the trap set by the Huaxia army, continually depleting their strength. The decisive battle had turned in an unfavorable direction for them, and victory seemed to be slipping further and further away. Zheng Dongping knew that if he did not fight this war, the country behind him would be unable to sustain his vast army any longer. Thus, he could only fight this war. If victorious, he would return home to clean up the rebel forces within his own nation. If defeated, then, a complete failure. But, isn't it better than sitting and waiting to die with no hope? Dying amidst the star seas is not a bad choice for soldiers. This thought came calmly to Zheng Dongping as he sat in the command room. As commanders of the fleet, both Zheng Dongping and Gongsun Long held the rank of general. Today's battle was the outcome they had always tried to avoid. Whether it was luring the Huaxia army to attack them or being forced to choose a war of attrition, it all boiled down to seeing who would give up first. Didn't they know they were placing themselves in an unfavorable position by actively attacking the enemy? It was akin to a fish willingly swimming into the fishing net, where what awaited them might be the moment when the Huaxia army reeled them in. Maybe the net had holes to escape from, but this remained just a dreamlike miracle for the fish inside. Fishermen don't catch fish with broken nets. Federal officers willing to engage in this uncertain battle had long resolved to face certain death. However, this did not mean that everyone in the federal military was prepared to die. If it were a force entirely made up of determined warriors, it would have been impossible for the whole force to go all in, as there simply wouldn't be an entire army of such fighters. This decisive battle was known only at the commanding levels of the 8 fleets. In normal circumstances, it was a battle destined to be lost. Despite the impressive expedition of these 8 fleets, which seemed grandiose, the reality was far more precarious. But for the lower-ranking soldiers, they only received a straightforward order: attack the Huaxia army. Success would earn them rewards, promotions, and titles. Zheng Dongping opened the class barriers that had long existed within the federal military, theoretically giving those lower-ranked officers who would never otherwise see a way out a chance to transform their identities through this war. This transformation was an opportunity long desired by many federal soldiers like Tu Shirkuan. They might not understand what a decisive battle meant. What it meant was the final annihilation, but they understood that success in this campaign would change their fate. There's a saying, a soldier who doesn't want to become a general is not a good soldier. A complete reversal of fortune was what these soldiers yearned for most. Thus, unknowingly, the massive fleet was heading towards its disadvantageous edge while the soldiers maintained their last fervor. What appeared to be an inevitable loss became the vital bet for Zheng Dongping's army. Command bridge of the Star-Bright carrier. The soldiers of the Federation, although deeply mired in a disadvantageous position, still possess such remarkable fighting prowess. Xel'Naga remarked as he looked at the main screen. When will we engage in the decisive battle with the enemy? Asked the adjutant. This can wait for now. Our enemy's morale is high, and their combat effectiveness is strong right now. Let them exhaust themselves some more before we act, Xel'Naga replied. For Zheng Dongping, this war was relatively simple. He only needed to initiate it, search for the Huaxia army's oversights during the battle, and pursue victory. Failure meant sacrificing himself. For Xel'Naga, however, this was no easy campaign because he faced the full deployment of the enemy's 8 fleets. How to engage such a scale of fleets with minimal losses was the problem Xel'Naga needed to consider. Zheng Dongping had no plans beyond the immediate conflict, whereas Xel'Naga had to think about subsequent operations to reclaim the 5-star systems of the Southern Front, preserving the 4th Army Fleet for future strategic needs. Though seemingly having little chance of victory, Zheng Dongping bore the costs of the decisive battle that he initiated. However, his requirement for himself was quite simple: just fight and seek victory in the midst of battle. Xel'Naga sought to achieve complete victory from a win. Report, sir. The enemy has broken through the space minefield. We estimate that they have exhausted at least 1.5 fleet scales worth of strength in the minefield alone, said the detection officer. Good. Then what other gifts do we have for them? Xel'Naga pondered for a moment and said, order the rest of the Primal Stone ability users to return. Our army is about to undergo a new round of strategic deployment. Understood, the adjutant replied. After the joint fleet left the minefield, they entered the star system fortified by the Stronghold system, accessing it from the outer perimeter. The fortress system utilizing stellar energy immediately activated, and the satellite defense systems swiftly engaged in combat with the Federal fleet. The mecha squadrons of the Federal Army flew out from their fleet, breaking through into the satellite's defensive perimeter, engaging in fierce battles with the Huaxia mecha squadron stationed in the satellite defense system. One side of the defense rapidly plunged into intense skirmishes. Depart, this is our home field, Xel'Naga said. With a single command from Xel'Naga, the combined formation of the 4 fleets he commanded swiftly shifted to the front lines where they clashed head-on with the Federal forces, relying on the defensive systems of the Stronghold as they engaged in direct fire with the Federal fleet. As the main battleships of the Federal fleet gradually moved to the front line to directly confront the Huaxia main force, Xel'Naga seized the moment and told the adjutant, this is the time. Next, let the Federal forces taste what it's like to be attacked at both ends. Understood. Satellite orbit clusters activate, the adjutant replied. Among the planetary belts surrounding the outer star domain the Federal fleet passed through, numerous asteroids began to split apart. To the astonishment of the Federal forces, they transformed into orbital satellite cannons. Behind these, several Federal mecha squadrons were also stationed. The Federal fleet's rear, targeted by the satellite orbital cannons, was its weakest point. Command bridge of the Longqi warship. Report, General, there are large numbers of satellite orbital cannons appearing behind us. These cannons have started their attack, the detection officer urgently reported. What? General Zheng Dongping was startled looking at the satellite orbital cannons on the screen. As the war progressed, the front lines became increasingly tense. The more the primary forces pushed forward, the more vulnerable the rear became, exposing the relatively fragile back of the Federal fleet within the range of the Huaxia satellite orbital cannons. Damn it. Order all mecha squadrons that haven't reached the front line yet, along with all combat ship formations not yet deployed to the front lines, to head to the rear and eliminate the threat to our back. Zheng Dongping urgently issued his orders. But on the main screen, the satellite orbital cannons were already unleashing firepower on the most valuable units of the Federal fleet. The targets considered most important by the Huaxia were naturally those most treasured by the Federal military. In the blink of an eye, the supply ships and radar ships were largely destroyed one after another. Chapter 134, The Final Battle of the Southern Front, Part 2. Starlight Sky Mothership Bridge Command Room. On the main screen, the rear of the Federation Army strategy that had not been paid attention to was swept away in large part. Xiaohoda watched satisfactorily at the result of this harvest and said, "The plan is going very smoothly, but the main fleet of the Federation Army still cannot be ignored." Xiaohoda continued, "As long as the main fleet remains, it is still a threat to our army. When the Federation fights with us, they will certainly prioritize solving the threat to their own rear first. In that case, I'm afraid our satellite orbital cannons at the rear will not hold. If the Central Military Headquarters knew I treated these satellite orbital cannons as disposable items, I wonder what they would think." Xiaohoda said with a wry smile. Sure enough, after suffering great losses, the Federation immediately mobilized its forces to attack the satellite orbital cannons that were cooling down and waiting for orders, while the main fleet slightly retreated. In the vision displayed by the Huaxia army, an entire line of satellite orbital cannons was wiped out by the Federation, preventing the Huaxia army from using them for a second attack. With this development, the Federation surely wouldn't dare to go all out against our forces, Xiaohoda commented. After eliminating their own hidden worries, the Federation no longer dared to fully attack the Huaxia army as they had before. At this moment, both sides commanding the war received intelligence that the Federation's rear stronghold had been occupied by Huaxia's fleet. Dragonflag Ship Bridge Command Room. Block this message. Do not let it spread throughout the whole army. Zheng Dongping commanded everyone informed upon receiving the intelligence. Starlight Sky Mothership Bridge Command Room. Good job. Wait until reinforcements arrive on both flanks to block the Federation's retreat route, then inform them of this good news, Xiaohoda instructed. As the war progressed, more and more frontline armies on both sides were being expended, resulting in frequent engagements between mecha and battleships. The combat loss ratio between the Federation and Huaxia was staggering. And in such harsh environments, the Huaxia army's clashes revealed to the low-ranking soldiers of the Federation who had initially expected social mobility from this war, the grim reality. They were merely cannon fodder for both armies' conflicts. Still, some harbored hopes of changing their lives through victory in this war. However, with repeated encounters involving ambushes and poor results in engagements with the Huaxia fleet, the initially high morale of the Federation's army began to decline. When the war reached a new high point, there began instances of Federal mecha squadrons defecting and surrendering to the Huaxia army. Despite the uncertain outcome of the war, only a few chose this path. "Report, Commander, we've arrived at the battlefield," Wang Lian and Xiao Feng announced. The fleet sent to capture the Federation's stronghold naturally couldn't reach the front line of the conflict so quickly. However, fleets from both flanks, each carrying 2 other fleets, arrived on the battlefield and launched attacks against 4 fleets. Excellent. It's the second time. Deliver another unforgettable raid to the Federation's rear to announce your presence, Xiaohoda said. Also, if possible, give priority to destroying the Federation's radar fleet. Understood. Dragonflag Sky Mothership Bridge Command Room. General, there are many enemies behind us, the adjutant reported anxiously. A total of 4 fleets appeared behind our forces and engaged in battle with our rear warships. Zheng Dongping immediately looked at the light screen pulled up by the adjutant. The Huaxia fleet emerged from the path taken by the Federation's fleet and unexpectedly attacked their rear, quickly becoming tangled in fierce combat with the Federation. 2 of the remaining 3 radar ships were destroyed in this sudden assault. The Federation instinctively focused on protecting the last radar ship, and realizing they could not destroy it, the Huaxia army abandoned the attempt and turned instead to battling the Federation's rear fleet. However, the situation shifted drastically. The Federation, which originally had an advantage in numbers, had been weakened by multiple rounds of harassment. Now, with 4 Huaxia fleets arriving on the battlefield, the 2 armies enveloped the Federation like a sandwich cookie. Although unable to destroy the last radar ship, Huaxia hackers still infiltrated the Federation system and informed the fighting Federation soldiers about the state of their rear's 3 major strongholds. Zheng Dongping stopped commanding from his captain's position and silently watched the progress of the war. Everyone within the bridge command room quietly continued to sustain the war effort. Defeat was just a matter of time. The surrounded Federation forces suffered further drops in morale. Everyone understood that under these circumstances, the Federation would no longer be able to achieve victory in this war. Were all the crews of the entire fleet determined to die as loyal soldiers? No. Those who abandoned their mecha or warships and surrendered en masse to the Huaxia army began to do so in a domino effect. No one would be willing to fight for the Federation army to the bitter end. In such desperate situations, the Federation commanders had left them here, but fortunately, their enemies were the Huaxia. Seeking a way out meant surrendering. The war could no longer continue. The Federation army disintegrated amidst wave after wave of overwhelming surrenders. General Zheng Dongping, can we still keep fighting like this? Gongsun Long asked, appearing just as calm at this moment as Zheng Dongping. What do you think? Zheng Yuming said. Our failure is normal. Our success would have been a miracle. I asked you this before the battle began. Do you believe in miracles? Even now, I still believe in the existence of miracles. Gongsun Long smiled and continued. The fact that a miracle hasn't happened to us doesn't mean that miracles don't exist in this world. Yes, miracles do happen from time to time, but they won't fall on us. Zheng Yuming chuckled, then mocked himself. Isn't it funny that I've staked an entire war on the illusory hope of a miracle, demanding its occurrence to save our imminent defeat? Not at all, Gongsun Long said. We've reached a point where we must rely on this intangible miracle to secure the victory we need. But victory will no longer beckon us, Zheng Dongping said, then gazed around at the visible surroundings of the warship and added, the Dragon flagship has fought alongside me my whole life. To die here would be my great fortune. Then he looked at everyone inside the command room and said, it's come to this. If any of you wish to surrender, I won't hold you back. You don't need to continue following me, because my next step leads to hell. It was me who placed you in this death trap, yet you still have the right to choose your own futures. Before anyone could react, Zheng Dongping pulled a particle gun from his sleeve, aimed it at his temple, turned, and found Gongsun Long also holding a particle gun pointed at his own temple. Bang bang. 2 gunshots echoed throughout the bridge command room. Chapter 135. Conclusion of the Southern Front, Part 1. Phew. Xel'Naga sighed, unable to conceal his joy. On the radar screen, countless members of the Federal Army had surrendered and defected, marking his victory in this war. For Huaxia's military forces, this victory was undoubtedly a source of encouragement. Xel'Naga immediately issued orders to the entire army. Take a day to rest and properly celebrate this hard-won victory. Next, we must seize the 5-star domains of the Federal Army. Cheers erupted throughout the ranks. Xel'Naga then headed to the command room and boarded the transport bound for the Longqi-class star mother ship. The surrender of the Longqi ship somewhat surprised Xel'Naga. It was Zheng Dongping's flagship. With such a surrender, it seemed that General Zheng Dongping was aboard as well. Xel'Naga was eager to meet the general who had been his rival for many years. Walking past the captives lined up in rows on the bridge corridor, Xel'Naga did not see Zheng Dongping's figure. He then asked the deputy officer of the ship, "Where is your captain?" "Inside." The deputy officer indicated the bridge command room ahead and said. Xel'Naga nodded and entered the bridge command room. Inside, several Huaxia soldiers stood aside as body retrieval personnel prepared to carry out a bundle of corpses when Xel'Naga gestured them to stop. Upon opening the body bag, sure enough, it was Zheng Dongping's corpse, with a bullet hole through his temple, a suicide. "Ensure he is properly buried," Xel'Naga said, slightly regretful. "Understood." The body retrievers carried him away. The command room was tidied up neatly, and Xel'Naga sat in the captain's position, looking at the light screen still displayed before him. He then asked one of the commanding officers in the captain's room, "What is this contact position with that warship?" The light screen showed the interior of another warship's bridge command room, empty with activity moving about on the opposite side. "The warship on the other side is the flagship of the Federal Zhonghua Army's overall commander," the commanding officer replied. "Is it the same over there?" Xel'Naga mimed pointing a gun at the back of his own head and pulled the trigger. When we came to clean up, the opposite side hadn't been fully manned yet. There was also a corpse sitting in the captain's seat which had just been removed moments ago, the commanding officer responded. Xel'Naga nodded, looking around the 4 sides of the warship, reflecting. This vessel would be an excellent gift. Su Ming built 2 fleets within the 5 states of the Federation, yet there happens to be a shortage of this type of large-scale warship. But still, Zheng Dongping and Gongsun Long met their ends rather easily, Xel'Naga commented. It is those left alive that have it tough. Strategize for victory before fighting. Fight to seek victory. General Zheng Dongping ultimately resorted to miracles and held on to Daoxing, hoping to achieve victory. The collapse of the Federal Southline Army means the looming challenge for the Federal Army's strategic adjustments. The Federal Army will not sit idle. The failure in the Northern Line has narrowed the gap between the Federation and Huaxia, while the failure in Southern Line 1 has caused a shift in national power. It is crucial for our army to remain vigilant against how the opponent plans their comeback maneuver. Xel'Naga stated. Our General Xel'Naga finally secured a great victory, Zhang Liyuan said with a smile appearing on the light screen. Now, when do you plan to visit Zhao Girl? After sweeping through all 5 Southern Star realms, I will return and pay her a visit. Xel'Naga thought for a moment and replied. TCH, after dealing with the next 5 star realms, won't it again lead into another few years strategizing without missing an opportunity to plan the next war? Zhang Liyuan said. How wouldn't it? Xel'Naga responded. In any case, I will go see her soon. And when do you think you're ready to marry her? Zhang Liyuan questioned. When this war concludes, I shall do so, Xel'Naga said. I'll remember that. Zhao Girl's under my supervision. While she can still rely on her looks, don't wait until she's old and faded because you keep delaying things, Zhang Liyuan remarked. All right, I understand, Xel'Naga said. No matter what you say now makes no difference, but I hope you won't let her wait too long. Zhang Liyuan concluded before shutting off the communication. Xel'Naga helplessly shook his head and said, Why does this woman act like a matchmaker? The cleanup work after the great battle continued. In the joy of victory, even Su Ming far within the Federation's borders received the good news of the frontline triumph. We have achieved ultimate victory in this war, Zhu Hui exclaimed happily. Saying ultimate victory may be going too far, Cheng Tao said. The Federation still stands. What we've won is the victory in the Southern Front War. However, this does not stop us from celebrating our victory with all our heart, Zhu Hui said. On the Xingyun flagship bridge command room, Su Ming looked calmly at the congratulatory messages being passed around. At this moment, the door to the command room opened and Shi Kuan walked in and approached Su Ming. Once I served in the Yin State Army of our Federation. Then I betrayed him. Now he's heading towards ruin because of me. It feels strange inside, Shi Kuan said. Are you nostalgic about your past? Su Ming asked. You're absolutely right, Shi Kuan replied. People have an attachment to their pasts, like an old house, leaking water and without power, broken and tattered. When you want to tear it down and build a new one, the feeling of reluctance is exactly this. The old house. Su Ming thought for a while and said, you served in the Federation Army as living in the old house and served in the Huaxia Army as living in the new house. Exactly, Shi Kuan smiled. Did I ever live in an old house too? Su Ming said without hesitation. Shi Kuan patted Su Ming on the shoulder and said, many people have advised me to leave my past behind, but my wife would never advise me like that, because the past is the mark you've left along the way. Can you abandon the marks you've made throughout your journey? Do you think so, Commander? When this war is over, I will no longer be your commander. Su Ming paused for a moment, stood up, and said, the authority I have is only obtained during the war. As for what you're referring to, I still don't understand. It doesn't matter. Let's go celebrate this victory together. Shi Kuan reverted to his usual rough style. After saying that, Shi Kuan pulled Su Ming up when he didn't respond, and carried him off to the last victory celebration held by the pirates of the 11th Fleet. All sorts of delicious food and drinks were provided. A grand banquet was held on various ships without Su Ming's knowledge, including on the Xingyun ship. With Huaxia forces securing the victory in this war, what happened to the Federal Army? Chapter 136, The End of the Southern Front, Part 2. Federal Yin State Temporary Command Center. On the command screen, news of the defeat appeared, and Zheng Shuang's face turned ashen. He had been so eager to start the war, but the result was that Yin State would deplete all its resources, just like its fellow sufferer Song State, becoming fat targets for slaughter. We have failed, Gongsun Rang said bitterly. What are your plans next? Zheng Shuang asked. No, none. We're about to lose everything, Gongsun Rang said hoarsely. Our defense lines have been forced by the Huaxia army. There is no possibility of a comeback. Yes, we don't stand a chance, Zheng Shuang shook his head and said. We've already lost this war, with no hope of turning things around. Gongsun Rang, what are your plans going forward? Perhaps we could retreat to Central China and ask for their support. Gongsun Rang suggested. Our failure has left Central China in an even worse situation. And given our dire state now, not only will the Federal Army be unable to help us, they might very well oppress us instead, Zheng Shuang replied. Gongsun Rang fell silent, then asked, so what do you plan on doing next, Lord Zheng? For us who have already failed, my next step is to stay right here. If the Huaxia army finds me, I will surrender. If not, starving to death wouldn't matter much, Zheng Shuang said. Seeing the despondent look of Zheng Shuang after his defeat, Gongsun Rang sighed deeply before closing the communication channel. Zheng Shuang poured himself a cup of wine and savoring the taste of the fine liquor slowly. Everyone at the base, seeing their commander acting so defeated, exchanged glances, but soon realized that the war was over. As the losing side, their commander had nothing else to do but wait to be captured or occupy himself with such trivialities. Some began to leave their posts and abandon the base, all within Zheng Shuang's view, but he made no move. Gradually, more and more people started leaving the combat command room until there were only 1 or 2 left in the entire center. You're not planning to leave too, are you? Zheng Shuang asked. Report to Lord, we do not plan to leave. We want to stay here, one person responded. Zheng Shuang nodded and said, as you wish. He then poured himself another glass of wine. Just then, one of the remaining detection officers calmly stated, our Mu City and Hushan City are under attack. Mu City and Hushan City? Zheng Shuang raised his wine to his lips and said, they're far from the Huaxia army. It can't possibly be them attacking, right? Not the Huaxia army, but 2 fleets sent by the Central Forces originally meant to aid us, the officer explained. The red wine in Zheng Shuang's hand rippled slightly. He followed up, that makes sense, after all. We've already suffered defeat, haven't we? It's understandable that no one bothers coming to save us at a time like this. It doesn't matter. Take the 3 states of our Yin country if you want. Take it all. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Shuang's face flushed as he laughed drunkenly. Just wait and see if you have the ability to hold on to such vast star territory. After saying this, Zheng Shuang propped his legs up and continued drinking cup after cup. By the time he finished his last glass, realizing there was no more wine, he threw the bottle onto the ground in anger, where it shattered into pieces. Where's the wine? Bring me some more. Zheng Shuang extended his hand and mumbled. His fingers moved slightly, but when no one responded, he laughed. It makes sense. Makes sense. Having fallen so far, they've all left me behind. And this is only the beginning. Only the beginning. After finishing his speech, he staggered away to find more alcohol. Not long ago, the 2 fleets dispatched by the Central Forces of the Federation to provide reinforcements received a message upon entering the borders of Yin State. In the Southern Front, the final battle between the allied forces of Song and Yin States and the Huaxia army ended with a disastrous defeat for Song and Yin. Upon receiving this intelligence, the 2 generals could only shake their heads with a bitter smile. This isn't good news at all. The southern wing of the Federal Army has been torn apart, General Lyclon. There's nothing we can do. We've done our best to reach the battlefield, but the Huaxia army won't give us time, General Zhaoxi, Lisnong said. This time, The Huaxia army utilized the power of the rebellious mobs to sever the lifeline of Song and Yin states, and eliminated 3 of our naval fleets using fleets assembled by these mobs. This has undoubtedly sounded a warning bell. The threat of the masses cannot be ignored, Zhao said. Yeah, the disaster in Song and Yin states stems from their negligence towards the growth of the mobs. Don't forget that the federal realm isn't only plagued by mobs within the borders of Song and Yin, but also central China. If we don't handle it properly, we might end up repeating their mistakes, Li Qianong said. A fleet built by these mobs can destroy 3 of our fleets, something I wouldn't have dared to imagine, yet they have truly achieved it. What's the use of being cautious? Perhaps in the next war, what will appear behind our central army will be the southern and northern wings of the Huaxia army. Zhao Si bitterly smiled as he said. True, last time when our northern flank was cut off, at least we had border defense fleets to fill in the gaps. But now, things are different. What do we have to counter the relentless pressure from the Huaxia army in the south? Li Qianong asked. The worst-case scenario has finally happened. Will the vast 5-star domains in the south fall again? Zhao Si shook his head and said, 15 years of war, we couldn't defeat our opponent, and within 2 short years, star domains have fallen to this extent. Given how the war has developed to today, do we still stand a chance at victory? I don't understand the president's meaning. It seems that if we have enough time, we could still turn the tide. But under these circumstances, it's hard for me to imagine how we could possibly do so, Li Qianong replied. Maybe the president has some plan, let's wait and see, Zhao Si said. Then we need to change plans. Let's focus on taking control of the key transportation hubs, Mu City and Hushan, Li Qianong suggested. The 2 fleets cruising through space separated and headed toward their respective targets. A few days later, the Central Federal Army seized control of Mu City and Hushan City, gaining influence over nearby traffic routes and expanding their sway across this expanse of star domains. Within a few days, the Huaxia army initiated final mopping up operations. After breaking through defenses, the Huaxia army began cleaning up residual forces in the 5 major star domains to the south. The main force of the Huaxia army merged with Su Ming's 2 large fleets and various rebel forces, swiftly carrying out mopping up operations and seizing control over several federal star domains. The head of the Gongsun family of Song State voluntarily stepped out of his controlled command center to request surrender. The Huaxia army ultimately did not receive Chang Shuang's voluntary surrender and instead found his drunkard body in Yin State's backup command room. The surrendered federal army dismantled the space mines planted around the capitals of the 2 countries, allowing the Huaxia army to smoothly occupy them. This action revealed a chilling fact. The federal army had planned to destroy civilian facilities in a desperate attempt to annihilate the Huaxia army. In April of star calendar year 4526, the 5-year war on the southern front officially came to an end, with the Huaxia army emerging as the ultimate victor. Chapter 137, Post-War Promotion. Year 4526 of the star calendar, the southern front between the Federation and Huaxia came to a close, as Huaxia's military had captured 5-star systems that originally belonged to the Song and Yin regions of the Federation. These 5-star systems are Chun, Fong, Yi, Ding, and Dai. The central army of the Federation held on to key positions leading to the heart of the Federation, halting Huaxia's advance. With the conclusion of the southern front, those who participated in this war gradually saw its end. The outcome of the war irreversibly shifted the apparent strength between the Federation and Huaxia. Huaxia now strong, while the Federation weak. Many people could not help but ask, even during the time when Huaxia was weaker, the Federation couldn't defeat Huaxia. Now, with the Federation's forces weakened, what does the Federation have left to continue the war against Huaxia? On the 3 fronts, south, central, and north, the Federation has lost too, leaving anyone aware that the Federation's military faces dire straits ahead. Fangzhou City became the base for the Federation's 4th Army. Su Ming lay on his bed, lost in thought in the dormitory he had been given upon returning home, until a message arrived. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Yu Qian far away at the northern front. Attached to the message was also a brief note signed by Lin Tian, a former classmate and comrade in arms. Su Ming, I heard you guys achieved victory in the southern front, and that you were commanding 2 armies in the rear. Not bad. When I was your squad leader before, how did I miss this talent of yours? Haha, Su Ming, when will we meet up again? Signed, Yu Qian. No battles at the northern front, and hearing that you're fine in the south makes me relieved. Rarely do I see such a great development as you've had at the southern front. It truly fills me with envy, Su Ming. For months on the northern front, we've been maintaining a standoff with Yongzhou's Federation army. But recently, there are new deployments. After the southern campaign ends, it'll be my turn for the northern army to get moving. Let me show you what I can do, Su Ming. Signed, Lin Tian. Su Ming sent a quick reply before putting down the device. He missed these old teammates despite having only served together for a short time and looked forward to a future gathering. The fleet temporarily under Su Ming's command was transferred back to Xiahou Da's leadership. Meanwhile, Mi Ling, thanks to her merits in combat and the surrender of the entire fleet, was promoted to the rank of Major General since joining Huaxia's military, now leading the 11th Fleet. The 12th Fleet was assigned various Major Generals as leaders over this newly formed fleet. The Starfall-class ship Su Ming commanded remains under his use, though transferred from the 11th Fleet to the 1st Fleet where Su Ming serves. Following this campaign, Su Ming rose to the rank of colonel because of his meritorious contributions and qualified to become captain of a large starship. However, from the moment he was appointed a captain, he was already commanding one of the largest main battle starships, a stellar mother ship, which caused some resentment. since many colonels would only be able to command ships as large as cruisers or stellar battleships, not stellar motherships that instantly serve as flagships of an entire fleet. Clearly, Su Ming seemed to receive preferential treatment. However, no one could argue with his performance in the war. In Fangzhou City, Zhang Hingyue and Su Ming rode a maglev vehicle along the tracks toward the resort area when a bright red flying car pulled up next to them. The door opened and Mi Ling smiled at them enthusiastically, saying, "This time, you must plan to go see Fangzhou Star Sea, right?" "That's correct. However, aren't you dressed like this unsuitable for that kind of occasion?" Su Ming glanced at the flying car beside him. In the driver's seat was Shi Kuan, and next to him sat Mi Ling. Both wore brand new Huaxia military uniforms, enviable officer uniforms for Su Ming, with Mi Ling wearing the insignia of a major general and Shi Kuan that of a rear admiral. "Commander, we just got these fresh uniforms and can't wait to show them off." Shi Kuan laughed. "Don't flatter me. The war under my charge is already over. 2 of you officers call me commander? That's too much praise for a mere colonel like me," Su Ming said awkwardly. "Haha." Shi Kuan burst into laughter. "After this war, you rose from a lieutenant to a colonel. Yet your girlfriend only went from a captain to major. Isn't that embarrassing?" Shi Kuan continued. Su Ming turned around to look at Zhang Hingyue, but seeing she had no particular reaction, he didn't bother refuting the point. "Your rank seems lower than your wife's. Do you feel ashamed to mock me?" Su Ming thought about saying this, but ultimately decided it was inappropriate, so he didn't. Shi Kuan was joking around with Su Ming, but if Su Ming blurted that out, it would offend people. Seeing no reaction from Su Ming, Shi Kuan felt embarrassed and continued driving the car while saying, "This general's uniform. Back when I was in the Federation army, I never imagined I could achieve such a position. Joining Huaxia was truly worth it." "So, your dream is to fight in the army?" Su Ming asked. "Yes, I have never abandoned this dream. In times like these, I want to make a name for myself in history. I know I belong to this era. For so long serving in the Federation army, I had no opportunities for advancement, which was very frustrating," Shi Kuan complained. "Chaos." Su Ming pondered for a moment and said, "The war between the Federation and Huaxia is approaching its end. But will this era end so easily?" Mi Ling smiled. "Yes, it's just a process," Su Ming replied. "Do you know? The Fangzhou Star Sea, it's not just any place that ordinary people can enter," Shi Kuan remarked. "During the Federation's rule, even small noble families couldn't visit here. This place was specifically for the enjoyment of the real major families." "I've been here before," Mi Ling said. "To be able to come here." Shi Kuan stopped mid-sentence and then asked, "What do you mean by you've been here?" "Yes, exactly that meaning. This place used to lack the brilliance it shows on the surface." Mi Ling bit her lips lightly with her snow-white teeth and said in a somewhat sickly tone, "It has always been a playground for the major families. Here, only the families find pleasure. Besides the family offspring who return here, everyone else coming here is merely to provide entertainment for the families." Shi Kuan fell silent. Even Su Ming driving another car could tell Shi Kuan was tightly gripping the control lever. The aristocracy faded away thousands of years ago, yet it has returned among the major families today, Su Ming remarked. "The Federation itself is governed by the major families," Zhang Hingyue said quietly, having remained silent all along. "The time will come soon when the families won't need to exist anymore," Mi Ling stated. The 2 cars drove into the largest amusement area of Fangzhou City. Chapter 138, The Barrier. Su Ming's arrival made the host feel honored, as neither Su Ming nor Zhang Hingyue, both dressed casually, attracted much attention. However, Mi Ling and Shi Kuan, who were dressed ostentatiously in their military uniforms including general ranks, naturally drew a lot of stares. This attention also brought significant focus to Shi Kuan and Mi Ling. Yet, after Mi Ling and Shi Kuan demonstrated some populist gestures, they quickly became lost in the crowd, leaving Su Ming and Zhang Hingyue watching anxiously from the side. This place was once where noble families would enjoy themselves. Now, forced to open to all citizens, it attracted those brimming with curiosity. It seems Su Ming and his companions had chosen an unfortunate time to visit here. Out of curiosity, this period saw Fangzhou City overwhelmed with people. Eventually, Mi Ling and Shi Kuan squeezed out of the dense crowd. Seeing the rather disheveled looks on the 2, Su Ming said, "Have you never seen how famous people passing through crowds always use optical illusions to project their handsome or beautiful faces into grotesque appearances just so they can go out without worry? Are we even celebrities?" Shi Kuan asked weakly in defense. "You may not be celebrities, but the clothes you're wearing certainly are," said Su Ming helplessly. "Before long, I'm sure the Tianxuan media will be vying to report on the news of high-ranking officers from the Huaxia military enjoying themselves here. They'll report in all sorts of ways. You've made yourselves quite conspicuous. Now suffer the consequences." "It would be easier if they were enemies. Just freeze them into icicles and shatter them," grumbled Shi Kuan with a rough expression filled with helplessness. Mi Ling and Shi Kuan dared not continue to parade around in these uniforms, so they quietly changed into casual clothes in a secluded spot. "I merely wanted to savor the experience of wearing this outfit, but didn't expect it to bring so much trouble," said Mi Ling. "But this situation has given me insight into something valuable." "What is that?" asked Su Ming. "The way of the people's hearts," answered Mi Ling. "For a large part of my life, I have been within the Federation military. Officers in the Federation military, let alone generals, even lower-ranking colonels or lieutenants walking among the masses would see civilians give way respectfully, eyes filled with fear. But when I walked here in a Huaxia military uniform, I received praise and friendliness instead of fear from ordinary people. The highest ruler governs in such a manner that the people are barely aware of his existence. The next best ruler is loved and praised by the people. Then comes the ruler who rules by fear. The lowest level ruler is one despised by his subjects. When comparing governance, the Federation clearly lags behind the Huaxia military. The support of the people has always been a useful tool. Still, our goal here today is leisure, to play happily, said Su Ming. I cannot relax in this place, for I am here to pay respects to old friends, said Mi Ling. Su Ming hesitated and asked, is there someone here still waiting for vengeance? Just remember not to kill anyone under these circumstances. No, Mi Ling shook her head and said, I've come simply to pay my respects to an elder who helped me in the past. With differing purposes, the four parted ways. For Su Ming, these leisure hours were rare times of relaxation. Beautiful landscapes, unique gardens, the sea. It's hard to imagine such a scene could exist inside the vast city of Fanzhou City. In the dark, star-speckled space, humans find it hard to adapt to the environment unless mimicking Earth's biosphere, which brings comfort akin to a baby returning to its mother's arms. Each city in space capable of perfectly replicating Earth's ecosystem is considered an exceptional attraction. Once restricted to certain people, now thronged with visitors, as the federal power retreated and Huaxia took over. This might be perceived as humiliating defeat by some, yet for most, it symbolized liberation. Fangzhou Starsea epitomizes this transformation. To celebrate the arrival of freedom, the atmosphere here felt like a festival. In the circular park, beside the fountain, a young couple sat in quiet solitude. The night sky adorned with stars, the fleeting blooms of moonflowers illuminated under the fountain's colorful water display lit by lights. As the two ventured farther from the crowd, Su Ming, usually composed, started feeling uneasy because she had led him here this time. Zhonghua, who usually didn't like to talk, and Su Ming, who was awkward and uneasy, sat together in silence for a long time. Ultimately, it was Zhonghua, who always disliked talking, that broke the ice. I know you like me, but cannot find a way to express it. Ah. Su Ming looked at Zhonghua in surprise, as Zhonghua was also earnestly staring at Su Ming. I want to know why you would like me, a woman with barriers in her heart. To be honest, the reason why Su Ming was attracted to this girl was unclear, but Su Ming indeed found her appealing. Seeing that Su Ming had not answered for a long time, Zhonghua turned around, gazed at the starry sky, and said calmly, I have learned about General Mi Ling. She is also a woman with barriers in her heart, but she is lucky. Those barriers have been eliminated, allowing her to easily do what she wants to do, but I cannot. I won't consider anything else until I complete the things I need to. Su Ming pondered for a long time before saying, I will be by your side. Are you the one from back then? The elderly man, walking with a cane, looked at the man and woman standing in front of him in astonishment and then gently touched Mi Ling's fair cheeks, saying, Yes, yes. Tears involuntarily streamed down Mi Ling's face as she allowed the old man to caress her. Unpleasant memories flashed before her mind. This elder was the one who gave her a ray of light during the darkest moment of her life. After many comfortable years apart, the elder appeared even more aged. And I never expected that the little girl from back then has now also found her own place in life. Very good, very good. The elder looked at Shirkuan standing beside Mi Ling and said. Then the elder came close to Shirkuan and leaned toward his ear, whispering, Young man, Mi Ling is a good girl. It's already quite hard to reach this point with her. I hope you can treat her well. This request might seem excessive after all. I will. Shirkuan interrupted the elder's words and replied. Chapter 139, Zhulingyu. Mingzhou Star Domain, Chinese capital, Mingzhou City, Premier's office. An office staff pushed open the door of the office and handed over a book with 5 sections listing officials from 5-star domains to a middle-aged man sitting at the desk. This man, nearing late middle age but still vigorous, dressed neatly. After years in a high position, he no longer had an intimidating aura, instead treating others peacefully. This man was Zhulingyu, the current premier of the Chinese Republic. Zhulingyu kindly took these 5 documents and signed each one. Without a doubt, these 5 documents were the official appointment letters for the positions recently secured in the Southern War Zone. Qinzhou, Fangzhou, Yizhou, Dingzhou, and Daizhou Star Domain administrative areas. After signing each document and submitting it one by one, when all were done, the office staff bowed respectfully before leaving the office. Zhulingyu casually opened the space messenger device, connecting with Xiahou Jing, the current marshal of the Chinese military. Our southern front has made a breakthrough. Have you received this news, General Xiahou Jing? Said Zhulingyu. I knew it as soon as it happened, replied Xiahou Jing. Staying in the rear these 2 years, good news has been frequent. Last year, Daling Su in the northern line brought us 4 grand gifts, and now your son isn't bad either. He has recently claimed the southern 5-star domain administrative areas of the Federation, Zhulingyu said. I wonder what our neighbor Baoan thinks. You are flattering my son too much. Serving the country is something he should do. Xiahou Jing laughed. Hangzhou, Tongzhou, Jingzhou, Dingzhou, Yuanzhou, Pingzhou, Qinzhou, Fangzhou, Azhou, Dingzhou, Daizhou. In just 2 years, national strength has doubled more than ever before. It's easier to seize a kingdom, but we who govern it are exhausted. Zhulingyu laughed. Our 32-star domains of the main part of China have 11 turned to our side. Currently, our army controls 20-star domains. Although the newly governed star domains cannot provide maximum support in the short term, relatively speaking, within 2 years, we have firmly surpassed the Federation in terms of national strength, Xiahou Jing said. Although so, the Federation's military still has the ability to fight us, and we must not underestimate them, Zhulingyu said. Premier, this issue needn't worry us. With both the southern and northern fronts shaken, the Federation can hardly maintain the Central Front defense. Once the Central Front battle concludes, without its Central Army, the Federation's military will only be left to finish up. There's no doubt that our China will unify all of China in the near future, Xiahou Jing confidently said. Marshal, I'm reassured by your words. However, have you heard these words? A cornered rat will fight back, an angered rabbit will bite. The closer we get to the final war, the more cautious we must be, and the less room there is for mistakes, Zhu Lingyu said. I've led the Chinese army to keep up with the Federation until now. What about the Federation would I not know? Xiahou Jing chuckled. Dailing Su on the northern front, Xiadahu on the southern front. Both gave great gifts to China. Next it's my turn on the central front to give this gift. The capability of the Marshal, I naturally know. I'll wait for your good news. But at the same time, I also ask you to pay attention. After all, if prevention fails, we must still prevent any unforeseen issues, Zhu Lingyu said. Ho ho ho. Premier, rest assured. Not only do I guarantee that the next move will defeat the enemy in the central battlefield, but I also promise to complete the unification war within 2 years, Xiahou Jing excitedly said. As enemies push harder towards their end, I'm curious to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Zhu Lingyu helplessly shook his head, and then ended the communication between the two, then clicked another space message device, this time linking with General Dailing Su of the 5th Army Corps on the northern front. Zhu Lingyu recounted Xiahou Jing's previous status and asked Dailing Su, don't you think our Marshal Xiahou is becoming a bit arrogant? Dailing Su shook his head and replied, Premier, our Marshal Xiahou is always confident about things under his absolute control. His words indicate his firm belief in completing everything. Confident? Firm belief. Zhu Lingyu mused over these two words and asked, where does this confidence come from? It comes from military strength, intelligence, and understanding of the nation's condition. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures success in 100 battles. Military might and national condition aside, we have our own spies Xiahou Jing personally placed inside the Federation. During previous wars, the critical data from 9 major fortresses came from key spies arranged by Xiahou Jing. Of course, countless spies exist within the Federation planted by China, but because of that spy, we've been able to access the core level of our enemy. Being able to understand the enemy's core decision-making is a point of confidence for Marshal Xiahou, Dailing Su explained. Well, there are no perfect things in the world, and plans can never keep up with changes. Still, it's best to let him be cautious, Zhu Lingyu said. I highly agree with what you said, Premier. All things in the world change in an instant. Knowing oneself and the enemy at one moment does not guarantee knowing them forever. The closer we get to the end of the war, the more cautious we need to be. A strong military aims for stability and victory, while a weaker army strives for victory through unconventional tactics. Now that our army is strong and the Federation's army is weak, they will likely try unconventional tactics to turn the situation around. Only by being steady and leaving no room for the Federation's army to succeed through tricks can we secure overall victory, Dai Lingso responded. It's good that the general understands me. The Southern Front War has concluded, and now all the Federation army has left are their central forces and border defense troops maintaining the situation. How to proceed with the next step in this war must surely be on the minds of many generals preparing for the upcoming conflict, Zhu Lingyu asked. As the military conference approaches, we will formalize the plan for the next phase of the war. But in fact, finalizing the strategy is just about confirming what we already know. We all have a clear understanding of how to strike the enemy most effectively, Dai Lingso said. Huaxia is fortunate to have capable generals overseeing the grand strategy. I look forward to your next campaign's result, Zhu Lingyu smiled. Rest assured, we soldiers have never failed the expectations of any premier who came before you, Dai Lingso replied. And besides, it's our honor to be born in Huaxia. Within 2 years, the battles between the Federation and Huaxia drew full stops on both the northern and southern fronts, leaving only the midline war for the final victory. However, the scales of victory had long tilted towards the Huaxia army. Both sides were anxiously planning for the next major battle. If Huaxia wins the decisive fight against the Federation on the midline battlefield, this war will soon come to its end. Chapter 140, Huaxia Conference. Fangzhou City, headquarters of the 4th Army of Huaxia, Xiahou De sat in his office with his eyes fixed on the time display. His fingers repeatedly tapped until an integer time arrived. Heaving a sigh, he said, the time has come. He immediately stood up and entered a spacious yet sealed room. After radar verified Xiahou Da's identity, 4 people were instantly projected within the room, making a total of 5 people, including Xiahou De himself. Among them, there was 1 marshal and 4 generals. The marshal was Xiahou Jing, father of Xiahou De, and among the 4 generals was Dai Lingshan. The other 2 generals were remnants from the Zhao Heng era, Tang Yongtao and Zheng Guiziu. The 5 stood positioned as follows. The 4 great generals were set face to face opposite each other, while Xiahou Jing stood in the middle. This meeting was about strategizing the next step after the conclusion of the Southern Front warfare. The battlefield in the south is over. Xiahou De has done very well. Though not as fast as General Dai Lingnan, he has still completed his tasks, thereby bringing the war in the south to a close. Xiahou Jing turned to look at the 2 senior generals Tang Yongtao and Zheng Guiziu and said, the younger ones have done so well. It's our turn now to complete the Central Front battle. With a somewhat aged face, Tang Yongtao joked, Marshal Xiahou, I have no objections when you call your son part of the younger generation, but if you say that Dai Lingnan is young, then I would certainly object to that. Ha ha, General Dai Lingnan appears youthful, Zheng Guiziu. looking at Dai Lingnan's fair complexion, laughed, and said, I don't know how the general manages to maintain such youthfulness. We were the same age back then, and as we've grown old, he remains youthful, making us three who are older feel quite envious. I've heard that the daughter of Marshal Xiaohou takes a particular interest in General Dai. If only I could be that young again, Tang Yongtao remarked. You two old rascals, growing more mischievous with every passing day, Xiaohou Jing scolded. No harm done. I, Dai Lingnan, am someone who can take a joke, Dai Lingnan laughed, and continued by saying to the two. But this place isn't appropriate for joking around. Let's focus on the task at hand. Xiaohou Jing nodded and pressed a button on a remote control, causing a three-dimensional image to appear in the central space of the 5 individuals. It was a star C map depicting the 32 star domains of the Chinese main body. On the map, the boundaries between the Federation and Huaxia were also marked, and at this point, Huaxia enveloped the Federation's midline deployment in a C shape. I believe everyone knows that last year and this year, we have achieved 2 victories. North Army's Dai Lingnan and South Army Xiaohou secured significant wins against the Federal Army, breaking through on both the northern and southern fronts, turning our previous disadvantage into an overwhelming force surpassing the Federation's. Xiaohou Jing smiled and said, therefore, it's now our turn to counterattack. How should we counterattack? You all should know we've always followed a past strategic plan, the C-shaped strategy. Gain momentum in the north and south, strangle the central line, and prepare for the ultimate decisive battle. Dai Lingnan declared, yes, the key to the C-shaped strategy is gaining momentum in the north and south. With the advantage in the north and south obtained by our army, the next step will be to strangle the central line, Xiaohou Jing explained. In the central battlefield, the Federal Army deployed 2 armies of its central forces, along with the residual military strength of 4 regional armies, Qin and Chu, which together comprise 2 Federal armies. Our side controls 1 to 3 corps pressure on the central front, and though breakthroughs here aren't easy since the Federal forces are slightly stronger than ours, this refers to the past situation, Xiaohou described. The significance of controlling momentum in the north and south lies in eliminating the threats posed by the northern and southern wings of the Federal Army, followed by having our army threaten their central forces from both directions to further implement a chokehold on their center. Dai Lingnan continued. By weakening their central core using the north and south wings, continue to weaken and weaken until our central forces can break through theirs, and add a joint operation between the north and south to cut off the retreat path of their central 5 corps, completing the entire tactical layout. Ultimately, perfect execution would be entirely crushing and compelling the surrender of the opponent. Once the main forces of the Federation are lost, the final decisive battle can easily end this war. In the past, the entire Northwest was in the hands of the Federal Army, constantly threatening our northern front. However, who would have thought that now our army holds the 2 weak points of the Federation's north and south, which feels immensely satisfying, Tang Yongtao said. We 2 old generals are deeply consoled to witness such a satisfying counterattack. Even though we're both but old bones now, we will still dedicate our utmost for the country and people, liberating our compatriots who have been oppressed by the Federation, said Zhonghua Federation with a smile. How do we weaken the central forces of the Federal Army? Our first step should rely on General Xiaohou to initiate another war. Zheng is correct, Xiaohou smiled. Even though we've managed to establish dominance in the north and south, the northern federal forces still have defensive capabilities. Last year, the Federation signed an alliance and mutual assistance treaty with the Petros Federation, transferring the last division of their central forces, the 3rd Central Corps, to defend Yongzhou due to pressure from their joint borders. In contrast, the failure and subsequent fall of the southern 5-star zones were recent events, allowing the Federation only enough time to control 2 crucial passageways leading into its own boundaries. They merely send out 2 fleets to guard these points. When the Federal Army responds to our northern army's advance, they set up an impenetrable wall, but when they face off against my southern force, they use nothing more than a single layer to block us. Is it easier for the northern army to dismantle this wall, or for me to break through their fragile membrane? The southern army can engage in a war known as the Shuzhou War. Without the central line reinforcements, the enemy will likely lose Shuzhou, allowing our troops to gradually consume their territory until the Federation is split in half. The Yongzhou Corps aren't impossible to move against the northern army either. After I return, I'll plan the next campaign, the Yongzhou War, targeting the defeat of the Yongzhou Federal Army. It shouldn't take long before the northern army becomes just as effective at grinding down the Federation's forces as the southern army, Dai Lingnan declared. Xiaohou Jing nodded and said, so next time, let our 3 Central Corps draw most of the enemy's firepower, preventing them from making any rash moves. The armies from the north and south act as meat grinders to constantly erode the strength of the Federation's Central Corps until they become increasingly weaker. Weaker means even further erosion, and once they're unable to withstand the pressure, we can decisively crush them, Xiaohou Jing stated. Subsequently, Xiaohou Jing turned toward Xiaohou and remarked, the federal forces use 1 Yongzhou Corps in the north, feeling relatively secure, while in the south, it feels like a thorn in their throat. Although the surface situation seems calm in the south, it is actually quite pressured. So let's begin this war with your southern army taking the lead. Chapter 141, The Federal Conference, Part 1. Federal Central China, Bianzhou Province, capital city of Bianzhou, Presidential Palace. Bowen sat on the president's armchair, smoking gloomily. Not long ago, news of the failure in the southern front arrived. 5 provinces in the Liaozhong Star Domain had fallen, causing the Central Army of the Federation to be surrounded by enemy forces. His concern was now how to break this encirclement. Tapping on the communication device, the light screen appeared. A few familiar old friends were missing. 4 noble families had been destroyed. Out of the 11 noble families, only 7 remained. Of those owning vassal states, only the Lu family from the Qin kingdom and the Shiman family from the Chu kingdom still existed, of course including the Bao family as one of the 5 major noble families in central China. Why are all of you so listless? Afraid because of the downfall of the 4 noble families, said Baoan. Zhang, Qian, Sun, and Gongsun families have disappeared from among us. No one can guarantee that they won't be the next noble family to be exterminated, said Lu Hong. Baoan nodded and said, I've suffered too many failures. But in these 2 years, the wars we've experienced are different from before. Repeated defeats have undermined our foundation. Without this base, we are nothing. All 4 noble families were wiped out because their countries fell. Understand? In other words, our noble families in the future will fall because our countries will be conquered, said Gao He. After 13 years of war, the Chinese Federation has shifted from strong to weak. 4 vassal states have been destroyed. Although this did not touch the roots of our noble families. After all, only other noble families were destroyed. It is like when the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. Today, they were destroyed. Tomorrow, it could be our turn. Well said, but realized too late. In the past, we could treat our failures lightly, but today's failures concern the survival of our federation. Baoan continued, Qi, Wei, Yin, and Song states have all fallen. 11 star domains have become administrative regions under the control of Huaxia. Even in our peak days, we couldn't defeat Huaxia. Now, we're weakened while the Huaxia army grows stronger. Basically, we cannot expect victory anymore. Now, Huaxia seeks to annihilate us while we seek merely to survive. Damn the Huaxia army, said Ma Tong angrily. Forget if we have any ways to beat them. On paper, we still have the strength. Our biggest problem isn't about the disparity in strength, but whether we can unite or not, said Baoan after taking a puff of his cigarette and sighing. In the past, although our noble families were tied under the umbrella of the Chinese Federation, each pursued its own interests. With hearts divided, we lost countless opportunities to destroy the Huaxia army. Instead, we let Huaxia push us into such a tough situation. What should we do now? Asked Ximenyo. What should we do indeed? Baoan thought for a moment and then said, if we can cooperate fully, we have 12 provincial star domains under our control, 3 main corps from the Central Army, plus armies from the Qin and Chu kingdoms, making a total of 5 corps. Although weaker than the Huaxia military, we still possess considerable combat capability. However, the prerequisite for battle is unity. Baoan looked at the 6 other patriarchs, deciding not to continue further. He was clear about the reasons for past failures. Although the Federation had been large, it was controlled by the noble families, who sought profit for themselves and their respective vassal states. This left the country poor while money and power concentrated in the hands of the noble families, making them strong while weakening the state. The saying goes, if benefits flow through 1 hole, the country will be invincible. Through 2 holes, half the soldiers may mutiny. Through 3 holes, no soldiers can be raised. Through 4 holes, the nation must perish. In the Chinese Federation, every battle has always been fought for personal gains. Among the 11 noble families, there are 11 distinct ways of thinking, all focused on family profits rather than national profits. Their benefits come from 11 separate channels. Baoan finished his point and looked significantly at the other patriarchs. In the past, although Huaxia was weak, their first priority was for national benefit, making it a model of benefits flowing through 1 channel. Whether it's a wealthy people making a strong nation or a strong nation leading to prosperous people, I believe a rich country will result in strong people. The late Ming dynasty was a classic example of a wealthy populace but a weak nation. It's also analogous to our current Chinese Federation. Despite the noble families having immense power, the nation grows weaker. We have already witnessed the consequences of Qing, Qian, Gongsun, and Sun families. They possessed powerful families, but once their vassal states were defeated, their wealth became illegal according to Huaxia laws, with those deemed criminals punished by Huaxia law. What use is our strength if the vassal states we belong to fall? Baoan paused momentarily, and then gazed at the 2 remaining vassal state leaders before concluding. Although our vassal states may individually be strong, how can we stem the tide and hold back the increasingly powerful Huaxia if the Federation falls apart? I may not have the ability to transform the Federation into a 1-channel nation, but your legitimacy stems from the Federation. Only with the continued existence of the Chinese Federation can our positions be secured. Therefore, I will do my utmost to ensure the survival of the Chinese Federation. You should understand that if the Chinese Federation doesn't save itself, it will be swallowed up. There is no room for reconciliation with Huaxia. From the moment this war was triggered, there has been no possibility of a ceasefire. We have no way back. Do you understand? Baoan said. The next step will see me take command of all troops and oversee all battles against the Huaxia army. We have 5 major corps. We still have the power for 1 decisive battle, and with proper planning, we won't be inferior to the Huaxia army, Baoan said. President Bao, given the circumstances, the Qin Kingdom's military will obey President Bao's orders. We only hope President Bao can help us turn the unfavorable situation around and once again suppress the Huaxia army, achieving ultimate victory, Lu Hong said. President Bao, the Chu Kingdom fleet is willing to follow your dispatches. The Shiman family of the Chu Kingdom is prepared to exhaust all our resources to reverse the defeats and regain momentum, Shiman Yong said. The other 4 national families also voiced their support for Baoan, who nodded contentedly and said, our strategic plan going forward is to gain more time, Bowen said. Gain more time, Song Ping asked, puzzled. Yes, time. Bowen casually tapped on the star domain map and presented the pattern between the Federation and Huaxia to the patriarchs of the various families, saying, We've already ceded the northern and southern star domains to our opponents. While these star domains are currently lost, in the future I will recover them with my own methods, which require preparation and deployment over time. When the right moment arrives, it will also be our chance to counterattack, Bowen said. These are matters for the future, but how to extend our time now is critical. Ceding the 2 lines of star domains to the enemy has also created a huge problem for our forces. Chapter 142, Federal Conference, Part 2. While we were battling the enemy on the Central Front, we were constrained by them in the north and south, Bowen said. The Huaxia army not only faces off with our main force, but also poses a threat to our rear from both wings, which is extremely unfavorable for us. Originally, this advantage belonged to us, but we handed it over to our opponent without a fight. Isn't that ironic? Given the situation, we should focus on how to remedy it, President Bao, Ma Tong said. Yes, you're right. What I need is time. Do you understand? We have an opportunity to turn the tables on Huaxia, and this is why we emphasize the importance of having time, Bowen said. What kind of opportunity? Shi Minyong asked. The specifics of the opportunity aren't as important as maintaining the balance between the central, southern, and northern fronts. We face threats from 3 directions, with the strongest pressure coming from the center. The Central Front's forces cannot be significantly redeployed easily. On the northern front, we have the Central Third Army defending against threats from the federal forces in Yongzhou. However, after losing the southern flank allies, Song and Yin, the southern front has been left wide open. How do we fill this gap? Bowen said. Before their defeat, Chief Zheng Shuang of the Zheng family and Yin sought reinforcements from us. Considering the importance of the southern front, I redirected 2 fleets from the Central Front to support them. Unfortunately, they weren't up to the task and were defeated before our forces could arrive. As a result, the 2 commanders I sent executed my second order. They seized 2 critical gateway cities connecting the southern 5 provinces to Qin State's Shuzhou region in Huaxia territory. However, there's a problem. There are 2 points Huaxia can't ignore if they want to attack us. Even though we secured those positions, we only have 2 fleets, and these passageways are not the only ones. If they bypass these 2 hubs, they can still launch an offensive against us. After speaking, Bowen enlarged the star map and continued. So here's the issue. Bowen looked around at everyone and said, On the Central Front, we face the threat of Huaxia's 1st to 3rd armies, but we have 4 corps, the Central 2nd Army, the Central 1st Army, the Federal Qin Army, and the Federal Chu Army, that stand against them. On the Northern Front, we face the threat of Huaxia's 5th Army. To fill this gap, we've mobilized the Central 3rd Army from the border areas with our 2 allied nations. But what about the southern threat? On the north side of Yin lies the Qin state. The first target for Huaxia would be the Federal Qin Army, Lu Hong said. If Huaxia moves north, the Qin territory will be lost. And if Qin falls, the consequences would ripple through everything. We all know what that means. Thank you, Mr. President, for addressing the concerns of the southern front. I have a request. If possible, the southern threat needs to be addressed immediately. Therefore, 1 army must be detached from the Central Front and dispatched to Shuzhou. I volunteer our Qin Army to address the deficiency on the southern front. The Federal Qin Army. This works well. Bowen thought for a moment and said, The central defense will be tougher, but there's no other way. Addressing the southern front will be handled by your Qin Army. For now, the 2 large Central Navy fleets will temporarily be placed under your control. Remember, we must completely suppress the Huaxia army in this wave. Otherwise, the consequences for our forces would be unimaginable. Understood. Whether out of self-preservation or loyalty, the head of the clan now had no choice but to place his bet on the president, especially given Qin's precarious position. Qin's main fleet remained entangled in the central battlefield with its enemies. The failure of the war in Song and Yin exposed Qin's weakest point to Huaxia's attacks. Not long after the southern conflict concluded, Huaxia's 4th Army began assembling for a daunting march northward. Among the nobles, Qin's patriarch was the most anxious. The fall of 4 states seemed imminent, and Qin wasn't about to be far behind. There arose an urgent need to recall their forces from the Central Front to block the impending northern advance of Huaxia's army. One more thing to consider is this. While focusing on the southern front, we must remember that the northern and central fronts are equally important. The enemy won't stay idle. Actions in the south mean potential actions in the north and the center. Coordinated action across the 3 fronts could spell disaster for us, Bowen said. Coordinated action across the 3 fronts. The words hung in the air as several lords mulled them over. Some instantly grasped their significance, while others were still pondering. Yes, if I were to set up such a grand plan, it would be a shame not to coordinate the 3 fronts, Bowen said solemnly as he looked at the star map. Therefore, restraining the Huaxia army's advance north by the Federal Qin Army is of utmost importance. If we fail to do so, the situation will be dire. Indeed, President Bao is correct, Song Ping nodded and said. If the Qin Army fails to stop the Huaxia army from advancing north, the consequences will be catastrophic. We'll either have to abandon the central defensive line maintained for years, as well as several provinces, or General Zhi Jiev, our main army, could be surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. This is indeed a time when we must unite to face all difficulties. It's hard to predict what challenges we will face in the future with wars in both the north and south, Bowen added. Both fronts can trigger this situation, but compared to the northern front, the southern front might offer better opportunities. However, that doesn't mean the Huaxia Northern Army won't act. When both fronts exert pressure, Shuzhou and Yongzhou, originally part of our central territory, will turn into battlefields. It's hard to say. We may soon face two separate wars on the north and south. After an extended silence, Bao flicked his burnt-out cigarette but into the ashtray and said, "Please instruct your generals and officers to arrange strong defenses and make necessary adjustments. For our mutual survival, I don't want to hear any news of failures, even though I've heard too much of it already." Understood. The 6 clan leaders shut off their communicators, restoring quietness to the presidential office. A moment later, Bao lit another cigarette, took a few puffs, and then remarked, "Alas, such incompetent fellows, but so be it." Bao continued, "Anyway, thanks for buying me some time. In the future, I'll claim back my losses double-fold. But they won't go to you. Nobles from now on should obey my commands." After speaking, Bao stood up, straightened his clothes, and left the office. He was escorted by his bodyguards to his car, which drove toward the spaceport. The hovering vehicle zipped through streets with various scenery flashing by. Bao gazed out the window, filled with anticipation, and said, "Sweetheart, please don't let me down this time." Chapter 143, The Trigger of War, Part 1. In the evening, Su Ming came alone to the command room. This command room still had only Xiaohoda by himself. Seeing Su Ming's arrival did not come as a surprise to Xiaohoda, who continued with his own work. "It has been so many days since the war ended, and you come to me now. I thought you might have forgotten about that thing you wanted to know," Xiaohoda said without looking back. Su Ming nodded, watching Xiaohoda, who was still buried in his work, puzzled and confused. Dealing with the aftermath of occupying the 5-star domains is quite troublesome. Before the appointed officials from the center gather here, there are plenty of things keeping me busy. When all of you were on vacation those days, I was incredibly busy, Xiaohoda said. "Can you take it easy after being busy?" Su Ming asked. No. Xiaohoda paused his work, reflecting for a moment before saying, "If I ever had time to relax, I would choose to meet her." Her? Su Ming asked curiously, then immediately remembered that Xiaohoda had once mentioned he was taken. "After completing these tasks, we also need to handle the new combat missions that will follow up, and I really want to find time to go back and see her," Xiaohoda said. "Seeing how busy you are, Commander, I won't bother you then," Su Ming said. "Su Ming, I know why you've come here. It's about Zhonghua, right?" Xiaohoda put down his work, turned around, and looked at Su Ming while saying, "You could review encrypted materials through your permissions. I suspect you've already done so. However, there are some things that only I know, which others may not be aware of. Honestly speaking, during those years, I was actually good friends with him." "Who?" Su Ming asked in confusion. "Yes, him. He is the father of an infinite number of primordial clones named Zhang Yaoyue from the Federal Army and Colonel Zhang Hengyue from our Huaxia Army," Xiaohoda explained. As Su Ming was about to ask more questions, he subconsciously blurted out, "Commander, don't you have urgent matters to attend to?" "Not a problem. I told you before the war that if you help me deal with this matter, I will reveal what you want to know. Now that you've come to ask me, I cannot renege on my word. Why are you interested in this event? Is it because of Zhang Hengyue?" Su Ming nodded. Xiaohoda turned around, glanced at the time, sat on the chair, tapping his fingers on the table incessantly, and began recounting stories from the past to Su Ming. "Do you know that once, Huaxia was able to fight head-on against the Ling clan? Do you know why, when the Ling clan retreated, the Federation rose up and quickly suppressed our Huaxia Republic?" Xiaohoda asked. "The Battle of Mingzhou, on paper, we defeated the enemy, but we also exhausted all of our national strength by engaging in this war. Many critical talents were lost, including General Zhao Hong, the restorer of Huaxia, and X-class ability holders capable of matching the Ling clan's strongest warriors. I was young back then, but I still experienced the brutal intensity of that war. Even though we won the war, we lost most of our resources. After Zhao Hong passed away, my father came out to address this situation. The biggest beneficiary of this war was the federal side. In the past, they were supported by the Ling clan and became tools of Ling clan rule. As the power of the Ling clan declined, they immediately turned traitors, establishing 7 scattered little countries. Among these 7 countries, only central China could rival Huaxia. But Huaxia, still recovering from the war, lacked the strength to unify these 7 states. All we could do was watch silently as 6 smaller states gradually consolidated into the Chinese Federal under the help of central China. Interestingly, it was a small intermediary force between Huaxia and the Federation that helped form the Chinese Federal, the Dawn Society. At that time, I had dealings with the Dawn Society. Their goal was to create a new unified power structure without resorting to war in the form of the Federation, the Chinese Federal, which was supposed to include our Huaxia Republic. We dismissed their plan outright, while some saw it as treasure. Through its influence and calling power at the time, the Dawn Society formed a cooperative relationship with central China, advancing the unification of the Chinese Federal. Thus, Huaxia inevitably faced a united Chinese Federal. However, wars in that era weren't something that just happened. Huaxia engaged in years of negotiations with the Chinese Federal regarding whether to join them. On the negotiation table, exchanges seemed friendly, but everyone knew these negotiations would bear no results. Huaxia secretly restored its strength, while the Federation quietly accumulated power, waiting for a legitimate excuse to launch a military operation. Under the Dawn Society's impetus, however, war did not break out so soon. Everyone anticipated that Huaxia would join the Chinese Federal, unifying the 32 stellar domains of the Greater China region without resorting to war or division. To reverse this unfavorable situation, we unveiled 2 critical pieces of intelligence. One was about the Chinese Federal, which claimed to seek peaceful unification but secretly prepared for war. The second was about internal members of the Dawn Society providing new military technologies to the Chinese Federal. Once these revelations were made public, the Dawn Society began to split apart, and the advantageous position of the Federal Army, which had collaborated with the Dawn Society, was no longer as strong. Peaceful unification turned out to be an impossible feat, and war became inevitable. However, this brief period of peace was precious for both the Federation and Huaxia. During these 13 years, the Huaxia Republic gradually recovered from the depletion caused by the Battle of Mingzhou, while the Chinese Federal completed its internal consolidation. The Constitution of the Federation was issued, transforming the Chinese Federal from a mere nominal entity into a political reality. With its immense scale, it developed to a certain level of power, reaching the point where war was now necessary. The Dawn Society had always served the Federation, and their philosophy ultimately led to the creation of the Chinese Federal. But after the establishment of the Chinese Federal, do you think there was still a need for the Dawn Society? Huaxia never required the philosophy of the Dawn Society. The Chinese Federal used its ideas to unify its internal forces, harnessing the residual influence of these ideals to consolidate its power and secretly accumulate strength. As for the Dawn Society, it had only one remaining purpose: to use its residual influence and reputation to give the Federal Army a legitimate excuse for war, making the campaign against Huaxia visible to all. That event naturally unfolded in the end. Xiahou paused thoughtfully before saying, "The Huaxia terrorist attack incident, also known as the Dawn Society terrorist attack incident." Chapter 144, The War Trigger, Part 2. 16 years ago, 1 year before the outbreak of war, the Dawn Society facilitated the construction of the Chinese Federation, but those who had hoped for a unified China without war did not find their aspirations realized within this new power. For 12 long years, the Chinese Federation made efforts towards the peaceful reunification of China, while the Huaxia Republic was condemned by the public for rejecting the Federation's goodwill. Until last year, when it was revealed by Huaxia that the Chinese Federation had secretly been preparing for war, the image of the Federation striving tirelessly for unity and peace crumbled in front of everyone. Another incident was that the Dawn Society provided the Federation with war technology, which led to the collapse of the monument symbolizing the Chinese people's desire for peace after the Human-Elf War. Zhang Tong's reputation became utterly tarnished, and the world's criticism of the Dawn Society led to its division. One faction continued to serve the Chinese Federation by developing war weapons, while the other worked to maintain the past image of the Dawn Society and kept striving for peace. Two representative figures emerged from the fractured Dawn Society. One was Zhang Tong, and the other was Professor Li. There was still room for reconciliation between the two sides until Professor Li disappeared after meeting Zhang Tong, which ultimately caused the complete split of the Dawn Society. A part of the Dawn Society remained steadfast to its own ideals, representing all the people across China's star domains who didn't want war to break out. With the loss of support from the Chinese Federation and escalating tensions between the Federation and Huaxia, the concept they upheld appeared increasingly absurd. The remaining diplomatic relations between Huaxia and the Federation were rendered meaningless because everyone knew that war was coming, and peace seemed farther and farther away. The voices supporting peace were silenced, drowned out by rising calls for war. When peace lost its value on the brink of an imminent war, the question wasn't whether the war would happen. It was only a matter of time and under what circumstances it would occur. The following year, Bianzhou, Mingyang City, inside a cafe, two men sat opposite each other sipping coffee. One was a scruffy man holding a cup of coffee while embracing a girl who looked underage. "Professor Zhang Tong, it's quite a feat just getting to meet you," said the young man, taking a sip of his coffee, with a sigh of helplessness. "General Xiahou, as you know, I am under surveillance by the Chinese Federation, forced to develop a new type of war weapon for them," said Zhang Tong. "By your words, did you resolve things with those monitoring you before meeting me?" Xiahou calmly asked. "Surely, you don't wish to be controlled forever." "Yes, my actions have clearly torn apart whatever relationship I had left with the Chinese Federation." Zhang Tong shook his head painfully and said, "The Federation will not do much harm to me, but I hope you can take my daughter away from here." "I wonder what thoughts now cross Professor Zhang's mind regarding your former ideals," Xiahou said helplessly. "Central China needs your strength to form a favorable Chinese Federation beneficial to them. But this Chinese Federation excludes our Huaxia Republic, or if our Huaxia wants to join, we must conform to the Federation's rules, set entirely by the Federation themselves. It's impossible for our Huaxia Republic to join such a federation. Truly regrettable that we in Huaxia could not prevent your actions back then. Fearful indeed. Facing numerous small states, although our strength has weakened, the situation is more precarious than ever. As you desired, the Chinese Federation that you once dreamt of establishing has come into existence. Yet this federation is far removed from the vision you had placed your hopes upon," said Xiahou. "Alas," Zhang Tong sighed and said, "I thank the Huaxia Republic for its broad-mindedness in accepting my humble request despite the grievances of the past. When I chose to collaborate with Baoan, I failed to consider his ambitions. Baoan is the president of Central China and now the president of the Federation, certainly no benevolent soul." Xiahou, looking at the little girl staring at him intently from Zhang Tong's arms, said, "Yet, your request feels almost like someone entrusting another with their final affairs. My worth is nearly depleted, and Baoan will not keep me, someone so unwilling to fall in line. After witnessing my life's work produce entirely opposite results, I am ready to accept everything," said Zhang Tong. "Dad," the little girl cried, hugging Zhang Tong's neck. "Dad, let's leave together this time. Don't stay there anymore, please." "My dear, Follow Uncle Xiahou back to Huaxia, alright? Daddy still has some things to take care of here. Once I'm done, Daddy will bring your little sister to see you, okay? Zhang Tong said softly while comforting the little girl. While soothing the little girl, he handed a chip to Xiahou De. Xiahou De took the chip and inserted it into his device, connecting to a video. After watching it, Xiahou De solemnly asked, I suppose, Professor Zhang Tong, if you go back, it'll definitely mean death for you. Why don't you do as your daughter says and leave with us? Zhang Tong shook his head and replied, no need. I have my reasons for staying here. Among the technologies that the Federal Army requires from me, there is one key technology that I've entrusted to you along with my little girl. Also, I think after you watch that video, you must know what the Chinese Federation plans to do next. Xiahou De remained silent. I am relieved that at least during my time on this earth, there is still peace in the world, Zhang Tong remarked. Xiahou De responded, the moment you close your eyes, that's when the war will begin. Zhang Tong kept quiet, just watching his daughter look at him reluctantly before pushing her firmly towards Xiahou De. Xiahou De picked up the little girl and was about to leave when Zhang Tong said, King 1, 2, perhaps this is something useful for your Huaxia. Xiahou De froze, turned around, and looked at Zhang Tong who still sat there looking weathered. He asked, if war is inevitable, wouldn't a powerful federation defeating a weak Huaxia end the war faster than the weak Huaxia defeating the powerful federation? People change. Zhang Tong paused briefly before continuing. During these years that I've been controlled by the Chinese Federation, I could feel Bao and's intentions changing. The Chinese Federation I helped establish symbolizes regression, and this regression is more frightening than sparking a war. In the future, I hope the Chinese Federation fails. I do not wish for its success because its success would become the root cause of countless wars in the future. I do not want him to achieve success. I hope all of you can bury him personally. Chapter 145, The Spark of War 3. Xiahou De left the city with the little girl, boarding a business spacecraft headed for Huaxia. This craft was actually the new model warship of the Huaxia military. As the point of outbreak neared, spy activities intensified on both sides. However, Bianzhou was too far from the capital of Huaxia. The little girl looked restlessly around at the unfamiliar surroundings of the business spacecraft, gripping Xiahou De's sleeve as she surveyed her environment. Don't worry, you're safe here, Xiahou De said, taking the little girl into the living quarters. He told her, Zhonghua, you just stay here quietly, and I'll take you away from here. Will you tell me if my father plans to return there? Upon mentioning that place, Zhonghua shuddered slightly, obviously indicating it wasn't a good place for her. Xiahou De remained silent for a moment before resting his hand on the little girl's shoulder and saying, I can't answer this question for you. Just stay here well, I'll take you somewhere safe. No, you must know something. You're hiding something. If my father returns, he will die. Show me that chip. Give it to me now. Zhonghua demanded. If you want to see it so much, Xiahou De said nonchalantly. I'll let you see it once we reach a secure place. After finishing speaking, Xiahou De departed from the room. As he exited the door, he instructed the two guards standing by it. Keep an eye on her. She's important to us. We cannot afford to lose her under any circumstances. Understood, they nodded in agreement. Having given instructions to his subordinates, Xiahou De then moved to a hidden cabin within the spacecraft, which turned out to be a command room. Inside were all sorts of instruments activated, yet no one was around. After entering the command room, Xiahou De sat down alone and activated the communication device, establishing a connection. On the other end was Xiao Feng, to whom Xiahou De said, My mission is completed successfully. Now it's about how to deliver the things I carry back home safely, after which we'll act according to plan. Understood, Xiao Feng replied. Xiahou De finished his call and then connected another line, reaching Dai Lingnan through celestial messaging. He stated, Teacher, as expected, the Federation will soon initiate a war voluntarily. Will they launch a war soon? Dai Lingnan frowned, asking, Do you have an exact timeline? Yes. Based on what I know, the Federal Army will use Zhang Tong as a justification for starting the war. Big events are going to happen soon, Xiahou De informed him. The Chinese Federation's powerful national strength puts us at a disadvantage in a war scenario, but conflict appears inevitable. In recent months, the Federation has been moving troops frequently, amassing them along our borders with the appearance of being ready to pounce. But the war hasn't begun yet. Presumably, they're waiting for the event you referred to. Dai Lingnan noted. A plausible excuse for war, Xiahou De said. But this meeting with Zhang Tong did allow me to gather some useful information. If I can return successfully, these pieces of information may assist us in handling unfavorable battle situations in the future, Xiahou De explained. Take care of yourself, Dai Lingnan urged. This war is coming fast. The gunpowder has already been laid, and once the fuse is lit, everything will spin out of control. This 13-year period of peace has truly been illusory. The people who fostered this peaceful atmosphere are nostalgic for the old Earth Union era. Unfortunately, the age of Earth Federation has long since passed. A new era of peace isn't shaped so easily, Dai Lingnan commented. Recently, I've been deeply impressed by the sheer size of the Chinese Federation, its strong national power and formidable military. Perhaps the overwhelming display of military might is making all the soldiers of Huaxia feel breathless. When war must come, we must overcome the first hurdle to create opportunities to defeat the Federation army. Once the offensive momentum is stopped, the inherent weaknesses behind their powerful front will emerge and become usable to our advantage, Xiahou De concluded. Holding up against the first wave of attacks will indeed be crucial then. Strike while the iron is hot. The second attempt weakens, and the third fails completely, Xiahou De added. Right, maybe the first wave won't fall under your watch. Dai Lingnan responded. Just make sure to withdraw safely back to us. while the side of Huaxia will be handled by our generals. Understood, Xiaohou confirmed. Several days ago, Fangzhou City, Combat Command Room. Baoan arrived here, brimming with confidence. The war planned over decades was finally set to begin. On the main display, fleets of various military districts and nations were arranged neatly. Dozens of top-grade federated warships were highlighted specially. Fortifications were linked extensively around areas bordering the Huaxia forces. An invincible military force, a massive fleet, and an awe-inspiring national power made Baoan eager to use them to flatten the Huaxia Republic. At that moment, the celestial message rang out. Baoan answered it, and on the light screen appeared his adopted assistant, Xia, recently sent to monitor Zhang Tong's movements. Whether it was assassinating Professor Li or coercing Zhang Tong to hand over the research results of Tian Palace 2, the completion of the tasks had greatly pleased Baoan. However, he brought back a piece of news that left Baoan extremely dissatisfied. Report for the president. This time Zhang Tong escaped from Dawnlight Society while we weren't paying attention. What? Baoan said in surprise, then turned angry. How did you handle this? Bring him back, and be sure not to attract too much attention. Yes, sir, Xia Ziliang replied. Damn it, just when everything was ready. You've managed to screw up like this. Baoan angrily said. 1 day later. Report for the president. We've brought back Professor Zhang Tong, Xia Ziliang said. Good. Continue with the plan, Baoan said, then hurriedly asked. Was Zhang Tong's daughter captured? Not found, Xia Ziliang replied. Damn. Baoan said furiously, then connected a celestial message to a team of Huaxia soldiers aboard a business spacecraft. Now that Zhang Tong is back, let's proceed with the plan. Understood, the Huaxia soldiers responded. Then Baoan said to Xia Ziliang. Issue orders nationwide to intensify checks at all checkpoints. Publish rewards in all cities, and make sure to bring this runaway little girl back. Understood, Xia Ziliang replied. Sitting in the command room, Baoan pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. A little girl entered Baoan's command center and approached him. Gently stroking the little girl's forehead, Baoan said, Yaiyue, would you like to visit your father? Zhang Yaiyue nodded and said, Yes, Uncle Bao, I want to go home and see my dad. Baoan kindly said, Good, Uncle will take you home. After speaking, Baoan took the young Zhang Yaiyue to the starport. Chapter 146, The War Trigger, Part 4. The luxurious spaceship carrying Baoan and Zhang Yaiyue took off for the Dawn Society. Inside the cockpit, the surrounding interstellar scenery swayed by. On the radar map, the spaceship was getting closer to the destination. Baoan looked lovingly at the joyful little girl and then quietly sat in his seat, watching the target destination grow nearer. Dawn Society's scientific research satellite station. Zhang Tong could be said to have surrendered himself rather than been captured by the federal military. Baoan's next plan had been discovered by him. He knew that if he came back, it would mean certain death, but he had no other choice. Instead of allowing Baoan to use all his efforts to capture them, he chose to attract Baoan's attention, allowing his daughter to escape. As long as Xiaohou could return safely, then, the conspiracy of the Chinese Federation to launch a war would not take long before it became clear and self-defeating. This satellite had already been modified by the Chinese Federation. There was no longer any room for Zhang Tong to operate here. The Dawn Society satellite station was like a small city. Here bore the dreams of Zhang Tong and everyone else. There were technologies beneficial to the nation and its people produced here, as well as cradles of warfare machinery. Now this place of their former dreams had become the cage, imprisoning them. Not only was Zhang Tong imprisoned here, but naturally many other former members of the Dawn Society were too. Just as Baoan had told them at last. Let you all reunite after death, just this once. No one outside knew about their situation here. People outside only knew that the Dawn Society still existed, maintaining its prestige, still symbolizing a milestone of peace. In times of impending war, people's hopes for peace still continuously gathered here in this now corrupted research institute. Because people knew that there was a group of scientists who loved peace here, they persisted in stopping wars, promoting national peaceful unification. However, people did not know that years ago, the Dawn Society had become a pawn placed on the chessboard by the Chinese Federation. The Dawn Research Institution stood as a monument in the hearts of the people demanding peace. Peace symbolized beauty, the peace people hoped for. The spaceship was getting closer to the satellite station of the Dawn Society Research Institution. The little girl sitting beside Baoan became increasingly excited, even leaving her seat to climb onto the space window for a closer look at the environment she had grown up in. However, no matter how hard she tried, the little girl couldn't get up. Baoan walked over and lifted the little girl up so she could get a closer look. The little girl excitedly pointed at the satellite, turned her little head to joyfully look at Baoan, and said, Uncle Bao, that is my home. Look, we're almost there. When we arrive, I'll have my father treat you properly. Yet what she saw was Baoan's shocked face. Puzzled, she asked, Uncle, what's wrong with you? Trust your uncle, don't look ahead. With a trembling heart, Baoan reached out to cover Zhang Yaiyue's eyes, but Zhang Yaiyue didn't let him and instead turned to look out the window. What met the little girl's eyes outside the window thoroughly stunned her. The originally peaceful satellite station, within its massive body, was flashing with countless lights, which gradually expanded. Powerful explosions kept building up one after another, until bigger explosions eventually destroyed the entire satellite body. The destruction of the satellite appeared so splendid to everyone inside the spaceship. No, no, oh, the little girl sobbed, while Baoan gently consoled the young girl. Huaxia has staged this terrible attack. None of us can forget this hatred. Remember this hatred, seek retribution from Huaxia army multiple times over. The federal army and uncle will support you. A terrifying attack destroyed the peace monument in the human heart. The intelligence of the terrorist attack spread across the world. All evidence of this terrible attack event pointed towards Huaxia. Huaxia destroyed the Dawn Society, destroying people's final hope for peace. In a short time, Huaxia Republic found itself thrust to the forefront of public opinion. Voices demanding that Huaxia surrender those responsible for this terrorist attack were continuous. Even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Chinese Federation criticized the Huaxia Republic at a press conference, branding it a terrorist nest. Almost instantly, Huaxia bore all the anger of this wave of public opinion. Small asteroid belt base station. Xiaohou barely escaped into this nearest base, with young Zhonghua. Is my dad dead? Is he dead? Upon entering the base, Xiaohou fell onto the command chair, gasping loudly. Zhonghua, crying aloud beside him. I'm so sorry about your father. Xiaohou looked at the tear-filled eyes of the little girl in front of him, not knowing how to continue. The frenzied crackdown by the Federation on Huaxia spies within its borders, as well as the hunt for Zhonghua, who was a missed catch, left Xiaohou feeling very awkward every day while carrying this little girl around. From Bianzhou to Mingzhou within the Federation's territory, escaping back became the biggest issue Xiaohou had to deal with. Suddenly, the little girl became calm, just standing beside Xiaohou and saying, "Thank you, Uncle Xiaohou, for protecting me along the way." Zhonghua also knew that to escape back to Huaxia, there must have been many losses in human lives from Huaxia, and Xiaohou endured countless pursuits. If it weren't for his promise to her father, why would Xiaohou take such a huge risk to personally come to take her away? But I heard crazy news circulating on the Skycom net. The satellite station of Dawn Society's Scientific Research Institute was destroyed, and my father lost his life in that terrorist attack event, which was planned by Huaxia Army. So, Zhonghua stood beside Xiaohou like a child who made a mistake. Didn't you want to see what your father gave me? Xiaohou asked. However, for some reason, when Xiaohou pulled out the chip, his heart trembled. He couldn't help looking at Zhonghua with hesitation, but finally handed it over. After a while, Xiaohou, who was resting, suddenly heard a snap, snap sound. Turning around, he suddenly saw Zhonghua tightly holding the Skycom device with both small hands. Her messy hair covered her face, hiding any expression. The Skycom device was crushed, scratching Zhonghua's small hand. Zhonghua's body was trembling continuously. Xiaohou came to Zhonghua's side and brushed away her disheveled hair. The previously delicate face now showed signs of great distortion, and her lively eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. At this moment, a pair of big hands rested on Zhonghua's shoulders, making her eyes clear again. Uncle Xiaohou. Zhonghua buried her head in Xiaohou's arms and cried bitterly. Xiaohou gently consoled her and then said, Zhonghua, remember, hatred is something you cannot forget, but it shouldn't be your only purpose. My dear, I will bring you to Huaxia. Chapter 147, War Trigger 5. The news of the terrorist attack on Huaxia, or more specifically the Dawn Society terrorist attack, spread like a storm. No matter how Huaxia repeatedly emphasized that it did not orchestrate this terrorist attack, it was all to no avail. The Zhonghua Federation viewed this incident as an attack by the Huaxia Republic on the Zhonghua Federation. Bianzhou, this core area, is intolerable for the Central Federation to touch, and has been deemed as off-limits. The voice of peace was completely drowned out, while the call for war dominated. To respond to this mainstream public opinion, the Zhonghua Federation soon after the terrorist attack opened the curtain on this warlike trend. Bowen led the patriarchs of the other 12 families towards the Federation's parliamentary building. Beside the newly constructed Grand Building, 11 powerful figures from the Federation stepped down from their hover cars and entered the Parliament building with their bodyguards. On the elevator climbing skywards, no one else was present. They could freely express their thoughts. It's still President Bao who has a mind. Nowadays, our national strength in the Zhonghua Federation surpasses Huaxia. The reputation of Huaxia smells rotten in public opinion, and the Zhonghua Federation holds the right to dispatch troops. Militarily, we have fleets blocking the sun. We now have the ability to swallow Huaxia at one go, thereby unifying the 32 star domains of the central Chinese mainland, creating a new era, and benefiting the descendants of our esteemed members, Song Ping said. That's natural, but we should thank the Dawn Society, which was dealt with by terrorists. Without them, would there be a Zhonghua Federation? Without them, where would we stand morally? Sun Shuo laughed. Humph, a group of idealists whose brains were muddled by scientific experiments. Since we've utilized them, why must we thank them? Ma Tong laughed. You are wrong. In the past, the situation was not as united as it is now. Compared with Huaxia, it was disadvantageous to us and made it convenient for them to defeat us one by one. Now, everyone is part of the Zhonghua Federation. On the contrary, it's the Huaxia Republic that finds itself in a perilous situation, Shimin Yong said. Then we should thank those stubborn people like Zhang Tong, too. Ma Tong laughed. It doesn't matter whether dead people deserve gratitude or not. Zheng Shuang said. Compared to this, I'm more looking forward to the war and the 9 provinces territories of Huaxia. Gongsun Rang said. The 9 provinces star domain is quite an enticing cake for us, Qian Ming said. Let's not talk about it yet. We need to win this war first, Gao He said. In less than a month, our federation will occupy the Huaxia Republic, Lu Hong said. After the Battle of Mingzhou, only 13 years have passed. Huaxia hasn't fully recovered its strength yet. If it were under the previous lineup of the Huaxia Republic, perhaps even the current Zhonghua Federation wouldn't be able to match it, Yang Song said. Even though we hold a short-term advantage in public opinion, we do have a disadvantage. The history of the Huaxia Republic stands as a unique positive resistance against the Ling race since the Earth United era, which gives them the moral high ground. While we only have small gains, Bowen calmly stated, then continued. But with just one determined effort, we can level Huaxia. The Federation and Huaxia are irreconcilably opposed. Only one can survive, Zhongtong a Zhongtong. If everything in the world could be resolved without resorting to war, then wars wouldn't exist in the world. But throughout human history, wars have never been lacking. After Bowen finished speaking, the elevator door opened, and the group gradually ascended to the upper levels of the parliament building, where they would formally declare war on Huaxia. Mingzhou, headquarters of Huaxia Army. The main screen displayed Bowen eloquently addressing the federal parliament building, discussing the words of declaring war, igniting fervent resentment among the seated generals. We have consistently adhered to the war against the Ling clan until now, yet suffer such unjust accusations. Instead, the Zhonghua Federation, which started and ended the Human-Ling War, turns around and seems to be in the right. Huaxia suffers such false charges, we cannot abide. If the Zhonghua Federation insists on war, then let there be war. We're not afraid of the Ling clan, so why should we fear these cowards from the Zhonghua Federation? Each general expressed their grievances angrily. Xiahou Jing looked around, and then said, I believe you have all seen that the Federation has declared war on our Huaxia. As the Huaxia army, we naturally fear no adversary, even if they outnumber us tenfold or 100-fold. We must fight till the end, fight to the last drop, making the Zhonghua Federation understand that Huaxia, which dares to challenge the Ling clan, still exists, and we do not fear war, confronting the aggressors. Confront the aggressors, the generals repeated Xiahou Jing's words. The clean will naturally be clear, and the turbid will naturally be turbid. Time will give us justice. What we need to do is defeat the Federation army, defeat the Central Federation army, and reunify China, Tang Yongtao said. Reunify China. The generals repeated Tang Yongtao's words. The Central Federation does not represent everyone's interests. It does not represent Huaxia and should be eliminated by history. Huaxia cannot tolerate the existence of the Central Federation and cannot sit idly by as our compatriots are oppressed by aristocratic families under the rule of the Central Federation. We must liberate our compatriots, Zhang Guoziu said. Liberate our compatriots. The generals then repeated what Zhang Guoziu had said. When the federal president finished reading the declaration of war, the federal army on the border between the Federation and Huaxia began to take action. With such a large military force amassed at the border, ready to strike, and then comes the terrorist attack incident involving Huaxia, followed by a declaration of war. This excuse seems awfully timely, as if they already knew this terrorist attack would occur. Dai Lingnan sarcastically remarked while looking at the main screen, where the federal fleet began moving at the Huaxia Federation border. But I guess you people from the Federation haven't considered that in war, being powerful doesn't necessarily mean victory, and being weak doesn't necessarily mean defeat. And wars always start easily, but stopping them proves difficult. Since you've decided to solve the problem through war, our Huaxia army is ready to see it through. The destruction of the Dawn Research Satellite Station shattered the peaceful 13 years, and President Bao's declaration of war from the parliament building marked the beginning of the war between the Federation and Huaxia. The war between the Federation and Huaxia did not end in 1 month as Lu Hong had predicted. Rather, just as Dai Lingnan had said, strength does not guarantee victory. Weakness does not mean inevitable failure. Starting a war is easy, but ending it is difficult. To date, the war between the Federation and Huaxia has lasted for 15 years. That's about all I can tell you. Xiahou De said. Thank you. Su Ming replied. It's not late. Let's all go back and rest. There will be new combat missions coming up soon. Xiahou De said. The Battle of Shuzhou? Su Ming asked. You can think of it that way, but whether or not we capture Shuzhou is irrelevant. Our mission is to annihilate the Federation fleet. Xiahou De chuckled. Chapter 148. The Central Front Situation. The 32 star domains of the Chinese Federation were divided into 32 administrative zones in the Starry region, where China was located during the Earth United Age. These star domains were further divided into several star zones, namely, Central Star Zone, Western Star Zone, Southern Star Zone, Northwest Star Zone, Northern Star Zone, and Southwest Star Zone. Among them, the Central Star Zone included Yongzhou, Shuzhou, Chaozhou, Qingzhou, and Liangzhou. The Southern Star Zone included Qinzhou, Fangzhou, Azhou, Dingzhou, and Dai Prefecture. The Northwest Star Zone had Tongzhou, Hangzhou, Jingzhou, Dengzhou, Pingzhou, and Yongzhou as 6 star zones. The Southwest Star Zone encompassed Bingzhou, Ganzhou, Taizhou, Lingzhou as 4 star zones. The Western Star Zone included Yuzhou, Fengzhou, Yuanzhou, Mingzhou, Hangzhou, 5 star zones. The Eastern Star Zone had Bianzhou, Bazhou, Chongzhou, Yinzhou, 4 star zones. The Northern Star Zone comprised Tanzhou, Zhengzhou, Daozhou, 3 star zones. The northeast and southeast directions belonged to the Salasaga Federation and the Petros Federation. The northwest and northern star domains are not connected. The only entry point into the central star domain from the northwest is through Jingzhou. The southern part is a narrow strip leading directly to Shuzhou. The current situation of the Chinese Federation includes the possession of 3 northern star zones for eastern star zones and 5 central star zones for a total of 12 star zones. The Huaxia controls 6 northwest star zones, 5 western star zones for southwest star zones, and 4 southern star zones for a total of 20 star zones. Both sides have 5 major armies. On the Huaxia side, there are fleets numbered 1 through 5, whereas on the federal side, the forces consist of 3 central armies and 2 national armies. In the north, the line between Jingzhou and Yongzhou sees the 5th Army of Huaxia pitted against the 5th Central Army of the Federation. The Central Front spans across the extensive areas of Kaizhou, Qingzhou, Liangzhou, Fengzhou, Yuanzhou, and Hangzhou, with these 6 star zones having become battlegrounds that constantly ebb and flow. Within the Federation's central star domain, Qin's territories lie in Chaozhou, Qingzhou, and Shuzhou. Meanwhile, the central Chinese territories within the same zone lie in Yongzhou and Liangzhou. In the true North Star zone belonging to Chu territory are the 2-star regions of Zhengzhou and Daozhou. On the Central Front, the battle lines between the 6 star zones interweave densely, resulting in constant warfare. Before the Great Change of 2 years ago, the Federal Army generally advanced while the Huaxia Army resisted. However, after this change resulted in the loss of the Northwest and Southern Star zones, the Central Front now has given the Federation's military some strategic hesitation. The Federation's core force pressing on the central battlefield consists of 4 armies. The Yongzhou Army does not count among the Central Front line, but serves as an emergency mobilization in response to the Northwest transformations. On the Federation's central line are 4 armies. The 1st Central Army, led by Colonel Bao Yu, stationed in the Liangzhou Star Zone. 3 star zones more to the north, originally composed of 12 fleets, 2 of which were sent away previously in an unsuccessful rescue attempt for Song and Yin, subsequently guarding the key passageways of Shuzhou and the southern front under orders from Federal Qin temporarily. The commander of the 2nd Army is Ma Honggang, overseeing 12 fleets stationed in Chaozhou of the Qin Star Domain, supplied by Qin. Qin's defense requires 7 fleets due to its heavy demands, while Chu has 5, both simultaneously stationed in the southern front's Qingzhou, headed by Colonel Liu Ying for Qin and Colonel Ximen Kong for Chu. Stationed at Yongzhou for the Federation is the 3rd Army with 8 fleets, led by Commander Gao Min. Huaxia also boasts 5 main corps. The 4th Army deploys 13 fleets along the southern frontiers, while the 5th Army stations 12 fleets along the northwestern Jingzhou line. On the central battlefield, the 1st Corps stands off against the Federal Central Army in Fengzhou and Liangzhou. Its commander-in-chief is Grand Marshal Xiaohuda, commanding 12 fleets. The 2nd Corps of the Huaxia Army comprises 8 fleets, commanded by Tang Yongtao, who faces off against the Qin and Chu joint armies in Hangzhou. The 3rd Corps, led by Zheng Guoziu, commands 9 fleets stationed in Yuanzhou, opposing the Federal Army's 2nd Corps. After results emerged from the southern battlefield between the Federation and Huaxia, there was a shift in national strength, yet the military power disparity remained inconspicuous between the two. Comparing forces, the Federation's army is slightly weaker but not drastically so. However, both the Federation and Huaxia understand one crucial point. Losing the southern front makes Shuzhou the softest underbelly of the Chinese Federation. The Central Corps of the Chinese Federation face threats from both the south and north, with the threat from the south being most severe. For the Federal Qin, Shuzhou is a vital area because it is the capital of Federal Qin itself. The 2-star zones of Qin became frontlines early on, and only Shuzhou was previously considered a stable rear base. However, the failure of the southern front left the Liu family ruling Qin extremely anxious. All 3-star zones have turned into frontline battlefields, especially Shuzhou facing the threat from Huaxia's 4th Army, a force numbering 13 fleets, an ever-present thorn in their throats. In fact, the weakness of Shuzhou is not only a fatal threat to the Qin state, but also to the Chinese Federation. Once Shuzhou falls, the 4 main corps on the central battlefield, along with the Yongzhou Corps in the Yongzhou area, will be caught between 2 enemies and lose tactical options. If the combined forces of the 4th and 5th armies take Yongzhou and seal off the line connecting Yongzhou and Shuzhou, then the 4 major corps of the Chinese Federation will become fish in a barrel. This is the situation that decision-makers of the Chinese Federation do not want to see. After the Federation conference ended, in Shuzhou City, at the Liu residence. Ever since Liu Hong received the news of the failure of the southern front involving the states of Song and Yin, he could neither eat nor sleep well. He knew that if his state of Qin were to fall, the Chinese Federation would follow shortly thereafter. For the Chinese Federation, losing both the northern and southern battlefronts is truly fatal. It's like the Huaxia army has planted sharp daggers at both our head and tail, and we can hardly guard against it. Liu Hong said after concluding the Federation conference. He immediately activated the space communication system, connecting with Liu Ying, the commander of the Qin State Army stationed at the front lines. Liu Ying was notably different from other national military commanders. She was an exceptional female general and one of the most beautiful flowers in the Qin military. As Liu Hong looked at Liu Ying's youthful face, he couldn't help but sigh. It was unfortunate that his own son wasn't capable enough, leaving their nation's army under the leadership of a woman. But no matter what, Liu Ying remained his daughter. After establishing the connection, Liu Ying spoke. "Father, is there something this time? The Federation conference has concluded, and the outcome is for the Qin State Army to return to Shuzhou to defend against the threat from the southern Huaxia forces," Liu Hong said. "Right, retreating back is naturally necessary, but whose forces will fill the gaps in the lines we leave behind?" Liu Ying asked. "The Federation conference decided that our Qin State Army would retreat to defend Shuzhou, while Qingzhou's fleet would be reinforced by units from the more available Second Army of the Federation," Liu Hong replied. "I understand. The Qin State Army will quickly withdraw to Shuzhou," Liu Ying said. In addition, the 11th and 12th fleets of the Federation Central Army, those previously dispatched to rescue Song and Yin in the south, are now temporarily under our command, including the 7 fleets of our Qin State fleet. "Do you believe we have the capability to secure Shuzhou?" Liu Hong asked. "Yes," Liu Ying responded. Chapter 149, Kill. Headquarters of the Federal Central Intelligence Agency, New Dongjing Fortress. The transport ship brought Bao into this fortress spaceport. When he disembarked, Xia Ziliang had already been waiting for Bao for a long time. Xia Ziliang, I don't intend to bench you this time, Bao said as he looked at Xia Ziliang. Take the fleet station here and go support the Qin State Army of the Federation in Shuzhou's southern front. With your record over the years, it's enough for you to become a vice admiral leading a fleet. Follow President's instructions, Xia Ziliang replied. Bao didn't say anything more and instead walked together with Xia Ziliang and Zhang Yaiyue into the deeper parts of the fortress. The continuous pressure from Huaxia forces has indeed brought me some benefits. At least, the other families have realized that if they don't unite, each harboring their own interests, they will eventually be swallowed by Huaxia, losing their positions in the Chinese Federation, Bao chuckled. The president speaks wisely, Xia Ziliang respectfully responded. Especially the Qin family, surrounded on three sides. Now is the time when unity is most needed, but we merely need to push them along. Bao laughed as he and Xia Ziliang entered the elevator together. As for Chu, not at the front lines, and with its borders peaceful, it seems to have different plans regarding this war, Xia Ziliang remarked. If our country and the Qin state were to perish in this war, so would Chu. There can be no eggs left intact when the nest is overturned, Bao said. There's no need to worry about Qin and Chu. The key is how to respond to this war next. Although we have united hearts now, alas, these people only think of me, the president, when they face extinction themselves. Once the situation calms down, they'll return to seeking their own profits. Bao continued. The families are strong, but they don't listen. That's the problem. The challenge lies in how to make these families work for me. Make the families work for you. Xia Ziliang pondered. At this critical moment, they will obey me. Once the crisis subsides, I must ensure they continue to heed my orders, Bao grinned. If they're disobedient, I wouldn't mind replacing some families. General, aren't you also from a noble family? Xia Ziliang asked, puzzled. Ho ho, the rest you do not need to know. Let's focus on how to weather this crisis, Bao replied. Ah, Xia Ziliang nodded. Upon reaching the corridor where only Bao was allowed to enter, Xia Ziliang stopped his steps, watching as Bao went inside alone. As the president of the Federal Army, Bao's conflicts with the noble families had already been known to Xia Ziliang for years. Bao wanted to surpass the families, while the families strove hard to expand their influence, resisting Bao's control. Last year, the Wei and Central China conflict became especially obvious, allowing Huaxia to benefit from the discord between the rivals. Central China and the 6 federations underwent heavy losses during these 2 years of war, leaving only 2 federations among the original 6. This indirectly strengthened Central China's control, though the cost was clear. Internal consumption led to external gain for Huaxia. Under such pressing circumstances, the Federation could maintain a semblance of unity under external threats. But judging by what Bao mentioned, it seemed after overcoming this difficulty, he would aim to completely submit the Federation to him. Watching Bao leave, Xia Ziliang couldn't help but sneer. The premise being, how to solve this predicament. Among the families suppressed by Bao and using the Chinese Federation, he was building his own force, using prime stones to clone people and forming a notable army of prime stone ability users loyal to himself. The main task of the Central Intelligence Bureau was, ironically, monitoring even his own internal power network. Walking into this semicircular area, there were more girls submerged in many nutrient tanks compared to just months ago. When Bao reached the center, glancing at the data indicating new members, the mechanical display showed. Totally generated 1451 new individuals. Sinkers produced with the host amount to 2. 1451 Class A mental ability bearers. Dispose of all individuals except the eligible ones, Bao commanded. Subsequently, some of the girls submerged in the nutrient tanks, alongside the rapidly rotating fluid, dissolved into blood foam, and were ultimately expelled from the tanks. The empty tanks refilled with green nutrient liquid once again. After dealing with these matters, Bao tremblingly approached the nutrient tank at the center. He gently touched through the glass pane the girl submerged in the green liquid, and said, there are only 2 left. It's been half a year, and there are only 2? How much longer, then, do we need to wait? At this moment, the girl opened her eyes, looked at Bao and excitedly stretched out her hand, only to be blocked by the glass pane. Uncle Bao, when can I go out? Zhang Yaiyue asked with anticipation. Soon, soon, after the war is over, Bao replied. How much longer will it be? Zhang Yaiyue inquired. Bao looked up at the nutrition tank, where a red word was displayed, SSS. Soon, soon, Bao said, his throat moving. That's great. I finally won't have to stay here anymore, Zhang Yaiyue said, placing both hands on the glass pane. You must also make an effort, Bao encouraged. The Huaxia army is too strong. If you don't work harder, the Federal Army, including Uncle Bao, might be killed by Huaxia. But don't worry, even if I die, I won't let Huaxia touch you. That can't happen. No, I won't let Huaxia succeed. I'll work hard, Zhang Yaiyue vowed. That's right, Bao agreed. Uncle Bao, I have a question, Zhang Yaiyue asked. Why is my sister in the Huaxia army? Didn't you tell me that my family all died? Why did she join the Huaxia army? Bao spoke kindly. Yaiyue, be good, don't be deceived. Your sister couldn't possibly join the Huaxia army. That's not your sister. It's just a fake created by Huaxia to confuse you. But, why does she look so much like my sister? Zhang Yaiyue hesitated. And why did she join the Huaxia army? Be good. 15 years ago, we witnessed you and your sister die in a despicable terrorist attack carried out by Huaxia. Your sister could not have defected to Huaxia's side. Moreover, Bao continued. If your sister joined the Huaxia army, it would mean she forgot her hatred and betrayed you. What should you do if your sister appeared before you as part of the Huaxia army? Kill. Zhang Yaoyue's eyes narrowed as she replied. Baoan smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 150, The Three Armies Parliament. Qingzhou, the Federal Qin State Military Operation Command Center. Lu Ying entered a spacious room that was internally empty. After a moment of projection, 4 generals appeared in the hologram. These 4 individuals were Bao Yu, the Commander-in-Chief of the Central First Army, Ma Honggang, the Commander of the Central Second Army, Gao Min, the Commander of the Central Third Army Group, and Ximen Kong, the General of the Federal Chu State Army. The war hasn't even started, but we already have people being extremely pessimistic about our Central Front, said Bao Yu. Because in the upcoming war, we must find someone to fill this gap on our southern battlefield. We cannot expect the Huaxia army to overlook this, because their target is precisely our weak area. How do we plug this gap? In the short term, we don't have enough additional military forces to deal with the enemy in the southern star domain. We can only divide our forces, originally responsible for 2 fronts, into 3 parts to defend all lines, explained Bao Yu. We absolutely cannot abandon the Shuzhou line. If we do, the Qin state will fall, and the Federation will be in danger. Therefore, we must distribute part of our forces to handle the enemy at the Shuzhou front. I believe everyone knows the result of yesterday's federal meeting. The Qin army must move south to defend against the Huaxia army, said Bao Yu. The result of dividing our forces means that on this front where our forces are spread thin, we can only play defense. Our military strength isn't enough to respond to the Huaxia fleet. Moreover, after the Qin army departs the southern line, only the Chu fleet remains, making it the weakest link in our central battlefield. To make up for this deficiency, we have decided to mobilize part of the Second Army from the Chaozhou Star Domain, which has the strongest forces, to cover the gaps in the southern line, added Bao Yu. Doesn't this put us at a disadvantage, entirely on the defensive? Asked Ximen Kong. You're right. Given the current situation, we are besieged on 3 fronts by formidable enemies. How can we maintain our defenses while launching an offensive is hard to achieve, Bao Yu said regretfully, shaking his head. After all, we have lost on both northern and southern fronts. There's no blame to lay elsewhere. We can hold the line as it is, but does that mean there's no opportunity for victory ahead? Asked Ximen Yong. How long must we sustain this kind of warfare without any hope of victory? No, we can endure. President Bao once said that with ample time, we could turn defeat into victory, replied Bao Yu, albeit helplessly. Ha ha ha, talk is cheap. I don't see any chances of victory anymore, said Ximen Kong. In that case, what else can you do? Bao Yu looked at Ximen Kong and said, such complacent words coming from a commanding officer of one of our armies? Or do you think since your Chu State army is positioned behind the Huaxia forces and not yet directly threatened, you take an ambiguous stance towards this life and death conflict? Questioned Ma Honggang. Bao Yu helplessly looked at the commanders along this front. Even at this point, the Chu State army maintained such a passive attitude towards the war. Clearly, they hadn't realized the peril they faced. Should one fall, all would perish. Although the Chu State may seem unrelated to the front line now, it's different compared to before. Once we lose, your Chu State becomes the front line. The Chu State cannot stand aside. Surely you understand that logic, said Bao Yu. Though using the Chu State army to guard the Qin Star domain may feel inappropriate, you need to consider that if Qin survives, Chu will be secure, but if Qin perishes, Chu will surely face peril. Whether the battlefront holds or falls directly relates to Qin's survival, and also ties to the fate of my central China and your Chu State. In this critical time, there can be no laxness, warned Bao Yu. Ximen Kong turned pale then red with embarrassment and finally said, my apologies to my esteemed fellow generals. What I previously said was wrong. But Ximen Kong only wishes to confirm one thing. Can this war continue? And can we still achieve victory? This war cannot go on forever. The result will either be victory or defeat. Are you suggesting that your expectation is for our failure to end this war? Bao Yu retorted. The outcome will be either failure or victory. Although things are not in our favor now, the war is just beginning. Do not easily declare defeat and shake our determination to win. Until now silent, Lu Ying spoke. Please accept my gratitude to the Chu State Army for helping to defend within the borders of my Qin state. As long as Qin does not become a Huaxia territory, Chu will not face Huaxia's threat. With a great enemy before us, we should all unite and overcome this crisis together. I understand, said Ximen Kong. General Lu Ying, the defense against the 4th military pass of Huaxia is crucial this time. If we succeed in holding it, the front line will be maintained, and we will have the opportunity to plan a counterattack in the future. However, if the departing army corps fails, then the whole situation will unravel. The fall of the Qin state will endanger the entire Federation. Do you understand? It is imperative that you hold the position at Shuzhou, Bao Yu said. I understand, Lu Ying said. General Ma Honggang must deploy the fleet before the Qin army departs to fill the gap left by the departing forces. Be sure not to give the Huaxia army any chance during this period. Bao Yu pointed to the star map as he spoke. I understand, Ma Honggang said. Ximen Kong should be well aware of the stakes. Qingzhou's front line is defended by Chu's main force. Our only goal here is to defend. There must be no losses, Bao Yu said. I understand, Ximen Kong replied. Finally, although it doesn't belong to my central battlefield forces, still, Bao Yu turned to look at Gao Min and said, General Gao Min, our south line is currently our top priority issue, but the north line poses a hidden concern. I am aware of that. When the southern Huaxia army makes a move, it is possible that the northern Huaxia army will also act, Gao Min said. The loss of Yongzhou is just as threatening to us as the loss of Shuzhou. If we lose both, our army will be surrounded and annihilated by the Huaxia army. Moreover, Dai Lingnan of the 5th Group Army of Huaxia is even more difficult to deal with than Xiahou De from the south line. Any slip on our part will leave him no room for leniency, Yu said. The threats from the north and south, combined with the pressure on the central line, I can already feel everyone's burden before the war has even begun. But remember, as long as we hold the lines, there is an opportunity for victory. If we cannot maintain the lines, then victory is out of the question. Bowen reflected for a moment and said, the focus of this operation is to ensure that the enemy is repelled along the Shuzhou front and that the enemy's advances are blocked along the Yongzhou and central lines. That is all. Now let's start planning the next steps for the operation. Chapter 151, The Contest for Shuzhou, Part 1. Fangzhou City, 4th Army Headquarters. After the southern 5-star systems were stabilized, once the Huaxiao army no longer needed to maintain a stable front line, preparations for a new war began in earnest at the headquarters. Huaxiao's parliamentary resolution has been issued, requiring us to attack the enemy along the Shuzhou line. Before the Federation army realizes it, we have already taken control of the southern 5-star systems. As the rear during the conflict, Shuzhou now becomes a frontline battlefield. We naturally cannot wait for the enemy to prepare and strengthen their defenses on the Shuzhou line before launching an attack. That would be too disadvantageous for us, Xiahou De said. The Federation will not sit idle. They will swiftly deploy forces to defend Shuzhou. The time it takes for us to depart from our star systems and attack the enemy in Shuzhou is roughly the same as when Federation forces are redeployed from the nearby Qingzhou area. Thus, confronting the enemy is inevitable, but facing a federal army that has just returned home is better than dealing with one that has settled in, building fortresses everywhere, Xiahou De continued. Although that's true, the 2 fleets of the Federation occupying the South Line cities remain problematic if they choose to stubbornly resist. Xiahou De questioned, does anyone have a countermeasure? These 2 fleets trying to resist our attack would be like moths attempting to stop a cart, overestimating their own strength. This all depends on how the Federation chooses to act, Mi Ling responded after glancing at the star system map. Oh, please explain, Xiahou De prompted. Yes, the reinforcements sent back by the Federation to rescue the situation will definitely be mobilized from Qingzhou. In Qingzhou, there are Qin and Chu forces. But since Shuzhou is the capital of the Qin state, it is undoubtedly the Qin force that will return for reinforcement. When the Qin force returns to Shuzhou and sets up a defensive line to keep our army south, that's probably how it will play out, Mi Ling explained. Regardless of whether the Qin or Chu forces return, neither equals the Central China force. They're ultimately not from the same military faction. If there's an order given to them to hold firm and delay our advance, what does that imply? Mi Ling chuckled. That implies that our advance can be delayed while their reinforcements smoothly enter Shuzhou and construct a temporary defensive line, making it quite difficult for our army to launch an offensive afterward. Xiao Feng thought carefully before replying. The meaning of this order boils down to the Central Federation forces assigned, here, becoming cannon fodder. Their sole value lies in stalling our offensive long enough to provide time for their return. After all, once we attack, 13 fleets will undoubtedly go all out. How long can these 2 fleets hold? Mi Ling smiled. Imagine you're the commander of these doomed fleets. What would you think? Of course, I wouldn't like it, Xiao Feng replied. In that case, being used as discardable pawns by the enemy, why don't we use them as pieces on our own chessboard? Mi Ling asked. Reasonable. So, Xiahou De interrupted and unfurled a star system map. The projection showed the southern 5-star systems and the Federation Army's territory of Shuzhou, with Huaxia's 2nd Army 13th Fleet already prepared for battle. Our enemies are inevitably headed towards Shuzhou to confront our forces. Currently, there are only 2 thorns before us. According to General Mi Ling's point of view, if the enemy leaves these 2 corps here to stall our progress, then we will recruit them back and let them become vanguards of our Shuzhou offensive. Alternatively, if the enemy decides to withdraw these 2 fleets and merge them with the main force, it matters little. Our troops can immediately enter Shuzhou and capture strategic territories, seizing advantageous interstellar positions, Xiahou De summarized. After speaking, Xiahou De glanced around the room, looking over everyone present, saying, if there are no objections, let's move forward with planning our next campaign. All the generals nodded. Shuzhou star system is vast yet narrow. It stands as a major barrier between us and the northern regions. There are several critical star system locations within Shuzhou's domain that need to be secured. Holding these positions will enable us to radiate influence over at least half of the Shuzhou region, Xiahou De stated. Southeast Shuzhou, Xiao Feng mentioned. Exactly, Southeast Shuzhou. It's the easiest part of Shuzhou for our forces to influence. By claiming this portion of Shuzhou as our stepping stone into the central star regions, their minimum goal is likely not to lose the entire Shuzhou altogether. Let's start from this basis and swallow parts of Shuzhou. We don't aim to completely take over everything here. Securing a few key points means we'll consider at least half of Shuzhou ours, Xiahou De concluded. Luolin City, Fengyang City, Glory City, and Taesong City. All 4 of these cities, plus Mu City and Hushan City, which we must pass through, are major cities within the Shuzhou region. Controlling them would mean securing the primary interstellar routes in Shuzhou. Capturing these 6 cities will allow us to further control all interstellar routes radiating from Shuzhou's southeast sector. This way, we can gradually encroach on the southeastern star domain of Shuzhou and then infiltrate the Federation forces already entrenched in the region, Xiahou De explained. This is a more stable strategy, Commander. If we include a few more profit points, it would enable even broader control over Shuzhou, Mi Ling said. What I have mentioned are the most fundamental areas our army needs to secure. They serve as stepping stones for our entry into Shuzhou. Whether we proceed with aggressive expansion or step-by-step encroachment can be decided later, Xiahou responded. Shuzhou City, although capturing it might not guarantee holding off the entire Liu family from the Federation's Qin state stronghold, remains significant because Shuzhou City serves as the regional capital. Its status as the heart of Shuzhou means capturing it would symbolize direct targeting of key areas in the federal Shuzhou, Wang Lian remarked. Not appropriate. I believe it's inappropriate. The purpose we need to consider now is how to maximize benefits within Shuzhou before engaging with the enemy. Time is precious. In space warfare, taking key cities and fortresses is crucial. Shuzhou City is a super-large city with heavy defenses and considerable military force guarding it. Instead of devoting enormous resources and energy to capture this focal point, why don't we target other strategically important large cities? Mi Ling argued. We have 12 fleets at our disposal, and there are numerous valuable positions available for exploitation. While expanding our presence within Shuzhou, I agree with the commander's idea of using 2 cities as transfer stations entering from the 5-star domains into Shuzhou, alongside the 4 cities mentioned by the commander, whose control radiates sufficient stability for a solid foothold. Once these 6 points are secured, we can proceed methodically. Meanwhile, we should also leverage the power of resistance forces within Shuzhou. Su Ming, who was listening quietly, interjected. This approach is more reliable than seizing large swathes of territory upon entering Shuzhou and being unable to manage it effectively afterward. Chapter 152, Contention in Shuzhou, Part 2. As the defense line was taken over by the 2nd Fleet of the Federal Central Army, the Qin Army of the Federation withdrew from the front lines and urgently rushed from Qingzhou to Shuzhou. This joint fleet consisting of 7 fleets was moving forward grandly. Command room on the flagship Lu Feng of the 1st Fleet of the Qin Federal Army's Star Cruiser. Sister, we have received intelligence updates from the front lines that the Huaxia Army has already started its movements, waiting to launch. Lu Ming said, we're heading from Qingzhou to Shuzhou, so the Huaxia forces will inevitably also enter Shuzhou from the southern star domain. The war is bound to ignite in Shuzhou. However, as we can reach Shuzhou earlier, we can control more of the Shuzhou star domain and create a favorable situation. Indeed correct. Little brother, do you have any thoughts? Lu Ying asked with anticipation while looking at Lu Ming. Not sure if it qualifies as insight, but currently the 2 fleets of the Federal Central Army fall under our military control. While their positions aren't the only 2 channels entering Shuzhou from the southern line star domain, they are crucial pathways. Therefore, if Huaxia intends a large-scale offensive against Shuzhou, they would have to defeat these 2 fleets first to access Shuzhou. If we use the time they can buy us to rush into Shuzhou, our Qin force can stabilize the Shuzhou star domain faster, suppressing Huaxia's northward advance. How about this plan? Lu Ming proposed. Does this mean holding your position? Lu Hong furrowed his brows and asked. I am sorry. I have already given them the retreat order, instructing them to withdraw to the cities of Shuzhou and Tangshan. Why is that? Lu Ming questioned, perplexed. If we let them defend there, couldn't we gain more reaction time? We clearly have the manpower to hold off Huaxia, yet we're voluntarily retreating and allowing Huaxia into Shuzhou. If Huaxia unleashes an all-out attack, perhaps they could delay us for some time, or perhaps not, Lu Ming queried. How could they? Lu Ming responded. They should be taking orders from us. Don't you have command authority over their army, sister? That might be true, but what if instead of resisting the enemy, they join forces with the enemy to invade our Shuzhou? Lu Ming questioned. That should be impossible, Lu Ming replied. You treat them as cannon fodder for our benefit. They may retaliate exactly like that, Lu Ming sighed. After all, they were not originally part of our division. By using them as cannon fodder, how will the Federal Central Army perceive us? It's better to recall them and let them guard some critical areas within Shuzhou that we urgently need to capture. In future battles against Huaxia, possessing 9 fleets at least ensures that we are equipped to confront the Huaxia forces, Lu Ying concluded. I see, Lu Ming said. We must control the northern regions of the Shuzhou star domain, fully blocking all the routes available to Huaxia's expansion out of Shuzhou. Shuzhou is bound to become a battlefield. Thus we must sever every channel connecting Shuzhou to the outside world, systematically forcing the Huaxia forces back to the border lines. The command room on the flagship Xingming of the 1st Fleet of the Huaxia forces. Xiahou received 2 general space messages who had carried out reconnaissance missions on the cities of Mucheng and Hushancheng. According to their findings, both cities were unoccupied, allowing their fleets to subsequently take control of these 2 cities, thereby opening up the majority of entryways into Shuzhou. Su Ming, it seems the other side's general is willing to hand over these 2 city zones to us. This suggests preparations have been made for welcoming our arrival in Shuzhou. Xiahou stated. Yes, came Su Ming's voice on the space messenger device. Given that, he is a commander-in-chief and wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Xiahou smiled, continuing. There is 1 female corps commander in the Federal Local Army, Lu Ying. Her corps is entering the southern line from the central battlefield to greet our approach, known as the Qin Corps of the Federation. The Qin Corps of the Federation, Su Ming repeated. Colonel Su Ming, what are your thoughts on the Qin Army of the Federation? Xiahou questioned. Director, what do you think of the previously so-called Songyan states of the Federation? Su Ming countered. All 3 major star domains of the Federal Qin have turned into battlefields, supplying 3 corps within the star domains. The amount of materials required for those 3 corps far exceeds that supplied by either of the armies of the Federal Songyan alone. Xiahou said. The reason Qin was previously able to keep up with the supply is because Shuzhou is affluent. Located in the central star domain and far from the battlefield, Shuzhou connects to 8 major routes within the Huaxia territory. It's safe, with smooth and developed channels. All kinds of wealth converge here. The wealth of Shuzhou could sustain the operations of 3 corps on the front lines, undoubtedly making it a treasure trove of wealth. However, Shuzhou of the Federal Qin is now about to become a battlefield, Su Ming said. What you said might be highly effective in the long term, but the Shuzhou war will soon come to an end, Xiaohou said. After all, the midline battlefield needs me to wage a rapid war. If it's a swift war, then our advantage won't be as obvious. Since it's within Shuzhou, the enemy would have the home field advantage, Su Ming said. Xiaohou looked at the radar map in the command room as the first fleet sailed at high speed. The 5th Army of the Northern Line holding back probably also waits for the opportunity to break through the Federal Army's defense line and take control of Yongzhou, Xiaohou said. After all, if there's only my 4th Army doing the middle field massacre, how can we make it work? Once the Southern and Northern Armies seize Yongzhou and Shuzhou, they can cut off the retreat paths of the enemy's 4 corps and defeat them swiftly. But before that, we need to defeat the enemies right in front of us first, Xiaohou said. If the letter C in English turns into O, would the enemy be enclosed in a circle? Su Ming glanced at the star chart. At this point, the strategy is likely already clear to the enemy, like the lice on a monk's head. The Federal Army must have prepared early before our actions, just like the arrival of the Qin Army. What you said is correct, but knowing it, what can be done? Can the current situation be changed? Xiaohou asked. I don't know, Su Ming said. In the short term, the enemy faces threats on 3 fronts. Even if they can maintain the overall situation, how long can they keep it up? Su Ming shook his head and continued. Besides, we occupy 20 star domains, with stronger national power than the Federation. This advantage may not show in the short term, but it can end the war in the long term. Therefore, whether it's a protracted war or a short-term war, the fact remains that the failure of the Huaxia Federation in this war is inevitable. Don't rashly judge the outcome before the war ends, Xiaohou shook his head. After instantly occupying Hushan City and Mucheng, the Huaxia forces began entering Shuzhou. Chapter 153, Luing. Luolin City, Fengyang City, Rongyao City, and Tezong City are the 4 major county cities of southeast Shuzhou. Possessing these would mean that the entire southeast line of Shuzhou falls under the jurisdiction of the Huaxia 4th Army. Securing these 4 cities stabilizes their foothold in Shuzhou and opens up the possibility to further advance throughout Shuzhou, with the support of the 5 southern star domains behind them. Luolin City was attacked by Xiao Feng leading 3 fleets through a series of city assaults all the way to Luolin City. Fengyang City was led by Mi Ling commanding 3 fleets along the way. Rongyao City was attacked by Xiahou De leading 4 fleets, while Tezong City was under Wang Lian's military command. Given Shuzhou's vulnerability, the initial rapid attacks of the Huaxia forces caused various medium and small cities, as well as minor fortresses to surrender at the first sight of them. Just as things were going smoothly, Xiahou De received a celestial message from Zhao Pu of the Huaxia Central Intelligence Agency. 2 pieces of information. The Federation Qin Kingdom Army has begun entering Shuzhou territory. Additionally, 2 withdrawn Federation fleets have already moved into the defense line consisting of Shuzhou City and Tangshan City. Zhao Pu said, a line defending Shuzhou City and a line defending Tangshan City. Xiahou De looked at the star map and finally said, their approach is rather audacious. They aim to seal off all routes for our troops out of Shuzhou. Tangshan City, a key county city in the northeast, strategically aligns with Shuzhou to form a pincer movement. Its importance ranks just below Shuzhou City and Tezong City. Holding it means closing off the northeast route for the Huaxia forces leaving Shuzhou. The enemy is coming from the west, deploying 1 fleet to defend Shuzhou and another to guard Tangshan City. They probably intend to form a Shuzhou defense line using these 2 points against our offensive, Xiahou De pondered. However, if they think this alone can stop us, they're being far too naive. Xiahou De continued his commands within the bridge command room of the flagship, guiding the fleet toward the siege of Tezong City. Fengyang, Luolin, and Rongyao cities had already fallen one after another. Tezong City, the closest to Shuzhou City, was now just within reach. Although Tezong City was considered a major city, as a rear-line stronghold it lacked the proper defensive facilities to resist the Huaxia fleet's attack. It quickly surrendered. The fall of these 4 cities announced the Huaxia army's capture of the southeastern part of Shuzhou, securing their position in Shuzhou. However, the Federal Army reacted faster upon entering Shuzhou, swiftly seizing control over a large number of Shuzhou's star regions. The return of the Qin state's military reassured many influential families in the area, helping restore order to Shuzhou despite its partial loss. While Shuzhou lost some of its territories, the Qin army managed to restrict the Huaxia forces to only a corner of the southeast. Shuzhou City, the Liu family residence. Liu Hong did not retreat during the Shuzhou crisis. Instead, he remained in the provincial capital overseeing the whole situation. Although Shuzhou was prepared for a fierce battle, unexpectedly, the Qin military came to the rescue. Liu Hong reunited with Liu Ying and Liu Ming within the Liu household. Your arrival back here is truly a blessing. Liu Hong joyfully grasped both their hands and spoke. If Qin finds itself in trouble, naturally we must travel far and wide to come save our homeland, Liu Ying said, then unfolded the star domain map of Shuzhou inside the hall. When we returned, Shuzhou had 10 counties, but now only a few remain under our control. Shuzhou City remains on the front lines. I advise Father to withdraw the Liu family to the rear counties for safety, Liu Ying suggested. It's fine. I want to stay right here in Shuzhou City, Liu Hong replied. Four Shuzhou County cities have fallen into Huaxia's hands. Yet fortunately our troops secured their path out of Shuzhou. The strategic interdependence between Tangshan City and Shuzhou City can suppress Huaxia's advance. Building defenses along these two lines will establish a barrier against the Huaxia forces, Lu Ying stated. That is very good indeed, but even adding the Central Army's fleets, we only have 9 fleets total. Yet, we face the formidable Huaxia Fourth Army, Lu Hong helplessly added. Just pure defense shouldn't be an issue, but if talking about defeating the opponent. Lu Ying paused briefly before falling silent. This troubles you greatly, doesn't it? Lu Hong asked. We never anticipated Shuzhou becoming a battlefield, thus there are no fortresses or base defense lines established here. This makes the defensive pressure immense, Lu Ying explained. But Shuzhou City is different. Its defenses are fully functional, Lu Hong smiled. As long as we don't lose Shuzhou City, the whole region won't fall. Oh, clearly surprised by this, Lu Ying showed doubt and asked. Ha ha ha, Lu Ying, follow me and you'll see. Lu Hong invited him along. Lu Ying nodded and followed Lu Hong to the starport command center of Shuzhou City. After arriving at the commander's station, Lu Hong activated the holographic screens in front of him, which promptly adjusted the display on the main console in the room. A three-dimensional diagram of the overall structure and defense facilities of Shuzhou City appeared in front of Lu Ying. Lu Hong turned his head and looked at Lu Ying, who had a surprised expression on his face, and said, This is why I'm unwilling to leave Shuzhou City, because staying here makes me feel secure. In the past, I simply thought that Shuzhou City was just a massive trade city, but I never imagined its other side, that it's also a heavily armed military stronghold, Lu Ying sighed. Without an assault battleship, at least 2 fleets would be required to take over this place, Lu Hong said confidently. But the Huaxia Fourth Army has 13 fleets, Lu Ying replied after some thought. But you're here now, aren't you, my dear daughter? Lu Hong sat comfortably on the command seat with ease. That's true, but Shuzhou isn't just Shuzhou City, Lu Ying said. However, since Shuzhou's defense facilities are so reassuring, they won't be conquered easily. If so, then order the entire army to implement martial law in all cities and prohibit any celestial communication under no circumstances. Moreover, utilize all core fortresses and base cores from Tangshan City to Shuzhou City to establish defense points. The fleet should be divided into 2 defensive zones. One as the northwest defensive zone for Shuzhou City, and another as the northeast defensive zone for Tangshan City, Lu Ying said while picking up the celestial communicator to issue orders to her aide. The aide on the other end of the celestial communicator agreed, and Lu Ying continued. Additionally, put all personnel from the Intelligence Bureau on high alert and capture every spy related to Huaxia. Spare no effort in capturing them all. The aide twitched at the corner of his mouth and said, Commander, if we do this, it might not last very long. We need to fight Huaxia for the long haul. Obey my orders. Enforce martial law in all areas under our control, and cease all civilian celestial communications immediately, Lu Ying said. Well then, the aide said, Daughter, by doing this, we've certainly reduced the possibility of intelligence leaks, but the people underground may not be pleased, Lu Hong said. Lu Ying didn't respond to Lu Ming's words. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on the display showing Shuzhou City. Chapter 154. On the eve of battle. The Federation Army began to fortify the cities within its controlled areas and build fortresses along key routes. As time passed, the martial law imposed by the Federation Army gradually became effective. More and more intelligence personnel from Huaxia were captured, and the ban on the use of Tiansun made it difficult for Huaxia to obtain information about the movements of the Federation Army. After completing control over the 4 counties of Shuzhou, Xiaohoda and Zhang Liuan held a Tiansun meeting with various generals in Taisun City. Generals, in these past few dozen days, the Federation has been steadily advancing its defense fortification efforts and strictly enforcing martial law within its controlled areas. What are your thoughts on this? Xiaohoda said. The fortification of defenses is meaningless. Our army will launch an attack just as their fortifications are completed, Mi Ling said. As for the Federation implementing martial law, it is not a long-term solution. I assume they have short-term goals. However, once the defensive line from Shuzhou City to Tangshan City is established, it will block all of our northward advances, making future battles very difficult, Xiaohoda said. I think the Federation doesn't want us to know the details of the fortress line they're building, Xiaofeng said. By enforcing martial law, the Federation defends against our attacks while continuously improving the fortification works. This isn't something we need to fear, as our army has Lingxiu-class warships, Xiaohoda said. It seems that they really want to trap us here and draw a line that we cannot cross. But what's the point? The longer the delay, the more complete the Federation's fortifications become. Since our forces have taken root here, it's time to plan our next move. If the enemy is building fortresses, why don't we disrupt their construction projects? Xiaofeng said. Correct. The essence of the enemy's defense lies in the line stretching from Shuzhou City to Tangshan City, which also happens to be one of our primary targets, Xiaohoda said. Thus, our next step in our offensive plan against the Federation Army will be targeting these 2 cities. Launching a full-scale attack and capturing Shuzhou City and Tangshan City would mean taking control of Shuzhou, Xiaohoda said. Following this, the 4th Huaxiao Army deployed new combat strategies. Wang Lian's combined fleet and Xiao Feng's combined fleet were merged into Xiaohoda's fleet. Additionally, 5 fleets were added to the combined fleet under Mi Ling's command at Fengyang City. Taisun City, temporary headquarters of the 4th Huaxiao Army. Xiaohoda and Su Ming went to the operations command room together. Su Ming said, The Federation army is building defensive lines while imposing martial law in its territory. It appears there is some goal they wish to achieve in the short term. Martial law can't last indefinitely. It's clear that the purpose of constructing the defense line is to establish a southern Shuzhou line to isolate us. But the effect of this will only manifest after the line is built successfully. We cannot simply stand by and watch them set up the defensive line. Do they truly wish to erect a line to block our advance? They are determining the time when we will engage with them. Xiaohoda said. Constructing the defensive line becomes irrelevant the moment we strike out against them. Naturally, we won't sit idly by while they finish this line. So once we act, the war will begin. Shuzhou has been the rear battlefield for a long time, and the fortification facilities are far from complete. This is unlike Yongzhou with its many fortresses. Thus, attacking here would initially be relatively easy. But if the Federation transforms Shuzhou into a fortress, then we'll be facing a very difficult Shuzhou. For us, the sooner we take action, the better our advantages will be. This much they have likely determined. Su Ming asked. If establishing fortresses in Shuzhou helps confirm when we will launch an offensive, and knowing that means the beginning of war, how might the Federation arrange itself? In earlier wars, after the Federation started fortifying themselves, we would quickly launch an offensive to crush their defensive line, Xiaohoda said. If we do nothing when faced with their line, they'll truly construct a wall before us. Therefore, we must act and attack, as per their expectations. Now let's consider what plans they may have if we meet those expectations. Xiaohoda opened the star map in the operations command room and said, our army launches an attack. If we target either Tangshan City or Shuzhou City, it would certainly trigger reinforcements from the other side of the Federation army, since they support each other. However, our forces are sufficient to simultaneously attack both locations. By dividing our troops into two routes, one attacking Shuzhou City and the other attacking Tangshan City, the Federation will focus its military strength at these 2 points. Both routes possess significant military force. Cities within Shuzhou lack good defensive measures, so defenders at these 2 locations won't hold any major advantage over attackers. Xiaohoda finished speaking and then opened the star map of Shuzhou City. Shuzhou City stands at a strategic position along the space routes, surrounded by several asteroid belts that provide abundant resources. The routes behind it are controlled by the Federation, while the ones in front serve as our channels for an offensive, Xiaohoda said. The region around Shuzhou City is naturally suitable for constructing a fortress, but since it's not on the front line of combat between the Federation and Huaxia, the Federation hasn't yet turned it into one. Here lies the focal point for the Federal Army to transform it into a fortified stronghold, Xiaohoda continued. Shuzhou City is a must-capture for us. If it becomes heavily fortified, it will be much harder to conquer. Therefore, we must seize control of it before its fortification is complete. Su Ming nodded and said, if the enemy turns cities into fortresses, we'll strike during their early stages of fortification. This timing aligns perfectly with what the Federation Army has planned. But if they're aware of this timeline, what exactly are they planning? Launching an attack here before the completion of their fortifications won't be difficult, Xiaohoda said. If they're considering Jijiao Zhishu flanking strategy, then Fengyang City faces Tongsan City, which happens to be another direction of our attack. In order to stabilize both Shuzhou City and Tongsan City, they'll need to split their forces across 2 lines, and so will we, Taisun City and Fengyang City. By attacking Tongsan City to exert pressure on the Federation Army from one route, while another attacks Shuzhou City, making the latter our main target, we eliminate concerns over their flanking advantage. Xiaohoda explained. The Federation's plan to fortify Shuzhou aims to force us to launch an attack as soon as possible, which aligns with their expectations. So within the short period of martial law imposed by the Federation, Su Ming said. The Federation Army also seeks to resolve this conflict swiftly, Xiaohoda responded. Though we don't know their exact intentions, complying with their desired timeline for a decisive battle seems problematic, Su Ming stated. The Federation Army has given us a multiple-choice question. Either proceed according to their predetermined schedule or watch passively as they fortify Shuzhou, Xiaohoda said. But no matter how I analyze our chances of victory in this upcoming campaign against Shuzhou, we come out on top. It suits me fine that the Federation chooses now to confront us. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 155, Shuzhou campaign begins. After completing the control of the southeastern star domain of Shuzhou City, Huaxia's military forces were making preparations for their new combat objectives, Shuzhou City and Tangshan City. For the Huaxia army, Shuzhou City was the next star domain to capture. Once Shuzhou was occupied, any region within its borders could be easily reached, rendering all the Federation's efforts in Shuzhou meaningless. In Tezong City, 8 fleets of Huaxia were neatly arranged, heading off grandly towards Shuzhou City. Meanwhile, another fleet from Fengyang City was dispatched to take control of the Federation's Tangshan City. Not long ago, in the operations command room of Tezong City, all generals had been summoned here, and 5 major generals from another army were also projected into the room to discuss combat missions. Xiaohoda, with everyone assembled, directly began by saying, Shuzhou City and Tangshan City are our next targets. Once we seize these cities, we will make further advances and gain strategic dominance over Yongzhou, Xiaohoda said. Referring to Yongzhou, after speaking this sentence, Xiaohoda looked around and, seeing no objections, continued. The Federation's Qin Kingdom has 7 fleets, combined with 2 central Chinese armies, a total of 9 fleets. Our strength is superior to theirs. According to our intelligence, the enemy has placed 4 fleets in Tangshan City and 5 fleets in Shuzhou City, thus putting us at an advantage in terms of manpower. Therefore, before they fortify the federal cities under their control, we must fully capture their fortresses. Having said this, Xiahou turned his gaze toward Mi Ling and said, I am splitting my fleet into 2 teams. The 5 fleets of Fengyang City will be commanded by you, with full responsibility for capturing Tangshan City. Excuse me, Commander, what exactly does full authority entail? Mi Ling asked. Full authority means you have complete command of the fleet, Xiahou said. So organize the capture of Tangshan City while I oversee the capture of Shuzhou City, Xiahou added. Understood, Mi Ling replied. Upon this, the projections of the 5 generals left the command room. Xiahou then looked at everyone present and said, Next, let us deliberate on how to capture Shuzhou City. After speaking, he moved his optical computer, and before them appeared a 3-dimensional star projection map. This was a partial projection map of the Shuzhou star domain, where 2 city positions stood out prominently, Tezong City and Shuzhou City. Our territories controlled behind Tezong City will remain secure, and Shuzhou City remains our target. Shuzhou City is the new core of Shuzhou. Its importance need not be restated, Xiahou said. Our preparation is likely already known to the enemy. This battle cannot be avoided. If the losses are not dealt with now, it will cost us more later. From Tezong City to Shuzhou City, there are broad star routes with no significant ambush opportunities. This channel doesn't suit an ambush by the enemy. If they insist on fighting here, it would benefit our side, allowing us to reach Shuzhou City without fear of the Federation ambushing our troops. Our primary goal will be removing the fortress outside Shuzhou City, built upon the spiral-shaped asteroid belt surrounding Shuzhou City, where our attack plan involves this central asteroid belt area. Although the defense system of Shuzhou City has yet to be fully established, this natural asteroid belt provides a crucial defensive advantage that the Federation likely hopes to utilize for confrontation with us, Xiahou said. After speaking, Xiahou scanned the crowd, looking at everyone, and said, Therefore, all of you, we must take Shuzhou City in this battle. Understood, all the generals acknowledged. On another line, in Fengyang City's starport, an impressive 5-line fleet was sailing toward its objective, Tangshan City. The name of the Yuhuang flagship was transferred to Mi Ling's new seat ship, Sky Mother, and on its bridge command room, the holographic screens of 4 major generals floated before Mi Ling. General Mi Ling, I have a suggestion. After the battle on the Shuzhou front begins, the federal fleet stationed at Tangshan City will inevitably come to its rescue through the fastest route possible. Thus, we might first avoid attacking the city and instead intercept the fleet coming to Shuzhou City's aid. We can destroy the rescue force and subsequently capture Tangshan City in one go. What do you think? Major General Zhang Yang said. Shuzhou City is well fortified, even though its defenses are incomplete, making it difficult to conquer. As for Tangshan City, it is naturally less challenging than Shuzhou City. Do you feel our commander assigned excessive military power to this line of ours? Mi Ling questioned. Tangshan City has a defending force of 3 fleets, protected by the city itself, which makes it just right for the 5 fleets under our command to capture it. What exactly do you mean by excessive? Major General Zhang Yang responded. No, I have an idea. If this idea proves valid, using 5 fleets to capture Tangshan City will be overly wasteful, Mi Ling said. After speaking, Mi Ling ordered all the fleet commanders, saying, Order all light assault ships in our fleet to gather into a scale of 1 fleet as the vanguard and reach Tangshan City at the fastest speed. What do you mean by that? Major General Zhang Yang asked. Of course, it is the vanguard fleet to explore the enemy's reality. After finishing her words, Mi Ling unfolded a star domain map on the light screen before her, and said, There is a point for us to choose from the middle as our defense line. If I'm not mistaken, Tangshan City will easily fall into our hands. So we are going to take this route, Mi Ling said. Are you crazy? All the generals looked at the route marked out by Mi Ling in shock, asking, Do you plan to abandon capturing Tangshan City and disregard the assigned mission? No, we will still capture Tangshan City. If my guess is correct, we should take this route instead, Mi Ling said. You're courting death. I won't go along with you, an irate Zhang Yang said. Don't worry, General Zhang Yang. It's fine if you object to my plan, but there's one thing you need to be clear about. Commander Xiahou gave me command authority, so you have to follow my orders, Mi Ling said. The generals like Zhang Yang flushed red then purple, and then asked, What if your guess, General Mi Ling, turns out to be wrong? What will happen then? In that case, naturally, we would return to the original plan and attack Tangshan City again. How does that sound? Mi Ling said. Are you playing with the lives of my troops? Zhang Yang angrily asked. Just to verify your unnamed hypothesis, are you kidding? Humph, truly cannot understand why Commander Xiahou values you so much. But, General Zhang Yang, what if, just what if, my conjecture turns out to be right? Would it cause us excessive losses for that? Mi Ling asked. What can you possibly conjecture? Zhang Yang said disdainfully, then glanced at the star domain map, his eyes instantly becoming serious as he suddenly said, General Zhang Yang admits defeat and will obey orders. Other generals were taken aback by Zhang Yang's change of attitude. In the joint fleet led by Mi Ling, a small, unobtrusive ship formation was rapidly traveling, breaking away from the large fleet toward the designated route. Chapter 156, the initial phase of the Shuzhou campaign. Shuzhou City, Command Center. The warning sound echoed throughout the entire command room. On the main display screen, the liaison officer reported that all of Shuzhou City had entered a level 1 alert status. Lu Ying led the fleet admirals of the 5 fleets behind her to the command center, and the liaison officer immediately reported. Report to General Lu Ying, the Huaxia army has moved. Within our wide area radar scanning range, the Huaxia army has split into 2 lines and entered our alert perimeter. Which two lines? Lu Ying asked. One line is heading towards our defense of Shuzhou City, and the other line is attacking Tangshan City, said the liaison officer. Inform me of the enemy's military configuration, Lu Ying said. 8 fleets on the Shuzhou front, 5 fleets on the Tangshan City front, said the liaison officer. This. The 4 generals following behind Lu Ying panicked immediately. They've mobilized all their forces. The Huaxia army has mobilized all their forces. What are we going to do? Lu Ying, with her gloved hands clenched tightly, gazed at the 2 enemy formations on the main host screen, then turned around to ask the generals behind her. Why are you panicking? If I hadn't known in advance that the Huaxia army would attack, would I have gathered all of you here? Lu Ying said. Next, there will be a fierce battle. Without even this mental preparation, how can any of you deserve to be the general of the federal state of Qin? The 5 generals behind bowed their heads in acceptance of reprimand, awaiting Lu Ying's next command. After finishing her speech, Lu Ying surveyed the entire command room, and her gaze lingered on the main host screen before asking, Gentlemen, 13 Huaxia fleets are approaching. We have 8 fleets here. Do any of you gentlemen have a strategy for defending against the enemy? The star routes are vast and not a good place for an ambush by our central force. Instead of intercepting the enemy halfway, I believe we should hold our ground firmly at Shuzhou City. With our defensive advantages, perhaps paying a certain price could make the enemy retreat, one general proposed. If so, doesn't that mean we're giving up on the fortresses and defenses established on the outskirts? Another general rebutted. Defensive lines under construction would then be easily abandoned. In that case, it might as well have been better not to waste resources building them in the first place. Do any of you gentlemen understand the concept of the best defense being a good offense? Lu Ying asked. Are you, Commander, suggesting to intercept the Huaxia army along the midline? One general questioned. No, we'll continue with the usual operations and deploy our fleets at advantageous positions ahead of the Shuzhou City spaceport. Even though Shuzhou's defenses aren't fully complete, they can still provide assistance to our army, Lu Ying replied. But wouldn't that just mean defending against the enemy again? How does this connect with the best defense is an offense? A combat-loving general confidently stated. If we're to attack, let's not fear. All armies march out to fight the enemy outside. Our Qin State fleet does not fear the Huaxia army. No, the best battlefield is where it is most advantageous to oneself. Charging off to battle the numerically superior enemy on an open field is akin to courting death. Lu Ying remarked. To attack the enemy means doing so near Shuzhou City. Understood. All the generals affirmed. Shuzhou City, military port. At the dock, the 5 great fleets departed from the quayside, moving various warships to their pre-designated defensive areas. The federal military was effectively abandoning all outer defenses and concentrating their efforts on the inner perimeter. Swarms of mechs took off from several star motherships docked in Shuzhou City and defended on the satellite arrays stationed near the city for ambush purposes. On the Phoenix-class Star Mother bridge command room, the cabin door opened, and Lu Ming excitedly walked in. Amidst everyone's surprised stares within the command room, he sat down on Commander Lu Ying's seat, fidgeting and laughing foolishly as he declared, "Ha, this is the position my sister Lu Ying has occupied." The communications signal sounded, and Lu Ming instantly returned to his usual composure. It was from the command room of Shuzhou City Star Harbor. The light screen activated, showing a transmission from Lu Ying. She instructed, "You'll command the first fleet of the Qin Kingdom during the battle. Follow my operation orders accordingly." Understood. Lu Ming excitedly responded, then turned to all members aboard the ship and proclaimed, "Then let's set off. Phoenix-class Star Mother. Departure command for the Star Mother received. Commencing departure." The information came through from the launch bay. Following the commands, all technicians on board the fleet proceeded with the operation. The Star Mother docked at the large pier detached from the star port and headed toward the front line, accompanied by several large fleets. A little while later, Federal Shuzhou Star Harbor Command Room. Report, sister. The Phoenix-class Star Mother has reached the designated defensive position and awaits orders, Lu Ming informed. Lu Ying, eyes fixed on the fleet deployment map of Shuzhou City, said over her shoulder without turning her head. Good. Just await orders here. Understood. Lu Ming excitedly closed the communication. You've entrusted your younger brother to command the fleet while you remain in the rear command room? The command chair beside Lu Ying swiveled around, revealing Lu Hong, who looked at her puzzled and asked, "What are you planning?" "I'm a veteran of many wars and fear no death, but staying in the rear command room is because I need to control something more valuable than a mere fleet. If used properly, it might even allow us to," Lu Ying said, "might even repel the enemy." Lu Hong chuckled. "I know what you're thinking. Utilizing the latent defensive facilities constructed around Shuzhou to set a trap for the enemy. Not merely repelling them, I intend to annihilate them," Lu Ying stated. Lu Hong was genuinely stunned by Lu Ying's assertion. Annihilate? Yes, since the overall plan of the Huaxia Federation has placed me in this critical position to defend the southern front, my task is clear, to stop the opponent. However, Lu Ying continued, Shuzhou lacks the fortified defenses like the strongholds of Yongzhou in the north, and its lines of defense weren't established overnight. Moreover, I cannot stand idly by as prosperous Shuzhou becomes a battlefield. The Qin state of the Federation already has 3 provinces directly facing the Huaxia forces, 2 of which are not under our military's direct control. I see. Lu Hong paused, then inquired. So what do you plan to do? Defending forever only leads to eventual loss, and Shuzhou isn't an ideal place for prolonged defense anyway. It shouldn't be endlessly turned into a battleground. Rather than constantly devising ways to counter endless waves of enemy attacks, Why not completely hold them right here? Lu Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed resolutely as she declared, any forces invading Shuzhou will not leave. Lu Hong fell silent for a moment, then nodded appreciatively. Good, good, worthy daughter of Lu Hong. But, daughter, have you thought it through? The commander leading the enemy invasion is Huaxia's famed General Xiahou De, commanding 8 fleets, with forces comparable to a whole army unit. To talk of annihilation is no simple matter. Do you have any concrete strategies? Don't tell me you're speaking in vain. Don't worry, I've given it serious consideration, Lu Ying replied, casting a look of disdain toward the screen showing the approaching Huaxia fleets. Xiahou De, once he's decided to lead his troops, fails the title of famed general. After all, they are the enemy. Let their end lie beneath the walls of Shuzhou as a sign of respect. Chapter 157, The Shuzhou Campaign Outbreak. The Huaxia fleet sailed through the channel leading to Shuzhou City, its imposing scale truly awe-inspiring. In the command bridge of the Xingming Star Sky Carrier, a message arrived from Su Ming aboard the Xining. Shuzhou City is just around the corner. However, the initiation of this battle equates to the Federation Army issuing us an invitation to war at a set time. Since they've defined when this battle will take place, and we're abiding by their schedule for the offensive, we're vulnerable to stepping into their trap. Xiahou De pondered for a moment before replying. I have also considered this, but we still must accept this invitation. The Federation Army has thrown out an irresistible challenge that we cannot ignore. As for whether the Federation Army has laid a trap in this so-called invitation, Xiahou De continued. Currently, there appears to be no space for such schemes on the battlefield around Shuzhou City. After hearing this, Su Ming added, the enemy wouldn't dare recklessly surrender themselves. Given that they chose to fight against our army, it's reasonable to assume they might have prepared some countermeasures we must beware of. You're right, Xiahou De said. We're about to enter a new battleground. Precautions are necessary. On the outskirts of Shuzhou City stood Minor Fort A and Minor Fort B. As the 8 fleets approached the outer reaches of the planetary ring surrounding Shuzhou City, these 2 fortresses were unfinished constructs, merely dozens of days' worth of construction effort from the Federation forces. The few satellite cannons erected here were negligible compared to the vast Huaxia fleet. In the command bridge of the Xingming Star Sky Carrier, are not the outer regions where the Federation Army's defense is less focused? Xiahou De remarked as he observed the 2 strongholds presented before him. Eliminate these 2 points, Xiahou De then issued orders. In the past period, Huaxia forces had removed several newly constructed bases belonging to the Federation. Under continuous artillery bombardments, these 2 fortifications outside Shuzhou were soon turned into floating debris in space. Even now, Huaxia's fleet was stationed at the entrance to the planetary rings encircling Shuzhou City, while within the city lay mystery upon mystery. The star domain encompassing Shuzhou City holds the potential to become a super fortress with great defensive advantages, Su Ming's transmission warned. If allowed to develop into a fortified position, the consequences could be dire. Yes, this makes sense, Xiahou De concurred. Shuzhou City serves both as a vital trade hub and a major urban defense point. What I fear most is that if the Federation manages to reinforce this city, our southwest region would be boxed in behind a robust line of defenses. I recommend conducting a full scan of Shuzhou City. This way, we can assess the enemy's military strength, Su Ming advised. Should the situation warrant it, proceed with a deeper probe after we gather intelligence on the interior before finalizing the attack plan. That works well, Xiahou De agreed and proceeded to issue orders to the captains of all radar ships. Carry out wide area scans around Shuzhou City. Understood, responded each radar ship captain. Inside the bridge of one radar ship, various technical instruments operated busily. We're being interfered with by enemy disruptors, the technician reported. Analyze the level of interference, a radar operator responded. Report, level 5 disruptors. Level 5 disruptors, so let's use level 6 wide-range scanners. The captain commanded. In the command bridge of the Xingming Star Sky Carrier. On the front display screen, initially void maps of Shuzhou's star sector gradually filled with detailed Federal Army deployments, including the exact locations and force distribution across the entire area, until the scanning completed revealing all detectable elements. Xiahou De opened the communication link to Su Ming. In the light screen emerged Su Ming. The deployment of the Federation Army is very organized. They do possess corresponding radar interference devices, but couldn't block our scans. Through this success, we've learned the detailed troop arrangements of our opponents. Xiahou De explained. Knowing both yourself and your adversary means 100 battles without danger, yet the Federation Army may conceal silent fleets, something that requires extra vigilance. Su Ming noted. No worries, Xiahou De stated. Their total manpower amounts to 5 fleets. From this overt information, we can estimate their hidden numbers. Having spoken, Xiahou De reviewed the data gathered by the radar ships and exclaimed, 5 fleets. According to the Federal Fleet Organization System, these are indeed 5 distinct fleets without any question. Could it be that the Federation Army hasn't set up a silent fleet? Su Ming questioned. It seems likely. On the surface, there are 5 fleets. Even if 1 or 2 are stealthed, the overall battle scenario wouldn't shift much. Xiahou De reasoned. Lu Ying, General Supreme Commander of Qin's forces in the Federation, what were her past military tactics like? Perhaps a clue to her behavior patterns in previous wars might offer us some insight. Su Ming mused. Lu Ying is a female commander who fights by the book. In past battles between the Federation and Huaxia, victories or defeats never felt as strange as this one. Xiahou De remarked. If only I could find a single clue from her past actions, I wouldn't have so many concerns. What worries me most is that the more disciplined a person appears, the more unexpected their abnormal moves become. Still, the Federation fleet has lined up its 5 fleets openly to our army's knowledge. So how should we respond? Su Ming inquired. This setup is highly suitable for being used as bait in a fishing tactic, but Xiaohou scanned through the radar maps repeatedly and still found no clues, eventually sighing. 5 fleets. If all used as bait, it would merely serve as appetizers for a great fish. So what are you planning? Su Ming asked. All my life I've been overly cautious. Let me break with tradition once. If we set out to attack Shuzhou, then we should just go for it without too much hesitation, Xiaohou said. The entire deployment of the 5 fleets is under our control. If you're concerned, we can leave 2 fleets on the periphery to secure our escape route, then send 6 fleets deep into the tiger's den, Su Ming suggested. That's right. If you don't enter the tiger's lair, how can you catch the cub? Xiaohou chuckled. Their military forces amount to only 5 fleets after all. Report, sir. The enemy formation is shifting, reported the reconnaissance officer. In that case, strike. Xiaohou commanded. Immediately, following the orders, Huaxia's 4th Army left 2 of its 8 fleets at an outer planetary belt, while the other 6 launched an assault into Shuzhou City. In Shuzhou City's operational command room, staff moved about rapidly as tension mounted around the large map of the city's Star Harbor zone. The radars showed masses of ships entering their network vision. From these 6 fleets poured forth waves of mechs and fighter jets as they gradually closed in alongside the fleets heading toward the Star Harbor. Chapter 158, Shuzhou Campaign, the Frontline. The city of Shuzhou, where the Federal Army had long deployed heavy forces to defend against the Huaxia Army's offensive. This line was also a must-pass route for the Huaxia Army's attack. At Shuzhou Spaceport, warships gathered in large numbers. Newly established satellite cannons were activated and turned towards the incoming enemies. Mech suits stationed on both sides of the planetary belts around Shuzhou City stood ready, while squadrons of fighter jets amassed in the vicinity. The Huaxia fleet arrived with great momentum, its 8 fleets entering the outer defensive perimeter of the spaceport. The Federal Army's 3-tier defense system is structured so that this one constitutes the first tier. It is the key focus of their defense. I suggest we temporarily avoid direct confrontation and instead rely on our long-range firepower to deliver concentrated fire on the enemy's strategic targets, Su Ming said. The Federal Army has 5 main fleets focusing their forces here. Let us avoid head-on conflict for now at this stage, Xiaohou finished, then opened a transmission. 3 light screens appeared before him, showing the captains of 3 Ling Chu warships. You will take charge of opening hostilities. Our fleet will intimidate the enemy by forming tactical formations while you gradually dismantle the enemy's strongholds, Xiaohou said. Understood, the 3 captains replied. In the Federal Military Command Center of Shuzhou City, Lu Ying watched the changing battlefield situation gravely. Suddenly, on the main screen, the Huaxia army started rearranging their positions. Among the massive scale of the Huaxia fleet, 3 ships stood out conspicuously. Ling Chu warships, Lu Ying stated. These vessels first appeared on the northern front, belonging to the same class as the Federal Navy's Super Crossbow-class battleships. They possess the most powerful firepower and have an extremely long range. In siege warfare, I don't expect these warships not to appear on our battleground. So what do you plan to do, Lu Ying? Lu Hong asked. To destroy them, but not now, Lu Ying answered. I've already issued a death command. We are to continue defending steadfastly. The enemy has already entered our defensive zone. Aren't you going to? Lu Hong questioned. I'm not planning to do anything, Lu Ying responded. 3 Ling Chu warships launched dazzling beams, obliterating several Federal Army satellite cannons and numerous warships, showcasing impressive destructive power. The appearance of siege ships on the battlefield didn't faze the Federal Army, which continued to maintain this line of defense. The Huaxia Army's Ling Chu warships have formidable firepower. How can you simply sit and watch? Lu Hong asked. Ling Chu warships are scarce, although they are mighty and have a long range. Their role in this war is merely to dismantle key defensive facilities and conduct the slaughter at the first line of defense. If our 5 fleets could be wiped out by just a few siege ships, it would take too much time, Lu Ying smiled. But using Ling Chu warships, the Huaxia army will inevitably bomb your vulnerable points. Do you mean to lose all those strongholds? Lu Hong questioned. Lu Hong remained silent. On the bridge of the Starbright Sky Carrier, Xiaohou observed the results of the first wave of attacks and said, The offensive has been very smooth. Let's prepare for the next round of attacks. Understood, the 3 captains said. After closing the transmission, Xiaohou gazed at the main screen. The Federal fleet did not react significantly to this attack, maintaining stability in its frontline defense. The Federal Army lacks proper siege ships, and even the 2 Central Chinese Navy fleets incorporated into their navy lack Super Crossbow-class warships, began the adjutant. Thus passively hit from a distance due to shorter range. Xiaohou looked at the display of the Federal Army on the main screen and remarked, We've come specifically to fight the Federal Army. Passive engagement is odd indeed. The output of Ling Chu warships is limited, Xiaohou said. What tricks do they have up their sleeve? After our first wave of attacks ends, we might know more. After a few hours, the Ling Chu warships easily dismantled the important strongholds of the first defensive line. The first wave of attacks begins, Xiaohou commanded. The other fleet commanders agreed. Subsequently, the poised Huaxia military initiated an assault on the Federal fleet's first line of defense. Based on the layout of the Federal defenses, the Huaxia forces divided themselves and advanced through multiple lines, engaging the Federal mech suit squads in the asteroid belt. a fitting battleground for such engagements. Around Shuzhou's front lines, ship artillery interwove as fighters, mech suits, and energy beams clashed in chaotic combat. In an instant, the space outside Shuzhou City became a fierce battlefield. In this stellar age, the cold weapons of destruction created by humankind roared with their fiery beams, even as they were themselves torn apart by the opponent's beams into space debris. Cold and brutal battles unfolded dynamically as radar maps in the command rooms of both sides depicted clashes between two militaries. In the first battlefront, the Federal Army was on the defensive disadvantage. Even though the Federal Army was at a disadvantage, both sides had paid a heavy price in the direct conflict. The way of war, direct confrontation results in mutual heavy losses, with every step being crucial. The best strategy is to plan, next is diplomacy, then military force, and the least preferable is siege warfare, Su Ming said. Since we have resorted to the least preferable option, may I ask what the leader's goal for launching this war is? Victory. Xiaohoda shook his head and said, in my haste for success, I made a grave mistake. The goal is to secure Shuzhou as swiftly as possible. Su Ming fell silent. In the combat command room of Shuzhou City, the first line of defense cannot hold much longer, said Lu Ming anxiously on the other side of the light screen. Can we reinforce the first line with troops from the second line? Retreat orderly and fall back to the second line, Lu Ming said. Did you just say retreat? Lu Ming exclaimed. Abandon the first line and regroup on the second line, Lu Ming reiterated. Are you crazy? Lu Hong interjected. We're locked in fierce combat with the enemy. If we retreat now, it will surely deal a severe blow to our forces. Lu Ying ignored Lu Hong and addressed the Qin military. This is an order. Abandon the first line and retreat to the second defensive perimeter. There were no objections among the Qin soldiers of the Federation, and the frontline troops engaged in battle against the Huaxia army began to withdraw in an organized manner. The enemy is retreating. On the monitor, as signs of withdrawal appeared in the Federal fleet, which had been on the defensive, under the Federal commander's organized guidance, the fleet's retreat remained largely orderly despite its higher casualty ratio than that of the Huaxia forces. Take advantage of this opportunity and pursue them. Eliminate their first line of defense, Xiaohoda ordered. The Federal Army is still capable of holding out for a while, but if they've retreated to their second defensive line, there could be a trick, Su Ming warned. Su Ming, stop questioning unnecessarily. We already know all about the enemy's plans. Hesitation and inappropriate decision-making at this moment will only allow the Federal Army time to solidify their position at the second line, which might mean facing another strong attack later. Xiaohoda responded. Su Ming fell silent again, and followed along as the Huaxia fleet pursued the retreating Federal forces. Within a short period of time, the Huaxia forces successfully secured the first defensive line where the Federal forces had previously stood. Chapter 159, Shuzhou Campaign, The Trap. Starbright Space Flagship, Bridge Command Room. I imagine that if the Federation Army fortifies Shuzhou after capturing it, we will need to sacrifice many more troops to take it. Xiaohoda asked. Hard to say, but definitely several times more than our current losses, Su Ming replied. Although we don't understand why things have been so smooth, the smoother it is, the more uneasy I feel. Because the timing of our attack is determined by them. Xiaohoda chuckled. Never mind, let's see what tricks the Federation Army has up their sleeves. If they run out of options, we might as well take this city of Shuzhou. Federation Shuzhou City 1, Command Room. The Huaxia Army has completely occupied the defensive line. The communications officer reported urgently. Excellent. Lu Ying narrowed her eyes and said, since you've honored us with your presence, Huaxia Army, it wouldn't be proper not to give you a grand gift. Having finished speaking, Lu Ying gave an order. Activate the satellite orbital cannon array of Shuzhou City, the satellite cannon array, and the satellite electromagnetic field array. Daughter, so there's nothing you can do to stop the Huaxia Army, is there? Though he sensed faintly what Lu Ying intended to do, Lu Hong couldn't help but ask. Lu Ying fixed her gaze on the complete formation of the Huaxia Army fleet, a hint of satisfaction curling at the corner of her serious mouth. On the other side, Feather Splendor Space Flagship, Bridge Command Room. We have arrived near Tangshan City. Captain Shirkuan, leading the fast fleet formation, reported. Good. Launch the offensive, capture Tangshan City. Mi Ling said. Understood. Shirkuan replied. Mi Ling did not cut off the sky communication with Zhang Yang. After Mi Ling finished communicating with Shirkuan, Zhang Yang could not help but say. You're cruel. The situation in Tangshan City is unclear. Yet General Mi Ling sends her own husband to lead the rapid response fleet to attack a space city with unknown conditions. That's too much. This is his trust in me, Mi Ling countered, then looked at the star map and said to Zhang Yang and the various generals, all of you just do as my army has said. Understood. The various generals responded. Shuzhou City came into view, but a nightmare scenario unfolded for the Huaxia Army. Along the central channel sides, numerous asteroids exploded, revealing their true forms. Numerous satellite orbit cannons aimed at the fleet. Alongside the cannons appeared clusters of defending mech formations. Among the satellite cannons, 3 especially conspicuous giant cannons drew attention. They targeted the Huaxia fleet with overwhelming surprise, bringing a chill of death. So many satellite cannons. What's going on here? Xiaohoda exclaimed in shock. We're doomed. No wonder abnormality foretells disaster. We've fallen into the enemy's trap. Su Ming stated. But, Shuzhou isn't supposed to be on the front line. How could it be fortified like this? Xiaohoda, for the first time in his life, was flustered. The radar screen showed exactly what he least wanted to see. A fortified Shuzhou. These defense installations weren't just for show. Before the Huaxia army could react, fierce assaults rained down, turning ship after ship into ash under the dense energy beams. Realizing the situation, the Huaxia fleet quickly erected their energy shields against the attack. Satellite cannons. Xiahou turned around to look at the large and prominent satellite cannon array displayed on the monitor, weapons with range and firepower comparable to siege ships, truly a nightmare for attacking forces. Damn, our 3 Lingxiu ships. A staff officer anxiously reported, only to witness from the rear of the fleet how isolated and vulnerable the relatively safer Lingxiu ships were. It's too late, Xiahou murmured. Command room of Suzhou City. Prepare the satellite cannons. Aim at the enemy's siege ships. Lu Ying commanded. Aiming completed, energy focused. The operators reported. Excellent. Launch the attack. Let's destroy these 3 ships completely. Lu Ying ordered. Understood. The operators responded. Fire. Upon Lu Ying's command, the massive satellite orbital cannon locked onto the distant large siege ships. With its colossal aperture, powerful light energy converged, forming a towering high-energy beam shot toward the target's position. The 3 high-energy beams offered the Huaxia army no chance whatsoever. In a single strike, they pierced through the Huaxia fleet, annihilating several warships in one straight line, and the blinding light enveloped the 3 targeted vessels. The dazzling light coalesced here, as Xiahou silently watched the 3 fleets being destroyed by a single strike. Just like that, the 3 important new Lingxiu-class battleships brought on this mission were obliterated. Command room of Suzhou City. Second Fleet, counterattack the enemy. Lu Ying ordered. Subsequently, the Federation fleet, having steadied itself after its earlier defeat, surged towards the Huaxia army. This time, it was the Huaxia fleet that could not hold its ground. The naval combat commenced as the Huaxia fleet, barely holding its formation together, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Federation fleet. The situation turned unfavorable for the Huaxia army. Bridge command room of the Starbright space flagship. A light screen appeared. It was Xiao Feng's communication. Xiao Feng said, engaging the enemy under such disadvantageous conditions, our top priority is to break the 4th army. I suggest a retreat. You go back and leave the rear guard to me, Commander. And what about you? Xiahou asked. The 4th army can do without me, but it cannot do without you. You must retreat, Xiao Feng replied. This battle was my oversight. I'm sorry to all of you generals for placing everyone in such perilous circumstances, Xiahou stated. It's not your fault, Commander. No one would have guessed that Suzhou City would still have such formidable defenses, Wang Lian remarked. Farewell, all of you, Xiahou concluded. After suffering massive losses, the Huaxia fleet began to slowly retreat. Command room of Suzhou City. Daughter, it's rare to see the Huaxia army in such disarray. Ha ha ha. Lu Hong laughed wildly but then continued. However, while the enemy is surrounded on 3 sides, they still have an escape route at the rear. Since you spoke of annihilating the opponent, this alone will not suffice. Rest assured, father. This is a trap. Once the rat enters the trap, there's no way out. Lu Ying chuckled. I look forward to your surprise. Lu Hong finished before continuing to watch this grand spectacle of the annihilation of the Huaxia fleet. After hearing this, Lu Ying opened her celestial communications device, and 4 light screens floated into view. Silent fleet mobilize. Block the Huaxia fleet's exit. Lu Ying commanded. You're joking, right? All 5 of our fleets are here. Where's this so-called silent fleet? Lu Hong exclaimed in astonishment. But then he saw 4 figures displayed on the screens. For Federation Xin Province Lieutenant Generals. Chapter 160, Suzhou Campaign SSS. On the bridge command room of the Starbright ship. We are under attack by the enemy fleet. Behind us, a large-scale fleet has appeared. The light screen flashed, showing the fleet admiral stationed at the rear. Behind us, a large-scale fleet appears? Xiahou said incredulously. How many? Talk about the fleet. Speak quickly, Xiahou asked. Twice the size of my fleet stationed at the rear fleet admiral said. In the distance, beams interwove, and war erupted at the exit of Suzhou City. The 2 fleets from the rear were pushed in and suppressed by one line, and the exit of Suzhou City was blocked. For fleets, Xiahou looked into the distance and said, could it be the Copper Mountain City fleet? It's almost certain. I guess the Federation army has been hiding that the defense fleet stationed in Copper Mountain City would appear here. It's worth losing Copper Mountain City to set such a big trap, keeping us here and annihilating us here, Su Ming said. So for us, this situation is no different from a death sentence, Xiahou said. Under sudden attacks, the Federation army has already taken 2 of our fleets. Instead of defending here, we should unite and attack the 4 fleets at the exit to find a way out. After saying this, Xiahou opened the light screen and said to the generals, all of you, there are 5 fleets of the Federation army ahead and 4 fleets behind us, with satellite cannons on both flanks. In this desperate situation, only a fierce battle will leave us a way out. Death battle is not about fighting individually. We have fallen into the Federation army's trap. It's me who brought you all here, and we've already lost 2 fleets. Hopefully, I can lead you out this time. Understood. The generals responded in unison. The Huaxia fleet was rapidly depleting, with the Huaxia army being at a disadvantage due to enemies attacking from all sides. This time, perhaps it isn't the time to easily claim defeat yet, Su Ming said. I know. Perhaps she arrives at Copper Mountain City and finds an empty city. She might come to rescue our troops, but the enemy definitely plans to use this time difference to eliminate our army, Xiahou said. No, what I mean is, we've overlooked the possibility of the Federation fleet appearing simultaneously here. If Lingmi had anticipated this situation, then the situation might not be as clear-cut yet, Su Ming said. In that case, regardless of whether she comes or not, our army must break through the encirclement of the 4 outer fleets. If she does come, it will be a pincer attack, destroying these 4 fleets, which will help us avenge our lost armies, Xiaohoda said. In the command room of Shuzhou City. It's impressive. They abandoned the important Copper Mountain City, turned Shuzhou City into a trap, luring the Huaxia army into it. Lu Hong excitedly said. The southern Huaxia army, huh? After this battle, they won't matter much anymore. I never intended to defend against the Huaxia army purely through defense. A defense line is static, and even the strongest fortress has vulnerabilities that eventually will lead to failure. The best defense is an offense. Threats should be eliminated immediately, Lu Ying said, then looked at the Huaxia fleet and said, but the other Huaxia fleet must be rushing over now. Only by defeating their king can we swiftly end this confrontation. However, after the recent major changes, we can confirm where their king is. Subsequently, Lu Ying said to the operators, switch the energy source to the backup power supply. I want to fire another round of the satellite cannons. Understood, the operators replied. The giant cannons hadn't finished cooling down, but all 3 turned simultaneously, targeting Xiaohoda's flagship. Deeply threatened, Xiaohoda stared at the 3 still heated cannon barrels on the screen. 3 of our ships have already been lost because of these cannons, and they're still targeting my side. Aren't these cannons supposed to cool down? Xiaohoda said. Then he said to his deputy officer, so I can't just sit here any longer. You will command this battleship from now on. Having said that, Xiaohoda turned and left the bridge command room alone, departing silently. The entire command room watched as Xiaohoda walked away. His previously respected superior now felt somewhat distant. With the great enemy present, he left, leaving the personnel of the ship alone to handle the situation. However, ensuring the safety of the leader in such a trap is naturally the first priority. Despite this, some people in the command room remained discontented. In the command room of Shuzhou City, Lu Ying stared intently at the large warship on the screen and said, in this battle, the Qin military absolutely cannot lose. Only a victory means survival for the Qin state. Xiaohoda, only by removing your head can this war be ended early. Since you're in this war, surely you understand the inevitability of death. Fire, Lu Ying commanded. Not long ago, the giant cannon that had just roared once again targeted the flagship of the Huaxia military allied fleet, and the first beam shot forth. Activate the energy defense shield. When everyone was at a loss, the adjutant screamed out the order. Realizing the situation, people quickly erected a defensive shield on the ship as the thick beam enveloped the entire warship. The energy of the warship's defense shield was rapidly consumed. By the time the beam ceased, the energy defense shield had dropped to 50%. We can withstand one more hit. The adjutant stared at the 2 remaining giant cannons on the monitor as he said this. In the command room of Shuzhou City, Lu Ying said, fire the second cannon. The beam from another giant cannon condensed once more, continuing its piercing momentum toward the Huaxia flagship, the Starbright. It was only then that the Huaxia army realized the Federation army intended to decapitate them. Under the beam's assault, the energy shield protecting the flagship eventually faded and vanished, and the robust beam attack dissipated as well. This round will finish you, Lu Ying declared. Final round, attack. At Lu Ying's command, the high-energy beam charged towards the warship, marking the final beam in this round of assaults. Over. This round of attacks will be completely wasted. The adjutant despaired as the beam rushed toward them, knowing there was no way for the warship to evade it. Without an energy defense shield, the warship was as good as naked before this last assault, and would ultimately be reduced to cosmic dust under this barrage. Everyone resigned themselves, and only hoped their commanding officer could retreat successfully. After 3 rounds of attacks targeting the flagship, all the Huaxia forces became aware, but the beam had already struck the Starbright ship. Must we fail? Under the bright light, the adjutant on the warship struggled to open his eyes, only to witness a spectacle. A SSS-grade Origin Stone mech stood before the warship, holding up a massive defense shield, resisting the high-energy beam. In the command room of Shuzhou City, detected an SSS-grade Origin Stone reaction. The detector reported anxiously. Lu Ying fixed her gaze on the point covered by firepower, her expression slightly changing. Chapter 161, Shuzhou Campaign, Battle Strength. The silver-white dazzling mecha was particularly brilliant under the scorching light beam. In the command room of the Starlight Bridge, the screen flashed, revealing Xiaohoda seated in the mecha cockpit. His appearance reassured everyone in the command room, but then, relax, the flagship is the core of the fleet, and the first fleet is the core of the fourth corps. How could I possibly abandon such an important warship? Moreover, all of you are my Huaxia military officers. How could I leave you behind? Xiaohoda said. Commander, but you. The adjutant felt deeply moved, but became worried when seeing Xiaohoda enduring the high-energy beams. Trust me, Xiaohoda said, then manipulated the mecha. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he slowly pushed back the thick energy beam. SSS-grade mecha, damn it. Everyone in the fleet command room, including Lu Ying, stared at this stunning scene with shock. An SSS-grade primal stone mecha represented the top level of a nation's strategic power. In such an advantageous situation for the Federal Army, the appearance of an SSS-grade primal stone mecha undoubtedly added an uncertain factor to the victory almost within their grasp. It's impossible. An SSS-grade mecha might indeed be able to withstand this level of attack, but as for pushing it back, Lu Hong exclaimed in shock. Xiaohoda, so that must be the mecha Xiaohoda is piloting. Lu Ying exclaimed in surprise. Wave mecha. Xiaohoda, commander of the 4th Huaxia Army Corps, Huaxia General. Primal Stone, Wave Primal Stone. Mecha, Wave Mecha. Rank SSS. Inside the wave mecha cockpit, while Xiahou Da was slowly pushing back the energy beam, he folded the green defensive shield in front into a vertical semicircular defensive barrier. Instead of scattering upon impact, the energy beam followed the redirecting trajectory of the shield. Under the guidance of the wave mecha, the thick beam turned, heading toward another Federal Army satellite cannon. Caught off guard, the Federal forces failed to respond promptly. The high-energy beam struck the satellite cannon, causing a violent explosion that reduced the massive satellite gun to cosmic dust. Wave energy blade, Xiahou Da said. Immediately, a large metallic handle appeared in the mech's arm, and a green glow formed a light blade even taller than the mech itself. Advancing with powerful engine propulsion, the wave mecha moved at high speed, swiftly reaching the second satellite cannon responsible for this attack. Before the Federal mecha could react, the mecha's light blade ascended again, transforming into a giant cutting edge. A single stroke split the satellite cannon into two halves. Zzz. With the rapid withdrawal of the wave mecha, the satellite cannon exploded violently and turned into cosmic dust. In a short time, we've lost two satellite cannons. This is troubling, Lu Hong said. Damn. Lu Ying slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth, saying, so what if they have that? This war absolutely cannot fail. As long as we seal off the Huaxia army's exit, won't they be caught like fish in a barrel? You're right. You've done a good job commanding this war. Let's defeat the Huaxia army right here, Lu Hong said. Lu Ying immediately ordered all S-class primal stone mechas within the fleet to defend the last remaining satellite cannon while also commanding the progress of the battle. If you force their commander to personally step in, you've certainly shown your capabilities, Xiahou Da said. Then, the silver-white mecha turned and charged toward the last satellite cannon. However, the Federal Army had already reacted and heavily fortified this critical artillery. Even a considerable number of primal stone mechas joined the defense, but the difference between SSS class, S-class, and a class made these mechas unable to pose much of a challenge to Xiahou Da's primal stone mecha. Another wave cut of the ship-splitting blades sliced down, and in a fierce explosion, the Federal Army's final satellite cannon transformed into cosmic dust. Because of this, Xiahou Da's primal stone mecha became the primary target for attack. The current situation requires us to find a way to break through as the key. If we keep being surrounded, even with the commander's great strength, we cannot sustain this position indefinitely, Su Ming said. I understand that. Xiahou Da then issued an order. Focus attacks on the outer fleets of the Federal Army. Xiahou Da's abilities resolved the Huaxia Army's greatest threat, but he couldn't change the disadvantageous situation they were in. The prospect of being surrounded and bombarded from both sides by satellite cannons remained. In a short time, the Federal Army sacrificed minor losses in exchange for destroying 3 Huaxia fleets. However, it was precisely due to Xiahou Da's powerful wave mecha that the Federal forces hesitated before making further moves. The Federal and Huaxia armies clashed fiercely, with Huaxia's primal stone mechas led by Xiahou Da gradually eliminating the Federal defensive satellite cannons on both flanks. Besides Xiahou Da, Zhonghua ranked second in enemy eliminations. As a result, the Huaxia army shifted its focus to the subsequent battles, prioritizing defense on the front lines while attempting to break through the Federal encirclement. Huaxia suffered heavy casualties, something no competent military leader would want to witness. Shuzhou City Command Room. Damn it. We weren't able to take out Huaxia's flagship at the first opportunity, allowing them to continue fighting despite such immense losses. Lu Ying stared intently at the frontline battle footage. If we can't eliminate Huaxia quickly, reinforcements will arrive. Lu Hong said. You mean the Huaxia forces attacking Tangshan City? Lu Ying frowned. Yes. You left Tangshan undefended. By now, the Huaxia Fleet Division realizing your deception must be on their way here, Lu Hong added. Indeed, the arrival time of Huaxia reinforcements will determine the outcome of this war. But even so, during this window, our forces should still be able to defeat these Huaxia troops, albeit with some sacrifices. Lu Ying remarked. Agreed. As long as we defeat the Huaxia main force in this battle, the 4th Huaxia Corps won't pose a significant threat anymore, Lu Hong replied. Though an SSS-grade primal stone mecha poses challenges, it cannot reverse the unfavorable position Huaxia currently faces, Lu Ying noted. Drip, the light screen buzzed. It was Lieutenant General Li Kenon commanding the Federal Fleet blockading Huaxia's exit. Reporting to the Corps Commander, the rear of our Federal Outer Fleet is under attack by the Huaxia Navy. General Li urgently reported. What? Lu Ying questioned disbelievingly. You're under attack from behind? Yes, Huaxia's Navy, 5 fleets, confirmed General Li. It's impossible. It's impossible for them to be here this fast, Lu Ying muttered, refusing to believe it. Chapter 162, Shuzhou Campaign, The Breakout. Originally, the Federal fleet that had sealed off the Huaxia forces was suddenly attacked from behind by 5 fleets emerging to launch an offensive. The unexpected assault caused chaos within the Federal Army's ranks, inflicting heavy losses in the early stages of the war. The Huaxia fleet trapped inside furiously attacked the Federal fleet, while the 5 newly arrived Huaxia fleets surrounding the outside also engaged in fierce combat with the Federal fleet. Just 20 minutes ago, this fleet quietly reached the outer perimeter of the battlefield, on the Yuhuang Star Cruiser's bridge command room. Indeed, as our intelligence predicted, from the very start, what the Federal Army concealed was that the fleet from Tangshan City had been hiding here in Shuzhou City. Only this way would the Federal Army have any chance to defeat the Huaxia forces. However, we did not expect that the Federal Shuzhou City had already long been a military stronghold. Mi Ling remarked. General Mi Ling, your insight is impeccable. Thus, should we immediately proceed to rescue our besieged main force? Zhang Yang asked. Mi Ling responded. We will follow the predetermined plan. Our goal is to completely encircle the Federal Peripheral Fleet during the first attack, creating an inner-outer pincer movement with the Huaxia fleet inside to eliminate these 4 Federal fleets. Understood. Huaxia's fleet branches maneuvered out of the detection range of the Federal Army and moved into place. On Mi Ling's command, the 5 Huaxia fleets from 5 different directions began entering the radar range of the Federal forces, instantly unleashing a furious assault on the peripheral Federal fleets. Sorry for being late. Where's the commander? Mi Ling asked. Upon connecting to the Tianqing communication system on the Xingming cruiser, she found the command seat empty, then questioned. No, your timing couldn't be better, the adjutant sighed, then replied. The commander is piloting his original stone mech against the Federal Army's military defense satellites. The commander himself is piloting the mech. This reflected just how perilous the situation must be for such a high-ranking officer to personally lead the charge. Mi Ling was startled but then detected an SSS-level signal on the radar. She exclaimed, an SSS-level original stone mech on the battlefield? That's correct. That belongs to the commander, the adjutant stated. Mi Ling sighed but soon established contact with Xiahou De under the guidance of the adjutant. Thank you all for arriving so quickly, Xiahou De said. However, to reach the battlefield so swiftly, surely you've already deduced the Federal Army's strategy, haven't you? The well-defended Shuzhou city possessed by the Federal Army puzzles me the most, Mi Ling replied. But their strength is inferior to ours, yet they initiated the battle, aiming to defeat us through cunning plans. Both you and I cannot fathom how the Federal forces could overcome us. Yet along the route to Tangshan City, I suddenly thought, if Tangshan City originally had no fleet, if the fleet from Tangshan City actually appeared in Shuzhou City, then this trap would have succeeded, encircling the Huaxia army within. But the cost would be abandoning Tangshan City. Perhaps many of us place too much importance on Tangshan City. However, if our main force is defeated in Shuzhou City, then the Huaxia Army's 4th Division would be useless in the short term. Mi Ling explained. Yes, it was my oversight. Since Tangshan City is deserted, have you taken control of it? Xiahou De asked. I have dispatched my husband to lead a division to occupy Tangshan City. If the Federal Army generously offers it to us, we will naturally take full advantage of it. Mi Ling replied. Wonderful. Next, your fleet and my fleet will cooperate from both inside and out to annihilate the Federal Peripheral Fleet. Xiahou De instructed. Understood. That is precisely what I intended. Mi Ling agreed. The arrival of Huaxia's split fleet left the Federal fleet caught between attacks. With intense assaults from within, the Huaxia fleet gradually dismantled its opposition. Shuzhou City Command Room. On the main display screen, the external Federal fleet was being overwhelmed under the double-pronged Huaxia attack from within and without. Their encircling lines were collapsing, and the internal Huaxia fleet turned its guns to engage the inner Federal fleet. The appearance of the Huaxia Division fleet dramatically altered the tide of the battle. Why has the Huaxia split fleet emerged at this time? Lu Hong asked. Tangshan City was bait set for the Huaxia army by me. However, it seems the Huaxia forces weren't fooled, or perhaps, they simply took the bait without falling for it. Lu Ying gritted her teeth and said, damn it. Now, our forces are at a disadvantage. We might lose the outer Federal fleet. We've bet all our chips on this one gamble. Either we succeed, or we perish, Lu Ying said shakily. In the end, this war will result in a lose-lose situation. The Huaxia forces can't take my Shuzhou City, and we have also failed to achieve the task of wiping out the Huaxia army, Lu Hong said. That's true, but which side between Huaxia and the Qin Kingdom can afford the losses, and which side cannot? Lu Ying asked. Lu Hong remained silent. As the war progressed, 3 outer fleets of the Qin Kingdom of the Federation and 1 central fleet of the Federal Army were exhausted. The Huaxia forces broke through the encirclement line set up by the Federal Army, escaping from the outskirts of Shuzhou. However, the inner Federal fleet did not pursue further, instead shifting into a defensive posture and remaining vigilant against the Huaxia forces. Thus far, the Huaxia forces had lost 5 fleets, while the Federal forces had lost 5 as well. The inner Federal Army lost 1 fleet, while the Huaxia Army lost 5 fleets, for fleets of the outer Federal forces were entirely annihilated. The battle situation was extremely grim. On the command seat of the Xingming Star Cruiser, Xiahou De returned and gazed painfully at the inner circle of Shuzhou City. It was my oversight that caused your deaths, Xiahou De lamented. This battle cost the Huaxia forces dearly, resulting in the loss of 5 fleets and the death of 5 lieutenant generals, with such devastating losses making it difficult for Xiahou De to bear looking at the figures directly. Commander, I suggest we don't jump to conclusions about the outcome of this war just yet. We still have a chance to win, Su Ming said. Both sides suffered losses, but it seems the Federal Army's losses are slightly greater. Now that the Federal forces are fatigued and our reinforcements have arrived boosting morale, we either face this sturdy fortress of Shuzhou now or in the future. And considering that Shuzhou's defenses have been weakened now, but may turn back into an impregnable space stronghold in the future, why not seize the opportunity and attack? After hearing this, Xiahou De's eyes sharpened, and he responded, that's a very sound suggestion. Then let us turn back to put an end to this Shuzhou campaign. Instead of both parties suffering equally, we would rather emerge victorious despite heavy losses. Chapter 163, Shuzhou Campaign, Counterattack. Shuzhou City Command Room. After a fierce battle, the aftermath left the air with an oppressive atmosphere. The losses suffered by the Federation's Qin army in Shuzhou were undoubtedly immense, the battlefield outside the city strewn with remnants of war and space debris. On the display screens, the Huaxia forces were gradually retreating. The tension that had gripped everyone finally eased as the wounded mechs, damaged warships, and fighter jets were withdrawn for repair. Lying back on a chair, Lu Ying looked somewhat dejected amidst the bustling activity within the command room. This battle may have driven the enemy back, but we haven't completely defeated them. Our army has suffered extremely heavy losses, Lu Ying stated. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. There is no need to be overly self-critical, Lu Hong replied. What worries me most is that this war is far from over. The Huaxia forces will certainly return with renewed vigor, Lu Ying said. Our army is at its weakest right now. If that's the case, what would you suggest? Lu Hong asked helplessly. It's difficult for us to withstand another attack. Without annihilating the inner circle of Huaxia forces, there is no way our side can win this war. The inner Huaxia fleet mobilized 8 fleets total, losing 5 fleets in the fight. That's a significant loss. We've lost 1 fleet out of our own inner fleets. If the enemy hadn't arrived yet, this exchange could be counted as a top-notch result, trading 1 for 5, Lu Hong said. It's thanks to Huaxia's perseverance that they managed to maintain the war effort under such perilous circumstances where they're surrounded on all sides. Lu Hong added, even their supreme commander took action personally. Compared to Huaxia's losses, we also suffered the equivalent of 5 fleet losses. This war has been brutally devastating. Both wings of our defense lines are nearly decimated. After such a major conflict, it's easy for our troops to let down their guard. However, this is exactly when the Huaxia forces are most likely to counterattack. In fact, if I may say so, without the return of Huaxia forces, our survival would not even be possible, Lu Ying said. Regrettably, my plan failed. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so dire. They've seen through your strategy, Lu Hong said after pondering. The enemy didn't choose to attack Tangshan City, but instead redirected to assault our forces here. It's not your fault entirely. Had we remained stuck in a purely defensive mindset, we'd have had 0 chance of success. Only through your strategy could our army seek a breakthrough. It's like being a gambler who stakes everything in one go. Win big or lose big. But since all available chips have been thrown into this gamble, we've cut off our retreat options until victory is achieved. Lu Ying was silent. Suddenly, alarms rang throughout the command room as large-scale fleet mech invasions began again at the Shuzhou port. As though they had anticipated this outcome, Lu Ying and Lu Hong exchanged bitter smiles and said, we foolishly hoped to rely on the enemy, making a careless mistake for our chances of survival. Prepare for combat, Lu Ying commanded. Though she knew the Huaxia army's return spelled disaster for the Federation, her preparations for defense were already in place. If the Huaxia army wants bloodshed in this city, then so be it. We'll see it through to the end, Lu Hong vowed. Having experienced the first offensive, the Huaxia army moved forward once more, destroying the outer defenses of the Federation forces along their path. Determined to take Shuzhou this time, all forces were committed. Despite forewarnings, the Federation was ultimately caught off guard by the false impression of the distant retreat of Huaxia. A sudden offensive plunged both armies into brutal engagements. One after another, bloody clashes ensued. Xiahou Du personally led all original stone mech squadrons to disrupt the outer perimeter defenses of the Federation's Shuzhou area. With reinforcements from 5 fleets, Huaxia employed multi-pronged tactics, swiftly advancing toward Shuzhou. At this stage, it was clear that Huaxia held the upper hand, leaving the Federation at a disadvantage. The new phase of annihilation continued as 4 fleets of the Qin Federal Army clashed against 8 fleets of Huaxia's 4th Army in further siege attempts. After the first hastily arranged line was broken, an even fiercer second assault unfolded. Alas, they should have set a trap before blindly engaging with my 4th Army. Such a choice was unwise, Xiahou Du remarked. The Federation cannot afford failure more than Huaxia, though I must admit, I underestimated the cost. This battlefield alone has consumed 5 of our fleets. Cannon fire roared, mechs battled fiercely, fighter planes interweaved in deadly dogfights. Beams of light and missiles crisscrossed between the 2 sides. When one Huaxia mech exploded under attack from a Federation mech, the latter soon met a fiery end at the hands of an infuriated Huaxia pilot, only for another Federation mech to take its revenge moments later. Inside the Shuzhou City Command Center. Damn, Lu Ying said angrily as she watched her lines of defense continue to be broken. At this moment, a hand was placed on Lu Ying's hand and stroked it gently. Cease fighting, Lu Hong said. The state of Qin has put all its resources into this single ingenious plan. Now that it has failed, what else can we do? Do you mean cease? Lu Ying asked incredulously. What do you mean? Yes, the Qin army cannot continue in this meaningless war anymore, Lu Hong said. Surrender. Surrender is the fastest way to end this war. How can you speak so easily about surrender when the war isn't over yet? Lu Ying said furiously. And you're the ruler of our country. That's enough. There will be no Qin after this battle, Lu Hong retorted sharply. Do you intend to fight till the end? To fight until we are all dead before we can bring this war to an end. But if we lose control of the southern line, Lu Ying said. If we withdraw from the southern front, Qin will fall and the Huaxia Federation will weaken too. Yes, you're right, Lu Hong said. But that situation has already happened. You've wagered everything from both the Federation and the Qin army on this Shuzhou campaign. Now we have lost completely, and the consequences of losing control over the Shuzhou South Line are already past events. The South Line has already fallen. Are you blaming me for doing this? Lu Ying asked. No, I don't blame you. If we had maintained multiple fronts to hold the entire battlefield, it might only buy us some time for survival. Only your sacrifice could bring our army victory. Given the current situation, you have done your best already. Since there's nothing more we can do to turn things around, then surrender is also a way out, Lu Hong said. I understand, Lu Ying said. The fierce combat between the Federation and the Huaxia armies gradually came to a halt when the Federation forces stopped firing, gave up their attack, and displayed the flag of surrender. As the Federation forces ceased firing, the Huaxia generals also realized the meaning behind the Federation's actions and issued orders for their fleet to stop firing. The densely packed lines of crossfire gradually loosened, until they finally ceased altogether. In the aftermath of a brutal war, the Federation and Huaxia had stopped exchanging fire. Chapter 164. Conclusion of the Shuzhou Campaign. By the end of the battle, a deathly silence hung over both sides of the battlefield. The Federal Qin Kingdom's army has surrendered. In accordance with the terms of surrender, they are quickly disarming and ceasing all hostile actions. Furthermore, I've received a skywave communication request from their military, the adjutant reported. Patch it through to me, Xiahou De said. Understood. The adjutant replied before connecting the call to Xiahou De Budongji Jia cockpit. Xiahou De opened the transmission, and as the light screen appeared, although he had long known that the commander of the Federal Qin Kingdom's forces was a female general, their first face-to-face encounter confirmed her imposing presence despite her current dejected demeanor due to defeat. I am Commander Lu Ying of the Federal Qin Kingdom's forces. I request surrender. As she spoke these words, her disappointment was evident. Accepted, Xiahou De replied. Neither of the two commanders lingered in further conversation. After an elaborate surrender ceremony, the great gates of Shuzhou City were flung wide open to welcome the Huaxia forces, while the remaining fleets of the Federal Qin Kingdom were assimilated by the Huaxia Navy. The Federal Qin Kingdom chose surrender, knowing full well that they could not prevail. Xiahou De arrived at the terrace of Shuzhou City along with his generals, preparing to oversee the formalities of accepting the surrender of the Qin Kingdom. Before proceeding to the designated location, Xiahou De turned his gaze toward the deep expanse beyond the heavens cape littered with remnants of war. Barely having taken a step, tears welled up on his face, and without restraint, he fell to one knee in front of the heavens cape and declared, "This battle happened because I didn't see it clearly enough, resulting in so many of our people losing their lives for this victory. Xiahou De has no merit but bears guilt. After today's conclusion of the battle, Xiahou De will willingly accept punishment. This victory was forged by the blood of many. Shuzhou is the reward you give to Huaxia. Huaxia will never forget those who have died in its name." The multitude following him remained silent, their gazes cast towards the heavens cape, kneeling alongside Xiahou De. The Shuzhou campaign could only be described as a Pyrrhic victory, where blame rested heavily on everyone's shoulders. So many comrades perished in the conflict. A hard-won success came at such a heavy cost. As all the generals stood and proceeded towards the terrace, representatives from the Federal Qin Kingdom also arrived. The meeting between the two parties commenced. Among them, leading the Federal Qin forces, was General Lu Hong, flanked by Lu Ying and Lu Ming, accompanied by numerous generals from the Lu family and other prominent families of the Qin Kingdom. With the surrender ceremony initiated, after the necessary exchange procedures concluded, the flag of the Federal Qin Kingdom was lowered in Shuzhou City, replaced with Huaxia's banner, symbolizing Huaxia's expanded dominion over the Shuzhou region. Next, consideration was given to the disposition of the surrendered personnel. Xiahou De, seated on the main chair, examined the federal commander who had given him trouble, an unusual female commander indeed. Lu Ying at this moment appeared disheveled, overwhelmed by the post-war gloom. Under Xiahou De's penetrating gaze, her unease showed openly. Both parties remained silent for a while. Not long afterward, Xiahou De spoke first. "You are Lu Ying, the Federal Qin Kingdom's commander, right? May I ask, was it you who set the trap outside Shuzhou City? It caused me to lose 5 entire fleets." "Yes, it was my setup. To make General Xiahou De of the Huaxia forces fall into my trap is something I have no regrets about in my life," Lu Ying laughed. "Ho ho ho." Xiahou De laughed loudly. "After such a long time, you finally managed to get the better of me. Xiahou De is renowned as a distinguished general of Huaxia. Having gotten the better of you now, how do you intend to deal with me?" Lu Ying responded with a smile. "However, I've already become your prisoner. You skillfully unraveled my strategies and had the allied forces arrive swiftly, encircling and annihilating our outer forces. Thus, we were eventually defeated. If it weren't for those forces identifying your trap, then the victor of this battle would undoubtedly have been you, and I, Xiahou De, would have become your prisoner." "Indeed, the person who understood your plan was another female general," Xiahou De exclaimed in laughter. "In the Shuzhou campaign, I was defeated by a female general but saved by another. How embarrassing. Who is she?" Lu Ying asked curiously. "She is the captain of our 11th fleet, Admiral Mi Ling," Xiahou De replied. Lu Ying turned around and, sure enough, saw a female general among the ranks of Huaxia's forces. The two exchanged curious glances. Then Lu Ying turned back to Xiahou De and said, "If it hadn't been for Huaxia's allied forces seeing through my stratagem, surely the winner of this battle would have been my side. Nevertheless, someone capable of recognizing and countering my strategy is truly commendable." Lu Ying added, "And I wonder, what does General Xiahou De plan to do with me now that I have been defeated?" Xiahou De stared intently at Lu Ying without speaking. Lu Ying continued, "Do you hate me for luring a large portion of the Huaxia army to the outskirts of Shuzhou City through strategy?" Lu Ying asked. "If so, then as a defeated general, I have nothing more to say. I request that the general grant me a swift death. By saying this, wouldn't you be implying that I am a petty person?" Xiahou De looked at Lu Ying and said, Your strategy did indeed cause heavy losses to our Huaxia army, but I don't blame your tactics. In war, I never expect my opponents to show me mercy. I only regret my own lack of foresight which led me to fall into your trap, causing my army such great losses, tarnishing my reputation and weakening my force's strength. But I do not intend to kill you. Xiahou said. All the generals were astonished as they looked towards Xiahou. Xiahou said, Gentlemen, the initial setback in this battle was my fault, and I bear an inescapable responsibility. After finishing, Xiahou turned to look at Lu Ying and said, There aren't many people who can outwit me, Xiahou. Now, how fortunate it is that one such as yourself has fallen into my hands, haha. What do you mean by that? Lu Ying asked. Huaxia does not turn away those with talent who wish to join us. Although you lost this battle, you have shown your opponents your true capabilities through this war. Thus, Huaxia will not let go of an opportunity to recruit someone like you. If the Federal Qin Kingdom can use you, so can Huaxia, Xiahou said. You must be joking, Lu Ying replied contemptuously. Do you think so? Xiahou asked seriously. Lu Ying pondered for a while and said, Could you allow me a few days to think about it? All right, Xiahou said. I, Xiahou, will patiently wait for your answer. With that, Lu Ying was escorted away by the Huaxia soldiers. The generals approached Xiahou and asked, Commander, do you really intend to recruit her into our army? Yes, Xiahou replied, looking at Lu Ying's retreating figure. Not only that, we must gain as much as possible from the federal army in this war, because I will not refuse any capable individuals who are willing to join our forces. The Shuzhou campaign ultimately came to a close after a grand and solemn surrender ceremony, during which the Huaxia forces paid an immense cost to finally secure the city of Shuzhou. Chapter 165, New Steps. Shuzhou City, capital. Xiahou met with Zhang Liyuan alone and said, Although we won this battle, the cost was extremely heavy. We fell into the enemy's trap, and I cannot escape responsibility. Whatever punishment you decide for me will be without complaint. Xiahou, stop being so obstinate. Zhang Liyuan rolled her eyes and said, Falling into the enemy's trap is a mistake, but capturing Shuzhou City is an achievement. This can offset each other. Xiahou shook his head and didn't say anything. The Shuzhou campaign, our urgent need for victory. You probably understand the reasons behind it, Zhang Liyuan said. It's not your fault. Shuzhou must be taken within a short period of time. Xiahou pushed away his chair, stood up, and said, You're right. We don't know what the Federation army is up to, but one thing is clear. We can't give the Federation army too much time. The rapid success or failure of the Shuzhou campaign determines the outcome of the next battle. There will be another war soon, a scale no less significant than the Shuzhou campaign, and its difficulty surpasses that of Shuzhou's war. However, the main offensive direction won't come from our southern army, Xiahou stated. I've heard about this. Yongzhou War, isn't it? Zhang Liyuan said. That's correct. But as for the military's upcoming war plans, the military commission won't be participating anymore, Xiahou explained. I understand that, Zhang Liyuan said after finishing her sentence, then walked out of the command room, leaving Xiahou alone inside. In the Shuzhou battle, our army nearly suffered heavy losses due to falling for the enemy's trick. Fortunately, the supporting armies arrived in time to save us and eventually defeated the Federation Qin Kingdom's forces. After Xiahou finished speaking, he showed the previously signed surrender document to all the generals present and continued. The Qin Kingdom has surrendered to the Federation. The originally Qin-controlled 3-star regions, Qingzhou, Chaozhou, and Shuzhou, now belong to our army. Nevertheless, Chaozhou and Qingzhou are still under federal control, while we control the federal province of Shuzhou. I know something about the southern front. Victories and defeats are common in military matters. Although this victory came at great cost, we have nonetheless seized Shuzhou. The Huaxia army will pay tribute to the fallen soldiers, but the only way to stop the bloodshed of war is to end it. And how to end the war? That would be the downfall of the Chinese Federation under the Republic of Huaxia, Dai Lingnan said. Xiahou, I will not ask you about any faults in your taking of Shuzhou because our army has more important things to do next, Xiahou Jing said. The Shuzhou campaign will surely cause a stir within the Chinese Federation, Tang Yongtao said. Therefore, we need to accelerate our next move. The southern campaign has yielded some results. Now the northern army. It's up to you, General Dai Lingnan, Zhang Guizu said. The Yongzhou campaign is already on my mind. Taking advantage of the momentum gained from our southern victory, we'll close the book on Yongzhou once and for all, Dai Lingnan laughed. If General Dai Lingnan says this, does it mean he has everything figured out? Xiahou Jing asked. Yes, for this Yongzhou campaign, I've been preparing for a long time. Seizing victory will be straightforward, Dai Lingnan replied. Compared to Shuzhou, Yongzhou has many fortresses. The Federation army spares no expense, establishing numerous space forts in Yongzhou, and there is also a special Yongzhou corps defending against the northern army. In such a tough situation, what plan does Dai Lingnan have? Xiahou Jing questioned. Engaging in combat with fortress-heavy defenses is unwise unless absolutely necessary. Historically, the fall of many famous defensive fortresses began from internal dissolution, Dai Lingnan remarked. So, General Dai Lingnan has thought through how to counter them accordingly, Xiahou Jing stated. Preparations have been extensive, and before long, the Yongzhou campaign will commence, Dai Lingnan smiled. Xiahou Jing nodded in approval. The Fourth Army will take over and consolidate the remaining counties and cities in Shuzhou. We'll wait for the central government to establish effective rule in Shuzhou. Additionally, I hope the fallen soldiers in the Shuzhou campaign will receive proper arrangements, Xiahou added. This will indeed take some time, but it should be done properly, Xiahou Jing replied. The officers who perished in this battle qualify to enter the Star Spirit Altar. How they should be honored is something you know well, Xiaohoda. Yes, I understand, Xiaohoda replied. Xiahou Jing nodded satisfactorily and turned to Dai Lingnan, saying, So, the next move is in your hands, General. Dai Lingnan nodded in response. I won't let you down. After everyone had ended their celestial transmission meeting, Xiaohoda stood up and looked at the starry sky. Transport warships and cleanup robots were busy clearing debris left on the battlefield, and remains of the deceased soldiers were being identified. The Shuzhou campaign. The Federal Army did not have a stable line of defense. Realizing it couldn't withstand our force decided to bet everything on one roll of the dice and confront our forces decisively in Shuzhou. Later half of the galactic year, 4526. The Shuzhou campaign. Xiaohoda thought for a moment and said, If it weren't for this victory in the war, I would have only one choice, to commit suicide right here. Just as Xiaohoda was about to leave, the doorbell of the headquarters rang. Xiaohoda answered it to find Xiaofeng. As Xiaofeng entered the command room, he immediately questioned in confusion. Chief, that woman lured and betrayed 5 of our fleets, yet you intend to accept her into the Huaxia army? The families and comrades of the fallen soldiers won't agree with this. This is something I need to take into consideration, Xiaohoda replied. If it were up to you, how should we proceed? I suggest killing them. If you think that's too harsh, then punish them accordingly to console the spirits of our fallen soldiers, Xiaofeng said bitterly. Xiaohoda shook his head and said, When the enemy surrenders willingly, if we handle it the way you proposed, there might be no federal soldiers willing to surrender in future wars. This will increase the difficulty of fighting the Federation army. But, Xiaofeng started. You have your own ideas too, Xiaohoda continued. I've already said that war isn't about hoping for enemies to show us mercy. Falling into their traps is mainly due to my fault. If anyone must be dealt with, come after me. Xiaohoda blaming others after a war is not the right approach. Xiaofeng understands, Xiaofeng said. But chief, what will happen to the fallen soldiers? The Fourth Army's next mission includes handling the affairs of our fallen soldiers, Xiaohoda said. My father just mentioned earlier that the commanders who fell in this war qualify to enter the Bright Star Spirit Altar of Mingzhou. Oh, Xiaofeng brightened at this. That's excellent. Yes, for our Fourth Army stationed in Shuzhou, stabilizing the Shuzhou city will be the key task moving forward, Xiaohoda stated. We cannot be complacent. After the Shuzhou campaign, new steps must be taken. The Yongzhou campaign is about to begin soon. Chapter 166. The Deliberation of Yongzhou in the Federation. Federation Military Conference. The high-ranking officers of the Federation Army looked grimly at the video showing the failed operation process of the Shuzhou campaign by the Qin State Army of the Federation not long ago. When the video ended, Shimin Kong angrily said, The Shuzhou campaign has failed. The Huaxia army has appeared behind us, threatening our 3 armies in Yongzhou, Chaozhou, and Qingzhou due to their presence in Shuzhou. Moreover, we cannot allocate forces from these 3 regions to deal with the threat coming from Shuzhou. Given this situation, what else can we do? The Qin State of the Federation has surrendered to Huaxia, and its 3-star regions have been placed under Huaxia's rule. However, how can we possibly hand over the occupied Chaozhou and Qingzhou star regions to Huaxia? Ma Honggang said, without the support system of the Qin State of the Federation for our war efforts, even if we use military power to control Chaozhou and Qingzhou, it would be difficult for us to establish a new system after losing the Qin State's infrastructure. In that case, we should rely on the old Qin State units to maintain stability in these 2 states, Bao Yu said, though there are questions about their loyalty, it's the only option right now. After saying this, Bao Yu looked around and continued. In this Shuzhou campaign, the Liu family committed all their military forces into a decisive battle in Shuzhou against Huaxia. They almost succeeded, but unfortunately, Huaxia managed to turn the tide, and Shuzhou fell into Huaxia's hands. With Shuzhou falling to Huaxia, maintaining our central battlefront has lost all meaning. If we lose Yongzhou as well, we will be surrounded. To preserve our remaining forces, the regrettable decision might be retreating from Yongzhou, Ma Honggang added. By withdrawing from the central battlefield and leaving Yongzhou, that would mean giving up control of the Central Star region entirely. Where can we retreat to then? Gao Min questioned. However, given the current situation, either we are surrounded by Huaxia's forces or our army makes a timely retreat, or we sit idly waiting for defeat. Once surrounded, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ma Honggang reflected thoughtfully and concluded, the situation is now very clear. Huaxia's next step will be Yongzhou. If they successfully take Yongzhou, the retreat routes for our 3-star domains and 3 main armies will be completely sealed off. So if we don't retreat now, when we have no choice but to fall back, we'll pay a much heavier price. Ma Honggang turned his gaze toward the other 4 generals and stated, Haha, seems like regardless of whether we retreat or not, the end result won't be good for us. Shimin Kong suddenly interjected coldly. Ma Honggang turned to Bao Yu and asked, Commander Bao, what does the president say? The president asks us to hold out a little longer. He says naturally there will be ways for us to retreat later, Bao Yu responded. Hold out a bit longer? Buying more time? Are you joking? Shimin Kong shot back. Isn't it clear the president plans to abandon us? Shut up. Gao Min glared furiously at Shimin Kong and retorted, most of the Federation Army's strength is deployed here. If President Bao abandons us, the Chinese Federation would also be finished. Do you really think he'd be that stupid? Huh. Shimin Kong gave a cold laugh and continued. At this point, I'm not as foolish as you guys. Facing the current situation, I want to know how President Bao plans to reverse our fortunes? No, I don't see any chances left at all. General Shiman. Bao Yu cast him a chilly look and questioned. If you believe we cannot win, then what do you plan to do? Don't forget, we're all in the same boat. If we have no hope of victory, neither do you. Shiman Kong kept silent thereafter. The Shuzhou campaign severely wounded Huaxia's forces. Though they captured the critical region of Shuzhou within a short period of time, they likely won't make any big moves. I'm unsure how long President Bao wants us to defend this line, but let's hope there is enough time, Bao Yu declared. The longer Yongzhou holds, the more time we'll have left. Have you all understood? The Huaxia forces stationed on the Shuzhou front may temporarily remain inactive, but those on the Jingzhou front seem to be quite active recently, Ma Honggang noted as he arranged troops. After the Qin army has withdrawn from the central line, our military force enters a defensive state. 3 large corps of the Huaxia Central Army have clashed with our forces several times. However, lacking sufficient manpower makes it impossible for reinforcements to be dispatched. Thus, holding Yongzhou relies on General Gao, Bao Yu pointed out. Yongzhou boasts numerous fortresses and sturdy defense lines, not to mention my Yongzhou Corps' troops garrisoned there. We have no reason to fear, Gao Min confidently affirmed. If the Huaxia army from Shuzhou regains strength and collaborates with the northern Jingzhou army to encircle our Jingzhou army, that could pose significant issues, Ma Honggang warned. This is precisely what concerns me. As early as before the Shuzhou campaign, the 5th Army of Huaxia's Jingzhou had already swiftly completed their assembly and stood off against our forces along the Yongzhou-Shuzhou line. All of Yongzhou's defensive installations are oriented toward the northern Jingzhou rather than towards Shuzhou, Gao Min said. The 4th Army of Huaxia on the southern front will need some time to recover fully and stabilize their control over Shuzhou. This period is relatively easy for us. However, if President Bao and so-called key to victory cannot be realized during this war, then we might have no other choice but to. Bao Yu trailed off. The key to victory? Shiman Kong asked. I know President Bao and likes to nurture his own scientists and ability users, tinkering with things we haven't seen yet. But what can possibly turn our fortunes around? At that time, we will all understand, Bao Yu replied. General Dai Lingnan of Huaxia's 5th Army is no ordinary figure. Does General Gao have a plan to counter him? Bao Yu inquired. Facing off with Dai Lingnan along the Jingzhou line, he managed to exploit the rift between me and my advisors, convincing my advisor to become a mole within our forces. However, my advisor only passed along the intelligence I wanted them to convey, which was part of my strategy with General Yang Ming. The spy has earned Dai Lingnan's trust through their communications. Moreover, through Huaxia's operation to buy our spies, we've discovered one of their intelligence networks inside our military ranks. Therefore, regarding Huaxia's 5th Army, we don't need to worry too much. In fact, I hope to take out Huaxia's 5th Army before their 4th Army finishes adjusting, Gao Min said. Once Huaxia's 5th Army falls into our hands, we can then shift focus to deal with the 4th Army in the southern line, potentially improving our situation. Excellent. In that case, let us await General Gao's good news and look forward to your total victory in this battle, Bao Yu responded. Then, esteemed generals, I'll leave the central line to you all to manage. We'll defend the Yongzhou line, Gao Min smiled. Chapter 167, The 5th Army of Jingzhou. In the headquarters command room of the 5th Army of Huaxia in Jingzhou City, Dai Lingnan opened the Tianxin communication system. When the light screen appeared, a person wearing a Federation military uniform showed up. Dai Lingnan asked, Fan Lin, after the upheaval in Shuzhou, did the Federal Army on the Central Front decide to withdraw when they realized the threat to themselves? No. According to the results of this Federal Conference, the Federal Army has no intention of giving up the Central Defense Line because of changes in Shuzhou, Fan Lin replied. So, are they waiting for me to capture Yongzhou and become fish in a pot before they come to their senses? Dai Lingnan laughed. After Huaxia surrounds the Federal Army on 3 sides, the Federal Army would have very little chance to win. Now that Shuzhou is lost, and they are still holding on, do you know the reason why? I know a little bit. It seems that the Federal Army needs time, and with enough time, they believe they can turn defeat into victory, Fan Lin said. Laughable. The longer it takes, the more obvious the gap between the Federation and Huaxia becomes. How can they hope for a miraculous reversal? Dai Lingnan said. Time is on the side of the Huaxia army, understand? Yes. Fan Lin nodded and replied. In that case, the Yongzhou campaign will be the next rhythm. The Federal Army needing time must surely not be for good intentions. So if the enemy says they want time, can we give it to them? Dai Lingnan laughed. What does our leader mean by that? Fan Lin asked. We'll launch the battle soon. You provide intelligence for my army without making any mistakes, and you will be heavily rewarded upon success, Dai Lingnan said. Fan Lin nodded. Subsequently, the Tianxin communication was cut off on both sides. After Dai Lingnan finished speaking and was about to close his eyes for some rest, Generals Zhou Haxiong, Ho Ling, Li Xian, and others all looked at him with surprise in the command room. Ho Ling asked, Our conflict with the Yongzhou Corps should wait until Brother Nan's forces are prepared, responding from both north and south, and capturing Yongzhou at one stroke. Wouldn't that provide a greater chance? This idea isn't bad, but it doesn't suit the current situation. We need to win as early as possible. Haven't you noticed? The situation for the Federal Army is difficult to reverse, yet they desperately guard, all in order to buy time, Dai Lingnan said. This is the key to the problem. The Chinese Federation appears to still have the possibility of reversing the situation. Although unclear, our army absolutely cannot give the enemy the opportunity to create such a turnaround. They need time, so we cannot allow them time. If we can achieve a swift victory, then we must. I understand, but can Fan Lin be trusted? Ho Ling said. I think that tying the success of the Fifth Army to this spy's intelligence seems somewhat inappropriate. General Xiahou makes a point. It probably isn't right to base victory entirely on the actions of a single spy, Zhou Hexiong said. There won't be anything amiss. This spy can be trusted. The Huaxia intelligence network has been operating in Yongzhou for a long time. All the intelligence he provided us with has been without fabrication and crucial to the Federal Army, Dai Lingnan said. Why would Fan Lin have such loyalty to serve our army like this? Li Xian asked. Gao Min and Fan Lin have had conflicts. Even though Fan Lin holds the position of advisor for the Third Central Army of the Federation, Gao Min is narrow-minded and unwilling to heavily rely on Fan Lin, even discriminating against his background, causing Fan Lin to harbor resentment. After several tests, it became clear that Fan Lin had already intended to betray the Federation and surrender to Huaxia, Dai Lingnan said. So how sure can we be of the loyalty of their defection? Li Xian asked. After several tests, we were able to ascertain his sincerity. You should know my methods, Dai Lingnan said. It seems we may have overthought it, Li Xian said. Indeed, it looks like there are no other issues among you all. Then, everyone return to your respective armies and prepare for the upcoming war. The Fifth Army has also rested for a year. It's time for some action, Dai Lingnan said. Understood. The various generals left the command room after finishing their sentences. Aren't you leaving yet? Dai Lingnan looked at Xiahou Ling, who was still sitting in her original seat, and asked. With lingering doubts, I don't intend to leave temporarily, Xiahou Ling said. I hope you can answer my questions. Is this like last time, where you concealed certain matters from all our generals and secretly conspired to do something else? Xiahou Ling asked. The previous war required different tactics than this one, Dai Lingnan responded. There's nothing false about this spy. He's on our side, and the intelligence he provides is sufficient for our army to win this war. So, you can rest assured that Huaxia will surely triumph. But why do I always have this feeling? Xiahou Ling murmured. Feelings are illusions, not real. I, Dai Lingnan, never act based on feelings, Dai Lingnan stated firmly. But wasn't my feeling correct last time? You even said my feeling was accurate. Xiahou Ling countered. That was just a coincidence. Your feeling happened to match the reality, Dai Lingshan said. Xiahou Ling smiled and said, doesn't that just show my feelings are pretty accurate? Feelings are very deceptive. Don't trust them recklessly, Dai Lingshan said. Then he continued. All right, it's not early anymore. The meeting is over. You can find some time to relax or go back to the Legion and prepare for the upcoming Yongzhou campaign. What do you think? After hearing this, Xiahou Ling stood up and left the command room without looking back. Just before stepping out of the electronic door, her white-gloved fist clenched tightly, and her teeth gritted against her red lips as she angrily walked away. Watching Xiahou Ling's retreating figure, Dai Lingshan helplessly shook his head and fell silent. Yongzhou City, Command Center. The door of the command room opened, and Fan Lin entered from inside the command room. At this moment, there was only Gao Min in the command room. After passing our intelligence to the Huaxia army, did we receive any information from them? Gao Min asked. Commander, after I leaked this intelligence to Dai Lingshan has already stated that an offensive will be launched soon. He asked me to collect more intelligence about Yongzhou, Fan Lin replied. Gao Min thought for a moment and said, is there an exact date for the engagement? No, he only said it would happen soon, Fan Lin replied. Soon, Gao Min pondered for a bit and then asked, can we confirm an exact time period? If we need to confirm the exact time, he told me that after gathering sufficient information, he would make the final decision, Fan Lin said. That's true. However, since the Huaxia army plans to launch an attack shortly, it is rather advantageous for our army. It at least avoids the possibility of simultaneous battles with both Huaxia's Shuzhou force and Jingzhou force, Gao Min said. But since the Huaxia army has given us this opportunity, let's proceed with the plan as scheduled and await replies from me and Yang Ming. We'll prepare meticulously and dig a deep pit so as to bury the Huaxia army completely, Gao Min chuckled. Chapter 168, Yang Ming. When Fan Lin walked out of the command room, Gao Min opened the Tian Sun. The light screen revealed a portrait of a young general. This man was commander of the 5th Fleet of Yongzhou Army, Yang Ming. Brother Yang, your methods are effective. The Huaxia army is now like clay in my hands, Gao Min laughed. I only devised the plan. Its successful implementation depends on Commander Gao Min, said Yang Ming. But if it weren't for the intelligence gathered by our spies, I would never have realized that the Huaxia army had already established such a dense intelligence network within our territory. We owe a lot to the existence of these spies for revealing this truth, Gao Min said. That's natural. Yongzhou is our Yang family stronghold. If the Huaxia army intends to create trouble in Yongzhou, they must answer to the Yang family of Yongzhou first, Yang Ming smiled. In that case, our spies have been set up well. What do you suggest we do next? Gao Min asked. The Huaxia army wants us to relay detailed military intelligence to them, meaning we will decide when the war begins. Once Huaxia gets our details, they will inevitably launch an attack. So why don't we pass along false intelligence? Yang Ming smiled and added, false information only needs to mix a little falsity with the truth, and this little falsity can help us defeat the Huaxia army. Exactly. The decisive battle must come sooner rather than later. How to defeat the Huaxia army hinges on this piece of intelligence, Gao Min said. The Huaxia army obtains our intelligence and initiates the Yongzhou campaign. To attack effectively, they must avoid our strengths and target our weaknesses. This tactic of avoiding strength and targeting weakness could win them the fight, but if we turn their perceived weakness into a trap, wouldn't it be wonderful for them to fall right into it? Yang Ming laughed. Very good, Gao Min smiled. However, before the war begins, we should not touch the Huaxia's intelligence network. We must root it out entirely after the war, or it would be cutting off the grass without removing the roots, Yang Ming said. The spy network falls under your Yang family's watch. After the war, I don't want any survivors, but for now, keep an eye on them. Gao Min said. Let's convene the generals to discuss our next operation plan. Understood. Before that, I'd like to return to the Yang family estate for a short while, Yang Ming said. That's reasonable. From the rear border all the way to Yongzhou, frontline defense has kept you occupied without much rest. Might as well let you take a moment to send greetings to Lord Yang Song. Gao Min nodded and said. After speaking, the two turned off the Tian Sun. Yang Ming's leave wasn't long. After being away for a week guarding the fortifications, he hurried back to the Yang family estate. The Yang family is one of the 5 major households in central China of the Chinese Federation and holds significant control in the Yongzhou star domain. Yongzhou is the foundation of the Yang family. Like Shuzhou, Yongzhou is located in the central star domain and is detached from the front lines of the battlefield. A dense network of transportation lines traverses through it. If it were not turned into a battlefield, the wealth of Yongzhou could rival that of Shuzhou. Relying on Yongzhou's advantageous geographical position, the Yang family developed into a great household. However, even so, the Yang family remains inferior to the other 5 families who possess entire states. The Yang family of Yongzhou, which gained status through economics, saw Yongzhou transformed into a frontline during the Federal Army's failure in the 9 Strongholds campaign of Jingzhou last year. Yongzhou was constantly fortified, and its economic hub status was replaced by Shuzhou. It instead developed into a frontline military fortress. The arrival of the Central Federal Army maintained the stability of this defensive line. Both Yongzhou and Jingzhou are crucial transportation hubs, one leading to the northwest from the central region, the other leading to the northwest from the central region. If both were under the same force, their connectivity advantage could be maximized. However, if they belonged to different forces, then such an advantage would disappear completely. Due to the war, Yongzhou became the front line, leading to the decline of the Yang family. Today's Yang family resembles yesterday's Qin family, causing endless melancholy within the Yang household. Yang Ming returned home, just as the head of the Yang family, Yang Song, was about to retire for the evening. What did the spies say about Huaxia? Yang Song asked. Huaxia received intelligence passed on by Commander Gao Min, intending to move troops soon. He emphasized the need to closely monitor the Huaxia intelligence network, Yang Ming replied. Do you believe the timing is trustworthy? Yang Song asked. When the Central Star Domain turned into a battlefield, President Bao and of the Zhonghua Federation said there was ample time for him to reverse the tide of the campaign. What do you think? It might be hard to believe, but indeed there exist methods to turn the situation around, though it seems highly improbable that such a method would appear within our Zhonghua Federation, Yang Ming said. If not, I'm unsure what President Bao intends to do. Yang Song thought for a moment and said, well, do we have confidence to win this war? We do, Lord Yang, rest assured. Yes, Yongzhou must swiftly conclude this war and stop being a battlefield. Over the past year, Yongzhou has suffered greatly, and the Yang family has begun to weaken, Yang Song said. Lord Yang, please rest assured. We are bound to win this battle, Yang Ming said. After hearing this, Yang Song sighed and leaned back on his armchair to continue resting. Yongzhou far from the war and Yongzhou near the war are entirely different. The prosperous big cities of Yongzhou have now become armed fortresses, constantly facing disturbances from the Huaxia Northern Army. The recent Shuzhou campaign has also turned the rear battlefield of the Yongzhou army into a front line, leaving it in a precarious situation, Yang Ming sighed. The presidential palace, Bianzhou City. The news of the recent defeat in the Shuzhou campaign troubled Bao for a long time. Not long ago, he had given Bao Yu the order to hold firm and buy some time. Such a situation truly puts the troops on the front line in a difficult position. If they continue like this, they will ultimately be surrounded and annihilated by the federal army inside, and even if that thing comes out, I would be left isolated without any capital. Bao pondered, and then spoke. After speaking, Bao opened the Tian Sun, and the light screen revealed Xia Ziliang's face. Xia Ziliang, the 5th Army of the Central Federal Army, is ready at Bazhou to assist the Central Corps. If Yongzhou falls, coordinate with the Central Army to capture Yongzhou, clear a retreat route, and return to the Eastern Star Domain, Bao said. President Bao, do you mean that in case the front lines cannot hold, my troops should prepare the Yongzhou passage for the Central Army's retreat? Xia Ziliang asked. You are correct. How long Yongzhou can hold is uncertain. I plan to use the 5th Army of the Federal Central Military, a newly formed force, to maintain the stability of the Yongzhou Channel, Bao said. Understood, Mr. President, Xia Ziliang said. Bao nodded, closed the Tian Sun communication, and turned to look at the sky canopy, smiling and saying, just one more thing remains. Unfortunately, the Qin State's forces can't hold up, unable to provide support. Since the Central Star Domain isn't the place to crush your Huaxia forces, how will the Eastern Star Domain fare? After speaking, Bao lit a cigarette and sighed. I originally thought it was the ultimate move to kill off Huaxia, but instead, it has become my last straw. Chapter 169, Setting a Trap. In Yongzhou, the 3 county cities are located on the front line, Jinya City, Wu City, and Sanka City. The Federation's Yongzhou Corps has deployed 2 fleets in each of these 3 county cities to strengthen their defenses. Meanwhile, in the rear, Yongzhou City hosts 2 reserve fleets, which can conveniently reach any one of the 3 county cities quickly in case of emergencies. The Chinese Federation is constructing this defense line here to guard against the army from Huaxia to the north. Although the 5th Army of Huaxia is stronger than the 3rd Central Army, since the latter is in a defensive state, This defensive system is sufficient to withstand Huaxia's offensives. Central 3rd Army Headquarters in Yongzhou City. Gao Min walked into an empty metal room inside the facility as the light screens lit up, showing the various commanders of the Yongzhou Corps. To my knowledge, the Huaxia army will soon launch a war. It suits them seeking a quick victory, without waiting for the coordination between northern and southern fronts, giving our army an opportunity, a chance to crush the enemy at once, Gao Min said. Defeat the enemy, and then focus on preventing the Huaxia army from Shuzhou. This is what our army needs to do next. Gao Min continued. The enemy probes for weaknesses, and we can take this chance to lure them into a trap. Yang Ming said, Huaxia has 12 fleets while we only have 8. If we spread out our forces entirely to defend against their attack, our defense line can indeed block their advances. However, if they make concentrated breakthroughs at specific points, we need precise intelligence about where those points are to counter their moves. Oh, probing and luring, Yang Ming. Tell us how you plan to lure the enemy into a trap, Gao Min asked. Indeed, with 12 fleets, the enemy can distribute evenly across 3 lines, attacking 3 different positions on our defense line, keeping our reinforcements in constant chaos. Yet among these 3 points, it is hard for us to identify which is their primary target, Yang Ming said. But if our side knows beforehand which point is just used to distract us, and which is their actual main attack, we can prepare before the war begins and gear up fully for combat against Huaxia. Yang Ming concluded. Good. You're truly my wise strategist. Gao Min smiled. So what exactly do you mean by probing? Yes, General already knows that Huaxia wants to confirm our internal strengths and weaknesses to prepare for war. To this end, they've built a vast spy network within our Yongzhou territory, relying heavily on the 2 largest anti-Federation organizations within our borders. These groups have been monitored by our side in Yongzhou. Among all the spies they operate, the most valuable is none other than Fan Lin, the double agent you sent to the enemy. Yang Ming chuckled. Huaxia Republic now relies heavily on this spy, expecting critical information for their success in this war. What they don't know is that this spy is actually part of a trap I've set. Gao Min laughed loudly. Probing the situation, luring them into a trap. Ha! Yang Ming watched Gao Min smile before asking. General, how do we clarify Huaxia army's primary direction of attack? Actually, it's simple. Once we feed some basic intelligence about our forces to the Huaxia army, it's equivalent to offering them a choice among 3 possible locations. When attacking, their strategy may involve targeting one location while feinting at the other 2 to confuse our forces. The areas that receive more elaborate feints might create distractions, blurring our perception of real and false threats. Conversely, the primary attack point could be quite subtle. This battlefield deception makes it difficult to predict their main attack unless we are prepared. If we already know Huaxia's primary target ahead of time, we can lay traps for them. By observing which area they show particular interest or gather more detailed intelligence, that would likely be their primary offensive direction, either Jianya, Wu, or Sanka cities. 1 city for the main assault, and the other 2 for distraction, taking control swiftly and then heading straight toward the relatively weakly defended Yongzhou City. After seizing Yongzhou City, they'll aim to threaten our other 2 city positions both internally and externally, a logical conclusion for their strategy based on current circumstances. Deceptions abound in battles, making accurate prediction challenging, but swift victories depend heavily on accurate intelligence, especially at their chosen primary attack location, indicating the direction of their greatest effort. Gao Min pondered for a moment before replying. Not bad. We can use this intelligence about the enemy's main defense line to set traps, drawing their main forces into it. Once the Huaxia 5th Army loses its main force, we'll easily slaughter them. So, everyone, please compile a rough outline of the general intelligence related to each of your defense lines. Summarize them together. We'll pass this to Huaxia. Gao Min grinned. Understood, the generals responded. The meeting is over. Prepare for the next operation, and all generals get ready for the war, Gao Min said. After a while, the entire room became empty. Gao Min paced back and forth in the space until he had obtained the intelligence he needed. Then he hurriedly left the room, entered the command room, and opened Fan Lin's Tianshuan communication device. Fan Lin, I've gathered the intelligence for you. Choose an appropriate time to deliver it to the Huaxia army. Also, wait for their reaction, Gao Min said. Understood. Fan Lin nodded, and then Gao Min handed over the collected intelligence to Fan Lin. After both sides ended the Tianshuan call, Gao Min sat on the command seat, gazing at the starry sky outside, and sighed. This battle may be won, but a small victory cannot end this war. What exactly are we asked to hold on to? After speaking, Gao Min lit a cigarette and said helplessly, Is all this futile struggle just to buy some time? If the time is bought, what then? Is the time gained beneficial to the Federation or to Huaxia? The stars were scattered across the sky, and Gao Min continued to murmur to himself. Naturally, time favors the Huaxia army. Huaxia steadily rules over the star regions abandoned by the Federation, whereas the star regions governed by the Federation have unstable foundations. With national strength several times that of the Federation, the longer the conflict drags on, the more potential Huaxia can extract from the occupied star regions. Time is on the side of Huaxia. By relying on our tenacious defense to gain some unknown amount of time, can the Central Command really reverse the situation? After losing control of both northern and southern fronts, the impact of defeat extended far beyond the common soldiers, even more so among the command layer. Even the officers questioned the meaning of continuing a hopeless war. Many people wondered aloud, what's the point of holding out if there's no hope? Chapter 170, War Preparations. Jingzhou, China's 5th Army. Dai Lingnan lay on the highest floor of the military headquarters building, enjoying the light from the outer living area, leisurely picking up a drink to prepare for drinking when the Tingshan, heavenly communication device, rang. He then put down his drink, opened the Tingshan, and connected with Xiahou Ling. Xiahou Ling asked, "Report to the superior officer. May I come in? During leisure time. As long as you don't overwhelm me with official business, it's fine," said Dai Lingnan. After a while, Xiahou Ling brought the Tingshan of the command room to Dai Lingnan and said, "This time there is indeed official business. Our spy in the Federation, Fan Lin, has already passed on the intelligence about the Federal Army to us." Oh, after listening, Dai Lingnan became more alert and sat up, saying, "Quickly show it to me." After Xiahou Ling finished speaking, he handed over the Tingshan to Dai Lingnan. Dai Lingnan took it, quickly scanned through various kinds of intelligence listed on the screen, and then turned off the Tingshan, saying, "Not enough, but we've also troubled him enough. After all, what we want is comprehensive intelligence." Comprehensive intelligence? Xiahou Ling questioned. Yes, comprehensive intelligence is used to determine our main attack point. Next time, let Fan Lin gather key intelligence at a single point, said Dai Lingnan. So, Chief Dai Lingnan, where's the next attack direction for our army? Xiahou Ling asked. The line of Senka City, attacking here and then advancing to Yongzhou after taking it, said Dai Lingnan. I understand, Xiahou Ling responded. Senku's commander is Yang Ming, always the most capable defender under General Gauman. The star domain where Senku is located is closest to Yongzhou City. If handled well, taking Senku will allow us to quickly seize Yongzhou, thus achieving this goal, Dai Lingnan laughed. However, while we primarily attack Senku, we need to accelerate our attacks on Jia and Wu cities. Using the strategy of feinting to the east while attacking to the west makes the enemy unaware of our main attack direction, hence swiftly taking down the opponent and seizing Yongzhou, Dai Lingnan continued. But, what if there is a problem with Fan Lin, this spy? Xiahou Ling questioned. If there is a problem with this spy, wouldn't all our actions fall into the control of the Federal Army? You're right, but, Dai Lingnan countered. But if we don't trust him, what can we use to secure victory? The safest method I suggest is coordinating with the Fourth Army to attack Yongzhou from both north and south. Xiahou Ling proposed. After listening, Dai Lingnan laughed and said, I'll vouch for Fan Lin. He absolutely is a trustworthy spy, so set aside any doubts. If our army can take Yongzhou without moving the Fourth Army, then the Fifth Army controlling Yongzhou and the Fourth Army controlling Shuzhou would trap 3 armies of the Federal forces in the central battlefield. But if we move the Fourth Army, then Shuzhou becomes vulnerable and risks being retaken. So, Commander, you intend to have the Fifth Army independently capture Yongzhou? Xiahou Ling asked. Yes, confirmed Dai Lingnan. I see. I'll leave the Tingshan here, allowing Commander to notify Fan Lin to collect more intelligence regarding the key to this primary attack on Senka City. Xiahou Ling left after saying that, and leaving the command room's Tingshan behind. Haha, Jianya, Wucheng, and Senku. All these 3 cities are strong fortresses. It's hard, really hard to conquer them. Looking at the empty room, Dai Lingnan couldn't help but say, without relying on this spy, how could we possibly succeed? After finishing speaking, Dai Lingnan picked up the Tingshan and connected with Fan Lin's Tingshan, the capital of Yongzhou City. Gauman, lying on a chair taking a nap, suddenly received a Tingshan message, which was from Fan Lin. Report to the general, the intelligence of the Huaxia, Chinese, army has arrived, Fan Lin reported. Oh, what did Dai Lingnan say? Gauman asked. General Dai Lingnan requested me to deliver all the intelligence of Senka City to their Fifth Army. Huaxia plans to launch an offensive in a few days, Fan Lin stated. Senku, Fan Lin pondered on this term and then added. So, he doesn't require information on other cities? No, except for Senku. Senku to Yongzhou City along the line of intelligence is listed as secondary collection target, which means under the condition that I obtain full intelligence on Senku, I can additionally acquire intelligence on this route, Fan Lin explained. It seems the Huaxiao army's main attack direction is certain now. Wait quietly, I need some time to deliberate. Gauman concluded. After finishing, Gauman closed Fan Lin's Tingshan and immediately opened Yang Ming's Tingshan. The light screen appeared, and Yang Ming inquired. Excuse me, General, is there anything? All right. This time the Huaxiao army focuses its intelligence collection on Senku, said Gauman. Senku, isn't that the city I'm guarding? Yang Ming was surprised to say, isn't that saying the Huaxiao army this time plans to primarily attack Senka City? That's right, without a doubt, Senku is Huaxia's next target for attack, so, said Gauman. So according to the 3 contingency plans we previously laid out in response to an assault on any of the 3 cities, we will adopt the plan designated for Senku, said Yang Ming. Exactly. We must gather all our forces ready for standby, and you need to focus on defending Senku. Once the Huaxiao army is embroiled in siege warfare, our forces will strike from behind. Additionally, 6 Ultra New class warships will also be fully mobilized this time, aiming to annihilate the Huaxiao forces in Senku. Gauman continued. This way, the Huaxiao army thinks they can carry out their deception, but little do they know that their actions are already within our grasp. Once the Huaxiao army suffers a major defeat, when their main force is broken, the side forces will collapse accordingly, and our troops will easily crush Huaxia's Fifth Army. Ho ho, with 1 in 3 probability, it's come down to my responsibility. Well, since the Huaxiao army has arrived, they must not be allowed to leave. Yang Ming smiled mysteriously and said, since the enemy's main thrust is towards Senku, you need to prepare for the counteroffensive. Make sure to hold on to crucial Senka City at all costs, Gauman stated firmly. Commander, rest assured. I am well aware of the defensive lines around Sanka City. With proper preparation, even if the entire Huaxia fleet comes, I have ways to repel them, Yang Ming confidently replied. However, although other points are not the primary defense zones, we still need to station some troops there. The Huaxia army may use a feint east while attacking west strategy, but we cannot allow their bluff to turn into a real breakthrough, Yang Ming added with a laugh. Don't worry. According to the contingency plan, Zhonghua and Wu City will each deploy one fleet to defend against Huaxia's attacks. Our full focus, though, will be on Sanku, Gao Min said. However, during our large-scale military movement, please control all the Huaxia intelligence personnel to ensure they don't find out the true state of our military strength. Understood, Yang Ming responded. After both sides closed their tinks in communications, they immediately entered a tense period of preparation. In this star domain of Yongzhou, the Federation army was making urgent arrangements for the upcoming war. The various fleets originally stationed along the Zhonghua and Wu City line have been dispatched to Yongzhou City. The 4 fleets stationed at Yongzhou City and the 2 fleets stationed at Sanka City were standing by anxiously. Chapter 171, Yongzhou Campaign, Opening Part 1. Yongzhou City, Central 3rd Army Combat Command Room. Commander, the Huaxia forces show signs of large-scale movement, said the reconnaissance officer. The war has arrived. After listening to the report, Gao Min put on the military cap and said, we can make preparations. The next step is to ensure that the Huaxia army has no way back once they arrive. Order the 1st Fleet, 2nd Fleet, 4th Fleet, and 6th Fleet to prepare for battle. After saying this, Gao Min left the command room. At the spaceport in Yongzhou City, 4 fleets of the Federal Army were docked here with thousands of warships stationed at the docks. The starport was extraordinarily busy as mecha units, strategic supplies, and fighters were being mobilized onto the fleets. The entire army was meticulously planning for the upcoming war. Although we have a grasp of the Huaxia army's movements, it's still too ambitious to think we can take out their main fleet using only 6 fleets. Gao Min said to his adjutant who was by his side. Our enemy's main force is certainly no weaker than ours. This plan is like setting a net to catch a tiger. It's far too dangerous, the adjutant responded. No worries. This is our only chance for victory in the Yongzhou campaign. We must win this battle, Gao Min stated. After finishing, Gao Min looked at the pier where this enormous warship was docked, his flagship, the Zhonghua Star Mothership. Standing below his warship, Gao Min silently gazed at the colossal vessel until reminded by someone nearby. He then regained his focus and led everyone aboard the ship. The group quietly ascended to the bridge command room. Once seated at their stations, the detection officer reported after receiving intelligence. Commanders Luo Qizhong from Zhonghua City and Commander Feng Lin from Wu City have replied. The defenses are fully prepared and capable of holding off multiple waves of enemy attacks for some time. You've done well. Though Huaxia's primary offensive target is Sanku, they will inevitably conduct feint attacks. All of our defensive lines will face attacks from the Huaxia army because all of our resources are concentrated in Sanka City. How long they hold out will be the optimal time frame for our decisive battle against the Huaxia army, Gao Min said. As the various instruments of the warship started up, and mechs, resources, aircraft, and personnel continued to board, Gao Min immediately gave the order. Depart, Zhonghua. Depart, Zhonghua, repeated the adjutant. The massive warship detached from its berth and moved into outer space where thousands of ships formed a vast fleet. Please contact General Yang Ming in Sanka City, Gao Min said. Understood, said the communicator. A holographic screen appeared, showing Yang Ming sitting seriously in the combat command room in Sanka City. Looking directly at Gao Min, Yang Ming asked, Commander, what is the matter this time? Huaxia's attack is imminent. The commanders in Zhonghua and Wu cities have already completed their preparations. What about Sanka City? Gao Min questioned. Our forces understand that Sanku is the key point of the Huaxia army's offensive, so we have readied appropriate defenses. As planned, we also have arranged for ways to lure the Huaxia army into our trap, Gao Min explained. Indeed, Huaxia has 12 fleets, capable of attacking 3 points to confuse our rear fleets. Normally, an enemy would use 3 fleets each to attack Zhonghua and Wu cities, aiming to pin down our 2 fleets, thereby affecting the judgment of our rear support. Meanwhile, 6 fleets could target the main objective, Sanka City. Knowing the enemy's tactical pattern, according to conventional defense methods, we could repel them but not annihilate them entirely. If we merely repel them, it won't resolve the threat posed by Huaxia's potential dual-front strategy. Only by defeating them can we eliminate the threat completely. Hence, the effectiveness of this trap is critical, Gao Min added. Commander, rest assured. The ambush has been set. Next, it's time to invite the enemy into the pot. I assure you that after this war, Yongzhou will face no more northern threats. Yang Ming smiled confidently. Ha ha ha. It's thanks to your ingenuity, Yang Ming, that we came up with such a brilliant plan. By the way, how are things going with controlling the Huaxia spies? Gao Min asked. Our major military maneuvers need to remain utterly secret. No piece of information should leak back to the Huaxia forces. The facade presented to Huaxia must remain normal. Relax, Commander. Yongzhou is where my family has taken root. For any Huaxia influence to run amok here? Yang Ming smirked. Also, the opposition forces of the 2 assemblies have become increasingly restless. I hope they remain quiet before this war concludes, which is why I leave Yongzhou to your family, Yang Ming. Rest assured, after the war ends, these opposition forces will stay quiet forever, Gao Min laughed. Naturally, Yang Ming confirmed. This battle is crucial for us. If it goes smoothly, we can eliminate the threat of the 5th Army of the Huaxia forces. This campaign is extremely important for our Yongzhou army. The opportunity has been given by the Huaxia forces, and whether we can defeat them depends on this campaign, Gao Min said. Yang Ming nodded in agreement, and both parties then mutually cut off their communications. As time passed, the captains of the other three fleets respectively reported that they were ready. Located outside Yongzhou City, the mighty four fleets sailed toward the star domain channel of Sanku City. Sanku, Jianya, Wu City, and Yongzhou, the four cities formed a tightly knit defensive line. Even before the war arrived, they had already prepared for battle. Satellite cannons completed preheating, large area radars and communication facilities were overactivated, and the central army of Yongzhou fully utilized its potential for warfare. Within the borders of Yongzhou, none of the intelligence organizations set up by the Huaxia army transmitted any effective intelligence, as they were swiftly controlled by the power of the Yang family of Yongzhou. Meanwhile, under pressure from two opposing factions, the Yang family of Yongzhou took control of the Huaxia intelligence network and quietly maintained the stability of all Federal Army operations right before the battle. For the Federal Army, the impending war would be the concluding battle along the Yongzhou-Jingzhou front. Victory would secure an opportunity for the Federal Army to catch its breath. Defeat would mean total failure. Compared to the Shuzhou campaign, the Yongzhou campaign was the focal point of the central battlefield. The successive failures of the Federal Army could no longer afford another loss. Fan Lin became the most critical spy for the Huaxia forces within the Federal Army. However, in reality, Fan Lin was actually a listening post planted by the Federal Army to pass false intelligence to the Huaxia forces. By using this spy who delivered fabricated information, the Federal Army obtained real intelligence about the Huaxia Army. While the Federal Army made meticulous preparations for the war, the Huaxia forces stationed in Jingzhou were also engaged in new war preparations. Chapter 172, Yongzhou Campaign, Opening Part 2. In the city of Jingzhou, the 5th Army of Huaxia and 7 fleets have gathered. For this attack, the Huaxia military had made long-term preparations. Headquarters of the 5th Army. Winding corridors lead to the gates of the Assembly Hall, where General Dai Lingnan entered. The commanders assembled had already been waiting for his arrival to discuss the final war actions. Inside the meeting room, all 12 commanders were present, some joining via holographic projection from other military districts. This is the last action deployment of the Yongzhou campaign. Do any of you have anything to say about the upcoming arrangements? Said Dai Lingnan. Commander-in-Chief, recently, the intelligence network we embedded within the Yongzhou territory of the Huaxia Federation has experienced abnormal operations. If it's the Huaxia Federation messing with our system, then there may be issues with our intelligence, said Li Xian. I'm aware of that, but our intelligence network is still functioning normally. If the Federation is targeting our frontline intelligence in Yongzhou and achieving such subtle results, then they must have a general understanding of our network structure. Do you think that's possible? Asked Dai Lingnan with a laugh. But, better safe than sorry, said Li Xian. So what should we do? The momentum for the expedition has already formed, like an arrow on the string that must be released. Intelligence must either be fully trusted or completely distrusted. Wavering trust would throw off the entire battle plan, and that would be unwise, said Dai Lingnan. I understand. Since Commander-in-Chief insists on concluding this conflict at this moment, I have nothing more to say, said Li Xian. Both Li Xian and I support a more cautious plan with coordinated attacks between southern and northern armies, targeting Yongzhou through the Shuzhou forces. However, since the Commander-in-Chief has decided on this course of action, we will follow without question, said Xiahou Ling. Then let's proceed with the deployment of the Yongzhou campaign, said Dai Lingnan, glancing around the room before continuing. There are 6 generals here in projection form from 2 other military districts. Li Xian represents 1 star region, while Zhou He represents another, both separate from my own. Across these 3-star regions, our force configurations aim to assault 3 key positions on the Federation's defensive line, Jianya City, Wu City, and Sanku City, explained Dai Lingnan. Then General Zhou He can handle the capture of Jianya City, proposed Dai Lingnan as he turned toward Zhou He. Don't worry, leave it to me. With these 3 fleets, I'll seize Jianya City and capture their commander Luo Qi, responded Zhou He enthusiastically. Whether or not we successfully capture Jianya is secondary. There's a fundamental task you must accomplish. Create a grand display during the assault on Jianya City. Additionally, remember to sever all connections surrounding Jianya and isolate it into an island, emphasized Dai Lingnan. Blockade Jianya, you say? This will indeed be challenging, but rest assured, I'll get the job done, stated Zhou He confidently. Then Li Xian will attack the middle point, Wu City. The assault on Wu doesn't require much noise or sophistication compared to Jianya. Standard combat strategies will suffice, ordered Dai Lingnan. Understood, acknowledged Li Xian. As for Sanku City, it's one of the critical points of our attack. Given its proximity to Yongzhou, once enemy troops are diverted elsewhere to aid Jianya and Wu cities, our path to capturing Sanku will be clear. After taking Sanku, we'll conveniently claim Yongzhou next, explained Dai Lingnan. Once we control the area between Sanku and Yongzhou cities, the entirety of Yongzhou will fall under our control swiftly. If the enemy knows that the route from Sanku to Yongzhou is fastest, they will surely monitor the Sanku defense closely, commented Xiahou Ling. Don't worry about that. Between the 3 offensive points, whether it's Li Xian or Zhou He, you must manipulate the enemy's judgment and prevent their rescue fleet from arriving where it's most needed, instructed Dai Lingnan. Understood, replied Li Xian and Zhou He in unison. Then the remaining leaders from the other 2 military districts will plan the subsequent attacks. As for this district, we need to strategize the next phase. With that, Dai Lingnan clicked the holo computer in the meeting room, dismissing the holographic projections of Li Xian, Zhou He, and 4 other generals, leaving only 7 officers behind. Now, among our 7 fleets, we must allocate 3, began Dai Lingnan, looking at the remaining generals. The mission is to move quickly along the Jinyongzhou line, strike suddenly when our main forces engage the Federation's primary army, and capture Yongzhou City before anyone realizes. The Jinyongzhou axis? Xiahou Ling paused thoughtfully and expressed surprise, asking, Commander-in-Chief, wasn't our primary front supposed to be around Senku? Indeed, Senku is our main direction of attack, but have I ever said it was our sole main attack direction? Dai Lingnan laughed. You mean, both the Jinyongzhou line and the Senkyongzhou line are your main attack points? Asked Xiahou Ling. That's correct, smiled Dai Lingnan. After splitting our forces, only 4 fleets will be assigned to the Senku line. How can that possibly be the main attack? Besides, among the 3 points, Senku's defenses are the strongest. If Senku is the main attack point, it would be difficult to simultaneously launch another main attack at a different point. If Jianya were to be the main target, the Senku assault would not be as effective. Currently, Jianya has Zhouhi's 3 fleets and my 3 fleets stationed there. This means Jianya will be the main attack, while the military strength in Senku will only consist of your 4 fleets. Then how can we launch a major attack on Senku? Questioned Xiahou Ling. This defense line makes it clear. Senku is our main direction for the assault, without a doubt, replied Dai Lingnan. Wait a moment, Commander-in-Chief. You're saying that after engaging with the Zhonghua Federation's main army, the Federation's primary force will appear on the Senku line? Xiahou Ling said, puzzled. Commander-in-Chief has determined that the enemy's main force will show up on the Senku line? What? Dai Lingnan did not answer Xiahou Ling's question. After some time, Xiahou Ling realized and nodded, saying, in that case, I, Xiahou Ling, will ensure the completion of the mission. Then I'll leave it to you to take General Qian Ming and General Qian Rong to attack Yongzhou. The rare electronic warfare expert capable of disrupting rear-line communications and reconnaissance networks, Min Ling, just happens to be in your forces. Make good use of her abilities, instructed Dai Lingnan. I understand, nodded Xiahou Ling. With this, the final military conference has concluded. Everyone, what follows is the Yongzhou campaign. Let's put the finishing touch on this war, laughed Dai Lingnan. After the meeting ended, all the officers left the command room. The 7 fleets waiting in standby also departed from their respective starports, advancing towards their objectives. The second phase of the central battlefield, the Yongzhou campaign, officially commenced. Chapter 173, Yongzhou Campaign, Attack. Jianya City, Combat Command Center. General Luo Qi was tense, his eyes fixed on the radar screen where the Huaxia army was rapidly approaching. As the frontline commander of Jianya, he undoubtedly bore significant pressure. The scale of this invading Huaxia fleet was unknown, though it wasn't the main offensive force. However, with Jianya not being the primary target, most of his surplus defensive forces had been transferred to Yongzhou, the site of the decisive battle against the Huaxia army. Thus, the only fleet under his command now faced a challenging defense. The Jianya City defense lines were in place with 3 massive fleets aligned and ready for combat. Swarms of mecha units and fighter squadrons engaged in fierce battles with the federal mech formations. The Federation's defensive installations were playing their part in making up for the lack of manpower, as satellite cannons unleashed heavy firepower on the Huaxia fleet, which retaliated fiercely in equal measure. The numerical disadvantage of the Federation forces soon became evident on the display screens as one by one defense positions fell to the Huaxia army, plunging the battlefield into an intense phase from the very start. Eastern satellite cannon array of the Jianya defense line has been breached by the Huaxia forces, reported the reconnaissance officer. This area is indeed not the primary focus of the Huaxia attack. Normally, the military might of Yongzhou would support us and relieve some of the pressure from the other 2 wings. But now, said Luo Qi, on the massive light screen, a scene unfolded showing a Federation fortress based on an asteroid that had fallen to the Huaxia forces. Several Huaxia destroyers hovered around the captured fortress, and mecha squads were escorting Federation prisoners away. Soon after, a large satellite cannon deep in space exploded brilliantly under assault from a mech fleet. One by one, external defense structures of the Federation forces were obliterated. Our troops are stretched thin, we can't defend all external defenses. Is the purpose of the Huaxia military to completely surround us? Asked Luo Qi grimly before sighing and adding. If they choose to besiege, then perhaps they have played right into our hands. The main offensive force of the Huaxia is not here. Their attempt to encircle us, keeping so many troops tied down here, must mean the fleets at the primary points of attack will be limited. With the outer defense line thinly manned due to troop shortages, the Federation found itself hard-pressed to properly deploy its forces. Sensing the weakness, the Huaxia army launched an even more aggressive attack, flattening one satellite cannon after another. After destroying these artillery arrays, a colossal radar satellite came into view within range of the Huaxia military mech fleet. Under relentless attacks, the radar satellite eventually met its end. The long-range radar satellite number 8 has been destroyed, announced the scout. The destruction of the radar station meant the loss of surveillance capability over a certain area. Luo Qi winced inwardly at the report. Alas, such a costly built defense line used in such waste. If we do not prevail over the Huaxia forces in this battle, our losses will be grievous. Can we confirm the identity of the enemy's incoming fleet commander? Asked Luo Qi. The attacking fleet has not confirmed whether their Star Origin, the flagship of the 5th Army of the Huaxia forces. However, the Star Hong, the flagship of the 4th Fleet of the 5th Army, has been sighted, the scout reported. Star Hong, Sky Mother starship? This means Commander Zhou He is leading the invasion, doesn't it? Said Luo Qi. It's rumored that General Zhou He is rather straightforward. Though no great worry, given the disparity in numbers, the best strategy we have is to hold the defense line. Inside the bridge of the Star Hong Sky Mother Starship, the Federal forces did not deploy much power on the outer defense lines. Repeated reports of successful breaches made Zhou He quite surprised. The last external long-range radar of the enemy has been destroyed by our forces, the communicator reported. On the screen, dozens of destroyed mechs of the Federation floated near what once was a towering satellite radar, hundreds of Huaxia mechs patrolling around the wreckage. Excellent. It seems the Federation is truly blind now, Zhou He said gleefully but paused briefly and added thoughtfully. These defense lines fell so easily. Could it be a trap? General Zhou He, our mission is to surround and siege Jiaya. Even if the Federation army lays numerous traps within the city, we only need to systematically eliminate every defense line they let go and finally seal off the Jianya city, said the aide. Haha, you're absolutely correct. Since the enemy insists on defending just Jiaya, let's cut off every single channel, communication, and tie Jianya down entirely, laughed Zhou He. As the attack intensified, what was originally a complete defense line began to crumble. The gaps grew wider, turning Jianya city into an isolated island amidst the conflict. The three major fleets of the Huaxia forces encircled Jianya and initiated radar jamming, cutting off all external communications and turning the city into a dead zone. Before setting out, the commanding officer ordered me to focus on blockading Jianya city, and I thought this would be an extremely challenging task. However, I didn't expect the Federation army to retreat so much, making the mission incredibly simple. Zhou He casually raised his wine glass toward the light screen displaying the other two generals and said, then drank together with them. The next step, why don't we launch an assault into the Federation's Jianya city and capture it? One general said excitedly. No, we will not strike while surrounding them. Since the enemy has chosen to remain entrenched in the city, we don't know their exact situation, thus we cannot recklessly attack, Zhou He chuckled. Understood. Our side's war progression is so smooth. I wonder about General Li Xian's recent status. Zhou He smiled and asked. From the battle situation over there, General Li Xian is facing more severe resistance than our forces here. The enemy is putting up a stubborn defense without easily abandoning their lines, the reconnaissance officer said. Two different styles of commanders, Zhou He mused. Reporting to the general, our third fleet, along with two others, has arrived, and Rear Admiral Xiahou Ling requests communication. The communicator said. Xiahou Ling? Shouldn't she still be stationed at Sanka City? Zhou He questioned, confused. Connect her. General Zhou He, looks like the timing for our arrival couldn't have been more accurate since you've already surrounded Jianya City thoroughly, Xiahou Ling said with a laugh. What exactly is going on here? Zhou He inquired. Our forces were also rerouted to this direction because General Dai Lingnan told me that Jianya City is the primary offensive point for this campaign, Xiahou Ling explained. Jianya City? I'm still not clear. Zhou He asked. If Jianya City is the main offensive point, then what about Sanku? Sanka City is also the main attack target, Xiahou Ling helplessly said. If both cities are the main targets, how can our forces split our attacks between two locations? Moreover, with your arrival, we've only left 4 fleets guarding the Sanka front. How could this possibly be considered a main attacking force? But if Jianya is the main offensive point and Sanku is merely used as a distraction, I might believe that arrangement a little bit more, Zhou He replied. Chapter 174, Yongzhou Campaign, Longsword. So, are you here to help our army attack Jianya? Asked Zhou He. No, our army plans to bypass Jianya, which is already surrounded by your forces, and head straight for the undefended city of Yongzhou, said Xiahou Ling. With this arrangement, it means that when my army attacks Jianya City, we aren't the relief target for the Federation army. Have we known for a long time that Jianya won't be relieved? Asked Zhou He. Sanku is the Federation's rear support target. The Commander-in-Chief mentioned this specifically, replied Xiahou Ling. In that case, why did we need to mislead the enemy before the battle started? Hold on. If Jianya also becomes an offensive route, then with our 2 armies and 6 fleets combined, it forms one primary offensive focus, suggested Zhou He. You're correct, Xiahou Ling confirmed. So, what do you plan to do next? Asked Zhou He. Let our Tianyan, Sky Eye, squad disrupt the Federation Army's Sky Eye radar system first, while the 3 fleets carry out a covert raid assault on Yongzhou City, Xiahou Ling explained. Zhou He nodded and responded. Alright, now I understand why our army needs to besiege the city in order to seal it off. With the situation so clear, but if the main enemy force is heading towards Sanku instead, why would Sanku become the focus of our army's main attack? The commander's strategy one don't fully understand. However, between trust and distrust, perhaps regarding that spy, we are skeptical, but the commander outright disbelieves. Otherwise, such contradictory attack postures wouldn't make sense, Xiahou Ling added. Even though we don't clearly see how Sanku will become the primary offensive point, if the intelligence about attacking Sanku is false, and the spy feeds us false information leading to incorrect decisions from the enemy, thus they send their forces directly to Sanku while you secretly attack Yongzhou. It's all part of the plan, Zhou He summarized. My operation has been named Changjian, or Longsword Operation. Even though I don't know what his calculations always amount to, if we truly achieve this effect, there's no doubt. We're certain to win this Yongzhou campaign, Xiahou Ling declared. Rest assured, the intelligence about the 3 fleets crossing will absolutely not pass through Jianya and reach other military factions. Zhou He laughed heartily. That's a relief, thank you. Xiahou Ling grinned back. The three fleets arriving at the battlefield avoided passing near Zhonghua and entered the rear route. This intelligence was picked up by the roaming Federation radar mechs around Zhonghua City, and the message quickly reached Luoqi. In the combat command center within Zhonghua City, Luoqi was shocked to learn that 3 more fleets had appeared on this battlefield, a force comprising nearly half of Huaxia's military strength. They had bypassed Zhonghua under the very nose of the Federation forces, advancing toward the rear lines. What a joke! 6 fleets? Our intelligence said Senku would be Huaxia's primary target, exclaimed Luoqi as he looked at these 3 fleets and murmured finally. Perhaps this is a feint, aiming the main thrust elsewhere. Beyond these 3 fleets lies Yongzhou. At this realization, Luoqi broke out into a cold sweat and immediately ordered his nearby communicator. Alert General Gao Min immediately. Hurry, have them return to defend Yongzhou. Huaxia's attack is directed along the Jin-Yongzhou line. The communicator replied, General, our communication network has been blocked. We cannot connect with anyone outside. Damn. Luoqi gripped the rail and gritted his teeth. This way, our army. He dared not think further and stared blankly at the sky. Huaxia's 5th Army 3rd Fleet led another 2 fleets, making an imposing march toward Yongzhou City. On board the Star's Space Mother Battleship Command Center, a flashing alert popped up, followed by a holographic screen showing Admiral Qianming's transmission. Tianyin teams are specialized units tasked with interfering with the enemy's wide-range radar during infiltration missions. We're about to enter the next area where the Federation can scan with its radar systems. Once the radar blind spot vanishes, our large fleet will be exposed to the view of the enemy's fleet. To maintain our concealment, this newly established squad needs to disrupt the enemy radars en route, Xiahou Ling explained. The key word here is disrupt, not destroy. The Tianyin team isn't specifically designed for combat. They have limited fighting power when acting alone, Qianming noted. Relax, the Tianjin team will accompany them. Coincidentally, the captain of the Tianyin team was once a member of the Tianjin team, so the cooperation between the two should run smoothly, Xiahou Ling smiled. That sounds good, agreed Qianming. Let's connect with the captain of the Tianyin team, suggested Xiahou Ling. Qianming nodded, and beside his holographic screen, another one emerged showing Captain Min Ling seated inside her mech cockpit, ready for action and awaiting further combat orders. Long time no see, Captain Min Ling, Xiahou Ling said with a smile. General Xiahou Ling, long time no see. Upon seeing Xiahou Ling, Min Ling replied excitedly. You may no longer be under my command, but I'm responsible for the current assignment. As for the next mission, you've heard it from General Qianming, correct? Xiahou Ling inquired. Min Ling nodded and replied. Yes, ensuring that the main fleet quietly smuggles itself to Yongzhou City. This operation is at the core of the Longsword Plan. The Federation Army's main force has been redirected to Senku City's front lines, and once our forces are revealed within their radar range, the enemy will quickly move back to defend Yongzhou City. This could be disadvantageous for us, Xiahou Ling explained. Therefore, your task is crucial. Captain Min Ling guarantees the completion of this task, Min Ling affirmed. Yes, but remember this point, do not destroy any single wide-range radar. We simply need the radars to project an uneventful image to the enemy, Xiahou Ling emphasized. Understood, Min Ling nodded, agreeing. This time, the Tianjin team will collaborate on your mission, Xiahou Ling smiled and said. In the past, both teams were part of one unit, so working together now should enhance your teamwork significantly. Min Ling nodded excitedly and replied. Understood, guaranteeing the successful completion of the task. Xiahou Ling nodded approvingly before opening another holographic screen, which connected to Yu Qian, captain of the Tianjin team, also sitting in his mech cockpit eagerly awaiting the combat orders. Report, Commander, the Tianjin team is prepared, Yu Qian said. Very good. This operation involves assisting the Tianjin team in completing its tasks. The entire combat operation will be under Min Ling's charge, and all commands given by her must be followed without exception. Do you understand? Xiahou Ling asked. Understood. Yu Qian responded enthusiastically. With that settled, let both the Tianjin team and the Tianyin team proceed, Xiahou Ling commanded. Subsequently, aboard the specialized mecha bay of the 3rd Fleet's flagship, 5 mechs launched out, and from another battleship, another 5 mechs soared into action as well. Chapter 175, Yongzhou Campaign Spy. The main force of the 4-army fleet cobbled together by the Federation Army was sailing majestically along the route between Yongzhou City and Senku City. The telecommunication connected, and Fan Lin's holographic screen appeared before Gao Min said. Zhonghua and Wucheng lines are under pressure. Both sides have been in battle for some time now. However, our forces are at a disadvantage on these 2 battlefields. Our troops in Zhonghua are besieged, with communications cut off, and it is reported that the enemy has deployed 3 fleets to Zhonghua City. The attack on Wucheng is less fierce than on Zhonghua. The Huaxia army deployed 2 fleets in the central line of Wucheng to engage us. Moreover, the Huaxia fleet facing Senku will surely consist of 7 fleets. Therefore, there can be no mistake that the main offensive direction of the Huaxia army is clear. However, though the war hasn't ignited on the Senku front yet, the Zhonghua and Wucheng battle lines have fallen into a disadvantaged position already. Evidently, we must win on the Senku battlefield, Gao Min said. Even if we combine all 6 of our fleets together with Yang Ming's army near Senku, eliminating the 7 Huaxia fleets won't be an easy task, Fan Lin replied. You've identified the most critical primary attack direction for the enemy in this war for us. Now it depends on how our army deploys and defeats the Huaxia army, which is stronger in numbers, Gao Min laughed. After speaking, Gao Min looked up at the sky and said, "Rest assured, we will win this war. There is nothing more important than reliable intelligence. All our army needs is a chance to understand the Huaxia army's next move, and once we know, we can defeat them." "Understood," Fan Lin responded. "Continue to deceive the Huaxia army. Relay information about our reinforcement heading toward Zhenya City, ensuring they confidently launch an offensive on Sanka City." Gao Min smiled. Fan Lin nodded and then closed the telecommunication. On the other end, after disconnecting from Gao Min, Fan Lin immediately initiated communication with Dai Lingnan, commander of the Huaxia Navy's fleet. "So, where's the main force of the Federal Army moving?" Dai Lingnan asked anxiously. "The situation on the Zhenya front is dire. The Federal Army has been surrounded in Zhenya City. Although Zhenya may not fall soon, the situation is becoming increasingly urgent. Of the 3 key points, Zhenya has issued an emergency appeal. Wuchang can still hold out while the fire of battle has yet to reach Sanku. Our armies are headed to Zhenya, aiming to lift the siege of Wuchang," Fan Lin explained. Good. Since the Federal Army is determined to attack Zhenya, it will be just right for our forces to swiftly capture Sanku and head straight for Yongzhou." Dai Lingnan smiled. "The key strategy here is deception. While the main assault happens at Sanku, let the enemy believe the main assault is at another location. As their focus shifts elsewhere, the weaker defenses become areas where we can exploit vulnerabilities." Dai Lingnan grinned. "That's exactly what General Gao Min is doing now, leading the federal forces directly to the relief of the trapped Federal Army. With this plan, if we conquer Sanku and launch an attack through Sanku on Yongzhou, 2 points in hand will spell the collapse of the federal defensive line and thus make Yongzhou ours." Fan Lin smiled. "Correct, Fan Lin, you've done great work here. Though you aren't serving officially in the Huaxia army yet, I'll credit you for your contributions when the time comes." Dai Lingnan laughed. "Thank you, General Dai. I don't think this is the right moment to discuss such matters. Why doesn't our army seize this opportunity and launch an immediate attack to take Sanku?" Fan Lin laughed. "Not so fast. Your telecommunication signal is far from Yongzhou City yet. We need patience as we wait for Gao Min to foolishly deploy his army further away from Yongzhou." Dai Lingnan smiled. "How?" Fan Lin questioned. "If our forces get entangled in the Battle of Sanku, even if the Federal Army's main force moves away from the theater of battle, wouldn't our side realize quickly given the short window that Sanku can delay? The point of attacking Sanku is how we swiftly seize control of an empty Yongzhou. Thus, encircling Sanku and secretly crossing over to launch a strong assault on Yongzhou becomes the focus," Dai Lingnan explained. "Encircle Zhenya to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Encircle Sanku to launch a surprise attack on Yongzhou. This plan is truly ingenious," Fan Lin smiled. "We owe this strategy greatly to Fan Lin's efforts," Dai Lingnan modestly said. "What remains is that we keep updated on the Federal Army's movements overall. Is that understood?" "Understood," Fan Lin responded. Subsequently, both parties terminated the connection. After ending her call with Dai Lingnan, Fan Lin opened a new telecommunication link to Gao Min. "The Huaxia army has walked right into our trap. They intend to surround Sanku on the Sanku front and seize the vulnerable Yongzhou City swiftly and decisively to win this war," Fan Lin said. "A strong assault on Yongzhou City." Gao Min smiled and said, "I have been waiting for this. The Huaxia army will surely not capture Sanka City in the short term, successfully luring our forces away after the stratagem has been executed. How quickly they can seize Yongzhou City will be the key for the Huaxia army. Time is pressing, so they will certainly choose a shortcut to reach it as fast as possible after surrounding Sanka City. They will bypass it to attack our Yongzhou City from afar. This is where our opportunity comes. Ambushing the Huaxia army's strong assault fleet between Sanku and Yongzhou, then retreating back to Sanku City to cooperate with the internal and external fleets to crush the besieging fleet of the Huaxia army and secure victory in the war. The commander's master plan, if carried out, will definitely crush the Huaxia army," Fan Lin said. "Without your role, Noru, I would not have the room to execute this strategy, Fan Lin. You've made great contributions this time, and there will be rewards after the battle. The key to defeating our enemy lies in obtaining advanced intelligence on the Huaxia army's direction of attack. Intelligence gathering remains the priority. I originally thought that Dai Lingnan, the commander of the Huaxia army's 5th Army, was a famous general and bound to be a tough opponent, but I never expected him to be so easily manipulated by our army. It seems Dai Lingnan is just a name without substance," Gao Min said. "Yes, the Huaxia army is preparing to launch an attack on Sanka City when our army moves further away from Yongzhou City," Fan Lin said. Since they're willing to be deceived by our army for a little longer, let's keep deceiving them a bit more, providing us enough time to set up the ambush," Gao Min said. "You should slowly proceed along our normal route to Yongzhou City." "Understood," Fan Lin replied. After ending the telecommunication with Fan Lin looked at the sky and said to the commanders of the 4 fleets, "Generals, ahead lies the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt is the best location for an ambush along the shortest route between Sanku and Yongzhou City. According to our original plan, we'll ambush the incoming enemies here. After ambushing the enemy, we'll follow this straight path back to Sanku to annihilate the main force of the Huaxia army. Additionally, set up radar interference devices, releasing false internal information to confuse the Huaxia army attacking Sanku, making them unfamiliar with the environment inside the asteroid belt, which will help us in our next step to conquer the Huaxia troops in Sanka City." Gao Min ordered. "Understood," the generals responded. Chapter 176, The Yongzhou Campaign, The Yang Family. Sanka City, the Operations Command Center. Unlike the battle situations in the other two commanderies, the Huaxia army had not yet reached this battlefield. Sanka City was defended by the forces of the Yang family from Yongzhou, with two Yang generals, Yang Ming and Yang Kuei. However, today's operation also involved their father, Yang Song, who personally arrived at the battlefield and was present in the core stronghold of Sanka City. The main force of the Yang family's power gathered in Sanka City to prepare for this crucial war. The Yang family was one of the original 11 major families in the Federation, a part of the 5 great families of central China. Though relatively less powerful, they had deep roots in Yongzhou. Relying on the strategic star domain position of Yongzhou, the Yang family became a formidable force, making Yongzhou their foundation. The light screen radar swept across the star map, still quiet as ever. Sanku, as the main target of the Huaxia army's attack and one of the 3 key gateways from Jingzhou into Yongzhou, this war is critical to prevent Yongzhou from being drawn into conflict again in the future, said Yang Ming. After speaking, Yang Ming opened the light screen, showing the asteroid belt between Sanku and Yongzhou and the deployment of military forces. Good. If the main force of the Federation army can be arranged like this war will be our victory, Yang Song said with relief after finishing his inspection. DDD. The arrival of the Huaxia army set off alarms throughout the base. On the light screen, large-scale fleets entered the range where they could be detected by the Federation. The door of the command center opened, and Yang Kuei walked in, approaching Yang Ming, saying, "Brother, all those who opposed us have been dealt with. What remains is, are you sure?" Yang Ming stared at Yang Kuei, asking, "Absolutely sure. This operation went completely unnoticed. All the pawns have been removed. There are only our loyal soldiers here," Yang Kuei affirmed confidently. "Excellent. Then next," Yang Ming intentionally paused, just as the interstellar communication rang out. It was an incoming call from the Huaxia army. When Yang Ming connected it, the face of Dai Lingnan appeared on the light screen, smiling as he looked toward everyone inside the command room. "Not bad. My army has already reached Sanku. We hold high expectations for the Yang family regarding our next move." Yang Ming nodded and turned to an aide officer. "Set the Huaxia army to ally mode. We must welcome the Huaxia army into Sanka City." Understood. The aide did not hesitate to nod, and there was no unusual reaction among the people within the base. So, the earlier alarm sound ceased, and the red imagery representing the Huaxia army changed to blue. As if entering their own starport, the Huaxia army slowly entered the starport of Sanka City. The 3 members of the Yang family led many trusted military personnel out of the command center and headed to the starport. Along the way to the starport, they passed through a square where numerous Federation troops were imprisoned. These troops had been disarmed and were under the guard of Federation forces. In lines, mechas aimed weapons at them, preventing any rash moves. However, these troops remained confused about the unexpected situation. When they saw Yang Ming pass by, one officer couldn't help but ask, "General Yang Ming, why are we being detained? Aren't we all Federation troops?" "Soon, you won't be," Yang Ming replied cryptically before leaving. Leaving behind some shocked Federation troops who suddenly came to their senses, someone asked aloud, "Could it be that General Yang Ming has betrayed us? How could that be possible? Is it that the Yang family has betrayed?" Such voices persisted without interruption. However, the higher-ups of the Yang family had long gone. The guards here were all trusted soldiers of the Yang family, and no one could answer their questions. These men stationed within the Yang family's fleet didn't belong to the Yang faction or were federal officers sent by Gao Min to dilute the Yang family's influence in the armies. Without exception, they were now captured here. The current reality didn't need much thought. The truth was clear in their hearts. Everyone here understood what the betrayal along the Sanku line signified. At the starport of Sanka City, originally stationed were 2 fleets of the Federation. Adding 4 fleets from the Huaxia army, there were now 6 fleets in total. On board the star mothership Star Source, federal officers waited patiently on the pier for the mothership to arrive. As the light bridge was extended, Dai Lingnan, accompanied by a group of attending officers, strolled down effortlessly and shook hands warmly with the head of the Yang family, Yang Song, saying, "The Yang family's clear recognition of the situation and their choice that benefits themselves most is fortunate both for your family and for our Huaxia. The grand gesture of the Yang family ensures that the Federation and Huaxia need not shed more blood due to war. I am truly impressed." "Haha, what you say is true, General Dai. Grand gesture might not be an accurate description, but the Yang family in Yongzhou cannot bear to see war devastate our lands further. The war is almost over, and the Yang family should not stubbornly cling to a falling empire. Huaxia is the Yang family's choice," Yang Song laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, rest assured, Huaxia will not betray the expectations of Master Yang," Dai Lingnan laughed. The 2 groups proceeded together toward the operations command center. The military forces of both sides in this conflict, the Federation army and the Huaxia army, were now walking harmoniously together. Ha 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 ha. Pity the army commander who thought the most crucial spy between the Federation and Huaxia was Fan Lin, but didn't know that the Yang family had already sided with the Huaxia army. A captured federal officer helplessly remarked to a passing Huaxia officer, "After Shuzhou, Yongzhou is about to fall into the hands of the Huaxia army without resistance." The fortress defense of Yongzhou was expected to play a significant role, but it has failed entirely, handing the province over to the Huaxia army effortlessly. What exactly does the central government of the Federation owe the Yang family? The words of the officer went unnoticed by the group, who directly entered the operations command room. Haha. This represents the main force of the Federation army, led by Gao Min. It's lying in ambush at the closest passage between Sanku and Yongzhou City, through an asteroid belt, Yang Ming said. Indeed, it seems the Federation army plans to intercept our strong assault on Yongzhou City within this star region. Dai Lingnan laughed, then glanced around at the generals and pointed to the light screen, chuckling. If our army unknowingly passed through this area, once the ambush battle began, our forces would be annihilated here. Haha, what if we turn their plan against them and completely obliterate the federal forces lying in wait? Yang Ming grinned. Good, I had the same idea. Let's follow the Federation's plan and crush the core of their army right inside the asteroid belt. But it must be, Dai Lingnan smirked. What must it be? A lieutenant general asked. The Yongzhou campaign begins, Dai Lingnan replied. As soon as we receive intelligence indicating unrest among enemy forces during the Yongzhou campaign, we'll begin our attack. With our sudden arrival, Yongzhou suddenly under siege, and the Yang family's federal army forces turning their backs. All three unexpected elements will ensure the Third Army of the Federation is taken by surprise, Dai Lingnan laughed. Chapter 177. The Yongzhou Campaign, Yongzhou. The asteroid belt. The four fleets respectively arrived at their designated positions through the main radial channel. Zhonghua Star Mother, Bridge Command Room. A message from Sanka City was received. Yang Ming's holographic screen appeared, and Yang Ming said, Commander, the Huaxia army has appeared around Sanka City and is preparing for the next wave of attacks. Gao Min nodded and said, My side's trap is already set. We just await your intelligence update. With that, let us wish for a smooth war this time. Yang Ming finished and closed the bilateral communication link. Gao Min then addressed her aide-de-camp and the admirals of the main fleet. Pass the orders down. All ships go silent and wait for the enemy to pass through here. Understood, the various commanders replied. Sanka City Operation Command Center. So Gao Min has completed his deployment as planned. Yang Ming said to Dai Lingnan who had come beside him. The opponent has entered silence mode and is probing our forces within the broad range. Our forces will quietly follow the predetermined route and launch an attack against them. This campaign will see Federal Fleet Commander Yang Ming leading the initial charge, with his fleet lurking near Area A. I will lead 2 fleets in ambush near the B star domain of the enemy's main force, while General Jiang Shang will be stationed in C star domain. This forms the outer star domain. The enemy plans to encircle us in the main channel and annihilate us, but our army will instead surround them in the outer circle. There's no need for silence when the battle begins. The signal for action will be the start of the Yongzhou City campaign. Understood. Both sides' generals acknowledged. In addition, if this defensive line is under Yang Ming's jurisdiction, I hope there won't be any alarming actions when our main forces move out, said Dai Lingnan. Don't worry. The people here have already been replaced by those from my Yang family. Although the overall control over Yongzhou has weakened, focusing our efforts on Sanku will significantly increase the Yang family's control, said Yang Ming. Good. Then all generals set out according to this plan, Dai Lingnan ordered. At the spaceport of Sanka City, the 4 fleets led by the Huaxia army and the 2 fleets from the Federation set sail in grand fashion, heading along the star domains where the federal fleets lay in wait. As the fleets neared the target area, they split into 3 parts, bypassing the main radial channel and entering the asteroid belt. They set up crucial ambushes in the star domain where the federal forces were concealed. Xingyuan Star Mother, Bridge Command Room. A silent fleet is not easy for the enemy to discover, and it's also hard for them to detect us. Limited detection capabilities are merely focused on observing prey rather than potential threats behind them, Dai Lingnan chuckled. Since the enemy is silent, our forces do not need to maintain silence. We simply wait for the battle to begin and reap the prey trapped in this snare. Silent enemies are difficult to detect unless approached, like ordinary asteroids lost among countless stars. But while remaining silent also means shutting off all external perceptions within oneself, leaving limited observation directed only toward the upcoming targets. However, if someone knows their exact position of ambush, then at that moment, they become vulnerable, turning from hunters into prey. Yongzhou City, Operation Command Center. Yongzhou City serves as the strategic rear for the Yongzhou defense line, and is one of the critical strategic points linking Sanku, Jianya, Wu City, and Yongzhou City. The Central Federal Military allocated forces in a 2:2:2:2 formation across each defensive position. Having discerned the main route of attack by the Huaxia army, the federal forces adjusted their defenses somewhat, relocating 1 fleet from Jianya and Wu City to Yongzhou City, while maintaining the same defenses at Sanka City. When the war began, the outnumbered forces at Jianya and Wu City were suppressed, and Gao Min made a bold resolution for this campaign, aiming to annihilate the primary Huaxia army forces advancing from Sanku, intending to defeat the northern 5th Army of the Huaxia army. Why is defeating the 5th Army so crucial? It's simple. The Yongzhou defense line is designed to confront the northern Huaxia army, whereas southern Suzhou was originally part of the Federation and wasn't considered a key defensive point. However, after the recent Battle of Suzhou, the fragile southern front of Yongzhou became exposed to the Huaxia army's 4th Army. Therefore, settling the conflict decisively against the 5th Army in the most advantageous location would allow Gao Min to concentrate fully on facing the Huaxia 4th Army attacking from the south, her ideal strategy. Meanwhile, the Huaxia 5th Army also abandoned plans for more favorable north-south offensives, choosing instead to engage solely in the northern theater against the Central Federal Forces. This gave Gao Min a rare chance to turn the tide, a reversal she naturally hoped not to miss. Taking a bold gamble offers a chance for victory, whereas inaction only leads to certain death. In order to first resolve the conflict with the main forces of the Huaxia Army's 5th Army, Gao Min had drained the defensive capabilities of the other 2 battlefronts down to the bare minimum. She focused all 4 fleets stationed at Yongzhou City and the 2 fleets from Sanka City, 6 fleets in total. With these 6 fleets, she planned to achieve a decisive final confrontation against the Huaxia army's main force, reversing her situation for victory. However, since the moment the war broke out, Yongzhou's military had gone all out, heading to their ambush locations, leaving Yongzhou City virtually empty. For Ningping, the lieutenant general left behind to guard the city, the meager defense force in Yongzhou City made it perilous if faced with any possible strong Huaxia assault fleet. Nonetheless, the reason General Gao Min went all out was primarily to counteract the Huaxia assault fleet, so even though Yongzhou City seemed vulnerable, it remained safe. The command center was sparsely populated as usual, showing no signs of anticipation for the coming war. But what they didn't know was that not far away, on the star map, the Huaxia fleet had already arrived quietly. Xingza Star Mother Bridge Command Room. Our army can now see Yongzhou City, the scout reported. We have skillfully managed to sneak our forces this far, thanks entirely to the efforts of Tianjin and Tianyin units, Xiahou Ling chuckled. Given how unprepared the federal army seems, why don't we give them a surprise? Asked the adjutant. Before that, let's report back to the superior officer about our imminent attack on Yongzhou City, said Xiahou Ling. After establishing communication with Dai Lingnan, Xiahou Ling informed him. Superior officer, our troops have reached Yongzhou City and are ready to launch an offensive. Good, seize Yongzhou City, replied Dai Lingnan. Yes, understood, Xiahou Ling confirmed. Then Xiahou Ling immediately opened up multi-line connections with all of her division commanders, ordering, carry out the original plan, take over Yongzhou City. Understood. All field commanders replied simultaneously. Back at the Yongzhou City Operation Command Center, the federal officers who were originally at ease stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the hologram screens where Huaxia soldiers suddenly appeared, accompanied by the shrill alarms ringing in their ears. Ningping turned from shock into panic, unsure of what to do. In the end, he could only mutter one sentence. The Huaxia army is attacking. Chapter 178. Yongzhou Campaign, Counterambush. Asteroid Belt, Huaxia Army Fleet, Star Source Sky Mothership Bridge Command Room. Xiahou Ling has launched the attack. Soon, Yongzhou City will fall into our hands. Let's commence the operation, Dai Ling commanded, while facing the holographic screen in front of him. The generals on the screen responded, understood. Excellent. Next, the Federation army from a star region will make the first move to catch them off guard. Dai Lingnan ordered Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded and proceeded to direct the battle. In the A-star region, a fleet of the Federation army was lurking here, waiting for the opportune moment to trap the Huaxia army as they entered the asteroid belt, then seal it off. The silent fleet was hard to detect, and their ability to detect enemies was limited to their targets. 2 fleets of the Federation army quietly approached this lurking fleet. Yang Ming, who was fully aware of the ambush setup, quickly reached the location of the Federation army and immediately attacked the ambush fleet. The sudden attack caused significant damage to the Federation army lying in wait. The fact that they were in stealth mode made the losses even more catastrophic. Our rear is under attack by an enemy fleet. We are suffering heavy casualties, the communicator reported urgently. What? You mean enemies have appeared behind us? The lieutenant general, who had been calmly waiting on the command seat for the enemy, suddenly sprang up, shocked, saying, Impossible, impossible. There was no need to use electronic reconnaissance equipment. Through the celestial curtain, the massacre could be seen with the naked eye. An unknown fleet was slaughtering their ships. Hurry, break the silence. The general commanded urgently, cold sweat flowing down his forehead. Yes, yes, yes. The adjutant replied. Subsequently, most electronic facilities aboard the battleship returned to normal, and the main light screen reappeared on the bridge. Confirm the enemy, the adjutant said. The detection officer rushed into the digital control center of the battleship. The image of the fleet displayed on the main screen became clearer and clearer, until even the smaller warships and mecha became visible to all present. Everyone in the command room looked stunned at the sight of the Federation army battling against itself. This is a Federation fleet along with Federation mecha and warships. How could this be? They are attacking our army. The general asked incredulously, hurriedly commanding the communicator. Initiate communication request to the enemy. Understood, the communicator responded. If it's the Huaxia army, there's still a possibility that after years of warfare, some of our defectors joined them and they used these forces to attack us. That's a plausible scenario, the adjutant speculated. You're right, but those we identify as allies won't be any past defectors to the Huaxia side. Understand, the general emphasized. Our recognition codes keep changing. To think 2 entire fleets launched an attack on us. Your point is that 2 whole fleets have defected to the enemy side? The adjutant asked in surprise. Yes, that's correct. In this war, 2 of our fleets have turned traitors. The general focused on the Federation fleet on the main screen and continued. Moreover, since our plan has been compromised and the Huaxia army knows about it through these defectors, it's infuriating, but if my guess is right. Reporting to General He Qing, the enemy has accepted our communication invitation, the communicator said. Subsequently, in front of General He Qing, a large holographic screen appeared. Inside was General Yang Ming. Seeing this confirmed what He Qing suspected, yet he wasn't overly surprised. He simply asked, Yang Ming, I presume Yang Kuei also defected alongside you. What? The war between the Federation and Huaxia has lasted for decades, with countless deserters for countless reasons. My reason lies in this exact moment. Since our forces have already defected, General He Qing, the outcome of this war has already been determined. I hope you can understand the situation. What if we refuse to surrender? He Qing asked. No other options remain. Refusal means combat, but choosing battle now would be extremely disadvantageous for you. Do you understand? Yang Ming replied. In that case, after careful deliberation, He Qing noticed his fleet was almost decimated by the ongoing warfare. All right then, let's stop. He Qing sighed. As the saying goes, wise men adjust their course according to circumstances. Your conduct, General He Qing, earns my respect, Yang Ming laughed. But the situation here has already reached the knowledge of 2 other star domains core, He Qing added. It's no big deal, because they are facing the same situation as you. Yang Ming said. I'm overthinking this. Your defection allows the enemy to reach the back of our army. How could the Huaxia forces ignore the other 2 armies? He Qing bitterly smiled. Star Domain B, Zhonghua Sky Mothership, Bridge Command Room. Our fleet in Star Domain A has been attacked, the communicator reported. Before Gao Min could react, another report came in that enemies had also appeared behind them and were mercilessly slaughtering their fleet. Break the silence. All fleets, break the silence, Gao Min hurriedly ordered. After breaking the stealth mode, the threat became clear before Gao Min's eyes. The Huaxia fleet was attacking from behind the Federation fleet, inflicting alarming casualties on them. Before they could fully respond to the immediate danger, more devastating news followed one after another. Our corps in Region C have come under attack by the Huaxia army, the communicator reported. In that case, all 3 of our ambush points have been attacked by the Huaxia forces. It seems the enemy was well prepared. Damn, Gao Min said. Report to Commander. The enemy in Area A is confirmed to be General Yang Ming's fleet, the communicator reported. Yang Ming? No. The Yang family defected? Gao Min couldn't believe it, then realized, given how targeted the enemy's actions are now, I can't help but believe you've defected too. With this development, Senko Line is lost. Damn. As Gao Min's hands trembled with anger, another calamity struck. General He Qing of Star Domain A chose surrender, the communicator reported. Another devastating piece of news followed. Our Yongzhou city has been captured by the Huaxia army. Puff, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gao Min staggered unsteadily and collapsed weakly into his seat. Yongzhou city has been captured. Where? Where did the enemy come from? The enemy appeared along the interstellar route leading to Qingye city, the communicator reported. Game over, we've lost. Damn. Gao Min hadn't even finished speaking when he fainted. The subordinates left behind looked at each other nervously as one bad news after another kept coming in. On the front line of Qingye city, Admiral Luo Qi surrendered, handing over the staunchly defended Qingye city to Huaxia. In the central region, Wu city abandoned its resistance due to the fall of Yongzhou and Qingye city. Then came the surrender of the military force in Star Domain C, with the commander down and the deputy officer taking charge. What else can we do? Let's surrender, the deputy officer said helplessly. Chapter 179, The End of the Yongzhou Campaign, Part 1. The loss of one defensive position triggered a domino effect across all defense zones, and the surrender of federal troops came far too quickly for their once confident army. There was no doubt that the Huaxia forces had achieved victory in the Yongzhou campaign. As the war concluded, the Huaxia troops began to occupy the capital of Yongzhou, while the Huaxia fleet took control of various key points within the city. In the capital, Gao Min, now mentally alert again, realized his defeat and was led into the city by a row of Huaxia soldiers. Inside the capital, Huaxia's generals sat on one side, with the surrendering federal commanders seated opposite. In the center stood Dai Lingnan, the supreme commander of the Huaxia army in this war. However, what caught Gao Min's attention the most were 3 people from the Yang family, Yang Kuei, Yang Ming, and the head of the Yang family, Yang Song. Upon entering, Gao Min immediately directed his scrutinizing gaze towards these 3 individuals. Your suggestion to use double agents formed part of your strategy, and Fan Lin was your doing entirely. Gao Min spoke in a raspy voice. There is nothing wrong with Fan Lin. He was placed there by you to communicate secretly with the Huaxia forces pretending to be a spy bought off by them. Yang Ming replied. After reflecting carefully following the end of the war, I realized how our military made certain dispositions only to have the Huaxia forces make corresponding ones. From the very moment the war broke out, I had already fallen into the rhythm dictated by the Huaxia forces. Gao Min laughed bitterly, continuing, though I did not anticipate that Fan Lin would turn out to be a false spy, I failed to realize much more. There was also the Yang family embedded deep within my ranks. The members of the Yang family remained silent, staring at Gao Min. Not long ago, I was contemplating how I might defeat you swiftly. Gao Min turned and looked at Dai Lingnan seated at the head. But who would have guessed that it is I, who believed I could secure victory, ended up as your prisoner? All the strategies I employed hoping to achieve victory were merely fulfilling your aspirations for it. This isn't unusual. As you plotted how to defeat our forces, we also strategized against yours. Yet ultimately, when victory was decided, the result was clear, Dai Lingnan explained. Fan Lin was indeed a fake spy, yet never would I have guessed the real spies were none other than the Yang family. Especially shocking, among China's 5 great clans, is the Yang family of Yongzhou, truly formidable. Gao Min shook his head. The one who proposed the counter-spy strategy to me was Yang Ming. Fan Lin became the channel through which our communication flowed. You made me believe that Fan Lin was your mole inside my army. However, unbeknownst to us, you feigned belief in my ruse, using my supposed mole to make me trust in your plan's success. The counter-espionage strategy given to me by Yang Ming was an excellent piece of work. It seems it was part of your grand design from the start, said Gao Min. Although everything is clear now, the war has already come to an end, hasn't it? Dai Lingnan smiled. Yes, it's too late now. There are no second chances in this world, Gao Min said. Pulling half the garrison from Jianya City to fight alongside you at Senku. I never imagined that Jianya would be a main assault direction, nor that Senku itself was another main offensive. A two-pronged approach. One avoided our forces to surround Jianya and strongly attack Yongzhou City, capturing it, while another worked internally and externally with Yang Ming to take control of Senku. With equal-sized fleets, they ambushed our forces near Senku and dealt a heavy blow. Even if regret pills existed in this world, what good would they do? Gao Min laughed bitterly and continued. Is that right? General Gao Min, will you surrender to Huaxia? Asked Dai Lingnan. Whether or not I surrender, can I resolve some of my doubts first before responding? Asked Gao Min. Certainly, feel free to ask anything you want. Dai Lingnan nodded. Gao Min nodded and turned toward Yang Song asking. Why did the Yang family betray the Federation? Yongzhou cannot become a battlefield anymore, Yang Song said. No. Even now that Yongzhou has been taken by the Huaxia army, there is no guarantee that Yongzhou won't become the next battlefield in the future, Gao Min chuckled. Oh, then explain yourself, said Yang Song. Fluzhou and Yongzhou lines block the main force of the Federation army. If the Federation army withdraws, then Fluzhou and Yongzhou must decide whether Yongzhou should be used to break out. If chosen as the breakout point, Yongzhou will become the next battlefield, won't it? Gao Min laughed. So if Yongzhou should not become the next battlefield but ends up as one, this differs greatly from your expectations, doesn't it? Or perhaps you didn't actually surrender to Huaxia because of this reason at all. If the Federation were to win, the Yongzhou front would continue, and the next war would be against the attack of the Fourth Army. If we defeat the Fifth Army and then turn around to defeat the Fourth Army as well, it will be solely your personal fame at stake, while causing South and North Yongzhou to become a battleground for mutual destruction. The victory in these two wars will result in a protracted future battle. Once the Federation recovers from this, the Huaxia forces lose their opportunity for decisive battle. At that time, the war facing Yongzhou will be even more cruel. Choosing the lesser of two evils, is it not acceptable for us to incline towards Huaxia? Yang Song said. Ha, what a reason. Yongzhou is a state under the Chinese Federation. You say for the sake of Yongzhou one should abandon a whole country, huh? Yongzhou is the root of the Yang family, isn't it? If it becomes a battlefield, wouldn't the Yang family suffer greatly? Gao Min laughed. What the head of the Yang family considers is not for the benefit of Yongzhou, but for the Yang family's own benefit. You're right, indeed for the benefit of the Yang family. Our roots lie in Yongzhou, and any turmoil there damages the very foundation of our family. Yang Song said. Yongzhou connects to many star domains with strategic positions akin to those of Shuzhou. Possessing one such stellar region alone allows the Yang family, ruling over this province, to develop rapidly and become one of the 11 great families within the Federation. However, turning a four-way treasure basin into a contested territory destabilizes the base of the Yang family, Yang Ming said. The Yang family which owns the lands of Yongzhou has certainly sold it back to the Chinese Federation at a good price. Gao Min laughed. Bowen was full of confidence about the future victories of the Federation, yet to him, the future success renders both Yongzhou and the Yang family merely pawns to secure his triumphs, a pawn to buy him time for victory. Such triumphs do not belong to the Yang family, so what reasons are there for us to follow a country intent on selling itself off? Yang Song said. Rather than doing that, I think while Yongzhou still holds value, it would be better to align with heaven's will and present Yongzhou to Huaxia as a gift of goodwill instead. Yes indeed. Now that I've thought it through, the possible victory of the Chinese Federation has absolutely nothing to do with the Yang family. Though I'm still suspicious of my father's actions, I now understand them, Yang Kuei said. Thus how can the Chinese Federation expect my Yang family to sacrifice ourselves for it? Chapter 180. Conclusion of the Yongzhou Campaign, Part 2. Besides Yongzhou turning into a battlefield, which has shaken the foundation of the Yang family, we don't need your arrival, Yang Ming said. Yongzhou, with the involvement of the Gao family's forces, has significantly shifted from host to guest over the past year, Yang Song remarked. Are you not welcoming me? After some thought, Gao Min replied. But this isn't strange. The betrayal of the Yang family was due to the Federation placing the Yang family in the cannon fodder position and other powers within the Federation coveting the Yongzhou stronghold of the Yang family. Yang Song continued. President Bao and pulled together the three major forces of Song, Ma, and Gao, making them the most powerful in central China. With just Yongzhou, the relatively weaker Yang family barely managed to secure one of the 11 clan seats, albeit at the lowest rank. Other clans would not support our Yang family, but rather focus on the assets we hold in Yongzhou. Yongzhou is placed at the front line. The Yang family has a defensive necessity. However, I must ask, is this Yongzhou yours or ours? Yang Song asked. This year, General Gao Min indeed established an effective defensive line in the northern section of Yongzhou, holding back the North's Huaxia army. Yet, the Gao family harbors clear intentions of seizing what is ours under the pretense of defending Yongzhou. As head of the Central Third Army, your family used the defense as a pretext to extend its hands into Yongzhou. You not only know but also condone and even assist in your family's efforts to plunder the Yang family's assets. Given this past behavior of General Gao, how can my Yang family be accused of disloyalty? General Gao Min had no words to refute this as Yang Ming continued. The intervention of the Central Third Army in Yongzhou can be accepted. However, using the heavy troops under your control, various excuses have been made over the past year, indicating that there was intent to swallow up the Yang family entirely. Although small favors were extended by General Gao Min to our family, the indulgence of Gao family forces intervening in Yongzhou under different names, greedily seizing our assets, is something that Yang Ming cannot tolerate. Long ago, when our legion was moved to establish the Yongzhou defensive line, I foresaw the current situation and had reported these issues to President Baoan. But clearly he did not consider our Yang family's place in his calculations, Yang Song added. At this point, the Yang family had explicitly laid out the full story to Gao Min. The Yang family had been placed by the Federation in a position akin to cannon fodder, compounded by the Gao family's opportunistic exploitation, shaking the status of the Yangs in Yongzhou. Yet the Yang family exists because of the Chinese Federation. Once the Yang family aligns itself with Huaxia, it will lose its space to exist, Gao Min stated. You're right on that point. However, without room for the Yang family to continue existing as one of the old families in the Federation, wouldn't it be better than being used as pawns, becoming targets for looting? Besides, the Chinese Federation is about to fail. Remaining in a soon-to-collapse edifice offers little hope compared to escaping it. President Bao claims to have opportunities to turn the tide, but even if successful, such victory would have nothing to do with us Yangs. Our family would still be considered defeated, Yang Song responded. As previously mentioned, the Yang family owns Yongzhou and has already sold it at a premium price, Yang Ming smirked. Yes indeed. Now is the time when Yongzhou holds its optimal value. Sealing the Northern Fifth Army while controlled by the Federation forces, or potentially destabilizing our frontline units if held by the Huaxia army. What a clever calculation by the Yang family, Gao Min said with laughter. But the instability within our Chinese Federation and the conflict between my Gao family and your Yang family have certainly been utilized to great effect by your Huaxia commander. Gao Min turned toward Dai Lingnan and smiled. To anyone else seeking victory, capitalizing on such points should not be overlooked, wouldn't you agree? Dai Lingnan smiled back. The complete defection of the Yang family from all of Yongzhou must make the capture of the province quite straightforward, right? Gao Min chuckled. But how much are your Huaxia military leaders offering for the entire aristocratic faction to switch sides? Autonomy for 30 years in Yongzhou for the Yang family. How does that sound? Dai Lingnan teased. Not tempting at all, Gao Min retorted. Even the Chinese Federation could offer perpetual autonomy for generations. But won't the Chinese Federation fail to last another 30 years? Dai Lingnan smirked. Victory hasn't been determined yet. It may be premature to conclude so quickly, Gao Min replied. No. The Federation doesn't have any chances left for a comeback. You speak of time. Time, Dai Lingnan said questioningly, then burst into laughter. The more desperate the enemy is, the more he will struggle before dying. Perhaps your President Bao and can come up with something that makes our army wary, but to reverse the current situation? Completely impossible, Dai Lingnan said. Moreover, when the time comes, what exactly can he produce? Do you know? What if they trick you? Or even if they do manage to create something that helps them win, would it truly benefit your Gao family? I imagine your doubts have been resolved by now. Dai Lingnan smiled. Gao Min nodded and said, Indeed, I have no more doubts. Then, let's move on to my question, Dai Lingnan said. Are you willing to surrender? What price are you willing to offer? Gao Min asked. Dai Lingnan thought for a moment and replied, No price. Ha. So why are you asking me if I'll surrender? Gao Min laughed. As a prisoner, you mean nothing and hold no value. As a captive, however, you're worth more. I ask if you'd be willing to surrender to Huaxia, thus implying you'd agree, wouldn't you? Dai Lingnan said. Since this is your choice, we'll imprison you first and await your family offering higher stakes to prove your worth. Dai Lingnan smiled. After saying this, two soldiers grabbed Gao Min's hands, signaling to take him away. Gao Min took a deep breath and said, Fine. As Gao Min left, Dai Lingnan gazed thoughtfully at his retreating figure. Yongzhou, located behind the three frontline states of the Federation, held a position just as crucial as Xuzhou. The fall of Yongzhou would be most fatal. If both Xuzhou and Yongzhou fell simultaneously, the main forces of the Chinese Federation army would be trapped in the star systems of these three frontline states. This would split the Chinese Federation into two sections. Most of the Federation's military strength resides within the star systems of these three states, all concentrated on an isolated island, whereas the eastern and northern regions of the Federation's star domains are vast, yet vulnerable. If the Huaxia army operated efficiently, the central star domain would become theirs, while the main force of the Federation's army trapped in the three-star systems would cease to exist in the future. However, the encircled Federation army still possesses formidable strength. Chapter 181, Final Battle Deliberations. In the central battlefront, the Huaxia army consecutively achieved 2 victories, taking control of Xuzhou and Yongzhou. Essentially, this completed the encirclement of the main forces of the Federal Army. 2 armies from the Federal Central Army and Chu's army were surrounded in the 3-state star domain, leaving the rear of the Chinese Federation exposed to the military might of the Huaxia army. Yongzhou City, the Operations Command Center. Dai Lingshan entered the virtual parliamentary space alone. The room remained eerily empty except for him. After his request was approved, the 4 commanding officers of the other Huaxia Army Corps appeared before Dai Lingshan. Report to Commander-in-Chief. Yongzhou has already fallen into our Huaxia Army's hands, Dai Lingshan said to Xiahou Jing. The news of Yongzhou's fall had not yet spread outside. This report was Dai Lingshan's first communication of it to Xiahou Jing. Upon hearing this message, everyone present initially gasped in surprise. However, after confirming Dai Lingshan's location as Yongzhou City, Xiahou Jing exclaimed joyfully. Capturing Yongzhou so swiftly is the best news I've received. General Dai Lingshan, you've done a remarkable job. Tang Yongtao laughed. Truly worthy of General Dai Lingshan, capable of seizing Yongzhou so quickly. Now that Yongzhou has been breached, isn't the Federal Central Army going to become trapped like fish in a jar? Zheng Guizhu asked. Both Shuzhou and Yongzhou have now fallen under our army's control. What follows will be labor for you and the two esteemed generals, Xiahou stated. Yes, since Yongzhou has been taken by our army, what lies ahead is truly the decisive annihilation phase in the central battlefield, Xiahou Jing declared. Our enemy is now facing the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd armies ahead, and the 4th and 5th behind them. How can they imagine sustaining on the central front line when looking at their situation? It's clear that the only course for the Federal Central Army is to abandon all defensive lines and concentrate full force for a breakout, explained Dai Lingshan. At this point, your words reminded me. Our espionage reports have told us that the 5th Army of the Federal Central has already regrouped in Bazhou east of Yongzhou, ready to make the decision to retreat the Federal Army from the Yongzhou front, Xiahou Jing replied. When did the intelligence arrive? Dai Lingshan asked. After the resolution of the Shuzhou campaign, this information was sent back, Xiahou Jing responded. So this intelligence is likely outdated now, because I have already taken Yongzhou, Dai Lingshan smiled. You're correct. Now that the 5th Army controls Yongzhou, the enemy lacks a stable fallback route. Yet if they intend to retreat, there is a division waiting to reinforce in the Bazhou area. After gathering the 3 armies together, moving through southern Yongzhou where our defenses aren't fully established, indeed provides a large possibility of breaking out, Xiahou Jing explained. In that case, if the Federal Army plans to pass through our controlled Yongzhou, perhaps we can set a trap with the 5th Army and let the soon-to-withdraw Federal fleet retreat right into it, wouldn't you agree? Dai Lingshan grinned. Don't rush into decisions just yet. Let's wait to see how the Federal Army reacts to the loss of Yongzhou, Xiahou Jing smiled. Once spy intelligence comes through, then making deployment plans isn't too late, is it? The commander speaks wisely. Regardless of Yongzhou or Shuzhou, if we know where and how the enemy moves, our army can guarantee that they won't escape successfully, Dai Lingshan agreed. If the Federal Central Army chooses to consolidate all troops and move through the Shuzhou route, the 4th Army will be ready to defend, Xiahou denoted. Certainly, this is merely about wrapping up matters in the final stages. But as to the last battle in the Central War Zone, the 3 of us shall come to a conclusion. With Federal forces destabilized both front and back, the coming campaigns will be much easier for our 3 armies, Tang Yongtao chuckled. The 3-star domain has already been surrounded. Among the last 4 major armies of the Federation, 3 are firmly trapped in these star domains, awaiting only to be annihilated by our forces. The only option left to them is to break out. This applies to the rearward Federal armies as well. Their sole choice is to retreat to reconstruct defensive lines in the eastern and northern star domains behind them, Xiahou Jing analyzed. The purpose of the 4th and 5th armies is for cleanup operations. Meanwhile, the mission for our first 3 central armies is to launch an overall assault on the 3-star domain. Ultimately, the outcome of this war will undoubtedly see our army gaining control over the central star domain. Once these 3 Federal armies are completely wiped out, the Chinese Federation will no longer possess any capital to challenge our forces, Xiahou Jing grinned. In such a way, things could not be more splendid. This old man can see the dawn of Huaxia unification. Ha ha ha. Zheng Guizhu laughed. Things couldn't be better. I believe it is the Republic of Huaxia that will unify China. It is unity alone that will console the fallen soldiers. When the midline warfare ends, it must mark a perfect closure for the decades-long civil war between the Federation and Huaxia, Zheng Guizhu remarked. The Federation, at this moment, is no longer a legitimate government. Each time we conquer a star domain, we establish rapid governance over the area in the form of liberators. The oppressed civilians of the East will be liberated by us, Xiahou Jing concluded. Midfield Zhou Sha, seeing the repeated glories of the 4th Army and 5th Army has made me, an old general, itch for action. Ha! Finally, it's our army's turn to act. Tang Yongtao laughed. You say, what is the Federal Army concerned about regarding time? Dai Lingshan asked. It's hard for the Federal Army to reverse their situation, but it's not entirely impossible. The most suspicious aspect of the Federal Army remains those original stone clones frequently appearing on the battlefield, Xiahou Jing said. The original body of the original stone clones is the second daughter of Dr. Zhang Tong from the past, Zhang Yaoyue. Xiahou Jing thought for a moment before continuing. Years ago, Zhang Yaoyue was held as a hostage by the federal president, after which there was no further news. When she reappeared on the battlefield, she did so in her form as an original stone clone, in multiples, Tang Yongtao said. A large-scale replication of clone troops, and also original stone ability users, when concentrated in a certain number, does indeed constitute a means, but this method will not be easy to change the course of the war, Xiahou Jing said with disdain. Indeed, gathering all the original stone ability users of the Huaxia army could build a large-scale army, since the number of ability users doesn't depend on how you want to clone them, but rather on the amount of original stone you have at hand, Xiahou said. But rest assured, whatever the Federation intends to do is already within the grasp of our army, and sooner or later, we will uncover the tricks the Federation has up its sleeve, Xiahou Jing laughed. The Federation will eventually be forced into a desperate situation, and although we don't know what tactics they'll employ, naturally we need to remain vigilant, Dai Lingshan smiled. Alright, then next, the 4th and 5th armies guard the rear, while attacking the 3 central armies of the Federation is left to us 3, Xiahou Jing said. The meeting is adjourned. After Xiahou Jing finished speaking, this virtual meeting room returned to calm, leaving only Dai Lingshan alone, silently pondering. Chapter 182, The Chess Game, Part 1. Is it really that simple? Are they just primitive clones, or are there other tricks involved? Why create so many individual clones? Dai Lingnan mused as he walked out of the room. After the war ended, a brief period of rest left only a few on-duty personnel in the Operations Command Center. The empty Operations Command Room suits Xiahoda's taste for solitude, doesn't it? Dai Lingnan shook his head and reluctantly sat back down to deal with the remaining tasks. He certainly didn't have Xiahoda's habit of being alone in a space while pondering things. With the conclusion of the Yenzhou campaign, the upcoming task for the Fifth Army would be relatively easy. They only needed to handle the wrap-up work on the central battlefield. There was a possibility that enemies might escape from Yenzhou, with support from another enemy corps behind them. But for Dai Lingnan, if the enemies withdrew from Yenzhou, he had the ability to intercept them within the province. The door to the command room opened, and Dai Lingnan looked up to see none other than Xia Haoling, a distinguished female general and known as one of the finest military leaders in Huaxia. Haoling glanced around. Seeing no one else present, she approached and took a seat opposite Dai Lingnan's desk. At this hour, Commander is still busy, Haoling said with a smile. Yes, rare downtime. Might as well finish the remaining tasks before I can relax properly, Dai Lingnan responded, then asked, and what brings you here to the command center today? There's no rule against resting at the command center during downtime, is there? Haoling replied with another smile. Fair enough. Dai Lingnan shrugged. Commander, come to think of it, wasn't Fan Lin the fake spy I suspected from the very start? Haoling chuckled. You're right. Although Fan Lin was indeed fake, we were the ones who planted her there. Espionage works both ways. We can use the enemy's spies, and vice versa. The enemy can utilize our own spies. To take it further, even a false spy provided by the enemy can serve our purposes. A spy exchanges intelligence between two sides, and isn't Fan Lin, in some sense, also our own spy? Dai Lingnan explained. Speechless, Haoling glared at Dai Lingnan with a tinge of resentment, but Dai Lingnan paid no heed and continued his work. A moment later, Dai Lingnan paused his activities and said to Haoling, speaking of spies, it seems it has been over a decade since you've last seen him. Who? Haoling questioned curiously, quickly realizing whom he referred to and muttered bitterly. Ah, the clever one. It's indeed been several decades. The clever one, all he ever had was a bit of cunning, Dai Lingnan remarked, shaking his head. But all these years must have been quite hard on him too. Who knows whether he's changed much during those years. I'm curious too, but to see him again, we'll probably have to wait until the war ends, Haoling sighed. Until the war ends, Dai Lingnan replied, his tone heavy with complexity. Yes, until the war ends. We don't know if we'll even meet him again. Haoling laughed wryly. To make that restless soul lie low for decades, it hasn't been easy for him either. But so far, he has not failed to meet our expectations, Dai Lingnan said. Do you remember that incident from decades ago? Haoling smiled. What incident? Dai Lingnan asked. That day you played chess with him, Haoling grinned. Oh, about that guy? Dai Lingnan paused for a moment, reflecting. He used to think he was a genius in that game, but after losing dozens of matches to me, he started cheating. Oh, I knew you were playing chess, and I saw him walk out looking utterly humiliated. But I never heard how he cheated. You have to tell me. Haoling said expectantly. No big deal. That kid simply had too much misplaced confidence. Dai Lingnan shook his head and said. Decades ago, Mingzhou City, one afternoon. Dai Lingnan was playing Chinese chess with a young boy. Initially brimming with enthusiasm, the boy was soon thoroughly defeated in several consecutive games. Perhaps it was unfair for an adult like Dai Lingnan to play against a child, but this child thought of himself as a prodigy who had defeated numerous master chess players. Despite possessing such skills, which deserved commendation, the boy's arrogance was evident. The boy was confident that he could defeat anyone who challenged him. However, today's challenger was an uncle he had seen at home in the past. This uncle didn't give him a good attitude from the start, and in the first game, completely dismantled the boy without leaving him any room for defense. The boy wasn't satisfied. In the second, third, fourth games, it was the same outcome. Defeat after defeat had already clouded his mind. By the 15th game, Dai Lingnan stopped him. What? Now that you've lost, do you want to leave? I tell you, no way. You stay? The boy said angrily. Dai Lingnan turned around and teased. What? Are you dissatisfied? Do you want to keep playing until you win? If you want to win, now's not the time. Why? The boy asked. Haha, because you're too eager to win. The more you try, the easier it is to lose. If you truly want to win, let go of this obsession and come back for a few more games later. Haha. With that, Dai Lingnan laughed and started to walk away. Stand still, the boy yelled furiously. Dai Lingnan turned back, surprised, and looked at the boy with astonishment. What? Do you want to keep losing? Do you want to continue embarrassing yourself? Dai Lingnan mocked sarcastically. The boy blushed repeatedly but stubbornly retorted. Not at all. I will definitely win. So the son that Xiahou admires so much isn't as remarkable as everyone thinks, huh? Dai Lingnan shook his head disappointedly. Just as Dai Lingnan was about to turn away, the boy's voice came again from behind, this time much more respectful. Wait. Oh, what is it now? Dai Lingnan replied, annoyed. You sit down, the boy said. Unsure of what the boy was up to, Dai Lingnan sat down nonetheless. Uncle Dai, I've realized my mistakes. There are always higher mountains and better people out there. After playing a few rounds with you, I know where I lack. The boy lowered his head. Dai Lingnan curiously observed the remorseful boy but stayed silent. In the past, I thought I was invincible in this area, but in front of you, uncle, I feel ashamed. My skills aren't even close to yours. You're better at this game, the boy said. Subtly, Dai Lingnan noticed a cunning gleam in the boy's eyes and understood what was going on. He then casually remarked, "There are plenty of people better than me at chess." No, uncle, you're the best player I've ever met. I wouldn't dare embarrass myself further. I just want to play one more game with you. It's a tricky endgame position that I can't solve. Given how skilled you are, surely you'll be able to solve it, won't you? The boy grinned. An endgame trap? Or something else? As he scrutinized the boy, Dai Lingnan asked, "What kind of chess position is it?" Chapter 183, The Chess Game, Part 2. The little boy was seen continuously adding chariots to his side of the electronic chessboard until all around the general piece were completely surrounded by chariots. 40 chariots were even stacked on top of each other on the chessboard, facing Dai Lingshan's chessboard directly. 40 chariots? Dai Lingshan frowned, sighed and said, "There's no way for me to break this setup." Indeed, this little child played a small trick. Dai Lingshan indifferently thought. No matter how the pieces are moved, under absolute quantity and quality suppression, even the most skilled chess player couldn't overturn this game. Of course, assuming that the chess player doesn't investigate why the opponent has 40 chariots on the board. It won't be so, uncle. Aren't you one of our Huaxia famous generals? Didn't your efforts contribute to defeating the powerful spirit race not long ago in the Mingzhou campaign? The situation with the spirit race's army might have been more severe than my chessboard setup here, isn't it? The little boy taunted. The battlefield in reality is not like a chess game. Each unit has its own ideas and considerations. They are not dead pieces, and battling with them is entirely different from fighting dead pieces. Dai Lingshan thought for a moment, and then said, "These 40 chariots completely obey you. The pieces are lifeless. Both camps act in complete unity without hesitation, not considering logistics or internal matters. If we don't consider various variables in war, then with your chess setup holding such an absolute advantage, there's no way I can turn things around. So would you be able to break this chess setup using the form of warfare instead?" The little boy asked. "It's impossible. No matter how it's simulated, it cannot match real war. Real war situations change rapidly. How could they be simulated like this? On the chessboard, if one region provides 2 chariots, then I have 2 chariots. While you have 40 chariots, I have 1 chessboard, and you have 20 chessboards." Dai Lingshan immediately opened up the electronic chessboard, where 20 chessboards appeared on the boy's side, displaying only his side. Every chessboard was missing 2 chariots. "What does this mean?" the little boy asked curiously. "Your 40 chariots can't come out of nowhere. They must be allocated from 20 chessboards. Standing at the national level, I'm a small country, while you're a big country. Small countries don't usually fight big countries unless the big country has problems, leading to the small country attacking, or if the big country aims to conquer the small country. Give me a reason why I should fight against you," said Dai Lingshan. "Reason? Isn't it sufficient enough that as a big country, I attack you, a small country, forcing you to engage in battle?" replied the boy. "This reasoning holds. A large country intends to annex a smaller one. I don't intend to pursue it further," said Dai Lingshan. "However, given such a disparity in national strength, if we choose to wage war, we either opt for a decisive battle or have the ability to win. In war, there is always the possibility of victory, but beyond any doubt, with 40 chariots on the chessboard, the terrain is extremely advantageous for chariot battles. Would a weaker nation really choose to confront a stronger nation on a terrain most favorable to them? If I were in charge, I'd prefer mountainous terrain to face off against your 40 chariots. If only flatlands exist, I wouldn't dare confront you head-on in this kind of terrain. There's simply no hope of winning in such a hopeless war. Humph, in mountain warfare, I can mobilize more pawns to fight you fiercely. I have more troops to wage war with you. I gave myself 40 chariots, and you also provided me with 20 additional chessboards. Under absolute power, any intelligence is useless anyway," the boy laughed. "Manpower, resources, every single advantage is dominated overwhelmingly by the big country. Every piece engaged in war listens loyally to the players, all commanded by the commanders of both countries. During this chess game between us, I am the most relaxed one. You, however, carry some worries," Dai Lingshan stated. "Haha, are you saying that I'm more relaxed?" The boy didn't understand. "Yes, under the chess arrangement, there's no room left for me to secure any crucial victories. I might continually score some partial successes, but ultimately, all you need is steady progress, ensuring victory. Since I have no chance of winning, my choice is either a determined fight to the death or certain loss. It comes down to how much I can exhaust before succumbing. Meanwhile, you'll have to consider the minimum cost of victory right before you achieve it," explained Dai Lingshan. "In other words, in this war, there's absolutely no possibility for you to achieve victory," the boy helplessly asked. "Then just as I mentioned earlier, the Mingzhou campaign was far more perilous than this chess game. So how did our Huaxia army triumph?" Before answering your question, since you believe that the Mingzhou campaign was more perilous than this chessboard layout, and that the spirit race had an overwhelming advantage over Huaxia, I would like to ask you this. You previously mentioned that any intelligence is useless against absolute power. Why doesn't that apply here? Dai Lingshan said. "A great nation isn't built out of thin air, it grows from small to large. During the process, when a small country develops into a big one and gains what you called absolute strength, it didn't happen through sheer brute force, although perhaps you were just the inheritor of a big country." Dai Lingshan continued. "In the face of absolute power, intelligence isn't always useless. Overcoming the strong with the weak must be achieved through unconventional means. The chess game you've given me leaves no room for me to use any strategy, whereas the Mingzhou campaign is different. The battle on the chessboard is purely a head-to-head assault between you and me, where you occupy an absolute advantage. Without space to implement strategies, I can't win. But the Mingzhou campaign wasn't merely a battle between Huaxia and the spirit race. Many other players were involved in this grand chess game. Moreover, every piece on the battlefield has its own thoughts, so there's ample room for using stratagems, said Dai Lingshan. But if you think the Mingzhou campaign was tougher than this chess setup, I see it differently. In fact, compared to this chessboard, the Mingzhou campaign was far less arduous. On this chessboard, you have complete control over pieces that obey your orders unhesitatingly. You and I, locked in a two-player match, each commanding our respective forces. You lead a completely obedient and fearless army akin to an invincible boulder. And I, commanding a similarly unyielding but smaller army, am crushed under its weight. A straightforward victory comes not through internal subterfuge, but by sheer violence. This analogy relates to military strategy. Achieving victory through conventional tactics establishes a solid base for avoiding defeat, while unconventional victories draw enemies toward failure. With such a firm foundation of being undefeated, all your methods become foolproof, overpowering every possible strategy, simply because the groundwork for strategizing doesn't exist. Thus, all schemes fail under such conditions. Even though my comrades, including the late Zhao Heng and various Huaxia generals, managed to triumph against enemies dozens of times our size during the Mingzhou campaign, in the face of this chess setup, none of us could devise a solution. If we stretch this situation into reality, then let me ask you something. Dai Lingshan asked. What is it? The little boy replied. In reality, how do you assemble such a massive army, completely submissive both in action and thought, obedient from top to bottom entirely to your will? Dai Lingshan questioned. Chapter 184, Sky City, Part 1. Since you knew he was going to cheat in the end, why did you sit down and play with him? Xiahou Ling asked. Dai wanted me to join that game, essentially boasting about my past achievements during the Mingzhou campaign, just so he could admit his own cheating afterward, Dai Ling South explained. But if we were to replay the board from Zhang's campaign back then, wouldn't even you be unable to win? Xiahou Ling questioned. That goes without saying. Unless as the commander, you don't want to win, unless you aren't playing for your own victory, then I wouldn't have a chance to win, Dai Lingnan said. For someone who has an absolute advantage, whether or not they're skilled at chess, the only difference lies in how to reduce one's battle losses. As for me, it's all-out combat, dragging as many others down as possible. Hee, I didn't think there would be something Commander Dai can't accomplish, Xiahou Ling laughed. There are plenty of things I can't do, this is just one of them, Dai Lingnan replied. Don't think I'm capable of everything. I don't want outsiders mistakenly thinking I'm infallible either. Then Dai Lingnan looked around the office and said, this conversation has taken up quite a bit of my time. In that case, I must complete this task as soon as possible so that I can relax properly once it's done on the rest day. Xiahou Ling didn't continue speaking, but kept watching Dai Lingnan work busily in the command room. It soon returned to silence. After a long while, Dai Lingnan finished handling the matters. Dai Lingnan noticed Xiahou Ling hadn't left the command room and asked, why haven't you left yet? No reason. I'm waiting for you, Xiahou Ling replied. Waiting for me? Dai Lingnan repeated incomprehensibly. What places do you plan to visit? There are a lot of interesting things within the Yongzhou city. Xiahou Ling smiled. Entertainment? Dai Lingnan asked puzzled. Exactly. For example, the multidimensional cinema in Yongzhou, the spatial plaza in Yongzhou. Anyway, the conquered Yongzhou city offers numerous interesting spots, Xiahou Ling stated. After a moment of silence, Dai Lingnan shook his head and said, I lack the interest in entertainment. I've already passed the age where I play around. Xiahou Ling rose slightly disappointedly, preparing to walk out of the command room. Going out for a trip might be fine. I was just considering having some relaxation. Where do you suggest we go? Dai Lingnan mentioned. Really? Xiahou Ling turned around delightedly, sweeping away her previous disappointment. I had reserved exactly 2 tickets to Sky City earlier. We can exactly go play together. Sky City 2 tickets? Dai Lingnan echoed. Yes, 2 tickets. Sky City is a decent scenic spot in Yongzhou City, Xiahou Ling said. Picking up the coffee which had cooled down and sipping it, Dai Lingnan stood up and said, it doesn't matter where we go. I remember Yongzhou has many scenic spots. Why did you particularly choose Sky City? This. Xiahou Ling suddenly fell speechless. A hand rested on her shoulder. Dai Lingnan said, wherever we go is fine. It's rare to have time to leave this metal cage. That's a rare blessing. Since you've already bought the tickets for both of us, I will gladly accept the invitation. Let's go then. Xiahou Ling instantly lit up and said happily. Below the colossal fortress in Yongzhou City, a magnetic levitation car sailed out from inside the stronghold, driving on the roads of Yongzhou City. With the window open, Dai Lingnan glanced at this city he had captured himself while steering the magnetic levitation vehicle toward the destination. Speaking of which, the next step regarding Yongzhou's defense should be planned. If intelligence confirms, Yongzhou will become the retreat route for the Federal Army. How to seal the Federal Army on their retreat path will be the issue our army faces. Dai Lingnan observed the scenery outside the car window and said, can we set those matters aside? Xiahou Ling earnestly requested sitting on the passenger seat. It's rare for us to let go of everything. Dai Lingnan remained silent, continuing to drive the magnetic levitation car towards Sky City. Sky City is one of the most famous tourist attractions in Yongzhou City. During holidays, men and women dressed casually got off the magnetic levitation vehicle to look at this enormous sightseeing spot. It's one of the Yang family's businesses. The price of tickets to enter Sky City is something ordinary people can only dream about. Even after the liberation of Yongzhou, though ticket prices dropped somewhat, few could still afford to come here. Unlike other attractions, tranquility is what sets this place apart, offering the most beautiful views. This was originally the Sky City belonging to the noble families of Yongzhou, a quiet and peaceful scenery, a place for these noble families to rest. When Yongzhou was ruled by Huaxia, these noble families were suppressed, so the number of visitors here naturally diminished further. Sky City, as the name suggests, is an ancient city suspended in the sky. Located in a special district of Yongzhou City, it is a simulated ancient city floating at a height of 1 kilometer. After showing their tickets, 2 rope ladders descended from 1,000 meters up. Dai Ling South and Xiahou Ling grabbed onto the rope ladders, stepping on them while being slowly pulled upward. As they ascended, the rope beneath their feet seemed to grow higher, and looking down, the ground appeared smaller and smaller, offering an increasingly expansive view. For those with acrophobia, this situation was nothing short of a nightmare. However, for experienced warriors like Dai Ling South and Xiahou Ling who were accustomed to battles outside, it was merely child's play. Above them loomed the massive shadow of the ancient city, growing larger by the second. Its enormous base floated mid-air, with a pointed bottom resembling a cone. The rope ladder finally reached its destination, lifting them smoothly upward until they entered the base of the giant sky-floating island. Climbing up along a retro staircase from the base, they slowly ascended until they emerged onto the surface of the floating island, revealing yet another breathtaking scene. The island was filled with various plants from Earth, hosting a complete ecosystem that included rugged mountains and lakes. Most prominently featured on the island was an enormous ancient city with stone walls, ancient buildings, watchtowers, each presenting grandeur despite being covered with creeping vines and flora, exuding an air of decay amidst luxurious ornamentation that gave it a sense of history. Not bad. Despite being built not long ago, it looks incredibly authentic. I have to admit, I'm quite impressed, Dai Ling South commented, somewhat ruining the atmosphere with his remark. Some parts are actually reconstructed based on real ancient ruins, Xiahou Ling responded thoughtfully. In a way, it's a kind of historical restoration. That's true. But what should we do next? Dai Ling South asked. Before he could finish his sentence, a polite female tour guide approached them, extending her hand courteously and saying, "Please follow me, if you may." The guide led them all the way to the rock inn. From the outside, the inn resembled a colossal rock blended into the island's natural environment. Inside, however, it was a modern hotel equipped with all necessary living amenities. Luxurious as it was, there weren't many permanent guests residing in this fancy accommodation. Chapter 185, Sky City, Part 2. Please come in. The guide stopped with the 2 people in front of a room and gestured for them to enter. 1 room, double occupancy? Dai Lingshan frowned as he said this. Double rooms are cheaper, Xiahou Ling replied with an apologetic smile. The electronic door opened, and they entered. The room was comfortable, everything was brand new and fully equipped. As soon as he entered, Dai Lingshan sat down on a reclining chair intending to take a short rest. I'd like to take a shower, then later we can head over to the ancient Sky City, Xiahou Ling said. Seeing that Dai Lingshan didn't respond, Xiahou Ling went ahead and took a shower alone. Sky City? An ancient natural environment. The Earth ecological system from thousands of years ago is not a bad place for us to relax, Dai Lingshan remarked, looking out at the floating island's natural scenery through the glass doors. After saying this, he naturally picked up a drink from the small table and began drinking it. In the afternoon, the artificial sun's rays penetrated the dense jungle. Beyond this lush forest lay the main theme of the Sky City, the floating island's theme, the ancient city. There were few people. The quiet and desolate ancient city invited boundless reverie. Among the stars, experiencing such earthly beauty by climbing ancient walls and overlooking the floating island's landscapes counted as a luxury. On the top floor of the ancient tower, a man and a woman arrived at the edge of the uppermost level to rest leaning against the city wall, enjoying the gentle natural breeze. As Dai Lingshan admired the beautiful scenery of the floating island, Xiahou Ling suddenly leaned her shoulder against his. Dai Lingshan turned his head to look at Xiahou Ling, but did not push her away. Lingshan, what do you think of the landscape here? Xiahou Ling asked. Leaning against the wall, Dai Lingshan watched as the artificial sun was about to set, its light illuminating the entire lake and jungle. He said, this place isn't the greatest. After all, I've been to Earth. You've been to Earth before? Isn't Earth supposed to be? Xiahou Ling asked puzzled. The former Earth. Dai Lingshan's hand trembled slightly as he supported himself against the wall. The former Earth? Are you joking? Xiahou Ling exclaimed, lifting her head to look at Dai Lingshan. Didn't the former Earth turn to ashes during the Earth-Moon battle in 4454? You're right. The former Earth did turn to ashes in 4454. But before that happened, Earth's beauty was incomparable to any human-made ecological circle, Dai Lingshan said. That doesn't make sense. The year 4454, that's 72 years ago. You saw the old Earth 72 years ago. Xiahou Ling questioned in shock. Dai Lingshan remained silent, continuing to observe the surroundings while the wind blew gently over the ripples of the blue lake, golden waves shimmering under the sunlight. Not possible, not possible. You must be joking. You probably just saw Earth through some kind of virtual projection screen. Xiahou Ling laughed. Dai Lingshan shook his head and said, the real Earth. But how could you? Xiahou Ling furrowed her brows, staring at Dai Lingshan's face, which looked to be in his early 30s, unable to understand. Do you remember? Our first meeting, it was also more than a decade ago when you were still young, Dai Lingshan smiled. Yes. So what? Xiahou Ling said, referring to events more than 20 years ago after the Battle of Mingzhou. 28 years ago, in the Xiahou family residence. Years after Zhao Heng's death in battle, Xiahou Jing inherited Zhao Heng's banner, becoming the commander of the Huaxia army and beginning to reorganize the remaining situation of the Huaxia military forces. Slowly, he started restoring the losses left behind by the war. Dai Lingshan accepted Xiahou Jing's invitation and visited the Xiahou household. Despite holding the title of marshal, Xiahou Jing treated Dai Lingshan without the usual sternness, engaging in relatively amicable conversations. Between their cups of wine clinking together, a girl dressed in a specially tailored Huaxia army uniform entered the living room, proudly displaying her military attire and exclaiming, "Dad, does my military outfit look good? Ling, don't you see we have a guest?" Xiahou Jing reproved Xiahou Ling, asking, "How should we behave?" The little girl lowered her head in shame because of the sudden scolding. Ho ho ho, I've often heard that the marshal has 3 children. His second daughter is different from ordinary girls, having always had aspirations for the military since childhood, aiming to be a great commander, preferring soldier or to fine dresses. She truly deserves admiration. Dai Lingshan put down his wine cup and laughed. "I am Dai Lingshan, and you must be Marshal Xiahou's daughter Xiahou Ling." "Yes," the little girl nodded seriously. Ho ho ho. Dai Lingshan motioned for Xiahou Ling to sit at the banquet table, where the feast continued. This time, Xiahou Jing invited Dai Lingshan to be the mentor of his 3 sons, which was also the first meeting between him and Xiahou Ling. "I remember that 28 years ago, you looked exactly the same, which is what troubles me the most," Xiahou Ling said. "The older generation, including my father, has gradually grown old, and our younger generation has also gradually grown up. Why haven't you changed at all? What if I told you that I'm good at taking care of myself?" Dai Lingshan laughed. "No one would believe it." Xiahou Ling thought silently, then asked, "How old are you?" "Older than your father. Your father was born a few years after the Earth-Moon War, but I witnessed the Earth-Moon War," Dai Lingshan said. "Ow, how is that possible?" Xiahou Ling said with a bitter smile. "Modern medical technology can extend human life to 120 years old, and I've basically lived through 3/4 of my life," Dai Lingshan said. "You're fooling me," Xiahou Ling laughed. "You can ask the older generation of generals about my credentials. You might think I'm lying to you, but it's impossible for everyone to lie to you," Dai Lingshan said. On the ancient wall, no one could ever imagine that the handsome young man was almost 100 years old. After a long silence, Xiahou Ling stammered, "Wh? Why tell me? I want to tell you that the person standing in front of you isn't a young man in his 20s or 30s, but an old man whose life is almost over. It's not wrong to like someone, but don't fall for the wrong person. I am nearing death, and I'm not worth your sacrifice for the rest of your life. If you seek a soulful companion, there are many outstanding young soldiers in our army," Dai Lingshan sighed and said. After speaking, Dai Lingshan walked alone towards the dark city below, leaving Xiahou Ling leaning on the city wall, sobbing silently. "Even if you didn't tell me, I at least knew that you were from father's generation. Why did you choose to tell me these things now?" The remaining journey had become utterly uninteresting for Xiahou Ling. The purpose of this trip was ultimately unfulfilled, and leaving here as quickly as possible was her best choice. Dai Lingshan, however, remained in the Sky City. Chapter 186, Scepter System. Bianzhou City, Presidential Palace. What? The Yang family has betrayed, and the 5th Army of Huaxia easily took control of Yongzhou. When President Baoan received this intelligence report, he was immediately shocked. The remaining 4 clan leaders also exchanged glances with each other, feeling at a loss. The fall of Yongzhou shook like a bolt from the blue inside the Chinese Federation. How did the Yang family's betrayal happen? Baoan asked the 4 clan leaders as well as Xia Ziyang. Yang family started and built their power base in Yongzhou. As Yongzhou shifted from being a transportation hub to the front line of war, it caused Yang's influence to wane. Furthermore, after the Central Third Army entered Yongzhou, they suppressed the Yang family, causing the Yang family to become alienated from the central government. This gave an opportunity for Huaxia, Xia Ziyang explained. Baoan remained silent, his sharp eyes glaring at everyone in the meeting room. "Mr. President, now that we've lost Yongzhou, our 1st and 2nd Central Armies are trapped in the 3 provinces Star Sector, unable to advance or retreat. What should we do?" Ma Tong asked. "And what about my Chu State's military forces trapped there as well?" Shi Minyong angrily responded. "Why does clan leader Ma ignore the plight of our Chu State's army? I know all too well you will continue arguing over these matters." Baoan snapped angrily. "Are all of you not feeling the impending crisis? I just heard one instance of infighting within our own group, and now I see another. Do you think it is not already bad enough that the Chinese Federation is suffering? If we continue to fail, all of us, your factions and mine, are going to perish. Time and again, during our meetings, I emphasize the importance of unity. Yet, you have treated those words as if they were merely empty winds. The withdrawal of troops is inevitable since our forces are already surrounded. Next, regarding the retreat, we won't abandon the armies of Chu while withdrawing only the Central China forces by ourselves. So Chairman Shimin, rest assured," Baoan continued. "That's good then," said Shimin Yang. "So, esteemed clan leaders, reversing this war depends on first retrieving our besieged fleet back to the Eastern Star Domain. Once our forces are withdrawn to the Eastern Sector, we will make a decisive battle with Huaxia's army in the East. Does anyone object?" Baoan deeply inhaled before asking. "No objections." The clan leaders unanimously replied without hesitation. "Understandable. Given the situation, withdrawal is necessary. Currently, we still maintain contact with the frontline corps. However, once Huaxia completes their encirclement, our connection with the frontline units will be completely severed. Hence, the evacuation must happen right away. We can temporarily give up the central 3-star regions, but we cannot let the three main divisions fight to the death. Immediate evacuation is necessary, Bao stated firmly. President Bao, I have one question. When the Yongzhou Star region was still under our control, why didn't we withdraw the forces earlier? Now, weeks later, Yongzhou has been captured by Huaxia. Wouldn't it have been better to withdraw earlier? Song Ping asked. I don't need to repeat the reasons, Bao replied curtly. President Bao, how does time assist in your victory? Are you relying solely on your team of original stone clones? Ma Tong questioned. The stone clones are not the main factor. They're just one part of our military force. I might as well say frankly, judging by the targets you're all aiming for my ultimate strategies, it seems concentrated on 2 points. One point is the Super Celestial Bao Development Project in Zhongzhou Star region, and the other point is the steady emergence of the original stone clones from the new Dongqing Fortress, which is the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Bao smiled and revealed. After speaking, Bao activated his optical computer, projecting a massive building structure before everyone. Behind the structure lay an entire star, providing endless energy. The enormous fan-like construction could rotate fully around a circular path, creating a breathtaking and intimidating sight. What is this? The others asked in astonishment. A seemingly insignificant energy plant in Zhongzhou supplying endless energy to surrounding star regions. However, no one knows that concealed inside this energy plant lies a world-ending weapon in preparation, Bao smirked. A world-ending weapon? They asked in bewilderment. An interregional star annihilation device on par with the superweapon Death Beam, used by the spiritual race to destroy Earth years ago. It's called the Scepter System, and it's a superweapon as well, Bao grinned again. Scepter System? The attack range can cover more than the star regions of the Chinese Federation. Its orbit can be controlled. After decades of war, micro-detection devices configured specifically for this system have almost entirely covered the entire Chinese Federation. In other words, once activated, a single strike from Zhongzhou could reach Mingzhou and potentially even destroy Huaxia's capital city, Mingzhou. And if we encounter Huaxia's fleet, given the conditions, it would severely cripple the fleet of a small-scale corps, Bao continued. This is our final means, and also the key to our counterattack to secure victory. It's incredibly terrifying. However, it seems that the Scepter System finds it difficult to effectively strike moving fleet targets, making it more suitable for attacking fortresses and cities. Thus, its greatest value lies in bombing key cities of Huaxia. But if such a system is used to attack cities, even Earth would turn into a dead star under one round of attack, let alone space cities. However, should we really do this? Xia Ziliang thought for a moment and asked. The Scepter System will soon be ready, but it's not only meant for targeting cities. If conditions allow, it can also easily annihilate armies. However, those conditions must be met. Therefore, this current withdrawal plan is extremely crucial. Without the fleet's coordination, even such a powerful weapon cannot withstand the overwhelming military pressure from Huaxia, right? Bao said. Then for the next move, should we retreat to the southern Shuzhou Star Domain or the northern Yongzhou Star Domain? Ma Tong asked. I suggest we head south to the Shuzhou Star Domain. Huaxia's 4th Army secured Shuzhou at a heavy cost, while their 5th Army achieved a decisive victory in Yongzhou. Therefore, retreating through the Shuzhou Star Domain would be better, Shimin Yong said. On the surface, heading south to Shuzhou appears to be the best choice. However, the 2 heavy armies in the north cannot easily move. Retreating southward would equal releasing Huaxia's strongest military force, leading to heavy attacks against our troops. Hence, I propose we retreat via the Yongzhou route, gradually gathering the southern forces towards the north, and then break through Huaxia's blockade from the south of Yongzhou, Song Ping said. Although Huaxia's 5th Army achieved a great victory in Yongzhou, Huaxia's army just gained the upper hand and still needs time to consolidate in Yongzhou compared to Shuzhou. We have an opportunity. Song Ping's suggestion aligns with my thoughts. Moreover, we already have the precedent of redeploying the 5th Army to Bazhou. Even though Yongzhou has fallen, we won't change our strategy. The barrier formed by the 5th Army shall be penetrated by us. Bao said. Mr. President speaks wisely. Everyone bowed in agreement. Therefore, inform all the generals to carry out our plans. Gradually withdraw our forces back to the Eastern Star Domain under our control. Bao said. Chapter 187, the next step. In Fengzhou, at the headquarters of China's 1st Army, Xiahou Jing scanned through the intelligence report and his expression became serious. After speaking, he stood up and entered the simulation meeting room where Tang Yongtao and Zheng Guotiu had been waiting for him for a long time in the virtual projection inside the meeting room. Xiahou Jing sat down in the central seat with a heavy heart. This was a conference for the 3 core commanders of the central battlefield, without the positions of Xiahou Da and Dai Lingshan. The Federal Army has made a decision to withdraw its troops. Since they are withdrawing, it's necessary to abandon the defensive line, Xiahou Jing said with a laugh. So, from which lines do the Yongzhou and Shuzhou Chinese armies plan to retreat? Tang Yongtao asked. Yongzhou, the Federal Army has already completed the deployment of retreating from southern Yongzhou in an attempt to retreat, while the 5th Army of the Chinese military is still unstable, Xiahou Jing explained. In that case, General Dai Lingshan can intercept them in southern Yongzhou, Tang Yongtao replied without hesitation. Yes, possibly because the Federal Army's focus is in the north. It is easier to gather forces in the north directly for the withdrawal to preserve their main force, Xiahou Jing smiled as he said. However, deciding to withdraw from the north also means the Chu Army in the south will be within our grasp. The federal resolution is to concentrate their forces and retreat, so the defensive line they have established for us will inevitably be abandoned. In that case, we should not hesitate to act, Xiahou Jing stated. However, I've just received some extremely unfavorable intelligence. What kind of intelligence? Zheng Guiziu asked. The Federal Army secretly set up a super weapon in the Chongzhou star system called the Scepter System, Xiahou Jing said. Scepter System? The two looked at each other confused. If you don't know the Scepter System, then do you know about the Super Celestial Bow Project? Xiahou Jing asked. Super Celestial Bow Project? Wasn't it destroyed by our dispatched special forces? Zheng Guiziu asked in surprise. Not quite sure, but it appears that the laboratory of the Super Celestial Bow Project that was previously destroyed by our special forces has reappeared. Moreover, it is nearing completion and has been renamed as Scepter, Xiahou Jing replied. Could this be fake? As far as I remember, the Super Celestial Bow was completely dealt with by our forces. Even if the Federal Army restarted it, according to the completion cycle, it should not be ready by now, Zheng Guiziu remarked. It's also possible that the previous Super Celestial Bow was actually a decoy, and the Federal Army was running two Super Celestial Bows simultaneously, Xiahou Jing speculated. Bobeo has secretly developed two Celestial Bow systems behind the backs of his own noble families. What a big heart he has, Zheng Guiziu sighed. The threat posed by Scepter is still unknown to us, but it must be more terrifying than the two attack warships produced by the Celestial Bow, Lingxiu and Supernu, Xiahou Jing continued. If this is an enhanced version of the Celestial Bow system, it indeed poses some threat to us. But if this is Bobeo's final move, we need not fear a reversal by the Central Federation, Zheng Guiziu responded. Chongzhou star system is close to Shuzhou. The Federal Army intends to retreat from southern Yongzhou, thereby freeing up the Fourth Army. Let the Fourth Army enter the Chongzhou star system first. Once Chongzhou falls into our hands, the so-called threat of the Scepter System will be resolved. Agreed. However, why doesn't the Federal Central Army simply enter Chongzhou directly via an attack on Shuzhou, instead opting for the longer route from Yongzhou to Bazhou to Chongzhou? Xiahou Jing paused to think and asked. To us, the Super Celestial Bow Project is already dead, and the Federation may think the same. The reason the Super Celestial Bow Project in Chongzhou can proceed smoothly under our nose is that we believe it is over, Tang Yongtao explained. But I disagree with Zheng Guiziu. The presence of the Scepter System near our position means its existence is likely to be concealed within the core layer. If we act against this system now, it will easily expose its existence. Although we're close to the final battle, it seems like the Scepter needs more time to complete. There's no urgency. It might be better to withhold this crucial information and wait until we annihilate the main force of the Federal Army in the Central Star System. Then it is decided. We will continue with our original plan, the needle-threading strategy. If the enemy wishes to unite together to break through, we will isolate them, Xiahou Jing concluded. A massive star map appeared among the three of them. Fengzhou, Liangzhou, Kaizhou, Yuanzhou, Hangzhou, Qingzhou. These 6 star systems on the central battlefield formed a 3-on-3 standoff. The Federation and the Chinese nation deployed formidable military forces across these 3-star systems respectively, engaging in a core-against-core confrontation. If the Federal Army intends to withdraw from Yongzhou, then the two corps in the north will inevitably stabilize. The Chu Army in the south needs to gradually march north to rendezvous with the Central Army. The Federal Central Army will slowly retreat into southern Yongzhou, thus giving us the first opportunity to consume the Chu forces of the Federation who have abandoned their defenses. By concentrating the superior forces of the Chinese military, we can progressively capture areas of northern Qingzhou, trapping the Chu forces in a cage. Eliminate them, and then work with the Yongzhou army to annihilate the Federal forces front and back, Xiahou Jing said with a laugh. To eat the weakest enemy forces before they can consolidate, Zheng Guiziu remarked. In that case, the Chu forces will be your target, General Tang Yongtao. The Chu nation has only 5 fleets, plus the 2 fleets assigned by the Central Federal Army for a total of 7. General Tang Yongtao's goal is to separate these forces moving north, like a needle threading through the enemy's flat defensive line. Yongzhou is the ultimate strike, and the 4th Army of Shuzhou will participate in this operation to annihilate the Chu forces, Xiahou Jing explained. In other words, Marshal, you're suggesting our army together with the Shuzhou army should encircle the Chu forces in Qingzhou, Tang Yongtao asked. Yes, from the south, we thread the needle and surround the Chu forces. You two are responsible for their annihilation. Don't worry, the 2 central armies of the Federation will be too busy to interfere, while General Zheng Guiziu and I chase the retreating Federal Army. The Yongzhou Corps will deliver the final blow to the Federal forces entering Yongzhou. After the central battlefield is settled, the unification of Huaxia will be secure, Xiahou Jing said confidently. If this plan succeeds, and the main force of the Federal Army is surrounded and destroyed here, the central battlefield will be ours for the taking. To think that in our twilight years, as generals, we might witness the dawn of a unified Huaxia. A great fortune indeed, Tang Yongtao mused. Ha! My esteemed generals, not only will we see the dawn of a unified Huaxia, but our army will also see the day of a united Zhonghua, Xiahou Jing laughed. Chapter 188, The Central Land. The virtual room. The meeting was still ongoing, but only 2 people were present, Xiahou Jing and Dai Lingnan. The Federal Army has deployed a superweapon in Chongzhou, the Scepter System? Dai Lingnan asked, puzzled. Yes, the Scepter System. It's the product of the Super Celestial Bow plan of the Chinese Federation, Xiahou Jing explained. Super Celestial Bow? If I'm not mistaken, the Super Celestial Bow should have been destroyed by our specially dispatched special forces. How is there still the Scepter System? Questioned Dai Lingnan, with a look of bewilderment. This is Baowen's last move. We should proceed with caution. That's what the intelligence suggests, Xiahou Jing said firmly. General, Do you trust this piece of intelligence? Dai Lingnan asked. Absolutely. After all, this is his intelligence. Whoever knows this intelligence undoubtedly is one of Bao An's trusted aides, Xiahou Jing stated. If you trust this intelligence so much, then what are your plans, General? Asked Dai Lingnan. One of our elder generals gave me an enticing suggestion. Allow the Fourth Army to attack Chongzhou and eliminate this latent threat, Xiahou Jing laughed. With that said, if the Fourth Army is under consideration for mobilization, has the general confirmed the Federal Army's retreat route? Dai Lingnan inquired. Ha. Since the Fourth Army is being considered for mobilization, you must already have guessed. It will be through Yongzhou where the Federal Army will retreat, Xiahou Jing revealed. Yongzhou? Dai Lingnan contemplated for a moment before replying. Choosing Yongzhou as their retreat route isn't wise at all. But as Yongzhou has just been settled, the Federal Army could take advantage of your unstable position there and retreat through Yongzhou, Xiahou Jing reasoned. Ha. No worries. If they choose to retreat through South Yongzhou, I wouldn't mind giving them a grand surprise. However, this intelligence doesn't seem consistent. Dai Lingnan voiced his doubts. How so? Xiahou Jing frowned, questioning him. In theory, the Federal Army's trump card is in Chongzhou. As Chongzhou is closest to Shuzhou, with Chongzhou being left vulnerable, shouldn't the Federal Army be more focused on attacking Shuzhou to secure a way back and heavily defend the scepter system instead? Dai Lingnan posed his question. Only if the Federation knows that we are aware of their secret development of the scepter system in Chongzhou, Xiahou Jing grinned. That's true. But, Dai Lingnan paused mid-sentence. But what? Prompted Xiahou Jing. Nothing, just some random thoughts. Dai Lingnan apologized with a laugh. However, what if the federal president does not trust him or intends to use him to pass us false intelligence? If Shuzhou is left unguarded or targeted for an assault on Chongzhou, could the objective of Chongzhou actually be a decoy? Dai Lingnan did not voice these words aloud. Haha. So from here on out, the task of intercepting the Chinese military in Yongzhou falls to you, Xiahou Jing chuckled. Don't worry, if the Federal Army dares to come to Yongzhou, I will ensure that they won't return, Dai Lingnan confidently responded. That gives me peace of mind. Xiahou Jing expressed satisfaction. So what will the Shuzhou Army do next? Dai Lingnan questioned. The Shuzhou Army will participate in our upcoming war strategy, the Weaving Plan, which aims to annihilate the entire Chu State Army of the Federation using the combined strength of two armies, Xiahou Jing laughed. So to say, the general has rejected the old general's advice, opting instead to let the Fourth Army directly capture Chongzhou, Dai Lingnan reiterated. That's correct. Once we completely eliminate the main force of the Federal Army, there will be no threat left, Xiahou Jing continued. Although the scepter system poses some level of threat to us, our current focus should be to eliminate the meat already in our mouths as quickly as possible. By completely eradicating the main force of the Federal Army, nothing will constitute a threat then. Dai Lingnan didn't respond. Xiahou Jing turned on the light computer, and two maps appeared vividly before their eyes, one showing the ancient territories of China on Earth, and the other showing the current 32 star domains of central China. Since ancient times, there has been the saying that he who controls the central plains will rule the world. Why has the central plains always been so historically significant? Xiahou Jing chuckled. A contested battlefield, strategically placed and accessible from all four directions. Dai Lingnan smiled in response. In Go, there's a saying about golden corners, silver edges, and grassy bellies. The central plains, the belly. Historically, the central plains haven't necessarily been a good starting point for domination. Strong powers rise on the periphery, and then seize control of the central plains to ultimately claim the world. Precisely speaking, in ancient China, he who holds Guangzhou rules the central plains, he who rules the central plains owns the world, he who commands Hebei controls the central plains, and he who governs the central plains dominates the world. In the early Ming dynasty, when the south was stable and the north chaotic, the southern conquest of the north advanced toward the central plains, taking control of the south, marching northward into the central plains, and advancing toward world domination. Xiahou Jing concluded, laughing. At the beginning of a turbulent era, the central plains may not be the best place for a major power to start and form, but it is crucial for a powerful force to conquer the empire. Why is that? Xiahou Jing chuckled. Dai Lingnan waited quietly for Xiahou Jing to continue. Xiahou Jing then said, the central plains connect to Hebei in the north, Jingchu and Wuyue in the south, and Guangzhou and Bashu in the west. This land is accessible from all four directions, making it key to gaining dominion over the empire. With control of the central plains, one can advance to take different regions and defend against other forces trying to expand. The central plains are fertile in times of peace but contested by warlords in times of chaos. Xiahou Jing paused to think before saying, the central plains before us now is what we see as the central star domain. Likewise, the central star domain connects the western and northwestern star domains of Huaxia, the southern star domain, and links to the eastern and northern star domains of the Federation. Thus, the central star domain will be where Huaxia and the Federation have their final showdown. Only by seizing the central star domain can Huaxia unify the empire, Xiahou Jing continued. Securing the strategic advantage in both the south and north aims at decisively winning the central star domain, creating a C-shaped encircling network after capturing the northwest and southern star domains together with the western star domain. Three fronts would advance into the central star domain, and once Yongzhou and Shuzhou are seized, completely surrounding the Federal Army, this battle could capture the central star domain and annihilate the Federal Army's main force. After eradicating all the Federal Army's main force in the central battleground, what remains will be the last decisive battle against the Federal Army. After capturing the Central Plains, there won't be any worry about the northern and eastern star domains of the Federal Army. They will fall easily. Dai Lingnan remarked. Yes, since joining Huaxia military decades ago, I've finally been able to say this. The Huaxia army will eventually reunify China. Xiahou Jing laughed. Haha, Commander, you're absolutely right. Reunifying China will be an epic feat recorded in history. Dai Lingnan smiled. This battle will settle the fate of the Central Plains. Taking the Central Star Domain makes unification an inevitable trend. We look forward to our army's ultimate showdown with the Federal Army. All right, so the front line of Yongzhou is entrusted to you. Xiahou Jing said. Understood. Dai Lingnan responded. Chapter 189. The discussion of Beijingzhou. Shuzhou City, Operations Command Room. Intelligence has confirmed that the Federation Army will not break through at Shuzhou, but do you believe the intelligence he provided? Xiahou De asked. How can you not trust your own younger brother? Zhang Liyuan smiled. How exactly should we trust it? The central government already believes it, but I still have a few doubts, Xiahou De said. Oh, what doubts? Zhang Liyuan inquired. In terms of breaking through, between Shuzhou and Yongzhou, it's clearly easier for me here. Why would the Federation Army abandon the weaker region and instead attack the stronger one? Xiahou De said. When they withdrew their troops, it was already planned when Shuzhou was captured and Yongzhou hadn't yet fallen. All preparations were made for the retreat through Yongzhou. Now that Yongzhou is lost, but our Fifth Army hasn't fully taken control, rearranging everything to retreat from Shuzhou would mean new adjustments. So retreating via Yongzhou makes sense. After all, what the Federation Army considers now isn't casualty problems, but the fastest possible retreat, Zhang Liyuan explained. The other doubt is, the Super Skybow project has emerged, nearing completion, posing a threat to our Huaxia forces. If the main Federation Army is retreating through Yongzhou, why don't we attack from Shuzhou to Chongzhou, eliminating this threat instead? Xiahou De asked. Why choose for me to be involved in the thread-weaving plan? Our current task naturally centers on annihilating the Central Star Domain. Once the main Federation Army is wiped out, the remaining threats won't matter anymore. Zhang Liyuan replied. So this means that this time, the Central Military Department has chosen to use our 4th Huaxia Army unit, which is currently idle to participate in the encirclement plan targeting Chu's military, Xiahou De said. After consolidating one of the Federation Army fleets, our 4th Huaxia Army consists of 9 fleets. This time, working together with the 3rd Corps commanded by General Tang Yongtao, who commands 8 fleets, while the Federation's Chu Army plus reinforcements, including 2 Central Federation fleets based in Qingzhou, total 7 fleets. In terms of military strength, it's 17 versus 7, more than sufficient to besiege these 7 fleets about to head north, Xiahou De mentioned. This operation is codenamed the Thread-Weaving Plan. When the Federation's Chu Army begins its preparation to move northward, the 4th and 3rd Armies will divide their forces to launch attacks along the northern front line of Beijingzhou. Key points must be seized to cut off Chu Army's route for advancing northward. Then, we will crush them, Xiahou De added. So this time, I will be fighting alongside Uncle Tang, Xiahou De thoughtfully commented. Oh, do you have any objections to your partner? Zhang Liyuan asked curiously. No. Uncle Tang has much more experience and seasoned combat history, Xiahou De replied. It's just that under this plan, Uncle Tang's side needs to contribute more effort cutting off the North Qingzhou route, as Shuzhou is also a path of withdrawal for the Federation Army. For our 4th Army, during the division of our forces to cut off the northern line and guard Shuzhou simultaneously, we'll tend to focus more on guarding Shuzhou. That falls under the general's decision on how to manage the next stage of operations. I can't comment much. Zhang Liyuan chuckled. This war sees the entire Huaxiao army mobilized to fully encircle the Federation Army's main force. The thread-weaving plan is merely a part of the larger operation. Having said that, Zhang Liyuan placed the interstellar communicator on the desk and said, You may discuss this with General Tang. Xiahou De picked up the communicator as Zhang Liyuan left the command center after finishing her tasks. What was this communicator? Xiahou De was confused looking at it, originally thinking it was a military communication device intended to contact Tang Yongtao sent by Zhang Liyuan. However, it turned out to be a civilian communicator. But it made sense. Xiahou De himself could directly contact Tang Yongtao anyway. So why did Zhang Liyuan give him this civilian model? Xiahou De watched Zhang Liyuan leave, puzzled. Suddenly, the communicator rang, and a holographic screen lit up revealing Zhao Qing, who had met Xiahou De last year. Her sudden appearance caught Xiahou De off guard. Qing, how is it you? Xiahou De asked nervously. Why wouldn't it be me? Zhao Qing replied angrily. I didn't mean it that way. Did you entrust Zhang Liyuan to deliver this message? Xiahou De questioned. Yes. Zhao Qing answered. Is there something specific? Xiahou De inquired. Not really. I just wanted to see you. Zhao Qing stated. Xiahou De remained silent for a moment, then apologized. Sorry, I've been neglecting you for over a year. Since the end of the southern battlefield, I haven't found good time to visit you, only focusing on the central domain battle. But rest assured, once this war ends, I'll make up for it and spend quality time with you. Yes, I will wait for you, Zhao Qing said. After a brief chat, the two ended their call, and Xiahou De sat in silence for a moment, deep in thought. The communicator rang again. This time it was another device Xiahou De often used. Xiahou De, this time I will join you to execute the task of cutting off and annihilating the Chu army of the Federation. We must confine the Chu army of the Federation in Qingzhou and destroy them. Do you have any ideas on the operational details? Tang Yongtao asked. Lantian City in Qingzhou is the key. Positioned in the northeast, the fastest route for the Chu army of the Federation to meet up with the Central Army of the Federation is through Lantian City, then converge in North Chaozhou Star Domain and proceed northward into Yongzhou City. Hence, Lantian City is critical for severing the Federation's forces, though not the only passage. Capturing several key cities between Qingzhou and Chaozhou can effectively cut off the northward advancement of Chu's forces, Xiaohou replied. Shuzhou is closest to Lantian City. Located at the intersection of Yongzhou, Shuzhou, Chaozhou, and Qingzhou, it is an essential hub that we must take control of. Additionally, Shuzhou needs strong defense to block the retreat routes of the Federal Army, while cities along North Qingzhou's front line should be under our control. We'll handle the navigation routes as well, Tang Yongtao said. That's exactly what I had in mind, Xiaohou responded. So we count on Uncle Tang. Haha, call me General Tang in the military. I wouldn't dare to take advantage of my seniority, Tang Yongtao laughed. Alright, Xiaohou replied. Once there's any movement, my younger brother should send back intelligence, and we'll act according to the intel. Before the intel arrives, let's complete the basic war deployments first. You remember you have a younger brother? Tang Yongtao chuckled. Yes, it's been decades since we last met. He's been handling this job for years, which has made things difficult for him. But since we're nearing the final stage of the war, I believe he'll return soon, Xiaohou said. The prodigy from years ago. I haven't seen you for decades, yet back then, you were unheard of. Now, you've become a renowned general in your own right, Tang Yongtao mused. Chapter 190, Federation Resolution. Liangzhou City, Central Command of the First Army of the Federation. For the Federation Army, after suffering a crushing defeat in Yongzhou, morale was once significantly low. The Huaxia Army had yet to fully encircle them when the Gentlemen's Conference reached a resolution to withdraw troops and ensure that their main force would be withdrawn from Yongzhou City. In the virtual meeting room, Bao Yu, Ma Honggang, and Shimin Kong were the only three remaining in the meeting. Lu Yingxin swore to defend her homeland, but in the end not only did she fail, recently we've heard that she surrendered to Huaxia, Ma Honggang angrily said. And then, there's General Gao Min, who confidently claimed that by using strategy in the north they would entice Huaxia's 5th Army in Jingzhou and turn around to deal with Huaxia's 4th Army in Shuzhou. Now look at what happened, huh? They fell into a trap set by others. Falling into the pit wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for Shuzhou and Yongzhou falling one after another. Do we even need to continue fighting? Ma Honggang, our goal now is to take advantage of the fact that the Huaxia Army hasn't yet completed their encirclement and use what remains of our military strength to break out, preserving as much power as possible, Bao Yu replied. I understand this. Withdrawing is the inevitable choice. We can't just sit here and wait to perish, Ma Honggang responded. Well, from where did the Gentlemen's Conference resolve to retreat? Shimin Kong asked. South Yongzhou, Bao Yu answered. South Yongzhou. Shimin Kong's eyes widened as he asked. Are you kidding me? The Huaxia Army in Yongzhou achieved a great victory. Their forces are stronger than the Huaxia Army in Shuzhou. Why retreat through South Yongzhou rather than Shuzhou? This is the Central Committee's decision. The front line in Yongzhou has been prepared as a withdrawal plan originally for our army. It's just that Yongzhou was lost too quickly, and we haven't altered our plans, Bao Yu said. No change in plans, indeed. And this lack of alteration means that our Chu Kingdom Army. Shimin Kong clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth as he spoke. No, General Shimin. The Chu Kingdom Army is still an important focus of the retreat plan. You can rest assured about that, Bao Yu explained. Haha, if the plan hasn't changed, then the biggest issue is our Chu Kingdom Army. When the Chu Kingdom Army leaves its position and moves north, the first problem will certainly appear within the Chu Kingdom Army, Shimin Kong remarked. General, surely you don't expect the problems to start with the Central Army of the Federation, do you? Ma Honggang glared at him, criticizing Shimin Kong sharply. Indeed that's true. After all, concentrating forces toward which direction requires abandoning your own position, and mobilizing armies in that direction is disadvantageous. Everyone naturally wants to think about their advantageous side. Naturally, I, Shimin Kong, don't want the Chu Kingdom Army to possibly become your expendable pawn. Therefore, I say the Chu Kingdom Army hopes to retreat directly along the Shuzhou line. How could we accept the resolution of your Federal Central Army damaging the interests of the Chu Kingdom Army? Shimin Kong retorted. The Federal Chu Kingdom Army only considers its own interests? Shimin Kong, you've given me a real insight into your narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness. If it weren't for being a general of the Chu Kingdom Army under the Shimin family, any other general could easily suppress you. Ma Honggang laughed. The Ma family of the Federation already has a tragic enough master resembling a toilet seat, and now we have this Ma Honggang. Don't rush to criticize me. Your Ma family is about to fall apart, Shimin Kong shot back. Just as Ma Honggang was about to respond, he was immediately stopped by Bao Yu, who said, from the front lines collapse up until now, the two of you still have the leisure to argue here? Two commanders arguing like a shrewish woman. How fitting. Does this look appropriate? This is the final resolution of the Federal Noble Family Council, and the participants in the resolution naturally cannot do without the patriarch of the Shimin family, Shimin Yong. Shimin Yong, I hope you can forgive us, but the Chu Kingdom Army is naturally both arms of our forces, so it cannot be simply discarded as a mere chess piece, Bao Yu said. Our current situation is not about who gives up whom. Instead, we should work together, breaking through the Huaxia Army's encirclement. Only in doing so can our forces manage to retreat, Bao Yu continued. If we don't cooperate but instead undermine each other, then ultimately the Huaxia Army benefits. Understand? Ma Honggang and Shimin Kong nodded. Alright, then next comes the question of whether our forces can gather quickly. As for the Chu Kingdom army in the southern wing, selecting the Yongzhou line to retreat does seem awkward for the Chu Kingdom army. Since it's an order from higher-ups, we must follow it. Thus, the key to whether the Chu Kingdom army can retreat depends on whether the passage through Beikingzhou line remains unobstructed. Of course, especially Lantian City. If our forces complete the rendezvous there, we can retreat via Yongzhou, Bayu said. Northwest of Lantian is Yongzhou, Shuzhou, and Chaozhou, the intersection of 3 provinces which will decide our path for departure. Since our forces have decided to leave via Yongzhou, then we should create a diversion, making it seem as though we intend to break through in Shuzhou. The Chu Kingdom army could first advance eastward, while the Central First Army moves toward Chaozhou, and the Second Army stays put, Ma Honggang said. That's a good plan, Bayu chuckled. Then the First Army and Second Army will complete their gathering and secure a passage through northern Qingzhou, where they will meet with the Chu Kingdom army at the 3-province intersection point, then move into Yongzhou, Ma Honggang said. Great, this plan works, Bayu replied. But if our forces don't retreat north first, and instead move east, the time lost might allow the Huaxia army to capture northern Qingzhou and seal off the Chu Kingdom army's retreat route, Bayu said. If the northern retreat path is cut off, then the Chu Kingdom army will be trapped like turtles in a jar. What should we do? Shi Minyong asked. Haha, General Shi Min, rest assured. Our forces absolutely won't abandon you. While you advance east, we will make a show of intending to break through in Shuzhou. The Huaxia army will surely choose to focus their defense on Shuzhou, leaving the attack on Lantian City less critical. When that happens, the Shuzhou force will enter Lantian from the north and meet up with our forces. How does that sound? Bayu asked. If it works like that, then fine, Shi Minkong said. The Huaxia army cannot accurately judge which route our forces will take to retreat. By creating confusion and misleading them to believe we are retreating via Shuzhou, we'll shift their focus to sealing off that region. This will make it easier for us to withdraw via Yongzhou, Bayu explained. But such an obvious feint. If the Huaxia army deduces that we are actually withdrawing via Yongzhou, wouldn't our forces be in danger? Shi Minkong asked after a moment of reflection, his tone tinged with worry. Haha, the Huaxia army will fall for it. Thus, the meeting is adjourned. Bayu chuckled. As he finished speaking, the hologram in the military conference room flickered, and Ma Honggang's figure disappeared. But Shi Minkong and Bayu remained in the meeting room. General Bayu, what further matters do you wish to discuss? Shi Minkong asked curiously. Indeed, there is something I'd like to discuss with you, General Shi Min, Bayu said with a smile. Chapter 191, Departure. Fengzhou City, Operations Command Center. What's going on, General Li Xian? Are you saying that after General Dai Lingshan deployed the 5th Army of Huaxia, he left the army and returned to Mingzhou alone? Xiahou Jing asked in disbelief. Yes, Commander Dai Lingshan briefly handed over the combat mission and entrusted me with the command of the 5th Army of Huaxia, said Li Xian. This Dai Lingshan, how dare he abandon his post at this critical moment? Xiahou Jing angrily said. A round trip to Mingzhou will take 4 or 5 months, by which time the war will be long over. What reason did he have to leave the army? Prime Minister Zhu Lingyu ordered him to return to Mingzhou for a while, Li Xian replied. Prime Minister Zhu Lingyu, does he not realize that this would disrupt my plans? How could Dai Lingshan follow such an order? Xiahou Jing angrily said. To be honest, even we were caught off guard by the commander's sudden departure, Li Xian explained. General Li Xian, now that Commander Dai Lingshan has handed over the command to you, do you know what tasks the 5th Army is responsible for in the upcoming war? Xiahou Jing asked. Commander had already given orders. Our army will ambush the soon-to-retreat Federation forces in southern Yongzhou, and Commander Dai Lingshan has already laid out the encirclement plan, Li Xian said. Damn it, what is Dai Lingshan doing? At a time when heavy responsibilities are entrusted upon him, he leaves. Li Xian, since you're taking over, I'm entrusting you with fulfilling the mission assigned to the 5th Army, understand? Xiahou Jing commanded. Understood, Marshal, Li Xian replied. After both sides ended their transmission, Xiahou Jing lay back on the sofa, sighing. Dai Lingshan, why did you choose to leave at such a crucial time? But so be it. I'll take full command of the war from here on. Somewhere along a flight route in Yongzhou aboard a civilian transport ship, Dai Lingshan opened up a communication link with Zhu Lingyu. Marshal Xiahou Jing has placed great responsibility on the shoulders of the recommended General Li Xian. Though dissatisfied with my abrupt departure, he nonetheless delegated significant responsibility to Li Xian, Dai Lingshan informed him. General Dai Lingshan, what was the purpose of your departure that I assisted with? Zhu Lingyu questioned. The rod system, it's probably a smokescreen. It can't possibly play a decisive role in this war. Dai Lingshan smiled. However, the threat posed by the rod system has distracted many of our Huaxia military leaders from noticing the real final move of the Federation army. If my guess is correct, then if we reverse all this, it will reveal what kind of scheme the Federation president is playing. If the rod system isn't the Federation army's ultimate weapon, then what do you think is, General Dai Lingshan? Zhu Lingyu asked. There is a type of primal stone that will become the Federation army's ultimate gambit, and when that happens, we'll get to witness it, Dai Lingshan thoughtfully said. If we don't have any countermeasures, then the Federal Republic of China truly might turn the tide of this war. Primal stone, perhaps the X-grade primal stone capable of reaching the highest level? Zhu Lingyu queried. Not entirely certain. Dai Lingshan shook his head, saying, but if it indeed reaches the X-grade level, then my journey will be meaningful. Only another X-grade primal stone can counter an X-grade primal stone. From what I remember, there are only 8 known stones recorded in human history. Zhu Lingyu responded. No, Prime Minister, you're mistaken. An X-grade primal stone is one thing. These 8 stones aren't X-grade primal stones. They're holy stones. Beyond spiritual stones lie primal stones, and beyond primal stones lie holy stones, Dai Lingshan clarified. It remains something dangerous either way. So what's the goal of your trip? Zhu Lingyu asked. We have a way to counteract it, Dai Lingshan declared. Not exactly we. Once upon a time, we had a method to counter it, but we no longer possess it, Zhu Lingyu corrected. No, we do again, Dai Lingshan chuckled. How so? Zhu Lingyu probed. I'll bring them 2 along on this trip, Dai Lingshan grinned mysteriously. Them 2? Zhu Lingyu inquired, confused. My Prime Minister, stop pretending to be clueless. You know as well as I do. Since the Federation army intends to unleash its ultimate weapon, our Huaxia army cannot hold back either, Dai Lingshan laughed. But why go personally? Why not send a trusted subordinate? Zhu Lingyu asked. If we strip away the rod system and uncover the Federation army's final move, it becomes clear what President Bowen of the Federation ultimately aims to achieve, Dai Lingshan explained. Oh, and what does he aim to achieve? Zhu Lingyu smiled. The mantis catching the cicada trick, Dai Lingshan said. If he is the mantis, then this cicada must be our Huaxia army, Zhu Lingyu said. Yes, the Federation army's trap has already started. If we keep going, the Huaxia army will suffer many losses, Dai Lingshan said. Then you should not have left your post, Zhu Lingyu said. You should devise a counter-strategy within the army and strike back at the Federation army, right? True. I intend to do exactly that. Dai Lingshan chuckled. If the Federation army can play mantis capturing cicada, why shouldn't we wait as the unseen Oriole behind them? Mantis catching cicada, yellow bird lurking behind? Zhu Lingyu mused for a moment, then laughed. Fine, so General Dai Lingshan shall take up the challenge. Yes, additionally, there is someone I wish to recommend to you, Dai Lingshan said. Who is it? Zhu Lingyu asked. Su Ming, Dai Lingshan replied. Su Ming. Zhu Lingyu immediately pulled up the Huaxia database and retrieved Su Ming's file. After reviewing it for a while, he asked, Su Ming, Colonel, a level ability user, with Origin Stone of Construction Origin Stone, no significant achievements except for commanding part of the rear force of the 4th Army on the Southern Front, though that command was pretty impressive. He originally belonged to your 5th Army, but it was only after you recommended his transfer to the 4th Army that he had such a chance to display his capabilities. Is General Dai Lingshan trying to promote him? Ha. Prime Minister, just observe his performance in this war, Dai Lingshan laughed. Have you 2 met before? Zhu Lingyu asked. There isn't much overlap between the 2 of you, yet it seems like you know him quite well. I do indeed understand him very well, Dai Lingshan reflected for a moment and said. But reasons are better left unsaid. Though he won't stand out much in the ensuing conflict, his importance lies in the future. A person whom General Dai Lingshan takes deliberate effort to guide piques my interest greatly, Zhu Lingyu smiled. I will pay close attention to him. Then I shall head off there now. Dai Lingshan finished speaking and closed their bilateral communication via the Tianqian device. Chapter 192, The Needle and Thread Plan, Part 1. At the boundary between Xuzhou and Qingzhou, at Fenghua City, according to the battle plan, the Xuzhou army has already completed deployment at the Xuzhou-Qing border. Among the 10 counties of Xuzhou, military forces have been stationed in the 3 major counties near Qingzhou, with Fenghua serving as the operational command center for the 4th Army of Huaxia's forces. Xiahou De received a celestial communication from the intelligence center and then proceeded there. Based on our intelligence, the Chu army of the Federation has started moving towards the Qing-Xuzhou border, reported an intelligence officer, while on the display screen, the fleet of the Chu army of the Federation began gradually lowering their defensive lines and advancing towards Xuzhou. So, are there any movements by the federal armies of the 2 northern provinces? Asked Xiahou De. Yes, the federal army in Liang province is starting to move orderly towards Chao province, replied a communicator. And what about the federal army in Chao province? Asked Xiahou De. The federal army in Chao province is slowly retreating towards the Yong-Xuzhou border, said the communicator. My younger brother's intelligence cannot be wrong. The federal army is prepared to withdraw from the southern Yong province. The actions of the Central Army's 1st and 2nd armies are normal, but it's the Chu army of the Federation that's heading towards our Xuzhou. Xiahou De smiled and said, they probably want us to mistakenly think that their retreat path is through Xuzhou, so we set up an ambush to cut off their retreat route in Xuzhou, which would give them room to retreat towards northern Yong province. What about General Xiaofeng's situation? Asked Xiahou De. General Xiaofeng has already begun attacking Lantian City, said an aide. The Chu army of the Federation is sailing towards our Xuzhou, diverting our attention and making us misunderstand their retreat route as being through Xuzhou City. However, this act of diversion comes at a cost. It buys time for us to cut off their northern route. Xiahou De smiled again and said, it seems the Chu army of the Federation has indeed been sold out. If we hadn't foreseen this intelligence, Xuzhou might have become the focal point of our defense. But since we've already foreseen it, this diversion actually gives us space to move north and cut off the enemy's retreat. I've heard that Commander Shimin Kong of the Federal Chu Army has deep conflicts with the Central Army of the Federation. But why would the Chu Army willingly be betrayed by the Central Army? Asked the aide curiously. Naturally, withdrawing from the front lines of Xuzhou benefits the Chu Army of the Federation the most, Xiahou De said. Only if they plan to retreat through the front lines of Xuzhou would they willingly serve as a pawn to attract our attention. So, does this mean the Central Army has deceived the Chu Army? The aide said. More or less, Xiahou De replied. So how is Tang Yongtao doing? Asked Xiahou De. The 3rd Army in Hangzhou has begun splitting its forces and capturing cities along the North Qingzhou line. The closest cities have gradually been taken, But so far, no major county city has been captured yet, the aide reported. I see. Xiahou thought for a moment and said, then when our army launches the blockade campaign, will the Chu army of the Federation continue to follow orders and keep moving towards Xuzhou? Yes, the enemy's itinerary hasn't changed, the aide confirmed. Fascinating. It seems we need to expedite our military preparations, Xiahou smiled and said. When the Chu army of the Federation realizes they've been betrayed by the Central Army, the encirclement will have been completed. Understood, the aide replied. Also, let Wang Lian's forces in Huizhong and Mi Ling's forces in Hefei advance step by step, ensuring the rear channels of entry into Xuzhou. Absolutely do not allow the Qingzhou army to pass under our noses. Xiao Feng's army should attack Lantian and await the complete severance of all Qingzhou access routes before joining with the Third Army to annihilate them, Xiahou ordered. After some time, the Huaxia fleet station here began entering Qingzhou City. Lantian City, with its weak defenses, was holding out against the Huaxia army with only a small fleet and satellite cannons. The war did not last long, and soon enough, the more significant Lantian City fell to the Huaxia army. This battle saw Huaxia commit 3 fleets under Xiao Feng's command, successfully seizing the Star Domain, where Qingzhou entered the border area of Yong, Su, and Chao provinces. Lantian City, Operational Command Center. Comrade in command, this is General Xiao Feng. We have now taken control of Lantian City, Xiao Feng reported to Xiahou aboard the bridge of the Star Ming ship. Excellent. Lantian City at this moment is a key strategic point for the enemy to reunite during their northern advance. Seizing it is equivalent to cutting off the throat of the Federal Army's northern movement, Xiahou stated. Understood, Xiao Feng affirmed. However, I just received a piece of intelligence stating that the Chu army of the Federation has started to change direction, and their new target is Lantian City, which you've just captured, Xiahou said. Xiao Feng, do you understand the importance of Lantian City? I do, and I will defend it well, Xiao Feng replied. Good. Here's some good news. In not too long, the area under our control, which is affected by Lantian City, will connect with the Star Domain controlled by the Third Army in North Qingzhou. That means, in no time, the Chu army of the Federation will be like turtles in a jar, Xiahou laughed. Perfect, Xiao Feng smiled back. Yes, when the time comes, the one who can meet up with the Third Army first will be you, Xiao Feng. Do not let down the reputation of my Fifth Army, Xiahou laughed. Haha, General, please rest assured, Xiao Feng chuckled. Very well, hold on to Lantian City and North Qingzhou. This will be the best surrounding net. Lantian City falls to you, Xiao Feng, Xiahou said, after which both sides ended the celestial communication. After ending the transmission, Xiao Feng gazed at the approaching Chu army of the Federation coming towards his position. Turning to Zhang He, another fleet's admiral and his subordinate, Xiao Feng said, the upcoming battle will be tough. The Federal Army plans to withdraw from Yong Province, but allowed the Chu army to lose such a great opportunity for retreat. This turning maneuver signifies that the Chu army of the Federation has realized they've been abandoned as sacrificial pawns, Xiao Feng remarked. Huaxia's encircling strategy is about to achieve a certain level of success, but even caged animals fight back. Now, attempting to break out, the Chu army of the Federation has chosen Lantian City, the one we just seized. Hence, our side will face fierce resistance. Lantian City must absolutely not fall into the hands of this caged beast, Xiao Feng stated. Lantian City is the key point in trapping the Chu army of the Federation. We need to stand firm here until Huaxia's 2 armies tighten their encirclement around this Chu army and eliminate them from all directions. Understood. But since Lantian City lies at the border between Chao Province and Qing Province, what if the Northern Federal Army turns around and targets us? Zhang He asked. Time is limited for retreat. Theoretically, the Federal Army should not be willing to waste time here. But if the Northern Federal Army also attacks us, our forces must hold this line of defense, Xiao Feng replied. Chapter 193, The Thread Passing Plan Part 2. Within the territory of Qingzhou, on the bridge command room of the flagship Hongsang of the Chu State Army Fleet of the Federation, the Huaxia Army has 2 units blockading the external borders of Qingzhou. It seems that the Huaxia Army intends to encircle our forces within Qingzhou once we attempt to leave, said the adjutant. Since our Chu State Army of the Federation has decided to take the route through Yongzhou, as per the resolution of the federal families, leaving our position is already disadvantageous for us. On top of this, we need to employ a strategy of feinting east and attacking west so that the Huaxia Army misjudges our intention to move towards Xuzhou. In the end, they're merely using our Chu State Army as a pawn for the Federation Army to divert the Huaxia Army. Indeed, as you predicted earlier, our army has become the decoy in a feint maneuver. However, Shimin Kong stated firmly, I wouldn't be foolish enough to agree to a plan that sacrifices our forces without justification. Since the Federation Army wants to use us as bait, they must give us a convincing reason, which they have done. Knowing we are being used as bait to mislead the Huaxiao Army into believing our movement is towards Xuzhou and thus guarding that region, allowing our forces to break through via Yongzhou. Though the plan seems sound, why did you agree when it clearly uses our army as a pawn to distract the enemy? Questioned the adjutant. The Federation's reasons convinced me entirely, and I don't mind attracting part of the Huaxiao Army's attention, said Shimin Kong. If you think like that, there is nothing more I can say, replied the adjutant. From the beginning of the war until now, 80% of Qingzhou's star regions have fallen. The 3rd and 4th armies of Huaxia are tightening their siege around our forces. Lantian City has been captured by the Huaxia 4th Army, while the 4 major county cities in northern Qingzhou have been seized by the Huaxia 3rd Army. explained Shimin Kong. The current situation seems unfavorable for us, but in fact, it spreads out the strength of both Huaxia armies. By concentrating our forces, we can launch an attack at one point and break through. However, the Huaxia army has established a city fortress blockade around our troops, controlling cities and fortresses to lock down our paths. Even if we choose to concentrate our forces and break through at one point, it will inevitably lead to a protracted siege warfare. Historically, sieges aren't quickly resolved, and if we get involved in such conflicts, the Huaxia army could tighten its siege elsewhere, eventually leading to our defeat, explained the adjutant. You're correct. Choosing any single point to break through would be a tough battle. Additionally, the only retreat route for our army is in northern Qingzhou. There, the Huaxia army has set up crucial military defenses against us. Forces from other directions are continuously contracting the encirclement. Therefore, we must choose a critical breakthrough point, swiftly penetrate, and then complete the rendezvous plan accordingly. For these reasons, our only choice is to break through from Lantian City, said Shimin Kong. Lantian City. Indeed, Lantian City offers the best option for our breakout, yet its location also makes it highly important to the Huaxia army. A third of the Huaxia 4th Army defends it. Moreover, the renowned General Xiaofeng commands there. Our fleet consists of merely 7 units, making such a tough point as our breakthrough target extremely unwise, in my opinion, added the adjutant. You worry too much. I'll tell you, Lantian City is the optimal location for our concentrated breakout, where we can pool all of our superior military forces and achieve reunion successfully, finishing the withdrawal plan as per the Federation's final resolution. Although the Huaxia army indeed values Lantian City greatly, even if they deployed half of their strength here, it would still not suffice, because we will stake everything on this assault, responded Shimin Kong. All the stakes. General, what do you mean? Asked the adjutant. How is the combat situation on the northern front? Shimin Kong didn't answer directly, but asked an unrelated question instead. The two corps of the Central Army have united in Chaozhou. When the Huaxia army in Fengzhou noticed the Federal Army in Liangzhou withdrawing, they launched a total offensive against our Fengzhou defense line and tore it apart. Also, Huaxia army has disclosed a plan called thread passing. This thread passing plan aims to separate our various armies, surround them, and annihilate them. The Federation's first army clashed with the Huaxia army during the retreat, suffering certain losses. As part of this southern thread-passing plan, the Huaxia army aims to isolate our Chu State army from the main force of the Federation army, and this plan is already in execution, reported the adjutant. It's no problem. Although our army has suffered consecutive losses of the Qin State army and the Yongzhou Corps, our 3 corps still form an impressive fleet that cannot be underestimated. How can the Huaxia army swallow us without breaking us into smaller pieces? Don't they fear choking on it? Shimin Kong chuckled and then asked, what about the main force of the Federal Army after the rendezvous? The main force of the Federal Army is sailing along the main route towards Chaozhou. It's hard to say where their destination is because this main route can lead into South Yongzhou, Shuzhou, or Qingzhou, said the adjutant. Shimin Kong nodded, looking at the star map. His fleet was advancing, getting closer and closer to Lantian City in the northeast of Qingzhou. Prepare a detailed report on the Huaxia army's forces in Lantian City for me. Our army will soon launch a strong assault on Lantian City, Shimin Kong stated. All right, understood, replied the adjutant. How much longer before our army reaches Lantian City? Shimin Kong inquired. About 7 hours to arrive, the adjutant answered. Excellent. This will give us enough time to buffer before other Huaxia forces can reach us, Shimin Kong said. But this buffer time is not sufficient for us to capture Lantian City, the adjutant pointed out. No matter, we will concentrate all our forces here in Lantian City, Shimin Kong responded. In Qingzhou, Lantian City's combat command center, the Federal Chu State Army had entered within radar surveillance range of Lantian City. The 7 fleets were quickly closing in on Lantian City before the Huaxia army could tighten its encirclement any further. The Federal Chu State Army actually chose the hardest to capture Lantian City. Zhonghua laughed. We consider this a key defensive line. Even if these 7 fleets ultimately manage to conquer Lantian City from us, does the Federal Chu State Army have the time to do so? Though it's among the hardest defenses to breach, isn't Lantian City also one of the most important lines of defense? Now that the enemy has come, we'll just hold them off here, Xiaofeng said. Should we die defending Lantian City? Zhonghua questioned. Yes. We only need to hold out for a few hours. If the Federal Chu State Army fails to break through this encirclement net, then we can close in on them, Xiaofeng smiled. Chapter 194, The Matchmaking Plan Part 3. Command Center of the flagship Kylan Star Mothership, Federal Central First Fleet. During the retreat in the war, the Federation Army abandoned the central defensive line, while the Huaxia forces pressed forward step by step. After losing a certain number of rearguard corps, the Federation gathered its troops into 17 fleets. The Huaxia Army could not quickly consume the 2 major states, Chaozhou and Liangzhou, abandoned by the Federation Army, allowing the Federation to escape into the main route. So should our next move be entering Yongzhou? Ma Honggang asked. General Ma Honggang, although the Yongzhou Corps did indeed deploy for this operation, the strongest Yongzhou Corps contributed the least in this war. Don't you think that's suspicious? Yu said. Perhaps Huaxia left some military strength in Yongzhou as they did in Shuzhou, Ma Honggang replied. Maybe so, but our next move isn't directly entering Yongzhou. It is rescuing the Federal Chu Kingdom forces from their surrounding web. With your and my forces combined with the Chu Kingdom's internal efforts, this task will not be difficult, Yu said. Rescuing Chu Kingdom forces at this moment will delay our retreat schedule, Ma Honggang stated. We must race against time to enter Yongzhou. Once inside, the arrangements we've made there can help us break through the enemy's encirclement, right? So you are suggesting we abandon the Chu Kingdom forces? Bao Yu asked. Isn't that exactly the case? Ma Honggang responded. The federal Chu Kingdom forces were tasked with drawing the enemy's attention, focusing them on Xuzhou instead of the Yongzhou line, weren't they? Certainly, but how do you ensure that the federal Chu Kingdom forces are willing to serve as bait for both of us? General Ma, Bao Yu inquired. Well, Ma Honggang didn't continue further. Our next advance will be towards Lantian City, Bao Yu announced. Hold on, attacking Lantian City will also delay our retreat schedule, Ma Honggang said. Besides, Lantian City isn't one that can be taken easily in a single battle. The best strategy would be an inside-out attack, breaking through the blockade. If we have intentions of rescuing the trapped federal Chu Kingdom forces, then it depends on whether the Chu Kingdom forces cooperate from within. If they fail to assist during our siege on Lantian City, we will lose valuable time. Even if we conquer Lantian City and the Chu Kingdom forces are still uncertain of their position, then either we hold the pass waiting for them or abandon Lantian City. If we choose abandonment, then perhaps we shouldn't attack at all. The ideal time to capture Lantian City would be simultaneous attacks from both our army and the Chu Kingdom forces, tearing down this defensive line and regrouping swiftly before breaking out, Bao Yu grinned. But rest assured, the federal Chu Kingdom forces will arrive on the battlefield earlier than us. Do you mean you've already arranged for the federal Chu Kingdom forces to break through the encirclement? Ma Honggang asked in surprise. Exactly, otherwise how would the federal Chu Kingdom forces willingly become bait for both of our armies? Bao Yu responded. As true as that may be, I still don't agree with the mission to rescue the federal Chu Kingdom forces. Ma Honggang shook his head and said, time is precious to us. We needn't waste our limited retreat time rescuing the surrounded Chu Kingdom forces. That's not how we should look at it. Precisely because time is tight, we must prioritize saving the federal Chu Kingdom forces from the encirclement, Bao Yu argued. Even ignoring this factor, preserving more troops now means greater security later, right, General Ma? Besides, it's not only the federal Chu Kingdom forces stuck in the encirclement, but also parts of the Second Central Army. Don't you think it's reasonable to save them? Ma Honggang felt guilty and remained silent. In that case, let's alter our course to attack Lantian City, Bao Yu grinned. Ma Honggang nodded in agreement. 17 vast fleets sailing between the star routes could not go unnoticed. Both the Federation and Huaxia closely watched their movements, especially when they reached the crossroads leading to Yongzhou and Qingzhou. They turned, heading toward Qingzhou first, where the passage leading to Lantian City lay ahead. Huaxia Army's first fleet, after capturing the Federation Army's previously held Liangzhou territory, moved southward to join the Huaxia Army's second fleet in assaulting the Chaozhou territory. Through several rounds of tail-chasing battles, the Federation chose to leave their rearguard units holding back Huaxia's advances so that their main force could evade their attacks. Once the Federation fleet entered the main channel, it was being surveilled by Huaxia spies planted within Chaozhou. And at this moment, in the command center of the flagship Star Dragon Star mothership, the lead vessel of the Huaxia Army's first fleet, the intelligence just received reports that the Federation Army has made no deceptive moves, simply turning directly towards Qingzhou. The adjutant informed Xiahou Jing upon receiving the intel. Turning towards Qingzhou? Xiahou Jing exclaimed. That's right. Turning towards Qingzhou, the adjutant confirmed. The Federation Army hasn't abandoned the Chu Kingdom forces after all, choosing a route that will waste their retreat time for a whole day. Xiahou Jing said with disdain, then suddenly startled and asked, pull up the star domain map showing the passage at the border between Chaozhou and Qingzhou. The adjutant nodded, and the star map was displayed within the command center. Xiahou Jing stared at it in surprise and said, the next destination of the Federation fleet is Lantian City in Qingzhou. Xiahou Jing stated. Then Xiahou Jing opened another star domain map, this one representing the southern Qingzhou battlefield. The 4th Army and 3rd Army of the Huaxia forces were tightening their encirclement on the Federation Army, while the Federal Chu Kingdom forces were advancing northwards, also targeting Lantian City in Qingzhou. The Federal Chu Kingdom forces are not intended to be discarded pawns here. These coordinated inside-out steps seem like they were planned ahead, Xiahou Jing said in astonishment. It seems the Federation Army is going on this expedition to rescue the Federal Chu Kingdom forces, the adjutant commented. Indeed, that's correct. The Federal Chu Kingdom forces have not been abandoned. Xiahou Jing paused briefly in deep thought before continuing. But what, Marshal? The adjutant asked. No, nothing, just a bit suspicious. If this is how they proceed, wouldn't it mean? Xiahou Jing reflected deeply and questioned. Confused, the adjutant looked toward Xiahou Jing as he followed up with, the defending force at Lantian City, commanded by Admiral Xiao Feng of the 7th Fleet under the 4th Army, consists of 3 fleets in total. If they face an assault from the inside launched by the Federal Chu Kingdom forces, coupled with 2 Central Corps totaling 24 fleets attacking from the outside, almost the entire might of the Federation, how long could they possibly hold out? Unthinkable. It'd likely crumble within moments, the adjutant replied. A look of urgency finally appeared on Xiahou Jing's wrinkled cheeks. Beads of sweat trickled down from his silver hair as his strong hands clenched tightly. He declared decisively, it's impossible. No matter what, I need them to withstand for 3 hours. Let them fight to the death for 3 hours. Chapter 195, The Matchmaking Plan 4. How is this possible? Exclaimed the adjutant in astonishment. No, we must hold on to Lantian City. Even if it's just for 3 hours, our entire plan will be ruined if we can't withstand the attack for those 3 hours, said Xiahou Jing. Also, contact Li Xian, Xiaofeng, and Xiaoda. Understood, replied the adjutant. In the command room of the Xingming stellar carrier, Xiaoda, also affected by the Federal Army's turn towards Qingzhou, urgently contacted General Xiaofeng, the commander of the defending forces in Lantian City. The intent of the Federal Central Army is already clear. They want to rescue the Federal Chu State Army from the encirclement, Xiaoda said to General Xiaofeng on the holographic screen. Facing the assault from 3 fleets simultaneously, with such a huge disparity in strength, resistance would be unwise. I suggest that we abandon the Lantian defense line. And you must know that the Federal Chu State Army is fighting like a caged beast, as is the Federal Central Army. Once they engage in battle, they will unleash their full strength. Our already weaker army would become even more disadvantaged, and it is unnecessary for us to increase casualties in a battlefield where victory is unlikely. Xiaoda continued. Commander, I understand. Although letting go of a city we have already captured seems unfortunate, there's no other way around it, Xiaofeng said. Xiaoda wanted to say something, but held back. Xiaofeng asked, General, is there anything? No, Xiaoda said. Just prepare for evacuating Lantian City. Understood, nodded Xiaofeng before concluding the conversation. After both sides closed the communications, Xiaoda connected with Su Ming on the Xinyan stellar carrier. Commander, is there something? Asked Su Ming. The Federal Army has changed its course, heading towards Qingzhou. Lantian City will be the first target for the Federal Army, Xiaoda said helplessly while shaking his head. There's one thing I really don't know how to tell General Xiaofeng. The best choice for our Hua army would be for General Xiaofeng to defend Lantian City until our 4 corps surround the 3 Federal armies again, right? Su Ming said. But regardless, whether he could defend the city long enough or not, it would mean certain death for General Xiaofeng and the 3 fleets holding out. Yes, for us to complete this encirclement, these 3 generals and their 3 fleets need to make sacrifices. Xiaoda shook his head again. Commander, indeed, after reviewing the star maps, the move made by the Federation is an absolutely brilliant step because we must defend Lantian City at all costs. Otherwise, the critical middle phase pincer strategy will fail, leaving the 4th fleet stuck in a difficult situation, Su Ming said. The situation is set. Even if the Federal Army's maneuver is perfect, what harm does it do? Perhaps this step may not lead us to fully defeat the Federal Army, but it opens up more opportunities for future victories against them. Even though guarding Lantian City is crucial, without the reliable soldiers and generals, how did we manage to reach this point today? Our disdain for the Federal Army stems from unexpected actions, but their choices indicate that they haven't abandoned their allied Chu State Army as expendable pieces. For our army, General Xiaofeng and others are much closer allies than any within the Federal Army. How can I make the decision to treat them as discardable pieces? Xiaoda said. So your meaning, Commander, is to let the Federal Chu State Army pass through Lantian City? Su Ming said. Yes, Xiaoda replied. Su Ming nodded without speaking, and Xiaoda continued. Annihilating the enemy completely means maximizing the fruits of this war. The fundamental goal of the midfield campaign is to occupy 5-star regions of the Federation's central area. Now that Xuzhou and Yongzhou have fallen, and the Federation has given up Liangzhou, Kaizhou, and Qingzhou, gaining control of the 3 provinces' star regions will be effortless for us. Occupying the central region means achieving the war's objectives. If a flawless victory requires sacrificing my warriors, then it is unnecessary. To achieve a mere decorative victory, sacrificing our own troops is not worthwhile. Su Ming responded. Commander, to reach this position, you possess both means and righteousness. A transmission came from Xiahou Jing. The screen flickered and appeared. Xiahou Jing directly commanded. Order General Xiaofeng to defend Lantian City, Xiaoda. Xiaoda, who had already decided to evacuate Xiaofeng from Lantian City, was startled upon hearing this command. Commander-in-Chief, are you joking? With 2 large opposing armies, each comprised of tens of fleets attacking fiercely, how can General Xiaofeng possibly hold Lantian City with so few forces? How can we hold it? Xiahou Jing pondered for a while and said, 3 hours, we just need to hold for 3 hours. Issue the order accordingly. 3 hours? What? Xiaoda furrowed his brow and asked. 3 hours is our army's victory, Xiahou Jing replied. But, whether or not we can hold for 3 hours, for Xiaofeng's defending force in Lantian City, the outcome will either be the fall of the city followed by capture, or death in battle. Xiaoda shook his head as he spoke. I know this. However, to re-encircle the enemy that is trying to escape, these 3 hours are crucial, Xiahou Jing explained. So for the purpose of encircling and annihilating the enemy, can we really abandon armies that shouldn't be sacrificed? Xiaoda questioned. 3 hours equals victory? Controlling the Central Star region is already our victory, isn't it? One battle to determine everything. This battle must secure not only the central and eastern regions, but also make the northern region ours at the final stage of the operation. The Federal Army's unexpected maneuvers have forced us to readjust. Thus, these 3 hours are extremely important. If General Xiaofeng could secure them for us. Xiahou Jing was interrupted before finishing by Xiaoda. Denied. I've already given the order for Xiaofeng, a lieutenant general, to withdraw from Lantian City, Xiaoda stated. Previously, my tactical changes began altering. The Yongzhou forces, I've had them abandon their ambush position and rush here with all speed. The 1st Army and 2nd Army are also moving toward Lantian City. Meanwhile, the 2 corps from Qingzhou under your command are tightening the noose. Since this ambush can no longer be carried out, Let the Qingzhou Star region and its surroundings become the site of the decisive battle between the Federation and our Hua army. Xiahou Jing declared. The decisive battle? Xiahou Da exclaimed, surprised. Yes, the decisive battle. Since they're redirecting towards Lantian City, we'll engage the federal forces there with all our might. Lantian City serves both as the convergence route for two federal armies and as their alternative escape route. If Lantian City can isolate the federal forces within the next 3 hours, then our forces will have time to reformulate and tighten the encirclement of the federal forces. Xiahou Jing concluded. Therefore, these 3 hours are critical for our side. I will contact General Xiao Feng, commander of the Lantian City garrison. Chapter 196, The Thread and Needle Plan, Part 5. Lantian City, Huaxia Army Operations Command Center. After receiving the order from Xiahou, Xiao Feng did not issue a retreat command, but instead began methodically preparing for defensive operations. Zhang He asked, according to the orders, shouldn't we be preparing for a retreat? Does Major General Xiao Feng intend to continue holding our ground? Xiao Feng nodded and said, one thing is certain, Lantian City, which we are guarding, absolutely must not fall. But the Federation hasn't abandoned the forces trapped in Qingzhou. Under the attack of 3 large corps, we won't hold out for long, Zhang He stated. You're right, but... Xiao Feng paused for a moment before continuing. I don't think retreat is the final order. Indeed, no one wants to die. After learning that the 2 armies of the Federation were advancing toward Lantian City in Qingzhou, morale plummeted. Xiao Feng tightly controlled the retreat order, keeping it among only a few people who were quite excited about it. However, Xiao Feng now claimed this wasn't the final order. What's going on? Zhang He asked. Because if our army withdraws, the entire plan orchestrated by Central will fail utterly, Xiao Feng explained. Why? Zhang He asked again. The Federation didn't go to Yongzhou but turned toward us instead. Many already understand this. Xiao Feng sighed. The reason I have no intention of retreating is because there are plenty within the Huaxiao army who want this great victory, including me. Retreating may ensure my life, but it's not what I wish for. Having said this, Xiao Feng opened a star chart. After glancing at it, Zhang He suddenly understood and said, this is what you mean, General Xiao Feng. You're determined to fight this battle to the end, aren't you? That's why you're planning to keep the retreat news secret from the troops. Yes, because revealing our plans would shake the soldiers' morale. If everyone learns about the retreat, they will all start thinking about leaving as soon as possible. By then, if we receive another order from Central requiring us to defend until death, the morale would be completely lost, Xiao Feng said. How can you be so sure Central will give us such an order to hold at all costs? Zhang He asked. Because he's here. As Xiao Feng spoke, the interstellar communicator rang. A holographic screen emerged showing Marshal Xiahou Jing of the Huaxiao army. General Xiao Feng, the Federation turning toward Lantian City in Qingzhou was unexpected, but now you know what will happen should Lantian City fall, Xiahou Jing said. I do. If Lantian City falls, the Federation forces will form a larger coalition and open up a new retreat route, Xiao Feng responded. Thus, what was once a decided war will gain more variables. Shall we bind the tiger and kill it, or let the tiger return to its mountain? What do you think, General Xiao Feng? Xiahou Jing asked. Report to the Marshal. How could we let the tiger return to its mountain? Xiao Feng replied. We have an unprecedented opportunity. All of the Federation's fangs are here. Why don't we cut them all off? Your idea is excellent, and it aligns with my thoughts. Xiahou Jing chuckled. The sudden shift in the Federation strategy calls for our corresponding deployment. The 1st and 2nd fleets are encircling the 2 corps in the Chaozhou Star domain. The 3rd and 4th armies are forming an encirclement around the Chu forces of the Federation in Qingzhou, and the 5th army stationed idly in Yongzhou will also be relocated here. Does the Marshal intend to make a decisive battle against the Federation forces here? Xiao Feng questioned. Correct. All the Federation's teeth and claws are concentrated here, offering a rare chance to annihilate all their military strength. After this battle, the grand trend towards Huaxia unifying Zhonghua will solidify, Xiahou Jing proclaimed. So much the better, Xiao Feng grinned. However, some demands may put you defenders in Lantian City through considerable hardship, Xiahou Jing continued somberly. If we want to complete the final confrontation near the Lantian star system, the enemies must not escape. To stop them from fleeing, Lantian City must remain standing. So does this mean, Marshal, your requirement for our army is to defend Lantian City at all costs? Xiao Feng asked. You won't need to hold it for long, just 3 hours. Just ensure 3 hours, Xiahou Jing clarified. I understand, Marshal, Xiao Feng responded. After those 3 hours, you'll be free to choose your path. Regardless, you will be heroes of Huaxia, Xiahou Jing declared. I've prepared our defenses already, Marshal. Please don't worry excessively. Within 3 hours, Xiao Feng will ensure it benefits Huaxia at any cost, Xiao Feng affirmed. With that, it's entrusted to you, Xiahou Jing concluded, and the connection closed. Xiao Feng turned back toward Zhang He with a smile. General Zhang He, now you've seen, haven't you? 3 hours, Zhang He said. I'm not afraid of holding our ground until death, but 3 hours is a bit challenging. Yes, we must delay the Federation army for 3 hours at all costs, Xiao Feng said. When we find ourselves in a desperate situation, so too are the surrounded Federation troops. Their only way to reverse their fate is to swiftly capture Lantian City. Therefore, the Federation's military force far surpasses ours absolutely, and their attacks will come without regard for cost. They won't leave any reserves, pure and utter aggression, Zhang He stated. I know this is what we're up against. Xiao Feng paused for a moment and then continued. Let every soldier write their last wills and testament. resolve all matters after death, and with no lingering thoughts, fully dedicate themselves to defending Lantian City. We are facing the full might of the Federation's main forces. Xiaofeng explained. That's true, although it may be tough on them. Zhang shook his head helplessly and glanced at the mecha formation beyond the sky, speaking. The moment one steps into war, they should have this determination. Dying on the battlefield is the greatest honor for a soldier, Xiaofeng declared. I understand, but does Major General Xiaofeng have no final words to leave behind? Zhang asked. No, everything I could entrust my heart to has already been settled, Xiaofeng smiled. Just then, the interstellar communicator rang again. However, this time it was Xel'Naga connecting. I heard from my father that you've decided to fight until death in defense of Lantian City, correct? Xel'Naga inquired. Xiaofeng and Zhang both nodded. Seeing this, Xel'Naga sighed and said, you still have a choice. If you decide to retreat from this battle where survival is impossible, the Huaxia army will not hold you accountable. Haha. Commander, earlier when you gave the order for our retreat, General Xiaofeng instead chose to fortify defenses and conceal the news of withdrawal, waiting for the marshal's command to fight to the death. Hence, General Xiaofeng has already made his choice, and so have I. With the privilege of engaging the Federation's full-power main force, why would I miss such an opportunity? Zhang laughed. Chapter 197, The Plan of Weaving 6. I understand your meaning. Xiaoho finished speaking, then became solemn and respectful, and then said with dignity. Then General Xiaofeng, General Zhang He, General Li De who is not here, and the Huaxia defenders stationed in Lantian City, please buy 3 hours for the Huaxia army. Understood, Xiaofeng and Zhang He replied respectfully. Xiaoho nodded, and then ended the communication link on both sides. We have 3 fleets. These 3 fleets will defend Lantian City. Now there's still time to withdraw the army, but let's keep this quiet. When it's nearly time for the decisive battle, order all officers and soldiers to write their wills. We must fight a decisive battle. Xiaofeng said. I know. Now while we can still choose to fight to death or retreat, announcing a battle to the death at this point isn't wise, Zhang He said. We should only make this announcement when the enemy has cut off all our retreat routes, leaving us no choice but to fight to the death. Our enemy is like a trapped beast trying to escape from its cage. We are the obstacles preventing the trapped beast from escaping. If we do not act more ruthlessly than the enemy, there is no way we can delay them for 3 hours, Xiaofeng said as he gazed toward the deepening sky. Within the territory of Qingzhou, the flagship Hong Sang of the Federal Chu Army's Naval Forces, Command Room. Soon, we'll reach Lantian City. Communications have been cut off. According to logic, the Central Army should have made some considerable moves by now, although we may not know them directly, but we can deduce some clues from the Huaxia Army's response, Shimin Kong chuckled, then commanded the detection officer. Retrieve intelligence regarding the Huaxia Army's status in Lantian City. The detection officer followed orders. As the intelligence was retrieved, it showed that the Huaxia deployment within Lantian City was still being fortified. No withdrawal? Shimin Kong questioned uncertainly. That's odd. Why hasn't the Huaxia Army retreated? By reason. Facing an overwhelmingly advantageous enemy, they should have withdrawn. Is the general suspicious that the Federal Central Army breached the agreement? The aide asked. No, I think it won't breach the agreement, because this plan benefits both the Federal Central Army and our army. There's no reason for the Federal Army to break the deal, Shimin Kong said, then looked at the radar map showing Lantian City and continued. Therefore, it's quite possible. The general guarding Lantian City knows our great force is coming, yet he is determined to obstruct our advance. After calming himself down a little, Shimin Kong added, throughout history, those who knowingly attempt the impossible have existed, just like a mantis blocking a cart. Today, I've witnessed one. A mantis blocking a cart. The aide exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Lantian City is like a cream-filled cookie, Shimin Kong said. According to the prearranged plan, when the Federal Central Army turns towards Qingzhou's Lantian City, how could Lantian City manage against attacks inside and out by our 3 corps with only 3 fleets? This kind of behavior is undoubtedly overestimating oneself, attempting the impossible. But there's something about the Huaxia Army we need to guard against. The aide thought carefully and said, retreating would be equivalent to opening the gate of Lantian City for us, allowing us free entry without a single soldier expended. Yet the Huaxia Army chooses not to retreat. Obviously, the opposing side has already decided to die if necessary, defending Lantian City only to buy time, Shimin Kong said. Becoming stronger by buying time refers to reacting quickly to the unexpected move of the Federal Central Army, consolidating their encirclement of our forces again. Lantian City is a weak spot in the Huaxia Army's encirclement of us, Shimin Kong continued. In other words, if the Huaxia Army decides to hold on to Lantian City to the death, it means they intend to implement an even larger encirclement around Lantian City, possibly annihilating our entire army, the aide said. Yes, the Huaxia Army buys time, so do we. Before the Huaxia Army surrounds us with greater strength, capture Lantian City, Shimin Kong said. How much longer before we reach Lantian City? 45 minutes, the aide responded. Let's prepare for a forced attack then, Shimin Kong said. Affirmative, General, the aide replied. First Fleet of the First Army of the Federal Central, Kylan Space Mothership, Bridge Command Room. Our contact with the Chu Army of the Federation has been lost. Is there any movement from the Huaxia Army in Lantian City? Baoyu asked. The Huaxia Army insists on maintaining defenses around Lantian City, without any sign of retreating as you expected, General, the adjutant replied. The Huaxia defenders are choosing to reinforce rather than retreat at this moment. Bao Yu said in astonishment, then asked, what about the movements of the first and second armies of the Huaxia forces? The second Huaxia army is still tailing us, while the first Huaxia army has disappeared without a trace, the adjutant said. Ha ha, everyone thought that our federal army would abandon the Chu army of the Federation trapped in Qingzhou. We did not. Instead, it's the Huaxia army that abandoned their own forces in Lantian City. Bao Yu laughed, then his voice turned cold abruptly. The Huaxia defenders in Lantian City seemed determined to hold on to death to buy time for the Huaxia army to re-encircle our forces. This time can only be gained through sacrifice. So what should we do? The adjutant asked. Rest assured, since the Huaxia defenders have chosen to defend to the death and buy time, all we need to do is capture Lantian City within a certain time frame. Bao Yu smiled. How long until we reach Lantian City? Bao Yu continued to ask. Approximately 1 hour and 25 minutes, the adjutant replied. Order all troops to prepare for an assault and bring out all siege weapons. When our army reaches the battlefield, we must unleash maximum firepower against the Huaxia army, Bao Yu said. Understood, the adjutant responded. The Huaxia army wants to buy time, and so must we. Lantian City is an obstacle. Only by removing this obstacle will the next step for our army lead to boundless possibilities. Bao Yu said. We must use every means at our disposal, relying on our numerical superiority and sparing no cost to capture Lantian City, even if it means leveling it entirely. Leveling a space city? In the past, we've done this in Linzi City, which drew strong criticism from public opinion and led to non-cooperation in places under our occupation. The star regions we governed were constantly plagued by rebels because of the price we paid for temporary victories. President Bao subsequently banned such actions against civilian cities. If the general does this again now then, the adjutant said, we'll act according to the situation on the battlefield. At critical moments when lives are at stake, I will issue orders based on the battlefield conditions, Bao said. Chapter 198, Operation Needle Thread 7. Lantian City, Operations Command Center. As the radar map showed both enemy forces getting closer, the Chinese army was waiting in readiness and had set up defenses around Lantian City. The Federal Chu army is approaching. General Li De, are you ready? Xiaofeng asked. I'm ready, Li De said. Since we've chosen this desperate situation, why not fight a satisfying battle? Xiaofeng laughed. Indeed, but I feel sorry for my subordinates, Li De said helplessly. How many people in our army do not want to face death so soon? Maybe we're prepared to die in battle, but perhaps some of our soldiers aren't fully ready, Xiaofeng guiltily said. Then his tone became very determined. However, that preparation starts the moment they put on their uniforms. Every war has the risk of dying. Without being ready to die, how could one dare to join the war? You're right, Li De sighed. Let's hope our sacrifices can make the war between the Federation and China end early, stopping this fratricidal civil war, Xiaofeng said. Li De nodded. I've already ordered everyone stationed in different areas to leave their wills behind. Let our brothers settle their affairs so we have no worries in this war, Xiaofeng said. The defending armies in all regions have been informed about the specific situations. They've somewhat prepared for their upcoming fates, mostly calmly writing down their wills, though there were just a few who couldn't accept reality, Li De said. Xiaofeng sighed and looked at the screen inside the command room. If I accepted the leader's order and chose to retreat from Lantian City, even going against the marshal's command, what would happen? Perhaps we could survive, Li De said. But this war would continue, costing more lives. After a while, the radar's preliminary warning alarm began ringing as the Federation Chu army started nearing Lantian City. The scale of the 7 fleets from the Federation Chu army entered the outer perimeter of Lantian City. Dark clouds gathered above the city, threatening its imminent fall. The Chinese control over Lantian City was not yet firmly established, and with enemies pressing hard, the satellite cannons and space mines outside only caused minor obstructions for the Federation Chu army. Indeed, the Federation Chu army has made full combat preparations, Li De said. This is to be expected. For them, the sooner Lantian City is captured, the better, Xiaofeng said. Both of them watched gravely at the massive fleet displayed on the screen, fully ready for a great battle. This fleet was enormous, and its fighting potential had been thoroughly unleashed. All mecha fighters were deployed as the huge fleet began impacting the first line of the Chinese army's position. If we were to only confront this one fleet, holding Lantian City until the 3rd and 4th armies encircle them wouldn't be an issue, but, Xiaofeng hoarsely said, looking at the much larger forces yet to arrive near Lantian City. We're almost facing the entirety of the Federation army. More troubles lie ahead. Since we're all prepared to die, our mission is to hold them back for 3 hours, Li De smiled. General should prepare himself as well, isn't it? No, life and death are out of concern. The pressure lies in how to last for 3 hours under such a large military force, Xiaofeng seriously said. Since we've decided to fight to the last drop of water, making those 3 hours count is what matters most. Agreed, Li De said. Enemies along Qingzhou line will be handled by General Zhang He, and I'll take care of those along Chaozhou line. After speaking, Li De put on his military cap and left the operations command center. The war started immediately with fierce battles. The Federation army attacked the Chinese defense line regardless of cost, with fewer soldiers available, relying on local advantages. 2 smaller factions of the Chinese army resisted the attacks from the Federation Chu army. The attacking space for the Federation Chu army towards Lantian City was limited. Despite having superior manpower, they failed to break through the Chinese army's first defensive line during several intense attacks initially. Federation Chu army, flagship Hongsang Star Carrier of 1st Fleet, Bridge Command Room. After such fierce attacks, we still haven't breached the first line of the Chinese army's defense, Xi Minkong complained dissatisfied. Our limitations are too big during the siege battle. It's hard to deploy the army's strength, the aide-de-camp said. If only we had Ultrano-class battleships like the Central China Federation's technology, capturing this city wouldn't be so difficult, Xi Minkong said. Without a well-thought-out plan, it'll be hard for us to capture Lantian City within the stipulated time. If we can't capture this place in time, our army will face difficulties, the aide-de-camp said. Rest assured, I remember there are 3 defending armies in Lantian City. Judging by the deployment of the Chinese forces in Lantian City, only 2 fleets are engaging with us. Can you guess why? Xi Minkong laughed. They have enemies coming from other directions, the aide-de-camp replied without hesitation. Correct. Their enemies are our allies. It doesn't matter if we cannot capture this place immediately. We just need to increase pressure here and tie down these 2 Chinese fleets, Xi Minkong said. Understood, the aide-de-camp grinned. Within minutes, the Federal Army clashed fiercely with the Chinese army. With several times more military strength, the Federal Army continuously attacked one base after another of the Chinese army. Several satellite cannons that could pose a threat to warships were destroyed under the assault of Federal Army's mecha squadrons, turning into space debris. The restricted movements of the Federal fleet caused them to fully engage with maximum firepower from the front lines against the Chinese fleet. Swarm after swarm of mecha formations relentlessly charged toward the Chinese defenses. In the asteroid belt, mecha troops engaged in intense combat. Since ancient times, siege battles have always been the fiercest. The Federal Chu army began its assault on Lantian City with full force, having an overwhelming advantage in military might. However, the battlefield environment favored the defenders. Despite their disadvantage in numbers, the Chinese forces held various positions of Lantian City by taking advantage of their geographical location, continuously exhausting the Federal forces. Yet, due to even larger enemy forces approaching the battlefield, the already disadvantaged Chinese army had no choice but to split their forces. Chapter 199, Sewing Plan Part 8. Starlight Bridge Command Room aboard the Starlight, Celestial Mother. The light screen flickered to life, revealing the commander of the Third Army, General Tang Yongtao. I've just received intelligence that the Federal Chu forces have already engaged in battle with the Huaxia defenders stationed at Lantian City, said Tang Yongfeng. I've received the same information, replied Xiahou De. It will take us about an hour to reach the battlefield. There's nothing we can do for them right now. It's also difficult for me to get to the battlefield quickly. However, this encirclement must proceed, stated Tang Yongtao. In 20 minutes, another part of the Federal forces, namely the 1st and 2nd armies, will arrive on the battlefield, said Xiahou De. General Xiao Feng and his men seem to be in grave danger. Tang Yongtao responded with evident confusion. I don't understand why the leader insisted on staging this battle near Lantian City. Yes, the sudden move by the Federal forces disrupted our plans, but securing the Central Star Domain would already constitute a victory. Choosing to engage the full might of the Federal Army here in the vast open area near Lantian is unwise, especially if it means sacrificing our own troops to hold off the enemy. Some people within the Huaxia army are tired of decades of war. If this decisive battle can achieve success, and Huaxia wins, the conclusion of this war could come faster, explained Xiahou De. Xiao Feng, and their men chose to fight to the death in the hope of bringing this war to a quicker end. As for my father, Xiahou De stopped speaking mid-sentence, falling silent momentarily. Tang Yongtao finally spoke up. Once you choose a place for the battle, there should be no second thoughts. Your father also has his own considerations. This war really presents Huaxia with an opportunity to end the conflict early. Regardless, we must exhaust all efforts to keep the main force of the Federal Army tied up in the central battle zone. Tang Shu is right, maybe, said Xiahou De. Only a few years have passed since the last war with the Spirit Race, and it doesn't compare to those past conflicts. The war between the Spirit Race and Earth's alliance lasted decades. Even after Huaxia was founded, the war against the Spirit Race continued for 44 years. Nowadays, people tend to become restless easily, remarked Tang Yongtao helplessly. Xiahou De chuckled bitterly without replying. The 5th Army deployed in Yenzhou seems to have been called in too, which indicates that the Marshal truly intends to wage a costless final battle near Lantian City. But it seems like the commander of the 5th Army has been replaced temporarily by General Li Xian, said Tang Yongtao. That's correct. Just before the battle, I received word from my father that General Dai Lingnan resigned, and to this day, I still don't understand the reasons behind his decision. Xiahou De shook his head helplessly. Regardless of what happens with the 5th Army, our main objective is to reinforce the Huaxia defenses at Lantian City and quickly tighten the encirclement net around the Federal Chu forces. That's correct. Since General Xiao Feng and his men have chosen to make sacrifices to buy time, we cannot waste their sacrifices. We must reach the front lines as quickly as possible, Tang Yongtao emphasized. Since it's been decided to go ahead with the decisive battle, then abandoning attacks on some cities is necessary so we can reach the front lines as fast as possible, Xiahou De concluded. Although not having full control over every city leaves uncertainty in our rear guard, this measure will allow our entire army to reach the battlefield at the fastest speed. Yes, time is critical now. There can be no delay, affirmed Tang Yongtao. Bridge Command Room of the flagship Kai Lin Celestial Mother, 1st Fleet of the Federal Central 1st Army. The wide area radar shows that Lantian City has entered a state of combat. Our front line can detect ongoing firefights, the detection officer reported. It seems that the Federal Chu forces have arrived at Lantian City ahead of us, so we must accelerate. Bai Yu turned around and smiled at Ma Honggang after receiving the intelligence. I understand, but I have a question, said Ma Honggang. Oh, what's your question? Asked Bao Yu. Our current course does indeed benefit our operations greatly, but it diverges significantly from the original plan we agreed upon. If changes outpace planning, but our coordination with the Federal Chu forces is this good, then this isn't simply due to unplanned changes, it's clearly pre-planned. Given such pre-planning, why did we need a secondary plan? One plan was resolved in the Noble Family meeting, while the other remains a mystery to me. Why is our army implementing a plan I know nothing about? Ma Honggang inquired. Because it came unexpectedly, Bao Yu grinned. It certainly was unexpected, but keeping even me in the dark seems excessive, said Ma Honggang, slightly irritated. Ha! If we don't deceive our own people first, how can we deceive the enemy? The Second Army must become a direction marker for the enemy's misjudgment. Therefore, the actions of the Second Army must not be fake, but real. Only then can we catch the Huaxia army off guard, isn't that right? Bao Yu said. So what is our army's plan next? Ma Honggang asked. The plan is no longer as important. What's most crucial now is how to take Lantian City, Bao Yu said. I understand, Ma Honggang said. Our original plan has likely been known by the Huaxia army. Therefore, our sudden change in plans made the Huaxia army so unprepared. Bao Yu looked at the radar map showing the enemy fleet trailing behind their forces and said, taking over Lantian City means vast possibilities. The Huaxia army knows this. They have to decide whether to let us go back easily or shift the encirclement network to continue surrounding our army. Clearly, the Huaxia army chose the latter. They're reorganizing their encirclement network. The Huaxia army indeed has surrounded us already, but all our forces appeared in the weak part of their encirclement. The Huaxia army needs time to tighten their net, while we need time to break through Lantian City as quickly as possible. Bao Yu explained. This situation definitely benefits us. I will fully cooperate. Ma Honggang said. Bao Yu nodded. After a while, the First and Second Armies of the Federal Central Military were about to reach the outer defense perimeter of Qingzhou Lantian City. It seems the Huaxia army is indeed being held up by the Chu forces of the Federation. Although the enemy is no great challenge, remember, eliminate them as fast as possible, with any means necessary and regardless of any consequences. Bao Yu stared fiercely at the light screen showing the scene of Lantian City and said, understood. As the remaining two armies of the Federation arrived at the frontline battlefield, 17 fleets surged forward toward the front lines. For the Huaxia defenders stationed in Lantian City, even more brutal warfare lay ahead. Chapter 200, The Plan of Bridging the Gap, Part 9. Lantian City Operations Command Room. The radar screen showed a much larger military force approaching the battlefield near Lantian City. The main force of the Federal Central Army has arrived, Xiao Feng said gravely. An enemy communication request has been received, the communicator said. Connected, Xiao Feng replied. The communicator nodded and connected the space communication with the Federal Central Army's Kai Lin star carrier. When Bao Yu saw Xiao Feng, he immediately began, I believe you are already facing war with the Federal Chu Army. With an additional front against us, your chances of victory are slim to none. After a pause, Bao Yu asked, since this battle is hopeless for you, why not surrender to our forces? Your purpose in defending on two fronts is merely to buy time for the main force of the Huaxia army to surround us. Clearly, the Huaxia army views you as expendable pieces to be used and discarded without regard for your lives. So do you really have any reason to continue serving them? Xiao Feng pondered for a moment and did not reply. Surrender will ensure your safety, but your silence puzzles me. Bao Yu continued. My time is limited. I won't give you more time to consider. A simple answer is all that's needed. Surrender or refuse. If you exceed that time, I'll take it as refusal, and my army will mercilessly attack Lantian City. After hearing this, Xiao Feng laughed mockingly. Do you really need to ask this question? The commander of the Federal First Army, isn't it clear that the decision to put our forces into such dire straits was made by us? And having made this decision, naturally we would choose to fight a decisive battle. Is there even a need to respond to such a question? Good. Facing enemies outnumbering you several times over, you still have the courage to face them. I respect you for that, but your lack of self-awareness troubles me, Bao Yu said. I will make you realize how wrong your choice was, Commander Xiao Feng of the Huaxia Army. My defense may be fragile, but I can still withstand your attacks. Come and try if you dare. I am honored to face off against the main force of the Federal Army, and even if I die, it shall be glorious, Xiao Feng laughed. No need for further talk then. Let the war begin. Bao Yu ended the inter-army communication without any unnecessary words. Xiao Feng turned around and asked his adjutant, has our first fleet moved to Chaozhou side yet? Yes, it has moved, the adjutant answered. It seems General Zhang he has been tasked to handle the Federal Chu army here, while Li Da and I will confront two armies from the Federal Central Force, Xiao Feng sighed. Though the pressure is immense, we must hold strong. This place is in your hands. Understood, the adjutant responded respectfully. After saying this, Xiao Feng left the operations command room with a group of officials. Just a short while ago, the Federal Chu army broke through two of our defensive lines, Xiao Feng stated. Although so, the Federal Central Army's assault will be even more fierce. 1.5 hours of the 3 have passed. The remaining 1.5 hours will be even harder. At the starport dock of Lantian City, the massive star carrier ascended into the sky. This was Admiral Xiao Feng's flagship, the Star Initiation Star Carrier. In the bridge command room, Xiao Feng sat in the captain's seat as the dark instruments were restarted and all personnel took their positions. The Star Initiation Star Carrier, this is our last journey. With this battle, let's establish our name, Xiao Feng declared. the enormous star carrier began navigating toward the frontline battlefield. On the radar map in the command room, the Federal Central Army was already prepared like tigers descending from the mountain, rushing fiercely toward Lantian City's defensive line. Now Lantian City was attacked on both sides, from within by the Federal Chu Army and from outside by the Federal Central Army. On the Hongseng star carrier, inside the bridge command room, the enemy has redirected some of the forces battling with us, the detection officer reported. This indicates that the Federal Central Army is now in position, Shimin Kong said. Accelerate our attacks and quickly breach their defensive lines to establish contact with the Federal Central Army. Understood, the adjutant replied. Compared to the initial skirmishes on the other side, the interior side had already engaged in battles for quite some time. Dense flames raged across the battlefield, and wreckage from fleets and mechs covered the area. With overwhelming superiority, the Federal Chu Army relentlessly broke through the Huaxia Army's defenses layer by layer, closing in on Lantian City within mere minutes. The Huaxia Army struggles to handle even the weaker side like mine. What makes you think you have the capability to withstand the stronger force, the attack from the Federal Central Army? Shimin Kong chuckled. All this talk about buying time is simply arrogance on your part. Such meager strength. How long do you think you can delay us? The enemy's fourth line of defense has been breached, and the remnants of their forces have abandoned the fourth line, retreating to the fifth line of defense, the adjutant reported. Then our next step is to capture the radar jamming device of the Huaxia Army and establish communication contact with the outer Federal Central Army, Shimin Kong ordered. The fifth line of defense housed the radar jamming device. Here, there were complete satellite cannons, and Zhang He's fleet's Yuanshi Ability Squadron was stationed here as well. This place was heavily fortified. However, compared to the scale and numbers of the Federal Army, it wasn't worth mentioning. A massive mech squad began attacking this key area. Not only that, but the Federal Army also deployed a considerable number of fleets to bombard this location. After the intense bombardment by the fleets, and one wave after another of saturation bombing, the mech successfully landed here. Your goal is to attack the core radar jamming device of the fortress and destroy it. Through the celestial communication system, Shimin Kong contacted the captain of the mech squadron, stating, the captain of the mech squadron looked at the fortress that had already become ruins under the fire coverage of the ship guns and asked, the radar jamming device hasn't been destroyed yet? Yes, it hasn't, but it cannot be taken away from here, Shimin Kong replied. The remaining ruins won't be resolved by more bombings from the fleet either. The Huaxia Army evidently placed it inside the fortress, so the task of destroying it falls to you. Understood, General, the captain responded. Subsequently, the captain led the mech squadron into this stronghold that had been reduced to rubble under the bombardment of the naval guns. More and more mech squads concentrated here. Having completed their support missions, the fleets shifted focus and began assaulting other key points of the fifth line of defense. In the Lantian City campaign, on the inner side, the Chu Army of the Federation gradually gained the upper hand, with more and more defensive mechanisms of the Huaxia Army being destroyed. For defending Lantian City, the Huaxia Army began to appear overmatched. Just as the war inside reached a stalemate, an even larger battle on the other front of Lantian City was just about to begin. Chapter 201, Matchmaking Plan 10. Kylan Star Sky Mothership, Bridge Command Room. The radar black hole is at Point R, located deeper within the Huaxia Army's defenses. The coordinates of Huaxia's radar jamming device have been deduced, the detection officer reported. Let's prioritize eliminating these obstacles first, Bayu said, then opening the celestial communication device. 10 captains of the Federal Central Army appeared before him. Bayu instructed, you shall follow my orders and direct your energy toward the radar jamming device at Point R. Use the Ultra-Nuke class long-range ship cannons to break through that line. Understood, the 10 officers replied. Don't launch an all-out attack just yet. One by one will suffice. We can't waste our valuable offensive advantage, Bayu chuckled. With a superior military force, the Federal Army was engaging the Huaxia forces on the front lines, while in the rear, 10 large warships lined up, all aimed in one direction. Xingqi Star Sky Mothership, Bridge Command Room. Our radar jamming device has been locked onto by the Federal forces, the detection officer urgently reported. The Federal Central Army holds more advantages than the Chu division of the Federal forces. They have more troops and long-range attack capabilities. The Chu forces can only rely on overwhelming military strength to gradually break through, whereas the Federal Central Army can utilize their long-range weapons to disrupt our radar jamming devices. This would allow them to use radar to understand our deployments and subsequently attack us more effectively, Xiaofeng stated. Should we send a star mothership to block their attacks on Point R? Lida asked over the holographic screen. There won't be enough time for that. The Federal Army has 10 Ultra-Nuke class ships aimed at that location, already ready to fire. They'll leave us no reaction time. Let's focus the remaining energy on defense instead. Every second the enemy spends strategizing how to defeat us buys us precious seconds, Xiaofeng grinned. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the large ships launched its attack. The thick beam from the Ultra-Nuke class warship battered both sides of the battlefield. Wherever the beam passed, everything turned to dust. The beam struck the fortress at Point R, causing a brilliant explosion. Commander Baoyu from the Federal Army didn't conduct a simultaneous barrage. Unexpectedly, this attack surprised Xiaofeng, signaling potential future trouble. The initial shot hadn't destroyed the radar jamming device. The radar black hole still existed. Commander Baoyu immediately ordered the second strike. Another light beam shot out from a different Ultra-Nuke class battleship, locking onto the fortress that had already been attacked once. Once again, the fortress was penetrated by an ultra-nuke class beam, splitting the fortification into two parts. However, this attack still did not destroy the radar jamming device. Third attack, Bao Yu said, his brow furrowed. With another ultra-nuke class battleship unleashing its firepower, the high-energy beam targeted half of the already split fortress. Although part of the fortress was annihilated, it still failed to eliminate the radar black hole. Haha, must I obliterate the entire fortress to dust? Bao Yu sarcastically questioned himself, and then issued another order. Fourth wave of attacks. After the third ship ceased firing, the fourth followed suit, aiming the same beam at the other half of the fortress. It pierced right through. The detection personnel excitedly reported, the enemy's radar interference field is quickly dissipating. TCH, but there are still 6 attacks left, better than a full volley. Bao Yu smirked, issuing another command. Now activate all radars. We need to know the enemy's deployment. Understood, the adjutant responded. Not long after a round of radar scans, the entire defensive perimeter of Lantian City was revealed to Bao Yu. On the radar map, several key defense areas were promptly identified. After marking them, Bao Yu transmitted this information to the remaining 6 captains and instructed, use the remaining firepower to clear out the critical areas of the enemy. Understood, the 6 captains acknowledged. Xingqi Star Sky Mothership, Bridge Command Room. We've detected the ultra-nuke class warships of the enemy turning, the detection officer said. Provide us with the targets they're locking onto, Xiao Feng requested. After receiving the command, the detection officer sent the target data to Xiao Feng. There are 3 areas we can still save, Xiao Feng concluded, promptly opening the celestial communication system, where 3 holographic screens emerged showing 3 ship captains. The Federal Army's ultra-nuke class warships are targeting your locations. Utilize the energy umbrella of the Star Mothership to withstand this attack, Xiao Feng instructed. Understood. The 3 captains affirmed, cutting off the communication thereafter. 6 warships unleashed their high-energy beams, and in 6 offensives, 3 were intercepted by the Huaxia Army's Star Mothership, which had been prepared in advance. The other 3 waves of attacks destroyed 3 key facilities of the Huaxia Army. Kylin Star Sky Mothership, Bridge Command Room. Half of the attacks have been intercepted, but it doesn't matter. We can proceed now, Bao Yu said. Commence the full-scale attack. The order was quickly conveyed to all formations, raising the morale of the Federal Army as numerous mecha squads and warships charged toward the Huaxia Army's defenses. Since they already knew the true state of the Huaxia forces, the Federal Army's attacks were extremely swift. With an overwhelming advantage, they demolished the Huaxia forces' peripheral satellite cannons, fortress defense systems, and relentlessly eliminated their positions through sheer numbers. From the start, the Federal Army did not intend to leave anything untouched. From the moment of contact, the Huaxia Army began to retreat continuously. The naval guns roared, mechas clashed with each other, turning Lantian City, facing Chaozhou, into a battlefield of bloodshed. Xinglong Star Sky Mothership, Bridge Command Room. Our front lines have already reported that our Huaxia forces in Lantian City are engaging in combat with the Federal Central Army, the adjutant said. Since this place has been chosen for the decisive battle, General Xiao Feng, I hope you can hold on for another 1.5 hours for our remaining forces, Xiao Hojing solemnly said. This battle, General Xiao Feng is sure to lose, and if he chooses to fight until death, then his fate will surely be sealed. Standing alone to face 3 corps coming from both fronts, his courage alone is commendable, alas. The adjutant shook his head helplessly. Alas, a great general will ultimately fall in battle, Xiao Hojing said. But after this battle, when Huaxia unifies, history will remember him. Afterward, Xiao Hojing opened the celestial communication device, and a holographic screen appeared showing General Zhonghua Federation, the commander of Huaxia's Second Army. Xiao Hojing asked, how is the progress on sealing off the crossroads of Chao, Qing, Su, and Yong provinces? General Zhonghua Federation replied, our army has yet to reach the critical passage the federal forces want to take, but we will get there as soon as possible. Good, let's hurry. We cannot let General Xiao Feng's sacrifices be in vain, Xiao Hojing said. Chapter 202. Plan for Weaving Connections 11. This was a one-sided war. From the moment it began, Lieutenant General Xiao Feng never considered defending Lantian City, because it was impossible. The Federation Army was using all its strength to attack Lantian City, and the fall of the city was only a matter of time. Both the Federal Central Army and the Federal Chu State Army were making relentless attacks on Lantian City. Lantian City was being continuously compressed, much like a sandwich cookie. The number of dead Chinese soldiers kept increasing, and the time that Lieutenant General Xiao Feng needed to hold back the Federal Army was getting shorter. There were still 40 minutes left to achieve the goal. All 3 fleets of the Chinese army had suffered heavy damage. Among them, the main Star Sky Mothership had also begun to show battle losses on the battlefield. Not long ago, 4 motherships had been destroyed. Ironically, the Federal Chu State Army, which attacked Lantian City first, was not as fast as the Federal Central Army. The Federal Central Army's attack was more rapid and at any cost. Just before, the Federal Chu State Army managed to destroy the radar jammer of the Chinese army through fierce attacks. As the radar black holes on both sides disappeared, the information blockade network set up by the Chinese army came to an end, and contact was established between the Federal Chu State Army and the Federal Central Army. The commanders of the 2 armies, the Kale Star Sky Mothership and the Hongseng Star Sky Mothership, successfully met in terms of information. Thank you for keeping your pre-war promise and coming to Lantian City to rescue my Chu State Army. However, the enemy is quite stubborn. My rear, the 4th Army and the 3rd Army of China, are approaching quickly, said Shiman Kong. Haha, no need to thank me. We are all serving the Chinese Federation. How can we ignore the difficulties of our allied forces? Bao Yu laughed, and then added seriously. However, there is one point you are right about. The resistance from the Chinese army is indeed strong. Our army has the 1st Army, 2nd Army, and possibly the 5th Army of China behind us. If this drags on, it will be unfavorable for our army. Indeed. But now is the time for our 2 armies to unite and capture Lantian City together, Shimin Kong said. Agreed. Combine forces, unify command, and establish a unified command platform, Bao Yu said. After the Federal Central Army and the Federal Chu State Army established a unified command platform, the 2 armies worked in perfect harmony. They broke through the planetary belt's obstacles soon after, truly meeting in full combat readiness. The Chinese army received its first terrible news. Zhang He, the lieutenant general, had fallen in battle. Under the fierce attacks of the Federal Chu State Army, Zhang He's flagship, the Xinggu Star Sky Mothership, used up its last ounce of strength. Zhang He chose to have this Star Mother collide with the large battleship of the Federal Army and operated an S-class raw stone mech, the Tsang Long, to continue fighting away from the ship. Under intense enemy fire, the Xinggu Star Sky Mothership exploded among several cruisers of the Federal Army, turning these cruisers into space ashes as well. Zhang He's appearance caught the attention of the Federal Chu State Army. The Tsang Long mech, separated from its own front line, destroyed hundreds of Federation mechs under targeted strikes, but was eventually annihilated by the Federal Army. Lieutenant General Zhang He became the first officer of the Chinese army to sacrifice his life in the defense of Lantian City. His death shook the Chinese army somewhat. Star Initiation Star Sky Mothership, Bridge Command Room. Our Lieutenant General Zhang He fell in battle. The 8th Fleet has lost nearly everyone, and the line near the Chu State Army of the Federation only has the last one remaining, the adjutant said. Zhang He. Xiao Feng was silent for a while, then told the adjutant, the 4th Chinese Army's 8th Fleet compilation is still here. You will take over General Zhang He's mission to defend the inner line, at least holding for 40 minutes. Understood. After the adjutant finished speaking, he closed the transmission. Xiao Feng looked silently at the overwhelming display of federal military power, saying, it's hard to maintain the front lines against the Chu State Army of the Federation. Is it any different for the Central Army of the Federation? However, Xiao Feng's eyes focused, saying, Zhang He has fallen, but for us, we must continue. He has found peace, but we must bear the remaining 35 minutes. The war continued. The Chu side of the Federal Army was closing in on the Lantian City line. Similarly, the Central Federal Army's front was retreating on all fronts, and the blueprints of Lantian City could already be seen in full view. As the war progressed, more and more Chinese soldiers died. More fortresses and outposts were taken by the Federal Army. Already at an absolute disadvantage, the advantages of being on the defensive side kept slipping away. The Chinese 8th Fleet and 9th Fleet were struggling under attacks from the 2 large corps of the Federation. Chinese 4th Army 9th Fleet. The 9th Fleet was severely damaged as well. Out of hundreds of ships, only a few remained, but the flagship was still supporting the ongoing war against the Federation. Kylin Star Sky Mothership. We just received intelligence that the Federal Chu State Army has killed Commander Zhang He of the 8th Fleet of the 4th Army of the Huaxia military. Bao Yu paused for a moment and continued. Although he was an enemy, there is still something commendable about him. Since the Chu State Army has achieved this result ahead of us, our Federal Central Army, which holds more advantages, cannot possibly fall behind. After speaking, Bao Yu looked at the flagship of the 8th Fleet of the Huaxia Army, the Xingting Star Sky Mothership. General Bao's meaning is to first withdraw General Li De of the 9th Fleet of the Huaxia Army? Ma Honggang smiled and asked. Yes, I will assign this task to you, Bao Yu replied. Understood, the 2nd Army will not disappoint you, Ma Honggang responded. Immediately afterward, the tactics of the 2nd Army of the Federal Army began to change. Release the Space Wolf packs, ordered Ma Honggang. With the Huaxia Army's warning radars and radar ships almost completely destroyed, the stealthy ships traversed the battlefield with ease. The invisible fleet maneuvered behind the 9th Fleet, severing their defensive return path. Suddenly, the wolf packs appeared from the vulnerable backside of the 9th Fleet, launching a frenzied attack like a backstab. Meanwhile, the 9th Fleet faced frontal attacks from the Federal 2nd Army as well. In no time, the 9th Fleet was surrounded and attacked by the Federal 2nd Army. Inside the encircling net of the Federal Fleet, one could only see the flashes of explosions caused by sinking warships. Xiao Feng knew there was no hope of rescuing the 9th Fleet, so he began gathering the scattered remnants to retreat to the last line of defense. The bridge command room of the Xingqi starship lit up with a holographic display. On the display was General Li De revealing his resolve to die. The bridge of his battleship was on the verge of collapse. Farewell, Lieutenant General Xiao Feng, said Li De. Until we meet again, Xiao Feng replied. Li De seemed at peace as the screen flickered, its connection forcibly terminated. Far away in the star system, a flash of brilliance emerged as the massive vessel exploded into dazzling light. With the annihilation of the 9th Fleet and the deaths of Li De and Zhang He, only Lieutenant General Xiao Feng remained to hold the situation alone, and the battlefront had been reduced to just the Lantian City line. Chapter 203, The Plan to Thread the Needle, Part 12. There was only 30 minutes left, but the Federation Army would no longer give the Huaxia Army any chances. Every second felt like a year during these remaining 30 minutes. The Chu State forces of the Federation had dismantled the last line of defense, resulting in the loss of the 9th Fleet and an outer battlefront. Ultimately, the Central Army of the Federation also captured the final line of defense, encircling Huaxia's Lantian City tightly. With victory within sight, The Huaxia army still intended to fight fiercely to their death. On the Kylan Star Mother battleship, heated discussions were ongoing in the bridge command room. Our rear enemies are coming. Time is not on our side. Remember, we aim to break through the defensive perimeter formed by Lantian City, not occupy it. We've already abandoned the 3 provinces' star domains. What's one small county city to us? Bao Yu said, time is against us. We don't have time to deal with the Huaxia army's persistent tactics anymore. But General Bao Yu, your actions next will surely put the Federation army at a disadvantage, won't they? Ma Honggang replied. Didn't we try this 10 years ago? Have you forgotten? Are you talking about the Linzi War? Bao Yu laughed. At that time, making such unfavorable choices was a miscalculation on our part. However, the situation now is different. We've discarded principles and don't need to bear anything. Our mission in this war is to withdraw the main force of our army back to the Federation. To achieve this goal, we can resort to any means necessary. Ma Honggang remained silent. Do any of you disagree? Bao Yu asked. Ha, there is no issue with the Federation Chu State Army. In this time of survival or extinction, how we quickly tear open the Huaxia army's encirclement should be our first consideration. We have long lost righteousness in this war. Why should we cling to this abstract morality? Shi Mingkong stated. 30 minutes. Every passing second reduces our time to break out. Since there are no objections, Bao Yu scanned his surroundings before turning to the adjutant and saying, issue the final ultimatum to the enemy. The adjutant hesitated for a moment, then contacted the stubborn Huaxia army. Xingqi Star Mother Battleship Bridge Command Room. The communicator reported, General Xiao Feng, the Federation requests communication. Could it be that the Federation is here asking for surrender? Are they still entertaining such unrealistic ideas even now? Xiao Feng mocked and continued. Fine, this is a good opportunity to delay them some more. Approve the request. A holographic screen appeared, revealing Bao Yu in front of Xiao Feng. With so little manpower confronting my 3 armies alone, has General Xiao Feng tasted hardship? Bao Yu asked. Ho, what difference does tasting hardship make? Is General Bao Yu going to try persuading us to surrender again as at the start of the war? Xiao Feng questioned. Yes, your only choice is surrender, Bao Yu replied. Ho. What if we choose not to surrender? Xiao Feng laughed. Ha. Bao Yu burst into wild laughter, which suddenly ceased as he coldly said, then many more will die because of your choice. What do you mean? Xiao Feng's eyes sharpened. An ominous feeling sprouted in his heart. Just watch. After Bao Yu finished speaking, a super crossbow-class battleship broke formation from the fleet, its energy beam having already completed the energy concentration process. Its target was astonishingly aimed at Lantian City's residential area. What are you planning to do? Xiao Feng said. You make us have no other option by interfering. While you're trying to buy time, we're doing the same. For time's sake, you're willing to sacrifice, and we can act without any moral restraint. If you resist, we'll respond in kind. With that, Bao Yu snapped his fingers, and the super crossbow battleship swiftly launched its attack. A thick energy beam struck Lantian City's barrier, tearing it apart before directly impacting the surface of the residential area, melting a gap. Witnessing a tragedy about to happen, Xiao Feng was rendered speechless, staring furiously at Bao Yu who watched it all like enjoying a theatrical performance. The tragedy unfolded. Melting a hole in the residential area caused the air and objects inside living cabins to rapidly rush out into space. The fissure grew larger, and millions of people inside the residential area were scattered into outer space just like ants. Rescue efforts were futile, and ultimately, millions perished in space. Struggling to regain his composure amidst the shock, Xiao Feng asked, how could you attack civilians? Haven't you forgotten that Lantian City was under the jurisdiction of the Chinese Federation until recently? Are you attacking your own people? With a single order from Bao Yu, the lives of 1 million people were extinguished, and those people were once civilians of the Chinese Federation. How cruel could his methods be? Ha. Wasn't it you who forced me to resort to such a desperate measure? Knowing fully well that your resistance is futile, if you had willingly surrendered the passage through Lantian City, would this have happened? Bao Yu said angrily. I'll ask you one more time. Will you surrender or not? Xiao Feng clenched his fists tightly and remained silent. If he chose to surrender, what exactly had he been persisting for up until now? With around 30 minutes left, the Federation army wouldn't give him any opportunities. He must surrender, otherwise even more innocent people would be sacrificed. Yet, he was unwilling to surrender. Once he did, all his previous efforts would amount to nothing. Are you testing my patience? Time is my limit. I can't possibly allow you more chances to delay. Bao Yu's eyes glinted sharply as he decisively extended his finger again, signaling to launch another attack. Wait. Xiao Feng snapped back to reality and tried to stop it. It's too late. Bao Yu coldly responded, and the signal was set in motion once more. Another super crossbow-class battleship that had completed its energy focus stood ready, unfurling an aurora before firing a thick beam that streaked across the sky, melting through Lantian City's barrier yet again, and striking another residential area. This residential area chosen by Bao Yu was larger than the previous one, nearly accommodating 10 million people. In the blink of an eye, the beam pierced through the walls, creating a huge hole, causing the air inside to rush out, ejecting millions into the vacuum of space. At that moment, life was so fragile. You killed tens of millions with a single move? Xiao Feng asked, his eyes bloodshot. Had you not hesitated just then, would these tens of millions have perished? Bao Yu retorted. Xiao Feng's pupils contracted slightly, leaving him speechless. So here comes your choice. Will you surrender next? Bao Yu finished, indicating for another super crossbow-class ship to aim at the largest residential zone in Lantian City, continuing. I don't have much patience. All I seek is an answer. If you keep challenging my bottom line, I won't hold back. Bao declared. I surrender. I surrender. Stop this madness. Xiao Feng finally collapsed onto the bridge of the Xingqi Star Mother battleship, helplessly muttering. Chapter 204, The Matchmaking Plan 13. On the command bridge of the Xingqi warship, Xiao Feng's face was full of despair. With a death wish evident, he said to his fleet, since we have decided to surrender, then let's surrender. Go ahead and leave. General, why don't you go? The detector asked. I must surrender, but I can't accept the fact that I surrendered. They are right. If I wasn't so stubborn, would so many people have died? But after holding out until now, it ends this way. I am unwilling. Xiao Feng said. We also feel reluctant. We can continue fighting, but the despicable federal army uses civilians as hostages. Losing like this makes us bitter, General. I know what you want to do. Please let us stay with you, the detector continued. Instead of surrendering to such an inhumane army, we'd rather follow the Huaxia forces. Before the battle, we already had the intention of dying in this fight. How could our end be surrender? Xiao Feng nodded. Just as he was about to walk towards the control panel, the light screen appeared, revealing Bao Yu's impatient expression. You say you're surrendering, yet your army shows no movement. Are you trying to waste time again? Xiao Feng calmly replied. Surrender earlier was merely a forced action, but our surrender is not something we're comfortable with. For my army, death is better than surrender. If our army bothers you, I have a compromise for you. Allow us to take our own lives. In return, let the innocent citizens of Lantian City live, will you? Take your own lives? Bao Yu was surprised for a moment and said, all right, but I must see your actions. Without speaking, Xiao Feng pressed the self-destruct button of the Xingqi warship. The red light surged brightly as the enormous battleship exploded on the battlefield. In the brilliant explosion, everyone aboard the warship perished. Subsequently, at the end of the Battle of Lantian City, the most spectacular scene unfolded. After the great conflict, the Huaxia mech suits, battleships, and spaceships, one by one, under a series of dazzling red glows, ultimately self-destructed on the battlefield. At the Lantian City Operations Command Room, Lieutenant of Commander Xiao Feng stood up along with everyone else here. All grabbed their weapons and committed suicide by shooting themselves in the head. All Huaxia soldiers who participated in this war perished in this chain of suicides. Left behind were the unshakable shock of all Federal Army personnel. Some even began to doubt the purpose of participating in this war. The soldiers willing to die wouldn't possibly accept the disgraceful act of surrender. It was my oversight, Bao Yu said, stunned. Even though they were enemies, they indeed deserve admiration. Let's honor their last wish. Cease attacking the citizens of Lantian City. Although we've won this battle, how much military spirit remains in our army? Ma Honggang said. I cannot guarantee there aren't federal soldiers conscripted from Lantian City within our corps. What might they think when they witness our evil deeds? That's true. It's only the least favorable course. Clean up the army. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. A demoralized army cannot sustain any more warfare. It would disintegrate at first contact with the enemy. Bao Yu continued. In the end, our victory, though achieved, is shameful. As a general, I'm ashamed of such a victory. Our enemy, though defeated, deserves respect. Their soldiers' indifference to life commands my admiration. Rather than being a disgraced general here, I admire those of theirs who faced death without hesitation, Shimin Kong remarked. For victory, I went too far. Bao Yu looked at the two living zones destroyed with a single order and said silently. For creating such atrocities, I could spend countless lifetimes trying to make amends. I would even prefer my own death to apologize to those who have perished. However, we have other urgent matters to attend to. If things have been done, our next priority is obviously to use the time left to break through the Huaxia army's defense network before they completely surround us, Ma Honggang said. Correct. At least, Bao Yu turned to look at Lantian City floating in space, where bodies could be seen everywhere. He said, let me bring the troops back to the Federation at least. After speaking, Bao Yu commanded the entire army's fleet to quickly withdraw from Lantian City. Their target was a gap left behind by the Huaxia army. In the Battle of Lantian City, the Huaxia army lost 3 fleets, while the Federal army suffered losses of 2 fleets under extreme cost attacks. The Huaxia army failed to achieve the original strategic goal of surrounding the Federal army again. Although it's unclear about the specific situation of the war, the radar screen showed that the Federal army had started to withdraw from Lantian City, entering into the weakest point of the Huaxia army, signaling the oncoming Huaxia army. The Battle of Lantian City has ended, and the Chinese Federation had withdrawn its troops. The Huaxia army's garrison in Lantian City did not last for the anticipated 3 hours, and the Huaxia army failed to form an effective encircling network around the Federal army. On the bridge of the Xinglong Star Mother spaceship, did Xiao Feng's forces lose? Xiao Jing found it hard to accept this reality at first, surprised as he looked at the display screen showing the steady withdrawal of the Federal army. Indeed, we have been too demanding of them. Commander Xiao, may I ask a question? Why insist so much on victory? Zhonghua said. You see, historically, many failures were due to excessive insistence on success. The more you push for victory, the more likely you are to end up with failure. I assume you understand this principle. Xiao Jing remained silent, simply watching the retreating Federal army displayed on the light screen. Our radar interference against the Federal army was successful. They had no knowledge of our movements. Our pre-battle contingency plan, the matchmaking plan 13, failed the moment the Federal Army decided to turn back, Zhonghua said. When they chose to retreat, the fact has only been ignored by those who desperately want to compensate, thus leading to the Battle of Lantian City. Once the Federal Army breaks through Lantian City and secures another escape route, the path will be wide open for them. Do you think we still stand a chance to encircle and annihilate them in this battle? Zhonghua asked. You're right. After some thought, Xiahou Jing responded. This campaign was indeed conducted with excessive impatience. In the Battle of Lantian City, troops were sacrificed without result. This war, I believe, does not need to continue further. Given that the Federal Army's escape has gained momentum, additional efforts would be futile. Let us conclude this operation, secure the Central Star region, and begin planning for the next phase, the Northern Battlefield and the Central Zone Warfare. We must head to Lantian City to face the army we have wronged. Understood. Zhonghua replied. I indeed insisted too much on winning. Xiahou Jing admitted. Chapter 205, The Plan to Weave Connections, Part 14. Flagship of the First Fleet of the Fourth Army of the Huaxia Military, Bridge Command Room of the Starry Sky, Heavenly Mother Battleship. It seems Xiao Feng and his forces have been defeated. It's not that they couldn't hold on for 30 minutes. It's that we arrived too late, Xiahou said. The plan to weave connections has failed. However, I have a civilian information channel even broader than our military channels. Do you know about it, Commander? A hologram appeared, and Mi Ling spoke. Civilian channel? It might be good. All our military intelligence in Lantian City has been destroyed. Instead, this civilian channel could give us some updates before we get there, Xiahou said. But you may not be able to handle what you find, Mi Ling said. What kind of information from the civilian channels could be something I can't handle? Xiahou laughed. Are you joking with me? After finishing his sentence, Xiahou switched his usual intelligence source to the civilian channel and began searching forums online. Indeed, one piece of news had swept across like a storm, becoming the hottest topic in the territory of the Chinese Federation within just a few minutes. Almost instantly, all information boards were inundated by this news, and the messages kept getting updated. Xiahou was shocked as he scrolled through, growing increasingly stunned until he found it nearly impossible to accept. The message was roughly this. The army of the Chinese Federation attacked the Huaxia military forces guarding Lantian City. The Huaxia defenders resisted fiercely. To secure victory, the Federation's forces did not hesitate to fire on civilian residential areas, causing 2 residential zones to be attacked and resulting in the deaths of 17 million people. The Federation forces then took civilians as hostages to force the Huaxia military to surrender. Unwilling to surrender, the Huaxia forces opted for total suicide, choosing to end the war by exterminating themselves completely. This information was transmitted by survivors from other residential areas of Lantian City. Once it spread, it ignited heated discussions across the 32 star domains of China. Reports criticizing and condemning the Federation's actions flooded continuously, while those who chose to commit suicide were regarded as heroes by the public. The Federation's forces actually chose to attack the civilian areas of Lantian City to force Xiao Feng and his troops to surrender, Xiahou said in disbelief. Yes, the tragedy of 10 years ago repeated itself. If Linzi City 10 years ago was a Huaxia military city, then Lantian City at the start of this war was always the Federation's stronghold, Mi Ling said. An unforgivable act, Xiahou said angrily. Looking ahead, the wave of anti-Federation sentiment will only grow higher. In the current situation, the Federation forces have fully retreated. Future offensives into the Eastern Star Domain will still involve battles, Mi Ling said. Do you think where did our Weave Connections plan go wrong? Xiahou asked. Naturally, it is due to our overconfidence in the intelligence. If the Federation changed their plans during battle, the intelligence channel would still be reliable. However, if the Federation intentionally let this intelligence leak before the fight started and adjusted their plans based on what we would do with the leaked data, then the intelligence is no longer credible, Mi Ling explained. You mean, the problem lies in this piece of intelligence? Xiahou frowned as he pondered. Our entire deployment was based on this intelligence, but we still ended up failing, Mi Ling pointed out. Then it seems our immediate priority is to confirm the reliability of this intelligence. Otherwise, we'll suffer significant losses later. But how did the Federation become aware of it? Xiahou thought aloud in surprise. I don't know exactly who you're referring to, but if they were spies, they would have had the possibility of being discovered. That's not unusual, Mi Ling said. No matter what, now we need to head to Lantian City. Xiahou spoke with slight pain. We won't ever see them again. The Fifth Army suffered heavy blows in the Shuzhou campaign, and once again, our forces lost 3 fleets in the Lantian City campaign, Mi Ling reported. Them, Xiahou murmured. In the central battlefield, the Fourth Army sacrificed too much, 8 entire fleets and countless commanders. Before long, it will be my duty to enshrine them within the Star Spirit Altar of Mingzhou. The Star Spirit Altar of Mingzhou, Mi Ling questioned. That's the best destination for warriors. We will arrive at Lantian City shortly, Xiahou replied. A little while later, an out-of-order Lantian City welcomed a fleet. This was part of the 3 fleets belonging to the Fourth Army of the Huaxia forces, which included Xiahou and Mi Ling's fleet. Through the night sky, Lantian City could already be seen, bearing scars left behind after the ravages of war. The ruins of mechs, fighters, battleships, satellite cannons, and fortresses drifted in the void. The battlefield left by the 2 opposing armies was littered with corpses and wreckage. This was just the scene after a war. No one could fully describe the brutal intensity at its onset. The Federal Army and the Huaxiao Army engaged in battle here with ferocity that boggles the mind, Su Ming remarked reflectively. Xiaoda nodded and said, "They were all admirable heroes." After speaking, he signaled to the adjutant and said, "Deploy unmanned cleanup mechs and retrieve the remains of our warriors." "Understood," the adjutant replied. Immediately afterward, swarms of unmanned mechs were released from the fleet, beginning to clear the battlefield. "There's so much here. It's not something we can clean up with only one fleet," Su Ming stated. We'll just have to wait for them to arrive. They're also heading toward Lantian City," Xiaoda replied. "Let's continue forward and check out the situation ahead." After speaking, the fleet sailed onward toward the distant Lantian City. Along the way, remnants of the battlefield dotted the surroundings. The closer we get, the more intense the signs of combat become. Both our forces and the Federation army fought without holding back. The Federation disregarded all cost, while our army fought to the death. Even in the desolate battlefield now, there is still a lingering warmth of war that hasn't dissipated yet, Xiaoda reflected. "We're approaching Lantian City," Su Ming announced. "On the side near Qingzhou? We need to know what happened on the side closer to Chaozhou," Xiaoda responded. In the sky above Lantian City, the sight revealed the Huaxia army's final defensive line still stood firm. Corpses and wreckage remained, but showed no signs of any damage from the Federation's forces. The Federation army didn't assault the Huaxia army's final defensive line. The Huaxia army chose to end the war through self-sacrifice. It seems that the facts spreading wildly online are true. The people here urgently need our comfort. Let's go, Xiaoda said. With that, the fleet entered the starport of Lantian City, docking inside. As soon as Xiaoda and his group disembarked from the warship, they hurriedly made their way to the operations command room. Chapter 206, Matchmaking Plan 15. The maglev car was traveling on the upper traffic line of Lantian City, as Xiaoda and his team were heading to the combat command room of Lantian City. Chaos had already erupted here. People, filled with suspicion and uncertainty, urgently wanted to know what had happened before. When they learned that 2 of the 10 residential areas in Lantian City had been destroyed by the Chinese Federation and that efforts were underway to find survivors, this news instantly spread across all of Huaxia. Terrified people rushed toward more military zones that were previously forbidden to civilians. In the other residential areas that hadn't been destroyed, residents, in a state of post-catastrophe shock, lost their minds. Some protested while others cursed. These irrational individuals flooded into the restricted military areas that used to be off-limits to them. However, no one stopped these crazed people anymore. All they found were the sights of Huaxia soldiers committing suicide, a stunning scene that profoundly impacted everyone who witnessed it. War had receded from the lives of the people when the Bianzhou Treaty was revised. Both the Federation and Huaxia declared attacks on civilian city residential areas as prohibited zones. In theory, the treaty's constraints would prevent either side from attacking civilian areas, and contested cities between the Federation and Huaxia wouldn't become prime targets. However, everything that happened recently shattered people's sense of security, turning the treaty into nothing more than a piece of scrap paper. All living people were survivors of this war. Some felt the threat of this war, while others mourned the deaths of relatives and friends in those 2 affected areas. The truth was what everyone craved desperately. To uncover the truth, the residents of Lantian City swarmed towards the city's combat command center. Civilians yearned to know the truth because not long ago, their lives were unknowingly placed under threat, said Xiaoda. And if military intelligence can quickly seep into civilian channels, it means that our Huaxia Army combat command room must be packed full of people. Are you worried that federal spies have infiltrated inside? Su Ming asked. I can't be sure, but civilians need to know the truth. Even if that truth leaks out, any other intelligence gathered by the federal army will be meaningless, Xiaoda replied, irritated. Firing upon civilians, especially ones who used to be their own people, resulting in millions of deaths. This is another grave sin added to the federal army's list. However, we still need to restore order at the scene, Xiaoda said, sighing. The arrival of the Huaxia army made the residents of Lantian City, now aware of the truth, quite welcoming. Maintaining order at the scene proceeded smoothly, with only a small portion of individuals disobeying regulations. In a short period, the Huaxia army regained control of the combat command center. Due to the influx of civilians, the Huaxia army's combat command center underwent significant changes. However, the remains left by the Huaxia army were carefully maintained by the residents of Lantian City. It was rumored that during this disturbance, some individuals spontaneously formed an organization, which prevented further destruction of the site. Upon entering the combat command center, the sight was truly heart-wrenching. Not a single member of the Huaxia army had survived. Each one had taken their own life with their weapons. They were prepared to die in battle but were forced to surrender by the federal army. Unable to accept surrender, they chose to end their own lives, said the adjutant standing beside him. Xiaoda pondered for a moment and then said, prepare their bodies properly. They are all heroes, and all we can do is give them a proper resting place. And one more thing, Xiaoda turned to the adjutant standing beside him and said, I've heard that during this chaos, someone organized to maintain order throughout the confusion. Who is it? Can you bring them up so I can meet them? Understood. The adjutant finished speaking and immediately turned around to arrange for this matter. Xiaoda and his team entered the combat command center. From the moment they stepped in, Xiaoda already knew that someone had come here before. The combat command room is a core stronghold of an army, said Xiaoda in surprise. Even though no one has been maintaining it for not too long, there are layers of protection. How could someone have broken through? Unless it was someone from the federal army? Su Ming said. Lantian City was originally where the Federation resided and only became occupied by our forces during this war. We didn't have time to rebuild a new combat command center here. There's no doubt this was the Federation's combat command center, so it makes sense that they know how to access it. Ho ho, the Federation spies? Laughed Xel'Naga. What purpose could they have? If they continue working for the Federation, haven't they forgotten the previous battles where once the beam targeted their residential areas, they themselves would be finished as well? After finishing his sentence, Xel'Naga led everyone into the combat command center. This was the former base of the Huaxia army, where, in the previous campaign, the desperate soldiers of the Huaxia army all chose to take their own lives. Without exception, all the bodies were well preserved here. Xel'Naga made a gesture, and a line of soldiers came in with stretchers to collect the remains. Xel'Naga and the various generals gathered at the center, opening the previously saved information, reviewing the entire process of the war. After watching it, Xel'Naga pondered for a while and opened the radar map. The radar map displayed the image of Lantian City, facing Chaozhou. The scene they hadn't witnessed upon entering Qingzhou now appeared before them. Here, not only were there even more gruesome battlefields, but also 2 large holes in the living pods of Lantian City, along with clusters of bodies thrown into space. Civilian mechas should be activated to recruit civilian manpower to clean up the battlefield, Xel'Naga said, looking at the chilling sight of floating bodies in space. He continued, additionally, although it may require more work, we hope that those innocent victims can be brought back to Lantian City. Frankly speaking, this might be difficult to achieve. It's already hard enough handling just the soldiers, let alone the enormous number of civilians, one of the generals remarked. Let's wait until other military forces arrive before discussing further plans, Su Ming said. Millions of innocent people. What the Federation has done is utterly ruthless, Xel'Naga said. In any case, we must do our utmost. Xel'Naga added. The best method of disposal would be a space cremation. Tens of millions of corpses flooding into Lantian City would be beyond our capacity to handle, Mi Ling stated. You're right. Forgive my earlier outburst, Xel'Naga responded. The Federal Army truly went too far, but Xel'Naga paused for a moment, then continued. It's because we pushed them to such extremes. In fact, our Huaxia army bears responsibility as well. Mi Ling and the rest of the Huaxia army didn't respond. Xel'Naga turned and looked toward the sky, saying, they are all casualties of the war. To stop the sacrifice at this very moment, we must end this meaningless civil war as soon as possible. Chapter 207, The Plan of Connecting the Dots, Part 16. As Huaxia's fleet gathered one after another in Lantian City, the battlefield also began to be cleaned up in an orderly manner. Xel'Naga Jing silently watched the entire process without uttering a word. After a long pause, he asked, I want to know whether you have considered whether it was because I ordered Xiao Feng to hold his position to death that forced us to push the Federation into a corner and drive them to desperate measures? The generals behind him all shook their heads, remaining silent. Commander, don't overthink it. War itself is a matter of life and death. Either we defeat our opponents, or they defeat us. However, the Federation's methods this time were truly too despicable, said Zhonghua. There is a saying, do not pursue a defeated foe. I explained its meaning before, so why did we forget during previous battles? Xel'Naga Jing said. Regardless, based on our military circumstances, the situation of Lantian City must be made public. Understood, replied the adjutant. Grieving over the occurrence of such tragedies now serves no purpose. War causes tragedies to happen, but only by ending the war can we end these tragedies. Since the Federation ignited warfare among civilians, our Huaxia cannot stand idly by, said Xel'Naga Jing. At this moment, a row of soldiers carrying 3 red boxes walked over. On the red boxes were written the names of 3 people, Xiao Feng, Zhang He, and Li De. After finishing his words, Xel'Naga Jing approached the red boxes and gently touched them. He then asked, are these remains you obtained from the battlefield? Zhang He and Li De both died heroically in battle. Xiao Feng chose to detonate his ship himself, so it was difficult for any remains to stay on the battlefield. These are all the items left by the 3 commanders during their lifetimes, Xiaohou said. Xel'Naga Jing nodded slightly, gently stroking the red box as he told the soldiers, return them to the Star Spirit altar in Mingzhou. Yes, sir, said the soldiers. They have gone, but our journey is far from over, said Xel'Naga Jing. After leaving Lantian City, the Federation fleet wandered through Xuzhou, attempting to return to the Chinese Federation through the vulnerable area of Xuzhou, Xiaohou said. Not defending Lantian City means we have lost the final opportunity to surround and annihilate the Federation army. Now that they've escaped, let them go. We need to prepare the next battle plan immediately, Xel'Naga Jing said. Within Xuzhou territory, aboard the Federal Fleet flagship Kailan, in the bridge command room. Soon after the Battle of Lantian ended, 2 pieces of news spread out. The first one was leaked through civilian channels, and then Huaxia officially announced it nationwide. This piece of information caused quite a stir in China. If this had happened in the past when the Federation was stronger and Huaxia weaker, we might have smoothed things over. But now the power balance has reversed. Recently, our main Federation database suffered cyber attacks from various star regions within China. Hackers included both those from the Federation and from Huaxia, said the adjutant. It's still early. The real big events are just about to erupt, said Bao Yu. I don't know what other measures our Chinese Federation has left to suppress public anger. With external failures against Huaxia combined with internal dissent, perhaps the failure we will face is just around the corner, said Bao Yu. But at least right now, we've successfully withdrawn troops towards the Eastern Star region. The mission is almost accomplished, said Shimin Kong. So General Bao, how are you so sure that our army should withdraw through Xuzhou instead of Yongzhou? Ma Honggang asked. It's simple. Our president, Bao, wants to confirm something, said Bao Yu. What thing? Ma Honggang questioned. Namely, once our plan to retreat through Yongzhou succeeds, what would Huaxia deploy? Bao Yu said, we planned, deployed secretly. By using feint tactics, we led Huaxia forces to judge that our route of withdrawal would be Shuzhou, thus focusing their defense there while we actually retreated through Yongzhou. That's the strategy one understood, Ma Honggang said. But after our military discussion was done, I deliberately kept General Ximenkong behind, telling him that during the war, if we get besieged, attacking Lantian City could lead to reinforcements coming to save us. Once we conquer Lantian City, we would clear a path through it to enter Shuzhou and retreat, said Bao Yu. So, the true retreat route is Shuzhou, isn't it? Ma Honggang asked. The real retreat route is Shuzhou, but the one we secretly prepared in Yongzhou was meant to observe how the Huaxia army would respond, Bao Yu said. However, Huaxia's forces had already prepared for this. The Connect the Dots plan was entirely aimed at our retreat through Yongzhou. Don't you think it's strange that the Fifth Army, which should have been the strongest force, has been the most passive throughout this war? Your point is valid. The shadow of Huaxia's Fifth Army in this war was indeed very faint, Ma Honggang replied. When our army began attacking Huaxia's Lantian City, why did it catch them by surprise? Bao Yu asked. Because it didn't align with the military plan Huaxia knew about us. Also, our presence at a vulnerable location of Huaxia's forces was not supposed to be known by us. So, your earlier plans were traps? Ma Honggang questioned. Yes, those plans were traps. We released the fake plan to confirm any spies within our ranks and convey advantageous intelligence to Huaxia, Bao said. So, when Huaxia's Fifth Army laid layers of encirclement in Yongzhou, it was effectively detached from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Shuzhou's Fourth Army, not assigned to counter ours, was confidently transferred to Yongzhou to suppress General Ximenkong's forces. This way, the Fifth Army, which we feared most, would not appear on the battlefield, and the Fourth Army willingly vacated the crucial region of Shuzhou for us, Ma Honggang stated. The former plan resulted from the Federal Households Conference, while the latter came from a secret discussion between the president and me. Fewer people know about the latter plan than the former one, Bao Yu explained. Our true plan naturally involves fewer people knowing about it. So, does this mean that the infiltrator among us knows the false plan but not the real one? Ma Honggang asked. Yes, upon returning, I will report all specifics to our president, after which it'll be his decision. Bao Yu fell silent for a moment without responding further. Do you wish to revisit Lantian City? Ximenkong asked. Yes, Bao Yu replied. I guess you want to lay down everything now. Ma Honggang queried. Yes, but someone will take over my position. After this war, there's no need for me to command troops anymore, Bao Yu responded. Chapter 208. After the war. Mid-year star calendar 4527. The Federation and Huaxia engaged in battle in the Central Star region. The result of the war was that the Federation, having already lost the northwestern and southern star zones to Huaxia, once again lost the central domain. And yet, Huaxia did not secure a complete victory, as the Federation army preserved its main force and retreated to the eastern star region, leaving the Federation with enough strength to still defend the eastern front. The war went through the Shuzhou campaign, the Yongzhou campaign, and 3 large-scale campaigns in the final stage, among which the Lantian City battle allowed the Federation, due to its success in this war, to withdraw its forces from the weakest part of Huaxia's army, namely the Shuzhou area, back to the star regions under Federation control. However, the Federation army used civilians as hostages, resulting in the slaughter of tens of millions of civilians, causing outrage within Huaxia, leading to continuous accusations against the Federation army's inhumane behavior both inside and outside Huaxia. People in the Central Star region warmly welcomed the liberation by the Huaxia army, while protests against the Federation army arose frequently in the eastern and northern parts, along with armed uprisings, conflicts, and riots happening incessantly in areas under Federation jurisdiction. The Huaxia Federation had no very effective methods to solve these problems. It only addressed these contradictions more brutally, resorting to military suppression, leading to even more chaos and unrest after the suppression. After the end of the war in the Central Star region, the Huaxia army achieved an absolute advantage over the Federation army, establishing the momentum for the unification of the Federation by Huaxia. In another part of the world, the Petros Federation and the Salasaga Federation were unable to effectively contain the expansion of the Victoria Federation. Domestic nobles defected one after another, leading to a complete collapse of the front line, transforming the concept of human unity from a slogan into reality. Inside Hangzhou territory, on a commercial transport ship, Dai Lingnan leisurely sat on the deck of the spacecraft, browsing news obtained through various channels. Huaxia has taken control of the central domain. There is no doubt that our army has won this war, said Zhu Lingyu as the light screen of the sky communicator unfolded. Yes, after our army took control of the central domain, the actual fact of the Federation's downfall has become inevitable, Dai Lingnan said. So, how do you think the Federation could possibly reverse their defeat? Zhu Lingyu asked. Prime Minister, don't you think the Federation increasingly resembles terrorists? Dai Lingnan asked. You're right. Recently in Lantian, the Federation army attacked civilians without hesitation. Still, the reputation of the Federation army was already tarnished beyond repair, Zhu Lingyu replied. So this point should be inconsequential. The most dangerous beasts are those at the end of their rope. Furthermore, time is running out for us to overcome the Federation army, because powerful enemies will soon emerge around us, Dai Lingnan said. You mean, the United Humanity? Zhu Lingyu followed up. The United Humanity is just one of them, Dai Lingnan grinned. Ultimately, swift unification would be best, Zhu Lingyu said. So when we face a more complicated future, we'll have some leverage. But didn't the Federation calculate their plans before your departure? If you report this to our field marshal, he could use it to his advantage. Wouldn't wiping out the Federation be faster then? Zhu Lingyu asked. A cicada captured by a mantis, unaware of the Oriole behind. This mantis has barely started catching cicadas, Dai Lingnan retorted. Would Prime Minister prefer being the Oriole rather than the cicada? Ha ha, General, what a joke. Zhu Lingyu laughed. If issues within Huaxia can also be resolved conveniently during this war, it would surely make Huaxia's position stronger moving forward, Dai Lingnan remarked. Good point, Zhu Lingyu laughed. The most terrifying beasts are the ones backed into a corner, let alone ferocious tigers, Dai Lingnan stated. If someone is willing to capture the tiger, why shouldn't we simply push in the same direction? That's true, but in the next war, you need to return to the 5th Southern Army promptly, or initiating warfare with a general swap mid-battle isn't easy, Zhu Lingyu said. I am almost entering Mingzhou territory, Dai Lingnan responded. It might take some time to gather troops, align ranks, adjust supplies, and prepare for the decisive battle. Some time indeed, but that is quicker than 4 months of return travel, Zhu Lingyu pointed out. My return won't take that long. It requires merely an instant, Dai Lingnan smiled. General, must you jest? An instant across thousands of light years. Zhu Lingyu was surprised. Prime Minister, if you don't believe me, have you forgotten her? Dai Lingnan mentioned. Zhu Lingyu suddenly straightened up and said, I neglected that. If it involves her, then it is acceptable. I shall return to lead the troops soon. Li Xian doesn't need to worry, Dai Lingnan chuckled. Understood. Zhu Lingyu finished, concluding the sky communication dialogue. As the commercial transport fleet drew closer to the border of Mingzhou, a barely noticeable smile curved Dai Lingshan's lips as he said with a laugh. It's been quite a while since I've returned to Mingzhou. It has also been years since I last saw you, Ninglan. A mechanical voice then sounded. We will be entering the territory of Mingzhou shortly. Passengers heading to Mingzhou, please prepare to disembark. Huaxia Army Yongzhou headquarters. After the conclusion of the midline campaign, the Huaxia Army relocated its headquarters to Yongzhou and reorganized its forces to prepare for further operations. Xiahou Jing was eager to deal the final blow to the Federation Army, so an increasing number of Huaxia troops were gathering near the border. All 3 front lines of the military corps had congregated in the Shuzhou area. Father, we must confirm whether our brother's identity has been discovered, Xiahou stated. You're right. The failure to completely annihilate the enemy in the last war may have just been a stroke of luck, Xiahou said. Let's first see how the Federation Army responds, Xiahou suggested. Also, is there any news from the 5th Army? Xiahou Jing asked. Do you know if that old man, General Dai Lingnan, has returned? Our mentor left after the last war, and should currently be in Mingzhou, Xiahou replied. Mingzhou, Xiahou Jing grumbled irritably, saying. It takes 4 months to get there, and 4 months to come back. Does General Dai Lingnan expect us to wait for him for 4 whole months? I don't think our mentor meant it this way, Xiahou replied. Well, since he has left, we need to make alternative arrangements for the 5th Army, Xiahou Jing said. Alternative arrangements? Xiahou questioned. If the mentor left the battlefield due to some urgent matter, I believe his recommended General Li Xian would be a suitable choice. General Li Xian was temporarily recommended by him after the last war. In the previous campaign, the 5th Army did not perform exceptionally well. Since Dai Lingnan cannot return for the time being, we must make different arrangements, Xiahou Jing explained. So who does father plan to appoint as the temporary commander of the 5th Army in place of Dai Lingnan? Xiahou asked. Among the commanders within the 5th Army capable of taking on the responsibility, both Li Xian and Zhou He demonstrate admirable leadership abilities. Xiahou Ling can also marginally shoulder this significant task, Xiahou Jing answered. Chapter 209, Bao Yu's Choice. Bianzhou City, Parliament Building, President's Office. Just before the upcoming Federation Conference, Bao Yu walked into the presidential palace. Baoan wasn't surprised by Bao Yu's arrival. President. Bao Yu began to speak, but was interrupted by Baoan. There is no need for such formality between us. Aren't we family, said Baoan. Head of the Bao family. Bao Yu nodded and replied. Speak up. What do you have to report this time? Asked Bao Yu. Yes, there is something. It's about the matter you suspected before the war. Bao Yu said, the Chinese army indeed deployed in the way we anticipated, meaning your suspicion that there might be a mole within our upper ranks is confirmed. Damn, if only I had found out earlier all these years, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Baoan lit a cigarette and sighed. Should we capture him now? Bao Yu asked. Don't alert him yet. Baoan replied. He's still valuable to us. What value could he possibly have now? Bao Yu questioned, confused. He could give us an advantage in our final showdown. Baoan said. But after this battle, whether discovered by the Chinese army or not, they'll suspect his involvement. Isn't this the right time to act? Bao Yu said. Let's not talk about spies for now. I've decided to keep him alive. He's worth more to us as an asset. Baoan explained. If it is the head's decision, then I will not question it anymore, Bao Yu said. Even though we've lost this battle, General Bao Yu, your ability to withdraw the army remains quite commendable. Baoan smiled and added. At least, you've given us a chance to turn defeat into victory. Still, head of our house, I don't understand. The internal rebellion in the Federation has increased. The balance of power between the Federation and China has shifted. What opportunity do we have to overturn this? Bao Yu asked. Even with the staff system in Chongzhou, it can only pose some threat to the Chinese army, not enough to reverse our current disadvantageous position. Do you think our ultimate trump card is the staff system in Chongzhou? Bao chuckled. Then what does the head mean? Bao questioned. At the right moment, you will know. In the Eastern Front, I shall let every Chinese soldier perish here, Bao stated firmly. Not considering whether we can beat them, even if we win, would our rules still hold firm? Bao asked. Bao, you are asking too many questions that aren't meant to be asked, Bao frowned and remarked. Sorry, head of the house. There's one more thing I want to tell you on this visit, Bao said. Oh, what is it? Bao asked curiously. Bao then took a letter from his pocket. Two particularly striking typed words were on its front, resignation letter. Upon receiving it, instead of opening it immediately, Bao held it towards Bao, frowning slightly, and asked, what does this mean? Head of the house, please take a look inside, Bao urged. Without a word, Bao tore open the letter and read it carefully. After finishing, he said, because of the Lantian City campaign, you want to unload this heavy responsibility? It's the media storm facing the Federation army that I have caused, Bao replied. But you did nothing wrong. If we hadn't acted that way, under siege by the Chinese military, none of us would have returned, Bao countered. I do not feel the decision itself was wrong, but I am no longer suited to lead an army into battle after carrying out those orders, Bao insisted. This resignation I cannot accept. You are a rare and capable general for me. You cannot simply walk away when leading a division of troops is involved. Do you really think it's that simple? Bao argued. Please, head of the house, permit my request. I do recognize that walking away at this moment isn't ideal, but I'm no longer fit to serve as a competent general, Bao said earnestly. Is it because of the casualties in Lantian City? Bao asked. A single commander's success comes at the cost of thousands. When did you become so soft-hearted? Bao accused. Indeed, because of that event, I believe I can no longer shoulder the responsibilities of a general, Bao affirmed. You. Looking at Bao expressed frustration and regret. I entrusted you with military power, not to see this sort of resignation letter. After finishing speaking, Bao picked up the resignation letter in his hand and threw it onto Bao's face angrily, saying, after your resignation, you could just leave without a second thought. But do you realize how much difficulty this resignation letter causes for me? I do, Bao admitted. After my departure, the commander post of the Federation First Army will be vacant. With Chinese troops already at our gates, you're left with few capable generals available. Not bad. You do know the consequences of submitting a resignation letter, Bao said. Since you know the consequences, why did you still submit this resignation letter? You should know that public opinion has already pushed you to the forefront. If you continue staying in this position, no one can do anything about you. But if you step down from this position, have you thought about the consequences? I have thought it through. However, my purpose for resigning is to return to Lantian City, Bao said. It seems that after this trip, you don't plan on coming back anymore. Bao said, do you think this is worth it? It's worth it, Bao replied. Then what are you planning to do with my affairs since you're walking away from them? Bao asked. If you can find someone who can share the burden with me, I will allow you to leave. I've been preparing early enough. Younger brother Ing can take over my position, Bao said. Bao said. He can't handle such a big responsibility. Master of our house, trust me. Bao has been with me longer than anyone else. I am clearer than anyone about his growth. If he can take over my responsibilities, it would be a good thing for our Bao family, Bao said. Are you sure? Are you certain that the kid won't ruin our major plans? Bao said. I'm sure, Bao replied. Bao opened the resignation letter again and read it, saying, this is your resignation letter. Let you confirm once more. Do you really intend to give up this important role? Bao said. Master of our house, do you think my current situation allows me to shoulder such an important role? I see, it doesn't seem like it, Bao bluntly stated. Since you've made this decision and submitted the resignation letter to me, I can't persuade you to stay, so you can leave. Bao stood up, respectfully bowed, and said, thank you, master of our house. After saying this, Bao left the president's office without hesitation. Watching Bao depart, Bao angrily crumpled the resignation letter into a ball, threw it into the trash can, and said, damn fool, just like that you walk away from your responsibilities, all my promotions were wasted on you. Chapter 210, The Last Federation Conference. Bao watched Bao's departure for a long time before opening the Tianqing communicator. 4 holographic screens appeared, representing the 4 remaining noble families, including the Bao family, making 5 in total. In the Central Star region, aside from the Qin and Yang families, the Gao family suffered the most losses, but the foundation of other noble families still remained. Bao continued to ensure that the Gao family retained its status as a noble family. Our main force withdrew from the recent Central Star region war. The Huaxia army has fully occupied the Central Star region, posing an absolute pressure on our troops. To reverse the defeat against the Huaxia army, we must not hold back, Bao said. President, at this moment, the Huaxia army is gathering forces madly, preparing for the final offensive against us. If the staff system is our greatest advantage, can we use it now? Song Ping asked. It has completed the final testing phase and will soon be deployed into combat, Bao smiled. I believe that before long, the Huaxia army will receive an unexpected surprise from us. So much the better. As for the so-called super celestial Bao's power, I would like to see it for myself, Ma Tong said. The first round is bound to be an unexpected surprise. The Huaxia army is gathering their forces intending to deliver us a fatal blow. But never mind, no matter how many forces they gather, we will leave them leaderless. Bao laughed. The Huaxia army headquarters in Yongzhou. Ma Tong asked. Yes, Xiahou Jing, being the commander-in-chief of the Huaxia army, should be there, Bao replied. But the city of Chongzhou where the staff resides, if the Huaxia army advances from Shuzhou, they could take Chongzhou. If we lose the staff system, it will be difficult for our army to counter the Huaxia army, Shimin Yong said. Shimin family head, do you not know our army's deployment? The staff system in Chongzhou is guarded by our first army, who swear to protect it with their lives, Bowen stated. But relying solely on the staff system, it's hard to say whether we can truly turn the tide, isn't it? Shimin Yong asked. Haha, Shimin family head, you worry too much. Once you see the power of the staff system, you won't say that anymore, Bowen laughed. In that case, I am indeed curious about what the staff system general puts so much hope into will accomplish in this war, Shimin Yong smiled. Using 3 stars energy beyond their limits, the staff is no less than the past death beams. It can easily bomb any position in the Zhonghua star domain. With it, we are unstoppable, Bao Yu said. The faces of all the noble family heads were filled with confusion. Song Ping asked, President, since before the war began, you've been certain that one thing can reverse the victory of a war. Is the staff system really that powerful? Ha ha, esteemed family heads, soon the staff system's first launch will take place. If everyone has time, wouldn't you want to join me on a visit to the Yongzhou Cobalt Super Military Base? Bowen laughed. Ha ha, the Cobalt Super Military Base, the Federation's largest reserve military base, Shimin Kong laughed. Since Central China invited us, naturally, I cannot refuse. I also want to see this military base and the legendary superweapon known as the staff system. Then we look forward to your gracious presence then, Bowen smiled. Everyone was very curious about the incredible superweapon Bowen spoke of, especially after the revelation of the superweapon called the staff system made it an object of intrigue among everyone. Based on the Huaxia army's current gathering, they plan to advance along 3 routes. One route targets the northern domain, which will be defended by the Chu Kingdom Federal Army. The southern route targets the Chongzhou Star region, and the central route targets our Bianzhou Star region. We have 4 remaining legions left, the newly reorganized Central 5th Army, Central 2nd Army, Central 1st Army, and the Chu Kingdom Federal Army. Since the 5th Army is a new legion, it can only provide limited help because it has only 4 fleets, Bao Yu explained. Adding up the ships we managed to retreat with last time, we still have 26 usable fleets, Song Ping sighed. On the southern front, we faced the Huaxia 3rd Legion and Huaxia 4th Legion, totaling 14 fleets concentrated in Shuzhou. In the central front, we faced the Huaxia 1st Army and Huaxia 2nd Army, consisting of 18 fleets. On the northern front, we faced the Huaxia 5th Legion, also 14 fleets. This time, the Huaxia attack plans to devour our northern domain and eastern domain in one swift move, Bowen concluded. The Huaxia army has become impatient. They want to end the war quickly, Bowen said after a moment of thought. The Battle of Lantian City was an unnecessary fight, but the Huaxia army insisted on going ahead with it, continuing their plan to encircle and annihilate our main force. Once our main force is surrounded and wiped out, the eastern domain and northern domain will fall in one swift strike. But Xiahou Jing of the Huaxia army hasn't considered whether our main force is so easily hunted down even if we are surrounded. Yes, why the Huaxia army is in such a rush to eliminate us is worth pondering. However, since our opponents are so eager to destroy us, we should hold nothing back, Song Ping said. Indeed, in a few days, there will be a grand feast, and this feast will take place at the Cobalt Super Military Base. If you're fortunate, lords of the families, you may wish to come and observe it, Bowen said. As curious as I am, I won't be able to make it from the northern domain to the Cobalt Military Base in Chongzhou within a few days, Shimin Yong said. I only hope that I might have a chance to project virtually when the time comes. Haha, rest assured, Shimin Yong, your presence will certainly not be missed at this grand gathering, Bowen laughed. Lords of the families, this may be our last Federation conference. Whether or not we'll have another chance to sit together and deliberate must await the end of the war. The Huaxia army desperately seeks our elimination, and this battle represents our all-in final push. The president speaks the truth. The heads of the families nodded and agreed. Then, lords of the families, the meeting is dismissed. We shall meet again at the Cobalt military base. After saying this, Bowen ended the multilateral Tianqin communication. The entire office became eerily quiet. Bowen stood up, left the office, and descended the parliamentary building where a magnetic levitation car waited specially for him on the road. To the military port, Bowen said. Understood. His bodyguard nodded and replied. The maglev car departed from the parliamentary building and sped along a cleared roadway at high speed. Dozens of armed magnetic levitation cars escorted them along the way, and several mechs guarded them from above. The maglev car stopped at the pier where Bowen's dedicated military transport ship was docked, and Bowen got out of the car, ascending aboard the ship via the light elevator. Accompanied by several escort fleets, the military transport ship left the spaceport. Chapter 211, Locking the Target. In the headquarters of Yongzhou Military in Huaxia, a military meeting was being held. The participating generals were Xiahou Da, Zhonghua Chu, Tang Yongtao, and Xiahou Jing. As the star map unfolded, clearly visible was the entire star domain of Chongzhou. Among them, what stood out most was the enormous military base of Keyboat. The Federal Keyboat military base was originally intended as a logistics support base for the Federation, but who would have thought they'd hide such weapons here, Xiahou Jing said. But the trouble is just about to start. After the retreat from the battlefield, the Federation's First Army subsequently stationed themselves in the Keyboat military base. Attacking a single base will be extremely challenging for us, Zhonghua Chu said. Of course, the problem is that their strength remains uncertain before any display of power, Xiahou Jing added. And when they unleash it, the sudden impact will cause us tremendous losses. We have an idea. Figure out the next target for their locked attack, and we can best avoid it. In this way, we could understand its threat at minimal cost. What do you think? Xiao Jing asked. The most straightforward method would be to launch an attack to occupy or destroy them, right? Xiao asked. You're correct. But this thing has entered the final testing phase. Even if we attack the keyboat base, it has already launched several rounds of attacks, Xiao Jing explained. Before the enemy's attack, we need to determine their point of assault. The martial statement makes sense, but how can we be certain? Zhonghua Chu questioned. The scepter system of the keyboat military base is nearly complete in energy gathering. Its attack will occur soon. I'd like to see how potent its strike is, Xiao Jing said. If it's harmless, the Federal Army wouldn't go through so much trouble to create it. I happen to have a piece of intelligence obtained from the Federal Army, Xiao Jing stated. In their next round of attacks, the scepter system of the Federal Army will lock onto the Yongzhou headquarters of the Huaxia Army. The attack will take place in 3 days. Where did this intelligence come from? Xiao frowned, asking. It's still the same source as last time, Xiao Jing thoughtfully responded. So, I want to ask all of you, should we trust this intelligence? We shouldn't. The last time with the Federal Army's intelligence left us at a disadvantage, Tang Yongtao reflected. Although our spy within the Federation and Marshal are related, he should already be suspected by the Federal Army. Still, this intelligence holds value. The Federal Army plans to launch an attack on an undetermined target at an unknown time. Yet it's unavoidable that their weapons' energy convergence is set for 3 days later. In other words, in 3 days, we must be vigilant. Their primary goal might be our military cluster zone, which we also need to guard. However, it seems strange. After that battle, the Federal Army hasn't taken action against him and continues to employ him heavily? Xiao Jing curiously pondered. If that war was due to the quick decision-making skills of the Federal General, then one can argue he hasn't been suspected by the Federal Army yet. But, based on his intelligence, how can our deployments fail to arouse suspicion within the Federal Army? Tang Yongtao asked. As true as that may be, such crucial intelligence can still help us observe the Federal Army's reaction then. At any rate, prepare well. In 3 days, we'll watch the Federal Army's movements. All military clusters will partially disperse. Under escort by frigates, the warship slowly moved towards the Chongzhou Star region. On a temporary office aboard the ship, Bowen turned on the contact screen, revealing the figure of Xia Zeliang standing in front of Bowen. In the previous war, the original plan was to let the 5th Army rescue the Federal forces withdrawing from Yongzhou. However, General Bao Yu changed the strategy during the fight and instead retreated through Shuzhou. The newly formed 5th Army didn't get to display its abilities in the last war. But the eastern battlefield coming up will gather the 5th Army and 2nd Army to assist in guarding our capital in Bianzhou, Bowen reported. Xia Zeliang nodded silently. With this activation of the scepter system, you can monitor the live battlefield situation via a virtual meeting room. It will be our army's grand spectacle presented to the Huaxia Army, Bowen laughed. Thank you, President. Xia Zeliang will attend. Xia Zeliang responded. You have followed me for over a decade. With the newly formed 5th Army of Huaxia, I have incorporated the Central Intelligence Agency's fleet into the 5th Fleet, and I want you to lead it, Bowen said. With your abilities, I trust that building up an army should not be too difficult a task. Originally, Bok Eagle was supposed to be the pre-planned corps commander for the 5th Army, but with our 1st Army's corps commander Bao Yu resigning, I had to transfer Bao Eagle to take up the position as the corps commander for the 1st Army. In my team, only you can now shoulder the heavy responsibility as corps commander. Xia Zeliang gratefully responded. Thank you, President, for your kind regards. Work hard. When the time comes for us to counterattack, you will have plenty of opportunities to shine, Bowen said. Xia Zeliang nodded. After saying this, Bowen closed the communication and sat quietly with his eyes closed, regaining some energy. At this moment, the door to the room opened, and an officer walked in, presenting Bowen with a document and saluting him. Have you gathered the intelligence reports? Bowen asked. All the information you need is here. The officer then handed the paper-based file to Bowen. After taking the file, Bowen gestured for the officer to leave. Nodding in agreement, the officer turned around and left the office. Bowen carefully read through the pages of the document, frowning deeply. It took some time before he finally reached the end and closed the document. Suffering, he massaged his temples and threw the document into the trash. Ho ho ho, there are truly wonders in the vast world. The child I've adopted for over a decade turns out to be the son of my archenemy, Bowen said. But better yet, this campaign will allow me to put your son to good use, Xiao Jing. You will die because of your son, Bowen stated. As he finished speaking, Bowen activated the radar imaging map. The fleet formation was slowly approaching the Keyboat military base, inching closer by the second. The scepter system, indeed timely. As we approach the ultimate decisive battle, let its first strike mark a great beginning, Bowen chuckled. Xiao Jing, since you couldn't complete our final confrontation on the central battlefield, the Eastern Domain battlefield is where I'm launching the ultimate showdown against you. I'll make sure the Huaxia army is wiped out right here. In the deep expanse of space, Bowen's flagship cruised steadily, growing nearer and nearer to its target. Chapter 212, The Scepter of God, Part 1. Within the territory of Chongzhou, a vast network of fortresses and bases spanned 3-star systems. This base, named Kabat Base, was the largest in the Huaxia region. This was a military base located at the rear of the Federation. Even though it was considered a rear base, its importance was acknowledged by the Federation long before it became a frontline stronghold, as it had been fortified heavily. This base had a complete maintenance and support system that could sustain the overall operation of an entire legion. Resources from all directions in the eastern domain poured into Chongzhou. A continuous stream of mechs, warships, and fighter jets, new weapons of war, were produced here. It housed the most comprehensive war production chain, and after the destruction of Dawnlight Society, numerous tech experts flowed into this base to continue providing services for the Federation. Here stood the Science Research Center of the Federation, where the energy supply, developed to its maximum potential, harnessed the power of 3 stars to maintain the base's operation. At the very core of the fortress were 3 interconnected energy plants, which were particularly noticeable. Directly across from the energy plants lay the command center of the base. From close to the base, you could observe the bustling operations maintained throughout. Layer upon layer of defensive networks protected the outside perimeter, armed with Federation standard satellite cannons, black hole interference devices, satellite guns, wide-area radars, and rows of defense installations guarding the outermost edges. Mech clusters of the Federation patrolled around the fortress groups irregularly, while further inside, one could also see warships docked at the peripheral starports. Captain Ma Tong's personal flagship, accompanied by several escort fleets, arrived first at the outer zone of Kabat military base. Within the bridge command room, gazing up at the sky, one could see the distant magnificent cluster of bases. Casually seated in the first officer's seat, Ma Tong teased the captain sitting beside him. Such a tightly guarded base is the largest and most sophisticated base I have ever seen in my life. If it were peacetime, it would be a violent form of art. In wartime, it is a complete war machine. As an ally, I feel reassured by it. As an enemy, I feel pity for its foes. The construction of the Kabat military base began during the age of the Ling race's colonization and has undergone renovations spanning several decades, which allowed it to achieve such scale, the captain explained. Yes, this I have heard too. This base can fully support the operation of all the fleets in the Federation, symbolizing humanity's highest level of stellar energy development. This fortress relies solely on 3 stars to maintain its operations, Ma Tong remarked. Do you remember how, back then, in the southern front line, the Huaxia and Sanya nations depended on the energy from 3 stars for their operational systems? I do remember. However, there's no comparison. Although we might not have perfectly developed the energy of these 3 stars, we have achieved 100% collection of the scattered energy radiated by them. There are comprehensive energy panels covering the surfaces of the stars, allowing us to power the entire base just through the energy of 3 stars, the captain added. Moreover, the Chongzhou star system is also a major source of spirit crystals in Huaxia. Central China, although established its capital in Bianzhou, relied on Chongzhou to rise as the largest country within the Federation and subsequently obtained the ability to lead internal affairs. Ma Tong nodded, laughing. This base hasn't been attacked before. I'd like to see what it looks like when the Huaxia army attacks it. It must be spectacular. Haha, Master Ma jokes. If I were part of the Huaxia army, I would avoid attacking this base, said the captain. Haha, this Kabat base truly does bring peace of mind, laughed Ma Tong. Ma Tong's fleet entered the defense area of Kabat, and, after being identified by the base defense forces, safely entered the base. Not long after, General Song Ping's escorting fleet also arrived at the Kabat military base, followed closely by Gao He's fleet. After some time, Baoan's fleet also reached the Kabat military base. Sitting in the first officer's seat of Bao An's exclusive flagship, one could see fleets slowly entering the interior of the Kabat military base. The warship navigated gently along the channels, and beyond the sky, one could see metal fortresses towering amidst the deep voids of space. Some fortresses were airports, others were mech assembly zones or starports, while some were dedicated armed fortresses. You could see flying past Federation mechs and fleets, and in the distance was the second line of defense of the Kabat military base. The Federation put just as much effort into fortifying this second line as the outer defenses did, with security increasing significantly the closer one got to the core. While the outer layer served as military bases and outposts, the second perimeter housed the Federation's complete production chain and resource supply line. It encircled the largest spirit crystal mine in Chongzhou along with 3 large military cities of the Federation. Warships and mechs were continuously produced here to maintain support for the front lines. The fleet slowly entered the second ring of the base. Unlike the strict military alertness of the outer perimeter, this area was dominated by industrial bases where resources and war factories were perfectly integrated. More energy plants were also established within this second circle. After a long voyage, the fleet finally reached the innermost core. This was the heart of the Kabat military base. The command center, the research center, and a 3-ring energy plant stood together here. The Federation stationed heavy troops to defend this crucial spot. A towering command center stood on the fortress. This was Bao An's destination. Arriving at the starport, Bao An docked his fleet inside. Upon disembarking from the warship, Bao An was specially greeted by personnel from the command center, while federal soldiers stood in 2 neat rows. Bao An calmly entered the core zone of the Kabat military base, navigating through hundreds or thousands of layers inside the fortress. Various types of electronic calculators could be seen here and there. At the very center of the fortress city stood a red crystal core. Bao An and his entourage swiftly ascended via an electronic levitating elevator to the highest floor of the command center, a vast and fully equipped combat command room. Facing outward was a massive curtain-sized display visible to everyone, revealing the immense structure of the tri-ring energy plant standing beyond. Ma Tong, Gao He, and Song Ping had already arrived. When they saw Bao An come in, they stood up to show their respect. On their faces, Bowen clearly saw an expression of awe. After completing the formalities, Bowen took his seat. A projection appeared not far away, showing several high-ranking officials of the Federation who couldn't physically be present, including Shimin Yong of Chu State. Seeing that everyone was present, Bowen stepped onto the main platform, his back turned toward the grand screen displayed behind him. With satisfaction, he said, "Now that everyone is here, it's time for the next grand event." Chapter 213, The Scepter of God, Part 2. The light screen appeared, revealing the newly appointed 1st Division Commander of the Federal Army, Bao Ying, on the second light screen in front of everyone. "Report to the President. The scepter system is ready and awaiting orders," Bao Ying said. Bao nodded, and everyone noticed the power plant on another nearby fortress begin to change. The nanoparticle camouflage dissipated, revealing its true form. A massive device stood before all, a colossal silver-shaped emitter needle perfectly combined with a rearward energy-collecting surface. Two additional components included a stellar energy plate connected to the core and an extra-dimensional ejection apparatus. "This is the full view of the scepter system. Let me show you how the Scepter of God operates." Bowen smirked confidently. Another light screen behind him then displayed a complete map of the Federation and Huaxia star domains. On this map, there was a visible targeting reticle moving around different locations. "Energy replenishment complete," Bao Ying reported. Bowen nodded and ordered, "Lock onto Huaxia forces, specifically their military operations command headquarters at Yongzhou province. Remember, this isn't a warning. From now on, every one of our attacks must hit them where it hurts." Collecting energy, Bowen continued. "Collect energy." Within the light screen, Bao Ying issued his command accordingly. The energy from the system's power source rapidly gathered onto the battle section's curved surface beneath the emitter needle. Beneath the needle, a glowing ball grew increasingly radiant as it absorbed energy. Energy collection reached 80%, 90%, and finally, 100%. A blue light orb concentrated on the enormous collecting surface, terrifying high-density energy contained within a singular sphere, releasing surplus energy that left the crowd in awe. Everyone present was amazed by the sheer might of this weapon even before it initiated an attack. They held their breaths in anticipation. Extra-dimensional lock target. Target, Huaxia Army's Yongzhou headquarters. Extra-dimensional structure complete, Bao Ying reported. Eject. The subdimension ejector then projected a vast blue glow that formed into a giant circular vortex in front of the battle module. Fire. Upon seeing the completion of the subdimension structure, Bao Ying immediately ordered the attack. Upon receiving the command, Bao Ying initiated the assault order, allowing the blue light orb to channel energy along the metallic needle. As energy focused on the needle, the orb transformed into a terrifying beam and shot outward through the needle. This thick blue beam directly entered the blue vortex. The concentrated energy was gradually diluted as sections of the blue beam were discharged, causing the light orb to decrease in size. The entire emission process lasted a minute, firing hundreds of attacks each exceeding the level of hypercannons. After the conclusion of the launch, the atmosphere in the entire command center brightened considerably. "What do you think?" Bowen smiled. "This toy has two modes of attack. Star attack mode, which doesn't involve scattering, concentrating all energy into one single thrust, achieving star-killing power, and scatter mode, where the coverage is widespread, but each beam still exceeds the power of a super new cannon. We want to see the practical effects," Song Ping commented. "Haha, don't worry, you'll see it," Bowen replied. "Our spies inside Huaxia's Yongzhou headquarters will send live feeds from the testing site shortly." Soon after, a sound echoed from the communication center, and the light screen appeared showing the Huaxia military operations headquarters located in Yongzhou. Huaxia's troops were withdrawing one after another, though some forces didn't manage to evacuate in time. "The Huaxia army is retreating?" Ma Tong remarked. "Haha, that's not unusual. Huaxia started dispersing their armies 3 days ago," Bowen explained. Not long after, several hundred subdimension tunnels opened up in the void above the light screen on the far side. Beams previously emitted through these channels burst forth, bombarding the entire fortress. The starport, the command center, defensive towers, all disappeared in an instant amidst violent explosions that destroyed key areas of the fortress. Surrounding Huaxia fleets, battleships, etc., received varying degrees of bombardment, while some Sky Mothers managed to deploy their energy shields only to be pierced and annihilated by the beams. In the Huaxia military's Yongzhou Operations Command Center, the scene was absolute devastation. Fortresses, warships, mechs, aircraft, all turned into ruins on the battlefield. A single attack caused losses equivalent to those brought about by an entire campaign against Huaxia, shocking all those present with the immense damage done. For a moment, everyone sat silently holding their breath. Then, after a brief pause, thunderous applause erupted throughout the command center. "A single round of attack. I never expected it to have such a grand power. Now I understand why President Bao is so confident in this scepter system." Gao He chuckled. "Ha ha ha, naturally. What is the scepter of God if not an instrument that strikes wherever it points? All within its range are subject to his punishment." Bao laughed heartily. But may I ask, President Bao, when will the next round of attacks take place with such a wonderful weapon?" Song Ping questioned. "The next attack will naturally occur a month from now," Bao smiled. Those who had high hopes for this great thing couldn't help but feel their excitement doused with cold water. Rest assured, the energy gathering process takes about 12 hours, and the mirror cooling time is also 5 hours, allowing for 2 attacks per day, Bao explained. However, its energy consumption is enormous. The base hasn't fully optimized its power supply system yet. Once the system is improved, which should be a month later, we can enter a phase of 2 daily attacks, at which point no matter how strong the Huaxia army might be, they'll be powerless against us. We can let the scepter cover the entire mainland of China, wielding divine authority, and punish everyone who opposes us. So much the better. If it only activated once every month, this weapon wouldn't hold as much terrifying deterrence. Ma Tong chuckled. Yes, indeed well said. However, if this thing could have appeared 2 years earlier, our Chinese Federation wouldn't have fallen to this extent, Song Ping stated. No problem. From now on, it's our time to counterattack, Baoan declared. Our scepter will ensure that all who dare to resist will be punished one by one. We must not only restore the old borders of the Federation, but also destroy the Huaxia army. Baoan continued passionately. Everyone was moved by Baoan's boundless determination and began clapping enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Baoan looked towards someone among the seated group, his eyes flickering uncertainly. If we were to talk about retaliation, the scepter of God alone wouldn't suffice. There would also need to be the power of God, the hand of God. Chapter 214, Xiaohuayang. The authority of the scepter caused a tremor across the land. Flagship Xinglong of the 1st Fleet of the 1st Army of the Huaxia Military, command room on the Skybridge Mother spaceship. We've received intelligence from our rear that the Federation Army's scepter system has launched an attack, the communicator said, and subsequently transmitted the video footage of the scepter system's attack to Xia Hojing. The awe-inspiring offensive replayed before Xia Hojing's eyes again, leaving him unable to conceal his astonishment. He asked, "Tell me about this time's losses." 3 fleets in our rear, which didn't manage to evacuate in time, have been completely wiped out in this assault, said the aide-de-camp. Bang, with a loud sound, Xia Hojing angrily hit his captain chair and said, "Mark this thing as SSS level. Once there's the capability to launch an attack against it, all Huaxia troops must do their utmost to destroy it." Understood, said the aide-de-camp. This matter requires an early discussion. After saying this, Xia Hojing stood up and left the bridge combat command room, heading for the virtual conference room where Tang Yongtao, Zheng Guoziu, and Xia Huda were present. These 3 people, like Xia Hojing, had things on their mind and were undecided by what just happened. A single attack can easily sweep away one of our large fortresses and destroy 3 of our fleets. It's hard to imagine what might happen when it attacks again, said Zheng Guoziu. It was because our forces weren't able to withdraw in time before that attack, which led us to suffer such great losses, said Xia Huda. But from this, we can see that this threat is effective against stationary or slow-moving targets, but probably less so against moving ones, said Zheng Guoziu. You're right, but did you consider what would happen if those stationary targets were cities? Asked Xia Huda. Cities? Zheng Guoziu pondered for a moment and then said, the Federation Army no longer cares about public sentiment. If they use Lantian City as hostages, they may also use other Huaxia cities as hostages to force our surrender. Quite difficult, said Tang Yongtao. If this situation arises, our army will be in a difficult position. The only option is to eliminate this threat before he launches another attack, said Xia Huda. First, we don't know when his next round of attacks will be. Secondly, the Cobalt military base where the scepter is located isn't easy to capture, said Tang Yongtao. In that case, we'll have nothing to lose, said Xia Hojing. We can only ask him to do everything he can to get us the defensive plan of the Cobalt military base. Only with some knowledge of this base can we capture it. But my brother, said Xia Huda, the war is almost over. This will be a decisive battle no matter what. We need to throw everything we have into it, said Xia Hojing. The war will take place soon. Everyone, go back and prepare yourselves. As for you two, Xia Huda and Zheng Guoziu responsible for attacking Chongzhou, I understand that dealing with this massive fortress poses its challenges. Knowing both yourself and your enemy is how you achieve total victory, isn't it? I'll confirm the preheating time of the scepter with Xiaohuayang and obtain the defensive plan of the Cobalt fortress, said Xia Hojing. Then, generals, return and prepare for war. We'll end this war in the next battle. Understood, said the various generals. After the conversation ended, Xia Hojing went into a secret room and connected to a special sky signal, with the light screen appearing. It revealed to be Xia Ziliang of the Federal Army. Liang, surely you've witnessed the enormous threat the scepter system poses to our Huaxia army. Xia Hojing said. Indeed, it's a significant ace weapon, Xia Ziliang replied anxiously. Huaxia cannot tolerate the existence of such a thing. I'd like to inquire from you about the time of its next attack and its attack frequency, Xia Hojing said. The energy absorption plates for this device are not yet fully installed. Its next attack is in 1 month. However, its potential hasn't been maximized. When fully developed, it can attack once every half-day cycle, Xia Ziliang said. If it could attack every half-day, that would pose a major problem for our army. Wait a moment. Suddenly Xia Hojing realized something and followed up with, you mentioned that the next attack is in 1 month? Yes, in 1 month, the Federal Army will launch another attack. If this item's potential reaches its maximum, the attack will be every half-day, Xia Ziliang responded. Let's destroy that apparatus within 1 month then. Xia Hojing continued. Additionally, I hope you can obtain the most critical intelligence regarding the Cobalt military base for our army. Well, but can you trust me, father? Xia Ziliang said. Oh, are you talking about the last war? Xia Hojing said. The Federation Army must have suspected you. I had this concern at first, but later investigations confirmed that it was not an order issued by Baoan before, but a last-minute change of decision by the Federation Army. However, our targeted deployment might lead to their suspicion on me, Xia Ziliang said. Come back after this war. Xia Hojing said. You've had a hard time these past few decades. Not at all, Xia Ziliang replied. After Bao Yu stepped down, Baoan doesn't have many people he can use or trust. The First Army is replaced by Bao Ying, and Baoan has let me take command of the newly established Fifth Army. Baoan stepped down? Xia Hojing asked in confusion. It happened a few days ago. Baoan submitted a resignation letter to the president, stepping down as commander of the Federation's First Army Corps, then disappeared without a trace. At present, Bao Ying has taken over. Originally, Bao Ying was supposed to lead the newly formed Fifth Corps, but since circumstances have changed, the Fifth Army will be under my control, Xia Ziliang said. That's good. Xia Hojing thought for a moment and said, then I'll count on your assistance in the next campaign. Remember, we need the most precise intelligence on the Kobo military base. Haha, don't worry, father. I've gathered comprehensive internal information on the Kobo military base, which I believe will be very helpful to the Huaxia army. Xia Ziliang laughed. That's good, Xia Hojing said. Take good care of yourself. Given your current unclear situation, it's important to hide your identity more carefully so as not to be discovered. The Federation army still trusts me. Otherwise, they wouldn't give me such an important responsibility, right? Xia Ziliang laughed. So, father, you don't need to worry. In the upcoming war, I'll make sure to give my best. If so, let us bring this campaign to a perfect conclusion. Xia Hojing said. Chapter 215, The Last Synchronization Body. The business transport ship docked at the starport of Mingzhou City, and Dai Lingnan calmly walked down from the transport ship with his luggage. At this moment, the sky communicator opened again, and a light screen appeared. This was a call from Zhu Lingyu, the premier of Huaxia. Dai Lingnan immediately left the area and entered the rented hotel room before opening this message. Not long ago, General Xiahou Jing of the front line sent me some bad news. The command center of Huaxia's army in Yong province was destroyed by the new weapon of the federal army, causing heavy casualties, Zhu Lingyu said after explaining, then sent a video to Dai Lingnan to watch. After viewing it, Dai Lingnan nodded and said, this object is indeed more terrifying than the death ray from years ago. However, it's impossible for the federal army to solely rely on this weapon to turn the situation around, but its threat is greater than the death ray. Oh, what? Zhu Lingyu asked curiously. The death ray from the past didn't function like a scepter which could transmit attack waves through subspace, Dai Lingnan explained. However, the death ray is a mobile fortress, while the scepter is a stationary one. In terms of attack methods, the scepter is more flexible than the death ray, and the mobile death ray resembles a super battleship in the space battlefield, with movement ensuring its survival rate. So, what's the current solution to the scepter system? Zhu Lingyu asked. The target locking of the scepter system relies on a star domain map for attacks. If it needs to accurately hit moving targets, then it must have eyes to ensure that its lock position is correct. Therefore, blinding it would be a way to force it to blindly strike based only on the map, Dai Lingnan said. However, it poses a serious threat to stationary targets. If its locked target is a city, military base, or energy zone, it will cause a disaster for Huaxia. Hence, destroying or capturing it is the only way to completely resolve the problem. I imagine the Huaxia army is also pondering over ways to address this threat, Zhu Lingyu said. I think the Huaxia army's offensive won't be long. Our general wanted a quick resolution with the federal army anyway. With the current threat, your time to return isn't much, Dai Lingnan. I know this. Rest assured, I will return to the Fifth Corps before the battle begins, Dai Lingnan said. In that case, it's all good, Zhu Lingyu said. Xiahou Jing said something very correctly. This battle will be the last stand between the Federation and Huaxia. The result of the war will be Huaxia's victory, Dai Lingnan laughed. I think so too. The Chinese Federation has long lost its legitimacy, Zhu Lingyu laughed. I need your help, Dai Lingnan said. Oh, what kind of help? Zhu Lingyu asked. I want to borrow your dedicated spaceship. I've arrived at Mingzhou City, and I need a fast spaceship to reach my destination, Dai Lingnan said. My destination is not along the shipping routes. Zhu Lingyu nodded and smiled. Sure, I'll let my subordinates drive the spaceship to where you are. In that case, I'm very grateful, Dai Lingnan said. If I can help, I will do my best to assist you. Don't be polite, Zhu Lingyu said. After both parties ended the communication via the sky communicator, Dai Lingnan washed up, rested a bit, then went to the starport. Not long after, Zhu Lingyu's subordinates drove the spaceship according to Dai Lingnan's requirements to the pier where he was. This was a single-person operable rapid spacecraft, with low endurance for a solo flight, but excelling in speed. Two privates got off the spaceship and respectfully saluted Dai Lingnan, saying, General Dai Lingnan, we have brought the spaceship to you as per your request. Thank you for your trouble, Dai Lingnan said. You're welcome, General. The private finished speaking, then indicated for Dai Lingnan to board the spaceship. Dai Lingnan subsequently entered the spaceship interior and departed from the starport alone. The spaceship traveled swiftly through the planetary belt, getting closer to an uninhabited region. Dai Lingnan entered a destination into the spaceship controls, and the spaceship quickly headed towards that destination. New Dongqing Fortress. Baoan left the covert military base and returned here. This time, he wasn't heading to the semi-core, but instead came to the topmost building of the New Dongqing Fortress. At this point, only copies remained in the New Dongqing Fortress, and the top-level structure Baoan occupied was the data center of the fortress, a circular interior where only a floating chair hovered in midair. Baoan sat on the floating chair, and all around him, light screens began to appear. These light screens showed various locations within the covert fortress, different areas of the Zhonghua Federal Republic, and images relayed by spies scattered across various star domains of China. Baoan brought the semicircular building's interior condition from the light screen to his forefront. It was originally just one of hundreds of screens, but when it came in front of Bowen, the screen grew larger, showing the scene inside the semicircular building of the new Dongqing fortress. The 4 data processing computers finally delivered their final result, with the last synchronization body occupying the final nutrient tank. The central English text also changed from SSS to X. Aha! Bowen couldn't suppress the eruption of emotions within him. In this space where only he existed, he laughed wildly, laughing to the point of hysteria. Finally, it has come out. The last step is finally completed. But why didn't it finish earlier? Bowen, almost insane, asked the girl sleeping in the nutrient tank on the light screen. My treasure, why didn't you finish earlier? After speaking, Bowen sat back down comfortably on the chair, enjoying the sense of comfort it provided, and chuckled. The strongest power, X-grade. I have finally mastered it. Bowen then said excitedly. It seems like the war can't come soon enough. Let the Huaxia army see how powerful my treasure is. Ha. After speaking, Bowen pressed a button on the chair. In front of him appeared a photon computer, and Bowen quickly typed more text programming into the light keyboard of the computer. The exterior of the new Dongqing fortress underwent dramatic changes. The huge fortress spaceport began its first phase, with the ring-shaped defense chain starting to float up, while the propulsion devices at the rear began moving the fortress away from its original position. What was once the headquarters of an intelligence agency instantly transformed into a mobile fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Leaving its original location, the mobile fortress slowly moved toward the deeper planetary belt. Inside the fortress, it gave Bowen a tremendous sense of security. Seated in the circular command center, Bowen could remotely control the entire battlefield through various light screens. This fortress was different from the covert military base's scepter system. If the scepter at covert military base was considered the rod of God, as Bowen had once called it, then the current fortress undeniably was the palace where God resides. Chapter 216, Awakening. The spaceship was rapidly navigating through the uninhabited belt of Mingzhou. On the radar screen, the distance to the target was getting closer and closer. Xiaoda took out a jet-propelled spacesuit and put it on. Finally, the spaceship arrived at its destination. Dai Lingen docked the spaceship on a moderately sized asteroid and set an automatic return program for the ship. After disembarking, wearing his flight suit, he flew towards a larger nearby asteroid. The ship that brought him automatically returned along the original route. Eventually, Dai Lingen landed on the surface of this large planet with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. He took out his unique pocket watch and opened it. Inside the watch, a blue crystal the size of a grain of rice appeared. Dai Lingen moved forward slowly with the blue crystal in hand. The crystal flickered intermittently as he advanced toward the direction it indicated. He came to a massive fissure on the planetary surface where the light from the blue crystal suddenly became very bright. After checking, Dai Lingen leapt into the canyon's depths. After Dai Lingen jumped into the bottom of the valley, standing at its center, the blue crystal inside his pocket watch illuminated the entire crevasse. At the center, Dai Lingen placed the tiny blue crystal on the ground, which sank into the planetary surface like a stone sinking in water. The ground under his feet turned into something swampy, dragging him down. As if descending into the deep sea, together with the tiny blue crystal, Dai Lingen quickly submerged deep into the interior of the planet. Despite being surrounded by hard planetary rocks, the glow emitted from the crystal continued to allow everything within range to be seen clearly. When the tiny crystal had sunk to a certain depth, it finally broke free from the rocky crust and entered the core of the asteroid. Dai Lingen landed on the floor after falling from above. The small blue crystal returned to his hand. He surveyed his surroundings again. It was a magnificent palace made of pure white crystals. Its light covered the entire region of the asteroid field, and its grandeur was evident beneath the surface of the asteroid, majestic and splendid. Dai Lingen ascended the steps one by one, walking towards the White Palace, crossing over the gates of the palace. Ahead, there was a black and white road leading to the main hall not far away. He walked steadily along this road, appearing slow but actually closing the distance to the palace very quickly. When he reached the main gate of the palace, the doors opened automatically. In the main hall, the blue crystal hovered in midair, below which were 2 frozen containers. Dai Lingen approached the container slowly and raised the tiny blue crystal. It floated upwards and embedded itself into the larger suspended blue crystal. In one of the freezing chambers, Dai Lingen saw a white-haired young woman asleep. Everything inside remained unchanged. She possessed exquisite beauty and an excellent figure, calmly sleeping inside, just like the Sleeping Beauty from fairy tales. The outfit she wore was the previous generation's uniform of the Huaxia military. Her shoulder badge was also identical to Dai Lingen's, the insignia of a general. Her pale hands rested crossed over her stomach, with a letter placed neatly in her hands. Dai Lingen retrieved the envelope. On it was only a line written, Year 4498 of star severity, left by Dai Lingen. It was a letter written 29 years ago, left for the young woman in the container. Surprisingly, despite the passing time, the letter looked exactly the same as when it was placed there. The floating blue crystal above slowly descended until it finally embedded itself in the chest of the sleeping young woman. Dai Lingen held the letter in his hands, looking at the words he wrote 29 years ago. Slowly, the young woman opened her eyes. Her deep blue pupils gazed at Dai Lingen, who was reading the letter carefully. Her pale lips parted slightly as she said, "Did you come to see me? How long has it been?" Dai Lingen did not reply directly, instead finishing reading the letter first. The young woman patiently waited. "It's been 29 years, Dai Lingen said after putting down the letter. Long enough. Closing my eyes felt like yesterday, and now opening them. Yesterday turns out to be 29 years ago, the young woman said confidently, believing what Dai Lingon told her. Are your wounds healed, Ninglan? Dai Lingon asked. I feel much better, the young woman said as her silver-white hair gradually turned black, her pupils returning to black as well. Her complexion no longer appeared so ghastly pale. Is there something you need my help with, brother? Hearing the word brother, Dai Lingon frowned tightly, and the young woman ultimately did not continue with what she wanted to say. I need to use your abilities, Dai Lingon said. The young girl nodded and sat up from the container. Beside her was a long halberd. She retrieved the weapon and stepped out of the container. From the other side, another girl dressed in an old-style Huaxia military uniform also emerged. After a long slumber, she seemed somewhat disoriented with reality. In her hands, she held a custom K2 high-precision sniper rifle. Seeing Dai Ninglan standing there unscathed, the girl exclaimed in surprise. I remember Sister Ninglan suffered very severe injuries, didn't she? She's fine now, said Dai Lingon. So quickly, the girl marveled. 29 years have passed. What do you think? Dai Lingon stated. 29 years. The girl repeated incredulously. Clearly both had no clear concept of how much time had elapsed. Yes, it has been 29 years for you too since you were last outside, confirmed Dai Lingon. What about the Ling clan? Asked the girl. The Ling clan has retreated from human territories, Zhaoying, answered Dai Lingon. Haha. Right, if 29 years has passed, anything could have happened, Zhaoying said with a melancholic look on her face. Are you upset at losing 29 years here for no reason? Dai Lingon asked. Zhaoying shook her head without answering. There's still war outside, just against different enemies now, explained Dai Lingon. Different enemies? Zhaoying questioned. That's correct. I came to see how your injuries are doing, and if possible, I'd like your help, said Dai Lingon. The two girls nodded in agreement as Dai Lingon took out a luminescent screen displaying a set of coordinates, saying, Let's return then, and reach the battlefield as fast as we can. Zhaoying glanced at the coordinates and replied, This location is hundreds of light years away. Even traveling at top speed might exhaust Sister Ninglan. Leave it to me. Dai Ninglan gazed at the coordinates, then swung the halberd in the air, creating a crack that transformed into a portal, revealing a blue vortex within. It's ready, said Dai Ninglan, her complexion slightly pale. Dai Lingon nodded, and then the three stepped into the portal. Not long after, the portal closed again, restoring the hall to silence. Chapter 217, Return. Headquarters of the 5th Army of Huaxia. Since the last war, Xiaoling Xiahou has been restless. Dai Lingshan's unexpected departure created a vacancy in the command layer of the 5th Army, and General Li Xian temporarily replaced him. The 5th Army also did not achieve much in the last war. As of yesterday, at the temporary headquarters meeting of the Huaxia Army, Xiaoling Xia communicated with Xiaoling Xiahou via holographic screen. Do you know where your corps commander Dai Lingshan is? Asked Xiaoling Xiahou. I do not, replied Xiaoling Xiahou. As far as I know, Dai Lingshan is in Mingzhou City, said Xiaoling Xiahou. It takes 4 months for a round trip from here to Mingzhou, and we only have 1 month to prepare. Do you think Dai Lingshan is joking with me? Asked Xiaoling Xiahou. Perhaps the head really had something important to attend to, said Xiaoling Xiahou. Important? Can anything be more urgent than the war? Xiaoling Xiahou angrily responded. Then, Xiaoling Xiahou swept away his discontented mood and said, In any case, he is in Mingzhou and needs 4 months to return. We only have 1 month to shut down the federal scepter system. I can't wait for him, and the 5th Army cannot be without its leader. So I intend to pick someone responsible from the ranks of the 5th Army's generals to lead this war. Wasn't General Li Xian recommended by the chief when he left? Asked Xiaoling Xiahou. Li Xian has not performed well, and since the decisive battle is approaching, we must choose again an appropriate person who can shoulder great responsibility, and clearly Li Xian is not qualified, Xiaoling Xiahou said. Then, whose general do you mean from our army? Xiaoling Xiahou asked. General Zhou He? Zhou He won't work. His temper is too fiery, and he isn't suitable for major responsibilities, Xiaoling Xiahou said. What about Jiang Sheng? Xiaoling Xiahou asked. Jiang Sheng isn't ready either. Too young, lacking maturity and composure, Xiaoling Xiahou said. What about Qian Rong then? Xiaoling Xiahou asked. Qian Rong was originally a surrendered general. He cannot handle this task, Xiaoling Xiahou said. Xiaoling Xiahou systematically listed all her army's various generals, and each was successively rejected by Xiaoling Xiahou. I think that since the chief recommended General Li Xian, there must be a good reason. Xiaoling Xiahou feigned ignorance and continued. Ha ha ha. Daughter, don't forget your own identity, Xiaoling Xiahou laughed. I'm a major general in the 5th Army of the Huaxia Army, Xiaoling Xiahou joked. Could father be referring to me? Yes, Xiaoling Xiahou, you will lead the 5th Army in this war, Xiaoling Xiahou said. How could I? I am certainly no match for General Li Xian, Xiaoling Xiahou said. The decision is made. You are to temporarily replace Dai Lingshan in this war and complete the 5th Army's mission. That's it, Xiaoling Xiahou said. I suppose your abilities need no modesty. But, Xiaoling Xiahou began. Daughter, don't be overly modest. Complete the 5th Army's tasks in this campaign, which is proof of your capabilities, Xiaoling Xiahou said. If you perform excellently, after the war, I won't object to rebuilding a new corps and letting you become the corps commander. To serve in the military was Xiaoling Xiahou's choice. Her dream was to become a commanding female general leading a division. Becoming a major general fulfilled part of her dream, but now she hesitated to seize this opportunity presented before her, creating a strange feeling. It wasn't achieved through her own efforts. She didn't want to accept it. If Dai Lingshan returns, Xiaoling Xiahou started. Being in Mingzhou, do you think he'll be back soon? Xiaojing Xiahou questioned. That's true. Xiaoling Xiahou admitted quietly. Daughter, isn't this your dream? Why so indecisive now? Xiaojing Xiahou asked. No special reasons. Let me consider this carefully, Xiaoling Xiahou replied. Alright, just make sure you don't make me wait months like Dai Lingshan, Xiaojing Xiahou stated. Not a problem, I understand, Xiaoling Xiahou responded. After saying this, Xiaoling Xiahou turned off the communication device. Up to this point, Xiaoling Xiahou, feeling extremely uneasy, came to the first flagship Star Harbor docked at the headquarters of the Fifth Army, the Starlight Carrier Star Source, and daydreamed. No, this isn't the result I want, Xiaoling Xiahou immediately affirmed resolutely. Though it's my dream should be achieved through my hard work. Up until now, my achievements haven't reached the level of admiral yet. How can I mobilize an entire army? Xiaoling Xiahou added. But who will lead the Fifth Army? Since Central Command chose me, isn't this an opportunity? Xiaoling Xiahou reflected. After saying this, Xiahou Ling boarded the bridge of this warship. This warship was the flagship of the First Army and Dai Lingshan's personal ship. Months ago, after receiving news of Dai Lingshan's resignation from his position, this ship was temporarily under the command of Li Xian and still served as the flagship. After the war ended, this starry sky carrier had been stationed here all along. The white military boots paced restlessly as Xiahou Ling headed to the combat command room of this warship. Reaching the door, Xiahou Ling took a deep breath, and the electronic door opened. Glancing around, it seemed empty at first, but when Xiahou Ling's gaze swept over the captain's chair, she saw a figure sitting there. Who's there? Xiahou Ling said. Have you forgotten me after a few months away? The captain's chair turned around, and Dai Lingshan was sitting there with a smile. Commander, Xiahou Ling exclaimed in surprise. Why are you so surprised to see me? Dai Lingshan asked. Weren't you in Mingzhou? It should take at least 4 months for you to get back. Xiahou Ling said. How did you hear about me being in Mingzhou? Dai Lingshan grinned. From my father. Xiahou Ling replied. How would he know I'm in Mingzhou? Dai Lingshan asked thoughtfully before adding. But I am indeed here now. It's good that you're back. At least the Fifth Army won't be leaderless anymore. Xiahou Ling said. Oh, didn't I recommend Li Xian to replace me? Dai Lingshan said. Still, the next battle needs my personal involvement. Why did you leave the Fifth Army? Xiahou Ling asked. The purpose of my leaving was to escort an important person from the military, Dai Lingshan laughed. An important person from the military? Xiahou Ling wondered aloud. What important person from the military? Dai Lingshan smiled silently, without revealing anything. Forget it, it's good that you're back. That saves me the trouble of worrying about strange matters. Honestly, why am I even bothering with these things? Xiahou Ling sighed irritably. Dai Lingshan noticed everything but remained silent. There was an awkward pause, then Dai Lingshan stood up and stretched, saying, So the next move will be our final showdown with the federal forces. We've been fighting for so long. Naturally, I couldn't miss it. Chapter 218, Pre-War Conference. Dai Lingnan's return drew a lot of attention, and many officers in the Huaxia army were confused about how he could come back within a day after being away for 4 months. Of course, some people guessed that it might not be the real Dai Lingnan. However, this was not the time to think about such issues. After being reprimanded by Xiahou Jing, Dai Lingnan returned to the Fifth Army as the war was about to start, and the final military conference also began. In the empty meeting room with the projection system, there was only Dai Lingnan. Soon, the projector started working, projecting the figures of Xiahou Jing, Xiahou Da, Tang Yongtao, and Zheng Guoziu. Tang Yongtao and Zheng Guoziu were very surprised at Dai Lingnan's return, so they asked him before the meeting started. General Dai, what did you do during these months since your resignation? Tang Yongtao asked. I just want to take care of some matters. Dai Lingnan replied. What is more urgent than the war? Tang Yongtao asked again. An officer should always prioritize the war. In ancient times, fleeing from battle would result in execution. The matter I dealt with is related to the war. My resignation was not a desertion, but an officially approved leave. Dai Lingnan explained. Yes, it is indeed strange that they allowed you to leave at such a critical moment. Tang Yongtao said, clearly disapproving of Dai Lingnan's sudden resignation. So, your resignation was for handling something war-related. What was it? Zheng Guoziu asked. If I must say, I can explicitly tell you that it was a secret left behind by the former Huaxia military commander Zhao Hong. Dai Lingnan replied. Well, let's stop discussing unnecessary details and focus on the meeting. Xiahou Jing interjected, slightly annoyed. After saying this, a virtual projection of a map of the Federation and Huaxia appeared. Both countries had deployed heavy troops along their respective borders. At this point on the map, Huaxia controlled the Central Star region, the Western Star region, the Southwestern Star region, the Northwestern Star region, and the Southern Star region. Meanwhile, the Federation controlled the Northern Star region and the Eastern Star region. The Chu Army of the Federation was stationed in Tanzhou, the 1st Central Army of the Federation was stationed at the Cobart military base in Chongzhou, and the 2nd and 5th Central Armies of the Federation were guarding Bianzhou. Dai Lingnan, now that you're back, at least I don't have to worry too much. The 5th Army will accomplish its mission smoothly. You probably paid more attention to the situation while you were away. Xiahou Jing said. Yes, I did pay attention. Dai Lingnan replied. There is a scepter system installed at the Cobart military base. Its existence is like a sword hanging over our fleet. It will enter the normal launch sequence in 1 month, and we don't have much time. Therefore, we must act quickly and attack various regions of the Federation. Xiahou Jing stated. I've heard of its existence. Regarding the scepter system, we should aim to eliminate all entities within our territory that can provide vision for the Federation. Dai Lingnan suggested. Indeed, we are already dealing with the task of clearing out spies. However, Even if they cannot pose any threat to our moving forces, what happens if they launch an attack against fixed city targets? Thus, swift action is needed. Break through the enemy's defense line and destroy this device. Xiahou Jing added. As the marshal has said, Dai Lingnan replied. Xiahou Jing nodded and then changed the deployment on the Star Region map, saying, the Northern Federation Chu Army and the 3 Northern Star regions shall be conquered by General Dai Lingnan. I and General Zhonghua will take care of the Central Star region. The operation to capture the Cobalt military base held by the Southern Federation Army shall be handled by the 4th and 5th Armies. The middle battlefield will end the war as quickly as possible. Then our forces will move from north to south towards the north of Chongzhou to destroy the Cobalt military base together with the 4th and 5th Armies. Xiahou Jing explained. After that, Xiahou Jing displayed the general plan of the Cobalt military base and said, this is the final plan obtained from the Federation regarding the Cobalt military base. Knowing both ourselves and our enemies ensures success in 100 battles. As the main force attacking the Cobalt military base in this campaign, General Tang Yongtao and Xiahou Da, this is what you need most. Xiahou Jing pointed out. I wonder if this intelligence was also obtained from him. Tang Yongtao questioned. Yes, it is the best intelligence he gathered from the Federation Army. Xiahou Jing answered. Cheng Guoziu and Tang Yongtao carefully examined the entire defensive layout of the Cobalt military base and remarked, it is indeed a hard fortress to conquer. I have thought of some ways to breach this fortress. Xiahou Da reviewed the fortification plan of this stronghold and said, Xiahou Da's confidence is a good thing, but you must remember that you are also facing the First Army of the Federation, which consists of 7 fleets that will impede your capture of this stronghold, Xiahou Jing said. Capturing the Cobalt military base means seizing Chongzhou, Xiahou Da said. Don't worry, with such detailed intelligence, it won't be hard for the 4th and 5th Armies of the Federation to seize it. And I heard that the new commander of the First Army has been replaced, so he probably won't be as difficult to deal with as his predecessor. Never underestimate any of your enemies on the battlefield, or they will give you a fatal lesson, Xiahou Jing said. Understood, Xiahou Da replied. But what is the background of the new commander of the Federation's First Army, Bao Ying? Tang Yongtao asked. According to him, he was originally the reserve commander of the 5th Army of the Federation. Later, due to Bao Yu's resignation, he stepped in to lead the First Army, Xiahou Jing said. Since he was one of the talents chosen by the Federation Army as a candidate for command roles, there must be some outstanding qualities about him. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures success in 100 battles. Do not underestimate him until you have fully understood him. Xiahou Da nodded without saying anything. We must destroy the device located at the center of the Cobalt fortress within a month, Xiahou Jing said, then pulled up a holographic projection of the scepter system located at the center of the Cobalt military base. This is the thing that could cause us unimaginable disasters, so we must completely destroy it before it launches its next attack. Understood, Xiahou Da and Tang Yongtao replied. Our strategy hasn't changed. Dai Lingnan will lead the 5th Army to attack the Northern Star region, while Zheng Guoziu and I will attack the Bianzhou Star region. Xiahou Da and Tang Yongtao will take on the Chongzhou Star region, bringing down the Federation in one battle. If the Federal Chu Kingdom in the northwest could surrender, it would make our subsequent war efforts much easier, Dai Lingnan suddenly said. That's true, but why do you say that, General Dai? Xiahou Jing asked. I think it's worth giving it a try, isn't it? Dai Lingnan said. After hearing this, Xiahou Jing and Dai Lingnan exchanged smiles in agreement. Chapter 219, The War Begins. Midway through the star year 4527, after completing their preparations, the Huaxia army launched its final offensive against the Federation forces, aiming to completely annex the Chinese Federation in this war. In the Xuzhou front, the 4th and 3rd armies of Huaxia attacked the Chongzhou Star region. In North Xuzhou and South Yongzhou, the 1st and 2nd armies of Huaxia attacked the Federation's Chongzhou, while the 5th army of Huaxia attacked the Northern Star regions. Thus, the final battle began. The Federation army along the Chongzhou line had gathered all its forces at the Cobalt military base. Hence, at the beginning of the war, they ceded many areas of Chongzhou. However, the Huaxia army faced the largest military base of the Federation, Cobalt military base. How to capture Cobalt military base became the biggest problem for the 3rd and 4th armies of Huaxia, and also the most urgent issue that the Huaxia army needed to solve within a month. In the northern domain battlefield, Dai Lingnan chose to stand against the Chu Kingdom army of the Federation in the Tanzhou Star region. The Huaxia army did not attack as hastily in the northern domain as in the Chongzhou line, but adopted a steady and solid strategy. Meanwhile, Bianzhou, the headquarters of the Federal Army, became the front line for the first time. Faced with pressure from the Huaxia army, the 2nd and 5th Central armies of the Federation staunchly defended the defensive lines. On board the Star Dragon battleship, on the bridge command room, the Federation army has given you command over the 5th Army, which is giving us an incredible opportunity, Xiahou Jing said with a laugh. Before his eyes was a sky transmission screen from the Federation army, where he communicated with Xia Ziliang, dressed in the uniform of a Federation army general. In accordance with father's needs, I have brought the entire layout map of the Federation Army's defenses, Xia Ziliang stated. Xiahou Jing nodded and another light screen appeared displaying the defense diagram of the Federation Army along the Chongzhou line. The Federation's 2nd Army was the strongest, stationed in the middle upper line, whereas the Federation's 5th Army was weaker, guarding the lower battlefield. The Huaxia Army needs to create a breach in the 5th Army's line so that our 2nd Army can rush in from here and annihilate the Federation's 2nd Army. Can we do it? Xiahou Jing questioned. Yes, exposing a weakness would be enough to create a breakthrough point in this defense line, Xia Ziliang responded. Good, Ziliang. Thank you for your efforts, Xiahou Jing remarked. Certainly, father, Xia Ziliang answered. After Xia Ziliang closed the transmission, Xiahou Jing opened another channel leading to the general commander of the Huaxia Second Army, Zhonghua Federation. Are you ready? The Fifth Army of the Federation will reveal a gap on the southern line. Break through from there, go around behind the Federation's Second Army, and let's attack from both sides to break through the defensive line of the Federation's Second Army. This is excellent. However, I'm curious, shouldn't he be suspected by the Federation Army? Why does the Federation still use him as the corps commander of the Fifth Army? An army leader who plans for the enemy would be a disaster. Zhang Guiziu exclaimed. Yes, such a corps commander indeed would be a disaster for an army. What you said is correct. But what if the Federation never doubted him from the start? Isn't it possible? Xiahou Jing said. Therefore, why not take advantage of this excellent opportunity and break through to conquer the Federation's capital Bianzhou? Although Bianzhou City is not our main goal right now, capturing the capital of the Chinese Federation will certainly bring far-reaching political effects. Zhang Guiziu nodded. Xiahou Jing added. Moreover, we face a great threat to the south. Why haven't I changed the plan to concentrate our forces on attacking the Zhongzhou Federation directly instead of dividing them into 3 routes? It's because after swiftly handling the central line, Bianzhou will move south to join forces with the 3rd and 4th armies of Huaxia to destroy the greatest fortress of the Federation Army, Kobo military base. It seems the Marshal had everything figured out already. The Federation Army probably hasn't suspected him. It was our concern that turned out unnecessary. Zhang Guiziu commented. Exactly, someone entrusted with heavy responsibilities in the Federation must still be unknown to them regarding his real identity. Since the Federation willingly places trust in him, this could turn into our chance for success. If it works out once in battle, why would we miss the current opportunity? Xiahou Jing laughed. It's really unfortunate to see how the Federation Army makes crucial mistakes while fighting for survival. In the southern line of the Bianzhou defense, due to a timing error during troop movements, the 5th Central Army of the Federation created a defensive vacuum in Lingqing, allowing the Huaxia Army to act decisively and capture Lingqing. This turned Lingqing into a wedge the Huaxia Army inserted deep into the Federation Army's position. Leveraging the empty spot provided by Lingqing, the Huaxia Army continued tearing apart the Federation Army's defenses. Headquarters of the Federation's Bianzhou defenses. General Xia Ziliang, how could you make such a grave mistake? Do you realize that any gap in the southern line will be exploited by the Huaxia Army? Ma Honggang said. And now, this vulnerability has been exposed due to your actions. The Huaxia Army is continuously tearing through our defenses. Several key points in our defensive lines have already fallen to the Huaxia Army. Based on their movements, Huaxia's Second Army will rush through this gap and surround us from both front and back, all because of this crucial mistake of yours. Xiahou De remained silent, accepting Ma Honggang's rebuke. Ma Honggang sighed and said, this incident will be recorded against you. Now that the situation has occurred, we can only face the reality. If we continue to defend the first line of defense, we will risk being surrounded. It seems the first line of defense cannot hold back the enemy. Our only option is to retreat. Retreat to the second line of defense. Xia Ziliang asked. Yes, we must not lose the second line of defense. If it falls, our rear will directly expose our capital of the Chinese Federation, Bianzhou City. I understand, Xia Ziliang said. The Federation fleet reorganized, and the 2 corps quickly retreated to the second line of defense before the Huaxia Army completed its encirclement. However, this also meant the Federation forces had abandoned areas beyond the second line of defense in the greater Bianzhou region. The second line of defense was constructed using several critical cities at the forefront of Bianzhou. Once breached, the next target for the Huaxia Army would be Bianzhou City itself. As the headquarters of the Federation Army, the importance of Bianzhou City was incomparable. If it were to fall, the political implications would be far-reaching, making it unacceptable for the Federation Army to allow the city's loss. As the Federation Army abandoned the first line of defense, the Huaxia Army gathered its forces and launched attacks on numerous cities across the Federation's territory in Bianzhou, reclaiming many regions formerly held by the Federation behind their second line of defense. Such was the scene around the battlefield of Bianzhou City, while in the southern Zhongzhou theater, an entirely different picture unfolded. Chapter 220, The Zhongzhou Strategy. Zhongzhou, headquarters of the 4th Army of Huaxia. According to our current intelligence, the Federation Army will not take the initiative to attack us. They will defend at the Kobo military base, Xiahou De said. We have repeatedly tried to lure the Federation Army out of their base for a confrontation, but they haven't fallen for it. It seems that the Federation's Bobo Eagle is indeed competent. Forcing an attack on Kobo Fortress is unavoidable, Tang Yongtao said. You're right, but attacking a fortress is a regrettable choice, Xiahou De said. An ancient saying goes, the best warfare strategy is planning, next is diplomatic maneuvers, then military operations, and the least desirable is attacking fortresses. Attacking fortresses is truly a last resort. I've already suffered several defeats in costly sieges, and this Kobo military base is even more solidly built than the Shuzhou city, with better defenses. Ha! I believe, General Xiahou De, you're not afraid, are you? Even the toughest bones need to be gnawed on, either by us or someone else, Tang Yongtao laughed. Therefore, let's discuss now how we can capture this fortress. Xiahou De nodded, and soon in the virtual meeting room, a three-dimensional projection of the Kobo military base appeared before everyone's eyes. The Kobo military base spans 3 star systems, with immense construction costs. Our main target, the Scepter system, is located in the Central Star System, Xiahou said. The defense in the Central Star System is very strong, just like multiple layers of fortifications, Tang Yongtao said, while looking at the star map. Yes, the Central Star System is like numerous layers of fortifications. Therefore, I plan to use the other two star systems as targets for attack. What do you think? Xiahou asked. The two adjacent star systems are indeed easier to fight against. But if we concentrate more effort on conquering these two systems, what about the central one? Tang Yongtao asked. How will we destroy the Federation's Scepter system within 1 month? The issue lies here, but the star in the Central Star System doesn't supply energy to the Kobo military base in the center, Xiahou said. It doesn't supply energy to the Central Star System's base? Tang Yongtao was surprised, looked at the entire star system map, and then said, I see. The Federation's stellar energy from the Central Star System directly powers the superweapon Scepter system, while the energy supply for the Federation's Central Star domain mainly comes from the contributions of the other two star systems. Therefore, if we capture their other two bases and destroy their two stellar energy systems, the defensive facilities in the Central Star System will either become paralyzed and non-functional, or if they continue operating, there won't be enough energy to sustain the functioning of the Scepter system, Xiahou continued. Let's look further into the Federation Army's defensive deployment. With only 7 fleets, the Federation has deployed 3 of them to guard the Central Kobo military base, while the other 2 wings only have 2 fleets each. This is undoubtedly a great point to break through, Xiahou smiled. This must be what General Xiahou thought when you first saw this star system map, Tang Yongtao said. Indeed. However, it seems that the Federation forces wouldn't have guessed that our forces possess an almost complete layout map of the Kobo military base, which leads to such a deployment, Xiahou said. According to their logic, the Scepter system poses a direct threat to the Huaxia forces and should therefore be neutralized first. Hence, our army would prioritize eliminating the threat posed by the Scepter system and focus on attacking the Central Star domain. So, we should strike at its wings. Attacking the 2 flanks will be part of our formal offensive strategies towards the 2 star systems, Tang Yongtao said. Exactly. The wings are the key to attacking the Kobo military base, Xiahou said. A rapid assault is essential, gathering all available military forces to attack the wings and destroy the stellar energy panels located centrally in both wings, severing the energy supply lines. Then act swiftly, hold nothing back, and dismantle this so-called strongest militarily defended base, Tang Yongtao laughed. Xiahou nodded and continued. That's settled then. Uncle Tang will attack the Weiyang system, while I'll handle the Hingyang system. Once these 2 systems fall, the highly fortified defenses of the Kobo military base, armed to the teeth, will essentially become useless props. So let's make this pleasant decision final. Tang Yongtao grinned. The Chengzhou campaign erupted, with the sturdy Kobo military base causing the Huaxia forces' advance to stall. Bao had given Bao Ying a simple task, to firmly defend the Kobo fortress, holding the military stronghold along with the Scepter system. Thus, most of the Federation Army's First Corps were stationed throughout the entire Kobo military base. The Kobo military base essentially spanned 3 star systems. Thus, the fortress had 3 parts, one being the Hingyang system, one the Weiyang system, and one the Yeyang system. These 3-star systems connected the entire Kobo military base. With their forces fully assembled, the Huaxia army began advancing towards the Kobo military base in Chengzhou, a federal stronghold. Kobo military base, combat command center. The Huaxia army is on the move, but it's just as well. This gives me an opportunity to test the power of Kobo's defensive fortress, Bao Ying said with a cruel smile as he watched the approaching Huaxia fleet, and continued. Activate all defense mechanisms at the Yeyang system fortress. If I'm correct, the Huaxia army will aim directly for the central fortress, where we will resist them. Bao Ying declared. On the radar screen, the Huaxia fleet was moving systematically toward the federal Kobo military stronghold. Those family leaders who had reached this place were treated with a special favor, essentially being placed under house arrest after seeing the might of the Kobo military fortress. When they realized their situation, their initial joy was long gone. On the radar screen, the Huaxia fleet split into 2 parts, heading for the other 2 sections of the Kobo fortress controlled by the Federation. Narrowing his eyes, Bao Ying said. Unexpectedly, the Huaxia army is heading towards the Hingyang and Weiyang star systems. Inform the defenders of both sections to prepare for battle. Bao Ying commanded. Understood, the communicator replied. But why would the Huaxia army attack our 2 flanking bases? Isn't that precisely giving us time to delay until the Scepter system stabilizes? Bao Ying asked. General, there might be something you didn't know when you took over command. The Kobo military base has 3 stars providing energy. However, the base gets its power from the stars of the 2 flank systems, while another star solely supplies energy to the Scepter system, a scientist explained. So, the Huaxia army aims to destroy the energy supply of the Kobo military base? But how do they know something even I don't? Bao Ying asked gravely. Chapter 221, The Northern Domain Battlefield. The Northern Domain connects with Yongzhou, and the enemy faced by the 5th Army is the Chu State Army of the Federation. The Chu State Army is the last regional military force within the Federation. Among the northern, central, and southern battlefronts, the Northern Domain sees the most relaxed combat conditions, though it is also the most monotonous. At the start of hostilities, Tanzhou became the primary target of the 5th Army of Huaxia, with cutting off the narrow link between the northern and eastern domains becoming a goal for Dai Lingshan. Cutting off the connection between the northern and eastern regions and encircling the Chu state army in the northern region naturally took longer than what other generals thought. A direct assault on the northern domain. Between a reckless frontal attack and steady advancement, Dai Lingshan chose the latter method. Previously, the northern domain had been part of the Federation's rear lines, so no dense defensive network was laid down there by the Federation's forces. This made the Huaxia Army's plan to attack the northern domain proceed relatively faster. Temporary Operations Command Center of the 5th Army of Huaxia. Qingyang is the last contact point between the northern domain and other control zones held by the Federation. Capture it and completely isolate the Chu state army, said Dai Lingshan. Understood, replied Xiaoholing. Dai Lingshan nodded without adding anything further. After the transmission ended, the surroundings grew quiet except for him, but then a swirling vortex appeared. A silver-haired woman stepped out of a crack. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you, Ninglan? Dai Lingshan asked. Dai Ninglan nodded and handed over a memory chip to Dai Lingshan. He inserted it into his personal communication device. A light screen emerged, revealing a vast array of information which exposed everything clearly. After finishing, he smiled and said, as I suspected, the Federation army does have its calculations. After viewing, Dai Lingshan stated, it seems that our northern battlefield cannot end too quickly. Let's focus primarily on forcing the Chu state army's surrender. The Qingyang campaign saw Xiahou Ling leading 3 fleets attacking Qingyang City. Since the Chu state army didn't station many troops here, it wasn't long before Qingyang fell, severing the Federation's control over the northern domain. The northern domain eventually became an enclave, losing touch with the rest of the Federation. Report, Qingyang City has been captured by our forces. Currently, the Huaxia army has fully taken control of Qingyang, said Xiahou Ling. Excellent. Did the Chu state army make any notable countermeasures? Asked Dai Lingshan. The Chu state army did not reinforce Qingyang City during this war and tacitly allowed its loss, reported Xiahou Ling. I see. Continue to press the Chu state army's battle line and keep diminishing their leverage to compromise with us. Dai Lingshan commanded. Understood. Xiahou Ling acknowledged. After cutting off the link between the northern and eastern domains, the 5th Army of Huaxia proceeded to launch relentless attacks in the northern domain. Tanzhou wasn't originally a part of the Chu state army, so the Chu state army suffered consecutive defeats while engaging the Huaxia army in the northern region. Within half a month, the Chu state army had lost the city of Tanzhou, originally under the control of the Federation Central Army, to Huaxia, retreating to defend Zhengzhou. City of Zhengzhou. The true source of concern for the Chu state army wasn't external threats, but internal strife. Word spread among the noble families about how all their patriarchs had been controlled by the central military in Kibo's base. Shimin Yong also received this intelligence. Since the Shimin family hadn't fallen hostage, they began pondering their own future. The Chu state army, being the last vassal state of the Chinese Federation, bore special significance compared to other nobility from within central China. In various past battles, the losses suffered most heavily were non-central China Federation forces. Qi, Chu, Qin, Wei, Song, and Yin, 5 out of 6 eliminated, all consolidated into the Chu state army. If even the Federation's central command started targeting prominent noble families within central China, then, as an outsider, the Chu state would face no leniency whatsoever. Had Shimin Yong truly had the opportunity to head toward Kibo's military base at the time, he would have gone eagerly, ensuring his inclusion among those patriarchy leaders detained at the Kibo military base. By now, he realized that he, too, might fall under Bao Bao's so-called God's staff punishment. If he disobeyed, there would be no hesitation in wielding God's staff against him. Both the Chinese Federation and the Huaxia Republic had become adversaries. However, nominally the Chu state army still fought for the Chinese Federation. With examples of some noble families successfully defecting to the Huaxia Republic, Shimin Yong hoped to follow suit. Of course, such a defection needed to come with additional stakes. The more chips Shimin Yong possessed, the better his standing in the Huaxia Republic would be secured after switching sides. But once warfare broke out, the Chu state army engaged in continuous combat with the Huaxia Republic without creating channels for exchange. The continuation of the war was something Shimin Yong did not wish to see. He hoped to surrender, rather than be captured after a defeat. However, the Huaxia army chose to engage in battle with them. After entering the Zhengzhou battlefield, the Huaxia army also slowed down their offensive pace, opting for a steady and methodical approach. The two armies thus faced each other on the northern domain battlefield. Zhengzhou City, House of Shimin. What does the Huaxia army intend by blocking communication with our forces and refusing to engage in dialogue? Asked Shimin Yong angrily. Calm down, my lord. Tanzhou was never originally part of our territory, but was used as a bargaining chip. The Huaxia army has likely recognized our intention to defect, but intends to weaken our leverage, said Shimin Bao. So according to your judgment, the Huaxia army plans to pressure us again and again before accepting our defection? Asked Shimin Yong. In my view, that seems to be the case. Theoretically, a nationwide surrender would be the best scenario for the Huaxia army. However, the Huaxia commanders across from us seem intent on prolonging this war, said Shimin Bao. Prolonging the war on purpose? Shimin Yong asked in surprise. Yes, the Huaxia generals opposite us want the northern battlefield to end at the time they desire. After capturing Tanzhou, the Huaxia army slowed down its attack, instead choosing to engage in a standoff with us, Shimin Bao explained. Shimin Yong nodded and said, that makes sense. Hopefully, the Huaxia army won't push too hard. Otherwise, it'll lead to mutual destruction, which is an outcome no one wants to see. All we need to do is order General Shiman Kong to halt the retreat and present a posture of standing firm against the Huaxia army. Then we just wait for the Huaxia army to approach and offer terms of surrender, Shiman Bao suggested. An excellent suggestion. Let's proceed as you say, Shiman Yong agreed. Thus, the situation in the northern battlefield became a standoff between the Huaxia army and the Federation's Chu State army on the northern front, while fierce battles continued to rage on both the central and southern battlefields. Chapter 222, Chongzhou Annihilation. The Chongzhou campaign officially began. From the covert military base, 2 additional divisions were targeted by the Chinese forces who formally launched their attack. 10 Lingxiu-class battleships from the 2 Chinese legions bombarded the defense installations of these 2 star systems, as the Chinese military poured most of its strength into attacking these 2 systems. The best way for the covert military base to deal with the Chinese Lingxiu battleships was to dispatch hypercrossbow-class ships to engage in an assault while leveraging the numerical superiority of the defending troops to withstand the attack. However, due to misjudgment, all reserves were allocated to the central Yiyang star system expecting a Chinese attack there, leaving them at a disadvantage from the start. Combat Command Center, covert military base. The best option now is to reinforce the defenders of our other 2 star systems. If we sit idly and watch those systems fall, we'll lose the stellar energy supply, which will mean the covert central star system would lack energy. To have energy, then would require using power allocated to the scepter system, said the aide. If our fleet leaves the central base, could the Chinese forces turn around and execute an ambush strategy? Asked Bao Ying as he observed the battle reports of the other 2 domains. He then asked, I have one question though. Why does a neighboring star system that has no direct connection with our main star system provide energy to the central system? The covert military base isn't a monolithic structure but a cluster of bases, one in each of 3 different star systems. The 3 star systems are Yiyang in the center, with Hingyang and Weiyang flanking it on either side. The energy of the 2 stars is collected through energy panels, and then transmitted via a subspace delivery device to the energy plants on our side, said the aide. Such extravagance. Bao Ying chuckled. To use subspace for energy transmission? The energy consumed just to activate subspace is massive. An entire fleet wouldn't dare to easily activate a subspace, yet you used it to transmit energy. The aide smiled bitterly but did not respond. It appears our flanks cannot afford any loss. We're currently stuck, having received orders from the president to defend covert military base against this situation. With 5 hypercrossbow fleets at our disposal, they can't leave this star system to head to another, else we'll fall right into the hands of the Chinese forces. It seems all we can do is watch our flank systems hold firm in these 2 star systems, said Bao Ying. Why was such a glaring defect left when setting up the covert military base initially? Bao Ying questioned. I honestly don't know. Nonetheless, it's not easy to conquer all 3 star systems presently. Even though our defensive focus is on the Yiyang star system, the defenses in the other 2 systems are also robust. How hard could it be for the Chinese army if they chose to attack the flanks, right? Responded the aide. Once a month is sufficient. I'll first completely annihilate the Chinese army stationed at covert military base, laughed Bao Ying. The aide was correct. Even if the Chinese chose to attack the weaker flanks of the covert military base, it would still come at a significant cost. This cost arises only under the complete knowledge of covert's defensive maps to make the most effective offensive plan. Although the Chinese possess city-sieging Lingxiu-class warships, covert's internal defense weapons match the range of hyper-crossbow-level vessels, the satellite cannons encountered by the Chinese forces during the Shuzhou battle. In regions defended by satellite cannons, the price the Chinese pay for each captured point is steep. In the Hingyang star system, the Chinese Fourth Army chose to insert itself from the northwest corner, launching an offensive on the federal military Fort Hingyang. Though far inferior in military strength in the Hingyang system compared to the advancing Chinese force, the Federation Army leverages the local defense systems effectively, constantly hindering the Chinese advancement at minimal cost. Starlight Celestial Mothership, Combat Command Room. On the light screen, Mi Ling teased Xiaohoda saying, given the current losses, General Xiaohoda, do you feel nothing about this sacrifice? Suffering heavy losses mark the current status of the Chinese army. I don't feel regretful. Casualties are inevitable. But without breaking this location, the casualties inflicted by the weapon deployed here in the future will be greater, replied Xiaohoda. The first line of defense has been breached. The Hingyang star system, similar to the other 2 star systems, has 3 layers of defenses. After penetrating the 3rd line of defense, we can damage the energy collection plates on the surface of the star and accomplish our mission. Indeed, the covert military base doesn't disappoint in being the strongest defensive fortress, sighed Xiaohoda to calculate our losses. Our army lost the equivalent of 1 fleet's worth of troops. However, inside the inner combat lines, we surrounded half of the Federation Army's fleet, reported Xiaoholing. Alright, next step is to attack the 2nd defensive line with full force. Without destroying the energy panels of the Federation Army on this star, we will never stop, Xiaohoda said. At this moment, the Chinese army and the Federation's defending troops continued to carry out a tough offensive here, with the 2nd defensive line becoming the battlefield for both sides' struggle. Meanwhile, in the Weiyang star system on the other side, the 3rd Army of the Chinese forces was also engaged in fierce combat with the enemy. In the covert military base across 3 star systems, 2 of these star systems had become the most brutal battlefields. Mobile Xindongcheng Fortress, Data Center. The light screen appeared, revealing precisely the scene of the Chinese forces attacking the front of the covert military base. The Chinese military indeed attacked 2 star systems, just as I expected, Bao Ying laughed. No problem, you Chinese army don't yet know what my trump card is. Half a month? No, it will only take 7 days. Within 7 days, the main force of the Chinese First Army will be wiped out, Bowen said. Enemies, spies, traitors, Bowen said, and Bowen turned to another light screen that emerged before his eyes, showing the uprising resistance groups across various regions of the Federation. The rebellion movement. Why do you rebel against me? Bowen asked in confusion. This is a chaotic era. Only the strong can claim dominance while the weak can merely survive through the charity of the strong. Survival of the fittest is natural law. Those who defy the natural law shall be punished by me in the name of God. China will ultimately be under my control. I am God today. In the name of God, I drive God's scepter, use God's means, to punish anyone who dares to disobey God's orders. China does not allow anyone to go against me, Bowen said. From the moving fortress, large quantities of original mechs were dispatched. The fortress moved slowly southward in an inconspicuous manner, getting ready to join the final battlefield. The trend toward China unifying the entire territory was forming, while the Federation Army's final desperate fight had just begun. The outcomes of the battles in the Northern Domain, Eastern Domain, and other 3 fronts would be the decisive showdown between the Chinese forces and the Federation Army. Chapter 223, The Battle of Bianzhou. On the Bianzhou battlefield, the Huaxia Army gradually took control of the star regions outside the secondary defensive line, needing just one final push to conquer the entire Bianzhou city. The secondary defense was a line of defense formed by the outer star regions of Bianzhou city, and also an important area for the Huaxia Army to advance into Bianzhou city. The Huaxia Army regarded the capture of Bianzhou city as having important political significance. In the latter half of the month, the Huaxia Army gathered its forces and prepared for the final assault on Bianzhou city. Temporary headquarters of the First Army of the Huaxia Army. Xia Hojing continued to open Xia Zilliang's Sky Messenger and finally said, I hope you can create an opening in the second-line defense network without hesitation, waiting for our troops to move in. Once this task is completed, after more than a decade, you will be able to return. Yes, father, Xia Zilliang said with joy. Be careful. This time, the opening will be entered by the First Army. The Second Army will provide cover at the front lines, Xia Zilliang said. Understood, Xia Zilliang said. After speaking, Xia Zilliang closed both parties' Sky Messenger and turned to look at the image of Bianzhou city on the display screen. It has come to such an audacious act of treason that it's hard for the Federal Army not to suspect him, Zhonghua said. No problem. After this battle, he won't need to stay in the Federal Army anymore. Conquering Bianzhou and determining the South Frontline Theater would mean that the Chinese Federation has already been swept into the tide of history. Is there any need for him to remain within the Chinese Federation? Xia Hojing laughed. That's true. But General, do you plan to take the risk and enter the Federal encirclement? Zhonghua asked. Well, the Battle of Bianzhou city will be completed by the First Army of the Huaxia Army. The First Army was once the backbone of defending Mingzhou city, and now it's the main force attacking the federal capital Bianzhou city. Attacking Bianzhou is the expectation of many current or deceased officers and soldiers of the First Army. I cannot let them down, Xia Hojing said. Yes, then let my Second Army support you from the rear, Zhonghua said. Understood. Thank you for your help, Xia Hojing said. Bianzhou city, the federal capital, and currently one of the key strategic goals of the Federal Army. After the First Army of the Huaxia Army completed its assembly behind the Second Defense Line, it moved to the position of the Fifth Army, headquarters of the Federal Second Army. Ma Honggang had recently learned about the house arrest of the head of the Ma family. Why was he still working for the Chinese Federation? In reality, among the people detained by the Federation, Ma Honggang was also one of them. In the light screen, the Huaxia Army gathered again near the Fifth Army. Ma Honggang helplessly drank the coffee handed to him by 2 female clone ability holders dressed as maids, and said, Xia Zilliang probably still doesn't know, thinking he's still playing the role of a spy. A traitor mustn't be pardoned, but since Uncle Bao plans to use him, we'll temporarily let him live, Zhang Yaiwa said. If we know he's a traitor, why give him a legion and let him proactively create a gap for the Huaxia Army to infiltrate, causing us to lose the second line of defense? What does Bowen plan to do? Ma Honggang laughed. Isn't he planning to have him open another gap for the Huaxia Army to enter? Is this a joke? We have the capital Bianzhou city of the Chinese Federation behind us. Since it's Uncle Bao's idea, it must not be disobeyed, Zhang Yaiwa said. No problem. Since it's his idea, I'll be just a spectator watching how this farce unfolds, Ma Honggang laughed. At this point, he no longer felt any loyalty towards Bao, and Bao's failure or victory were all irrelevant to him. He only did what he was forced to do under duress. In his view, if the Federal Army allowed their own city to fall, why shouldn't they? At the second defensive zone, Xia Zilliang directly led his fleet away from his designated defensive zone, creating the largest void in the second line of defense. The First Army of the Huaxia Army took advantage of this massive opening and swarmed into the second line of defense, which immediately got torn apart. Warnings flashed repeatedly on the radar map as Huaxia troops continuously flooded through this breach. Looking at the scene on the display screen, Ma Honggang couldn't help but mock. Who would have thought that after raising someone for more than a decade, he would end up turning against him? Now, without even pretending anymore, it's such an obvious and audacious act of defection. It seems like he's already decided not to stay within the Federation anymore. Of course, traitors are despicable, but rest assured, my uncle has ways to deal with them. You only need to follow orders, Zhang Yaiwa said. Just follow our instructions. Swirling the coffee in his hand, Ma Honggang smirked. So, little girl, what do you need me to accomplish? Since the Huaxiao army has already surged into our second line of defense, it's clearly impossible for me to defeat them at this moment. I didn't ask you to defeat the enemy, Zhonghua said. I just need you to withstand their internal and external attacks. It won't be for long. Oh, if it's just holding out, that's not difficult for me, Ma Honggang said indifferently. The Central 5th Army Fleet of the Federation, flagship KRYM Stellar Cruiser, Bridge Command Room. Xia Ziliang sat calmly inside the command room, while everyone else stared in shock at the sight before them. After Xia Ziliang had withdrawn his troops, the Huaxiao army swiftly moved into the gap left behind, and no one could fail to understand what had occurred. The electronic door opened, and a woman in military uniform walked in from outside, followed by a squad of federal soldiers. These federal soldiers aimed their light guns at Xia Ziliang, as the female officer chuckled. Although we permitted you to do this, couldn't you have shown us a little more respect? Don't betray your country so blatantly. Brother Xia Ziliang? Xia Ziliang turned around to see the female officer, one of the thousands of clones controlled by Baoan. So it's you, Xia Ziliang said. I am the true commander of the 5th Army. After presenting her authentic credentials as the military leader, Zhang Yaoyue gestured left and right, saying, seize him. The soldiers on both sides nodded and surged towards Xia Ziliang, ready to take him down. But then an electromagnetic disturbance rippled through the air, and Xia Ziliang's projection vanished quickly. Looks like he fled early. He sure knows how to escape, Zhang Yaoyue said. Then she addressed everyone in the bridge command room. Next up is sealing the trap. Once we lure him in, seal the jar. Understood. Everyone in the command room nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the forces of the 5th Army began to reorganize and prepare for attacking the Huaxiao army. Chapter 224, The Clone Legion. In the void, the electronic phoenix mecha floated beyond the battlefield. Xia Ziliang smiled as he gazed into the distance and said, the task is done. Of course, I'll make a run for it. How could I possibly wait to be captured? The radar screen showed a battlefield image, the 1st Army inside, the 2nd Army outside. The Federation's 2nd and 5th armies were separated, with two forces facing off. A message from Xiahou Jing appeared on the light screen. Xiahou Jing chuckled, saying, the task is done, you should come back to rest. We haven't met directly in over 10 years. After this war ends, Xia Ziliang replied. You don't need to be called Xia Ziliang anymore. You're Xiahou Liang, Xiahou Jing said. Witness this war well, the campaign to capture the capital of the Federation, Bianzhou City. Alright, I look forward to it, Xia Ziliang replied. Suddenly, Xiahou Jing turned around, surprised, and said, our rear is under attack by the Federation's 5th Army. He then turned and asked Xiahou Liang, isn't the 5th Army under your control? Yes, I fled the Federation's 5th Army before they struck at me, Xia Ziliang replied. It seems the Federation has a new army commander. It's him opening up an offensive against our forces, Xiahou Jing commented. A while later, Xiahou Jing exclaimed in surprise, what? 3 cities lost in succession. Subsequently, the light screen was turned off. Xiahou Liang had an ominous feeling. Using the electronic phoenix's radar, he scanned the entire battlefield. He soon discovered that a special mecha detachment had emerged within the battlefield. Xia Ziliang exclaimed, I never expected Baoan to have mobilized all of them too. On board the Star Dragon Space flagship bridge command room. How did the heavily defended breach in our lines fall so quickly, resulting in 3 consecutive losses? Xiahou Jing questioned. The display screen revealed that the 4th city was being swiftly conquered. What took them down was the vanguard of the Federation's 5th Army, a formidable mechanized detachment. This unit was not only sizable, but also perfectly coordinated, proving unstoppable against any Huaxiao army defense, and it was indeed a Primal Stone ability mechanized detachment. Xiahou Jing couldn't believe it as he said, what's going on here? Someone please tell me. Yes, the Federation does have a clone Primal Stone Mecha Legion that rarely shows up on the battlefield. Huaxiao army hasn't paid much attention to them since they barely make an appearance. But who would have thought, when they launch a full frontal assault, their numbers are so vast. Frightening. Following the fall of the 4th city, this mecha force proceeded to attack the 5th mechanized unit. If this continues, we might risk having our retreat cut off by the Federation's army, said the aide. Attack from the center outward. Let the 2nd Corps' forces come to support us. Notify the 2nd Corps, have Zheng Guochu provide external assistance. In view of the current situation, let's proceed to strike the capital of the Federation's military, Bianzhou City. After finishing his statement, Xiahou Jing gazed toward the Grand Federation City outside the Sky Curtain. The Primal Stone ability users furiously attacked the city's Huaxia military guarded at the breach. Wherever they passed, a city fell. The various fleets of the Federation's 5th Army supplied them without interruption. Soon enough, the Federation's 2nd and 5th Armies began compressing the gap torn open by Huaxia's army. Just as the 1st Huaxiao army was about to get surrounded, they had already initiated steps to attack Bianzhou City. Meanwhile, the Huaxia 2nd Army was launching assaults on the defense lines constructed by the Federation's 2nd and 5th Armies. Temporary Command Center of the 2nd Army. Ma Honggang watched with great interest at the screen showing the Primal Stone ability users' core and remarked, so many Primal Stone ability users. Such a large core, their number is quite significant. Over these past few years, President Bao has clearly profited a great deal. However, if ordinary Primal Stone ability users formed such a team at this scale, there wouldn't be such seamless coordination. Are they perhaps all part of your family? Can't confirm or deny, Zhang Yaoyue responded. Ma Honggang understood and did not pursue the topic further. Instead, he continued, it seems like you intend to encircle the 1st Army of Huaxia and isolate the 2nd Army of Huaxia. But what kind of situation do you think this represents if you surround the first army and separate the second? Or, Ma Honggang smirked. Do we even have the capability to completely trap them? Our two corps combined aren't stronger than their two corps. We only need to encircle them for a short while to ensure the Huaxia army doesn't break out, just like, Zhonghua laughed. Hunting in ancient times, it's similar to setting up a hunting ground. Hunting grounds. Ma Honggang looked confused as he spoke. Zhonghua didn't elaborate, and Ma Hong also wisely refrained from pressing the question further. However, at this moment, the Huaxia army is attacking the capital of the Federation, Bianzhou City. Do you know what that means? Once the Federation loses Bianzhou City, it will signify a political failure for the Federation. What kind of gamble are you willing to make, risking a nation's capital like this? Ma Honggang said with a smile. This is something you don't need to inquire about. Even if you ask, I won't be able to give you an answer. Zhonghua replied. Given the state of knowing nothing in response to every question, Ma Honggang lost interest in continuing and silently observed the progression of the war instead. Under the resistance of the 2nd and 5th armies, the Huaxia Army's 2nd Corps couldn't maintain the encirclement before regrouping, and once again the Federation's 2nd and 5th armies separated the Huaxia Army's 2nd Corps from the 1st Corps. Meanwhile, the Huaxia 1st Army relentlessly attacked the federal capital of Bianzhou City. With continuous defeats by the Federation forces, the defenses around the capital were deteriorating until finally, Bianzhou City fell to the Huaxia forces. Bianzhou City. Several Huaxia mechas soared through the low-altitude cityscape. All the citizens of the Federation looked up to the Huaxia mechas above. The mechas landed on the Federal Parliament building, whereupon they unfurled the flag of Huaxia and hoisted it high, planting it atop the Federal Parliament building. This news was broadcast via telecommunications throughout China and across the world. The Federation's capital Bianzhou City had fallen, yet the Federation's army still maintained its encirclement of the Huaxia First Army. Aboard the Star Dragon space flagship, Xiahou Jing watched with delight the news of the capture of the Federation's Bianzhou City. Observing nearby, where the Federation forces had established their encircling net around the Huaxia forces, he chuckled and said, The Federation believes that they can completely surround our forces with such weak defenses. It's a joke. This isn't surrounding us. It's more like trapping us from both front and back. Afterward, Xiahou Jing instructed his aide, issue orders to the entire army. Our next move is to tear through the Federation Army's defensive network and open an external passage. Understood, the aide responded. And so the Huaxia Army regrouped, aiming for one final push to break through the Federation Army's encircling network. The Huaxia Second Army on the outer perimeter also prepared themselves with intent to strike. Federation Second Army headquarters. With such a method to contain the Huaxia Army, similar to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant, how do you plan to handle this situation? Ma Honggang asked smugly. Don't worry, we have a way to handle it, Zhonghua said coldly. Chapter 225, Bianzhou Disaster. New East City Fortress, Data Center. A light screen appeared, and a replicant of Zhonghua reported wartime intelligence to Baoan. The Huaxia Army has successfully entered the trap we set, but our capital Bianzhou City has been captured by the Huaxia Army. Next, the Huaxia Army plans to break out. Zhonghua said. Good. Since the first army of the Huaxia has fallen into our pocket array, let's send them their first gift then, Baoan grinned. Another light screen then appeared before Baoan, showing Bao Ying who updated him on the current battle situation. Our Cobalt military base in Hengyang and Weiyang regions have been captured by the Huaxia Army. They broke through our solar energy furnace. Now, they're gathering forces for an attack on our central Yeyang military base. But without energy supply from our flanks, the defense system in the Yeyang Star region will not sustain long-term combat operations, Bao Ying reported. Baoan nodded and said, It doesn't matter. I only need you to hold onto the staff system at Yeyang military base as much as possible. Also, I need the staff system under your control to launch another attack. Another attack? Bao Ying questioned. At this moment, the staff system doesn't have enough energy for another launch. Don't worry. The staff system has a reserve power source. By combining it with the accumulated energy now, it can still launch one more offensive, Baoan smiled. There is actually a reserve power source. Bao Ying was surprised, investigated immediately, and then ordered to connect the staff system to the reserve energy. So, where should we attack next? Bao Ying asked. Baoan laughed, and suddenly the entire operational command room's control was taken over. On the radar map, the locking diagram of the staff system began moving, continuously moving until it stopped at the location of the federal capital Bianzhou City. What's going on? That's Bianzhou City. Stop. Bao Ying and everyone else in the command room panicked. No need to panic. Let me temporarily take control of the base. Our next target is to attack Bianzhou City, Baoan said. You're insane, President. Have you gone mad? That's the federal capital. Song Ping cried out in horror. It's a city with a population of 100 million. If this attack goes through, 100 million people will die. Stop, President. We have other targets to strike. Why would we attack our own capital? Gao He asked. Baoan didn't speak, but displayed another light screen before everyone. The screen showed the fleets of the first army of the Huaxia around Bianzhou City. Then he explained. This is the reason why I've targeted the capital of the Zhonghua Federation. It's already occupied by the Huaxia army. Do you have any objections? Baoan asked. Some agreed, some opposed, and some remained silent. Baoan smiled, looked around, and then pressed the launch button of the staff system. A huge amount of energy gathered, alerting the Huaxia army preparing to attack the central fortress. On the starchy stellar mothership, inside the bridge command room, a massive energy fluctuation has been detected. The analysis result indicates that it is the attack energy from the staff system. The detection officer panicked and said, "Damn, can the Federal Army really launch another attack like half a month ago?" Xiahou Da exclaimed, "Were we deceived? Alert the entire army. Evacuate quickly to minimize losses." Xiahou Da nervously said. He glanced at the distant yet extraordinarily bright large sphere near the Cobalt military base. Damn. The sphere started to converge as the subspace device opened up a subspace before the staff system. The sphere kept concentrating energy into the launcher, which then discharged the energy endlessly into the subspace. However, unlike Xiahou Da's expectation, the attack did not land within the 4th Army of Huaxia. Instead, after firing, the attack vanished without any sign. It seems that the Federal Army's target isn't us. But where could it be? Tang Yongtao asked. Is it the 5th Army in the Northern Domain or the 1st and 2nd Armies operating in Bianzhou? More likely it's the 1st and 2nd Armies near Bianzhou. Father must be in trouble, Xiahou Da solemnly said. Near Bianzhou City, vortexes of subspace spirals appeared in the sky, drawing attention from both armies. Headquarters of the 2nd Federal Army. This is... Ma Honggang looked astonishingly at the continuous formation of subspace far off in the sky. Haven't you seen something similar just over half a month ago? Zhang Yaiwei asked. How could the staff system be activated at this time? Ma Honggang said in surprise, then added, Wait, that's Bianzhou City over there. Do you really intend to blow up Bianzhou City? You'll see soon. No need for you to talk too much. Zhang Yaiwei replied. Are you crazy? Ma Honggang looked at the sky not far away with panic and said, Huaxia Army, Star Dragon Space Flagship. What is this? Xiahou Jing looked suspiciously at the dense subspace on the sky and asked, Could this be the same attack from half a month ago that destroyed the Yongzhou headquarters of Huaxia Army? The adjutant said, The staff system. The staff system. Xiahou Jing repeated, unable to hide his shock. There was no time to react as the attack launched by the staff system instantly arrived. Beams like meteor showers bombarded the capital of Zhonghua Federation, Bianzhou City, and the Huaxia Army nearby. Each beam was more powerful than the Federation's siege weapons. The beams tore apart the defenses of Bianzhou City, revealing its fragile ecosystem to the vacuum of space. Air was instantly sucked out along with all sorts of survival conditions for tens of millions of people, who were also thrown into outer space. And this was only one of several living pods of Bianzhou City. All living areas in Bianzhou City received devastating attacks. This destruction would be more intense than the previous disasters in Linzi City and Lantian City. The Huaxia army formations covering within were also unable to escape unscathed. All kinds of ships were shattered under the Federal superweapons attack, swept like a storm through the entire Huaxia fleet. Gigantic destruction unfolded before Xiahou Jing's view. The approaching beams neared the Star Initiation Space Flagship. Just as everyone thought they were about to perish, a warship intercepted this attack and stood in front of Star Initiation. The annihilation of this warship was shown right before Xiahou Jing's eyes. The aftermath of the beam was intercepted by Xiahou Jing himself. The first army of Huaxia suffered heavy damage. Everyone watched in horror as this disaster unfolded. By the end of the destruction, the first army of Huaxia had lost more than half. The troops they gathered together turned into cannon fodder during this catastrophe. Before everyone could recover from the disaster, far off in the distance, moving fortresses were slowly closing in on this battlefield. These mobile fortresses approached the battlefield accompanied by the whole fleet. A fortress. Xia Zeliang looked at this moving fortress with astonishment and said, New East City Fortress. Chapter 226, Ability Storm. Federal Army, 2nd Headquarters. You really have the heart to do it. Ma Honggang said in astonishment and even anger. In order to destroy the enemy, we use Bianzhou City as a trap. Ma Honggang could no longer conceal his shock and fury. He exclaimed, Heaven, what on earth am I doing? You don't need to threaten me with my life anymore. I only asked for death. Zhang Yaiwa laughed and said, Since you chose to join the Federation, can't you accept such matters? Perhaps this Federation has been corrupt from the very beginning, Ma Honggang said. A light screen appeared. Baoan spoke to Zhang Yaiwa. If he wishes to die, let him die. The second army will temporarily be handed over to you for control. Those who are willing to obey will stay, and those who aren't will either commit suicide or be sent to their deaths. Zhang Yaiwa nodded, and then turned to look at Ma Honggang, who raised the particle gun to his temple and said, I'll do it myself. No need for your help. Bang. Ma Honggang fell in a pool of blood. After Zhang Yaiwa fully obtained control over the second army, he immediately began to cleanse the opposition forces within the army. Xia Ziliang was cowering in fear while watching the devastated battlefield and anxiously cried out, Father. The light screen flickered again, and Xiahou Jing's face appeared before Xia Ziliang. He said reassuringly, Don't worry, I'm fine. However, I hope you will go to the northern region. Go to Dai Lingnan and seek reinforcements, Xiahou Jing commanded. Are you serious? Xia Ziliang said. To go to the northern region without using a subspace transmitter would mean weeks of travel back and forth. The war would be long over by then. Yes, hurry to the northern region and request reinforcements from General Dai Lingnan, Xiahou Jing insisted. Isn't this just a way to send me away? Xia Ziliang asked. This is an order. Go to the northern region immediately and stop dawdling, Xiahou Jing ordered sternly. I understand, Xia Ziliang said. With that, both sides closed their telecommunication channels. On the Star Dragon space mothership, in the bridge command room, Xiahou Jing furiously looked at the desolated battlefield and said, The Federation army really didn't hesitate to act. They sacrificed more than 100 million lives in Bianzhou City alongside our army, a nation's capital as their sacrifice. It appears we've walked straight into the Federation army's trap, said a subordinate officer. It's quite clear now, Xiahou Jing said while gazing at the massive fortress slowly approaching through the vastness of space displayed before him. This fortress gives me an ominous feeling, hard to pinpoint exactly what kind of foreboding. In the data center of the new East City Fortress, Baoan cruelly observed the remnants of the Chinese fleet and remarked, "Excellent. There's still some work left for me to finish. Perfect time to try my hand." With these words, her pale hands reached forward, creating a virtual locking screen in midair, targeting the flagship of the Chinese army, the Star Dragon ship. The colossal launch station of the new East City Fortress aimed toward the distant Chinese army's fleet. Just as Baoan was about to initiate an attack, she reconsidered and quickly redirected her aim to another group of warships instead, smiling mischievously. "No problem. Allowing you a few extra seconds to taste fear isn't unacceptable." With this, she pressed down on her palm, turning the white lock ring instantly red with blood. At the center of the fortress, thousands of cloned girls submerged in nutritive fluid along with the central original burst forth with a ferocious mental storm. This storm was channeled through the main pipelines of the fortress into the assault units at the front line where the already X-level fission primordial stones resided. The catalyzed energy surged dramatically, firing off beams of power at an alarming rate not far inferior to the rod system's single-round attack. The dense beams enveloped the targeted fleets within its range. Visibly, the outer sections of the Chinese fleet started disintegrating under the assault of the beams. This is the storm created by the ability activation of the primordial stone, reaching specification level X, one detection officer reported in sheer terror. "We've lost all 3 fleets under this attack. X-level primordial stone." Xiahou Jing's Adam's apple moved up and down as he looked at the towering fortress, which was now aligning its weapon directly toward the Chinese military's position. "Notify the outer Zhonghua fleet to retreat. Let them withdraw and leave us alone," Xiahou Jing commanded. But the communicator hesitated. "There's nothing to hesitate about. We must do everything possible to destroy this fortress," Xiahou Jing firmly stated. "Understood," the communicator replied. Then they contacted the second army of the Chinese forces led by Zhonghua. Upon seeing Xiahou Jing, Zhonghua excitedly exclaimed, "Old Xiahou, you have a lucky fate. Wait here, I'll rescue you right away." "That won't be necessary. Remember, this is an order. Retreat, evacuate the second army," Xiahou Jing instructed. "Why? Aren't you still inside, General?" Zhonghua questioned. "The exact reason doesn't matter. I order you to retreat from here," Xiahou Jing said. "Your order is difficult for me to accept," Zhonghua said. "Retreat. An officer must obey the superior's command. Haven't you forgotten?" Xiahou Jing said. "But you," Zhonghua said. "In short, I want you to withdraw your troops. Do you hear that?" Xiahou Jing said. "What has happened inside?" Zhonghua asked. "I will let you know. In short, I don't wish our 2 armies to be consecutively annihilated in this war. Therefore, your mission is to certainly preserve the strength of the second army. As for what's inside, the first army will handle it," Xiahou Jing said. "Take care," Zhonghua said. After the communication ended, Xiahou Jing said, "Sure talks a lot." He ordered the Xia fleet to gather the remaining forces and launch an attack on the Federation's new East City Fortress. The fleet encountered interception by the Federation's clone corps and the Federation fleet, unable to approach the Federation fortress. Under fierce attacks, the Xia army suffered heavy losses. After successive severe damages, only 1/10 of the first army remained. What they gained in return was getting increasingly closer to the Federation's new East City Fortress. In the data center, Baoan looked with interest as the Xia fleet gradually approached, and the fortress prepared for another round of attack. Gazing at the ever-approaching fortress, Xiahou Jing solemnly looked at this colossal fortress. In the palm of his hand, an origin stone appeared. Placing it on the battleship, he solemnly said, "With the final brilliant origin stone storm it unleashes, let it destroy you." Having spoken, the Gauss cannons aboard the Star Dragon warship emitted an enormous energy storm. The storm encompassed a large number of the Federal fleets, tearing apart enemies along its path as it surged straight towards the Federation's fortress. Humph! Can the light of fireflies ever contend with starlight? The energy storm caused by something merely SSS-rated is not worth fearing, Baoan smiled, and then extended her hand toward another side, activating the fortress's defense mode. Between the fortress and the incoming storm, a massive energy shield arose. The shield withstood the storm's assault and stood unmoved. Even after this wave of impact dissipated, the fortress's constructed barrier had still not been breached. General Xiahou Jing, how can your clumsy attack possibly break through the defensive barrier drawn by the gods? Chapter 227, Sacrifice. There's no effect. Xiahou Jing solemnly looked at the fortress, which remained unscathed, and said, X-level primal stone. Without an X-level primal stone ability user, how are they managing to manipulate the X-level primal stone? Xiahou Jing said. The war continued. The originally advantageous position of Huaxia Army's first army, under the repeated attacks of God's Scepter and the fortress, was now hanging by a thread. After suffering such immense losses, I no longer have any intention of going back. Capture this fortress. The Southern Scepter system has been destroyed by Xiahou Da. The Federation is destined to be eliminated by history. I shall fulfill my mission bestowed by history. In that case, nothing else matters. Xiahou Jing said. Having finished his words, Xiahou Jing looked at the fortress ahead and broadcasted a final announcement to everyone on the fleet. The Star Dragon space mothership charged forward in front, heading straight toward the fortress. Baoan, you're inside there, aren't you? Then let us bring this war, which has lasted for decades, to its final conclusion. Xiahou Jing said. In the data center, Bowen couldn't help but burst out laughing upon seeing Xiahou Jing recklessly charging. There should still be a limit to overconfidence, Commander Xiahou Jing. Let me teach you this lesson. The majesty of God is not to be touched. He then commanded all accompanying battleship captains saying, focus all firepower. Destroy the enemy Star Dragon space mothership for me. Understood. All the captains responded. Subsequently, all accompanying fleets from the fortress launched a fierce attack on the Star Dragon ship. Primal stone mech suits attacked the Star Dragon battleship. Covering fire. Covering fire. The Huaxia fleet also fiercely attacked the Federation's fleet without hesitation. Both sides were firing madly at each other with disregard for consequences. Star Dragon, let's complete our final battle, Xiahou Jing said. Withstanding the most intense attacks, the energy shield around the Star Dragon space mothership rapidly dropped, bottoming out soon. Shortly after, another new shield was activated. What is this? An officer asked. It's my primal stone, Xiahou Jing replied. The sins of the Federation will end with me, Xiahou Jing stated. In the data center, Bowen calmly watched Xiahou Jing draw closer and laughed. Come, you reckless soldiers of Huaxia. Let me show you the futility of your struggle. Under the protection of the fully charged energy shield, the Star Dragon reached the fortress face-on. Through the bridge sky dome of the warship, you could see Xiahou Jing's resolute gaze. From participating in battles as a youth, fighting against the Ling clan until the current campaign against the Federation, having spent a lifetime on military expeditions, he had finally reached the final step. Perhaps Xiahou Jing couldn't achieve the pinnacle of power because of this war, but for a seasoned general, dying on the battlefield was indeed a blessing. After this war, he wouldn't reach the goal he desired, but it was an outcome he could accept. The madness of the Federal Army has cost the lives of billions of Chinese people lost among the stars, and this madness needs someone to put an end to it. You're not a god, you're a devil. A devil who knows only how to control everything with power and cannot grasp the essence of divinity, Xiahou Jing said. Ha ha ha. Whether as a god or a devil, when possessing a power surpassing all others and standing at the peak of the pyramid, does it really matter if you're called a god or a devil? Bowen teased. A god is acknowledged by the people, while a devil is despised. People believe in gods, but resist devils. Possessing power can make one either a god or a devil, yet the difference between a god and a devil lies in their actions. What gods do differs from what devils do, Xiahou Jing responded. It no longer matters. This world will obey me. I will treat it as a god. Mankind, if you do not submit to me, then I will employ methods to punish accordingly, Bowen laughed. Come then, I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Bowen grinned again. This is your last chance. If you miss this, there won't be another opportunity later. The fast-moving Star Dragon warship crashed towards the Federation's fortress, but a massive repulsive force held the Star Dragon mothership back, halting its advance. Primal stone explosion. Initiate self-destruction protocol, Xiahou Jing said. Understood. Everyone within the bridge followed Xiahou Jing's final commands. Bowen, since you are a demon, I will drag you into the abyss, Xiahou Jing firmly said. In the data center, Bowen disdainfully looked at the Huaxia warship colliding with the fortress and said, people opposing me, let me see your final move. Ding 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 ding. The countdown was quickly nearing its end. Xiahou Jing calmly returned to his commander's seat and said, Dai Lingnan, since you desire to replace me so much, it's all yours from here on. A massive and brilliant explosion centered around the fortress expanded in all directions, engulfing both the Huaxia fleet and the Federation fleet. In this colossal blast, no fleet was spared. After the great explosion, as the energy dissipated at the core of it all, the fortress remained intact, completely unscathed. In the data center, Bowen burst into maniacal laughter and said, Xiahou Jing, did you really blow yourself up just to put on such a grand performance for me? Pausing for a moment, he mused, what a spectacular show. Excellent, truly excellent. Uncle. A hologram appeared, revealing Zhang Yaoyue inside her nutrient pod. She asked, so, Uncle, where are we going next to play? To Chongzhou, to play with the Huaxia army there and control our scepter, Bowen grinned. Understood, Zhang Yaoyue smiled. The transmission ended, and Bowen looked into the distance at the image of the second Huaxia army on the screen, laughing. The second Huaxia army has already fled. Xiahou Jing is dead, so now they are leaderless. Suddenly, another transmission came in, with an intelligence officer reporting. Report to the president. We've just received some bad news about our army. The Chu kingdom in the north has formally surrendered to the Huaxia army. What? Traitors. After all we did to save them on the central domain battlefield, they've surrendered so quickly. Though the problem in the central domain is resolved, we still have the Huaxia army in both the northern and southern domains. Which way should we move? Naturally, we will head south to meet up with our scepter system, Bowen laughed. As for dealing with the traitors, that can be taken care of later along with the Huaxia army, Bowen stated. The super fortress disengaged from the battlefield and moved rapidly toward the southern front, activating subspace travel to reach the southern domain battlefront as quickly as possible. The Battle of Bianzhou shook the whole land of China. The Federation's Bianzhou city fell to the Huaxia army, and the Federation activated the scepter system to destroy Bianzhou. Along with the mysterious mobile fortress and the death of Huaxia army's General Xiahou Jing, these events became stunning headlines across China. Chapter 228, A New Appointment. The news of Xiahou Jing's death shook the Huaxia army currently in battle. In the northern domain, the 5th Huaxia Navy Fleet was opening a subspace channel on its way to Bianzhou. On the Star Source space mothership, inside the bridge command room. We've just received intelligence from the Bianzhou campaign. Xiahou Jing has died in combat. reported the communicator. Xiahou Jing is dead, Dai Lingnan said in surprise, then asked, what happened? The communicator proceeded to show Dai Lingnan the complete intelligence report. After reading it, Dai Lingnan remarked, the Federation still has such a powerful fortress? The threat from this thing is no less than the Federation's scepter system. We've received a request for assistance, the communicator said. Accept it, said Dai Lingnan. As instructed, a holographic screen appeared showing a cockpit interior, where after a long time, Xiahou Liang finally appeared before Dai Lingnan. My father sent me here to ask for help. But, Xiahou Liang began. I understand. Grieve quietly. Turn sorrow into strength, and finish the task your father left uncompleted, said Dai Lingnan. Yes, Xiahou Liang nodded. Give me your coordinates so I can pick you up, said Dai Lingnan. After receiving the coordinates from Xiahou Liang, Dai Lingnan ordered the fleet to proceed to that location to retrieve him. In the Fifth Army, another person grieving deeply over Xiahou Jing's death was none other than Xiahou Ling. Huaxia, Mingzhou City, Prime Minister's Office. Just received the news. The Bianzhou campaign ended with the complete annihilation of the First Huaxia Army, the communicator announced. What? The First Army was completely wiped out? And General Xiahou Jing? Zhu Lingyu asked. General Xiahou Jing fell heroically in battle while engaging the enemy, the communicator reported, and subsequently relayed the detailed intelligence of the Bianzhou campaign to Zhu Lingyu. After reviewing it, Zhu Lingyu said, while Xiahou Jing is gone, and though we suffered defeat at Bianzhou, before considering the threats posed by the Federal Army, let us temporarily appoint a commander for this campaign. The Huaxia Army must not be leaderless. These matters are being handled by the Ministry of Defense, who are looking for an experienced general to act as the interim commander of the Huaxia Army, said the communicator. Then which current general would be the most appropriate choice? Asked Zhu Lingyu. The Ministry of Defense is highly recommending that General Dai Lingnan of the Huaxia Fifth Army should lead as the temporary head of the entire Huaxia Army to oversee all operations, the communicator replied. Dai Lingnan could indeed be a good choice. However, for the older generation of generals like Xiahou Jing, his posthumous affairs need to be properly handled. We cannot allow our soldiers who have sacrificed their lives for the nation to feel neglected, Zhu Lingyu stated. Understood, the communicator confirmed. Additionally, what's the current situation on the front lines? Asked Zhu Lingyu. Report, General, we suffered defeat at Bianzhou, leading to the surrender of the northern domains to Chu of the Federation. In Chongzhou, our 4th and 3rd armies have begun assaulting the Federation military's Yuezhong fortress at the Cobalt base, but the terrifying fortress from the Federation is advancing towards the front line, the communicator explained. So after the northern domain conflict, what will happen to the Huaxia 5th Army? And after the Bianzhou battlefield, where will the Huaxia 2nd Army go? Zhu Lingyu asked. Both armies are moving toward the southern star regions, targeting the Chongzhou battlefield. Likely, the final battle between the Federation and Huaxia will take place around Chongzhou, the communicator explained. At this critical juncture, the Huaxia Army cannot afford to retreat, Zhu Lingyu remarked. During this period, most of Huaxia's high-ranking officers gathered in a virtual meeting room as the Ministry of Defense formally announced the newly appointed Field Marshal of Huaxia's army. Entering the virtual meeting room, almost all members of the military department and committee were already present. Minister of National Defense Zhao Mingren sat alongside Prime Minister Zhu Lingyu at the highest seats within the Defense Ministry, overseeing the arrival of the various generals. Esteemed generals, we bear unfortunate tidings, undoubtedly something many of you have guessed. We have permanently lost our Supreme Commander, Marshal Xiahou Jing, the Minister of National Defense began. Throughout Marshal Xiahou Jing's career, he devoted his life to military service, achievements remarkable. For a soldier to fall on the battlefield may be the best ending for him. This is devastating news for us, as we've forever lost Marshal Xiahou Jing. However, our war isn't over. We must resolve the remaining issues left for those still alive to handle. Marshal Xiahou Jing spent his entire life unable to bring an end to the war. It falls upon us now to carry on his legacy and conclude this war, concluded the Minister of National Defense. The war isn't over, and this is a temporary meeting. The Huaxia Army has just suffered defeat and lost its supreme commander. Therefore, we need someone capable of succeeding Xiahou Jing to oversee the whole situation, said the Minister of National Defense, casting a glance at Dai Lingnan below the platform before continuing. He will lead us on the unfinished journey. Time is short. The war continues for all of you. Upon receiving the bad news, the Ministry of National Defense hastily decided that our General Dai Lingnan would temporarily assume the role of Grand Marshal, leading the Huaxia Army to complete the journey left unfinished by Grand Marshal Xiahou Jing, Zhao Mingren announced. The appointee was quickly disclosed. Choosing Dai Lingnan was not surprising for most people. Those familiar with his credentials knew that after the death of the previous Grand Marshal Zhao Hong, when Xiahou Jing became the new Huaxia Army Grand Marshal, Dai Lingnan had been one of the strongest contenders. In the present perilous times, there was no better candidate in the Huaxia Army than General Dai Lingnan. After confirming the appointment, applause erupted in the room as Dai Lingnan accepted the decision of the interim appointment. Grand Marshal Xiahou Jing is gone. Today at the Defense Conference, since I've been chosen to take on the highest command, I shall lead all of you to complete the journey Xiahou Jing didn't finish by ending this war, said Dai Lingnan. Just a while ago, during the Battle of Bianzhou, the Federation forces used their highly lethal weapons indiscriminately against an entire major city. Under their assault, no one in Bianzhou survived. When looking at the three great tragedies orchestrated by the Federation, Linzi Campaign, Lantian Campaign, and Bianzhou Campaign, It's clear that in 3 attacks on cities, twice they attacked their own domestic population, including once even targeting their own capital. At this point, the Federation is no longer a normal governing body. It's a terrorist organization with an army and superweapons at their disposal. These have become their tools to wreak havoc around the world, oppressing our people. As a national menace, it must be dealt with by our Huaxia army. Justice will prevail, injustice will fall. The Huaxia army does not accept failure and is determined to overthrow the Federation. Dai Lingnan declared. Vow to overthrow the federal army. All generals shouted in unison, morale high. Under the new appointment, Dai Lingnan became the provisional Grand Marshal of the Huaxia army, overseeing the progress of the entire campaign. Xiahou Jing's death did not mean the end of the war. The conflict between the Federation and Huaxia continued. This was to be the decisive battle to determine the ultimate victor. Chapter 229, Marching to Chongzhou. At the Chongzhou Cobalt military base, after the Huaxia army captured 2 energy furnaces, they began attacking the central Yang-controlled Cobalt military base. In the base's combat command center, Baoing sought Bao and's opinion. The energy reserves at the Cobalt military base won't last long. If we don't divert the Central Star's energy to supply the Cobalt military base, losing the energy would mean that the Cobalt military base is facing a collapse. And once the Cobalt military base collapses, all the defenses in place will be useless against the Huaxia army, Baoing said. Energy furnace. Continue linking it to the scepter system. I demand that the next launch of the scepter system must not be delayed even for a moment, Baoing replied. But, if the Cobalt military base falls, then our forces also won't be able to hold on to the central energy furnace and the scepter system, Baoing stated. Rest assured, as soon as my forces arrive on the battlefield, the need for the Cobalt military base will diminish greatly, Baoing replied. I understand. Our remaining forces will do everything to stop the Huaxia army's offensive and prioritize the protection of the scepter system, Baoing stated. You understand well, Baoing affirmed. Bridge command room of the 4th Army flagship Xingming Star battlecruiser of the Huaxia Army. On Xiahou Da's command seat, the holographic screen showed Dai Lingnan from the 5th Army. Seeing the sadness in Xiahou Da's expression, Dai Lingnan said, Xiahou Da, the war continues. Bear up under your loss and turn your sorrow into strength. Xiahou Da nodded and replied, I understand. But Mentor, congratulations on your appointment as the Marshal of the Huaxia Army. Dai Lingnan accepted it with pleasure and continued. You should know that the terrible fortress responsible for your father's death is moving towards Chongzhou. I'm aware, Xiahou Da said. Dai Lingnan nodded and added, this fortress launched an attack in Bianzhou City. Its power was comparable to one discharge from the scepter system. According to data sent back by Xiahou Jing and others, it manifested as an Origin Stone Storm, classified as Level X. This means there is an X-class Origin Stone inside the fortress, and someone with X-class Origin Stone capabilities must be inside. So, you understand what this implies. Understood, Xiahou Da confirmed. So, prevent the fortress from approaching the scepter system. If these two converge, they can strike both near and far. Therefore, I want you to destroy the scepter system before the fortress reaches it. Dai Lingnan commanded. I've got it, Xiahou Da replied. Intercepting the Federation's fortress can be handled by my 5th Army, Dai Lingnan said. Wait, Mentor, didn't you say you were in Chongzhou? Isn't interception impractical? Xiahou Da asked. Haha, I'll make it to the battlefield, Dai Lingnan replied confidently. Xiahou Da nodded and responded, don't worry. The 3rd and 4th Armies will destroy the scepter system before the 2 superweapons get close. Well then, let me see how well you perform, Dai Lingnan said. Xiahou Da acknowledged. The 3rd and 4th Armies of the Huaxia Army began their fierce assault on the Federation's Cobalt military base. With the energy support of 2 stars lost, the Cobalt military base could only maintain its massive defense system through reserve energy. Meanwhile, the Huaxia Army faced a desperate defense put up by the Federation forces. Bianzhou Huaxia 5th Army flagship Xingyuan Star battlecruiser bridge command room. Not long after Dai Lingnan brought Xia Zeliang aboard the warship, he had already accepted the fact that his father had passed away. Xia Zeliang fell into a cycle of self-blame, thinking his father, Xiahou Jing, had fallen into the trap set by the Federation because of him. Dai Lingnan did not offer much comfort, but arranged for him to recuperate in the living area of the ship. Can we confirm the coordinates where the Federation's forces are located? Dai Ninglan inquired. If I use a full-scale scan, it might be counterproductive to my subsequent battle plans, making it even harder than searching for a needle in a haystack. Turning around, Dai Lingnan casually tapped on the calculator, and the display appeared in front of both of them. Everyone present saw all the passages leading from Bianzhou to the Cobalt military base in Chongzhou. It's hard to pinpoint exactly which point the Federation's fortress is moving along, but we can be certain of the ultimate goal of the Federation's fortress, Dai Lingnan grinned. Undoubtedly, it's the Cobalt military base. If the object marked as God in this document is the fortress, then whatever is in the Cobalt military base must be God's scepter. It's obvious that God intends to grasp the scepter it owns, Dai Lingnan remarked. God. Dai Ninglan's beautiful eyes sparkled mockingly as she said, to pile up capabilities with thousands of replicants and call oneself God. What a joke. That's the best one I've heard. It may be a joke to you, but he's quite troublesome. You should know how to deal with it, right? Dai Lingnan laughed. This is really troublesome. I want to reach the battlefield quickly, so just leave this battleship to me for now, Dai Ninglan said. Feel free, Dai Lingnan replied. Dai Ninglan then walked to the command console, and as she stretched out her pale hand, a blue origin stone emerged from her palm and sank into the console. Immediately, the other warships witnessed an incredible sight. Their flagship, the Xingyuan Star battlecruiser, was covered in a layer of blue brilliance. "So let me be your adjutant," Zhao said excitedly as she sat at the control panel and started operating the ship. "The coordinates are the Chongzhou Cobalt military base. Input complete," Zhao stated. "Shall we make the battleship arrive quickly at the battlefield, or shall we have the entire fleet arrive at the battlefield?" Dininglan asked. "The entire fleet will arrive at the battlefield," Dai Lingnan said. Dininglan nodded. Dai Lingnan had chosen the more difficult option, but since it was his choice, Dininglan had no objections and began implementing it. The blue warship erected a massive blue vortex ahead of the fleet. This wasn't a simple subspace portal, but rather a space teleportation gateway. "So let's enter," Zhao said. Then, the blue warship led the entire fleet into this blue vortex. It won't take long to emerge at the battlefield. Connecting 2 points through space teleportation, Dai Lingnan smiled. What a formidable power, truly formidable. Dai Ninglan remained silent. Her expression was hidden under her silver-white long hair. After listening, Zhao said, "Brother Dai Lingnan, what about you?" Dai Lingnan shook his head without speaking. The fleet sped through the blue wormhole, different from subspace, approaching the frontline battlefield. Chapter 230, The Battle of Chongzhou. Chongzhou Cobalt Military Base. The Second Army of the Huaxia forces arrived at the battlefield first and joined the war against the Cobalt military base. Prior to this, 2 Huaxia armies had already broken through one line of defense of the Federal Cobalt military base. The second line was also on the verge of collapse, with their reserve energy running low. Baoan calmly reviewed intelligence regarding the final battle of Chongzhou within the fortress. Beside the stronghold, fleets of the 2nd and 5th armies were moving together toward the battlefield. The Northern Federation's Chu state surrendered to the Huaxia army. The Huaxia forces had been defeated by the Federation in the Battle of Bianzhou, making the Cobalt military base in Chongzhou the final battlefield for both sides. Baoan continued to coordinate communication with himself as the light screen showed a more anxious Baoyang. "Currently, I hope we can use the stellar energy from the Yang star system to defend the Cobalt military base. The Huaxia army has breached our first line of defense and is about to break through the second line. Additionally, the Huaxia second army has entered the battlefield. With only the Cobalt military base's stored energy, it will not last much longer. Relax, I'll be there soon. Once I arrive at the battlefield, these 3 Huaxia armies will be wiped out all at once," Baoan said. So, Baoing paused mid-sentence without continuing. Clearly, Baoan intended to use the Cobalt military base as a baiting area to gather Huaxia troops for an all-out attack, meaning the Cobalt military base would become Baoan's lure sooner or later. "Rest assured, the core Cobalt military base won't fall. This is the final stretch," Baoan laughed. After having his thoughts uncovered, Baoing sighed wryly but obeyed orders to continue combat missions. After both parties closed the transmission link, Baoan looked at the deployment of all Huaxia military forces, smiling. With this, the Huaxia First Army is destroyed, and the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th armies are concentrated at the Cobalt military base. Exactly where we can exterminate them all in one fell swoop. There seems to be one fish that slipped through our net, and it's quite a big one." Baoan smiled while glancing at the star chart showing the northern battlefield. At this point, the main force of the Huaxia 5th Army had left the north, and its current destination was unclear. "However, after I've dealt with these 3 Huaxia armies, I can come back and take care of the Huaxia 5th Army then," Baoan said as he looked toward the increasingly nearby Cobalt military base. Xingming Star Mothership, Bridge Command Room. "Understood. General Dai Lingnan's operation order. All stone element ability users from the following fleets should concentrate. Gather all stone element ability users from the 3 core," the communicator announced. I understand," Xiaoda responded. "I assume Marshal Dai Lingnan must also know that the Federation has a complete clone army specialized in stone element abilities," Su Ming stated. "Please allow me to join the battle. You want to see the real form of the Federation clones, right?" Xiaoda asked. "Yes," Su Ming answered. "In that case, I'll temporarily assign an officer to manage the Xingyun Star Mothership," Xiaoda replied. "I'm deeply grateful," Su Ming said. Huaxia's 3 core gathered all the stone element ability users together, forming an immense collective under the command of higher-level SS class ability users. The battle at the Cobalt military base reached a stalemate. The Huaxia army broke through the 2nd defensive line and faced the 3rd one. Suddenly, the detection officer reported in alarm. "We've detected large-scale subspace teleportation energy behind our troops." "What's happening?" Xiaoda asked, looking up at the sky dome. Beyond the sky dome, subspace portals stretched out densely in sight. Gradually emerging from the subspace were the Federation fleets. From deeper inside the vast subspace, a deep and colossal fortress slowly revealed itself. "Cursed, they've arrived," Xiaoda muttered gravely. This fortress possessed star-annihilating capabilities, and its defense was so formidable that even the explosion of Xiahou Jing's flagship, along with the massive energy produced by the destruction of primordial stones, could not destroy it. The magnificent Federation fleet emerged from the subspace, bringing despair to the Huaxia army and hope to the entrenched Federation forces. Cobalt Military Base, Combat Command Center. Outside the Sky Dome, the dense appearance of the Federation fleet, reinforcements, was an incredibly uplifting sight, especially the super fortress. Data Center. Inside the Cobalt Military Base, most of the area had already been occupied by the Huaxia forces. Baoan smirked ferociously as he watched the Huaxia army in combat, saying, "The 3rd Army, 4th Army are here, and so is the 2nd one. Haha, you won't escape this time. There will be no more chances for you." As he spoke, an image appeared on the light screen, showing the Huaxia fleet displayed on it. Bowen pressed his hand down, turning the white ring instantly red, invoking the same attack that had previously destroyed a significant portion of the Huaxia First Army. From the moment the fortress emerged, its offensive unit unleashed powerful attacks. X-Class Primordial Stone Storms. The storm headed towards the area where the Huaxia fleet was most concentrated, overwhelming energy sweeping in. Their vision overwhelmed by light, Xiahou Da and his men anxiously watched the incoming energy storm. Trouble, are we just going to end like this? Relax. I said that the Federation's fortress units would be intercepted by our Fifth Army. An image flickered as Dai Lingnan spoke. On the other side, numerous blue vortexes opened up, covering the entire battlefield, as the Huaxia Fifth Army emerged from the vortexes. Fleets glowing with blue light attacked the primordial stone storm emitted by the fortress, their own counterattack also in the form of a primordial stone storm. In the data center, Bowen observed the arrival of the Huaxia Fifth Army at the battlefield. Truly astonishing. How did the Huaxia Fifth Army reach the battlefield so quickly? But perfect, to destroy them all at once, ha. After speaking, looking at the two clashing primordial stone storms, he laughed. Overestimating themselves. However, contrary to expectations, the two different primordial stone storms swirled together, each weakening the other's power. When they clashed, neither seemed to gain the upper hand immediately. What? Bowen looked surprised at this confrontation, unable to hide his astonishment. Unlike what he had expected, the Huaxia's primordial stone storm being instantly shredded. Instead, during this clash, the blue storm took the upper hand. The fission storm created by splitting primordial stones was consumed entirely, while the blue storm surged forward with remaining force. Impossible. Bowen hurriedly activated the fortress's defense mechanism, erecting a protective barrier that barely held back the remnants of this storm. Chapter 231. Reversal of the situation. How could the attack be intercepted? Bowen laughed, incredulous. Bowen, you're far too arrogant. The spirit race back then was much stronger than your current federation. A glowing screen appeared from the blue battleship, and Dai Lingnan smiled as he said this. TCH, today's Huaxia is no longer the same Huaxia as in the past. It has already been crushed by the spirit race, Bowen remarked. He then looked seriously at a silver-haired girl near the light screen who was operating the warship, his astonishment turning to solemnity. For over 20 years, you've been falsely claiming that she died in battle? Of course, otherwise she wouldn't be standing before you now, would she? Dai Lingnan chuckled. In the Battle of Mingzhou, she only suffered severe injuries and had remained dormant in a deep sleep. The user of the Void Holy Stone? I see, this indeed makes sense, Bowen stated gravely. This is a trump card that Huaxia has never used. Since you have played your last hand, why should I hold back any longer? Dai Lingnan laughed. So be it. Let this campaign be our final decisive battle. Bowen calmed himself after the shock and said, Dai Yinglan, a genuine X-level Holy Stone ability user, wields the Void Holy Stone, one of the 8 primordial stones. She didn't appear frequently within the Huaxia military, but emerged from the Kaworth experimental base during the era of Earth's Federation, where her abilities were unstable for long periods, causing her prolonged sleep somewhere in the universe. Even in the early and middle stages of the Huaxia spirit race conflict, she did not appear until the final battle of Mingzhou, where she defeated the spirit race's brilliant Holy Lord, destroyed their weapon which aimed to obliterate Earth, known famously as the Death Ray weapon. In the process, she sustained heavy injuries herself. It was later reported to the public that she had perished in her battle against the brilliant Holy Lord. Due to the merit she had gained before her death, she held the rank of general in Huaxia, wearing a uniform from Zhao Hang's era. Instantly, reinforcements from Huaxia engaged with the reinforcements from the Federation. Command Bridge, Ximing Star Carrier. The arrival of Huaxia reinforcements undoubtedly acted as a booster for the Huaxia army, especially upon realizing that Huaxia still possessed the ability to match the Federation. Knowing that previous war heroes returned to the battlefield greatly boosted the morale of the Huaxia soldiers. In the virtual meeting room, Dai Lingnan replaced Xiahou Jing, while Xiahou Da, Tang Yongtao, and Zhonghua Federation participated. The staff system will undergo another launch soon. I hope you can capture the third layer of defense before that time and destroy the staff system for me, Dai Lingnan mentioned. This shouldn't be a problem when it comes time, but how long before the staff system attacks again? Xiahou Da asked. Within 3 hours, Dai Lingnan responded. After 3 hours, the staff system will attack once more. If it lands here or with us, it will deal a crippling blow to the Huaxia army. The three immediately became serious, and Zhonghua Federation said, Understood. We will give our all to break through the Federation's final line of defense. Let's make an effort, everyone. Also gather the Primal Stone ability users' core, as I need them to handle the clone bodies of the Federation's Primal Stone ability users, Dai Lingnan mentioned. Understood. The 3 core commanders responded. Thereupon, the Huaxia army launched even fiercer attacks on the final line of defense of the Federal Cobalt military base, while the Federal forces stubbornly defended their remaining defensive line despite being nearly exhausted. Cobalt Military Base Command Center. Mr. President, the Huaxia army's attacks are fiercer than before. With you cut off outside by the 5th Army of Huaxia, what should we do now? Bowing questioned. 3 hours, just 3 hours. The staff system will launch another attack. At that point, don't hesitate. Bomb the Huaxia troops gathered in the Cobalt military base so they take the maximum losses, Bowen stated. And after that? Bowing asked. After that, board the warships and escape out here, Bowing instructed. Escape to my location. I understand, Bowing replied. In the data center, Bowen gazed towards the Kobo military base from afar. The scenario where 3 Huaxia armies simultaneously attacked a city reminded him of when the Federation's 3 armies had strongly assaulted this very city before. An ultimate launch could be done within 3 hours. Damn it. I didn't expect Huaxia to have such means left. This war must not be lost. Absolutely, it cannot be lost, Bowen muttered. Then, he pulled up another light screen revealing a young cloned girl piloting a mech. Deploy the entire army. Destroy Huaxia's 5th army. Bowen commanded. Understood, the girl acknowledged. Thus, from the federal Dongqing fortress, a large number of identical primal stone mechs flew out of the warship formation and joined the battle. 5th Army flagship of Huaxia forces, Xingyuan Star Carrier. A large number of primal stone mechs detected, the scout officer reported. The Federal Army has a batch of replicated primal stone mechs. I didn't expect there to be so many. Dai Lingnan observed with interest as he looked at the light screen showing numerous primal stone mechs approaching. These are all the failures from Bao and synchronization experiments that weren't discarded. In the cloning trials, the probability of producing a synchronized body is 1 in 1,000. The rest are failures. Among these failures, a small portion have decent abilities and can still be used, but most are disposed of. What we see here are the failed experimental units from Baowen's projects that were not abandoned, Dai Lingnan explained. Drip, a glowing screen appeared, revealing various primal stone mech squadrons already prepared for action. The leader's holographic display hovered before Dai Lingnan. Dai Lingnan nodded and said, "Then leave them to you to handle." Understood, the squadron leaders responded. Subsequently, within the fleet lineup of the Huaxia army, a large number of primal stone ability users were gathered together, matching the Federal Army's primal stone warriors in a comparable quantity. In the data center, Bowen was astonished by the sight of Huaxia forces deploying so many primal stone ability users engaging his clone army, exclaiming, "It seems, Dai Lingnan, you've been preparing this move ahead of time." What Bowen initially thought was a surefire victory now grew more uncertain. He even started to seriously doubt if he could win the battle. The odds in favor of victory he had relied on were gradually being neutralized by the Huaxia army. Glancing toward another battlefield nearby, it was clear that Kobo military base would certainly not hold out for 3 more hours. Chapter 232, The 2 Combatants. Kobat Military Base, Operations Command Center. The Huaxia army has breached the last line of defense. There's absolutely no way we can hold out for 3 hours, Bao Ying said to Bowen. In that case, Bowen asked, how much energy did the staff system manage to gather in the end? 98%, Bao Ying replied. Oh, then it's more than enough, Bowen laughed. Whatever energy has been gathered should be fired off immediately, targeting the most concentrated area of the Huaxia army. Understood, Bao Ying responded. Furthermore, you don't need to take part in this offensive action. You can choose a loyal assassin to complete the final launch process, while you escape from Kobat military base aboard a warship, Bowen suggested. I understand, Bao Ying nodded, saying so. After finishing his words, Bao Ying summoned an assassin, handed over the firing rights of the staff system to him, and left the command center of the Kobat military base. The assassin followed Bao Ying's orders and began the final launch phase of the staff system. The dangerous signal was instantly picked up by the Huaxia army. As the Huaxia forces surged into the third line of defense, they unleashed a fierce assault on the staff system within the Kobat military base. The energy umbrella temporarily resisted the attack, and the time required for launching was minimal. We don't have time anymore. It seems the Federal Army plans to unleash all the energy prepared for the staff system before its full charge is completed, Xiaohoda remarked, moving toward the control panel. He gazed intently at the small ball forming slowly on the staff system's firing section. In that case, let's conquer you right here. Xiaohoda extended his hand, summoning the primal stone which landed on the control console of the battleship. He then ordered, Gauss cannon ready, fluctuation storm. The Gauss cannon of the Starlight Sky mothership lifted up, spewing out a massive primal stone storm sweeping across the entire staff system. In an instant, it shattered the energy shield and enveloped the staff system. Boom. An enormous explosion released shockwaves that shook everything. Even with the incomplete aggregation, the energy sphere managed to shatter the fortress where it resided. Ultimately, the staff system was destroyed, and the federal weapon known as the Staff of God, consuming colossal resources, became dust in space. Beside the command center of the Kobat military base, a high-speed warship ascended slowly. As Bao Ying watched the destroyed staff system, he gritted his teeth in anger and was about to leave when he noticed that his warship had already been surrounded by the Huaxia army. Mech suits landed on the deck of his warship, pointing their energy guns at the bridge. All personnel inside raised their hands in surrender. No. Enraged, the Huaxia mech pilot exclaimed, I won't accept your surrender. Are you not the commander who operated this weapon? For my fallen comrades, go to hell. Energy started to gather in the energy gun, leaving Bao Ying and the other federal soldiers horrified. However, before the energy could be unleashed, another Huaxia mech shot through the energy gun. What do you think you're doing? We need these people for post-war trials. Another mech pilot intervened in time. In the data center, Bowen looked with shocked fury at the staff system that hadn't even managed to fire its final attack. Enraged, he muttered, Bao Ying, you idiot. Damn it, the staff system is gone just like that. After speaking, Bowen smirked cruelly, clapping his hands. Dozens of hidden hyper-cross-level battleships emerged from the asteroid belt, each having completed their final energy aggregation. As soon as they appeared, they launched their attacks simultaneously, targeting the Super Lynx U-level warships in Section 2 of the Huaxia Navy. Caught unprepared for this sudden assault, several Lingxiu-class ships were pierced by the attacks from the hyper-cross-level battleships, causing the 5th Huaxia Army unit engaging them to lose long-range combat capability. This seems unexpected for those little rats who didn't prepare, Zhao Ying chuckled. Wearing a spacesuit, she approached the elevator on the bridge, addressing Dai Ninglan. Sister Ninglan, I need a few rounds of ammunition to deal with these little rats hiding behind us. Dai Ninglan nodded, replying, Understood, thank you. With that, the lift gently carried Zhao Ying out of the warship. Zhao Ying aimed her K2 high-precision sniper rifle at the distant Federal hyper-cross-level battleships. Blue energy from the ship's surface flowed into her sniper rifle. Bang! An imperceptible blue bullet pierced through the void, as tiny grains of light attacked the enormous hyper-cross-level battleships of the Federation, causing massive explosions in the distance. The first hyper-cross-level battleship of the Federation was destroyed. What's happening? Bowen exclaimed in surprise. As they detected the terrifying energy waves, one hyper-cross-level battleship after another of the Federation ambush got annihilated. Tracing back to the source of the attacks, Bowen received an answer that defied all logic. A sniper. Bowen looked at this sniper on the surface of Star Source with incomprehension. Bowen's confusion did not mean the sniper would stop. Attacks continued without pause. Each sniper shot eliminated one hyper-cross-level battleship of the Federal Army. In no time, the hyper-cross-level battleships lying in ambush by the Federal Army were completely wiped out. After destroying all the hyper-cross-level battleships, Zhao Ying placed the sniper rifle under her arm and said with slight satisfaction, It's been a long time since I've been this excited about sniping. It's been too long. Having said that, she looked at Bao En's new Dongqing fortress and raised her sniper rifle again, blue energy flowing into it. Bang! A blue bullet struck Bao En's fortress, blocked by the fortress energy umbrella. Data center. Humph, this is simply an insult. Bao En said angrily. He then aimed his attack section towards the Huaxia fleet, especially the flagship of the 5th Army, intending to launch an attack of Primal Stone Storm once more. Stop now. The little mice behind have been taken care of already. It seems our opponent has become enraged, Dai Lingnan said. Such a pity. If only I could play a little longer. Zhao Ying reluctantly put down her sniper rifle, entered the elevator, and returned inside the warship. While the Federation prepared for a new round of Primal Stone Storms, Dai Ninglan also prepared a new energy storm to counter it. As the Primal Stone Storm split and surged from the Federation's new Dongqing fortress, the energy storm from the blue warship rose up accordingly. The two storms entwined and swept across the battlefield, resulting ultimately in Bao En's side losing strength during the clash. Chapter 233, Approaching the End. New Dongqing Fortress, Data Center. Damn it, I lost again in the hedge. Bao En said. On the other side of the battlefield, the 3 other legions of the Huaxia army regrouped. Under the powerful assault of 5 legions, the 2 other legions assisting the new Dongqing fortress of the Auxiliary Federation, the Federation's 2nd Army and the Federation's 5th Army, were gradually compressed and destroyed. As the battle intensified, both flanking fleets of the Federation Army were utterly wiped out, leaving 4 legions of the Huaxia Army to surround the new fortress of the Federation's new Dongqing. Xingyuan Star Sky Mothership, Bridge Command Room. In that case, let me go meet with the person manipulating the primordial stone, Dai Ninglan said. The control rights of the ship shall be returned to you. Be careful, Dai Lingshan said. Dai Ninglan retrieved the blue void saint stone from the control center. The blue glow on the surface of the warship instantly dissipated, and the elevator slowly carried Dai Ninglan onto the surface of the Xingyuan ship. Data center. The blue glow of the starship slowly faded away. To his delight, Bao En pressed the screen again for the signal transmission, saying, This is another chance. Huaxia Army, while there's this gap, let me deal with you first. A storm gathered once more. Dai Lingshan noticed this situation, coldly observing the next attack launched by the Federation Army. On the surface of the Xingyuan ship, Dai Ninglan, dressed in a blue and white spacesuit, looked disdainfully at the upcoming attack from New Dongqing Fortress, and said, Won't you only have one trick? Triggering an energy storm? Raising her long halberd, she exclaimed fiercely, Sky-splitting slash. On the crescent blade, blue light gathered as Dai Ninglan swung her halberd forward. A space-splitting slash traveled at high speed, expanding continuously. The energy storm summoned by the New Dongqing Fortress swept over, colliding with the slash emitted from the sky-splitting slash. It was instantly cut apart, releasing energy in all directions. The remaining power of the slash continued its impact against the energy shield of the New Dongqing Fortress. After the shock passed, the energy shield was split open, and the slash left a massive visible scar on the hard physical exterior of the New Dongqing Fortress. The shell has been cracked. Now let me see who the real master inside is. After Dai Ninglan finished speaking, a blue vortex appeared behind her. Entering it, the vortex quickly dispersed. After the energy shield of the New Dongqing Fortress was breached, the 2 people inside the original stone mecha rushed into the interior of the fortress through the crack. Return, Su Ming, Zhang Hengyue, Xiaohoda said. But all Xiaohoda received was silence. New Dongqing Fortress, Data Center. How could so many efforts fail so easily? Bao En said. As the loud alarms blared, Bao En hastily pulled up the light screen showing the alarmed areas, only to see Dai Ninglan stepping out from the blue vortex. She's come upstairs. Bao En said fearfully. Let me find the master of this fortress. You there, hiding like a turtle in its shell? Dai Ninglan said coldly. With her strong perception abilities, she scanned the entire fortress comprehensively. The girl submerged in the nutrient solution suddenly woke up, sensing and saying, What? Is this an enemy? Bowen in the data center felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast, making him increasingly uneasy. Is this what they call a god? Dai Lingshan asked, then continued. Seems like a coward. Let me check on the coward first, then I'll deal with this main opponent, Dai Ninglan said. Just as Dai Lingshan was about to leave his position, he suddenly turned around, noticing two mechas heading towards the torn opening outside the fortress. What are you doing here? Troublesome, Dai Ninglan said before disappearing from her previous spot. Data center. This. At the very moment Dai Ninglan disappeared, all of Bao and screens no longer showed her location. This loss of control greatly intensified his unease. Is it my turn now? A pale hand gently rested on Bao and's head, a calm voice coming from behind him. I am behind you. What? Bao slowly turned his head in terror, seeing Dai Ninglan looking down at him with contempt. That look made Bao extremely uncomfortable. Are you the so-called god and president of the Federation, Bao? Dai Ninglan asked. Gulp gulp. Bao's Adam's apple moved, but he didn't say anything. Speak. Dai Ninglan became impatient, pressing her palm firmly on Bao's head, causing blood to slide down his forehead. Yes, I am Federation President Bao. Bao said, his face contorted in pain. Very good, primary target captured, Dai Ninglan said. After speaking, a blue frame extended from beneath Dai Ninglan's palm, covering Bao. As the frame grew smaller, Bao was encapsulated within it. With her palm closing slightly, and then reopening, the blue frame had vanished. In the nutrient pod, the original Zhang Yaoyue trembled violently, saying, Uncle Bao. Zhang Yaoyue's hand rose slightly, touching the hard wall of the nutrient pod. With a crack, the glass wall broke, and the nutrient fluid gradually leaked out with the hand stretching outwards. In sorrow and fury, Zhang Yaoyue said, Unforgivable. Where have you taken Uncle Bao? Data center. Upon hearing this voice, Dai Ninglan replied, You are the main one, aren't you? Bao is now imprisoned by me. If you want him back, defeat me. Zhang Yaoyue roared in anger as the split origin stone on the attack module slowly sank. Any obstacle it passed through crumbled like there was no one around until it sank into the body of the original girl. A massive energy storm surged forth, sweeping all the clone girls within the semicircle into bubbles that were absorbed back into the body of the original. Unforgivable. Crack, crack, crack. The glass walls shattered, and Zhang Yaoyue stepped out of the nutrient pod, with energy forming a set of black clothes that enveloped her body. I will kill you. The two mechas landed inside the fortress. After disembarking from the mech, Zhang Hengyue went straight to the core of the fortress without hesitation. Su Ming followed after dismounting from his own mech, but soon lost sight of Zhang Hengyue, who seemed to know the fortress passageways well. Su Ming was left wandering alone in the fortress. Isn't your origin stone a structural origin stone? Why not use its power to initially scan the fortress? It would be better than aimlessly wandering here, the second Su Ming said. You're right. However, with such a massive fortress, my abilities would reach their limit and still wouldn't be enough, Su Ming said. Chapter 234, Tragedy. Data Center. Dai Ninglan watched as all the duplicates converged onto Zhang Yaoyue's main body on the screen. When everything was done, Zhang Yaoyue turned to look at Dai Ninglan, raising her hand. The energy of righteous destruction surged in her palm as she swung it forward. On the screen, an energy sphere came closer until it covered the entire display, which then shut off. Indeed, you've reached X-level power, but unfortunately, you still can't fully control your own strength, Dai Ninglan said. However, this is better than wasting so much power. The screen dissipated and in the data center, a projection of Zhang Yaoyue appeared before Dai Ninglan. Zhang Yaoyue said, Will you come down voluntarily and let me kill you, or shall I go up there and kill you? Are you joking? Dai Ninglan asked. Whether it's a joke or not, I'll give you one last chance. Release my uncle, Zhang Yaoyue said. Arresting your uncle is my mission target. If you want him, defeat me first. That test chamber suits us well. I'll go down and face you, Dai Ninglan said. After speaking, Dai Ninglan disappeared from the data center, and Zhang Yaoyue's projection dissipated as well. At the semicircular arena, it was already in disarray. Zhang Yaoyue slowly moved forward as the smoke cleared, revealing Dai Ninglan standing before her. Ha ha! Intruder, you've truly come to die, Zhang Yaoyue said. Release him, and I'll spare you this death. It's my final ultimatum. I have no intention of wasting words, Dai Ninglan replied. It seems then that you've chosen death, Zhang Yaoyue laughed. Black robes rippled behind her as two hands emerged, black energy forming 10 claws on her fingers. Somebody wants to interfere, Dai Ninglan remarked. Before she finished speaking, a figure entered the semicircular arena, standing between them. It was Zhang Hengyue. Why do you appear here? Dai Ninglan asked. Though she didn't recognize this person, his Chinese military uniform was familiar to her. Still, you two look alike. Could you spare her? She's my younger sister, Zhang Hengyue pleaded, blocking their way as he spoke to Dai Ninglan. You wish to spare her, but it seems she won't show you mercy, Dai Ninglan said. As soon as the words were spoken, a voice from behind rang out. Troublesome guy, just die. Zhang Hengyue had barely reacted when a black energy claw pierced through her back and exited her abdomen. PHHH. Unbelievingly, Zhang Hengyue turned to look at Zhang Yaoyue as blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. You are. Upon seeing Zhang Hengyue's features, Zhang Yaoyue hastily withdrew the claw. However, it was too late. As soon as the claw was withdrawn, Zhang Hengyue staggered forward, collapsing. With a loud PHHHD, Dai Ninglan's long spear penetrated Zhang Yaoyue, its sharp tip piercing through Zhang Henyue's back as she lay sprawled across Dai Ninglan's shoulders. With her weak voice, Zhang Henyue whispered, If Possible. Could you make her survive? She's only been manipulated. Dai Ninglan did not respond to Zhonghua, or perhaps there was no time left for response. Zhonghua had passed away forever. Foolish child. Dai Ninglan looked down at the corpse growing colder on her back just as she was about to lift it, suddenly hearing a scream from behind. Zhonghua. Su Ming rushed into the semicircular arena, terrified by the sight of the girl impaled on the spear. Turning toward Dai Ninglan, he cried out in anguish. Was it you who killed her? Dai Ninglan gave no reply to Su Ming because she noticed Su Ming's face gradually distorted by anger. Rationality was gone. Now, explanation would be futile, and indeed, explaining was a waste of time for Dai Ninglan. Return to me, Su Ming said. Then twin light swords formed in his hands as he approached Dai Ninglan step by step. Do you wish to fight? Dai Ninglan carelessly watched Su Ming coming with light swords in both hands, placing her white palms on Zhang Henghue's corpse. Just like how Zhizhong Baoan disappeared, blue frames encompassed Zhang Henghue's body, making her vanish without a trace. Su Ming charged madly towards Dai Ninglan, but his movements were helplessly restrained. Do you want to die? Second Su Ming said. Those two, neither would you stand a chance against. Give up. After being stopped, Su Ming angrily turned to look at second Su Ming. I guess you're worried that if I die, you'd meet the same fate, but even if it's a suicidal decision today, I will see it through. If you want to ensure your survival, then help me defeat her with all your strength. I understand. Second Su Ming said. Su Ming, free of restraint, instantly charged to Dai Ninglan's front. He swung his light blade down, but was effortlessly blocked by Dai Ninglan with her long spear. Are you sure you want to fight me? Dai Ninglan asked. Su Ming strained with fury, the light from his blade growing intensely bright, engulfing the entire battlefield. Such a nuisance, Dai Ninglan said irritably, then looked in surprise as the glow faded, revealing a transformed blade. This is... Bang! Su Ming stepped back, swinging his light blade towards Dai Ninglan's waist, only to be lightly deflected once again by her long spear. This isn't right, what is this? Dai Ninglan scrutinized the light blade suspiciously before saying, how could you possibly be so weak? Bang bang bang. Su Ming attacked relentlessly, striking at Dai Ninglan several times more, all of which were intercepted. Enraged, Su Ming attacked madly, and without rest until Dai Ninglan showed signs of impatience. How are you like an endless fly? Dai Ninglan remarked, then gathered blue light on the crescent blade of her spear as she told Su Ming. That's true, even at your peak, you're no match for me. Now that you're weakened, let me make you see reality. With that, her spear clashed with Su Ming's sword again. His body shot away like a bullet, crashing through several mechanical doors before collapsing unconscious, heavily injured. So now it's your turn. Dai Ninglan turned to look at Zhang Yaoyue's stunned figure. I killed her, I killed my sister. Zhang Yaoyue repeatedly blamed herself. Looks like you're no longer fit for combat, Dai Ninglan said. It'll save me some trouble to just capture you. As she was about to reach out, sudden movement started. Black fog swirled throughout the semicircular arena, and Zhang Yaoyue's white energy claws lashed out, aiming to sever the approaching hand. However, Dai Ninglan swiftly retreated. It's you who killed her, it's you who killed her. I didn't kill my sister. I will avenge her. TCH, seems like we still have to fight. Dai Ninglan finished tightening her grip on the long spear and clashed with Zhang Yaoyue. Chapter 235, After the battle. The Chinese army slowly returned. Starry Sky Tianmu, Bridge Command Room. Dai Lingnan slowly sipped the coffee in his hand, looking at Dai Ninglan, who was in disarray, and laughed. I didn't think there would be a time when even you have to admit defeat. Dai Ninglan said. I indeed underestimated the enemy. Even though it's an artificially created X-level origin stone, it still has the power to fight me. Overconfidence is your biggest problem, Dai Lingnan said. Dai Ninglan remained silent. You two fought to the point where even the fortress was destroyed. I thought Su Ming was done for. You managed to bring him back, so you must have realized something by now, Dai Lingnan said. I do recognize it, but he's too weak now. Dai Ninglan shook her head and said. Weak doesn't mean he has no value. It's good that you can see his worth, Dai Lingnan said. However, about Zhang Hengyue who went with you, did you kill her? It wasn't me, Dai Ninglan said. Sisterly strife? Dai Lingnan asked. Yes, Dai Ninglan said. Sisterly strife. So you've carried a big burden of blame, Dai Lingnan said. I don't care, Dai Ninglan said. But bringing Su Ming back is great. As for how to tell him the truth, I have my ways, Dai Lingnan said. The last battle between the Federation and the Chinese army ended, concluding with the Chinese army replacing the Federation army. The Chinese army abolished the Federation constitution, and the fleet responsible for escorting the war criminals of the Federation army proceeded to the court of the Mingzhou Chinese Military Tribunal for deliberation on the military crimes of the Federation. Among the fugitives who escaped the law, there was one person, Bao Yu, the famous commander of the Blue Jade City campaign in the Federation. Headquarters of the Chinese Army, Combat Command Center. Bao Yu's ultimate goal is Qingzhou's Blue Jade City. If we want to capture him, we could set up a trap there to catch him, Zhonghua said. You're right. But since Bao Yu is determined to die on his way to the Blue Jade City, capturing him seems redundant, Dai Lingnan said. No, General, he is a criminal wanted by the Chinese Army, and he should be executed under the legal framework of the Chinese Army, Zhonghua said. In that case, let's follow what you said, set up an ambush near the Blue Jade City, and capture him, Dai Lingnan said. Zhonghua said. In a common cabin aboard a commercial transport ship, disguised as Bao Yu looked at the starry sky outside the window and sighed. I couldn't imagine that on this journey leaving the Federation, I received the news that the Federation had already been defeated. China unified the Federation. Apparently, the so-called final move of the president was just a dying struggle. At this point, Bao Yu was quite calm. The commercial transport ship slowly entered its destination, the starport of Blue Jade City. After several months of temporary handling, the Blue Jade City began to operate normally. The Blue Jade City, this city where everyone wants to eat him alive and hates him to the core, Bao Yu came here without hesitation. He knew that he had no other choice but to repent for his sins. All the Super Bao ship captains who launched the Blue Jade City attack died in the Star Sea, leaving only Bao Yu to repent for the sins they caused. But would simple repentance work? Bao Yu slowly got off the spaceship, and not many people recognized him. However, from the moment he entered the starport, hundreds of Chinese soldiers surrounded him. For why the Chinese army surrounded him, the other citizens of Blue Jade City didn't know the reason either. They just thought he was a war criminal. They certainly never expected that the man before them was precisely the Bao Yu they hated so much. Cooperate well. We won't expose your identity now. Do you know what exposing your identity here would mean? The company commander leaned close to Bao Yu's ear and said, Bao Yu, come back with me. I understand. Bao Yu accepted the restraint of the Chinese army calmly and was brought onto the warship to go to the Chinese court. The capture of Bao Yu caused a stir inside the Chinese territory. Eventually, Bao Yu and the other members of the Bao family were sent to the Chinese court to be tried. The Chinese army sentenced him to death as a war criminal, following Bao Yu's choice. In the end, Bao Yu was escorted to near the Blue Jade City and served his final sentence under its watchful eyes, while Bao En, Bao Ying, and others completed their sentences under the walls of Bianzhou City. The Xiahou family held a mourning ceremony with Xiahou Da, Xiahou Ling, Xiahou Liang, and other Xiahou relatives to mourn the death of General Xiahou Jing. Numerous political figures, military personnel, and businessmen attended the mourning service for General Xiahou Jing. Xiahou Liang, upon seeing his long-unseen sister, remarked with a sigh, Do you know? During my post-war investigation of the Federation, I found out that after the Central Campaign, the Federation army had already confirmed my identity but continued to use me for their own benefit, just like in the final battle. However, after my investigation, I discovered that the Federation's plan was actually detected by our Huaxia army before the war even began, and it was used against them. Someone among us detected it? Xiahou Ling exclaimed in surprise, then said, How could that be possible? If someone among us had noticed, wouldn't that have been wonderful? General Dai Lingnan knew about this plan before the war started. The reason he watched as this tragedy unfolded was because he wanted my father's position, Xiahou Liang said angrily. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Liang's face turned pale immediately. He shook his head and said, Are you joking? Marshal Dai Lingnan led our army to the final victory. You still dare to say that, Marshal Dai Lingnan, Marshal, leading our army to the final victory, Xiahou Liang said irritably. Isn't that just proof of why he stood on the sidelines? It can't be true. You're joking. That's impossible, Xiahou Ling said through a forced smile. Ho ho ho. Believe it or not, go check if you must. I heard that you are quite close to Dai Lingnan, right? Why not verify the doubts in your heart? Xiahou Liang said as he burst out of the door, leaving one last sentence behind. You'll see whether what I said is true. Until that day, in the 5th Army office, Xiahou Ling seized an opportunity while Dai Lingnan wasn't paying attention, picked up the Tianquan device that Dai Lingnan frequently used, and began investigating the encrypted files. After a long time, she managed to access and review all the military intelligence about the Federation army that Dai Lingnan had acquired before the war. After reading it, Xiahou Ling turned deathly pale and remained speechless. Then Xiahou Ling carefully cleaned up any trace of her meddling, fled from Dai Lingnan's office in disarray. As soon as the office door opened, Dai Lingnan walked in curiously and said, What happened to upset Xiahou Ling so much? Do I look like a tiger to you? A blue vortex appeared and Dai Ninglan emerged. She glanced around and said, He touched your stuff. Oh, I know exactly which thing of mine he touched, Dai Lingnan said with a laugh, then retrieved the Tianquan from the office and took a quick look. You're not infallible, after all, Dai Ninglan commented. That's called if you don't want others to know, you shouldn't do it yourself, Dai Lingnan replied, and then put the Tianquan away. Chapter 236, the final chapter, the end. On a retro-style warship, a squad dressed in uniforms of the Earth Federation that only appear in films and television slowly boarded the ship. The Earth Federation's fleet gradually gathered together, with countless warships surrounding the blue backdrop of Earth. Among the tens of millions of soldiers in the Earth Federation's interstellar army stood a resolute figure from the younger days of Su Ming. Su Ming and his team slowly entered an Earth Federation transport ship. At the starport between Earth and the Moon, numerous fleets gradually set off as the Earth Federation's fleet made its grand departure to the battlefield. Those familiar with this scene know that this is the year 4436 of the Star Era. After friendly contact attempts with the Ling race failed, the Earth Federation held a grand gathering in the Earth-Moon system. War soon followed this assembly. Humanity would retreat step by step. The most glorious era of the Earth Federation in human history would end within a decade after the war, ushering in nearly a century-long period of decline for humans. But this was almost 100 years ago. What about young Su Ming? Su Ming suddenly sat up in bed, sweat drenching his body. Coming back to his senses, he realized that his serious injuries had just been healed. You're awake, Yu Qian said. Su Ming remained silent, without a word. Do you want to see her? Yu Qian asked. Su Ming nodded. Strange to say, what illness did you have? You've been out for 8 months. Time flies. Yu Qian said. Where are we? Su Ming looked at his surroundings and asked. This is Mingzhou City, but Mingzhou is no longer the capital of Huaxia. Yu Qian said. I want to meet him, Su Ming said. How is your recovery going? Are you well enough to go, or should you rest for a few more days? Yu Qian asked. No need, I'm recovered enough, Su Ming said. All right then, Yu Qian said. On the way to the Mingzhou Star Spirit Altar, Yu Qian and Lin Tian drove a maglev car into the Martyrs' Cemetery's periphery. Passing rows of martyr tombstones, Yu Qian led Su Ming to one among many, specially placed by the Star Spirit Altar for Zhonghua. Su Ming trembled as he gently placed the flowers reserved in his hands before the grave, standing silently and speechless. Is there nothing you wish to say? Yu Qian sighed. Su Ming shook his head, saying nothing. Do you know what day it is today? Yu Qian asked. What day? Su Ming said. Today, after the two generals honored by the altar, a third general will join them, Yu Qian said. Dai Hongda, Zhao Hong, Xiahou Jing, Su Ming said. Yes, Yu Qian replied. But why 8? Su Ming said. If they wanted to send him off, it could be done in 8 months easily, placing him in the casket. I don't know either. The higher-ups of the Huaxia army were embroiled in a dispute regarding Xiahou Jing's death, involving Xiahou Liang, Xiahou Jing's son, who refused to trust General Dai Lingnan initially, causing a significant disturbance, until it eventually disappeared completely. Yu Qian explained. It is because of this that General Xiahou Jing was not placed in the Star Spirit Altar quickly, only after resolving the matter, Yu Qian added. Su Ming turned and left with Lin Tian and Yu Qian. In the central area of the Star Spirit Altar, on the massive sarcophagus where all Huaxia generals prayed, several soldiers slowly carried General Xiahou Jing's personal belongings and spirit stone to the top position beside the other two. Dai Lingnan looked at his father Dai Hongda's spirit stone beside him and said, It's been a long time since I last came to visit you, my father. This solemn and reverent ceremony continued amid a heavy atmosphere, until people forgot the passing of time. China, once a member state of the Earth Federation, continued to resist the Ling race as the Huaxia Republic after the Earth Federation's collapse. After the Ling forces retreated, China fell into a state of division again. The Huaxia Federation waged a decade-long war against the Huaxia Republic until the year 4528 of the Star Era, when the war ended and Huaxia unified China under its new governance. Huaxia military headquarters. Do you think the war is over? Zhu Lingyu asked from the other side of the communication line. Not at all, Dai Lingnan replied. Indeed, I didn't misjudge you. Haha, Zhu Lingyu said. Right, though we've completed unification, another battlefield for humanity is nearing its conclusion too. The Human Alliance? Dai Lingnan said. The Petros and Salasaga Federal are about to fail, and they have asked for our assistance. The reason is simple. After the Human Federation absorbs them, their next target will be our Huaxia Republic. Zhu Lingyu asked, What do you think we should do about this? The situation is very delicate. If these two federations still had any fighting capability left, it would definitely be worth saving them. However, they are beyond saving, no matter how much effort we invest. Moreover, on our other side, the Ling race has just completed their internal integration. After the chaos following the Hera era was resolved, the now stabilized Ling race will soon turn their attention to attacking us. Instead of trying to save two dying forces, we should focus on preparing our defenses, restoring the strength we lost during the civil war in Huaxia, and maintaining our relationship with the Human Alliance, Dai Lingnan said. Because behind the Human Alliance, there is another power rising. The Insectoid race, Zhu Lingyu stated. General Dai Lingnan, since you've chosen to shoulder General Xiahou Jing's burden, I assume you're ready to bear an even heavier responsibility than General Xiahou Jing's in the future, Zhu Lingyu continued. Once a decision has been made, how could it be abandoned? Besides, this decision was made last century. Dai Lingnan slowly approached the edge of the skylight where he could see outside the base. Combat ships, mechs, and weapons were gathering systematically within the base. I will fulfill his wishes, Dai Lingnan said. After finishing his sentence, he looked up at the skylight. Although Huaxia had just been unified, its current external environment remains very intricate. It's foreseeable that the future international situation will be far more complex than the internal situation in Huaxia.